My girlfriend got into someone else's Ferrari. My cheat has actually been credited. So, I pushed her down. My best friend not only has luxury cars, but also buys bags until her hands are sore. She even locks down entire buildings. Detected that the host's bad luck value is maxed out. The lucky roulette system has been activated. After binding, the host can spin the wheel 3 times a day, with this system's roulette offering billions in cash, skills, techniques, elixirs, and more. The price is only 3 dog heads. Binding has been successfully completed for you. At this moment, I thought I was hearing things. However, after rubbing my eyes, a 3D virtual projection suddenly appeared in my view. The lucky draw roulette allows 3 draws, and the item inventory is empty. This roulette is divided into 5 areas, from large to small: coins, cards, bottles, books, and question marks. I was so excited that my blood was boiling. Damn it, I actually got a golden finger. Enough talking, system, tell me what functions you have. Ding! The host will receive 3 draw chances daily, and any unused chances can be carried over to the next day. In the lucky draw, the items won will automatically be stored in the system, and the host can open the inventory with their mind for specific operations. Hee hee, what are we waiting for? System, give me a draw right now. Ding! Congratulations, the host has drawn coins and received 10 million legal dragon country currency, which has been transferred to your account ending in 5418, current balance, 10,520,48 yuan. I stood there in shock, not expecting that a casual draw would make me a millionaire. Am I dreaming? I suddenly pinched myself hard, and a sharp pain shot through me, making me grimace. Damn, that hurt a bit, but I was secretly pleased. What are we waiting for? No more talking, let's keep drawing. Ding! Congratulations, the host has drawn coins and won a Ferrari LaFerrari. At this moment, I hadn't reacted yet when I suddenly felt a folder appear in my hand. With a mix of curiosity and astonishment, I opened the folder. To my surprise, inside was a Ferrari car key, a vehicle registration certificate, and purchase invoices, tax receipts, insurance documents, and more. I picked up the vehicle registration certificate and casually flipped it open, revealing my name, G. Boda, and the license plate number, Blue AJC 666. Wow, this time the system was faster. In the blink of an eye, it completed all the paperwork and delivered it to me. No more talking, I have to give the system a 3-dog head review and like it like crazy. Hey, where is my Ferrari LaFerrari parked? Ding! The host's Ferrari LaFerrari is currently parked in a nearby underground parking lot, and the exact location has been sent to your phone. Thanks, buddy. You're welcome. I didn't rush to find the Ferrari LaFerrari. Instead, I prepared to draw again. The pointer spun quickly again. This was the last draw opportunity of the day. I suddenly became nervous, my eyes glued to the pointer, and I couldn't help but pray, heavenly spirits, please bless me with a big win. Ding! Congratulations, the host has drawn a bottle and received a potion. On the roulette, a bottle of red potion suddenly popped up, and it was quickly stored in the system inventory. What is this? What use does this potion have? I quickly opened the system inventory with my mind, and the next second, in the first slot of the first row, lay a bottle of red potion. Gene potion, which can alter genes and enhance the body when consumed. Significantly boosts attributes like strength, agility, stamina, and vitality. Wow, a potion that can alter genes and enhance the body. Is this a sci-fi movie? It's so amazing. With a thought, the gene potion instantly appeared in my hand. Next, without a word, I quickly twisted off the cap and gulped it down. In the next moment, I felt like a fire was burning inside me, not just burning, but about to explode. Crackling sounds erupted, and I was horrified to find that every bone in my body was cracking. In the blink of an eye, every muscle in my body began to twist wildly. Ah, it hurts so much. What the hell is this gene potion? I'm about to die from the pain. I widened my eyes, gasping, curled up into a ball, and rolled around on the bed for who knows how long. My eyelids grew heavier, my heartbeat weakened, and my vision gradually faded to white. Oh no, am I going to die? But I just got my golden finger and haven't even begun my cheat-filled life. If I die like this, I won't accept it. No, I can't die. I must survive. Suddenly, a powerful will to live surged within me. I rolled my eyes, tilted my neck, and then blissfully fainted on the bed. After an unknown amount of time, I slowly opened my eyes. I stared blankly at the ceiling for a few seconds. Suddenly, I jolted up from the bed. I didn't die. I survived. I successfully completed the gene modification, and my body was enhanced. I rolled out of bed and rushed to the mirror in 3 steps, instantly freezing in place. Wow, is this really me? I've completely changed. My face is still the same, but my aura has transformed dramatically, and my previously thin body is now very strong. I had a well-proportioned muscular physique, which looked incredibly enticing, especially my 8-pack abs, exuding a deadly charm that could drive women wild. To test how strong my body had become, I immediately did 10,000 push-ups, and it was surprisingly easy. I didn't break a sweat. Half an hour later, I took a refreshing shower, changed into a clean casual outfit, grabbed my phone and car keys, and prepared to go find my ride. As I pushed open the door, I suddenly saw Lu Ruyan's best friend, Suyao, squatting outside in the yard washing clothes. Lu Ruyan has already moved away. Why didn't Suyao follow her as her best friend? After a brief pause, I suddenly stopped my steps and walked towards her. Birds of a feather flock together. I knew very well that Suyao and Lu Ruyan were cut from the same cloth. They were both gold diggers. However, Lu Ruyan hid her gold-digging nature well, while Suyao wore it boldly on her face. I clearly remember that Suyao once said a classic quote, "I'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle." Over the years, Suyao has always wanted to find a wealthy boyfriend and dreamed of marrying into a rich family, becoming a socialite envied by countless women. But how many wealthy heirs are there in this world? Since entering society, Suyao has gradually recognized reality as her experience has increased. She has no background and no abilities. Marrying into a wealthy family and becoming a socialite is almost impossible, so Suyao's dreams have essentially been shattered. But soon she had new dreams. Since she couldn't become a rich man's wife, she would settle for being the mistress of a wealthy young man. Why didn't you move out with Lu Ruyan? I walked up to Suyao and looked her over without restraint. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Her looks and figure were far superior to Lu Ruyan's. How could I have been so blind back then? I insisted on hanging myself on that crooked tree. Lu Ruyan, giving up such a vast forest outside? That's just not worth it. Gee Boda, who are you calling a little slut? You think I give you face, huh? Go ahead, say it again if you dare. As soon as Suyao heard that term, she puffed up like a cat with its tail stepped on, glaring at me with fury. However, the next second, Suyao froze in place, staring at me with a look of disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. I said, "Gee Boda, did you get plastic surgery?" After a long pause, Suyao exclaimed. Finally, she snapped back to reality. Plastic surgery? Do I look like I've been under the knife? I scoffed and gave Suyao a mocking glance. Then why do you suddenly look so handsome? Suyao quickly approached and stared closely at my face. This time, Suyao was very serious and meticulous, even wanting to reach out and pinch my face. And get the soap bubbles from your hands all over my face? I quickly grabbed Suyao's wrist and said with a look of disgust. Thinking of Suyao's pretty face, I couldn't help but blush slightly, and she withdrew her soapy hands. Little slut, I'm giving you a chance to hook up with a rich guy. Do you want it? I suddenly smiled mysteriously, a glint of mischief in my eyes. Gee Boda, how dare you call me a little slut? Upon hearing that term, Suyao instantly flared up again. But just as she was about to blow up, she froze again, saying, Gee Boda, what did you just say? You want to introduce me to a tall, rich guy? Hee hee, I chuckled lightly, showing a disdainful expression. I know a super wealthy rich kid. Do you want to drive luxury cars, live in mansions, buy designer bags and luxury goods, and have endless pocket money every month? This super rich friend of mine is not only young, handsome, and wealthy, but also generous. As long as you call me dad, I'll introduce you to him. She looked at me with a hint of caution and asked, Gee Boda, you weren't dumped by Lu Ruyan and came here just to mess with me, were you? Suyao, you're really just a big-chested, brainless woman, I said with a dismissive smile. Hey, it's not like you dumped me. As the saying goes, grievances have their source, so why would I come to mess with you? Is everything you just said true? Suyao stared intently into my eyes, as if trying to discern whether I was lying. Little slut, look at this. I couldn't be bothered to explain further and pulled out the Ferrari car key. Ferrari. Suyao recognized the logo immediately. Her eyes lit up, and then a hint of intrigue crossed her face. Gee Boda, you can't be serious. That car key isn't just a lighter, is it? Come on, if it's just a lighter, can't you check for yourself? Let me see. Hey, it really is a Ferrari key. Gee Boda, is this your rich friend's car? Where is it parked? Take me to see it. A look of excitement finally appeared on Suyao's face. She tightly clutched the Ferrari key, refusing to give it back to me, and shouted for me to take her to see the car. She was indeed a little gold digger. Upon hearing about the luxury sports car, her eyes sparkled brighter than searchlights, and she was nearly drooling. Little slut, I'll say it again, if you call me dad, I'll take you for a spin in this LaFerrari and introduce you to that super rich friend. Taking advantage of Suyao's moment of distraction, I quickly snatched the Ferrari key back. What? You mean this car is one of the top 3 supercars, with only 499 units worldwide, worth 22.5 million yuan? Suyao looked at me in shock, even oblivious to the fact that I'd taken the key back. That's right, it's the LaFerrari. I tucked the key into my pocket. I then pretended to check my phone for the time and said, my super rich buddy has invited me to dinner tonight, and it's getting late. Before I could finish, Suyao dashed to my side and tightly wrapped her arms around my arm. What are you doing? I was startled and almost pushed Suyao away, but suddenly felt two soft mouths pressing against my arm. At that moment, I fell silent. A fool wouldn't take advantage of a good deal. As I stared in shock, Suyao hugged my arm and gently shook it a few times, then bit her lip and called out sweetly, Daddy. That little slut was quite bold. I discreetly shook my arm, as if testing the quality and performance of the headlights, concluding that they were the real deal, absolutely not fake. To my surprise, Suyao suddenly released my arm, raised her brows, and glared at me, saying, Gee Boda, don't push your luck. I've already followed your request. I've called you that, so tonight, you must take me to meet your rich friend. I didn't respond, just looked at Suyao with a smile that was neither here nor there. Suyao thought I was playing with her, and just as she was about to explode with anger, I said calmly, Are you planning to meet my friend dressed like that? Shouldn't you change into something nicer and put on some makeup? Suyao paused for a moment, then quickly looked down. Although she couldn't see her toes, she realized her outfit wasn't really suitable for going out. Gee Boda, wait for me. I'll change clothes right away. After saying this, Suyao turned and dashed into her room. Perhaps worried I'd ditch her, just as Suyao closed the door, she immediately opened it again and said fiercely, You have to wait for me in the yard. If you bail on me, you'll regret it. After saying that, Suyao slammed the door shut. I knew that for women, getting ready and putting on makeup takes time. Suyao wouldn't be out in less than an hour. So, I took out my phone and started browsing online. After careful consideration, I booked a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel. The presidential suite at the Royal International Hotel costs 88,888 yuan per night, so I booked it for a week. I had just completed the online payment when my phone rang with a call from the hotel. Is this Mr. G. Boda? Yes, this is Mr. G. Boda. Hello, welcome to the presidential suite at the Royal International Hotel. I am your personal butler, Bai Chanchan. You can call me Butler Bai or Manager Bai. A very pleasant female voice came from the other end. She chattered on, asking if I needed the hotel to send a car to pick me up or if I wanted them to arrange dinner for me in advance. By the way, every guest staying in a presidential suite is assigned a personal butler for 24-hour service. I declined the hotel's car service. I just asked Bai Chanchan to reserve a table for me in the rooftop rotating restaurant of the hotel. Hee Suyao, tonight you won't be able to escape. After all, she's a good friend of Lu Ruyan, my ex's friend. Just thinking about it is thrilling. An hour later, looking gorgeous, Suyao walked out of her room with a natural catwalk, swaying her slim waist as she approached me. Absolutely flaunting it, I snapped my fingers and turned to walk out of the yard. Hey, wait for me. I took Suyao to an underground parking lot, and from a distance, I spotted an incredibly dazzling red sports car. I pulled out the car key and gently pressed the unlock button. In the next second, the two headlights of the LaFerrari flashed coolly twice, and it let out two crisp honks. The door unlocked, and suppressing my inner excitement, I quickly walked over. But just as I opened the car door and was about to get in, a scream froze me in place. Ah, it really is a LaFerrari. Gee Boda, stop right there. Suyao suddenly came over, blocking me and shoving her phone into my hands. What are you doing? I instinctively caught Suyao's phone, bewildered. Quick, take a couple of photos for me. I want to post them on my social media. After saying this, Suyao rushed to the front of the LaFerrari and struck a sexy pose. Half an hour later, I impatiently threw the phone back to Suyao. I then hopped into the driver's seat of the LaFerrari, feeling the luxurious decor inside. My mood instantly shifted from cloudy to sunny. From now on, this ride belongs to me. I pressed the ignition button, and a deep, roaring exhaust note echoed in the underground parking lot, making my blood boil. Just then, Suyao angrily hopped in, saying, Gee Boda, are you crazy? I asked you to take more photos, and you couldn't be more patient. No wonder Lu Ruyan broke up with you. If I had a boyfriend like you, I'd have kicked you to the curb already. My expression immediately darkened. Little slut, you think I give you face, huh? Gee Boda, have you lost your mind today? Who gave you the guts to call me a little slut so casually? If you dare to say it again, I swear I'll tear you apart. Suyao finally exploded. She had no idea how many times I'd called her that afternoon. Even little mud figures would get angry, let alone Suyao, who was once the laughingstock of Shilin University. Suyao, get out of the car. I've changed my mind. I'm not taking you, this little slut, out for dinner tonight. Get as far away from me as you can. I wasn't going to indulge her at all. Having been humiliated for 3 whole years, during which I had obeyed Lu Ruyan's every whim, I ended up losing utterly. After breaking up with Lu Ruyan, I felt reborn, so how could I possibly repeat my past mistakes? Though Su Yao has some looks, I only wanted to have some fun. I couldn't put myself back in the fire for a gold digger. Gee Boda, how dare you yell at me and tell me to roll? Do you think that because you introduced me to a wealthy heir, I have to grovel and fawn over you? What do you take me for? Su Yao was clearly furious, glaring at me through gritted teeth, and her ample curves swayed with each heavy breath. Su Yao, what are you pretending to be high and mighty for? Who was it that once proclaimed they'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle? I smiled dismissively. Su Yao's face flushed and paled in turns. Her lips trembled several times as if she wanted to retort. But when she looked up and suddenly saw me smoking, Su Yao immediately shouted, "Gee Boda, put that out. I hate the smell of smoke. Why does my smoking concern you? Don't forget, this isn't your car, it's borrowed from your rich, handsome friend. If you smoke in his car and drop ash that damages the interior, can you afford to pay for it?" Hearing this made me laugh. Without a word, I tossed the folder containing the vehicle registration, purchase receipt, and insurance documents at Su Yao. "Open your eyes and see whose car this really is." After saying that, I didn't care whether she had buckled her seatbelt. I slammed down on the gas pedal, and the LaFerrari let out a wild roar, instantly kicking up a cloud of smoke as it sped towards the parking lot exit. A bright red LaFerrari raced swiftly down the road. Holding the vehicle registration in her hands, Su Yao stared intently at the name and photo, her face filled with shock. "Gee Boda, this car really is yours. Isn't that obvious? Does the registration say someone else's name? Are all the purchase receipts, contracts, and insurance documents fake?" I snorted coldly, continuing to steer with one hand while casually placing the other on Su Yao's thigh. Su Yao's pretty face flushed, and she instinctively flinched away. "Don't move around. We're all adults here. Can you act like one?" Just as Su Yao was about to explode, she seemed to realize something and immediately bit her lip, swallowing her retorts. "Gee Boda, how could you afford to buy a LaFerrari without clarifying the situation?" Su Yao decided to swallow her anger for now. It's just a few thigh touches. After all, it wouldn't cost her anything. If Gee Boda really was a hidden rich heir, she didn't want to offend him. Otherwise, she would miss a great opportunity for nothing. Hee, Daddy accidentally inherited a fortune, so now I'm considered a wealthy man. I chuckled softly, my right hand casually starting to explore Su Yao's short skirt. "Gee Boda, be gentle, don't ruin my skirt. If I ruin it, I'll buy you 10 new ones. Just behave, and I'll buy you a whole street." Su Yao gradually adjusted to the situation. Her body relaxed slowly, and to all the audience members, rest assured, I'm watching over you. We're arriving at the Royal International Hotel. As soon as I got out of the car, a woman in a hotel uniform approached me. "Hello, Mr. G. Welcome to the presidential suite at the Royal International Hotel. I am your personal butler, Bai Chanchan." She greeted me with a professional smile and extended her hand. "Hello, Butler Bai." I casually shook hands with Bai Chanchan. Just then, Su Yao walked up beside me. Not only did she link her arm with mine, but she also eyed Bai Chanchan warily. "Please follow me, sir. We have prepared a table with a great view in the rooftop rotating restaurant." Bai Chanchan ignored Su Yao's glare and continued to smile at me. "Alright, then please lead the way, Butler Bai." "It's my duty." Bai Chanchan turned and began to lead the way ahead. In the elevator, Bai Chanchan continued to introduce the functions of each floor of the hotel. It was only at this moment that Su Yao realized I had booked a presidential suite at this hotel for an entire week. The presidential suite at the Royal International Hotel costs 88,888 yuan per night, so a week's stay would amount to over 600,000. Just thinking about spending over 600,000 for a few days in a hotel shocked Su Yao, making her feel a pang in her heart. What a spendthrift! That's over 600,000. If you have money to burn, you could give it to me. Soon, under Bai Chanchan's guidance, Su Yao and I arrived at the rooftop rotating restaurant of the hotel. After taking the menu, I ordered everything on the most expensive page, emphasizing the idea of not wanting the best, just the most expensive. When all the dishes were served, Su Yao immediately took out her phone and began taking pictures of the food like crazy, especially the bottle of Lafite red wine worth 300,000. From uncorking to decanting, pouring into glasses, and finally savoring the wine, Su Yao didn't miss a single step, taking dozens of photos to prove that she had indeed drunk that bottle of wine. Next, Su Yao carefully selected a few photos to post on her WeChat moments, along with a cheesy caption, "There's meat on the table, wine in the glass, the moon in the sky, and she's by my side." As soon as she posted it, her WeChat exploded, especially her group of friends who immediately chimed in. "Wow, that's a 300,000 yuan Lafite red wine. Yao Yao, have you hooked up with a super rich heir? Lin Xingxue, Yao Yao, are you at the rooftop rotating restaurant of the Royal International Hotel? Lioli, I've never had such an extravagant meal. When are you taking me? Tangro, Yao Yao, I want to have a big meal too, take me along. Lu Ruyan, Yao Yao, did you really find a rich heir as your boyfriend? Looking at the various inquiries from her friends, a bright smile spread across Su Yao's face, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. She tagged everyone in the group, sisters, when my brother has time, I'll definitely treat you all to a big meal. As soon as Su Yao sent that message to the group, her friends immediately began to tease her. Some urged Su Yao to reveal a photo of this rich brother in the group so everyone could see his charm, while others suggested coming to check him out in person. And the one suggesting to check him out was none other than Lu Ruyan. Hearing that Lu Ruyan was coming to find her, Su Yao quickly replied to the message. Ruyan, this is my first date with him, please don't ruin it for me. Don't worry, I would never ruin your plans. I'm just concerned you might be scammed, so I want to check him out. Oh, you can rest assured, he's definitely not a con artist. Yao Yao, there are so many scammers these days, and they disguise themselves so well. How do you know he's not one? Seeing the message from Lu Ruyan, Su Yao immediately panicked. If Lu Ruyan found out that this rich brother was actually her ex-boyfriend, who knew what drama would unfold? No way. Until I have Ji Boda sorted out, Lu Ruyan must not know that Ji Boda is this rich brother. Su Yao didn't even care about eating. She quickly typed a reply on her phone. The LaFerrari's vehicle registration, purchase invoice, and insurance documents all have his name and ID number. He just paid $300,000 for that bottle of Lafite with a card, and he booked the presidential suite at the Royal International Hotel for 7 days, paying over $600,000 up front. Most importantly, I've known him for about 7 years and know his character very well. He's definitely not a scammer. After sending this string of messages, Su Yao's friends group suddenly fell silent. But after a brief pause, it erupted again. Oh my gosh, Yao Yao, you actually know such a super rich heir. Why didn't you tell me before? Lin Qingxue, Yao Yao, you've really kept this under wraps. Liuli, Yao Yao, you've been single since college. You weren't waiting for this rich brother, were you? Tang Ro, Yao Yao, go for it. You must win over this rich brother and remember to treat us to a big meal. Lu Ruyan, Yao Yao, how come I didn't know you had a rich brother you've known for 7 years? Night at the Wells Western Restaurant. Lu Ruyan and her white moonlight, Yang Fan, sat at a windowside table. Lu Ruyan glanced at the ordinary steak on the table and the regular red wine. She then looked at the photos that Su Yao had shown off in the group. At that moment, Lu Ruyan felt utterly bored. Women always have a competitive spirit. Lu Ruyan had reunited with her white moonlight, who was also a returnee, working as a senior executive in a major company with a starting salary of $100,000, promising a limitless future. This should have been something to boast about. However, Lu Ruyan never expected that Su Yao, who had been single for years, would suddenly find an even more dazzling rich brother. That rich brother not only drove a car worth $22.5 million but also took Su Yao out for fancy meals, stayed in presidential suites, and even opened a bottle of red wine worth $300,000. Without comparison, there is no harm. Lu Ruyan felt once again overshadowed by Su Yao, and a wave of intense jealousy surged within her. Overwhelmed by emotions, Lu Ruyan impulsively sent a WeChat message to Su Yao, eager to see who this rich brother was. She was even scheming to see if she could use her looks to steal him away from Su Yao. However, after being rejected for her well-meaning offer to check him out, Lu Ruyan couldn't find any other excuse and ultimately chose to remain silent. Ruyan, what are you daydreaming about? Just then, Yang Fan's voice floated over from across the table. Lu Ruyan looked up at her white moonlight sitting across from her and suddenly realized that Yang Fan wasn't as handsome as she had imagined. In terms of height and looks, he was actually inferior to Ji Boda. Nothing much, Su Yao just posted a bunch of photos in the group, and it seems she's found a boyfriend. Lu Ruyan shook her head, dismissing the distracting thoughts. She then continued to hold her phone, enlarging each photo Su Yao had just posted. She wondered who Su Yao's boyfriend was, if he was handsome, and if he had good financial standing. To Lu Ruyan's surprise, Yang Fan seemed very interested in Su Yao's romantic situation. Her boyfriend is a rich brother who drives a LaFerrari, stays in a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel, and even takes Su Yao to dine in the rooftop rotating restaurant, drinking red wine worth $300,000 a bottle. As Lu Ruyan was speaking, she suddenly stopped, her eyes widening as her finger paused on an enlarged photo, as if she had discovered something incredible. In the photo, although the rich brother's face wasn't visible, the black t-shirt he wore felt strangely familiar to Lu Ruyan. Wait a minute, Ji Boda seems to have an identical t-shirt. Could this rich brother actually be him? No way. Absolutely impossible. Ji Boda is just a poor delivery guy. How could he be the rich brother Su Yao mentioned? There must be someone else. Ruyan, since Su Yao has found a boyfriend, and you two are good friends, how about I treat you all to a meal another day? You can invite Su Yao and her boyfriend out. Yang Fan elegantly lifted his wine glass, taking a sip of the 3,000 yuan red wine, with a look of delight on his face. Alright, I'll message Yao Yao right now. Lu Ruyan nodded. Young Fan's proposal provided her with an excuse to meet the rich brother Su Yao mentioned openly. Yao Yao, Young Fan, and I discussed it and would like to invite you and your boyfriend to dinner. You wouldn't deny us this small favor, would you? After sending this WeChat message, Su Yao replied almost instantly, Ruyan, I'm really sorry, but my brother has been busy lately with a ton of company matters, and he's also tied up with signing contracts worth billions. He just can't spare any time. Su Yao, that little slut, could lie without batting an eye bragging about signing billion-yuan contracts. She sure was bold. However, in Su Yao's eyes, inheriting a fortune means that even just one car worth 22.5 million must indicate that the inheritance exceeds 100 billion. When will your boyfriend be free, Yao Yao? I don't know either. After all, my brother manages a large publicly traded company with thousands of employees relying on him for their livelihoods. I shouldn't pry into his work matters because he promised me that he would take care of making money, and all I need to do is look pretty. Oh, I have to go. My brother wants to eat shrimp, and I need to peel them for him. Seeing these messages made Lu Ruyan almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Yao Yao, you little bitch. How dare you flaunt your love in front of me? Go ahead and eat. I wish you and your rich brother would have seafood allergies and be attached at the hip. Fuming, Lu Ruyan closed the chat with Su Yao and then opened the group chat with her friends, casually clicking on a photo and enlarging it to take a closer look. Not realizing until now, she was shocked when she took a look. In the photo, the rich brother sitting opposite Su Yao revealed a hand adorned with a bracelet. No way. This is too coincidental. Clothes can match, but could bracelets, too? Plus, Su Yao said she has known this rich brother for 7 years and knows his character very well. Su Yao and Ji Boda have also known each other for 7 years. Could it be that the rich brother Su Yao mentioned is Ji Boda? Impossible. Ji Boda couldn't possibly afford a 22.5 million car, stay in a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel, or drink 300,000 yuan red wine. There must be someone else. Rooftop rotating restaurant at the Royal International Hotel. After paying with my card, I realized this meal had cost me a total of 500,000. Noticing that there was a hint of drunkenness in Su Yao's eyes and her steps began to sway. At this moment, I felt it was necessary to recover that 500,000 from Su Yao. As soon as I stepped into the elevator, I wrapped my arm around Su Yao's slender waist. She didn't resist and leaned into my embrace. Ji Boda, I think I'm drunk. Can you take me home? Su Yao said this. I instantly understood. Knowing that dad has a presidential suite in this hotel, and still wanting him to take you home, isn't that just pretending to be drunk? Since you're drunk, let me take you back to the room to rest a bit. Ji Boda wrapped his arm around Su Yao's waist, sliding his hand down, then gave her rear a light pat. It was obvious that Su Yao's pretty face turned red, her body suddenly tensed, the dazed look in her eyes vanished in an instant, and a hint of nervousness flashed across her brows. Ji Boda didn't care what Su Yao was thinking. He had ridden in Dad's sports car, eaten Dad's seafood feast, and drunk Dad's Lafite red wine. Tonight, he had to serve Dad well. He wondered how big the bed in the presidential suite was. Was the mattress hard? Could one swim in the bathtub? Mr. Jiang, Miss Su, welcome home. As Ji Boda held Su Yao, they arrived at the door of the presidential suite and saw the butler Bai Chanshan, who had been waiting for a long time. Click. Bai Chanshan opened the door, leading Ji Boda and Su Yao inside, and began to introduce the layout of the presidential suite. In the living room, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows were truly eye-catching. Standing in front of these windows, one could see all the nearby buildings, giving a sense of standing on the top of the world, looking down at all the mountains. Besides that, the living room was also quite luxurious, with several extravagant sofas that almost screamed expensive. To the left of the living room was the presidential bedroom, and to the right was the presidential ladies' bedroom, both equipped with their own bathrooms and walk-in closets. Outside the presidential bedroom, there was a huge outdoor terrace with lounge chairs, sun umbrellas, and hanging swings. However, Bai Chanshan was a very perceptive woman. She suddenly caught a glimpse of Ji Boda holding Su Yao, kissing and touching her, so she immediately stopped her introduction and hurriedly exited the presidential suite. From then on, no one disturbed Ji Boda and Su Yao. Swish! The little dress Su Yao was wearing was really inconvenient to take off. Fortunately, Su Yao seemed to be half-heartedly resisting, and after Ji Boda studied it carefully, he quickly mastered the technique of removing the little dress. An hour later, Ji Boda leaned against the headboard, lighting a cigarette for himself, his brows furrowed, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Woo-woo! Su Yao lay beside Ji Boda, her eyes red. She was clutching a corner of the blanket, constantly wiping her tears, and soft sobs escaped her lips. Little Splash, how could you be a first-timer? Ji Boda sighed softly, lifted the blanket, and saw a bright red plum blossom mark on the pristine sheets. Upon hearing this, Suyao immediately stopped crying. She turned her head, staring intently at Jibota's profile, and said fiercely, "Jibota, what do you mean? How could I not be a first-timer?" Silence. Jibota bit his lip, unsure of what to say for a long time. He never expected that someone like Suyao, a 24K pure gold digger, would still be a first-timer. This was a bit troublesome. Not easy to handle. Headache. Jibota, do you not want to take responsibility? At that moment, Suyao's voice floated over again, making Jibota feel even more overwhelmed. After a moment, Jibota suddenly picked up his phone, gritted his teeth, and said to Suyao, "Little Splash, just name your price, how much do you want?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Suyao immediately exploded. She glared at Jibota, furious, and said, "Jibota, what do you take me for? A gold digger? I have kept my body intact all this time because I want to give the cleanest and most perfect version of myself to the future husband who will love, cherish, and spoil me. You took away the most important thing from me, and now you only want to compensate me with some money to keep the peace? Are you even a man? Do you have any sense of responsibility as a man?" Listening to Suyao's incessant tirade and watching her growing agitation, Jibota couldn't help but twitch his eyelids slightly, a mocking expression appearing on his face. "Stop pretending, if you're not tired, I'm already annoyed." As soon as Jibota said this, Suyao was momentarily stunned, and then her emotions became even more agitated. "Jibota, you bastard. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Let me tell you, if you don't give me an explanation today." Before Suyao could finish her sentence, Jibota pulled her into his arms and then slapped her hard 3 times on her backside. Smack! 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 After the 3 crisp sounds, Suyao indeed shut her mouth in shock. However, she curled up in Jibota's embrace, trembling, her brows furrowed, tears in her eyes, and a look of grievance on her face. "What kind of explanation do you want from me?" Seeing that Suyao had calmed down, Jibota finally spoke to her in a calm manner. "I want you to marry me." Suyao immediately made an outrageous request without thinking. "No!" Jibota rejected her request without hesitation. "Why?" "Because I have no intention of getting married in this lifetime." Aside from this request, I can agree to everything else." Silence. The room suddenly fell quiet. Jibota said nothing, only slightly raised his head, seemingly staring blankly at the ceiling above. Suyao continued to curl up in Jibota's arms, but her eyes were darting around, as if calculating something. After a moment, Suyao cautiously asked, "Jibota, is it because you still have feelings for Lu Ruyan that you won't marry me?" "Ha!" Jibota let out a cold laugh and said, "I have a serious mental cleanliness obsession. A good horse doesn't turn back to eat the grass it has already passed. I will absolutely never touch a dirty woman again." Upon hearing this, Suyao's eyes immediately lit up. She suddenly hugged Jibota and said affectionately, "Jibota, I am not Lu Ruyan. I won't be fickle, nor will I be promiscuous. Since you are my first man, I will only be loyal to you for the rest of my life and will never betray you. Look, I have given you the most precious first time of a woman, shouldn't you be responsible for me?" Suyao deliberately used a gentle voice and a pitiful demeanor to coax Jibota, seemingly determined to marry him. However, Jibota was not buying it. He thought for a moment and said, "Little Splash, I now give you 2 choices. First, you can be my girlfriend, and I will support you in the future. As long as you behave, I can try to meet all your material needs. But, let me be clear, I will definitely not have only you as my girlfriend. Second, I will give you a large sum of money as compensation, and from then on, we will cut ties and owe each other nothing. Choose one, there is no third option, you decide." Late at night, the city lights and starlight reflected each other, painting a dreamlike night scene. In the presidential suite, Suyao's sobs continued. But after crying for a long time, her eyes nearly swollen, Jibota remained indifferent, as if he was determined not to pay her any attention. "Jibota, you are such a scumbag." Perhaps seeing that this tactic was ineffective against Jibota, Suyao simply stopped pretending and glared at him angrily. If looks could kill, Jibota would have been tortured to death by her hundreds of times by now. "You can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your good friend Lu Ruyan." Jibota chuckled and said, "It's her who made me realize that love is the cheapest thing, and sincerity is worth even less. Moreover, there was never any emotional foundation between us. You want my money, and I want your looks, we both get what we need, it's just a transaction. Even if I give you a marriage contract, as long as I don't want to spend money on you, you won't get a single benefit from me. On the contrary, if you become my lover or girlfriend, and you are obedient and don't make me angry, then I can spend money on you generously." "Money? Do you want it?" "If you don't want it, there are plenty of women outside lining up for it." Silence. The room fell silent. Jibota's lengthy monologue, though filled with twisted logic, left Suyao speechless. She bit her lip tightly, her long eyelashes trembling, her face filled with complex expressions. After a while, Suyao suddenly sighed lightly and said with a face full of resentment, "Jibota, considering that I gave you my first time, can you agree to 2 of my requests?" "What requests? You can tell me." Jibota squinted slightly, looking at Suyao with a half-smile. "First, if one day you regret it and want to find a woman to marry and start a family, you can't marry anyone else, you can only marry me. In other words, I want to be your only candidate for a wife." Put. As soon as Suyao said this, Jibota almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. "A candidate for a wife? Can it be played like this? What on earth is this little splasher thinking?" However, Jibota was only slightly stunned, then stroked his chin and said, "If that day really comes, I will consider you." "I don't want you to consider, I want you to agree." Suyao raised her eyebrows, glaring at him with a fierce expression, clearly very dissatisfied with Jibota's answer. "Alright, I can agree to this request." Hearing Jibota's affirmative answer, Suyao finally broke into a radiant smile. Next, Suyao tidied her hair by her cheek and said seriously, "Second, I want to be your official girlfriend. I also allow you to have other women outside, but, no matter how many women you have outside in the future, they can only be considered as mistresses. As long as I am alive, they will always be concubines." Put. Jibota almost spat out another mouthful of old blood. He felt like his thoughts couldn't keep up with Suyao's rhythm at all. "Do you think this is a palace drama? As long as I am alive, you will always be concubines? Do you really think of yourself as the queen?" However, Suyao's 2 requests seemed to have no impact on Jibota at all. First of all, Jibota would absolutely never get married, so Suyao would have no chance to marry him. Then, whether the girlfriend is official or a mistress might be very important to Suyao, but it was completely unimportant to Jibota. "Okay, I can agree to these 2 requests." Jibota nodded, then added, "But I also have a request for you." "What request?" Suyao blinked, looking at Jibota with curiosity. "Loyalty." Jibota slowly uttered these 2 words, then squinted his eyes and said in a low voice, "Little splasher, if one day you betray me, I won't give you any chance, I will kill you with my own hands." "Ah?" Suyao was immediately startled, her body involuntarily shivering. Just now, she clearly saw a flash of cold killing intent in Jibota's eyes. That's right, it was killing intent. She had no doubt about the truth of Jibota's words. It felt as if a voice in her heart was constantly warning her not to test Jibota's bottom line. If she truly betrayed him, Jibota would undoubtedly kill her without hesitation. "Husband," Suyao suddenly used a coy tone. She clung tightly to Jibota, her face showing a weak and pitiful expression. "In this life, I am yours in life and yours in death. You can rest assured, I will never betray you." "Hee, remember what you said tonight?" Jibota replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, then turned over and got out of bed, heading straight for the bathroom. "Husband, where are you going?" Suyao panicked when she saw Jibota suddenly get out of bed and hurriedly struggled to get up. "I'm going to take a shower, do you want to join?" Jibota stopped and turned around, giving Suyao a mischievous look. At that moment, Suyao was momentarily stunned. It was one thing for Jibota to stay in bed, but now that he was up, his strong body was fully displayed before her. His tan skin glistened under the light, radiating an alluring sheen. His well-proportioned muscles, the powerful build of his waist, and the outline of his 8-pack abs and V-line all captivated Suyao deeply. But that wasn't the main point. Jibota also had a face so handsome that it left all women breathless. A perfect little wolf dog. He was simply a walking hormone, an arsonist of the heart, a jade-like figure among men, unmatched in the world. "Husband, wait for me." Suyao instantly threw away all her reservations, quickly threw off the covers, and then awkwardly jumped out of bed. However, before Suyao could steady herself, Jibota swiftly approached her and scooped her up in a princess carry. "Little Splash, you're not feeling well, so let daddy carry you." Jibota's warm breath brushed against Suyao's ear, instantly turning her little ears red. Suyao shyly nodded, holding Jibota even tighter. As for Jibota's stubborn nickname for her, Little Splash, Suyao found herself less resistant to it, even feeling a bit delighted. "Little Splash. How endearing. Jibota only calls me Little Splash, a unique title just for me. This proves that I hold a special place in Jibota's heart. Anyway, from now on, I will be Jibota's Little Splash, and no other woman can claim that title. Whoever dares to take it, I will be furious." Midnight. In the presidential suite. Exhausted, Suyao was so tired that she didn't even have the strength to move a finger, her whole body like a puddle of mud, lazily curled up in Jibota's arms, and finally fell into a deep sleep. Jibota gently stroked Suyao's hair, wiped away the few tears at the corners of her eyes, and then carefully pulled his arm out from under her neck. Perhaps it was because he had slept for 6 hours during the day, or perhaps the genetic serum had completely transformed his body, but at this moment, Jibota was full of energy, with not a hint of sleepiness. Swish! Jibota stared blankly for a moment, then picked up the phone that had been thrown on the bedside table and boredly opened WeChat Moments. Tap tap tap. Flipping through WeChat Moments casually, Jibota found that Su Yao had posted many updates. The first one showed Su Yao flaunting the exterior of a Ferrari LaFerrari. The second one showcased the interior of the Ferrari LaFerrari. The third one displayed a seafood feast at the Royal Dynasty revolving restaurant. Article 4, Su Yao is flaunting a bottle of Lafite red wine worth 300,000, accompanied by the caption, "There's meat on the table, wine in the cup, the moon in the sky, and he is by my side." Article 5, Su Yao is showing off the presidential suite at the Royal Dynasty Hotel. Upon seeing this, Jibota couldn't help but chuckle softly. The vanity of this little show-off is truly strong. She must be dying to announce to the world about her date with Jibota last night, even wanting to label herself as the girlfriend of a wealthy man. However, when Su Yao posted these photos, it was clear she still had some reservations, as none of the photos showed Jibota's face. Perhaps she was worried it would anger him? After all, posting his photos without his permission could annoy Jibota, and where would she go to cling to her wealthy brother then? Suddenly, a new update in Jibota's friend circle caught his attention. It was posted by Lu Ruyan. The image showed a man and a woman lying on a hotel bed, closely nestled together, both displaying tired yet sweet smiles. Although they were covered by a blanket, their shoulders and arms were exposed, and with the messy sheets around them, it was obvious to anyone that these two had just engaged in an intense battle. Indeed, the two were Yang Fan and Lu Ruyan. Moreover, the caption for this update read, "After going around in circles, I ended up with you. I hope we can be happy together for the rest of our lives." Although it was now 1 a.m., many comments quickly appeared under this post. "You Lily, Ruyan, how did you end up with Yang Fan?" Lin Qingxue, Ruyan, did you break up with Jibota? Luli, Ruyan, I heard you were about to marry Jibota, how did you suddenly get together with Yang Fan? Tangro, oh my god. What happened? What's going on now? Lu Ruyan, unified reply, thank you for your concern. I have broken up with Jibota, and now Yang Fan is my boyfriend. I hope everyone can bless us. He. Upon reading this, Jibota couldn't help but sneer. Lu Ruyan had just broken up with him in the morning and couldn't wait to climb into Yang Fan's bed by night, even announcing it on WeChat Moments at midnight. This is seamless transition skills, too strong. Incredible. Jibota did not comment on Lu Ruyan's post. Instead, he put down his phone and used his mind to open the main page of the lottery system. Lucky draw big wheel, draw chances, 3, item slot, empty. According to the rules of the lottery system, as soon as midnight passes, the 3 draw chances for the next day refresh immediately. Now it was around 1 a.m., so Jibota naturally received 3 new draw chances. Looking at the lucky big wheel in his view, Jibota clicked the draw button with his mind, and the pointer on the wheel began to spin. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The red pointer spun rapidly in a clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, it gradually slowed down. Finally, with a soft click, the pointer stopped steadily in a section marked with a cartoon gold coin. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained a villa. Swish! Suddenly, a file bag appeared in Jibota's hand. Inside was a red property certificate. Jibota took out the property certificate and casually flipped it open, revealing his name and the specific address of the villa. No. 1, Phoenix Villa, Yuhu District, Shilan City. Wow! It's actually a villa in Phoenix Villa. Phoenix Villa is a well-known affluent residential area in Shilan City, and it is rumored that the cheapest villa there costs over 100 million. Moreover, Jibota had drawn the number 1 villa, which was the king of villas at Phoenix Mountain Villa. Its value had multiplied several times. No more words needed. Brother Tonzi, please accept my bow. You are truly amazing. Swish! Jibota casually tossed the file bag aside, then used his mind to click the lottery button again. The pointer on the spinning wheel began to turn once more. 3 seconds later, the pointer made a big circle, slowly passing through the gold coin area, and finally came to a steady stop in the card area. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a dog liquor card. Swish! Suddenly, a card popped up from the spinning wheel, seemingly depicting a pug holding a meat bone, and then this card was collected into the system's item inventory. What is this? Dog liquor card? What use is this thing? Jibota quickly opened the system's item inventory with his mind and soon found this card in his backpack. Dog liquor card. After using this card, actively giving money, transferring funds, or spending on women can yield a random 2 to 100 times return. Note, this card can only be used once. Damn. This is called a dog licker card? Brother Tonzi, do you have some misunderstanding about the term dog licker? A dog licker gives unconditionally without any return. And this card, spending money on women can randomly yield a 2 to 100 times return. How can it be called a dog licker card? Brother Tonzi, you are insulting dog lickers too much. Smack. Without any hesitation, Jibota immediately threw off the covers and slapped Su Yao on her rear. Ah, what happened? What's going on? Did a thief break in? Su Yao, who was attacked, immediately woke up from her dream. She opened her hazy eyes and sat up with a whoosh, her face filled with a nervous expression. Little Splash, what's your card number? Ha? Quickly tell me your card number, Dad is ready to transfer you some pocket money. Ha? What ha? Do you want the money or not? Yes. Looking at Su Yao, who was confused yet instinctively nodding, Jibota thought for a moment and did not use the dog licker card on the spot. Swish. Jibota opened the front camera of his phone and pulled Su Yao into his arms, saying, Little Splash, let's take a few photos together first, I want to announce it on WeChat Moments. Ha? Su Yao was slightly taken aback at his words, and then a look of wild joy flashed across her face. Jibota wants to announce it on WeChat Moments? Jibota wants to publicly declare our relationship as a couple? That's great. Without any hesitation, Su Yao immediately hugged Jibota tightly and cooperated with him, taking more than 10 intimate photos in one go. Although they were lying on the hotel bed without any clothes on, Jibota would definitely not let Su Yao expose anything. Sometimes, being half-covered is more enticing than being completely honest. Tap tap tap. Jibota carefully selected a few photos and posted them on WeChat Moments, along with a caption, after going around in circles, I still ended up with you, hoping we can be happy for a long time in the future. That's right. Jibota's caption was exactly the same as Lu Ruyan's, word for word. Lu Ruyan even posted bed photos on WeChat Moments, not caring at all about Jibota's feelings as her ex-boyfriend, which could be seen as deliberately trampling on Jibota's dignity. So, how could Jibota tolerate this? Damn! Lu Ruyan, you little brat! Do you think you are the only one who can post on Moments? Look at Su Yao, the campus beauty of Shillong University. She is prettier than you, has a hotter figure, and is still pure. What can you compare to her? Without you, I will only live more freely. Swish! After posting that moment, Jibota immediately exited WeChat and opened the mobile banking app. He checked the balance of his bank card, which still had 8,878,304.48 yuan left. Used the dog licker card. Jibota silently chanted in his heart, and the next second, the dog licker card stored in the system's item bar transformed into a stream of light and disappeared. Ding! The host has successfully used a dog licker card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a one-time dog licker buff. Suddenly, a small buff icon appeared in the upper right corner of Jibota's vision. As he shifted his gaze to this icon, a line of description immediately popped up before him. Dog licker buff, one-time sending money, transferring, or spending on women can randomly yield a rebate of 2 to 100. Tap tap tap. Without any hesitation, Jibota immediately transferred 8,878,300 yuan directly to Su Yao's bank card. The reason he left 48 yuan and didn't transfer all the money was due to the concern that the bank card balance might be insufficient, which could lead to a failed transfer. After all, caution makes for a safe journey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the dog licker buff, receiving a 66-fold rebate. Just as Jibota completed the transfer, the system's prompt sounded in his ears. Wow! A 66-fold rebate? Does that mean I just transferred over 8 million to Su Yao? And in the blink of an eye, I could receive over 500 million in return? Ding ding! While Jibota was still in a daze, his phone vibrated slightly, receiving a transfer message from the bank. Lunghwa Bank, your account ending in 5418 completed a transfer transaction of 585,967,800. 00 Xiaogua currency on July 8 at 1:30, balance 585,967,804.48. Holy crap! Over 580 million, and it was credited instantly. Brother Tonzi is really powerful. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Heavens! Over 8 million? Hubby, why did you transfer so much money to me? It seems Su Yao had received the bank's transfer message, and she was holding her phone, counting it 3 times, her face quickly revealing a look of shock and ecstasy. Wow! Before Jibota could say anything, Su Yao pounced over, hugged him, and then gave him a hard kiss on the cheek. Alright, it's just over 8 million. Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. Don't embarrass me when we go out in the future. Jibota rolled his eyes, pushed Suyao away, then got out of bed and put on a silk nightgown from the hotel. Hubby, where are you going? I'm going to the balcony to smoke a cigarette. You keep sleeping, don't mind me. Oh, then I'll wait for you to come back. Wait for me to come back for what? Hubby, I want to cuddle with you while sleeping. On the balcony, Jibota lay back on the lounge chair and pulled out a cigarette to put in his mouth. He had already done 2 draws earlier, and he still had 1 draw opportunity left today. He planned to use this last chance as well. Swish! He opened the lottery system's main page again, looking at the lucky wheel in his view, and a smile curved at the corner of Jibota's mouth. Brother Tonzi, give me a big prize. Jibota took a deep drag of his cigarette, then focused his mind and clicked the lottery button with his thoughts. Swish swish swish. The pointer on the wheel spun rapidly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Under Jibota's nervous gaze, the pointer made a big circle, slowed down, and then passed through the gold area, slowly heading towards the remaining 4 areas. Hey, this looks promising. At least it should land on a reward above bottle. Swish swish swish. In Jibota's expectant gaze, the pointer first passed through the card area, then slowly moved through the bottle area, finally inching towards the book area. It seemed the pointer was heading for the last question mark area. Come on, just a little bit further. Don't stop. Jibota couldn't help but shout in his heart. However, after the pointer slowly moved a distance, it suddenly seemed to lose power and finally stopped with a clack at the books area. That's right. The pointer stopped at the edge of the books area, just a hair's breadth away from the final question mark area. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a skill book. At that moment, a book popped up on the lucky wheel, somewhat resembling a martial arts manual from a wuxia film, with a few words seemingly written on the cover. However, before Jibota could clearly see the words on the cover, the skill book was automatically stored in the system's item bar. Open the system item bar. A strong curiosity compelled Jibota to eagerly open the item bar. Soon, he saw this mysterious skill book in his backpack. Mastery of Combat, skill book. After using this skill book, you can automatically comprehend various combat skills, instantly becoming a master-level fighter. Wow! This is the reward from the books area? A skill book that can be learned instantly? Brother Tonzi, you are too awesome. Jibota's hands suddenly clenched into fists, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and his face was filled with excitement. As a man, who hasn't dreamed of being a martial artist in their youth? Once dreaming of wielding a sword and traveling the world, witnessing its splendor, the youthful heart is always a bit reckless, and now I roam the world. Brother Tonzi, I want to use this skill book. Without any hesitation, Jibota immediately used the skill book. Swish! The skill book instantly transformed into a stream of light and disappeared, followed by a wave of unfamiliar memories flooding into his mind. Combat is a type of martial art aimed at defeating and subduing opponents, derived from martial arts. Combat is the aesthetic of violence that combines strength, wisdom, technique, and endurance. Combat can generally be divided into types such as boxing, mixed martial arts, free fighting, traditional martial arts, confrontation, and grappling. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to pass slowly, or perhaps it was just a fleeting moment. Once Jibota fully digested this memory, his gaze underwent a dramatic transformation. It became exceptionally sharp, even shooting out 2 beams of cold light as if they were tangible. This feeling was like a peerless master in a movie, whose mere gaze could instill fear in enemies, making their legs weak. Crack, crack, crack. Jibota casually clenched his fists, and the knuckles immediately made several crisp sounds. Huff, huff. He randomly threw 2 punches into the air. The sound of his fists breaking through the air startled even him. Just as Jibota was about to stand up, stretch his muscles, and practice a set of punches on the balcony, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind him. Then, a fragrant breeze wafted in. The next morning, Jibota was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt a tickling sensation on his face, as if ants were crawling over it. Swish! Jibota reached out to scratch his face, then turned over and continued to sleep. However, not long after, the tickling sensation returned to his face. Jibota opened his sleepy eyes, and to his surprise, the first thing he saw was a charming and enchanting face. Suyao! She was smiling, holding a strand of her hair, and scratching Jibota's face. Perhaps seeing Jibota open his eyes, Suyao finally couldn't help but let out a giggle, then leaned down and quickly kissed Jibota's cheek. What are you doing? Yawn. Jibota let out a big yawn, glared at Suyao in dissatisfaction, and then closed his eyes, ready to continue sleeping. Hubby, I'm hungry. Call butler by yourself and have her bring breakfast to the room. Hubby, get up and eat breakfast with me. Get lost. Don't disturb my sleep. Bota had a bad case of morning grumpiness. He hated it when others interrupted his sleep, especially when they dragged him out of bed while he was sleeping soundly. Seeing Bota getting angry, Suyao was immediately scared into silence, not daring to disturb him any further. Time passed second by second. Bota didn't know how long he had been asleep. Anyway, he was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt his arm being gently shaken twice. Hubby, hubby. Suyao's voice came again, and Bota was instantly annoyed. Just as he was about to curse, Suyao's voice floated over again. Hubby, my group of girlfriends insists on taking me shopping today. But I don't want to squeeze into the subway or the bus. Dear hubby, can you lend me the car for a bit? Bota suddenly opened his eyes and immediately saw Suyao, who was already dressed and had put on exquisite makeup. Your group of girlfriends? The 7 fairies of Shillong University? A group of stunning beauties instantly appeared in Bota's mind. Suyao had been voted the campus belle of Shillong University. However, besides Suyao, there were 6 other beautiful women who made it onto the candidate list for the title. Because Suyao had a beauty mark at the corner of her right eye, giving her a soft and charming look, she ultimately won by a narrow margin against the other 6 beauties, becoming the campus belle of Shillong University. However, it was some bored LSP who gave these 7 beauties a catchy nickname, the 7 fairies of Shillong University. Since then, Suyao's title as campus belle had somewhat diminished, while the name of the 7 fairies became even more renowned. That's right. Suyao's group of girlfriends consisted of only 7 people, precisely the famous 7 fairies of Shillong University. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Bota had the WeChat contacts of each of the 7 fairies of Shillong University, thanks to Lu Ruyan. Little splash, if I bring home all 6 of the 7 fairies of Shillong University, except for Lu Ruyan, what do you think Lu Ruyan's expression would be? As soon as Bota said this, Suyao was instantly stunned. She widened her eyes, opened her mouth, and looked at Bota in shock, her lips trembling several times, but she couldn't say a word. What's wrong? What kind of expression is that? Bota stretched lazily, then lay on his side in bed, looking at Suyao, who was standing by the bed, with great interest. Hubby, are you joking with me? Suyao's face looked a bit ugly, her voice trembling, and her tone seemed to carry a hint of grievance. Little splash, I have a task for you now. Bota got up from the bed and said seriously to Suyao, I want you to do whatever it takes. Think of every possible way to bring your group of girlfriends over to be my girlfriends. Ha? Suyao was instantly dumbfounded. She bit her lip tightly, her face gradually turning red, and her beautiful eyes shot out 2 flames of anger, as if on the verge of exploding. However, Bota's next sentence left her stunned again. Bring one over successfully, and I'll give you 10 million. If you bring all 5 over, not only will I give you 50 million, but I can also give you that Ferrari LaFerrari. So, do we have a deal? Silence. The bedroom was completely quiet. Suyao stood there in a daze, her face filled with shock, seemingly frightened by the price offered by Bota. After a little while, Suyao suddenly bit her lip and cautiously asked, hubby, you're not joking with me, right? Bota rolled his eyes and replied, do I look like I'm joking? Suyao, if I succeed, you'll give me 10 million? Bota, Suyao, if I catch them all, you'll give me 50 million, plus a Ferrari LaFerrari? Bota, Hubby, just wait for my good news. Yao will definitely not disappoint you. Go for it, little splash. I believe in you. Hubby, can I take the Ferrari LaFerrari? Go ahead. Suyao happily left the house. Bota lay back down in bed, ready to take a nap. Just thinking about Suyao's eager expression made the corners of his mouth involuntarily lift. What's wrong with a gold digger? As long as her material needs are met, she can be completely obedient, and her emotional value is directly maximized. Although Lu Ruyan is also a gold digger, she's dirty. Bota has a serious mental cleanliness obsession. You can be materialistic, vain, petty, or willful, but you must be clean. Once you're dirty, even if you're a fairy from the heavens, Bota will absolutely not touch you. Ding ding ding. Just as Bota had just lain down, a sudden urgent ringtone interrupted his sweet dreams. Damn! Which bastard? Doesn't he know that disturbing someone's sleep is very immoral? Swish! Bota reached out from under the covers and fumbled on the bedside table to grab his phone. Caller ID, Lu Ruyan. Upon seeing his ex-girlfriend's name, Bota's eyelids twitched slightly, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Hello? As soon as Bota answered the call, Lu Ruyan's frantic voice came through. Bota, you bastard. I ask you, who were you with last night? What did you do? Lu Ruyan, are you out of your mind? Who I'm with is none of your business. Bota, you dare to yell at me? Who gave you the guts? I ask you, did you go to a hotel with Suyao last night? Lu Ruyan, you really are sick. We've already broken up. Who I go to a hotel with is none of your damn business. G Boda. Slap. G Boda decisively hung up the phone, then blacklisted and deleted Lu Ruyan's number, and also blacklisted and deleted her WeChat. Feeling it wasn't enough, G Boda thought for a moment and then blacklisted and deleted all of Lu Ruyan's contact information, even changing the login password for her iQIYI app account. Since they had already broken up, it had to be a clean break. Dragging things out and being indecisive is not G Boda's style. As the saying goes, a good horse doesn't eat the grass it once grazed. A dirty woman is absolutely not something G Boda will touch again. Royal International Hotel. Presidential Suite. After blacklisting and deleting all of Lu Ruyan's contact information, G Boda casually opened his WeChat. It was only at this moment that he realized his moments had exploded. The post G Boda made last night had received countless likes, and the comments section had reached 99 plus. Lu Gang, wow. G Boda, you're something. You actually got together with the campus beauty from Tsu University? Li Chang, G Boda, weren't you planning to marry Lu Ruyan recently? How did you suddenly get together with the campus beauty from Tsu University? Yang Tao, wow. The campus beauty from Tsu University has an amazing figure. G Boda, you lucky guy. Zhao Wenba, Lu Ruyan just announced she's with Yang Fan, and G Boda immediately announced he's with Su Yao. I just woke up today and got hit with such a big scoop. My head is still buzzing. Somehow, everyone, quickly check Su's social media. It turns out G Boda is a hidden rich second generation. Most of the comments in the section are from G Boda's university classmates. Many of them are mutual friends of G Boda, Lu Ruyan, and Su Yao. G Boda and Lu Ruyan had been together for 3 years and were preparing to get married soon, a fact known to many university classmates. However, last night, Lu Ruyan posted a social media update, followed closely by G Boda's own update, which not only set both their circles ablaze but also exploded the quiet class group that had been dormant for 3 years. Swipe. G Boda curiously scrolled through his WeChat moments and quickly saw that Su Yao had also posted an update last night. Su Yao posted a total of 9 photos. There was one of G Boda driving a Ferrari LaFerrari with her in the passenger seat. Another showed G Boda getting out of the car, greeted by the hotel butler by Chanchan. There was a photo of G Boda at the dining table, toasting with Su Yao. One captured G Boda entering the presidential suite, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window admiring the night view. And there was a close-up of G Boda and Su Yao lying on the hotel bed, cuddling and embracing. In addition, Su Yao included a caption for the announcement. Mr. John, please take care of me for the rest of my life, emoji, shy, emoji, shy, emoji, shy. Of course, Su Yao's post received countless likes and comments from friends, especially from her close girlfriends, 5 of the 7 fairies from Shilan University, who were the most enthusiastic in the comments. Since G Boda had already blocked and deleted Lu Ruyan on WeChat, he naturally couldn't see her comments. However, one could easily guess that Lu Ruyan must have looked furious. Swipe, swipe, swipe. G Boda quickly skimmed through the comments, finding them somewhat dull, so he exited WeChat and put his phone on silent. After doing all this, G Boda lay down on the more than 3-meter wide bed, hugging a pillow and falling back into a deep sleep. He hadn't slept in late for 3 years. This time, he had to make up for all the late sleeps he had missed over the past 3 years. On the other side, Su Yao was driving the Ferrari LaFerrari, speeding down the road. All the way, Su Yao felt exceptionally joyful. No matter where she went, she became the center of attention, attracting countless gazes from passers-by. Wow, what a handsome sports car, what a beautiful girl. Look over there, a Ferrari LaFerrari. The girl driving is actually a stunning beauty. Miss, can I add you on WeChat? Miss, I'm 18 this year, 180 centimeters tall, with an 8-pack, I love sports, and my stamina and explosiveness are top-notch. Sister, do you need a younger brother? I can be your little pet. As soon as Su Yao parked the Ferrari LaFerrari near a square, several bold men immediately approached to flirt. However, Su Yao raised her eyebrows, her expression instantly turning icy, radiating an aura that kept people at bay, and she rejected all of them. Watching the dejected figures of those men leave, a hint of mockery and disdain appeared on Su Yao's face. A bunch of poor losers dared to have designs on her? They should take a good look at themselves. With their looks, they couldn't even compare to a single toe of G Boda. My eyes are not blind yet. Why would I choose you poor losers who dream of living off others instead of my rich brother? Bah! Get away from me! Don't dirty my eyes. Su Yao was once the proud campus beauty, accustomed to being pursued and used to rejecting others' advances. So, no matter which man approached her, Su Yao would coldly say get lost, a simple, direct, and brutal rejection of these clueless fools. Tap tap tap. Next, Su Yao walked in a natural catwalk, a confident smile on her face, head held high, striding into a nearby cafe. Yao Yao, you're here? As soon as Su Yao entered the cafe, she saw her group of girlfriends gathered around a table by the window, all waving at her. Sorry, I got caught in traffic, Su Yao smiled as she walked over. As soon as she sat down, she sensed two icy glares directed at her from across the table. Looking up, Su Yao couldn't help but smile. The woman sitting directly opposite her was none other than Lu Ruyan. Yao Yao, is that Ferrari LaFerrari at the door really G Boda's? When did G Boda become so rich? Yao Yao, are you really with G Boda? Yao Yao, did G Boda really take you out for a big meal last night? Did you two really stay in the presidential suite of the Royal International Hotel for a night? Facing her friend's barrage of questions, Su Yao casually brushed them off and called over a cafe waitress. Excuse me, miss, what coffee would you like? The waitress quickly approached Su Yao, respectfully handing her the menu. Su Yao opened the menu and casually ordered a cup of coffee. When she returned the menu to the waitress, Su Yao suddenly pulled out a bank card from her bag and smiled at the waitress, saying, "Today, I'll cover the entire bill for everyone here." Wow! Yao Yao, you actually started showing off in front of us? Yao Yao, the show-off is just too low. How much did G Boda give you? How could this proud campus beauty willingly climb into his bed? Tisk tsk. Money really makes one bold. Yao Yao, honestly, is G Boda really a hidden super rich second generation? Yeah, tell us quickly, how did G Boda suddenly become so wealthy? Not only were Su Yao's friends curious, but even Lu Ruyan was very curious. Who G Boda was, Lu Ruyan thought no one knew better than her. They had been together for 3 years, and G Boda worked hard delivering takeout every day, earning no more than 20,000 a month at most. Moreover, G Boda would hand over his entire salary to her, keeping only a few hundred for living expenses. Lu Ruyan never wanted to believe that G Boda, who struggled at the bottom of society, exhausting himself like a beast, could be a hidden super rich second generation. How could that be? What kind of super rich second generation would demean themselves like this? That would be completely insane. So, when her friends questioned Su Yao, Lu Ruyan bit her lip, her hands clenched into fists, her eyes fixed on Su Yao without blinking. She seemed to be hoping to hear from Su Yao that G Boda was not some rich second generation, that this was all just a joke between Su Yao and G Boda. However, reality slapped Lu Ruyan hard in the face. In fact, G Boda is not an orphan, he has a grandfather who does business overseas, and his grandfather is a super rich tycoon. The moment Su Yao revealed the truth, Lu Ruyan's face instantly turned pale, and she froze in place, her mind buzzing, completely losing the ability to think. How could this be? Is G Boda really a super rich second generation? Did I just miss out on this immense wealth? No, I don't believe it. This is all fake. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? I just broke up with G Boda, and he immediately transforms into a super rich second generation. Even dramas wouldn't dare to portray this. This must be a scheme between G Boda and Su Yao to deceive everyone. It has to be this way. At the Royal International Hotel, Presidential Suite, G Boda, who had slept until he naturally woke up, climbed out of bed, stretched widely, feeling incredibly relaxed all over. One word, refreshing. Swish. G Boda picked up his phone to check the time, only to find it was almost noon. Besides that, there were dozens of missed calls on his phone. He casually scrolled through the missed calls. G Boda then realized that in just a short morning, his phone had nearly exploded with calls. Most of these missed calls were from his university classmates, along with a few unfamiliar numbers. Especially one number ending in 5438, which had called G Boda over 20 times. Just then, G Boda received another call, and it was from that number ending in 5438. Since G Boda had set his phone to silent, there was no vibration or ringtone, he could only see the incoming call by looking at the screen. Swish! G Boda casually pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear. G Boda, you finally answered my call. Before G Boda could say anything, a very familiar female voice came through the phone. Damn! Lu Ruyan! So it was you calling from this 5438 number. G Boda's expression turned cold. The good mood he had just gained from a good sleep was completely ruined by this call. G Boda, where are you? I think there must be some misunderstanding between us, so, can I meet you? Let's sit down and talk calmly, okay? This time, Lu Ruyan didn't yell at G Boda. Instead, she lowered her tone, speaking very gently, as if she were afraid of upsetting him. Damn it! A person is just a person. G Boda had been with Lu Ruyan for 3 whole years, and she had always treated him like a servant, rarely showing him any kindness. Now, G Boda had money in his pocket. He drove luxury cars, stayed in presidential suites, enjoyed lavish meals, drank red wine worth 300,000 a bottle, took the former campus beauty Suyao to bed, and even generously gave Suyao over 8 million in pocket money. Lu Ruyan was clearly envious. Ji Boda had thought Lu Ruyan was naturally aloof, cold to everyone. Now it seemed that it wasn't that Lu Ruyan wasn't gentle, it was that she didn't think Ji Boda was worth her gentleness. Lu Ruyan, we have broken up. You have a new boyfriend, and I have a new girlfriend. I think there's nothing left for us to talk about. Ji Boda's tone was very flat, as if he were speaking to a stranger, neither happy nor sad, completely unperturbed. No! A sudden scream came from the other end of the line, and Lu Ruyan's tone became urgent. Ji Boda, it's not like that, please let me explain, okay? Explain? Ji Boda suddenly laughed, his tone laced with sarcasm as he said, Lu Ruyan, please understand one thing, we have broken up. You were the one who brought up the breakup. We have no relationship anymore, you don't need to explain anything to me, and I don't want to hear your explanations. Silence. On the other end of the phone, Lu Ruyan was quiet for a moment before suddenly asking, Ji Boda, we were together for 3 whole years, 3 years of feelings, and you can really just let it go like that? Come on. For the past 3 years, I've been the only one giving, while you just enjoyed what I gave you, never loving me at all. Lu Ruyan, don't you feel ashamed saying these things now? Ji Boda, I'm sorry, I accept your apology, but I will never forgive you, because you are nothing but a complete jerk. You, Lu Ruyan, don't call me again, I'm afraid Yaya will get jealous, after all, she is my girlfriend now. Bang! After Ji Boda finished his last sentence, he immediately hung up the phone. Damn it! Jerks are everywhere, but this year there are especially many. If it weren't for Ji Boda's wealth, would Lu Ruyan be so humble in speaking to him? If it weren't for Ji Boda's wealth, would Lu Ruyan, who has already thrown herself into Yan Fan's arms, come back to find him? 3 years of selfless devotion couldn't keep Lu Ruyan's heart. Now that he has money, her heart comes back? Since he can buy a woman's heart with money, why not choose a beautiful, well-shaped, clean, gentle, considerate, and obedient woman? Why pick up this worn-out shoe, Lu Ruyan? Swish! Ji Boda threw his phone aside, then turned over and stretched out a big lazy stretch. Feeling a bit thirsty, Ji Boda, wearing only a pair of shorts, walked over to open the bedroom door without even putting on a robe. Creak! As the door opened, Ji Boda stepped outside, but the next second, he caught a glimpse of someone standing in the living room out of the corner of his eye. Swish! Ji Boda suddenly turned his head, and a mature, curvy figure immediately came into his view. Mr. Zhang, you're up? Bai Qianqian stood awkwardly in the living room, her hands crossed in front of her, and she slightly bowed to Ji Boda. However, when her gaze swept over Ji Boda, her pretty face immediately flushed slightly, and her eyes seemed to flash with a hint of shyness. What the? Ji Boda exclaimed exaggeratedly, then covered his body and took a step back into the bedroom, slamming the door shut with a bang. Bai Qianqian. A few minutes later, the bedroom door opened again, and Ji Boda came out wearing a bathrobe. Seeing this scene, Bai Qianqian immediately stepped forward to explain, Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Ms. Su instructed me this morning to make sure to wake you up before noon and then supervise you for lunch. I was just about to wake you up, but I heard you on the phone in the bedroom, so I waited in the living room for a while. I didn't expect this to happen, I'm really sorry. Bai Qianqian bowed to Ji Boda again, looking a bit nervous, her pretty face still showing a hint of redness. Although Bai Qianqian had only glanced at him, Ji Boda's well-defined muscles, V-shaped back, toned waist, 8-pack abs, and the impressive assets that couldn't be hidden by his shorts all flashed before her eyes. Bai Qianqian could swear that Ji Boda was the most handsome and best-built little wolf dog she had ever seen in her life. Even this old aunt who has been married couldn't help but feel a little moved. If a young girl had seen that scene just now, she would definitely have let out a surprised scream. It's okay, Ji Boda waved his hand nonchalantly, then added, fortunately, I'm wearing a pair of shorts, otherwise, it would have looked like I was being a rogue in front of you. Ji Boda was not joking. The laws of Longwo were like that. Unless there was a reason, if a man dared to strip in front of a woman, she would definitely file a complaint. Put. Bai Qianqian suddenly couldn't help but burst into laughter, and feeling it was a bit impolite, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Mr. Zhang, you are really humorous. Clearly, I was the one being rude. How could that count as you being a rogue? If we were to count, it should be me being a rogue towards you. Bai Qianqian said this and seemed to realize something, her voice abruptly stopping. Under Ji Boda's gaze, her exquisitely beautiful face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Someone once said that a heart flutter often happens in an instant. Although Ji Boda had locked his heart away, he had to admit that at the moment Bai Qianqian blushed, he indeed felt a spark of interest in this woman. a mature and voluptuous beauty, looking shy and blushing. Truly adorable. Noon. G. Boda enjoyed a sumptuous lunch in the presidential suite. As the saying goes, a smoke after a meal is as blissful as a deity. G. Boda lazily lay on the sofa, lit a cigarette for himself, and began to leisurely puff away. Just then, Bai Qianqian suddenly walked over. She slightly bent down, her voice gentle and respectful as she asked, Mr. Jiang, do you have any plans for the afternoon? Upon hearing this, G. Boda suddenly remembered. It seemed he had won a standalone villa in the 3 lottery draws last night. Why not? Go check out that villa now? Get familiar with the place so he wouldn't have trouble finding his home later? Butler Bai, please arrange a car for me. I need to go out this afternoon. G. Boda immediately extinguished his cigarette and then walked towards the bedroom, planning to change into another outfit before heading out. Okay, I'll prepare the car for you right away. Bai Qianqian nodded, then took out a walkie-talkie from behind her and quickly contacted the hotel's driver team. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of the Huangqiao International Hotel, a Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of G. Boda and Bai Qianqian. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in the hotel driver uniform, wearing white gloves, with a simple smile that made him look familiar. Bai Qianqian walked over, opened the car door, and then placed her hand above the door to prevent G. Boda from accidentally bumping his head while getting in. Thank you. G. Boda politely expressed his gratitude and then got into the car. You're welcome, it's my job. Bai Qianqian smiled slightly, pretending to close the car door. Just then, G. Boda suddenly spoke up, Butler Bai, you should come with me. I happen to need your help with something. Okay. Bai Qianqian was slightly taken aback, but she didn't think much of it and immediately got into the car, sitting beside G. Boda. G. Boda couldn't help but squint his eyes and secretly observed Bai Qianqian sitting next to him. Mr. Zhang, may I ask where we are going now? Driver Lao Zhang's voice suddenly floated from the front seat. G. Boda quickly shook off his wandering thoughts and replied to driver Lao Zhang, Phoenix Mountain Villa. All right. Driver Lao Zhang nodded, then reminded, Mr. Zhang, hold on tight, we're setting off now. On the road. G. Boda originally planned to play with his phone. However, Bai Qianqian couldn't help but curiously ask, Mr. Zhang, are you going to visit a friend at Phoenix Mountain Villa? No. G. Boda smiled and shook his head, replying, I bought a villa at Phoenix Mountain Villa. I'm just going over there now to familiarize myself with the place, so I won't get lost on my way home later. After saying this, G. Boda opened the document bag he was carrying and took out the property certificate, directly handing it to Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian instinctively took the property certificate and casually flipped it open, immediately freezing in place. Phoenix Mountain Villa is a well-known residence for the wealthy in Shilin City. The cheapest villa there costs over 100 million Longhua coins, and those in better locations are even more exorbitantly priced. Bai Qianqian knew G. Boda was very wealthy. Although he dressed very ordinarily, he drove a Ferrari LaFerrari, stayed in a presidential suite, and casually spent 500,000 on a meal, clearly a rich young master. However, Bai Qianqian never expected that G. Boda had actually bought Villa No. 1 at Phoenix Mountain Villa. This was the king of villas at Phoenix Mountain Villa. Rumor had it that this villa was speculated to be worth 1 billion Longhua coins, yet many wealthy individuals were still fighting to get their hands on it. Unexpectedly, the owner of this villa was sitting right next to Bai Qianqian, and he was so young and handsome. Faced with such a promising and quality man, if Bai Qianqian said she wasn't moved at all, that would definitely be a lie. Butler Bai, are you married? At that moment, G. Boda's voice floated over. Bai Qianqian quickly closed the property certificate, a hint of unnaturalness flashing across her face. She brushed her hair by her cheek, her lips trembling as she spoke in a somewhat self-deprecating tone, Mr. Zhang, I am a divorced woman, and I have a 5-year-old daughter. Upon hearing this, G. Boda's eyelids couldn't help but twitch slightly. A divorced woman? A single mother? I really like children, especially those in kindergarten, they're just too adorable. G. Boda smiled slightly, not discriminating against or mocking her for being a single mother. Is that so? Bai Qianqian's eyes brightened slightly, but soon dimmed again. She bit her lip several times, looking as if she had something difficult to say. Seeing this, G. Boda curiously asked, Butler Bai, what's wrong? And nothing. Bai Qianqian glanced at G. Boda and immediately looked away, her face showing a hint of entanglement and hesitation. G. Boda was very curious, but since Bai Qianqian didn't say anything, he didn't want to press her. However, just as G. Boda took out his phone to scroll through some short videos, Bai Qianqian's voice suddenly floated over again. Mr. Jiang, may I ask you for a favor? Upon hearing this, G. Boda quickly looked up at Bai Qianqian, who was biting her lip, her hands clenched into fists, her face flushed. What is it? Bota put down his phone, trying to make his voice gentle. He could tell from Bai Qianqian's struggling and hesitant expression that she must be facing some difficulties. Swish! Perhaps sensing Bota's kindness, Bai Qianqian's eyes turned red, her voice trembling as she said, Mr. Jiang, my daughter is seriously ill. The doctor said she has aplastic anemia and must rely on a bone marrow transplant to be cured. Upon hearing this, Bota's expression didn't change at all, but inside, he couldn't help but feel delighted. He had just been thinking about whether to find an opportunity to get to know Bai Qianqian's daughter first, to win the child's favor, and then take down the child's mother in one go. Now it seemed that this plan was unnecessary. The opportunity had come knocking at his door. How could he refuse? How much do you need? A brief phrase from Bota fell into Bai Qianqian's ears like the sound of heavenly music, instantly giving this single mother a glimpse of hope. Mr. Jiang, I. Perhaps too excited, Bai Qianqian found herself at a loss for words to express her gratitude, even stuttering as she spoke. The doctor said it would take at least 500,000 for the surgery. As she spoke, her voice grew softer, and her head drooped, as if she felt the amount was too large. Bota was not a relative. Why would he lend her money? However, Bota took out his phone and said to Bai Qianqian, send me your bank account number, and I'll transfer the money directly to you. Ha! Bai Qianqian was momentarily stunned, then joyfully cried, Mr. Jiang, thank you. Thank you. Rest assured, I will definitely pay you back. You're welcome. Bota's face remained calm, but a hint of a mischievous smile flashed in his eyes. Pay back? Who said you had to pay back? We're all adults here, can't you understand the rules? At the Guojin Center Mall. In Xilan City, this is undoubtedly one of the top international high-end shopping malls. The mall not only features various top domestic brand stores but also gathers dozens of world-class flagship stores. Any luxury brand store you can think of can basically be found here. It can be said that this mall is a shopping paradise that all the spendthrifts in Xilan City dream of. Lu Ruyan's mood at this moment was very complicated. At noon, Suyao first treated her girlfriends to a big meal, then eagerly brought everyone to this mall. Next, Suyao kept buying in various luxury stores. Lu Ruyan and the other few friends could only watch with envy and jealousy as Suyao kept swiping her card, even having to act as her bag carrier. Fortunately, Suyao was quite generous. She walked into the LV store, waved her hand, and directly bought each of her 6 friends a bag. Lu Ruyan received a rose handbag, and when she looked at the price tag, it was actually 128,888 yuan. The other friends' bags were about the same price. In other words, Suyao had just given away over 700,000 without even blinking. One word, extravagant. Of course, Lu Ruyan deeply understood that the money Suyao was spending now was Bota's. If she hadn't broken up with Bota, then the woman who was now spending wildly in luxury stores, treating money as if it were nothing, would have been her. Swish! Lu Ruyan held the rose handbag and secretly observed the expressions on her friends' faces. She suddenly noticed that their eyes were shining, seemingly deeply shocked by Suyao's extravagant behavior. Regret. Extreme regret. Lu Ruyan felt as if her insides were turning green with regret. She learned from Suyao that Bota had previously been unaware of having a wealthy grandfather, and on the very day she broke up with Bota, this wealthy grandfather happened to contact him. How could things be so coincidental? Why didn't this wealthy grandfather contact Bota a day earlier? Why did he only find Bota right after she broke up with him? Was it destined that she could not grasp this immense wealth and could only watch it slip away? Unwilling to accept this, Lu Ruyan took the opportunity to call Bota while going to the restroom, wanting to reconcile with him. However, Bota ruthlessly scolded her and clearly stated that he would never forgive her. At that moment, Lu Ruyan was truly panicked. She believed that after being together with Bota for 3 years, he must have feelings for her. How could he say he didn't love her anymore? Moreover, she had only made a mistake that all women in the world are prone to make. Why wouldn't Bota forgive her? She could guarantee that she would cut off all ties with young Fan from now on and wholeheartedly be Bota's little wife, treating him twice as well. Why wouldn't Bota give her a chance? Men, indeed, are heartless creatures. She had spent 3 whole years with him, wasting the most precious years of her youth on him. In the end, she didn't gain a single benefit. Instead, that little vixen Suyao, who had done nothing but climbed into Bota's bed once, was spoiled by him to the heavens. Driving luxury cars, drinking Lafite, staying in presidential suites, buying all kinds of luxury goods at will, her nose almost reaching the sky. Why? Why could Suyao enjoy all of this? Why couldn't I, Bota's legitimate girlfriend, enjoy all of this, but instead had to silently follow behind Suyao, watching her show off, and even act as her bag carrier? Ding-dling! At that moment, Lu Ruyan's phone rang. Caller ID, Yang Fan. As soon as she saw Yang Fan's name, a wave of irritation flashed through Lu Ruyan's heart. Last night, if it hadn't been for drinking too much and being a bit unclear-headed, how could she have hazily followed Yang Fan to the hotel? If it hadn't been for having relations with Yang Fan, with the rice already cooked, plus Yang Fan's sweet talk, how could she have announced it on WeChat in the middle of the night? If she hadn't posted that WeChat moment, Ji Boda would never have known that she had slept with Yang Fan. Moreover, as long as Lu Ruyan hadn't been so anxious, waited a day longer to break up with Ji Boda, or waited a day longer to accept Yang Fan's invitation, or waited a day longer to go to the hotel with Yang Fan, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Then there would definitely have been room for reconciliation between her and Ji Boda. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan's mood became even more irritable. Without saying a word, she directly hung up on Yang Fan's call, and at the same time, she felt a surge of resentment towards him. Yang Fan, you bastard, since you've already gone abroad, why come back? If you're back, why do you have to contact me secretly? You were the one who proposed the breakup, and now you come back asking me to get back together. How could I have been so foolish to agree? Ji Boda treats me so well, taking care of me meticulously for the past 3 years. How could I have been blind to that? Am I really, as Ji Boda said, a fool? DD. At that moment, Lu Ruyan received a short message on WeChat, sent by Yang Fan. Yang Fan, baby, what are you busy with? I called you, why didn't you answer? Seeing this message, Lu Ruyan's eyelids twitched slightly. She held her phone and typed a few words, then deleted them, typed a few more, and deleted them again. Repeating this, Lu Ruyan finally edited a message and sent it. Lu Ruyan, in a meeting, not convenient to answer the phone. Yang Fan, oh, then you go ahead, I'll contact you later. Looking at the second message from Yang Fan, Lu Ruyan stared blankly at her phone, her gaze gradually losing focus, her thoughts drifting away, and she didn't react for a long time. Ruyan, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and catch up. At that moment, a crisp voice came from ahead. Lu Ruyan suddenly looked up and saw Su Yao strutting in with a group of girlfriends, walking into a women's lingerie specialty store. See, Gilson, the Chinese name is the #1 luxury women's lingerie brand in the world. It is rumored that the cheapest piece of lingerie in this store costs tens of thousands, and the most expensive can even reach hundreds of thousands. Swish! At that moment, Lu Ruyan's eyes turned red. Why? Why can that little show-off Su Yao wear high-end lingerie worth tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands? Why can I only wear ordinary underwear that costs a few hundred? Is Su Yao's chest more precious than others? Does Su Yao's little garden have diamonds embedded in it? How much did Ji Boda give her? Why hasn't her card been maxed out yet? Look at her smug face. Ah, I'm so furious. On the other side, in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Bai Qianqian received a transfer of 500,000 from Ji Boda, and her eyes immediately turned red. During this time, she had borrowed money everywhere, almost exhausting all her relatives and friends, but not a single person was willing to lend her money. However, she just mentioned it to Ji Boda, and he immediately transferred the money to her. You have to know, she and Ji Boda had only just met for a day, and they weren't even friends. Just this stranger, upon hearing that her daughter was seriously ill, transferred her 500,000 without a second thought, not even asking for an IOU. Although this amount of money was nothing to Ji Boda, for Bai Qianqian, it was her daughter's lifeline. So how could Bai Qianqian not be moved? Next, Bai Qianqian transferred the money to her parents at the hospital and urged them to hurry and pay the surgery fee so that the doctor could arrange the operation for her daughter as soon as possible. After doing all this, Bai Qianqian wiped away her tears, her face filled with gratitude, and once again expressed her heartfelt thanks to Ji Boda. Butler Bai, I'm a bit curious, please forgive my boldness in asking. Ji Boda initially didn't want to ask too much, but his curiosity was particularly strong, and he was also very interested in Bai Qianqian, so he voiced his question. Logically speaking, as a butler for the presidential suite in a 5-star hotel, your monthly salary should be quite decent, right? Also, when you divorced your ex-husband, you should have received some assets, right? To take it a step further, your child is ill, and the child's father has an obligation to pay for the treatment. Doesn't he care for his own child? In summary, I'm particularly curious about how you can't even gather 500,000 for the surgery fee? After hearing Ji Boda's words, a bitter expression immediately appeared on Bai Qianqian's face. She brushed her hair by her cheek, sighed lightly, and said, Mr. Jiang, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. If it weren't for my ex-husband, how could I have fallen to this point? What do you mean by that? Ji Boda immediately became interested. He turned slightly, looking at Bai Qianqian with curiosity, his eyes sparkling like little stars, bright and twinkling. But Bai Qianqian's mood had been very low, but seeing G. Boda's curious expression instantly made her laugh. This is a woman with a low sense of humor. Women with a low sense of humor are usually very pure and kind, without much scheming or depth, and are relatively optimistic. However, such women are also very fragile inside. Bai Qianqian took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and then slowly began to speak. My ex-husband is the owner of a small company. At that time, he had a car, a house, and savings. His financial situation was quite good. But after I married him, I found out that he really liked to gamble. At first, he just played mahjong, and the stakes weren't high, so I didn't pay much attention to it. After I got pregnant, he started staying out all night, renting rooms with his group of friends, gambling day and night. After I gave birth to my daughter, I found out that he was gambling more and more heavily, not only losing all our assets but also racking up a huge amount of high-interest debt. At this point, Bai Qianqian's eyes turned red again. G. Boda couldn't help but sigh. Gambling really is a deadly vice. Taking another deep breath, Bai Qianqian continued. What I never expected was that not only did he ignore my advice, but he also continued to borrow money to gamble, and even he pushed me out to deal with those debt collectors, wanting me to sleep with them to offset some of the interest. Fortunately, I called the police in advance, otherwise. Upon hearing this, G. Boda couldn't help but curse. Damn! Has your ex-husband gone mad? Is this something a human would do? It's simply worse than an animal. Tears finally slipped down Bai Qianqian's cheeks. She bit her lip tightly, her face pale, and the hint of sadness in her eyes resembled that of a pitiful woman abandoned ruthlessly in a TV drama. G. Boda knew that the opportunity to take advantage of her vulnerability had come. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, G. Boda suddenly reached out a hand and gently pulled Bai Qianqian into his embrace. Bai Qianqian was slightly taken aback. By the time she reacted, she was already leaning against G. Boda's chest. G. Boda gently patted her back, just like how she usually comforted her daughter, his movements particularly gentle and cautious, as if afraid of hurting her. Swish! At that moment, Bai Qianqian's pretty face instantly turned bright red. She wanted to struggle and leave G. Boda's embrace. After all, their relationship wasn't that close yet, and the current position was too ambiguous. However, G. Boda's embrace was truly warm. Deep down, Bai Qianqian surprisingly felt a hint of reluctance. What to do? Should she push G. Boda away? After all, they had only known each other for less than 2 days, and being in such a position could easily lead to misunderstandings. Moreover, G. Boda already had a girlfriend. Wasn't it a bit shameless to lean against someone else's boyfriend? Sister Qianqian, what happened next? How is your ex-husband now? At that moment, G. Boda's gentle voice floated into Bai Qianqian's ears. Upon hearing the term Sister Qianqian, Bai Qianqian inexplicably trembled, and her cheeks grew even hotter. It must be said that when G. Boda replaced housekeeper Bai with Sister Qianqian, he instantly closed the distance between them by a large margin. Bai Qianqian even deceived herself into thinking that since G. Boda called her sister, it was perfectly normal for a sister to lean in her brother's embrace for a while, right? Thus, after hesitating for a moment, Bai Qianqian did not break free from G. Boda's embrace, allowing him to continue holding her while also greedily enjoying the warmth his embrace brought her. After I divorced him, the court ruled that I didn't have to bear any of his debts, but he had already lost all the family assets, so I didn't receive a single penny of property. I thought I would have nothing to do with him anymore, but one day, he used the excuse of seeing our daughter to secretly take my bank card and withdrew all the money in it. When I found out, I immediately called the police, but he had already run away with all my savings, disappearing completely. Later, my daughter fell seriously ill, and I could only borrow money everywhere, but relatives and friends were unwilling to lend me any. Hearing this, G. Boda couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for Bai Qianqian. A gambling husband, a sick child, cold-blooded relatives, and her shattered self. Well, a woman like this urgently needed a responsible, capable, caring man to heal her inner wounds. Coincidentally, G. Boda happened to meet these conditions. No more words. It is our duty to rescue women in distress from their dire situations. Such a daunting task shall be entrusted to me to complete. Phoenix Mountain Villa. At the entrance of Villa No. 1. G. Boda simply poked his head out of the car window and scanned his face at the access control system from a distance, causing the iron gate in front of him to open automatically. This was a 5-story standalone villa, with 3 floors above ground and 2 below. The total area of the villa definitely exceeded 5,000 square meters, with a building area of at least over 2,000 square meters. The front yard of the villa featured a large garden, with a small fountain plaza in the center. The backyard had a heated swimming pool, alongside a lawn suitable for barbecues, where several tents were set up. To the left of the villa was a tennis court, and to the right was a separately built garage, as well as a helicopter landing pad. This was no villa, it was clearly a small estate. In addition, all the furniture, appliances, and daily necessities in the villa were already prepared. The overall decoration of the villa was also in a modern style that Jibota particularly liked. 3F, master bedroom, guest bedroom, study, collection room, living room, terrace. 2F, elderly room, children's room, guest room, multifunctional hall, public restroom, balcony. 1F, living room, dining room, kitchen, public restroom, maid's room, tea room, gym. 1F, servant's room, laundry room, storage room, tool room, utility room. 2F, sauna room, massage room, small cinema, small KTV, billiard room, etc. This villa was simply too large, and it was equipped with 2 elevators. Jibota spent over an hour just touring all the rooms. After finishing the tour, Jibota arrived in the living room on the first floor and sat down on the sofa. Sister Chanchan, how many servants do you think I should hire to manage such a large villa? Looking at the empty villa, Jibota shook his head in amusement and suddenly began to worry about his wallet. Mr. Jiang, if it's just you and your girlfriend living here, I think hiring 8 maids would be enough to manage the entire villa. Bai Chanchan analyzed seriously with her professional insight and provided a fairly reasonable answer. Sister Chanchan, when there are no outsiders around, just call me by my name, okay? Calling me Mr. Jiang all the time feels too distant. Jibota looked at Bai Chanchan with a strange expression. Just a moment ago in the car, they were hugging each other, so intimate. Unexpectedly, after getting out of the car, Bai Chanchan immediately distanced herself from Jibota and adopted a serious work attitude. Well, okay. Bai Chanchan's pretty face suddenly flushed. Perhaps she felt that Jibota was approachable and had none of the bad habits of a spoiled rich kid, so she mustered the courage to call out, Jiang. Jibota. Sister Chanchan, how about you be my housekeeper? I'll offer you a monthly salary of 100,000. What do you think? Jibota suddenly looked at Bai Chanchan with a serious expression, and a glimmer of expectation seemed to flash in his eyes. Ha! Bai Chanchan was stunned. Although she had obtained a professional housekeeper certificate and worked at the Royal International Hotel as the exclusive housekeeper for the presidential suite, her monthly salary was only around 15,000. Jibota's offer was a monthly salary of 100,000. So, the first thought that flashed through Bai Chanchan's mind was that Jibota wanted to keep her. Just then, Jibota's voice floated over again. Sister Chanchan, if you think the salary is low, I can raise it. How about a monthly salary of 200,000? Plus red envelopes and bonuses during holidays. After hearing Jibota's words, Bai Chanchan was even more certain that Jibota wanted to keep her. At that moment, her heart suddenly raced a few beats faster, and her cheeks grew increasingly warm. Bai Chanchan had been in this line of work for many years, and she knew that there were many unspoken rules in this profession. How could an ordinary housekeeper earn such a high salary? Only those female housekeepers who provided special services to their employers could earn such high wages. In the past, Bai Chanchan always adhered to her principles and would never take shortcuts. However, after the divorce, Bai Chanchan not only had to raise her young daughter alone but also care for her elderly parents. As a woman, she found it increasingly difficult to cope, which gradually led her to consider taking shortcuts. But Bai Chanchan had high standards. Although she often encountered many wealthy individuals, most were middle-aged, overweight men with greasy appearances. Such men only made her feel disgusted. She couldn't even consider them. As for the young rich second generation, she had less interaction with them. Even if she occasionally met one or two, they would never look her way. After all, young rich heirs were surrounded by beautiful women of all kinds, and she was already 30 years old, a divorced woman, far inferior to those young and pretty girls. So, she had never successfully taken that shortcut. Now, an opportunity had arisen. Jibota had extended an olive branch to her, which made Bai Chanchan feel excited yet a bit scared. After all, she had always been a good girl, adhering to her duties even after marriage, and had maintained her integrity even after the divorce, never having done anything so shameful. What should she do? Should she agree to Jibota? Bai Chanchan had to admit that Jibota was young, handsome, wealthy, generous, gentle, and kind. Every one of his qualities greatly attracted her. She also understood that if she missed this opportunity, she might never encounter such a chance again. So, after a moment of hesitation, Bai Chanchan quickly glanced at Jibota, bit her lip, and with a flushed face, nodded and said, "All right, I can be your personal housekeeper." As she said the words personal housekeeper, her voice grew softer, her face redder, and her gaze almost faltered. Great! Jibota grinned, not noticing the strange expression on Bai Chanchan's face. Because G. Boda had no understanding of the situation, he thought that housekeepers in the domineering CEO dramas he watched seemed quite impressive, so he assumed their salaries must be high. Thus, he tentatively offered a monthly salary of 100,000. However, Bai Qianqian did not agree immediately. Instead, she hesitated in place. G. Boda thought she found the salary too low, so he quickly raised it to 200,000. Whoosh! To avoid any delays, G. Boda eagerly took out his phone and directly transferred 4 million to Bai Qianqian's bank card. Sister Qianqian, I'll advance you a year's salary. From now on, you are mine. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian was momentarily stunned, then quickly said, Young Master Jiang, you don't need to advance me so much salary, and also, I borrowed 500,000 from you earlier, I must pay you back. Unexpectedly, G. Boda waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, It's fine, I never intended to have you pay me back. Since you are now my personal housekeeper, consider the 500,000 you borrowed as your advance year-end bonus. Silence. The living room fell silent. Bai Qianqian suddenly felt a pang in her nose, her eyes grew warm, and she almost couldn't hold back her tears. It turned out, G. Boda never intended for her to pay back that 500,000. She was just a divorced woman with a burden, and at her age, she was completely inferior to the young girls and utterly unworthy of the handsome and wealthy G. Boda. What right did she have to earn G. Boda's favor? At that moment, Bai Qianqian suddenly had a shameful thought. Since G. Boda was so good to her, she must perform well and strive to make him satisfied. Phoenix Mountain Villa. Villa No. 1. G. Boda did not plan to move into the villa immediately. After all, he had booked a presidential suite at the Royal International Hotel for 7 days. Over 600,000 for the room. If he didn't stay there, wouldn't it be a waste? Moreover, Bai Qianqian was hiring maids, gardeners, and cooks for the villa, which also required time. So, G. Boda decided to officially move into the villa 5 days later. Young Master Jiang, are we going back to the hotel now? After agreeing to be G. Boda's personal housekeeper, Bai Qianqian's address for him changed from Mr. Jiang to Young Master Jiang. G. Boda didn't mind, after all, it was just a title. If possible, he would prefer this mature and voluptuous older sister beside him to call him daddy. It's still early, let's go to the hospital first. I want to see your daughter. As soon as G. Boda said this, Bai Qianqian suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. However, thinking about how she was about to become G. Boda's personal housekeeper, Bai Qianqian hesitated for a moment but still gently nodded. Boom! Driver Lao Zhang stepped on the gas, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom sped toward the front gate. However, an accident occurred. Just as the car was about to exit the gate, a bright red sports car suddenly sped in from the left. Screech! Driver Lao Zhang reacted quickly, immediately slamming on the brakes and bringing the car to a sudden stop. Screech! Fortunately, the sports car driver also reacted quickly, hitting the brakes as well, and ultimately the two cars were only 0.1 meters apart from colliding. Crack! Driver Lao Zhang was still a bit shaken, but then the door of the sports car suddenly opened, and a little hot girl jumped out. This little hot girl looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, with a pure and cute appearance, but her figure was extremely hot. She wore a black sleeveless tight top that revealed her delicate shoulders and a waist that could be grasped with one hand. At least 36D headlights were accentuated by this tight top, giving a feeling of being on the verge of bursting out, and her abdominal lines were clearly visible. On the bottom, she wore a pair of black leather ultra-short shorts, and on her feet were black mid-calf leather boots, exposing a pair of snow-white long legs that caught the eye. A youthful face with a stunning figure. This was the first impression the little hot girl gave G. Boda. Tap tap tap. The little hot girl angrily walked over and knocked on the driver's window of the Rolls-Royce, cursing, Hey, how do you drive? Do you know you almost hit me just now? Driver Lao Zhan wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned to G. Boda, and said apologetically, Mr. Jiang, I'm very sorry for the trouble I've caused you. I'll resolve this matter immediately. After saying this, driver Lao Zhang hurriedly opened the car door and got out, bowing and apologizing repeatedly to the little hot girl. There was no other choice. Driver Lao Zhang knew very well that anyone who could stay at Phoenix Villa was either rich or noble. He was just a small driver and couldn't afford to offend anyone here. So, even if it wasn't his fault, he could only swallow his anger and obediently apologize. However, the little hot girl seemed to be in a bad mood today, and even when faced with the bowing and sincere apologies of Lao Zhang, she still wouldn't let it go. Knock knock knock. The little hot girl walked over and directly knocked on the rear window of the Rolls-Royce, seemingly wanting to cause trouble for G. Boda. Damn it! G. Boda's temper flared up, and he muttered a curse under his breath before immediately opening the car door and stepping out. You! The little hot girl was initially ready to curse, but when she saw a super handsome guy stepping out of the car, she immediately froze in place. Little sister, my driver has already apologized to you, and besides, the responsibility wasn't his. What else do you want? Jibota glared at the little girl in dissatisfaction, and made up his mind that if this little girl dared to nag him again, he would pin her down on his lap and spank her hard. If your family doesn't educate you, then let society teach you a good lesson. You're my new neighbor? To Jibota's surprise, the little girl didn't continue cursing. Instead, she showed a very interested expression towards him. Neighbor? Who's your neighbor? Jibota was slightly taken aback, and a sense of foreboding suddenly arose in his heart. The little girl pointed to Villa No. 2 not far away and said to Jibota, I live there, you live here, aren't we neighbors? Hey, little girl, since you know I'm your neighbor, why did you just angrily scold my driver? Didn't your family teach you that neighbors should live in harmony and help each other? Jibota didn't know which of his words was wrong. The little girl, who had just been sunny, now had a cloudy expression on her face. How my family teaches me is none of your business. The little girl glared at Jibota angrily, then crossed her arms and asked with an extremely arrogant attitude, let me ask you, what does your family do? How come you can live in Villa No. 1? I've never seen you in the upper-class circles of Shilin City. Jibota was amused by the little girl's attitude. Was this an interrogation? Did she understand manners? It seemed that this little girl was indeed a spoiled brat. Jibota calmly assessed the little girl, then glanced at the Porsche 918 behind her, and then at Villa No. 2 not far away, and his brain quickly started to work. It was obvious. All signs indicated that the little girl in front of him was a pampered and arrogant young lady. If Jibota didn't handle this matter well, offending this little girl would definitely bring him a lot of trouble. However, after breaking up with Lu Ruyan, Jibota had just learned to stand tall and be a man who wouldn't bend. At this moment, if he had to soften up to a little girl, he simply couldn't do it. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf or dumb? At that moment, the little girl's voice floated over again. Jibota's eyelids couldn't help but twitch slightly, and a flash of anger crossed his eyes. Little girl, listen to me. Jibota clenched his fists, making a loud cracking sound, then said with a forced smile, I'm the boss of Natuan in Shilin City, known as the Butcher of Rainy Nights. The brothers on the street respect me and call me Butcher. Little girl, which path are you from? Quickly state your name. Ike Butcher, never kill nameless people. Perhaps it was Jibota's fierce expression and the murderous intent in his eyes that scared the little girl. She instinctively took 2 steps back, her face filled with shock, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. You're a big shot from the Black Society? As soon as the little girl said this, Jibota almost burst out laughing. He didn't expect that the identity he casually made up would be taken seriously by the little girl. Should he say she was naive? Or should he say she was foolish? However, Jibota was already laughing uncontrollably inside, but his expression remained unchanged, still looking fierce. That's right. I was wielding a watermelon knife and cutting people on the street at 12, and by 18, I unified Natuan. The blood on my hands is more than the rice you've ever eaten. Little girl, I advise you not to anger me, or I will sell you to the Red Romance nightclub and make you. Before Jibota could finish his sentence, the little spicy girl suddenly screamed and turned to run towards her Porsche 918. She opened the door, got in, closed the door, started the engine, drove off. In Jibota's stunned gaze, the little spicy girl didn't dare to let out a single fart and quickly escaped the scene. Jibota. Phoenix Mountain Villa. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove out of the villa area. Jibota, sitting in the car, was just about to take out his phone to play for a while when he heard Bai Chanxian's weak voice asking, Zhang Xiao, are you really in the underworld? Upon hearing this, Jibota couldn't help but burst out laughing. He put down his phone and said with a wry smile, Sister Chanxian, can't you tell I was just scaring that little girl? Ha! It was clear that Bai Chanxian let out a sigh of relief. Jibota turned to look and saw Bai Chanxian gently patting her chest with her small hand, her previously furrowed brows now relaxed. Zhang Xiao, what you said just now was so convincing that I almost believed it. Seemingly aware of Jibota's gaze, Bai Chanxian shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, as if trying to cover her embarrassment. He. Jibota chuckled lightly and explained, Natuan is a famous vegetable market in the old city. I used to buy vegetables there often, and I haggled hard at almost every stall. So, those stall owners call me the boss of Natuan. As soon as Jibota said this, Bai Chanxian couldn't help but laugh out loud. After laughing for a while, she curiously asked, what about Rainy Night Butcher? Is that also your nickname? No. Jibota shook his head and said seriously, there is a butcher named Xiao in Natuan Market, and it always rains when he slaughters pigs, so everyone affectionately calls him the Rainy Night Butcher. I just borrowed his title, and unexpectedly, it worked quite well. Put. After hearing Ji Bota's explanation, Bai Chanchan laughed again, even louder than before. As she laughed, her 36D headlights were bouncing up and down. Ji Bota's gaze was instantly drawn to them. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As Bai Chanchan continued to laugh, she suddenly noticed that Ji Bota's gaze was a bit off. After a slight pause, she instinctively looked down in the direction of Ji Bota's gaze, and her pretty face turned beet red. Jiang Xiao, you. Bai Chanchan quickly sat up straight, but before she could finish her sentence, a sudden screech of brakes sounded in her ears. At the same time, the driver, old Zhang, seemed to have jerked the steering wheel, and the whole car made a sharp left turn. Due to inertia, Bai Chanchan leaned towards Ji Bota and ended up falling into his arms. What a coincidence! Ji Bota had instinctively raised a hand, fingers spread, seemingly trying to grab the armrest next to him to steady himself. But Bai Chanchan had already lunged into his embrace first. Ji Bota naturally couldn't grab the armrest. So big, Barbie-like, not at all inferior to Su Yao. Just as this thought flashed through Ji Bota's mind, the Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a stop. Mr. Zhang, it seems we just had a car accident. Old Zhang's voice came from the front seat. At that moment, Bai Chanchan, like a frightened little rabbit, quickly broke free from Ji Bota's embrace with a whoosh. She sat back down in her seat, lowering her head and nervously adjusting her clothes. However, Ji Bota could clearly see that Bai Chanchan's pretty face was already flushed with embarrassment, so red it looked like it might bleed. Was it really necessary to be this dramatic? This young master had only accidentally given you a palm strike. You're already a mother, how can you still act like a little girl, blushing and shy at the slightest thing? Swish! The corners of Ji Bota's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't look at the blushing Bai Chanchan anymore but turned around to look towards the back of the car. Not looking was one thing, but seeing it was shocking. He saw that on the road behind, a bright red Porsche 918 had collided with a silver gray van. From Ji Bota's angle, he could clearly see the van's door suddenly swing open, and a group of masked men jumped out. Immediately, this group of masked men rushed forward, surrounding the Porsche 918. But that wasn't all. A burly masked man violently yanked open the door of the Porsche 918 and dragged a hotly dressed girl out of the car. That's right. This girl was the spicy little girl who had just clashed with Ji Bota. And that group of masked men were clearly robbers. Kidnapping? The young lady was being kidnapped? Just as this thought flashed through Ji Bota's mind, he saw the spicy girl being grabbed by the hair by the masked man, who was dragging her towards the van. At that moment, the spicy girl, fueled by an unknown courage, suddenly kicked the masked man in the groin, causing him to scream in pain and drop to his knees. Seizing the opportunity, the spicy girl took off running. Perhaps in her panic, she stumbled down the slope by the roadside. However, her strong will to survive made her ignore the pain and quickly get back on her feet, sprinting towards a small grove by the road. Seeing the spicy girl trying to escape, the group of masked robbers jumped off the road and quickly chased after her. What the hell? Is this a movie? Witnessing such an exciting scene, Ji Bota's first thought was that this must be a film. However, when Ji Bota scanned the area and found no sign of cameras, he suddenly realized, oh no, this wasn't a movie. The spicy girl was really being kidnapped. Jiang Xiao, should we call the police? Bai Chanchan had also witnessed everything that had just happened. She quickly took out her phone, typed in the emergency number, but didn't press the call button right away. Instead, she sought Ji Bota's opinion first. Sister Chanchan, you call the police, I'll go check the situation. After throwing down this sentence, Ji Bota immediately got out of the car and rushed towards the direction the spicy girl had fled. Jiang Xiao, don't go, it's dangerous. Bai Chanchan wanted to stop Ji Bota, to prevent him from getting involved in this mess. After all, there were 5 masked robbers on the other side, all big and burly men, and she didn't know if they had weapons. Ji Bota was alone, unarmed. 1 against 5. How could Ji Bota possibly stand a chance against the robbers? Wasn't that just asking for death? But Ji Bota was too quick. In the blink of an eye, he had dashed into the nearby grove and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Bai Chanchan's heart leapt to her throat. After hesitating for a moment, she turned to the driver, old Zhang, and said, Old Zhang, call the police, I'll go see what's happening. After saying this, Bai Chanchan ignored the driver's advice, gritted her teeth, and jumped down the slope, then ran towards the small grove. The driver, Lao Zhang, said, You all, don't come over, get away from me. As Ji Bota rushed into the small grove, he heard the sharp voice of the little spicy girl ahead. Whoosh! Ji Bota quickly lightened his footsteps, held his breath, and stealthily moved towards the direction of the voice. He circled around a big tree, crouched behind a bush, pushed aside a clump of weeds blocking his view, and finally saw the backs of 5 masked men, surrounding the little spicy girl. At that moment, the little spicy girl looked quite disheveled. She was leaning against a big tree, her clothes torn by branches, and her long, snow-white legs bore several fresh red scratches. Faced with the encirclement of the robbers, the little spicy girl's face was filled with terror, and she raised a trembling arm holding a branch, desperately waving it at the 5 masked men. Ha ha ha, little beauty, I advise you not to waste your effort, just come with us obediently. If you cooperate, I promise not to touch a hair on you. If you continue to resist, don't blame us for being ruthless. Hearing the robbers' mocking laughter, the little spicy girl's expression grew more frantic. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, her eyes brightened, and she shouted loudly, "My big brother is the boss of Nituan, nicknamed the Butcher of Rainy Nights, and everyone in the underworld respects him as Master Butcher. Do you dare to kidnap me? Aren't you afraid of my big brother getting angry? As soon as my big brother gives the order, 100,000 little brothers will come rushing over and crush you to pieces." Silence. The small grove fell silent. The 5 masked robbers were all frozen in place. They widened their eyes, gaping, looking at the little spicy girl who was bragging with a look of disbelief. If it weren't for their masks, one could probably see their expressions of astonishment. Jibota, hiding nearby, felt embarrassed and wanted to dig a hole and bury himself, wishing he could be reborn on the spot. Little spicy girl, the title of the boss of Nituan can only scare silly girls like you. In front of these desperate men, what boss of Nituan, what butcher of rainy nights, these titles are really completely useless. Also, you really can brag, saying 100,000 little brothers will come and crush them to pieces? The entire Nituan vegetable market doesn't even add up to 100,000 people. Even if I wanted to help you, I couldn't find that many people in my entire contact list. So embarrassing. I wouldn't even want to admit I'm the boss of Nituan. You play by yourself. Just pretend I never came. I'll quietly leave, waving my sleeves, taking not a single cloud with me. Ah! Suddenly, a scream interrupted Jibota's thoughts. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw the leading masked robber yanking the branch from the little spicy girl's hand and grabbing her by the neck. At that moment, Jibota's blood boiled. A fight. Jibota loves to fight, but he hadn't fought in many years. He vaguely remembered the last time he fought was when he was a freshman. One night, Jibota was happily walking back to school when he suddenly saw a girl being harassed by 2 drunk men in an alley. At that time, the girl's clothes were torn, revealing her sexy lace underwear. Without hesitation, Jibota rushed in and fought them off, knocking both drunk men to the ground. That feeling was simply exhilarating. Unfortunately, that night was too dark, and I couldn't see the girl's chest. Oh no! I couldn't see the girl's face. Moreover, it seemed that the girl had something urgent to attend to. She just said thank you to Jibota and hurried away. However, Jibota didn't mind at all. Compared to saving a beauty, fighting excited him even more. As an orphan without parents, Jibota had been fighting with wild dogs for food since he was little. After entering the orphanage, to avoid being bullied by other kids, Jibota spent his days either fighting or on his way to fight. The genes of violence were deeply ingrained in Jibota. It could be said that it was a miracle he had survived to this day. Back to the point. Jibota first took the Gijin potion, then learned, Master of Combat, and he was eager to find someone to have a good fight. With such a great opportunity in front of him, how could he let it slip away? Let go of that girl. A loud roar echoed through the sky as Jibota made his grand entrance. Swish, swish, swish. To Jibota's surprise, as soon as he jumped out, the 5 masked robbers in front of him immediately pulled out daggers and pointed them at Jibota's head. Awkward. Utterly awkward. Jibota wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and weakly asked, if I said I was in the wrong place, would you believe me? Where did this little brat come from, daring to ruin Grandpa's good deed? Looking for death? The leading masked robber suddenly shouted, raising his dagger and making an attacking gesture towards his companions. In the next second, except for the leading masked man, the other 4 robbers all raised their daggers and lunged at Jibota. Swish! Almost instinctively, Jibota sidestepped and dodged the first robber's attack. Swish! Again, almost instinctively, Jibota delivered a knife-hand strike to the back of this robber's neck, knocking him out cold. Immediately after, it was as if Jibota had eyes in the back of his head. He quickly bent down and narrowly avoided the second robber's attack. Bang! Without any hesitation, after bending down, Jibota executed a sweeping kick, knocking the second robber to the ground. Bang! Taking advantage of the fact that the third and fourth robbers had not yet approached, Jibota decisively kicked out a whip kick, striking the second robber hard in the face. Ow! The second robber let out a miserable scream, sent flying by Jibota's kick, and fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. Double kill! Bota achieved a beautiful double kill. It must be said that Bota's movements were incredibly fast. It wasn't until this moment that the third and fourth robbers got close to Bota, both raising their daggers, one stabbing at Bota's head, the other at his stomach. Whoosh! Bota performed a backflip, dodging the dagger aimed at his head, and executed a reverse hook kick, knocking away the dagger aimed at his stomach. After landing, Bota didn't give the opponents any chance to breathe. He jumped straight up, spinning 360 degrees in the air, delivering a powerful sweeping kick that struck both robbers in the face. Puff! Puff! Both robbers spat out blood, spinning 720 degrees in place before crashing heavily to the ground. Triple kill! Quadra kill! In just a few seconds, Bota achieved a stunning 4 kills. But, with a pentakill in sight, how could Bota miss such a great opportunity? Whoosh! Taking advantage of the leading robber's moment of distraction, Bota swiftly darted in front of him. Right hook! Bang! Bota's fist slammed hard into the left cheek of the robber leader, deforming his face. In slow motion, it was clear to see the robber leader's mouth drop open, 2 broken teeth falling out, and his jaw dislocating. Immediately after, the robber leader flew sideways. Bang! With a muffled sound, he crashed heavily to the ground, completely unconscious. Pentakill! Bota finally fulfilled his wish, achieving a stunning 5 kills. He proudly raised his head, his gaze cold and aloof, as if the entire King's Canyon was beneath his feet. One word, exhilarating. In the small grove, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Bota glanced at the 5 robbers lying on the ground, confirming they were all knocked out, before turning to look at the little spicy girl beside him. At that moment, the little spicy girl stood frozen in place. Her eyes widened, mouth agape, staring foolishly at Bota, her expression as vivid as it could be. Little girl, if you encounter bad people in the future, don't ever mention my name. Big Brother has many enemies outside. If you mention my name to my enemies, it will only bring you trouble. Do you understand? Bota pretended to scold the little spicy girl, then prepared to leave. However, just as Bota turned around, he immediately spotted a mature, voluptuous woman standing under a tree not far ahead. The woman's eyes widened, mouth agape, staring foolishly at Bota, her expression mirroring that of the little spicy girl. Qianqian, you're here too? Bota was slightly taken aback, then walked up to Bai Qianqian and waved his hand in front of her eyes. It was only at that moment that Bai Qianqian snapped out of her shock. Jiang Xiao, your skills are incredible. Bai Qianqian first glanced at the 5 robbers lying on the ground, then looked at the relaxed Bota, a blush immediately rising on her pretty face, her beautiful eyes flashing with admiration. Just a few small thieves, I could crush them with a single finger. Bota couldn't help but show off a bit. What could he do? Bai Qianqian's gaze was practically sparkling. At this moment, if Bota didn't show off, when would he? A man who doesn't show off can't really be called a man, right? Brother Butcher, wait for me. Just as Bota and Bai Qianqian were about to leave the grove, the little spicy girl finally snapped out of her shock. Pat pat pat. The little spicy girl hurriedly chased after them, grabbing Bota's arm, breathless as she said, Brother Butcher, thank you. Thank you for saving me. Earlier, at Phoenix Mountain Villa. I'm sorry. Although the little spicy girl spoke in fragments, Bota understood her meaning from a few key words. The little spicy girl was thanking him for saving her while also apologizing. Alright, I accept your apology. If there's nothing else, hurry home. If another batch of robbers comes to kidnap you, I won't save you again. Bota didn't want to get too entangled with this rich young lady. Getting kidnapped just going out? Who knows how many enemies her family has? Although Bota had obtained a lottery system, he just wanted to lie flat, enjoy life, and not worry about anything. If he got involved with this rich young lady, it would definitely bring him a lot of trouble. Bota wasn't afraid of trouble, but he was afraid of complications. So, after throwing down that line, Bota immediately turned and left, not giving the little spicy girl a single good look. Little spicy girl. A few minutes later, back in the car, Bota did not let the driver, old Zhang, start the engine immediately. He quietly sat in the car, silently observing the situation behind him through the rearview mirror. At this moment, the little spicy girl had returned to the road. She picked up a mobile phone from the passenger seat of the Porsche 918 and quickly dialed a number. Before long, a series of urgent car roars approached from afar. Bota clearly saw that a dozen black cars were speeding down the road leading to Phoenix Villa. Screech! 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 Soon, the dozen cars stopped by the roadside, and a group of well-dressed bodyguards jumped out of the vehicles. Miss, are you okay? Ah, miss, you're hurt? Damn it! Where are those robbers? How dare they touch our young lady? I'm going to kill them right now. Seeing this, Ji-Bota knew that the little spicy girl was completely safe. Therefore, he immediately said to the driver, Old Zhang, drive to the First People's Hospital. Okay. Driver Old Zhang quickly started the car and stepped on the gas, speeding ahead like the wind. This scene also caught the little spicy girl's eye. Watching the taillights of the Rolls-Royce gradually fade away, she suddenly felt a bit of moisture in the corners of her eyes. Was Brother Butcher worried about my safety? He didn't leave until our bodyguards arrived, only then did he feel relieved to go. Although Brother Butcher looks fierce on the outside, beneath that fierce exterior lies a gentle heart. And, Brother Butcher is really handsome. It's a pity that I don't even know his name. But it doesn't matter, I've noted down Brother Butcher's license plate number. I can have someone check it later to find out his name. Hee. Brother Butcher, do you think you can get away? Don't forget, we're neighbors, and we'll definitely be dealing with each other often in the future. An hour later, at the First People's Hospital, Ji-Bota saw Bai Qianqian's daughter in a regular ward. On the way here, Ji-Bota learned through conversation that Bai Qianqian's daughter was named Bai Rui, with the nickname Xin. Xin was very cute, especially her pair of watery big eyes, which seemed like the purest spring water in the world. However, at this moment, Xin lay on the hospital bed, her face pale, looking very weak and haggard. Anyone could tell she was suffering from illness. By the bedside stood an elderly couple. Ji-Bota took a glance and knew they must be Bai Qianqian's parents. Mom! When Xin saw Bai Qianqian enter the ward, her eyes lit up, and she immediately reached out her little hands. Bai Qianqian hurriedly walked a few steps to the bedside, carefully picked up her daughter, and her eyes couldn't help but turn red. Mom, who is this uncle? Xin quickly noticed Ji-Bota standing aside, holding 2 fruit baskets. Bai Qianqian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and smiled as she introduced Ji-Bota's identity to her parents and daughter. When they heard that Ji-Bota was now Bai Qianqian's boss and had even advanced her a year's salary and bonus, giving them enough money to treat Xin without having to beg for medical expenses. At that moment, Bai Qianqian's parents almost knelt down to Ji-Bota. Xin also blinked her adorable big eyes and sweetly said to Ji-Bota, "Thank you, uncle." Ji-Bota smiled and patted Xin's little head, then peeled an apple for the little girl to eat. Ji-Bota originally wanted to stay in the ward a little longer to play with Xin, but at that moment, his phone rang. Caller ID, Yao baby. Seeing this note, Ji-Bota was momentarily stunned. What's going on? How did a Yao baby appear in my contacts? Could it be that Su Yao secretly changed my contact name? Hello? Ji-Bota immediately walked out of the hospital room, his expression not looking good as he answered the call. Hubby, as expected, Su Yao's playful voice came through the phone. Little Splash, did you take my phone last night and secretly change your contact name? Oh, hubby, it's just a contact name, don't be so petty. You. Forget it, this is the last time. I knew it, hubby loves me the most, hee. Listening to Su Yao's laughter on the phone, Ji-Bota shook his head in amusement and asked, Little Splash, why are you calling me at this time? Su Yao suddenly lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously, Hubby, when are you coming back to the hotel? I have a surprise for you. What surprise? Oh, if I tell you, it won't be a surprise anymore. Hubby, hurry back. I promise you'll be extremely surprised. Alright, I'll be back right away. Hubby, I'll wait for you. Mwah. After hanging up the phone, Ji-Bota didn't leave the hospital immediately. He first went to the nurse's station, then to the billing department, directly transferring Xin to a VIP room and even depositing a sum for her hospital stay. After doing all this, Ji-Bota didn't inform Bai Qianqian but went alone to the parking lot, slipping into the back seat of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Ji-Bota intended to leave the hospital quietly so that Bai Qianqian would have more time to accompany Xin. However, just as the car started moving, Bai Qianqian suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stopped the car. Click! Bai Qianqian expressionlessly opened the car door, quickly climbed in, and sat down next to Ji-Bota. Old Zhang, please put down the partition. I have some private matters to discuss with young Master Zhang. Bai Qianqian instructed the driver, Old Zhang, who immediately nodded with a smile and lowered the partition between the front and back seats. The back seat of the Rolls-Royce offered excellent privacy. Especially after the partition was lowered, the front and back formed 2 isolated spaces. V-room. Old Zhang stepped on the gas, and the Rolls-Royce drove out of the hospital. Ji-Bota stole a glance at Bai Qianqian beside him and couldn't help but curiously ask, Sister Qianqian, what are you doing? Whoosh! To Ji-Bota's surprise, Bai Qianqian suddenly lunged at him, hugging him tightly and starting to cry, Woo-woo, Ji-Bota, thank you Thank you, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do, woo-woo. Looking at Bai Qianshan, who was crying like a flower in the rain, smelling her strong feminine scent, and feeling her slightly trembling body, Ji Boda couldn't help but embrace her, gently patting her back with one hand. Don't cry, everything will be alright. I believe that with today's medical technology, the hospital will definitely be able to cure XIN's illness. Don't worry, XIN will be fine. Under Ji Boda's soft and soothing words, Bai Qianshan's mood gradually calmed down. However, the atmosphere in the car became ambiguous. Ji Boda didn't let go of Bai Qianshan, still half holding her. Bai Qianshan didn't actively pull away either, quietly leaning against Ji Boda, but her pretty face had already turned incredibly red, her beautiful eyes filled with shyness. Looking at the shy and charming older sister in his arms, Ji Boda, driven by an impulse, suddenly raised a hand. Swish! Bai Qianshan was slightly taken aback, her pretty face instantly turning red to her neck. However, she did not push away Ji Boda, but instead leaned her head on his shoulder, nervously and shyly closing her eyes. Silence. The car was completely quiet. Ji Boda did not speak, and Bai Qianshan also remained silent. The two seemed to share a tacit understanding and maintained their silence. About 40 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce arrived at the Royal International Hotel. As the car entered the underground parking lot, Bai Qianshan suddenly said softly, Jiang Xiao, we have arrived. Oh, Ji Boda nodded and pulled his hand back. Whoosh! Bai Qianshan immediately sat back in her seat, lowering her head and blushing as she tidied her clothes. Ji Boda couldn't help but chuckle lightly and casually complimented, Sister Qianshan, you have a great figure. Swish! At that moment, Bai Qianshan's pretty face instantly turned red to her neck, and even her two cute little ears flushed with a charming rosy hue. TSK. She's already a mother, yet she's so shy like a little girl? How adorable. At the door of the presidential suite, Bai Qianshan seemed a bit guilty, not daring to face Su Yao. She greeted Ji Boda and then hurriedly turned to leave. Click. Ji Boda used the room card to unlock the door, and as soon as he walked in, he saw the living room filled with rose petals, with a huge heart shape made of candles in the center, surrounded by various gift bags. Surprise! At that moment, Su Yao suddenly popped out from the side. She scattered the rose petals she was holding into the air and then rushed over, tightly hugging Ji Boda. Mwah! Su Yao kissed Ji Boda on the cheek and then let go, stepping back 2 paces to twirl in front of him. Honey, do I look beautiful? Ji Boda looked up at Su Yao, unable to help but marvel inwardly. What a seductress! So alluring! At that moment, Su Yao had changed from her super sexy little mom dress into a wine red spaghetti strap-long dress. The dress was very fitted, perfectly outlining her curvy figure, and it was backless, emphasizing her sexiness. Her long hair fell in big waves over her shoulders. The makeup on her face was exquisite and charming, nearly perfecting her naturally alluring aura. A set of pigeon blood red ruby jewelry made her look exceptionally enchanting. She wore a pair of red high heels, exuding a strong sense of temptation. Little Splash, is this the surprise you prepared for me? Ji Boda squinted his eyes, reached out, and pulled Su Yao into his arms, then kissed her fiery red lips. Embracing and kissing, they finally separated, breathless, after a full 10 minutes. Honey, come and see the gift I bought for you. Su Yao suddenly smiled seductively, pulling Ji Boda to the center of the heart shape, then pointing at the pile of gifts with an expectant expression on her face. Hee. Ji Boda couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Seeing how thoughtful Su Yao was, he cooperated with her and began to unwrap the gifts one by one. Among the dozens of gift bags, there were suits, shirts, leather shoes, ties, casual wear, sportswear, sneakers, all men's clothing. Moreover, all these clothes were from relatively expensive luxury brands. More importantly, when Ji Boda tried on a few pieces, they fit him perfectly. It was obvious that Su Yao must have secretly measured Ji Boda's size, which is why she dared to buy him so many clothes and shoes. Honey, I also bought you a mobile phone. Come and see if you like it. Su Yao proudly took out an unopened phone box from among the gift bags. To Ji Boda's slight surprise, this phone turned out to be the limited edition Huawei Mate 40 Pro, priced at a staggering 42,800 yuan, known as the Flying Lion Pichot. Ji Boda clearly remembered that only 16 units of this phone were available nationwide. He couldn't help but wonder how Su Yao managed to get her hands on it. She must have put in quite a bit of effort, right? Yao, I really like the gift you prepared, Ji Boda said for the first time in a very serious tone, gently calling out Su Yao's nickname, no longer referring to her as Little Splash Girl as he had before. At that moment, Su Yao suddenly froze in place, her long eyelashes seeming to tremble slightly, and then her lips curled into a beautiful arc. Hubby, I have an even bigger surprise for you. Su Yao walked over, gently wrapping her arms around Ji Boda's waist, her face displaying a mysterious expression. Oh really? Another surprise? To cooperate with Su Yao, Ji Boda deliberately put on an expectant expression. Clap. Su Yao clapped her hands and then shouted at the closed bedroom door, man, come out. Click. To Ji Boda's astonishment, the bedroom door suddenly swung open. Following that, a stunningly beautiful woman, biting her lip and looking a bit shy, walked out of the room, fidgeting slightly. Ji Boda. Ji Boda, long time no see. The woman who walked out of the bedroom instantly caught Ji Boda's attention. Her hair, as black as satin, was casually tied up in a bun, with 2 strands of hair framing her face, adding a touch of allure. She had an oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, and phoenix eyes that sparkled with charm. Her lips were coated with a layer of nude lipstick, appearing plump and moist, exuding an enticing aura. She wore a black spaghetti strap mini dress that revealed her beautiful, glistening neck, sexy collarbones, and smooth, fair shoulders. However, Ji Boda took a step back in sheer terror, staring at the beautiful woman in disbelief and shouting, "Holy crap! You're the mother Tyrannosaurus Zhao Sherman?" Silence. The living room felt completely quiet. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Zhao Shimon's face, and her gaze towards Ji Boda was filled with resentment. She trembled her lips, about to say something. But Ji Boda quickly interjected, "Zhao Sherman, I need to discuss something private with Su Yao. Could you please wait a moment?" After saying this, Ji Boda immediately pulled Su Yao into the adjacent bedroom and slammed the door shut with a bang. Zhao Sherman. In the room, Ji Boda turned to Su Yao, looking serious. But before he could speak, Su Yao cheerfully asked, "Hubby, I brought Man back for you. Surprised? Unexpected?" Drip. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Ji Boda's temple. He pursed his lips, helplessly saying, "I had thought the person you brought back might be the flirty dancer Yulili, or the pig hero Tangro, or even the little green tea lily, or maybe a block of ice Lin Xingxue, but I never expected you would actually bring back the mother Tyrannosaurus Zhao Sherman." As soon as Ji Boda said this, Su Yao couldn't help but burst into laughter. She reached out and pinched Ji Boda, rolling her eyes as she asked, "Hubby, why did you give my girlfriend such ugly nicknames?" "Am I wrong?" Ji Boda frowned and explained, "Yulili is the flower of the dance department, and after graduation, she became a female streamer, dancing in the live broadcast every day. If that's not a flirty dancer, then what is it? That idiot Tangro, trying to do online dating like others, thought her online boyfriend was a rich second generation, but in the end, she didn't even see his face and got scammed out of tens of thousands. Can you say she's not a total fool? And Luli, that gold digger, always competing with a bunch of fake socialites, even fighting over a pair of Balenciaga stockings, trying to turn herself into a socialite to seduce a rich second generation. If she's not a green tea bitch, then what is she? Then there's Lin Xingxue, always wearing a cold expression, looking like she doesn't want anyone near her. Sometimes I wonder if she has misandry? Or is she just a lesbian? And let's talk about Zhao Sherman, the president of our martial arts club at Shilin University, who beats people up at the drop of a hat. There are at least 800 male students who have been beaten by her. If she's not a mother dragon, then what is she?" At this point, Ji Boda's face showed a strange expression, as if he recalled some painful memory, and a hint of resentment flashed in his eyes. "Honey, I remember. It seems like Zhao Sherman has beaten you up too. You're not still holding a grudge against her, are you?" As soon as Su Yao said this, Ji Boda's expression changed dramatically. He widened his eyes and quickly said, "What do you mean I was beaten by Zhao Sherman? I was just letting her win. After all, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. If it really came to blows, I could easily take her down with one hand." "Is that so?" Su Yao looked at Ji Boda with a doubtful expression, then hugged him and gently patted his back a few times. "Honey, you were wrong back then." Put. Ji Boda almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The scene from that year involuntarily flashed in his mind. It was a sunny morning, the sound of pigeons cooing accompanied the wake-up call, but the world was not at peace. Even in peaceful times, there were turbulent clouds. When Ji Boda was a freshman, he fell head over heels for Lu Ruyan. To win over the goddess, he would run to buy breakfast for her every morning. One day, as Ji Boda was carrying breakfast and had just arrived at the girls' dormitory, a sexy lace underwear suddenly fell from above. Coincidentally, it landed right on Ji Boda's head. You know, getting hit on the head by underwear is a sign of bad luck for a long time. Ji Boda was so angry that he immediately grabbed the underwear and started cursing at the girls' dormitory. As a result, the mother dragon Zhao Sherman came rushing down in a fury. Seeing Ji Boda holding her underwear, looking all fierce, Zhao Sherman actually mistook him for a thief. Then, Ji Boda vs. Zhao Sherman. In the first round, Ji Boda was thrown to the ground by Zhao Sherman with a shoulder throw. Immediately after, Zhao Sherman unleashed a flurry of punches on Ji Boda. Bota swore that he had been fighting since he was a child, and that was the first time he lost to a girl, and it was a crushing defeat, with no chance to fight back. Fortunately, at that moment, a few female witnesses came over and explained for Bota, proving that he was not a thief and that it was all just a misunderstanding. Realizing she had hit the wrong person, Zhao Sherman immediately apologized sincerely and even offered to cover his medical expenses. Damn! Was it really about the medical expenses? The moment she mentioned it, Bota felt like a girl who had been assaulted, feeling wronged, angry, hateful, and unwilling. He even felt like dying. What a humiliation! A great disgrace! This was the pain Bota had buried in his heart for a lifetime, something that could never be erased. Now, when Bota saw Zhao Sherman again, that buried memory immediately awakened, which is why he reacted so intensely. The nickname Mother Dragon is truly well-deserved. Zhao Sherman is just a big-breasted, brainless violent woman. By the way, husband, since they all have nicknames, what kind of nickname did you give me? Suddenly, Su Yao's voice interrupted Bota's thoughts. Without thinking, he blurted out, "Flirty fox." Ha! Su Yao was momentarily taken aback, quickly releasing Bota and staring intently into his eyes, her face quickly showing a hint of anger. Why call me flirty fox? Where have I flirted? Did I seduce your uncle or sleep with your father? You look like a seductress, share the same surname as Su Daji, the concubine of King Zhou, and you're always posing in preening, so, Bota, why don't you just go die? Ha, I was just joking, why are you so sensitive? I'm angry. If you're angry, just hold it in. Do you want to go against the heavens? In the room, Su Yao angrily hugged Bota and bit his shoulder. Perhaps worried about hurting him, Su Yao didn't bite too hard, just enough to express her dissatisfaction. As if thinking of something, Su Yao quickly asked, "Husband, what nickname did you give Lu Ruyan?" Bota pinched Su Yao's cheek and said with a forced smile, "At first, I didn't give her any nickname, but later, I did give her one little dragon girl. I knew it, back then you only had eyes for Lu Ruyan, even her nickname sounds so nice." Su Yao shot Bota an angry glare, her face filled with jealousy, clearly unhappy with his double standards. He. Bota chuckled lightly, ignoring Su Yao's jealous gaze, and continued, "I also gave Yang Fan a nickname, their nicknames together just happened to make a pair." Really? Su Yao immediately became interested, her face full of curiosity as she asked, "Husband, what nickname did you give Yang Fan?" "Yin Shiping." As soon as Bota said this, Su Yao froze in place. Then, she burst out laughing, hugging Bota and saying, "Husband, you're so funny. Little dragon girl and Yin Shiping. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter." Su Yao had a broad mind, and when she laughed, it was always a lively, shaking, and powerful sound that could shake the mountains. It was summer. Bota and Su Yao were wearing thin clothes. The two were tightly embraced, and soon sparks flew. However, Bota still had doubts, and while Su Yao hadn't set herself on fire, he quickly asked, Yao, in my impression, Zhao Sherman isn't a gold digger. How did you manage to convince her?" Upon hearing this, Su Yao immediately stopped laughing. She pouted and said disdainfully, "Husband, today I went shopping with my girlfriends and casually probed their opinions. Do you know what their reactions were?" "What reactions?" Bota blinked, a hint of curiosity on his face. "Humph." Su Yao snorted coldly and said, "I straightforwardly asked them who would be willing to be your little wife, and I could give them 5 million. Wait. Bota quickly interrupted Su Yao, his face filled with shock as he asked, "I give you 10 million, you give them 5 million, just like that, you make a pure profit of 5 million. You're making it too easy as a middleman, aren't you?" "Oh, husband, don't focus on the details." Su Yao used her charm again, gently shaking Bota as she said, "We're looking at the result. Didn't I bring you back a beautiful lady?" Smack! Bota reached out a hand and gave Su Yao's rear a light pat, then said with a mix of laughter and tears, "You only brought back one of the 7 fairies of Shilan University, and you still have the nerve to take credit? Speaking of which, it makes me angry." Su Yao bit her lip and said angrily, "Those little brats." As soon as they heard 5 million, their eyes all lit up. "But, Lily, Ruru, Lily, and Qingxue are all pretending to be aloof. Only Man agreed to me on the spot, so I brought her back. As for the others, I plan to leave them hanging. After so many years of friendship, do I not know their true colors? When the time comes, they'll come crying and begging me, hum. Drip." A drop of cold sweat trickled down Bota's forehead. Bota thought for a moment and asked again, "Is Zhao Sherman really short on money lately? Is she really selling herself for 5 million? Su Yao was slightly taken aback and instinctively replied, "Honey, you didn't know something happened to Man's family?" "What happened?" As soon as Bota asked, Su Yao immediately responded, Man's parents run a supermarket, right? Last year, the supermarket suddenly caught fire, and almost all the goods inside were destroyed. Because of this, Man's family owes a lot of money. Later, to help her family pay off the debt, Man went to work as a coach at a fitness center, but she encountered a lecherous student who not only touched her but also wanted her to be his mistress. In a fit of anger, Man beat that student into the hospital. Because of this, Man took on another significant debt. Hearing this, Bota's confusion was finally resolved. Setting aside the factor of violence, Bota had to admit that Zhao Sherman was indeed a rare beauty. To take her in or not? Wasn't that just stating the obvious? The teacher taught us to be helpful and kind to others. Since Zhao Sherman was in trouble and Bota happened to have the ability to help her, why should he stand by and watch? It's still that saying, rescuing women in distress from deep waters and scorching fires is our unshirkable duty. In Longwo law, any woman over 18 is collectively referred to as a woman. Click. Bota opened the bedroom door and then took Su Yao's hand as they walked out. At that moment, Zhao Sherman was quietly standing in the living room. She was holding her skirt with both hands, her pretty face slightly flushed, her gaze wandering, and she seemed a bit nervous and uneasy. Zhao Sherman, I want to fight you. As soon as Bota said this, not only was Zhao Sherman frozen in place, but even Su Yao was startled. What? Zhao Sherman suddenly looked up, her face full of doubt as she looked at Bota, seemingly questioning if she had heard wrong. If you win, I can give you 5 million, and I won't force you to be my mistress. You can leave any time, I won't stop you. Bota had wanted to hit Zhao Sherman for a long time. Now, this little girl had come to him voluntarily. If he didn't strike now, when would he? Then, what if I lose? Although Zhao Sherman was quite confident in her fighting skills, she still cautiously asked. If you lose, I will also give you 5 million, but you must immediately be my little mistress from now on, and you have to call me daddy. Bota had the word shameless directly etched on his face. A tree that doesn't shed its bark is bound to die. A person who doesn't care about their face is invincible. Zhao Shimon's brows furrowed, and just as she was about to explode, she suddenly thought of her current situation, and like a deflated balloon, she immediately deflated. So, how about it? Do you want to fight me? Bota looked at Zhao Sherman with a half-smile, a look of having her completely in his grasp. Okay, I promise you. Zhao Sherman didn't hesitate much, just gave Bota a strange look and agreed. If she wins, Zhao Sherman can get 5 million. If she loses, she can still get 5 million. If she fights, there's money to be made. If she doesn't, there's none. Zhao Sherman had no choice. Moreover, she had come to cling to Bota, and now there was an opportunity to earn money without sacrificing her body. How could she possibly miss it? However, Zhao Sherman hesitated a bit. She was very clear about Bota's fighting ability. Back then, she had only used 30% of her strength to pin Bota down and give him a good thrashing. Over the years, even though Bota had secretly trained hard in martial arts, Zhao Sherman had also been practicing and was rapidly improving. So, she didn't believe Bota could beat her. Should I hold back a little later? If I accidentally hurt him, that little girl Yao Yao will definitely come looking for me. For Yao Yao's sake, I should go easy on him later and try not to hit his face. Royal International Hotel. Fitness Center, Boxing Room. Because there were few guests using the boxing room, the equipment was almost brand new. Bota, already changed into a set of sportswear, warmed up a bit and then climbed onto the boxing ring. Whoosh! To Bota's surprise, Zhao Sherman actually supported herself with one hand on the edge of the ring and then performed a beautiful front flip, elegantly vaulting over the railing and landing lightly in the ring. Damn! This woman is still showing off even when she's in trouble? When Dad gets angry later, she'll definitely cry without tears. Bota casually stood in the ring, squinting his eyes as he assessed Zhao Sherman from head to toe. I have to say, this woman's figure is really good. At this moment, Zhao Sherman was wearing a black sports tank top, with rounded shoulders, delicate collarbones, eye-catching curves, a slim waist, and clearly defined abs. On her lower half, she wore gray yoga pants, with a perfectly rounded backside, a flat stomach without an ounce of fat, strong and healthy thighs, and slender calves. Swish! While Bota was still admiring Zhao Shimon's great figure, he didn't expect her to attack without any warning. Zhao Sherman executed a small grappling move, aiming directly for Bota's shoulder. But, before Zhao Shimon's palm could touch Bota, her right leg suddenly kicked out a whip kick targeting Bota's lower body. A feint? A distraction? A fake move? Trying to deceive Dad's feelings? Ha! She really is a scumbag. Swish! Bota narrowed his eyes, firmly taking a horse stance, then ignored Zhao Shimon's whip kick and threw a heavy punch straight at her curves. Faced with Bota's shameless move, Zhao Sherman was not surprised but rather pleased. Ha! Zhao Shiman let out a delicate shout, crossing her arms in front of her, also ignoring Ji Bota's heavy punch, and then intensified the whip kick, seemingly wanting to knock Ji Bota down in one go. I have to say, Zhao Shiman and Ji Bota's styles were too similar. Both abandoned defense, pursuing extreme offensive power, each wanting to KO the other in one move. Moreover, both were quite arrogant. The outcome was still undecided, but whether it was Ji Bota or Zhao Shiman, a smug smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds almost simultaneously rang out. Ji Bota's fist heavily struck Zhao Shiman's forearm, while Zhao Shiman's whip kick also landed hard on Ji Bota's calf. However, a look of astonishment suddenly flashed across Zhao Shiman's face. She felt as if she had kicked a steel plate, unable to budge Ji Bota even a fraction, and a tremendous recoil surged through her right leg. Moreover, the punch Ji Bota had delivered to her forearm seemed to carry the force of thunder, sending her flying. But that wasn't the end. As Zhao Shiman's body was still in the process of being thrown back, Ji Bota seemed to have anticipated this situation, immediately darting forward and executing a large grappling move, directly grabbing at Zhao Shiman's shoulder. Ha! Startled and terrified, Zhao Shiman quickly performed a backflip, narrowly avoiding Ji Bota's grasp. However, how could Ji Bota let her off so easily? Having taken the Yijin serum, Ji Bota had undergone a complete transformation, his physical abilities far surpassing human limits. How could a small Zhao Shiman possibly escape his clutches? Whoosh! Ji Bota's legs bent slightly, then he pushed off with great force, his body shooting forward like a bullet, lightning fast, right in front of Zhao Shiman. At that moment, Zhao Shiman's expression changed drastically. Ji Bota's strength, speed, reflexes, defense, and attack all exceeded her expectations. Zhao Shiman could never have imagined that the boy she had once pinned down and rubbed into the ground had now grown into a combat master that instilled fear in her. How could this be? Why had Ji Bota grown so quickly? This was unscientific. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Shiman gritted her teeth, forcibly twisting her body in midair, and then kicked out a whip-like leg strike, aiming fiercely from below at Ji Bota's groin. There was no choice. Zhao Shiman had to resort to this move. If Ji Bota got too close, with his terrifying strength, if he managed to grab her, she would undoubtedly lose. Damn! Zhao Shiman, how dare you use a move like that on your father? Ji Bota seemed taken aback. He cursed under his breath, abruptly halting his advance, then inhaled, tightened his abdomen, and stuck out his butt. From the side, Ji Bota had actually formed a large C shape, narrowly avoiding Zhao Shiman's toes. Hearing Ji Bota's curses, Zhao Shiman couldn't help but blush. However, this was in the arena. Both sides were engaged in an intense battle. No matter what move was used, as long as it could defeat the opponent, it was a good move. Ha! Zhao Shiman was definitely a ruthless little fighter. Seeing Ji Bota evade her attack, she decided to increase the force of her whip kick, aiming for Ji Bota's chin. If she couldn't hit below, then she'd aim above. In any case, this whip kick had already been launched. If he was focused on avoiding below, could he also guard against above? Let's see how you dodge this time. The corners of Zhao Shiman's mouth lifted slightly, seemingly quite pleased with her quick thinking and this sudden strike. However, in the next second, Zhao Shiman was dumbfounded. She saw Ji Bota suddenly exhale, then thrust his waist forward, his head snapping back. From the side, Ji Bota's body, which had just formed a large C shape, instantly transformed into a shape. This set of movements seemed a bit familiar. After all, Ji Bota had practiced it countless times in bed. Swish! Zhao Shiman's toes nearly grazed Ji Bota's nose as they passed by. A powerful gust from her leg not only ruffled Ji Bota's hair but also ignited the anger within him. Damn it! Just because the tiger doesn't roar, do you really think I'm a sick cat? Whoosh! After dodging Zhao Shiman's whip kick, Ji Bota seized the opportunity while her move was still in play, taking a large step forward, closing the distance between him and Zhao Shiman to zero. At the same time, Ji Bota's left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Zhao Shiman's raised right leg and tightly gripping her ankle. Silence! The arena fell completely quiet. Zhao Shiman stood on her left foot, her right leg raised high, striking a pose reminiscent of a horse rearing up, her whole body leaning against Ji Bota. Below the stage, Su Yao and Bai Chanxian were both dumbfounded. They never expected that as Ji Bota and Zhao Shiman fought, they would end up in such an unexpected position. What are you two doing? Can't you pay a little more attention? This kind of pose is quite inappropriate. You, let go of me. Suddenly, Zhao Shiman shouted, both embarrassed and angry, her pretty face nearly turning red to her neck. Why should I let you go? Ji Bota not only didn't release Zhao Shiman, but instead tightened his grip on her ankle, pulling it up to maintain her pose at a strict 180 degrees. You, rogue! Hey! You dare call me a rogue? Who was the one who just used a deadly kick on me? I think you're the rogue. I had no choice. Ha, I'm also in a position where I have no choice. On the stage. Frustrated, Zhao Sherman suddenly launched an attack on Jibota. Although her right foot was held high by Jibota, she swiftly raised her left leg and struck fiercely at Jibota's head. Swish! Jibota seemed to have anticipated her move, quickly raising his right arm to block her attack. Ha! Zhao Sherman shouted again, her left leg wrapping around Jibota's arm and directly coiling around his neck. At the same time, Zhao Sherman shot her hands out like lightning, tightly hugging Jibota's head, then she mounted his shoulder. That's right. Zhao Sherman was straddling Jibota's face. At this moment, Jibota had no choice but to let go of Zhao Sherman's right foot and used both hands to grip her waist, trying to pull her down. However, once Zhao Sherman's left foot regained freedom, it immediately wrapped around, forming a lock with both feet that firmly secured Jibota's neck. Silence. The scene was completely quiet. Su Yao and Bai Chanxian, watching from below, widened their eyes and dropped their jaws, their faces displaying shock and bewilderment. What's going on? Didn't we say to pay a little more attention? How are you two getting even more outrageous? Despite all this, only a few seconds had passed. Jibota, locked by Zhao Sherman, instinctively took a deep breath, only to be overwhelmed by a strong scent of femininity that nearly broke his composure. Oh sea, you are all water. Oh steed, you have 4 legs. Oh beauty, you are truly beautiful. Below your nose, there is a mouth. Ha! Jibota carried Zhao Sherman and took a step to the edge of the stage, bending his legs slightly before jumping onto the railing. Then, in the astonished eyes of Su Yao and Bai Chanxian, Jibota used the rebound from the railing to leap high into the air, head down and feet up, crashing down towards the stage floor with Zhao Sherman. Ah! Seeing this scene, Su Yao and Bai Chanxian couldn't help but scream in shock. Jibota jumped too high. If they really hit the floor, Zhao Sherman could be seriously injured, or even lose her life. Of course, Zhao Sherman also realized the situation was dire. As Jibota was about to land, she decisively released her legs and kicked off Jibota's shoulder. Whoosh! Using the force of her kick, Zhao Sherman quickly broke free from Jibota's grasp and jumped to the other side of the stage. However, it seemed Jibota had once again anticipated her move. As soon as Jibota landed, he pushed himself off the floor with both hands and performed a front flip, lunging towards Zhao Sherman. Smack! Just as Zhao Sherman's feet touched the ground, a powerful figure appeared behind her. Jibota. He was here. Jibota lifted his right foot and, with the sole of his size 45 shoe, kicked hard at Zhao Sherman's backside. Ah! Zhao Sherman exclaimed, losing her balance uncontrollably and falling heavily to the floor in a dog-eat-dog position. But that wasn't the end. After kicking Zhao Sherman away, Jibota rushed over and sat down heavily on her back. Zhao Sherman, you lost. Hurry up and call me daddy. Jibota's lips curled into a charming arc as he quickly raised his right hand and slapped Zhao Sherman's backside hard. Smack! A crisp sound echoed, and Zhao Sherman suddenly froze in place. Immediately after, her pretty face turned beet red. Night fell. At the top floor of the Huangqiao International Hotel, in the revolving restaurant, Jibota ordered an expensive seafood feast and opened a bottle of red wine worth 300,000. Click, click, click. To Jibota's surprise, not only Su Yao but also Zhao Sherman took out their phones. The two women went wild taking photos, editing them, and posting on social media. Before long, both Su Yao and Zhao Sherman's phones chimed with ding-ding-ding notifications from WeChat. The Seven Fairies friend group exploded. Yuli Li at Su Yao, Yao, did you really trick Man into coming home to be Jibota's little wife? Luli at Zhao Sherman, Man, did Yao really give you 5 million? Tang Ro at Su Yao, Sister Yao, I want to be supported. Lin Qingxua at Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, are young people really this extravagant nowadays? My worldview is shattered. Looking at the various messages in the friend group, Su Yao appeared calm, but Zhao Sherman felt her cheeks burning. She never dreamed that one day she would become someone else's little wife, and that she had actively pursued it. However, just moments ago, Jibota and Su Yao had each transferred 5 million to Zhao Sherman. Staring at the 10 million balance in her bank account, Zhao Sherman's previously conflicted heart suddenly felt at ease. So what if she was a little wife? Since ancient times, concubines have been favored over wives. Husbands care more for their little wives. Moreover, with this 10 million, her parents wouldn't have to bear huge debts, and they could reopen a bigger supermarket. As long as nothing unexpected happened, her parents would surely enjoy their old age without worrying about money anymore. As for love, Zhao Sherman was very open-minded. Whether a man loves you or not is not important. As long as he is willing to spend money on you, that is enough. Besides, Ji Boda was so handsome, powerful, wealthy, and generous to women. Such an outstanding man was simply the perfect lover in Zhao Shiman's eyes. Tap tap tap. Stealing a glance at Ji Boda sitting across from her, Zhao Shiman blushed as she clutched her phone and quickly sent a message in the friend group. Zhao Shiman, it wasn't until today that I realized Ji Boda is full of shining points. Being his lover, I am more than willing. Su Yao at Zhao Shiman, call me sister. Zhao Shiman at Su Yao, sister. Su Yao, hey, good sister, I'll take care of you from now on. Zhao Shiman, thank you, sister. After this exchange between Su Yao and Zhao Shiman, the friend group erupted with wow messages. Seemingly to show off her boyfriend, Su Yao even posted the video of Ji Boda and Zhao Shiman's battle directly in the friend group. A few minutes later, the friend group exploded again. Yulili, no way. Is this really the Ji Boda I know? Luli, when did Ji Boda become this amazing? Tangro, no wonder Man is so devoted, it turns out she was convinced by someone. Lin Xingxue, Ji Boda has changed so much, I almost didn't recognize him. You Lily, speaking of which, Ji Boda looks really handsome in the ring. Luli at you Lily, you're not falling for him, are you? You Lily at Luli, don't talk nonsense, I just admire him a bit. Luli, pretending. Tang Ro, keep pretending. Lin Xingxue, continue pretending. You Lily, you guys. Luli, haha, Tang Ro, haha, +1 Lin Xingxue, haha, +2 in the city at night, the lights twinkling. Inside a rental room of less than 20 square meters. Lu Ruoyan, just out of the shower, walked out of the bathroom while drying her half-damp hair. At this moment, she was wearing only a sexy lace nightgown, her delicate shoulders, exquisite collarbone, long legs, and a large expanse of snow-white skin all exposed to the air. Swish! Lu Ruoyan sat down by the bed, her perfectly rounded hips immediately outlined by the lace nightgown. Whoosh! Yang Fan, who had been lying on the bed, quickly turned over and sat up, rushing over to hug Lu Ruoyan tightly from behind. Ruoyan, you smell so good. Yang Fan buried his head under Lu Ruoyan's neck, taking a deep sniff, his face showing a greedy and intoxicated expression. Don't touch me, you smell like sweat, go take a shower. Lu Ruoyan frowned and immediately pushed Yang Fan away, her eyes flashing with a hint of disgust. Hee, okay, I'll go take a shower right now. Yang Fan smiled awkwardly, jumped off the bed, and hurriedly dashed into the bathroom. As soon as the bathroom door closed, the sound of the shower quickly followed, and Lu Ruoyan's expression of disgust seemed to deepen. This cramped and narrow rental room was dark and damp, with old furniture, moldy marks on the walls, and even Yang Fan's stinky socks and dirty shorts scattered on the bedside and sofa. This was completely different from what Lu Ruoyan had imagined. She thought that since Yang Fan had become a senior executive at a big company and was a returnee, he should be living in a more upscale neighborhood. But instead, the place Yang Fan was living in was even worse than the shabby courtyard Ji Boda rented. According to Yang Fan, he had just returned to the country and hadn't found a suitable place to live yet, so he rented this place temporarily. However, Yang Fan had already patted his chest and promised to move out of this small place tomorrow and rent a big apartment in a high-end community. So, Lu Ruoyan decided to endure it for the time being. Swish! Lu Ruoyan lay back on the bed, casually picked up her phone, and opened WeChat. She was shocked to see how lively the group chat with her friends was. The unread messages in the chat box had accumulated to over 200. Swish swish swish. Lu Ruoyan quickly scrolled up, taking several minutes to reach the first message sent by Yu Lily that evening. After that, Lu Ruoyan read through the unread messages one by one. However, not long after, Lu Ruoyan's expression turned ugly. She never expected that Zhao Shiman would willingly degrade herself and become Ji Boda's mistress. Moreover, photos of Zhao Shiman with Su Yao, Zhao Shiman with Ji Boda, and a group photo of Ji Boda surrounded by women were all boldly posted in the friend group. The three of them looked quite harmonious. Swish swish swish. Lu Ruoyan quickly exited and checked Su Yao's moments, then looked at Zhao Shiman's moments. As a result, she was disgusted again. Su Yao and Zhao Shiman were both showing off in their friend circles, boasting about the seafood feast they had tonight, the high-end red wine they drank, and the presidential suite they stayed in. What made Lu Ruoyan envious and resentful was that Su Yao had shared the transfer record from Ji Boda, a full 10 million. Zhao Shiman then shared the transfer records from both Su Yao and Ji Boda, totaling another 10 million with 5 million transfers. It was only at this moment that Lu Ruoyan suddenly realized that she seemed to have greatly underestimated Ji Boda's wealth, transferring 5 million and 10 million so casually. Even Su Yao, who had just started dating Ji Boda, could easily transfer 5 million. How much inheritance did Ji Boda actually receive? How much money does he have now? How could he be so generous to Su Yao and Zhao Shiman? Why was there no share of this immense wealth for her? Smack! Lu Ruyen angrily shut her phone and tossed it aside, then lay down on the bed, quietly staring at the ceiling in a daze. Click! At that moment, the bathroom door suddenly swung open, and Yang Fan, completely naked, rushed out in a hurry. Whoosh! Yang Fan quickly climbed onto the bed, wrapped his arms around Lu Ruyen, and without saying a word, kissed her on the lips. What are you doing? Lu Ruyen pushed Yang Fan away forcefully, her face cold as she said, I'm tired today, I don't want to. After saying this, Lu Ruyen turned to the side, not looking at Yang Fan's expression, leaving him with a cold back. Ruyen! Yang Fan, unwilling to give up, gritted his teeth and tried to touch Lu Ruyen's shoulder. As a result, he was met with a barrage of insults from Lu Ruyen. Yang Fan, I already said I'm very tired today. Can't you be a little understanding? Why do you have to force me to do something I don't want to? You never used to be like this, you never forced me before. Why have you changed so much now? Hearing Lu Ruyen's extremely impatient voice, Yang Fan's face turned red and white, feeling awkward and at a loss. He lowered his head, thought for a moment, and then took the initiative to apologize to Lu Ruyen. Ruyen, I'm sorry. Since you're tired today, just rest early. Lu Ruyen replied indifferently, continuing to face away from Yang Fan, and there was no further conversation. Swish! Yang Fan suppressed his inner impulse, gazing longingly at Lu Ruyen's back, then gently lay down beside her. That night, Lu Ruyen couldn't sleep. Yang Fan couldn't sleep either. Ji Bode, Zhao Sherman, and Su Yao also couldn't sleep. At the Royal International Hotel, Presidential Suite, Ji Bode leaned against the headboard, lighting a cigarette for himself, his brow furrowed, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Wah wah wah! Zhao Sherman lay beside Ji Bode, her eyes red. She clutched a corner of the blanket, constantly wiping her tears, and a faint sobbing sound escaped her lips. Man, how come? Is it your first time too? Ji Bode sighed lightly, looking at the bright red plum blossom mark on the sheets, doubting whether he was dreaming. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sherman immediately stopped crying. She turned her head, staring intently at Ji Bode and asked, Ji Bode, what do you mean by that? Do you think I'm a very easy woman? That's not what I meant. What I meant was, forget it, just pretend I was talking nonsense and said nothing. Ji Bode rubbed his face in frustration, then took a box of cigarettes from the bedside table, pulled out a cigarette, and put it in his mouth. Thud! Just as Ji Bode lit the cigarette, a slight movement came from beside him, and Zhao Sherman picked up an ashtray from the other bedside table. Next, Zhao Sherman carefully held the ashtray with both hands and placed it in front of Ji Bode, seemingly to make it easier for him to flick the ash. Who? Ji Bode blew out a smoke ring, suddenly struck by a thought, and then asked Zhao Sherman, Man, what are your plans next? What else can I plan? Zhao Sherman rolled her eyes and said with a hint of resentment on her face, marry a chicken, follow a chicken, marry a dog, follow a dog. Wherever you go in the future, I will follow you. Don't think you can get rid of me. Ji Bode. The next morning, Ji Bode slowly woke from his dreams, suddenly feeling something soft and smooth in his arms. He opened his eyes and immediately saw a stunningly beautiful face. The cool and elegant aura paired with a captivating gaze showcased her unique mature charm. What a beautiful cold rose. At that moment, Zhao Sherman was propping her head up with one hand, a lovely smile curving at the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with affection as she looked at Ji Bode. Meanwhile, Ji Bode also clearly sensed a tender little hand in the blanket, gently stroking his 8-pack abs. Good morning, hubby. Perhaps seeing Ji Bode open his eyes, Zhao Sherman quickly withdrew her hand from under the covers and sweetly greeted him. Before Ji Bode could say anything, Zhao Sherman wrapped her arms around him and rested her little head on his chest. Good morning. Ji Bode smiled as he pulled Zhao Sherman closer, holding her in his embrace. Feeling the warmth radiating from her body and the fragrant scent in the blanket, Ji Bode couldn't help but kiss Zhao Sherman on the forehead. Hubby, I'm hungry. To Ji Bode's surprise, the usually fierce Zhao Sherman was now snuggling in his arms, acting coy. Her blushing face and delicate demeanor resembled that of a newlywed wife. Click! At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and Su Yao, wearing only a lace nightgown, boldly walked in. Little flirt, if you're hungry, get up quickly. Sister will take you for breakfast. This early in the morning, waking up just to cuddle with my hubby, weren't you done playing last night? Silence. The bedroom fell silent. But after a brief moment of quiet, Zhao Sherman suddenly let out a scream, like a startled little rabbit, and instantly shrank back into the blanket. Hey! I say man, why are you pretending to be innocent in front of me? Get up quickly, or else you, as the younger sister, will have to serve me tea. I'll count to 3, if you don't get up, don't blame me for being rude. As Su Yao spoke, she climbed onto the bed. In Bota's astonished gaze, Suyao pulled back the blanket and swooshed in. Immediately, the blanket began to stir. Zhao Shimon's cries and giggles echoed together. Little flirt, watch how I teach you a lesson. Yao yao. No, haha. Ticklish. Call me sister. Sister, haha. I'm sorry, please don't tickle me anymore. Are you getting up? Yes. Just like that, Zhao Shiman was pulled out of the blanket by Suyao. While Zhao Shiman was getting dressed, Suyao climbed over to Bota's side, leaned down, and kissed him on the cheek, speaking very gently, Hubby, I've taken the little flirt away, I promise not to let her disturb your sleep. Today we're not going anywhere, just resting in the hotel for the day. Whenever you wake up, I'll get you something to eat. Suyao remembered Bota's habit of sleeping in and specifically chose this moment to pull Zhao Shiman out of his blanket. Alright, setting aside the attribute of materialism, Suyao is actually quite good in many aspects. At the very least, she can provide Bota with a high emotional value, ensuring that he doesn't feel even the slightest bit of disgust towards her. Of course, Bota also understands that if it weren't for his wealth, generosity, and willingness to spend money on women, Suyao might not show him such a considerate side. In summary, a man must have money. With money, a woman will fully reveal her gentlest and best side in front of you. Click. Watching Suyao and Zhao Shiman tiptoe out of the bedroom, gently closing the door as if afraid to disturb Bota's lazy sleep, a pleasing smile curved at the corners of Bota's mouth. Ha! This money was indeed well spent. At least, Bota felt that his emotional value was fully satisfied. One word, comfortable. Not knowing how long had passed, Bota, lying in bed, suddenly lost his sleepiness. He simply got up, leaned against the headboard, and lit a cigarette for himself. Right. Today is a new day. Time for the lottery. Swish. Bota quickly focused his thoughts and opened the system's main page. Lucky lottery wheel, lottery chances, 3, item slot, empty, no need to say anything. Good mood means good luck. Let's get started. Swish. Bota clicked the lottery button with his mind, and the pointer on the wheel began to spin. The red pointer spun rapidly in a clockwise direction, gradually slowing down after about 3 seconds. Finally, the pointer made a light click sound and steadily stopped in the gold coin area. Immediately, a black bank card jumped out from the wheel and was automatically stored in the system's item slot. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 100 million in reward money. The system's prompt sounded in his ears, and Bota skillfully opened the item slot, quickly finding the black card in his backpack. Black card, reward money. This card is an electronic virtual bank card containing 100 million Longwa coins, but can only be used for tipping on live streaming platforms. Note, the host can receive double the cash back when using the reward money. After reading the detailed description of the black card, Bota, perhaps still a bit dazed from just waking up, couldn't quite grasp the specific function of the card at that moment. However, after finishing a cigarette, his mind cleared up, and he finally understood the use of the black card. Simply put, when Bota uses the money on this black card to tip various streamers on the live streaming platform, he can receive double the cash back. If he uses up all 100 million in reward money, Bota would receive 200 million in return. The system saw that Bota had gained another beauty, so it generously sent him money. How thoughtful. Thanks, system. Bota smiled as he closed the system's item slot and returned to the lottery main page. This time, he rubbed his hands vigorously until his palms began to warm up, then clicked the lottery button with his mind. Swish swish swish. The red pointer spun rapidly in a clockwise direction, gradually slowing down after about 3 seconds. Finally, the pointer suddenly made a light click sound and steadily stopped in the gold coin area. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a high-end residential building. The system's prompt sounded in his ears, and before Bota could react, he suddenly felt a weight in his arms. A plastic bag appeared out of nowhere in front of him, filled with bright red property certificates. Wow! Why are there so many property certificates? What did the system just say? One high-end residential building? Are you sure it's one building, not one unit? Swish swish swish. Bota quickly began to look through the property certificates in his arms, only to find that all of them were in his name. Shilin City, Happiness Road, Xingqing. One mansion, building number 1, 30 floors, 4 households per floor, a total of 120 apartments. Each apartment is a spacious 200 square meters. How much money would it take to buy an entire building? Swish. Bota quickly checked online with his phone. Xingqing. One mansion is located near the most bustling commercial street in Shilin City, where the housing prices have skyrocketed to 100,000 yuan per square meter. In other words, the 120 apartments Bota currently holds are each worth over 20 million. so the total price for 120 apartments has already exceeded 2.4 billion. Damn! He became rich overnight. In the room, G. Boda held 120 bright red property certificates, but a hint of confusion appeared on his face. The first thought that popped into his mind was to rent out all these apartments. Just the monthly rent alone could allow him to live a life of extravagance. However, upon further reflection, he realized he didn't lack money at all. He still had a balance of 570 million in his account and didn't even know how to spend it. Just a moment ago, G. Boda had also drawn 100 million in reward money, and if he used it all, he could get a cashback of 200 million. Moreover, the system offers 3 lottery chances every day, so G. Boda might draw even more wealth. So, he should broaden his perspective. What's the big deal about a little rent? Just a drop in the bucket. It's important to know that G. Boda is actually a very lazy person. He's the type who lies in bed, unwilling to move, preferring the woman to do all the work while he switches to energy-saving mode. How could he possibly have the time and energy to list these 120 apartments for rent, haggle with tenants, and then run around every month to collect rent while dealing with various tenant requests? Damn! Just thinking about it feels troublesome. For such a small amount of rent, running around and exhausting himself is simply not worth it. What is G. Boda's motto? To live off others and enjoy life, absolutely not going to work. Collecting rent is just like working. This, G. Boda cannot tolerate. Swish! G. Boda casually tossed a bag of property certificates aside and focused his attention on the lucky draw wheel. He had already drawn gold coins twice in a row. There was only one last chance to draw today. Couldn't he get a big prize? Does he have to chant a spell to get a better reward? Swish! G. Boda stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then mentally clicked the draw button. As the pointer spun rapidly, G. Boda immediately chanted, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may the great Emperor of Smoke show his divine power. Please bless me to draw the grand prize." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Under G. Boda's eager gaze, the speed of the pointer finally slowed down. This time, the pointer actually passed through the gold coins area and slowly moved towards the remaining 4 areas. Yes, at least a reward above. Card. Lu Ruyan, may you have a spirit in heaven. As G. Boda's ex-girlfriend, she should be like a dead person, constantly blessing G. Boda. That's what a qualified ex-girlfriend should do. Clatter! Before G. Boda could even feel happy, the pointer crawled a short distance and immediately stopped in the card area. Then, a pink card with hearts on it jumped out from the wheel and was automatically stored in the system's item bar. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a net dating card. The system's prompt sounded in his ear, and with strong curiosity, G. Boda opened the item bar, quickly finding the card in his backpack. Net dating card. After using this card, you can obtain a wealthy girlfriend for 3 years through online dating. Note, this card can only be used once. Put. G. Boda almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Brother Tonzi, what do you mean? I admit I'm handsome, in great shape, and I eat well, but I really don't lack money right now, so why would I need a rich girlfriend? If it were the day before yesterday, when I just got the system and drew this card in the first round, I might have hesitated or even used it. After all, relying on looks isn't shameful. Who would turn down money? But, right now, I'm the wealthy brother in Su Yao and Zhao Shimon's eyes. I can't just spend the rich sister's money to support these 2 little brats, right? That's just too unethical. System, I want to use this online dating card. G. Boda said the most assertive words and immediately used the card. He wanted to see just how rich this rich sister really was. If she was richer than him, G. Boda wouldn't mind living off her. If she wasn't richer, then sorry, get lost immediately. Swish! The online dating card in the item bar turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The next second, an electronic prompt sounded in G. Boda's ear. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a rich girlfriend who has been in a relationship for 3 years. Please check on QQ. Buzz. As soon as the words fell, a wave of unfamiliar memories flooded into G. Boda's mind. This memory told G. Boda that on the day he graduated from university, he met a female netizen on QQ. Because they hit it off, they quickly developed feelings for each other and boldly tried online dating. As a result, it spiraled out of control. This relationship lasted a full 3 years. They called each other husband and wife on QQ, sweetly, and in their daily chats, they shared interesting stories from their lives and confided in each other about their troubles. Meeting, falling in love, getting to know each other, cherishing each other. This absurd online relationship, in G. Boda's view, not only mixed elements of love but also included the mutual care of close friends. As the saying goes, a song of heartbreak, where can one find a soulmate in the world? Damn! I have to admit, Brother Tonzi's methods are truly impressive. After digesting this memory, Ji-Bota suddenly felt that the 3 years he spent with Lu Ruyan seemed to have faded away. No. To be precise, this newly emerged 3-year online relationship directly overshadowed the 3 years of real love he had with Lu Ruyan. For a moment, Ji-Bota couldn't tell whether he had been in a relationship with Lu Ruyan or in an online romance with this rich sister over the past 3 years. However, overall, this online relationship left a deeper impression on Ji-Bota. For some reason, Ji-Bota suddenly felt that Lu Ruyan's shadow seemed to have faded a lot, and a certain obsession hidden deep in his mind seemed to dissipate at that moment. Brother Tonzi, are you trying to heal my wounded heart in various ways? I'm not a weak person. A real man, how can he grow into a towering tree without experiencing the storms of life? But, I still really appreciate you. Although you don't talk much, I can feel that you are a thoughtful and good system. I must give you a 5-star rating in crazy likes. Ding ding. At that moment, Ji-Bota's phone vibrated and also emitted a crisp QQ message notification sound. Ji-Bota quickly picked up his phone and opened the QQ mobile app that he hadn't logged into for 800 years. To his surprise, in the pinned messages section, he saw a short message from a girl. No, not a girl, she should be called an ant. The avatar used by the other party was a pot of blooming orchids, and her QQ name was Flower Blooms with Wealth. Put. Ji-Bota almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Why is she called Flower Blooms with Wealth? Originally, Ji-Bota still held a glimmer of hope, thinking that not every wealthy woman was an older lady with a changed figure and a face full of wrinkles. But when he saw this username, the last shred of hope shattered. As everyone knows, Flower Blooms with Wealth is a name favored by middle-aged women, especially those of the auntie variety. Ji-Bota is only 25 this year. He is still a child. He is young. He has plenty of youthful years ahead and infinite possibilities for the future. How could he possibly fall into the hands of an old lady at such a young age? Break up. It must be a breakup. Not even Jesus could help, that's what I say. Flower Blooms with Wealth, honey, what are you busy with? Flower Blooms with Wealth, I want to talk to you about what we agreed on before. I wonder if you have time now. Looking at the 2 messages just sent by his wealthy girlfriend, Ji-Bota was momentarily stunned, then quickly went to check the chat history. However, the chat history was completely blank. Ji-Bota suddenly realized that Su Yao had bought him a new phone yesterday, so naturally, there were no chat records on the new phone. As for Ji-Bota's old phone, it was thrown away. Since he had a new phone worth over 40,000, who would keep the old, broken phone that came with a prepaid plan? It's over, without the chat records, how do I know what we talked about before? A cold sweat dripped down Ji-Bota's forehead. The memory he just had only vaguely told him about his online relationship with this wealthy woman. As for specific details, the system brother hadn't made it clear, so Ji-Bota naturally didn't know. He stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and then replied to Flower Blooms with Wealth. Starry Sky, no problem, I'm free right now. Ji-Bota's original username was Starry Sky, not as good as you, but perhaps he felt that name was too much of a sycophant, so he deleted the last 3 words, leaving just Starry Sky. A few seconds later, the wealthy woman replied with several messages. Flower Blooms with Wealth, honey, you told me before that you practiced martial arts since childhood, mastering various fighting techniques, that taking on 10 people is basic for you, and that your skills are even better than those of Special Forces soldiers. Is that true? Put. Ji-Bota almost spat out a mouthful of old blood again. He had just learned Master of Combat yesterday. However, judging by the tone of Flower Blooms with Wealth, it seemed Ji-Bota had boasted to her long ago about how good he was at fighting. Well, men love to brag. If a man doesn't brag, can he still be called a man? Starry Sky, my skills are indeed impressive. After Ji-Bota sent this message, his wealthy girlfriend sent several messages in quick succession. Flower Blooms with Wealth, hearing you say that, I feel relieved. Flower Blooms with Wealth, for so many years, I've always hoped to find a strong man to rely on, because such a man can protect me and give me enough sense of security. Now I've finally found one. Emoji shy, Flower Blooms with Wealth, honey, let's meet in person. Put. Ji-Bota almost spat out another mouthful of old blood. What's going on? Didn't we agree to break up? How did it turn into wanting to meet in person while chatting? Tap tap tap. Ji-Bota hurriedly typed out a long message about breaking up, but perhaps he felt these words were a bit too cold-hearted. After all, the other party had been in an online relationship with him for 3 years. There might not be any contributions, but there were certainly efforts, right? So, Ji-Bota deleted that message and racked his brain to edit a long, tactful message. The meaning was still the same, break up. However, before Ji-Bota could send this message to Flower Blooms with Wealth, the other party sent him several messages again. Flower Blooms with Wealth, honey, we've been together for a full 3 years now, you still don't know what I look like, right? Flower blooming with wealth, since we have both decided to meet in person, I will send you a few recent photos of myself. Emoji, shy, flower blooming with wealth, image. At that moment, Bota's curiosity was suddenly piqued. He reached out and clicked on one of the photos of flower blooming with wealth, and in the next second, he was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. This woman is incredibly nice. With a heart-shaped face, willow leaf eyebrows, and phoenix eyes, her demeanor is both mature and coldly elegant, with a hint of gentleness amidst the elegance, and a touch of intellect within the gentleness. Her long, tea-black hair is styled into a thick braid, casually draped over her shoulder, looking very easy to hold. Her skin is exceptionally fair, with not a single wrinkle in sight, clearly indicating that she takes great care of herself, making her appear to be under 30, like a 27 or 8-year-old young lady. However, according to the memories imposed on Bota by brother Tonzi, this wealthy sister is a widow, and her real age is already 37, plus she has an 18-year-old daughter. There's absolutely no mistake. But, from the photo, flower blooming with wealth doesn't look like a 37-year-old aunt at all. Instead, she resembles a young lady who is only 3 years older than Bota. One can only say that wealthy women really know how to take care of themselves. Back to the point. In the photo, flower blooming with wealth is wearing a blue fitted dress, standing sideways by the sea. The dress perfectly outlines her mature and voluptuous figure. What does it mean to be a little overweight? Saying she is the pinnacle of the slightly plump category is not an exaggeration at all. Suddenly, Bota felt envious of flower blooming with wealth's daughter. The little girl must have never gone hungry since childhood, because her moth, but now it seems, how can this be an old aunt? Clearly, this is my big baby. No breakup. Whoever breaks up is a big fool. In the room, lying on the bed, Bota originally planned to change his position and continue video chatting with Hwa Kei-Fugue. After all, he was wearing no clothes, just covered his lower body with a quilt, while his upper body was bare. However, when Bota turned over, he accidentally slipped, and the phone fell onto the bed. By the time Bota picked up the phone, the video call had already been interrupted, and Hwa Kei-Fugue sent a message asking, Hwa Kei-Fugue, husband, why did you suddenly hang up the video call? Mantianshan, sorry, I accidentally slipped and dropped the phone on the bed. Hwa Kei-Fugue, you must think that the photos I sent you earlier are all fake or edited, so you wanted to video chat to see my real appearance, right? Emoji, sneaky smile, Mantianshan, indeed, mainly because you said you were 37 years old and had an 18-year-old daughter, which is too far from the you in the photos, I had to doubt it. Hwa Kei-Fugue, I can understand, everyone who has seen me doesn't believe I have an 18-year-old daughter. Emoji, happy, Bota, emoji, embarrassed. After Bota sent his last message, Hwa Kei-Fugue didn't reply for a long time. He didn't know what she was doing, maybe she suddenly encountered something and didn't have time to reply to Bota's message? Just as Bota was about to get out of bed, the phone suddenly vibrated twice, and a message from Hwa Kei-Fugue came in. Hwa Kei-Fugue, let me reintroduce myself, my name is Qin Xiaoyu, I am 37 years old, widowed, and I have an 18-year-old daughter. I currently work as a general manager in a listed company, have a house, a car, and savings. Since my husband passed away, you are the only boyfriend I have had. Put. Bota almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the long self-introduction sent by Qin Xiaoyu, especially the last sentence, that since her husband passed away, she has only had Bota as a boyfriend. It was this sentence that made Bota feel that Qin Xiaoyu seemed to have a hint of resentment. What? Just having me as a boyfriend means I have to be responsible for you? Or is Qin Xiaoyu indirectly telling me that since her husband passed away, she has kept herself pure and has never messed around? Bota stroked his chin and thought, anyway, he is a scumbag. Being a scumbag is being a scumbag, whether it's one or two, being a few more is still a scumbag. Good girls should not be let down, and bad girls should not be wasted. I am not a scumbag, I just want to give all girls a warm home. Mantianshan, my name is Bota, I am 25 years old, currently retired, have a house, a car, and savings. I basically don't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life. I don't need you to support me. Hwa Kei-Fugue, what? Retired at 25? Husband, are you kidding me? Mantianshan, this is called early retirement, completely lying flat, living off food and waiting to die, enjoying life. Hwa Kei-Fugue, then your family conditions must be very good, right? Mantianshan, I am an orphan. Hwa Kei-Fugue, I'm sorry, I didn't know about your family situation. Bota and Qin Xiaoyu chatted on QQ for a while, then added each other as WeChat friends. Since they were preparing to meet in person, continuing to chat on QQ seemed inappropriate. Ding ding. As soon as they added each other on WeChat, Qin Xiaoyu immediately sent a message. Qin Xiaoyu, husband, actually there is one more thing I haven't told you. which is about us. I haven't told my daughter yet. I'm worried she won't be able to accept this fact and might strongly oppose us being together. G Boda, emoji, awkward, Chin Xiaoyu, how about this? I'll have a good talk with my daughter tonight, and if she doesn't object, we can be together openly. G Boda, what if she disagrees? Chin Xiaoyu, then we'll just be together secretly, and she won't need to know. Emoji, covers mouth and giggles, G Boda, got it. No matter if your daughter agrees or not, you're determined to be with me, right? Chin Xiaoyu, honey, don't you want to meet me in real life? Looking at the last message in the chat box, G Boda suddenly recalled Chin Xiaoyu's mature and beautiful face, her voluptuous figure, and that pair of imposing 38F headlights. Slurp. G Boda quickly wiped the drool that had escaped from the corner of his mouth and hurriedly typed a reply to Chin Xiaoyu. G Boda, yes. Chin Xiaoyu, hee, then can you call me wife first? G Boda, wife. Emoji, kiss, Chin Xiaoyu, my little husband, so good. Emoji, kiss, G Boda, why do you add a little in front of husband? Chin Xiaoyu, you're only 25, a whole 12 years younger than me. Isn't that still considered young? G Boda, I'm very grown up, do you want to try? Chin Xiaoyu, hey. After 3 years of talking with you, I just realized today that you're actually a little pervert. Seeing this message, G Boda's face suddenly flashed with disdain. Just a moment ago, when he was video calling with Chin Xiaoyu, the instant she saw him shirtless, her eyes widened like copper bells, shooting out a sharp glint of intelligence. Who's the little pervert? Shouldn't you take a look in the mirror, with the drool almost dripping from the corner of your mouth? Now you're turning the tables and calling me a little pervert? Hee, women. G Boda, I was wrong. I decided to turn over a new leaf, immediately quit lusting, and go to Shaolin Temple to become a monk. From now on, I'll devote myself to Buddhism and never have any improper thoughts about love between men and women. Chin Xiaoyu, you dare. G Boda, hee, just kidding. Chin Xiaoyu, G Boda, you are my man now. Without my permission, you absolutely cannot become a monk. Do you understand? G Boda, oh, the domineering female CEO has fallen for me? Chin Xiaoyu, wrong, it should be called the beautiful and dashing CEO sister, the little wolfdog brother can't escape. Emoji, sneaky smile. For some reason, G Boda felt particularly happy and relaxed when chatting with Chin Xiaoyu, without any worries, saying whatever he wanted. And Chin Xiaoyu always managed to follow his topics, happily chatting along. Is this what they call a soulmate? A song of heartbreak. Where can one find a confidant in this world? Chin Xiaoyu, honey, let's meet up. I want to get to know you better, and let you get to know me better too. Emoji, grinning, G Boda, how in depth. Emoji, mischievous smile, Chin Xiaoyu, I'll share a song with you, the moon represents my heart. Looking at the song shared by Chin Xiaoyu, G Boda instinctively pressed the play button. Soon, a soothing melody flowed from the phone. G Boda held the phone, leaned against the headboard, slowly closed his eyes, and began to listen intently. You ask me how deep my love for you is, how much I love you, my feelings are true, my love is true, the moon represents my heart. You ask me how deep my love for you is, how much I love you, my feelings don't change, my love doesn't waver, the moon represents my heart. Is this what love is? After finishing the chat with Chin Xiaoyu, G Boda couldn't help but sigh to the sky, I love you, my dear. After sighing to himself for a while, G Boda was just about to get out of bed when his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed, Lin Qingxue. Upon seeing this name, G Boda's first reaction was to wonder if she had dialed the wrong number. Although G Boda had Lin Qingxue's contact information and had added her as a friend on WeChat, they had hardly been in touch over the years. One of the 7 fairies of Shilin University, known as the Ice Goddess, Lin Qingxue suddenly called him. What was going on? Was she coming to seek refuge with him like Xiao Sherman? But, why Lin Qingxue of all people? If it were any of the others, Feng Sao and Yang Yu Lily, Little Green Tea Luli, or Pig Hero Tang Ro, he wouldn't have been surprised at all. But the fact that the ice block Lin Qingxue was calling him left G Boda utterly astonished. Didn't she have a disdain for men? Wasn't she a lace edge, a lesbian, a lily? Wasn't she supposed to be aloof? Had she also compromised with reality? Swish. After a brief moment of shock, G Boda answered the call. Hello? Is this G Boda? A cold female voice came from the other end, with a tone that seemed a bit strange, mixed with a hint of awkwardness and a touch of relief. However, Lin Qingxue's voice definitely belonged to that high-cold, mature woman type, making one feel that she was untouchable, pure as jade, sacred and inviolable. Perhaps this woman was so aloof that it made men want to conquer her. The ice goddess, oh no! An ice block, indeed living up to her reputation. Oh, so it's Bing Bing, what made you suddenly think of calling me? G Boda smirked, exuding a sense of dominance. Bing, Bing Bing? Who is Bing Bing? G Boda, I am Lin Qingxue. The voice on the other end clearly paused, seemingly mixed with dissatisfaction, but was holding back anger, as if afraid to offend Ji Boda easily. I know you are Lin Xingxue, Bing Bing is the nickname I gave you. Isn't it a nice name? Nice. Hearing the gritted teeth on the other end, Ji Boda couldn't help but chuckle and asked, Bing Bing, may I ask what you need from me? Ji Boda, it's like this. You should know that I am now a client manager at China Merchants Bank's private banking. The reason I called you today is to introduce you to our private banking services. Our private banking at China Merchants Bank has the largest number of clients among all major banks in the country and is recognized for having the best service. Lin Xingxue rambled on the phone, summarizing it all in one sentence. I want to recruit you to become my client. Ji Boda squinted, listening to Lin Xingxue's explanation on the phone, and couldn't help but recall a high-cold figure in his mind. He vaguely remembered Lu Ruyan mentioning that Lin Xingxue had entered the banking system after graduation. He didn't expect that she was now a client manager at China Merchants Bank. The so-called private banking is not a bank set up by individuals, but a service model specifically designed by banks to attract high-net-worth individuals. In simple terms, it is a high-end VIP customer service from the bank. Compared to ordinary branches, private banking has higher authority, more resources, and a wider range of services. For example, for the same deposit, the interest rate for ordinary customers is fixed. The four major banks' current deposit rate is about 0.35%, and the one-year fixed deposit rate is only about 1.5%. However, for private banking clients, the deposit interest rate can be negotiated, generally starting at over 2.5%, and the more you deposit, the higher the interest rate. In addition, private banks also offer many benefits and more service items to their clients. Ji Boda vaguely remembered that to become a client of one of the four major domestic banks' private banking services, personal deposits must reach at least 5 million and must be maintained for a certain period. The threshold for China Merchants Bank is the highest. Personal assets must exceed 10 million to become their private banking client. However, Ji Boda's money was clearly deposited in Manhwa Bank, and regardless of which bank it was, they would implement strict confidentiality measures for their clients. The question arises. As a private banking client manager at China Merchants Bank, how did Lin Xingxue find out that Ji Boda's deposit in Manhwa Bank had already exceeded 10 million? Slap! Ji Boda suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself, cursing his own stupidity. Su Yao had been flaunting her wealth on social media the day before, with a LaFerrari, extravagant meals costing hundreds of thousands, and presidential suites. Just yesterday, Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, these two little brats, even shared Ji Boda's transfer records on social media. Lin Xingxue wasn't blind. With such a high-quality client right beside her, would she really let this big client slip away to someone else? Ji Boda, are you listening to me? At that moment, Lin Xingxue's slightly dissatisfied voice came from the phone. Ji Boda came back to his senses, and a playful, charming smile immediately appeared on his face. Bing Bing, I really want to become your client, but I'm very busy right now, I really don't have time. Since Ji Boda had locked his heart and closed off love, he had transformed from a sycophant into a scumbag. How could he kneel before Lin Xingxue just because she was an ice goddess? Come on. The one in need now is Lin Xingxue. How dare she speak to him in such a condescending tone? How dare she be dissatisfied with him? Silence. The other end of the phone was quiet for a moment, and soon Lin Xingxue's voice came again. Ji Boda, if you don't have time to come to our China Merchants Bank, I can come to you personally. I wonder if you are available now? This time, Lin Xingxue lowered her stance, her tone no longer cold, her voice softened, even carrying a hint of flattery. That's more like it. That's the attitude of someone who was asking for a favor. What ice goddess? Go ahead and keep being icy. Let's see if I even care. Emperor International Hotel, Presidential Suite 1, I should be free before noon, but after that, who knows? Ji Boda glanced at the time and then gave Lin Xingxue an address, specifying that he was only free in the morning. It was now 10:30 a.m. So, there wasn't much time left for Lin Xingxue. If she wanted to poach Ji Boda, she had to act immediately, rush over, and personally discuss with him. There was no other option. Okay, I'll come find you right away. Lin Xingxue didn't dare to voice any complaints, and after saying this, she immediately hung up the phone. Ji Boda chuckled lightly, then got out of bed, threw on a hotel bathrobe, and boldly pushed open the bedroom door, stepping into the spacious living room. However, the living room was eerily quiet, and he didn't see Su Yao or Zhao Sherman anywhere. Instead, from a corridor connected to the living room, faint sounds of women's laughter could be heard. Driven by curiosity, Ji Boda walked down the corridor and arrived at a large, open hall. To his surprise, it turned out to be an indoor swimming pool. At that moment, two sexy beauties in bikinis were playing in the pool, occasionally bursting into peals of silver bell-like laughter. Wow! 2 mermaids? Why didn't they invite Daddy to join in such a fun activity as swimming? Boda initially thought about changing into a pair of swim trunks, but then reconsidered, since there were no outsiders here. What was the point of wearing swim trunks? That seemed unnecessary. So, Boda took off his bathrobe, letting the bitter tea fall to the side, and then dove into the swimming pool, quickly swimming towards 2 mermaids. The Royal International Hotel. Presidential Suite. Next to the indoor swimming pool, there was a spa room. At this moment, Boda was lazily lying on the massage table, half closing his eyes, his brows relaxed, and a hint of a charming smile at the corners of his mouth. Suyao and Zhao Sherman knelt beside Boda, one on each side, gently massaging him. At first, it was just a simple massage, but after a while, Boda insisted on talking about something called watermelon push. Suyao and Zhao Sherman were both confused, completely not understanding. Fortunately, Boda patiently taught them, and since the process was not complicated, and both women had great talent and understanding, they almost learned it in one go. Looking at the 2 stunning beauties, blushing and with shy eyes as they massaged him, Boda felt his soul almost floating to the clouds. Good friends, for a lifetime. Together in, together out, together breaking through, together flying, sharing blessings and facing difficulties together. Not bad. Happy times are always short-lived. Just as Boda was lost in the tenderness, the butler by Chanxian suddenly knocked on the door and informed Boda that a Miss Lin, with the surname Lin, was seeking an audience. 20 minutes later, dressed and groomed, Boda arrived in the living room, and Bai Chanxian opened the door, leading in a woman dressed in a dark blue professional outfit. The woman had long hair styled up, revealing a delicate and cold beauty. Wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses softened her facial features. Her curvy figure, wrapped in the professional outfit, perfectly outlined an S-shaped silhouette. Coupled with a pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels, she exuded a mature and alluring aura. Oh wow! Not bad. Boda couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, not expecting that after 3 years, the once ice goddess had turned into a glasses girl. Her aura seemed even more stunning than during university. Although she still had a cold demeanor, she radiated an air of intellectual elegance, summed up in one phrase, matured. Bing bing, long time no see. Boda stood up from the sofa and extended a hand towards Lin Xingxue. The moment Lin Xingxue saw Boda, her face was calm, but a hint of subtle surprise flashed in her eyes. Times have changed. The current Boda, due to taking the Jin potion, had completely transformed. His handsomeness had long surpassed human limits. Although Lin Xingxue was known as the ice goddess, she was ultimately just a mortal, not a true goddess. So how could she possibly resist Boda's charm? Boda, long time no see, you seem to have changed a lot. Lin Xingxue shook Boda's hand, a faint smile appearing on her face. Hee, people always change, and besides, you've changed quite a bit too. By some strange twist of fate, at the moment Lin Xingxue released his hand, Boda suddenly used his middle finger to gently scratch her palm. At the same time, Boda winked at Lin Xingxue, a charming smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Lin Xingxue was slightly taken aback, merely glancing at Boda before calmly retracting her delicate hand. Although her expression was calm, Boda keenly observed that a hint of shyness seemed to flash in the depths of her eyes. This discovery instantly piqued Boda's interest. Who said Lin Xingxue had a fear of men? Who said she was a lesbian? Look at her reaction now. She was clearly a normal woman. She was just a bit cold-natured, a bit deeper in hiding, and a bit higher in her demeanor. To sum it up in one sentence, very good at pretending. Next, Boda and Lin Xingxue both sat on the sofa, and Bai Chanxian immediately went to brew 2 cups of tea. After Bai Chanxian stepped back, Lin Xingxue first picked up her teacup and took a gentle sip, then eagerly got to the point. Boda, you know the purpose of my visit today, so I won't beat around the bush. I just got promoted to a client manager at a private bank, and I need to achieve results, so I want to seek your help. If you can choose me as your financial advisor, I will do my utmost to help you manage your assets. After listening to Lin Xingxue's explanation, Boda did not respond immediately. Instead, he picked up his teacup and leisurely took a sip, while secretly calculating in his mind. The first wife Su Yao, the second wife Xiao Sherman, the female housekeeper by Chanshan, and a girlfriend from an online relationship for 3 years, who just today insisted on meeting the rich sister Qin Xiaoyu. If another bespectacled girl comes along, can this young master handle it? After all, this young master only has 2 kidneys. As the saying goes, there are no fields that can't be cultivated, only cows that die from exhaustion. Damn it! Forget it! Even if I can't handle it, I have to. This young master has previously boasted that he would capture all 7 fairies of Shilan University, except for Lu Ruyan, all 6 of them. A man must keep his word. If he says it, he must do it. The boast he made, even if it brings tears, he must fulfill it. Bing Bing, what kind of treatment can I enjoy by becoming your client? Ji Boda put down his teacup and looked at Lin Qingxue with a half-smile. Lin Qingxue slightly closed her legs, crossed her hands on her lap, and countered with a question. Ji Boda, how much do you expect to deposit in our bank? Our bank's clients are divided into 3 levels: private banking clients with deposits over 10 million, high-end private banking clients with deposits over 50 million, and top-tier private banking clients with deposits over 100 million. Each level of private banking clients has different benefits. After hearing Lin Qingxue's words, Ji Boda took out a savings card from Longhua Bank and casually tossed it onto the coffee table. This card has about 570 million in it. As long as you can satisfy me, I can hand this money over to you for management. Silence. The living room fell silent. After Ji Boda mentioned the figure of 570 million, Lin Qingxue's eternally frozen expression immediately showed a hint of shock. Lin Qingxue had thought Ji Boda was wealthy, but she never expected that he would casually throw out an ordinary savings card with over 570 million Longhua currency in it. Just the cash alone amounts to over 570 million. What kind of terrifying level would Ji Boda's assets reach? Moreover, this was just the money in one bank card. Who knows if Ji Boda has other bank cards? At that moment, Lin Qingxue finally understood why Su Yao had recklessly climbed into Ji Boda's bed, and why after Su Yao, Zhao Shiman also followed suit. A young master as rich and handsome as Ji Boda, any normal woman would want to climb into his bed. Ji Boda, if you can deposit this money in our bank, I can guarantee you at least a 4% deposit interest rate. Furthermore, I will personally serve as your private financial secretary and assemble a private financial management team of at least 4 people to serve you 24/7. Whatever your needs are, I will do my utmost to meet them and provide you with comprehensive personalized custom services. Lin Qingxue was very sincere. She had no unnecessary words and directly introduced all the benefits to Ji Boda. However, her last sentence, no matter what you need, I will do my utmost to satisfy you, seemed to carry another layer of meaning. I wonder if Ji Boda is overthinking it. Or is Lin Qingxue intentionally hinting at something? Should I just ask her directly? Private financial secretary? Ji Boda's lips curled slightly, a hint of obscure light flashing in his eyes. Yes, I will personally serve as your private financial secretary. Lin Qingxue nodded, her face still calm. Perhaps she had said too much in one breath, and now suddenly felt a bit dry in her mouth. Lin Qingxue reached for the teacup, elegantly bringing it to her lips. Ji Boda blinked, then stroked his chin and asked, so, it's that kind of secretary, the one who does things when needed, and, well, you know, the other kind? Put. Just as Lin Qingxue took a sip of tea, she suddenly heard Ji Boda's question and immediately sprayed the tea all over. Coincidentally, Ji Boda was sitting right across from her. The tea sprayed out, instantly turning Ji Boda into a drenched chicken. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Seeing Ji Boda in trouble, Lin Qingxue hurriedly put down the teacup and quickly grabbed a few tissues from the box on the coffee table. Then, Lin Qingxue quickly got up and rushed to Ji Boda's side, flustered as she began to wipe him down. The busier a person is, the more mistakes they tend to make. Perhaps too anxious, Lin Qingxue stumbled and lost her balance. Unfortunately, she fell right in the direction of where Ji Boda was sitting. Put. Just like that, Lin Qingxue landed squarely in Ji Boda's lap, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Silence. The living room fell into a deep silence. Ji Boda froze in place, and Lin Qingxue was also frozen, as if time had pressed the pause button at that moment. Are you actively throwing yourself into my arms? Ji Boda's eyelids twitched slightly, and his gaze towards Lin Qingxue became strange. I didn't. Lin Qingxue's pretty face suddenly flushed bright red, and she struggled to jump out of Ji Boda's lap. However, Ji Boda's next words left her once again stunned. It's confirmed. Bing Bing, you're quite the naughty one. Put. Lin Qingxue almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as she was about to explain, something even more frustrating happened. What the hell? Qingxue, what are you doing? You actually dared to openly seduce my boyfriend in front of me? At some point, Su Yao and Zhao Shiman, who had finished showering and changed into new clothes, walked out of the bedroom hand in hand. However, the moment they pushed open the door, they immediately saw Lin Qingxue sitting on Ji Boda's lap, her arms wrapped around his neck. From their angle, Lin Qingxue's struggle to stand up looked like she was trying to kiss Ji Boda forcefully. Who is Su Yao? She is Bota's official girlfriend, and she even calls herself the rightful queen, declaring the powerful phrase, "As long as I live, you will always be my concubines." At this moment, seeing a vixen trying to seduce her man, she could tolerate it no longer. Tap tap tap. Su Yao immediately let go of Zhao Shiman's hand, then quickly walked towards Bota and Lin Qingxue in her high-heeled shoes. Whoosh! Perhaps feeling guilty, Lin Qingxue shot up from Bota's lap like a bullet and quickly moved aside, creating distance between herself and Bota. In the end, Lin Qingxue stood there awkwardly, her face full of embarrassment as she looked at Su Yao. Swish! Su Yao walked over and plopped down beside Bota, crossing her arms in front of her chest and casting a displeased look at Lin Qingxue. Yao Yao, things aren't as you think. Lin Qingxue tried to explain, but Su Yao immediately interrupted her with a wave of her hand. Qingxue, I don't care what happened between you and Bota, I just want to say one thing to you. What? What do you want to say? Lin Qingxue's face turned a mix of red and white, her 10 toes curled up awkwardly inside her high heels. Taking without asking is considered stealing, and fulfilling requests is like granting a favor. As soon as Su Yao said this, Lin Qingxue's eyes widened in shock, her long frozen expression turning as red as a monkey's bottom, almost dripping with embarrassment. What does it mean that taking without asking is considered stealing? When using someone else's things, you must first ask for and obtain their consent, otherwise, it is equivalent to theft. What does it mean that fulfilling requests is like granting a favor? If you make a request to someone and they generously fulfill it, that act is akin to a gift. Su Yao's meaning was very clear. She could grant Bota to Lin Qingxue, but Lin Qingxue must remember her kindness. However, Lin Qingxue had come to seduce Bota without Su Yao's consent, which was an act of theft that Su Yao absolutely could not tolerate. In other words, Su Yao had already determined that Lin Qingxue was trying to seduce Bota, or rather, Su Yao had already concluded that Lin Qingxue had ulterior motives towards Bota. Lin Qingxue couldn't clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Yao Yao, I'm sorry. To Bota's surprise, Lin Qingxue didn't try to explain or argue, instead, she took the initiative to apologize to Su Yao. What the hell? Is Lin Qingxue admitting to having ulterior motives towards this young master? Did she fall into this young master's arms on purpose just now? What a scheming girl! Looking at the lingering blush on Lin Qingxue's pretty face, Bota suddenly began to believe some of the things Su Yao had said. Those little girls, as soon as they heard 5 million, their eyes all lit up. But, Lily, Ro, Lili, and Qingxue are all pretending to be aloof. Only Man agreed to me on the spot, so I brought her back. As for the others, I plan to leave them hanging. After so many years of friendship, what kind of people do you think they are? Don't I know them well enough? By then, they'll come crying and begging me, hum. Alright. Bota had to admit that in the past, he had indeed idealized the 7 fairies of Shilan University. What goddesses! What little fairies! What campus beauties! They were just mortals wrapped in a pretty shell, still possessing mortal bodies and hearts. As long as they are mortals, they have desires. A mortal without desires is no longer human, they could ascend to immortality. Moreover, proximity breeds similarity. If they weren't of the same ilk, how could the 7 fairies of Shilan University possibly play together and become good friends? Su Yao's label is materialistic, vain. Zhao Shiman's label is materialistic, violent. Lu Ruyan's label is materialistic, a scumbag. Clearly, the rest of them can't be much better. Besides, they must have a common label that brings them together, allowing them to bond and ultimately become good friends. This common label is materialistic. The 7 fairies of Shilan University should be renamed Sunday. 7 materialistic girls without any sense of propriety? Ha ha ha, what a great nickname. Qingxue, for the sake of our many years of friendship, I can forgive you this time. But remember, I absolutely will not tolerate the same thing happening again. Su Yao looked furious, scolding Lin Qingxue without holding back. Lin Qingxue stood there like a child who had made a mistake, helplessly enduring Su Yao's anger. Seeing this scene, Bota shook his head in amusement. He reached out and pulled Su Yao into his arms, smiling as he said, Yao, enough, I still have to talk business with Bing, so stop making a fuss. Husband, you actually helped her speak? You need to understand, I am your official girlfriend. Su Yao rolled her eyes and even gave Bota a cold shoulder. Bota was not one to indulge Su Yao. He immediately pushed her away from his embrace and said with a half smile, I can change my official girlfriend anytime. I think Bing is quite nice. She knows how to manage finances and help me with my assets. At this, Su Yao started to panic. Oh, husband, Su Yao quickly reached out to hug Bota's arm, pressing her body close to him, then put on a flattering smile and said, I was just joking with you, why did you take it seriously? Silence. This time, it was Ji Boda's turn to give Su Yao the cold shoulder. Su Yao cautiously observed Ji Boda's facial expression, then bit her lip and gently shook his arm. Daddy, I was wrong. Please don't be angry with Yao Yao, okay? Ji Boda. Zhao Sherman. Lin Qingxue. Seeing Ji Boda's expression seemed to soften a bit, Su Yao quickly exchanged a glance with Zhao Sherman. Zhao Sherman, amused yet helpless, walked over and plopped down on Ji Boda's other side. Next, Su Yao and Zhao Sherman took turns massaging Ji Boda's shoulders and legs, using all their charm to cheer him up. Bing bing, I can give you a chance. Ji Boda, completely unconcerned about Lin Qingxue's presence, wrapped his left arm around Su Yao and his right arm around Zhao Sherman, a charming smile playing on his lips. Ji Boda's words were ambiguous. He said he could give Lin Qingxue a chance, but he didn't specify whether this chance was to manage his money or to have an opportunity to be with a wealthy man. Or perhaps, Ji Boda was being double-edged. However, a glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Qingxue's eyes as she slightly bowed to Ji Boda and said, Young Master Jiang, thank you for your recognition. I will definitely not let you down. Hearing Lin Qingxue address him as Young Master Jiang, her attitude much more respectful than before, Ji Boda nodded in satisfaction. He pointed to the bank card on the coffee table and said to Lin Qingxue, please contact Longhua Bank and transfer all the money to your bank. Depositing money, the bank would certainly welcome it with open arms. But withdrawing money might not go as smoothly. Especially for large withdrawals and transfers, the bank would likely drag it out for a while since the longer the money stayed in their bank, the more profit they could earn. Okay, young Master Jiang. Lin Qingxue sat back down on the sofa opposite Ji Boda, then took out a document from her bag and respectfully handed it to Ji Boda. Please sign this authorization letter. I can help you get everything done before 6 p.m. today. Ji Boda took the document, carefully reviewed it, and after confirming there were no issues, he elegantly signed his name. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the phone in the living room rang. Zhao Sherman, closest to the phone, reached out to pick up the receiver, listened for a moment, then turned to Ji Boda and said, Husband, Butler Bai is asking if you want to prepare lunch? Ji Boda did not respond but turned to Lin Qingxue and said, Bing bing, it's just about noon, why don't you stay and have lunch with us? Okay. Lin Qingxue nodded generously, her gaze sweeping back and forth over Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, a strange look flashing in her eyes. Su Yao called Ji Boda husband, and Zhao Sherman also called Ji Boda husband. The two little vixens seemed to be getting along quite well. Should I still get involved? No. If I just awkwardly insert myself into this, I definitely won't gain Ji Boda's attention. In fact, Ji Boda might even think I'm just a pretty face. It's better to first be Ji Boda's personal financial secretary, manage his assets well, and prove my worth, only then can I gain his attention. After making up her mind, Lin Qingxue immediately adjusted her attitude and carefully put away the documents Ji Boda had just signed into her briefcase. Ji Boda's savings were already close to 600 million. He drove a Ferrari worth 22.5 million, drank wine costing 300,000 a bottle, dined on meals worth over 100,000, and stayed in a presidential suite costing 88,888 yuan a night. He had once been the campus heartthrob of Shilin University. Now, he was even more handsome and more captivating to women than before. How could Lin Qingxue let such a man slip by? Taking advantage of Bai Chanshan's break to arrange lunch, Ji Boda walked into the bedroom and pulled out a bag of property certificates. Swish! Ji Boda threw the entire bag of property certificates onto the coffee table. Husband, what is this? Su Yao curiously picked up one of the property certificates, opened it, and immediately showed a look of surprise on her face. Swish, swish, swish. Ji Boda said nothing, but Su Yao put down the property certificate in her hand, then picked up the second one, followed by the third, fourth, fifth. Husband, these houses are all yours? After a long while, Su Yao, holding a pile of property certificates, stared foolishly at Ji Boda, her charming peach blossom eyes shining like the flashing lights in a bar. Ji Boda nodded, casually saying, I'm giving you and Man a task now. You two rent out all these houses, and the rent you collect each month will be your pocket money. Silence. The living room fell silent, but after a brief silence, two different cheers immediately rang out. Husband, I love you to death. Husband, you're so nice. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman almost simultaneously rushed over, one hugging Ji Boda's left arm and the other hugging his right, then each planted a hard kiss on his cheeks. Seeing this scene, Lin Qingxue was shocked and her eyes turned almost red with envy. These were the houses in Xingqing No. 1 mansion. The property prices there had been inflated to 100,000 per square meter, and each unit was over 200 square meters. Ji Boda had actually bought an entire building, a total of 120 units. Even if each unit cost only 20 million, buying an entire building would still cost at least 2 4 billion. But that's not the main point. The main point is that the rent for the houses in Xingqing one mansion isn't cheap. Even with the most conservative estimate, the rent for each unit would definitely not be less than 15,000 per month. If all 120 units could be rented out, even if they did nothing at home, they would still have an income of 1.8 million every month. Boda had just said that the rent would be pocket money for Yao Yao and Man Man. In other words, Yao Yao and Man Man would each get at least 900,000 every month. That's 900,000 every month. And that's just pocket money. How could Lin Qingxue not be envious? She was almost going crazy with envy. Dad, I also want to be a landlord. Give me a chance. I promise I'll be very good. At the Royal International Hotel, Presidential Suite, Lin Qingxue finally witnessed Boda's extravagance firsthand. A lunch with 9 dishes, more than half of which were classic dishes from Xilan City, and the rest were expensive seafood. In addition, Boda also opened a bottle of Romani Conti. Lin Qingxue secretly searched online and found out that this 2005 Romani Conti red wine actually costs 279,800 yuan a bottle. But that's not the main point. The main point is that Lin Qingxue has been paying attention to Su Yao's moments these past few days. Su Yao has been dining with Boda, indulging in such luxury for every meal, and each meal includes a bottle of red wine worth around 300,000 yuan. Just on food alone, they have already spent several million. This amount of money is enough to buy a commercial apartment outright near the 4th ring of Xilan City. Truly extravagant. Click, click, click. Under Boda's slightly astonished gaze, Lin Qingxue expressionlessly took out her phone and continuously snapped photos of the table full of delicacies. Especially that bottle of Romani Conti, she was almost taking too many pictures of it. Soon after, Boda saw Lin Qingxue's latest update on WeChat Moments. Lin Qingxue, thank you, young Master Jiang, for the warm hospitality, emoji, thumbs up, image, PNG, image, PNG, image, PNG. After lunch, Lin Qingxue hurriedly grabbed her briefcase and left. She had to get Boda's matters sorted out before 6 p.m. to prove her capability. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman carried a bag of property certificates and took Boda's Ferrari keys, happily heading to find a real estate agency. As for Boda, he was very lazy. He didn't want to go out in the midday sun. Lying in the hotel, enjoying the air conditioning, playing mobile games, or watching videos, wasn't that nice? Life should be enjoyed to the fullest, indulging in food, drink, and fun without working. Tap tap tap. Boda lazily lay on the sofa, just about to open his phone to scroll through short videos when he heard the sound of high heels approaching. Looking up, he saw Bai Qianqian coming over with a plate of fruit. Sister Qianqian, when is Xinxin's surgery specifically scheduled? Boda suddenly remembered that Bai Qianqian's daughter was still hospitalized, and the hospital said they would arrange the surgery as soon as possible, but the exact time didn't seem to be set yet. Young Master Jiang, I was just about to tell you about this. Bai Qianqian placed the fruit plate on the coffee table and then turned around, shyly brushing her hair by her cheek. The hospital called me this morning and said my daughter's surgery is scheduled for 3 p.m. this afternoon. Boda quickly checked the time on his phone. It was now exactly 2 p.m., and in an hour, Xinxin would be undergoing surgery. Swish! Boda shot an unhappy glare at Bai Qianqian, then stood up and said, Sister Qianqian, prepare the car immediately. Young Master Jiang, are you going out? Bai Qianqian asked while picking up the intercom hanging at her waist. Yes, to the First People's Hospital. I must see Xinxin is okay before I can truly relax. A few minutes later, a black Rolls-Royce departed from the Royal International Hotel, heading straight for the First People's Hospital. The driver was still old Zhang. As soon as Boda and Bai Qianqian got in the car, old Zhang lowered the partition in the middle of the cabin, creating an absolutely private space for the two. During the drive, Bai Qianqian sat with her legs together, her hands crossed on her lap, but her 10 fingers were nervously fidgeting, and a hint of worry was on her face. Swish! Boda suddenly reached out and gently pulled Bai Qianqian into his embrace, softly saying, Sister Qianqian, don't worry, I asked Xinxin's attending physician yesterday. The doctor said that the risks of Xinxin's surgery are not high, and the success rate is very high, so there shouldn't be any accidents. I believe that after Xinxin's surgery, she will definitely get better. Hearing Boda's comfort, Bai Qianqian's previously furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Feeling Boda's warm embrace, Bai Qianqian couldn't help but lean her head on his shoulder, softly saying, Zhang Shao, thank you. In such close proximity, Boda could only sense the fragrance of a mature woman filling his nostrils. Suddenly, Boda asked in a negotiating tone, Sister Qianqian, I actually really like this child, XIN. I want to recognize her as my goddaughter, is that okay? Bai Qianxian was slightly taken aback by his words, almost instinctively blurting out, Jiang Xiao, how can that be? What is your status? How can Xin be worthy of being your goddaughter? Sister Qianxian. Before Bai Qianxian could finish her sentence, Ji Boda waved his hand to interrupt her. With a serious expression, Ji Boda said, there is no distinction of high or low, rich or poor among people. I just happen to have a little more money than others. How does that make me of a noble status? Xin is so cute, well-behaved, obedient, and understanding. I really like her and sincerely want to recognize her as my goddaughter. Ji Boda was not lying to Bai Qianxian. The moment he saw Xin in the hospital yesterday, he inexplicably took a liking to the little girl. At that time, Xin was lying on the hospital bed, pale and clearly suffering from pain, yet she still managed to show everyone a sweet smile. It was as if the little girl was telling her mother, grandfather, and grandmother that she was fine and they didn't need to worry about her. At that moment, Ji Boda felt as if something had touched his soul. The 5-year-old Xin was truly too understanding and too heart-wrenching. Silence fell. The car suddenly became quiet. Bai Qianxian didn't know if she was thinking of her daughter or something else, but her eyes were slightly red, and her face was filled with sadness. Ji Boda glanced at Bai Qianxian, thought for a moment, and said, Sister Qianxian, how about this? After Xin finishes her surgery, I'll personally ask her if she wants to be my goddaughter. At that time, regardless of whether you agree or not, I will be her godfather. As soon as Ji Boda said this, Bai Qianxian suddenly felt a pang in her nose, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Jiang Xiao, why? Are you so good to me? Bai Qianxian seemed to be moved by Ji Boda, tears streaming down her face. Ji Boda had no idea what she had been through over the years. To Ji Boda, he had merely helped Bai Qianxian a little, but he didn't expect her to be so deeply touched. He said nothing more. It was still that saying, rescuing women in distress from deep waters and scorching fires is our unshirkable duty. He did it. Ahem. Ji Boda lightly coughed twice, then said seriously, because I am a very responsible man. Since I have embraced the child's mother, I should be the child's father. Put. Bai Qianxian, who had been crying, suddenly burst into laughter upon hearing Ji Boda's absurd reasoning. After laughing, Bai Qianxian's pretty face suddenly turned red. She lightly punched Ji Boda's chest with her small fist, half pouting and half playfully saying, you didn't just embrace, you also touched. Hee, then I should definitely be the child's father. Ji Boda suddenly reached out a hand, slipping it under Bai Qianxian's leg, while his other hand wrapped around her back, then with a slight force, he lifted her onto his lap. Ing! Bai Qianxian let out a soft cry, quickly burying her head into Ji Boda's embrace, her pretty face instantly turning red to her neck. Ji Boda's eyes lit up. He liked the mature and gentle Bai Qianxian, especially when she blushed and looked shy like a little woman. Thus, under Bai Qianxian's almost melting gaze, Ji Boda reached out to unbutton the third button of her shirt. The first button was undone, the second button had already popped open, and the third had fallen victim to Ji Boda's wicked hands. Bai Qianxian's face was flushed, silent and quietly leaning against Ji Boda's embrace, resembling a gentle and virtuous little wife, willingly allowing her husband to bully her, fully embracing her role. Ji Boda couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The mother of his child, truly obedient. On the other side, Su Yao and Zhao Sherman arrived at the underground parking lot of the hotel. From a distance, they spotted a LaFerrari parked in the corner. There was no way to ignore it. This sports car was simply too dazzling. With its cool design, sexy lines, and an innate luxurious aura, it stood out in the entire underground parking lot, making it hard not to attract attention. Man, take a few photos of me first. My dress today will definitely match the supercar. Su Yao handed her phone to Zhao Sherman and walked over to lean on the car's hood, striking a sexy and alluring pose. Click, click, click. Zhao Sherman was also very excited, raising her phone and snapping away at Su Yao, occasionally directing her on what pose to strike. After Su Yao was done, she switched places with Zhao Sherman to take her photos. The two girls giggled and posed, eager to turn themselves into specimens pinned on the LaFerrari's hood. Is this it? The campus beauty of Shillong University? This is all she has achieved. Vroom vroom vroom. At that moment, a white BMW drove by. Perhaps noticing Su Yao and Zhao Sherman taking pictures around the Ferrari, the BMW suddenly stopped, and the driver's window slowly rolled down, revealing a man with a round face and big ears who poked his head out. Hello, beautiful ladies, can I be friends with you? The man's gaze held a hint of wickedness as he scanned Su Yao and Zhao Sherman several times, his mouth almost watering. Su Yao was the campus beauty of Shillong University. Zhao Sherman was also not bad-looking, one of the 7 fairies of Shillong University. Both girls were top tier in terms of looks and figure. The BMW man, having a bit of money, couldn't resist the urge to approach such exquisite beauties. Moreover, Su Yao and Zhao Shiman flaunting their photos around the luxury car made them appear as gold diggers in the BMW man's eyes. Such women could easily be won over if their sugar daddy could afford it. Ladies, no matter how good the Ferrari is, it's useless if it's not yours. How about, you two come with me? As long as you make me happy, I'll give you this BMW, what do you say? The BMW man displayed a "I'm rich and generous" demeanor, believing that his 300,000 yuan BMW was enough to win over the two gold diggers before him. However, Su Yao and Zhao Shiman exchanged glances and simultaneously shot the BMW man a disdainful look. Swish! Su Yao pressed the button on her car key, and in the next second, the lights of the Ferrari flashed twice, accompanied by the sound of the car doors unlocking. Holy crap! The BMW man's eyes widened, his mouth agape, looking as if he had seen a ghost, unable to regain his composure for a long time. This was the Ferrari, limited to 499 units worldwide, with a base price of 22.5 million yuan, now discontinued. A second-hand LaFerrari on the black market had already been inflated to over 30 million. How could it be? How could these two gold diggers possibly be the owners of this car? Did he misjudge? Were these two women actually noble ladies from a wealthy family? Swish! Su Yao and Zhao Shiman climbed into the LaFerrari one after the other. After closing the car doors, Su Yao rolled down the window. You fat loser, trying to pick up girls without money? I could sell one of your car wheels and it would be worth more than your entire fortune. Losers will always be losers, stuck driving a broken BMW for life. Su Yao gave the BMW guy a middle finger and then started the sports car, stepping on the gas and speeding away. BMW guy. On the road. Zhao Shiman's phone suddenly rang. She took out her phone and immediately frowned. Man, whose call is it? Su Yao asked, hands on the steering wheel, glancing at Zhao Shiman. It's my mom. Zhao Shiman sighed helplessly and answered the call. As expected, the moment she picked up, her mother's voice came through with questions. Man, you transferred 5 million to my bank card this morning. I want to know, where did this money come from? Are you doing something illegal outside? Man, even though our family has gone through a disaster and owes a lot of money, and you are trying to help pay off the debts, we absolutely cannot engage in illegal activities. Her mother's nagging voice on the phone was a bit annoying for Zhao Shiman, who quickly interrupted, Mom, this money is from my boyfriend. Ha? Man, when did you get a boyfriend? No. Even if you have a boyfriend, how could he possibly give you so much money at once? Your boyfriend's money doesn't just fall from the sky. No. Man, did you find a rich guy? Otherwise, how could he give you so much money? Man, you're being foolish. How can you sell yourself for money? No one knows a daughter better than her mother. Just one sentence from Zhao Shiman, and her mother immediately guessed the truth. Listening to her mother's sobbing voice on the phone, Zhao Shiman gritted her teeth and quickly said, Mom, wait, I'll send you a picture of my boyfriend. After saying this, Zhao Shiman hung up the phone. She quickly opened WeChat, found a few photos of herself with Jibota from her phone album, and sent them all to her mother. After a while, Zhao Shiman's mother surprisingly replied with several messages. Quiet years, man, is this really your boyfriend? The guy looks really handsome. Quiet years, by the way, what's your future son-in-law's name? When are you bringing him home for us to see? Quiet years, where does my good son-in-law work? What's his income like? Is his family wealthy? Does he treat you well? Quiet years, man, how long have you been together? When are you planning to get married? How many kids do you plan to have after marriage? Quiet years, man, just relax and have kids. Mom can help take care of them. Put. Zhao Shiman almost spat out a mouthful of blood. She just sent her mom a few photos, and unexpectedly, her mom was already fantasizing about grandchildren. No need to think, this is definitely her real mom. Tap. Zhao Shiman hurriedly typed a long message to her mother. The gist was that she was still young, she and Jibota had just started dating, and their relationship was still in its early stages, with no plans for marriage yet. In short, Zhao Shiman tried her best to gloss over the situation. In the end, her mother even specifically reminded her a few things. Quiet years, man, when you're with Jibota, make sure to control your temper and never bully him. Quiet years, I don't know what your dad was thinking. Why didn't he send you to learn dance or an instrument when you were little, but instead sent you to learn martial arts? What era is this? What use is it for girls to learn martial arts? Life is good, I warn you, if you dare to use force against Jibota and scare off my good son-in-law, see if I won't break your legs. Zhao Shiman. Half an hour later, a LaFerrari stopped in front of a cafe. Yao, man, over here. As Su Yao and Zhao Sherman walked into the cafe, a crisp voice suddenly called out from a window seat not far to the left. "Little pair, how come you're so fast? You actually got here before us?" Su Yao was slightly taken aback and pulled Zhao Shimon's hand to walk over. There, sitting by the window, was a stunning woman with an impressive appearance and figure. She had a net celebrity-level oval face, picturesque features, long hair like a waterfall, fair skin, and a captivating gaze. She wore a black mid-sleeve blazer without a shirt underneath, just a small black wrap top that revealed a small patch of snow-white skin on her chest and two delicate collarbones. Her lower half was clad in black cropped trousers, and she wore a pair of stiletto heels. Her slender waist, prominent bosom, and curvy hips were perfectly accentuated by this professional outfit. Indeed, she was one of the 7 fairies of Shilin University, always hanging out with a group of fake socialites, hoping to snag a rich second-generation heir, and was referred to as Little Green Tea by Ji-Bota Luli. Currently, Luli worked at a real estate agency. Half an hour ago, she received a call from Su Yao, which is why she hurried to this cafe. "Yao, you said you would give me 120 brand new properties, all large flats in Xingqingno. One mansion. Is that true? You're not just messing with me, are you?" Before Su Yao and Zhao Sherman could order coffee, Luli eagerly inquired. 120 brand new properties, what did that represent? As long as Luli held these properties in her hands without sharing them with anyone, she could pocket the commission for all 120 houses. Moreover, these were properties in Xingqingno. One mansion. As far as Luli knew, no real estate agency in the entire Shilin city had access to the properties in Xingqingno. One mansion. If Luli could secure these properties, it would prove her strong connections and channels, boosting her reputation in the industry and attracting more high-quality clients. In short, if this deal went through, it would only bring benefits to Luli, not drawbacks. Swish! Without further ado, Su Yao directly tossed a bag of property certificates in front of Luli, then elegantly waved to the waiter to order a coffee for herself and Zhao Sherman. Luli hurriedly flipped through the property certificates on the table. When she saw Ji-Bota's name on each certificate, and that each property was over 200 square meters, her eyes turned red with envy. Wow! Ji-Bota really is a hidden super rich heir? Luli couldn't help but wipe her eyes, her mind racing with thoughts. She had previously doubted Ji-Bota and Su Yao. After all, Ji-Bota's story was just too cliché. An actual young master lost and found by his family years later, inheriting a fortune and becoming the envy of all. Such plots appeared in almost every romance novel. Therefore, when Luli learned that Ji-Bota had suddenly become wealthy overnight, her first thought was that it must be fake. Just think about it. Ji-Bota was kicked by Lu Ruyan in the morning and became a wealthy heir in the afternoon. It seemed like a setup by Ji-Bota to provoke Lu Ruyan and mock her for being blind. As for the luxury cars, red wine, presidential suites, and transfer records that Su Yao posted on her social media, videos could be AI face-swapped, and pictures could naturally be edited. Later on, Su Yao took a group of girlfriends to the mall. Luli would rather suspect that Su Yao had hooked up with some wealthy man than believe that the money belonged to Ji-Bota. However, it was only today that Luli saw with her own eyes that all 120 property certificates were in Ji-Bota's name, and she suddenly realized. After searching for him thousands of times, I turned around and found that person was right there in the dim light. The wealthy young man she had been desperately searching for was right beside her. Ah, how could this be? If she had known Ji-Bota's true identity earlier, she would have done anything to snatch him away from Lu Ruyan. And Su Yao, that little vixen, really did pick up a big bargain. Ji-Bota had just broken up with Lu Ruyan in the morning, and by the afternoon, Su Yao was already in Ji-Bota's Ferrari, and by nightfall, she was immediately in Ji-Bota's bed. The speed was so fast that it left no chance for anyone else. Woo! My rich brother, how could you be so foolish? In terms of looks and figure, I'm actually not any worse than Su Yao, and I can cook, do laundry, give massages, and practice yoga. I can entertain guests and manage the kitchen. I can be a noblewoman when I go out and in bed. Why did you get lured away by that flirtatious fox Su Yao? If you chose me as your girlfriend, I would treat you like a father, and I would never let you have even a moment of unpleasant experience. Sigh. Am I destined to be unable to grasp immense wealth? Or, if I can't achieve greatness, should I just settle for less? After all, Yao doesn't seem to mind, and Man has already taken action and successfully become Ji-Bota's little wife. I can't hesitate any longer. Yao has become Ji-Bota's first wife, and Man has become his second wife. If I continue to hesitate, the position of the third wife might be snatched away by another woman. Tap tap tap. After making up her mind, Luli actually took out her phone in front of Su Yao and Zhao Sherman and quickly sent a WeChat message to Ji-Bota. Luli, brother Ji-Bota, I've actually liked you for a long time. I've been secretly in love with you since you were in college. Now that you've broken up with Lu Ruyan, can I be your girlfriend? That's right. Luli didn't give up. She still wanted to fight for a chance to see if she could become Ji Boda's official girlfriend. Little pair, who are you texting? Suyao asked while tasting her coffee, glancing at Luli's phone, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. Feeling a bit guilty, Luli's hand trembled slightly, almost dropping her phone. Luli quickly turned her eyes and immediately put on a flattering smile, asking, Yao Yao, you told us yesterday that whoever is willing to be Ji Boda's little wife, you would give them 5 million. Is that promise still valid? Suyao looked at Luli with a half smile, then put down her coffee cup, crossed her arms, and said slowly, yesterday was yesterday, today is today. Yesterday's promise is only valid for yesterday, it has expired. Luli was dumbfounded. Just then, Ji Boda replied to Luli's WeChat message. Ji Boda, my current girlfriend is Suyao, she is your good friend. Are you sure you want to dig a hole in her wall? Upon seeing this message, Luli's face immediately showed an expression worse than crying. She quickly lowered her head and hurriedly edited 2 WeChat replies to Ji Boda. Luli, Suyao is my good friend, so I naturally won't dig her wall, but I want to be your lover. Emoji, shy, Luli, brother Ji Boda, can you give me a chance? I promise I will obediently listen to you. Emoji, pitiful, Ji Boda, I'm very busy right now, just go ask Suyao, whether she gives you a chance, it's up to her. Luli, ding-dling. Luli was still in a daze when a call suddenly came in on her phone. The caller ID read, Lu Ruyan. Coming back to her senses, Luli instinctively raised her head and glanced at Suyao, who was sitting across from her. At that moment, Suyao was chatting and laughing with Zhao Sherman, occasionally lifting her hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing the Bulgari earring she wore and the Tiffany bracelet on her wrist. What Luli envied the most was the latest LV bag that Suyao was carrying, priced at a staggering 500,000. This wasn't just a bag, it was like carrying a luxury car around. This little flirt, Suyao, was lucky to have hooked up with Ji Boda, and now she had transformed from a sparrow into a phoenix. Swish! In front of Suyao and Zhao Sherman, Luli answered the call from Lu Ruyan. Hello? Ruyan, what's up? You want to rent a house? Right now? I'm at the Time Imprint Cafe, Yao Yao, and Man are here too. What? You and Yang Fan are nearby? Coming over now? After hanging up, Luli suddenly felt a bit flustered, her eyes frequently darting towards Suyao and Zhao Sherman, who were sitting across from her. Li Zi, who just called you? What's with that expression? Suyao pretended to know nothing and asked deliberately. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Luli's face as she bit her lip and cautiously said, Yao Yao, Ruyan just called me, saying she and Yang Fan are nearby and will come to find us later. Hee, are Ruyan and Yang Fan looking for you to buy a house? Suyao chuckled lightly, her face showing no signs of embarrassment, while Zhao Sherman, sitting beside her, flashed a strange look in her eyes. Not to buy a house, but to rent. Luli shook her head, her expression somewhat peculiar as she said, Ruyan said she had been looking at houses all morning but couldn't find one she liked, so she wanted me to help her see if there were any suitable listings. Isn't Yang Fan a returnee? Isn't he a senior executive at the Qin Group? I remember his family is quite well off. They should have their own house in Shilan City. Why are they going out to rent a place? Although Suyao was not the brightest, she wasn't foolish enough to miss the key issue. As she said this, Zhao Sherman and Luli both frowned, their faces showing confusion. During their university days, Yang Fan was somewhat of a well-known rich second generation. It was said that his parents owned a company with assets in the millions. Because of this, Lu Ruyan had rejected the pursuit of the campus heartthrob Ji Boda and turned to Yang Fan. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was, since Yang Fan's family was so wealthy, why were they going out to rent a place? Was it that Yang Fan's family didn't approve of them being together? So, they were secretly renting a place to live together? Ding dang! At that moment, the cafe door was pushed open from the outside, and the wind chime hanging on the door rang out a crisp sound. Immediately after, a man and a woman appeared in the cafe. The woman had a stunningly beautiful face, her eyes sparkling with autumn water, exuding a cold elegance, dressed in a pure white dress, resembling the little dragon girl from the TV drama The Return of the Condor Heroes. The man appeared somewhat ordinary, although he was dressed in a well-tailored suit and had a well-groomed hairstyle. His looks, height, and demeanor were all average, resembling In Ji Ping from the same drama. But, as soon as Suyao thought of the little dragon girl in In Ji Ping, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ji Boda was really bad. He could come up with such nicknames. Truly a talent. Looking at the strange expressions from Zhao Sherman and Lu Li, Suyao's pretty face turned slightly red. She quickly picked up the coffee on the table, using the action of drinking coffee to cover her embarrassment. Yao Yao, Man, Li Zi, you are all here? Lu Ruyan walked over, smiling as she greeted Su Yao, Zhao Shiman, and Lu Li. At the same time, Lu Ruyan's gaze lingered on Su Yao. When she saw Su Yao's luxurious outfit and the latest LV bag on the table, it seemed as if she was deliberately showing off. Lu Ruyan's long eyelashes suddenly trembled, her eyes becoming obscure. Su Yao, Zhao Shiman, Lu Li, long time no see. At that moment, Yang Fan also walked over, smiling as he greeted everyone. However, when Yang Fan's gaze fell on Su Yao, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face, and his eyes lit up. Whoosh! Lu Ruyan didn't notice Yang Fan's expression, she simply sat down next to Lu Li, directly across from Su Yao. There were only 4 chairs at the coffee table. Seeing there were no empty seats, Yang Fan moved a chair from the side and sat down at the side of the coffee table, in the aisle. The situation at the scene was that Su Yao and Zhao Shiman sat on the left, while Lu Li and Lu Ruyan sat on the right. Among them, Zhao Shiman and Lu Li occupied the window seats. Su Yao and Lu Ruyan sat in the seats adjacent to the aisle. Yang Fan sat alone in the aisle, with Su Yao on his left and Lu Ruyan on his right. Silence. The scene suddenly fell silent. Lu Ruyan sat upright in her seat, her eyes fixed on Su Yao across the table, her expression calm. Su Yao also sat upright, her eyes fixed on Lu Ruyan, her expression equally calm. The atmosphere seemed a bit awkward. Although neither Su Yao nor Lu Ruyan spoke a word, Zhao Shiman and Lu Li seemed to see a spark flash in the air. Ex-girlfriend versus current girlfriend? A battle was about to break out? Was this about to turn into a terrifying battlefield? A little scared. Su Yao, I didn't expect you to be so wealthy. With your outfit, you must have spent at least 100 or 80,000. You wouldn't be the daughter of some wealthy family in Shilan City, would you? Yang Fan had no idea what had happened during this time. He didn't even have WeChat for Ji Boda and Su Yao, and Lu Ruyan hadn't told him about Ji Boda's overnight wealth. So, Yang Fan didn't know that Su Yao was now Ji Boda's girlfriend. Even less did he know that Su Yao had soared to new heights thanks to Ji Boda. Silence. When Yang Fan asked Su Yao, "Which wealthy family are you from?" all 4 women at the table showed strange expressions. Hee, I'm not a wealthy young lady. Su Yao was the first to react, smiling lightly, glancing intentionally or unintentionally at Lu Ruyan across from her, and said, I'm just lucky to have found a boyfriend who loves me, cares for me, and is willing to spend money on me. Boom! At that moment, Zhao Shiman and Lu Li seemed to hear a thunderous explosion. The battle had begun. The war had finally started. Su Yao, Ji Boda's current girlfriend, was the first to throw a bomb at the enemy. How would Lu Ruyan, Ji Boda's ex-girlfriend, respond? Wait, shouldn't we move the chairs a bit further away to avoid getting caught in the crossfire? After all, this was a terrifying battle of tearing each other apart. If the 2 women went crazy, the destructive power would definitely be comparable to a small earthquake. Hello? Is this the emergency center? Can I book an ambulance in advance? Someone is about to get hurt here. Seriously injured. The kind that needs immediate rescue. The cafe. The dining table was silent. A look of astonishment flashed in Yang Fan's eyes, seemingly not expecting that Su Yao had really found a wealthy boyfriend. Although Lu Ruyan had mentioned this to Yang Fan before, he remained skeptical. After all, during their university days, many wealthy young men pursued Su Yao, but she turned them all down without a second glance. Yang Fan thought that Su Yao didn't value money and was a refreshing and unique woman. In the end, the campus beauty Su still ended up with a rich man. It can only be said that it wasn't that Su Yao looked down on those wealthy young men, but rather that their offers weren't high enough. As long as the price was high enough, what campus beauty, what goddess, what refreshing fairy, in the end, wouldn't kneel down and submit? Swish! Yang Fan shook his lips, about to say something, but unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan spoke first. Yao, we've been best friends for so many years, I haven't offended you, have I? Lu Ruyan's expression was calm, her emotions very stable, and in the face of Su Yao's sharp words, she didn't show a hint of anger. Ruyan, what do you mean by that? Su Yao's eyes narrowed involuntarily. As a longtime close friend, no one knew Lu Ruyan's temperament better than her. Don't be fooled by Lu Ruyan's calm demeanor. Inside, she was already seething with rage. Simply put, the calmer Lu Ruyan appeared, the angrier she was inside. However, Lu Ruyan wouldn't easily display her inner fury on her face. Yao, don't you understand what I mean? Ruyan, if you don't say it, how can I understand your meaning? Yao, why are you pretending to be confused? You know exactly what I mean. Ruyan, I'm not pretending to be confused, I truly don't understand what you mean. Yao, this is getting pointless. Ruyan, how is it pointless? You know my meaning but pretend not to, is that interesting? I really don't know your meaning and am not pretending not to understand. If you say I'm pointless, I think the pointless one is you. Charge. Kill. Bang bang bang. Fire at me. Boom. The direct confrontation between Lu Ruyan and Su Yao left Zhao Sherman, Lu Li, and Yang Fan dumbfounded. What does this mean? What are you two really saying? Are you exchanging secret codes? Do we need to find a code breaker to translate your meanings? The atmosphere at the dining table grew increasingly tense. Both Su Yao and Lu Ruyan exuded an intimidating chill. Zhao Sherman and Lu Li were so frightened they didn't dare to speak, keeping their heads down and stirring their coffee with their spoons. At that moment, Yang Fan scratched the back of his head, looking at Lu Ruyan and Su Yao with suspicion, then asked, Ruyan, Yao, what are you two talking about? I don't understand at all. Crack. The tense atmosphere seemed to suddenly snap. Su Yao and Lu Ruyan almost simultaneously retracted their sharpness, and the gazes they were exchanging shifted away. Lu Ruyan picked up her coffee, took a small sip, and then casually said to Yang Fan, this is just how we chat as best friends, you don't need to get involved. Oh. Yang Fan felt something was off but nodded, trying to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. However, Su Yao was not so easy to deal with. She struck her spoon heavily against her coffee cup, then coldly said to Yang Fan, I'm not familiar with you, so please don't call me Yao. Only my closest people can call me that. You can just call me by my name, or... At this point, Su Yao suddenly glanced at Lu Ruyan, then with a half-smile said, or you can call me Mrs. Jiang. Crack. The sound of a toothpick snapping. Don't ask why there are toothpicks in the cafe. The plot requires it, and it appears in Lu Ruyan's hand. Swish! Lu Ruyan's eyelids twitched violently, and she casually threw the broken toothpick into the nearby trash can. Yang Fan did not notice Lu Ruyan's abnormality, as his eyes were fixed on Su Yao the entire time, wishing he could dig out his eyeballs and pin them directly on her. Su, the campus beauty, I didn't expect you to be so aloof, truly worthy of being our Westlawn University's campus flower. I thought you and Ruyan were good friends. And now that I'm Ruyan's boyfriend, calling you Yao isn't too much, right? Forget it, I apologize to you, I was rude just now. As a gesture of apology, I'll treat everyone to a big meal tonight, consider it a way to make amends to the campus beauty Su. Yang Fan chuckled, wearing a dog-like expression, as if the cold reprimand from Su Yao was just a joke among friends, nothing serious at all. At that moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly turned to Yang Fan, her beautiful eyes flashing with astonishment, seemingly not expecting that Yang Fan would actually fawn over Su Yao. Of course, Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, and Lu Li all wore strange expressions. The three women looked at the pale-faced Lu Ruyan, which made the proud Lu Ruyan feel even more ashamed and angry. What does this mean? Your girlfriend is sitting right next to you, and you actually fawn over another woman? Yang Fan, can you have some dignity? What do you take me, Lu Ruyan, for? Just as Lu Ruyan was about to explode, Lu Li, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up, Ruyan, weren't you going to look at houses with me? How did the conversation get off track? Lu Li was also well-meaning. Worried that the situation would escalate beyond control, she quickly jumped in, hoping to steer everything back on course. However, good intentions can lead to bad outcomes. Lu Li took out a stack of documents from her briefcase and handed them directly to Lu Ruyan, saying, Ruyan, these are the premium properties I have access to, take a look first. If you find something you like, I can take you to see the house directly. Lu Ruyan suppressed her anger, giving Yang Fan a subtle glare before taking the documents from Lu Li and casually flipping through them. However, as soon as Lu Ruyan opened the first page, a look of surprise immediately appeared on her face. Xingcheng no. One mansion? 120 brand new houses? All 200 square meters of spacious apartments? Li Zi, you've been doing well lately, to be able to get such rare premium properties? This one, I'll take a set. Lu Ruyan suddenly raised her head, looking at Lu Li, who was sipping coffee, with a face full of joy. Put! Lu Li almost spat out her coffee. It was only at this moment that she realized she had taken the wrong documents, handing over the 120 houses entrusted to her by Su Yao for rent directly to Lu Ruyan. Awkward. Utterly awkward. If Lu Ruyan found out that these houses actually belonged to her ex-boyfriend Ji Boda, what kind of expression would she have? What to do? Should she tell Lu Ruyan the truth? But, given the situation, could she even reveal the truth? If she did, it would be like slapping Lu Ruyan in the face. If she didn't say anything, it seemed like it would also hurt Lu Ruyan. Oh no. What should she do? Waiting online, it's urgent. Ruyan, how about I take you to see the houses first? If you find something you like, I'll contact the landlord and try to get you the best price. What do you think? In the end, Lu Li still held back and did not reveal the landlord's information to Lu Ruyan. Besides that, Lu Li also wanted to use the excuse of looking at houses to quickly take Lu Ruyan and Yang Fan away from the cafe, to prevent Lu Ruyan and Su Yao from clashing, leading to an irreparable situation. However, the ideal is full, but reality is thin. Swish! Yen Ruyan put down the documents in her hand, waved her hand casually, and said, "No need to look at the house anymore, just help me contact the landlord and negotiate the rent issue." Ha! Luli was stunned. She never expected that the plot would not unfold as she had imagined. It had gone off track. Perhaps seeing Luli's surprised expression, Yen Ruyan took a sip of her coffee and explained leisurely, "I looked at the houses in Xingqingno, one mansion online before, and I really like the environment there. Unfortunately, the houses in Xingqingno, one mansion are always for sale, not for rent. I didn't expect you, Li Zi, to have so many listings for Xingqingno. One mansion, you really are impressive." Yen Ruyan was a gold digger who had long dreamed of marrying into a wealthy family, so she naturally researched the high-end residential areas in Shilan City. Xingqingno, one mansion was one of the upscale residential areas that Yen Ruyan yearned for. However, before Luli could speak, a voice that annoyed Yen Ruyan floated over from across the table. "Don't waste your time, I won't rent the house to you." Swish! Yen Ruyan suddenly raised her head, looking at Su Yao, who was sitting opposite her, with a puzzled expression. Ding ding ding! Su Yao stirred her coffee with a spoon seemingly absent-mindedly, but the slight curve at the corner of her mouth revealed her inner amusement, as if she was holding back a laugh. "Yao Yao, what do you mean by that?" "Literal meaning. Yao Yao, do you mean you can decide on behalf of the landlord to refuse tenants?" "Yeah, that's about it." Silence. The dining table fell silent again. Yen Ruyan squinted her eyes and re-evaluated Su Yao, then scoffed and asked, "Yao Yao, are you trying to tell me that all 120 units in Xingqingno, one mansion belong to you?" "Ruyan, you know I can't afford to buy a house in Xingqingno. One mansion." Su Yao smiled lightly, seeing that "I knew it" expression on Yen Ruyan's face. She immediately added, "But my husband can afford it." Silence. The dining table fell silent once again. Yen Ruyan was stunned for several seconds, then suddenly widened her eyes and asked in shock, "Are you saying that all 120 units belong to Jiboda?" "That's right." Su Yao nodded, bending down to pick up a bag from under the table, then slammed a bag of property certificates in front of Yen Ruyan. At that moment, Zhao Sherman covered her face. Luli pretended to look out the window, turning her face to the side. How embarrassing. Yao Yao, that little flirt, was showing off again. She was clearly trying to provoke Yen Ruyan. Right in her face. What kind of resentment and hatred did she have towards Yen Ruyan? Weren't they good friends? Why did they have to tear each other apart over a man, turning against each other without leaving any room for reconciliation? Swish swish swish. Yen Ruyan ignored Su Yao's mocking gaze and quickly picked up a property certificate, flipping through it carefully. 1, 2, 3. The more she looked, the worse her expression became. The more she read, the more her teeth ground together. Whoosh! Driven by curiosity, Yang Fan also reached for a property certificate. When he saw Jiboda's name written on it, his face instantly turned ugly. What does this mean? Why is Jiboda's name on the property certificate? Isn't Jiboda an orphan? He earned his college tuition by working. How could a poor loser like him afford a house in Xingqingno? One mansion? Moreover, there are a total of 120 houses here, each valued at over 20 million, adding up to definitely more than 2.4 billion Longhua coins. How is that possible? If Jiboda is really that wealthy, how could Lu Ruyan possibly break up with him? No, there must be something fishy about this. Sudaxiawa, these property certificates must be fake, right? Jiboda is just an orphan. How could he afford to buy an entire building at Xingqingno? One mansion? Even if we assume these houses are all Jiboda's, why are the property certificates in your hands? Faced with Yang Fan's repeated questioning, Su Yao suddenly couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Watching Su Yao laugh charmingly, her ample chest also quivering, Yang Fan's eyes nearly popped out. Who doesn't like a stunning beauty? However, what Su Yao said next left Yang Fan completely stunned. Yang Fan, didn't Ruyan tell you? Jiboda is now a wealthy young master. A mere residential building is just a drop in the bucket of his assets. And I am now Jiboda's fiancé, so I naturally have the right to dispose of his excess properties. As Su Yao spoke, her nose seemed to rise to the sky, her proud expression more vicious than that of the evil queen from Snow White. Besides that, Su Yao was also desperately trying to embellish her own image. She initially claimed to be Jiboda's official girlfriend, but now she directly transformed into Jiboda's fiancé. That's quite a leap. However, upon hearing the words fiancé, Lu Ruyan finally couldn't hold back her outburst. Bang! Lu Ruyan slammed the table, stood up, and glared at Su Yao. The cold air radiating from her could be felt even from 8 streets away. Silence. The dining table fell silent once again. Everyone, except Su Yao, looked at Lu Ruyan in shock. Especially Zhao Sherman and Lu Li, the two women were ready to mediate at any moment, fearing that Lu Ruyan and Su Yao, this pair of good friends, might start fighting over a disagreement. Yao Yao, I want to go to the restroom for a moment, can you accompany me? Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan managed to suppress her anger and even suggested going to the restroom with Su Yao. Sure. Su Yao stood up without changing her expression. In the astonished gazes of everyone, the two walked hand in hand to the restroom as if nothing had happened. I also want to go to the restroom. Zhao Sherman seemed a bit worried, hesitated for a moment, then stood up and quickly followed Lu Ruyan and Su Yao. Man, wait for me, I also want to go to the restroom. Lu Li hurriedly stood up and followed Zhao Sherman closely. In the end, only Yang Fan was left alone at the dining table. He sat there with a gloomy expression, tightly gripping a property certificate with Ji Boda's name on it, squeezing it so hard that his knuckles turned white. After a long while, Yang Fan suddenly released his fingers, a self-deprecating smile appearing on his face as he said, "So, I am the clown. Time Imprint Cafe. Restroom." Su Yao stood in front of the sink, holding a Chanel lipstick, applying it to her lips while checking if her makeup had smudged. Next to her, Lu Ruyan turned on the faucet, washed her hands, and then turned it off. Yao Yao, have you been thinking about Ji Boda for a long time? Lu Ruyan's sudden question made Su Yao stop applying her lipstick. Silence. A complete silence. Su Yao did not answer Lu Ruyan immediately. She first pouted her lips in front of the mirror, then capped the lipstick and placed it into her LV bag worth 500,000. That's right, I fell in love with Ji Boda a long time ago. Su Yao admitted generously, instantly causing a flicker of anger to appear on Lu Ruyan's stunningly beautiful face. Su Yao, you really have no shame. Lu Ruyan, how am I being shameless? Ji Boda is clearly my boyfriend, and you had feelings for him long ago, yet you shamelessly say you love him? What's the difference between you and a mistress? Lu Ruyan, you need to understand, I got together with him only after you and Ji Boda broke up. I haven't done anything to wrong you. Silence. Lu Ruyan bit her lip, seemingly wanting to retort. However, Su Yao didn't give her a chance to fight back and quickly interjected, Lu Ruyan, I can clearly tell you that I had already fallen in love with Ji Boda before he confessed to you for the first time. What? Lu Ruyan was instantly stunned. She squinted her eyes, recalling the moment, and then asked in shock, are you saying you liked Ji Boda when you just started your freshman year? That's right. Su Yao nodded again generously, as if she felt Lu Ruyan had said something wrong, and corrected her, it's not that I like Ji Boda, but that I love Ji Boda. Love? Lu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback again, and a mocking expression immediately appeared on her face as she said, Su Yao, what kind of person do you think I don't know you are? You're a pure gold-digging woman, you only love money. How can you dare to say you love Ji Boda? Moreover, before college, you hadn't even met Ji Boda. It can't possibly be love at first sight, right? Listening to Lu Ruyan's unabashedly mocking words, Su Yao was not angry at all. Instead, she squinted her eyes, seemingly lost in some memories. After a moment of silence, the corners of Su Yao's mouth suddenly curled into a beautiful arc as she slowly said, I do love money, I admit that. But compared to money, I love Ji Boda even more. Is that so? A hint of sarcasm appeared on Lu Ruyan's face, clearly not believing Su Yao's words. Su Yao didn't continue to dwell on that point but reminisced as she slowly said, I remember the night the university just started. I went out alone to buy something, and on my way back to school, I passed through a deserted alley. Suddenly, out of nowhere, two drunk men jumped out. They saw I was alone and cornered me in the alley, trying to get hands on me. I was terrified at that moment. I screamed desperately, but there wasn't a single passerby around. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's mocking smile suddenly froze on her face. Although Su Yao had only recounted the beginning of a story, she had already vaguely guessed what was coming. Sure enough, after a pause, Su Yao continued, just as the two drunk men were tearing my clothes, I was completely hopeless, even contemplating suicide. At that moment, Ji Boda suddenly appeared. He was like a brave knight, descending from the heavens when I was at my most desperate and helpless, driving away the bad guys and saving my life. It was at that moment that I was absolutely certain I had feelings for this sunny, handsome boy in front of me. As Su Yao recounted this memory, a sweet smile lingered on her face, her charming peach blossom eyes sparkling brightly. Light. Lu Ruyan saw light in Su Yao's eyes. This made Lu Ruyan's expression grow even uglier. She never dreamed that there was such a dramatic hero saving the beauty story hidden between Ji Boda and Su Yao. You must know that although the story of a hero saving a beauty is cliched, its impact on women is undoubtedly the most lethal. So, Lu Ruyan had to believe that Su Yao was not lying. She had already fallen for Ji Boda when she just started her freshman year. Su Yao, since you had feelings for Ji Boda back then, why didn't you confess to him? Why didn't you get together with him? You watched Ji Boda pursue me for 4 years, and you remained indifferent, never even hinting at your feelings to him. What kind of love is that? The more Lu Ruyen spoke, the more agitated she became, and the more she looked at Su Yao, the more she found her displeasing, her whole demeanor becoming somewhat hysterical as she began to shout loudly without caring about her image. Su Yao did not argue with Lu Ruyen, she merely glanced at her indifferently, a beautiful smile curving at the corner of her mouth. I originally planned to confess to Ji Bode the next day, but just when I found Ji Bode and was about to confess, he turned around and loudly confessed to you with a bouquet of flowers. I felt like I had been struck by lightning, completely stunned. Ha ha ha. Before Su Yao could finish her sentence, Lu Ruyen burst into laughter. She pointed at Su Yao, laughing so hard she could hardly catch her breath, tears almost streaming down her face, saying, "So you felt inferior? You were scared? You backed down? You became a coward in love? Su Yao, you watched Ji Bode get rejected by me, saw him heartbroken, yet you didn't dare to comfort him even once, let alone reveal your feelings to him. Is this what you call love?" Silence. No response. Su Yao's expression finally changed slightly. She bit her lip, suddenly and without warning slapped herself, her face filled with regret and guilt. I was out of my mind back then, thinking that there was a kind of love called letting go, a kind of love called selflessness. I saw how much Ji Bode liked you, how his eyes and heart only had room for you, and couldn't accommodate any other woman, so, I buried this love deep in my heart, hoping to forget it slowly with time. But in the end, the truth proved that I was just a fool. I can't forget. I simply can't forget. Almost every night, the scene of Ji Bode swooping down to chase away those two drunk men and saving me from danger keeps replaying in my mind. The more I try to forget this memory, the clearer it becomes, and the clearer it gets, the more unforgettable it is. Silence. The restroom fell silent again. Lu Ruyan's expression changed dramatically. The word jealousy was starkly written on her face. She was jealous of the story between Su Yao and Ji Bode. She was jealous that Su Yao could spend Ji Bode's money without restraint. Moreover, she was especially jealous that Su Yao had secretly loved Ji Bode for 7 years and ultimately ended up together with him, a couple finally united. Because these were all things Lu Ruyen had never possessed. Lu Ruyen suddenly let out a bitter laugh, then gritted her teeth and asked, "So, after you graduate from college, you insist on moving next to me, not because I'm your best friend, but for Ji Bode?" "That's right, I've loved Ji Bode for a full 7 years, how could I bear to leave him?" Su Yao's eyes were fixed on Lu Ruyen. She smiled slightly, looking stunning, then said with a piercing tone, "I should thank you, if you hadn't chosen to let go, how could I have ended up with Ji Bode?" Put. Lu Ruyen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. She glared at Su Yao angrily and said in a low voice, "Su Yao, you actually turned against me for a man today and used such vicious words to humiliate me? Have you really disregarded our friendship after all these years? Lu Ruyen, you have no idea how much I love Ji Bode." Su Yao said something nonsensical, then slowly explained, "I don't care who it is, as long as they dare to hurt Ji Bode, they are my enemy. Similarly, it doesn't matter which woman it is, as long as she can make Ji Bode happy, make him laugh, make him feel good, then she is my sister. I don't mind how many women are around Ji Bode, I only care whether he is happy or not. If he is well, then it is my sunny day." Lu Ruyen, Shilin City, First People's Hospital, VIP ward. XIN surgery was very successful, but the effects of the anesthesia had not worn off yet, so the little girl lay in bed, sound asleep. Ji Bode accompanied by Qianqian in the ward for an entire afternoon, intending to stay until the little girl woke up, then take her as his goddaughter. However, by 5 p.m., the little girl still had not woken up. The doctor came to check and concluded that the little girl seemed a bit tired and was sleeping. This made Ji Bode, Bai Qianqian, and Bai's parents laugh. After the laughter, everyone's anxious hearts relaxed, and their gazes toward the little girl were filled with tenderness. Ji Bode originally planned to stay in the hospital until the little girl woke up, but Bai Qianqian insisted that Ji Bode return to the hotel to rest first. After all, Bai Qianqian's parents were in the ward, and it was indeed inconvenient for an outsider like Ji Bode to stay there. Besides, Ji Bode always felt a bit guilty when facing Bai's parents. Forget it. He would come back to the hospital to see the little girl tomorrow. For now, he would slip away. Next, Ji Bode returned to the hotel alone. As soon as he got out of the car, a woman in a hotel butler uniform walked towards him. The woman looked younger than Bai Qianqian, probably around 27 or 28, with a beautiful face and a slim figure, a beauty of high caliber. Unfortunately, her car was only a B-class, 2 grades lower than Bai Qianqian's, which diminished her appeal to Ji Bode. "Mr. Jiang, hello. I am your new housekeeper, my name is Li Chen, and I will be replacing Butler Bai to serve you." Li Chen wore a professional smile, and when she clearly saw Ji Bode's appearance, a glimmer seemed to flash in her eyes. Ji Bode merely nodded casually and walked into the elevator. Li Qian quickly followed him into the elevator, pressing the floor button ahead of him. Once the elevator doors closed, she immediately began to report to Ji Boda. Mr. Jiang, half an hour ago, your girlfriend, Miss Su, returned to your room with Miss Zhao and a Miss Lu. 20 minutes ago, a Miss Lin, claiming to be your personal financial secretary, requested to see you and is currently waiting in your room. 10 minutes ago, a Miss Qin booked the hotel's top-floor revolving restaurant and wants to invite you to dinner. Upon hearing this, Ji Boda's brows slightly furrowed, and he quickly asked, Miss Qin? Which Miss Qin? Li Qian was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, the only daughter of the chairman of Qin Group, the young lady of the Qin family in Shilan City, Miss Qin Si. After saying this, Li Qian cautiously observed Ji Boda's expression. Seeing a look of confusion on his face, Li Qian asked in surprise, Mr. Jiang, do you not know this Miss Qin? I don't know her. Ji Boda shook his head and then asked, Butlerly, do you know why this Miss Qin wants to invite me to dinner? Li Qian quickly shook her head and replied, I don't know why Miss Qin wants to invite you to dinner. I just received a call from the general manager, who asked me to let you know that Miss Qin would like to invite you to dinner. Okay, I understand. Ji Boda nodded expressionlessly. Just then, the elevator arrived at the 29th floor. He stepped out of the elevator and suddenly turned to Li Qian, saying, What time is Miss Qin's dinner? 7 p.m. Alright, please remind me then, Butlerly. Okay, Mr. Jiang. In fact, Ji Boda had already guessed who this Miss Qin was. Recently, he had crossed paths with a woman who had the financial means to book an entire revolving restaurant. Who else could it be but that kidnapped little spicy girl? However, Ji Boda did not expect that the little spicy girl was actually the young lady of the Qin family. He didn't know much about the Qin Group and the Qin family. He only knew that the Qin family was a wealthy family in Shilan City, and the Qin Group was a conglomerate worth over 100 billion. Speaking of which, the young lady of the Qin family is impressive. In such a short time, she was able to find out Ji Boda's identity and that he was staying at the Royal International Hotel. Unfortunately, the little spicy girl was too young, probably just barely an adult. She wasn't Ji Boda's type. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind having a romantic encounter with her. Click. While thinking about these chaotic matters, Ji Boda opened the door to the presidential suite and strode inside. As soon as he entered the living room, he heard a burst of laughter and playful banter. Ji Boda looked up and saw four stunningly beautiful women sitting on the sofa, Su Yao, Zhao Shiman, Lu Li, and Lin Qingxue. Four dazzling flowers. Spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, slender swans and plump beauties, each with their own charm. Honey, you're back? The moment they saw Ji Boda, the four beauties immediately stopped their playful antics. Su Yao quickly stood up, walked briskly to Ji Boda, and then hugged him in a spoiled manner. This scene resembled a little wife welcoming her husband home from work, eagerly giving him a loving hug. The corners of Ji Boda's mouth curled up slightly. Ignoring the presence of others, he immediately embraced Su Yao and gave her a French kiss, while also completing a little check-in on her pert backside. After a long while, their lips parted. Su Yao's pretty face turned slightly red, her enchanting peach blossom eyes almost sparkling, rippling with waves of affection. Next, Ji Boda sat down on the sofa with Su Yao, but his gaze turned to Lu Li, who was sitting nearby, looking a bit nervous and uneasy. Ji Boda, long time no see. Lu Li smiled and greeted Ji Boda, who merely nodded casually before shifting his attention to Lin Qingxue. Noticing Ji Boda looking at her, Lin Qingxue immediately took out an exquisite box from her bag and respectfully handed it to Ji Boda. Young Master Zhang, this is your bank card. I have transferred all the deposits from Longhua Bank to this card, totaling 575,336,689 yuan. Upon hearing this figure, Su Yao and Zhao Shiman remained relatively calm, and Lin Qingxue did not show much surprise either. However, Lu Li, sitting beside them, suddenly widened her eyes, looking at Ji Boda as if he were her father, her eyes sparkling brightly. Ji Boda opened the box and found a black bank card made of metal inside. The card felt cool to the touch, clearly different in texture from an ordinary bank card, and it had the card number and the cardholder's name in bright golden letters. The last four digits were all eights. Ji Boda was very satisfied with this card number. Zhang Xiao, this is the card opening gift we prepared for you at the bank, and it's a small token of our appreciation. We hope you like it. Lin Qingxue brought over a wooden box from somewhere, and upon opening it, there were neatly arranged dozens of small gold bars inside. Each gold bar was stamped with the bank's logo and marked with the words 100 grams. A rough count revealed nearly 30 gold bars. Ji Boda did not expect that opening an account at the private bank would come with a gift of 30 gold bars. The total value of these gold bars was estimated to exceed 2 million. However, Jibota thought to himself, having deposited over 570 million at the bank, with such a huge deposit, who knows how much the bank could earn from it. So, in this day and age, as long as you have money, banks will bend over backward to please you. At 7 p.m., at the Royal International Hotel, in the top-floor revolving restaurant. Since the entire restaurant had been booked by Chin Si, when Jibota arrived as promised, he could not see a single guest around. Guided by a waitress, Jibota came to a table that was already set with various utensils and a bottle of red wine that had been opened in advance. Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment, Miss Chin will be here shortly. After the waitress said this, she gave Jibota a suggestive glance, smiled, and turned to leave. Sitting in the empty restaurant, Jibota felt a bit uneasy. It was too quiet. There wasn't even a ghostly shadow around. He felt inexplicably anxious. Ding! Ding ding ding! Suddenly, a beautiful piano piece filled the restaurant. Jibota recognized the piece. It was called Wedding in a Dream, a quite famous piano composition. Sitting in such a high-end restaurant, overlooking the city's night view, and listening to a world-renowned piano piece, Jibota couldn't help but take out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, light it, and take a deep drag. This was the perfect blend of elegance and vulgarity. Simply put, refreshing. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, the sound of high heels walking approached from afar. Jibota squinted slightly and turned to look. In the next second, a graceful figure entered his line of sight. Indeed, it was the little spicy girl. Tonight, Chin Si had applied a more mature makeup, making her look like a girl in her 20s, completely unlike a 17 or 18-year-old girl. In addition, Chin Si was wearing a particularly sexy and fiery, black spaghetti strap-fitted long dress. It perfectly outlined her S-shaped figure. Her slightly curled long hair casually draped over her shoulders. She wore a butterfly-shaped hairpin, made of black lace, which added a touch of sensuality to her appearance. Her long, beautiful legs were wrapped in a thin layer of black stockings, paired with diamond-studded high heels, showcasing sensuality and charm to the fullest. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Chin Si had a pair of headlights that could rival Su Yao's. When she walked, she swayed just like Su Yao. I want the best ham, I want the best jelly. Jibota Gij, we meet again. He. Chin Si seemed very pleased with her appearance, especially when she saw Jibota's eyes light up. She couldn't help but feel a surge of joy inside. You found out my identity so quickly. The Chin family's young lady is indeed impressive. Jibota stood up and looked Chin Si up and down, ultimately having to admit that cuteness was indeed worthless in the face of sensuality. Jibota Gij, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Chin Si, I'm 18 years old, and I'm your neighbor. Chin Si confidently extended a hand, her eyes fixed on Jibota, her face adorned with a mischievous smile. Hello, Chin Si. Jibota casually held Chin Si's small hand for a moment before pulling it back. Although Chin Si was dressed very sexily tonight, Jibota still couldn't muster much interest in her. She was a young lady from a wealthy family, the little princess of the Chin family. If Jibota were to mess with her, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Most importantly, compared to a lowly, he preferred mature women. Awakening from a dying illness, the Prime Minister turned out to be myself. On the other side, in the dining room of the presidential suite, Su Yao, Zhao Shiman, Lu Li, and Lin Qingxue were all gathered around the dining table. Although the table was filled with various fine wines and delicacies, as well as various snacks and desserts, the four beauties seemed somewhat distracted. Perhaps too curious, Lu Li suddenly looked up at Su Yao and mustered the courage to ask, Yao, what is the relationship between Jibota and this Miss Chin? I don't know. Su Yao shook her head expressionlessly, then picked up the goblet in front of her and took a small sip of the red wine. Perhaps Lu Li had broken the ice. Zhao Shiman and Lin Qingxue also joined in the discussion. Why would Miss Chin spend lavishly to book the entire revolving restaurant just to have dinner with Jibota? Yao, could it be that this Miss Chin is pursuing Jibota? I heard that in wealthy families, the sons and daughters can't choose their marriages freely, they usually have to marry into other families. Jibota is also considered a wealthy young master now. Could it be that Miss Chin wants to marry him? Now that you mention it, I do think that's a possibility. Listening to her friends chattering away, Su Yao suddenly felt a bit flustered. The words marriage alliance struck her like a bolt from the blue, hitting her hard in the heart. However, although Su Yao's expression changed slightly, she quickly adjusted her emotions. She gently set down her wineglass, brushed her hair by her cheek, and said with great certainty, no, Jibota won't marry anyone. Silence. The dining table fell silent. Although everyone closed their mouths and did not continue discussing the topic, the expressions of everyone, including Su Yao, became somewhat serious, and the atmosphere in the room felt a bit oppressive. As materialistic women who had watched countless romance novels and dramas over the years, they had long been poisoned. In their view, marriage alliances between wealthy families had become the norm. Many wealthy couples appeared loving on the surface but played around behind each other's backs. Business people pursue profit, and for the sake of their interests, they often sacrifice their own happiness. Marriage, in their eyes, is merely a transaction. Some alliances are not even out of their own wishes, but rather a necessity for self-preservation. Therefore, everyone felt a bit heavy-hearted. Suya was determined to marry Jibota, and after hearing that he was unwilling to marry, she actively settled for being the only candidate for Jibota's wife. Naturally, she did not want Jibota to marry another woman. As for Zhao Sherman, Lu Li, and Lin Qingxue, although they were prepared to be the third party, they also did not wish for Jibota to marry another woman. Simply put, if Jibota's wife was Su Yao, as Su Yao's good friends for many years, they certainly wouldn't be deliberately difficult for her, and Su Yao would allow them to be around Jibota. If Jibota married a young lady from a wealthy family, then the fate of these third parties would surely be extremely tragic, because that's how it is portrayed in dramas. The legitimate wife catches the mistress, beats her on the spot, strips her of her clothes, and finally posts a video online. Hiss. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Thus, the dinner was spent in a heavy atmosphere. After dinner, the housekeeper Li Qian, along with several hotel staff, cleaned the dining table thoroughly. After the waiter left, Su Yao suddenly called Li Qian over and asked, "Butler Li, are Mr. Zhang and Miss Qin still having dinner upstairs?" Upon hearing this, Li Qian immediately showed a strange expression. After hesitating for a moment, she finally replied honestly, "Miss Su, Mr. Zhang and Miss Qin left the restaurant just 5 minutes ago." Hearing this, Su Yao frowned slightly and immediately asked, "Where did they go?" "Well," Li Qian cautiously observed Su Yao's expression, stammering for a long time without being able to say anything clear. "Speak quickly." Su Yao lost her patience, her tone becoming particularly sharp, while Zhao Sherman, Lu Li, and Lin Qingxue all focused their attention on Li Qian. The four flowered beauties exuded a fierce aura. Li Qian suddenly felt immense pressure. Miss Qin. She booked a room at our hotel, and right after dinner, she took Mr. Zhang back to her room. As soon as Li Qian said this, the room was filled with gasps of surprise. However, there was no end to the astonishment. Li Qian bit her lip, thinking that since she had already said it, she might as well say a bit more. Miss Su is Mr. Zhang's girlfriend. If she could please her, it would only benefit her, not harm her. Miss Su, there's one more thing. The colleagues from the hotel's housekeeping department told me that Miss Qin prepared a lot of roses, candles, balloons, and other things in her room. In addition, Miss Qin also prepared an exquisite gift box, which seems to be intended as a surprise for Mr. Zhang. Boom! A thunderbolt suddenly struck the hearts of the four flower beauties. Roses, candles, balloons, and an exquisite gift box? What could be inside? It couldn't be an engagement ring, could it? Hiss. Miss Qin first booked the entire restaurant and then decorated her room for a surprise. Is she planning to propose to Jibota? No way. Absolutely not. Jibota must not marry Miss Qin. How dare she steal my man? I don't care if you're a rich young lady. Get away from me. Crown International Hotel. Presidential Suite No. 2. When Jibota followed Qin Si into the room, he was indeed taken aback. The living room floor was covered with rose petals, and there were many pink and red balloons scattered around, with colorful ribbons hanging from the ceiling. Moreover, in the center of the living room, candles formed a heart shape on the floor. Fortunately, there was a huge banner in the living room that read, "Thank you, Brother Jibota, for saving my life. Signed, Qin Si." Seeing this banner, Jibota couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't a large-scale confession scene, otherwise, it would have been awkward. "CC, is this the surprise you prepared for me?" Jibota stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Qin Si, who had a mischievous smile on her face. "Brother Jibota, come on, come with me." Qin Si immediately grabbed Jibota's hand, wanting to lead him into the living room. Jibota hesitated a bit, but in a half-push, half-pull manner, he was still led by Qin Si into the living room, standing right in the middle of the heart-shaped candles. So awkward, really so awkward. Why did it have to be arranged in a heart shape? A square, circle, triangle, or irregular polygon would have been fine. With a heart shape, anyone unaware of the situation might think you were going to confess to me on the spot. "Brother Jibota, close your eyes first." Qin Si looked at Jibota with anticipation, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "CC, let me ask first, are you sure what you're giving me later is a surprise and not a scare?" Jibota had a somewhat helpless expression, feeling a bit uneasy under Qin Si's fiery gaze. "Brother Jibota, just rest assured. I specially prepared a gift for you, and I guarantee it will surprise you. It definitely won't scare you. Quick, close your eyes." Wait for me to count to 3 before you can open them. Under Chin-See's persistent coaxing, Ji-Bota had no choice but to obediently close his eyes. He was curious to see what surprise Chin-See had prepared for him. 1, 2, 3. Brother Ji-Bota, you can open your eyes now. As soon as Chin-See's voice fell, Ji-Bota opened his eyes. He saw Chin-See standing in front of him, smiling brightly, with a pair of delicate little hands holding a very exquisite small box. Swish! Before Ji-Bota could say anything, Chin-See eagerly opened the box and handed it to him. Brother Ji-Bota, this is the gift I prepared for you, a Bugatti Chiron. I hope you like it. Ji-Bota's gaze fell on the opened box. Inside lay a beautifully crafted car key. A Bugatti Chiron? Ji-Bota was slightly taken aback, not expecting Chin-See to gift him a luxury supercar. This was a Bugatti Chiron. The price in the country had already skyrocketed to over 30 million. The young lady of the Chin family was indeed generous. Her first move was a sports car worth 30 million, simply extravagant. Brother Ji-Bota, I put in a lot of effort to get this Bugatti Chiron. I even airlifted it overnight from abroad. If it weren't for preparing this gift, I could have come to see you last night. Brother Ji-Bota, do you like this gift? Looking at Chin-See's eager expression, Ji-Bota reached out to take the car key, smiled, and nodded, saying, I like it. No kidding. Ji-Bota was an honest kid, liking it was liking it, nothing to be shy about. Moreover, Ji-Bota had saved Chin-See's life, and she was giving him a sports car as a thank you. One was willing to give, the other to receive. It was a mutual agreement, nothing wrong with that. However, life is full of surprises. At that moment, something unexpected happened. Bang! With a loud crash, the door to the room was suddenly burst open from the outside. Tap tap tap. Immediately after, 4 stunningly beautiful women rushed in like a swarm. Swish! Ji-Bota and Chin-See instinctively turned their heads, and in the next second, both of their faces showed expressions of shock. Silence. The room fell silent. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Ji-Bota never expected that Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, Lu Li, and Lin Qingxue would barge in at this time. What were they here for? Why did each of them have such fierce expressions on their faces? A large-scale capture scene? Who are you? Who let you barge in? After a brief moment of shock, Chin-See's face immediately turned cold. She had put so much thought into preparing a surprise for Ji-Bota, only to have it interrupted by a group of people, ruining the atmosphere. So, Chin-See was very angry. The consequences were serious. Seeing that Chin-See was about to explode, Ji-Bota quickly asked Su Yao, what are you all doing? Faced with Ji-Bota's question, Su Yao's face immediately showed an awkward expression. The situation was clear at a glance. Ji-Bota was holding an already opened box, which contained a beautifully crafted car key. That's right, it was a car key, not the engagement ring Su Yao had imagined. Besides that, there was a huge banner in the room that read, Thank you, Brother Ji-Bota, for saving my life. Signed, Chin-See. Su Yao wasn't blind. At that moment, she suddenly realized that she had misunderstood Ji-Bota and Chin-See. At the same time, she secretly regretted being too impulsive. But, she had already barged in with a few friends, and had even angered Chin-See. Even if they wanted to back out of this room now, the situation had already unfolded. It was too late to say anything. What to do? Chin-See was the young lady of the Chin family. If she was offended, would it cause a lot of trouble for Ji-Bota? What if this incident ended up ruining Ji-Bota? Would he, in a fit of anger, decide he didn't want me anymore? They say women are big-breasted and brainless. Su Yao was indeed big-breasted and quite brainless. However, at this critical moment, Su Yao suddenly came up with a clever idea. Swish! Su Yao suddenly revealed a radiant smile, then crossed her hands in front of her and respectfully bowed slightly to Ji-Bota and Chin-See. Good evening, sir, madam. I am the 36th technician from the hotel's foot massage parlor, Yao Yao. I'm very pleased to serve you. Silence. The room fell completely silent. After hearing Su Yao's words, Ji-Bota's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. However, this was not the end. After Su Yao finished speaking, Zhao Sherman also reacted. She mimicked Su Yao, wearing a slightly awkward smile, and bowed slightly to Ji-Bota and Chin-See, saying, I am the 37th technician, Man. I'm very pleased to serve you. I am the 38th technician, Xiaoxue. I'm very pleased to serve you. I am the 39th technician, Xiaoli. I'm very pleased to serve you. Following Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, Lin Qingxue and Lu Li also pretended to be technicians, bowing slightly to Ji-Bota and Chin-See in turn. In the living room, the 4 beauties lined up, standing elegantly in front of Ji-Bota and Chin-See, each wearing a professional smile. Drip! A drop of cold sweat trickled down Ji-Bota's forehead. Although the 4 beauties appeared calm, their trembling eyelashes, slightly hurried breaths, and the hint of panic in their eyes had already betrayed their nervous hearts. Technicians? How could you think of that? Since you want to play this way, fine. I won't say anything and will just stand by quietly to see what else you can come up with. We didn't order any technicians, did you make a mistake? Shin-si was slightly taken aback by the words and turned to look at Ji-Boda, her face showing a hint of suspicion. See, actually they. Ji-Boda trembled his lips, just about to explain. However, Su-Yao, standing opposite, quickly interjected, Huh? Isn't this the third presidential suite? Upon hearing this, Shin-si immediately showed a speechless expression. She looked displeased and said, Come on. This is the second presidential suite, the third presidential suite is downstairs. When you come to provide service, can't you check the room number before entering? Being so careless, do you believe I'll call to complain about you? Shin-si instinctively felt a bit of hostility towards the four beauties. The four female technicians in front of her were all very beautiful, with stunning figures, and they were all big beauties. As soon as they entered, they stared intently at Ji-Boda, their eyes sparkling as if they had fallen for him at first sight, which made Shin-si feel extremely uncomfortable. A bunch of foot massage technicians actually dared to set their sights on my brother Ji-Boda? Don't they know if they are worthy? Who gave you the guts to look at my brother Ji-Boda with such lustful eyes? Look again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Humph. Sorry, we walked into the wrong room. We apologize for disturbing you, truly sorry. Seizing the opportunity, Su-Yao quickly apologized while swiftly backing out of the room. Zhao Sherman, Lin Xingxue, and Luli were quick to react as well. They followed Su-Yao's example, apologizing while retreating out of the room. After they left the room one after another, Luli, who was the last to go, kindly closed the door behind her. Ji-Boda. The room fell silent. Shin-si put away her cold expression and turned to Ji-Boda with a sweet smile. Just as the girl was about to say something, her phone rang. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Shin-si took out her phone, glanced at the caller ID, and her brows furrowed slightly. However, she didn't avoid Ji-Boda and directly answered the call. Mom? What's wrong? Oh, I just finished dinner with my friends, and it's only this early, and you're urging me to come home? Alright, I got it. I'll be back soon. After hanging up, a hint of helplessness appeared on Shin-si's face. She looked up at Ji-Boda and said reluctantly, Ji-Boda Gij, I'm sorry, my mom insists on having me come home. It's okay, it's getting late, and it's understandable for your family to worry about you being out alone. Ji-Boda smiled and shook his head, feeling delighted inside. Hurry home, little girl, don't cling to your brother anymore. He still has to play poker with his girlfriend tonight and doesn't have time for you. Ji-Boda Gij, let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll invite you out to play another day? Sure. Ji-Boda Gij, goodbye. 10 p.m. Ji-Boda returned to the presidential suite No. 1. The moment he opened the door, he suddenly heard the sound of mahjong being played. Looking up, he was surprised to see a mahjong table in the living room. Su-Yao, Zhao Sherman, Lin Xingxue, and Luli, the four beauties, were all dressed in sexy lace camisole pajamas, sitting together and laughing while playing mahjong. Honey, you're back? Su-Yao's voice was particularly gentle, but Ji-Boda just nodded without saying a word and walked straight into the master bedroom. Damn it! That little girl's courage is getting bolder, daring to bring people into the hotel room? 3 days without a beating, and the roof gets lifted. Back in his room, Ji-Boda took a shower, comfortably lay on the bed, played some music on his phone, and closed his eyes to enjoy. Click! At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and a figure rushed in. Honey, I was wrong. Well, tell me, what did you do wrong? Honey, I shouldn't have brought people into the room and disturbed you while you were flirting. Put. As soon as Su-Yao said this, Ji-Boda almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Ji-Boda stared wide-eyed and said, flirting with who? That little girl CC just turned 18 this year. I'm not interested in her at all. What are you thinking about all day? Hearing that Ji-Boda wasn't interested in Shin-si, Su-Yao's eyes immediately lit up. Honey, I really know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Fenghuang Mountain Villa. Villa No. 2. As soon as Shin-si returned home, she saw her mother sitting on the sofa, holding a magazine, with a cup of hot tea on the coffee table in front of her, seemingly waiting for her to come home. Mom, Shin-si sweetly called out, then quickly walked over and jumped into her mother's arms, acting spoiled. Cici, you're already 18 years old, why do you still act like a child, clinging to your mom? Shin-si's mother showed a motherly smile, casually putting down the magazine in her hand, and affectionately ruffled Shin-si's little head. It must be said that Shin-si's mother looked really young. Sitting together, they didn't seem like a mother and daughter but rather like a pair of sisters. Shin-si's mother's skin was fair and tender, showing no signs of age, only possessing a more mature charm compared to Shin-si. She was wearing a loose-fitting loungewear set, her long hair styled into a large braid casually draped over her shoulder. A few strands of hair fell across her forehead, complementing a mature and dignified face that carried a hint of cold beauty, giving off a gentle, intellectual, noble, and soft charm. If Ji Boda were present, he would surely be taken aback. Because Qinxi's mother was actually his online girlfriend. That's right. It was Qin Xiaoyu, the wealthy older sister Ji Boda had met through the online dating card after 3 years of virtual romance. No, I just want to hold you, I want to cling to you. Qinxi clung to Qin Xiaoyu, acting spoiled for a while longer, when suddenly she thought of something and quickly lifted her head to ask, "Mom, why did you rush to call me home? What's the matter?" Qin Xiaoyu had been smiling, but upon hearing her daughter's question, a hint of embarrassment flashed across her face. "See. Qin Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment but still gritted her teeth and said, "There's something I've been thinking about for a long time, and I've struggled with it mentally for a long time. I'm sorry to tell you this now, I hope you won't blame me." "Mom, what are you hiding from me?" Qinxi's eyes widened suddenly. Over the years, it was the first time Qin Xiaoyu had spoken to her in such a serious tone. So, Qinxi felt a twinge of nervousness. "Cici, we've relied on each other for so many years, and now you've grown up. Your life is on the right track, and you basically don't need me to worry about you anymore." As soon as Qin Xiaoyu said this, Qinxi's ominous premonition grew stronger. However, she didn't interrupt Qin Xiaoyu's narrative but listened attentively, albeit with a hint of anxiety. "Cici, one day you will get married, and you will leave my side. I don't want to be a burden to you, I don't want you to worry about me, and I don't want to drag you down. So, I plan to find you a father. Mainly, after you get married, I can live with your stepfather, supporting each other until old age, so you won't have to take care of me or worry about me. Cici, I hope you can understand your mother's good intentions." Upon hearing this, Qinxi first showed a look of surprise, then secretly breathed a sigh of relief, her surprise turning into understanding. So, her mother wanted to date. "You scared me to death. I thought Mom wanted to kick me out of the house." Thankfully, it was just a false alarm. Qinxi came from a single-parent family and had never had a father, so she understood how difficult it was for her mother. Qin Xiaoyu became pregnant at 18 and gave birth to Qinxi at 19. As for Qinxi's biological father, he had vanished without a trace during Qin Xiaoyu's pregnancy, and even after Qinxi was born, he never appeared until she turned 18. One could only say that early romance could lead to serious consequences. Qinxi knew that her mother despised that man, and there were no records of him in their home. Every time Qinxi asked about her father, Qin Xiaoyu would turn cold and refuse to talk, sometimes even scolding Qinxi. Fearing to upset her mother, Qinxi stopped asking. Over the years, Qin Xiaoyu had raised Qinxi under immense pressure, not knowing how much hardship and sweat she had poured into it. At the same time, Qin Xiaoyu seemed to feel indebted to Qinxi, so she doted on her greatly, afraid that Qinxi would suffer any grievances. So, even though Qinxi had no father, she had never complained about anything. Having a mother who loved her, cared for her, and spoiled her was enough. Silence ensued. Perhaps seeing that Qinxi hadn't spoken for a long time, Qin Xiaoyu thought her daughter had something on her mind. "Cici, if you disagree, then forget it. Mom, everything is based on your opinion. If you feel troubled, I won't consider finding another partner." Qin Xiaoyu's eyes seemed to dim for a moment, but she still revealed a hint of a motherly smile, looking at Qinxi with great affection. At that moment, Qinxi's body trembled slightly. A wave of immense heartache instantly filled her heart. Since childhood, Qin Xiaoyu had always consulted her on everything. As long as it was something Qinxi didn't like, Qin Xiaoyu would never force her. Now, Qin Xiaoyu merely wanted to pursue her own happiness, yet she spoke to Qinxi in such a consultative tone, which made Qinxi feel even more ashamed and guilty. For so many years, Qin Xiaoyu had remained single, never getting close to any man. Was it because she didn't want to date? No. With Qin Xiaoyu's looks and qualities, men who pursued her lined up from here to abroad, many of whom were excellent and high quality. However, Qin Xiaoyu had remained single all this time to consider Qinxi's feelings. Now that Qinxi was an adult, Qin Xiaoyu had fulfilled her responsibilities as a mother. Qin Xiaoyu simply wanted to pursue her own happiness, and Qinxi naturally felt genuinely happy for her mom. When she was young, it was always her mom who cared for her feelings. Now it was her turn to care for her mom's feelings. "Mom, I didn't say I disagreed." Qinxi blinked her big, watery eyes and smiled, saying, "I support you in pursuing your happiness, support you in finding a partner. As long as you're happy, I'm happy." Silence. The living room suddenly fell silent. Qin Xiaoyu's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her eyes immediately turned red, as if a hint of tears shimmered in her gaze. "Cici, thank you, my precious daughter. Qin Xiaoyu reached out and hugged Qin Si tightly, and Qin Si opened her arms, holding Qin Xiaoyu very tightly. Both mother and daughter had tears glistening in their eyes. The atmosphere was warm and cozy. After a little while, Qin Si suddenly thought of something and quickly raised her head to ask, "Mom, who is your partner? What's his name? How old is he this year? Is he handsome? Is his family wealthy? Is he a good person?" Qin Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and then her pretty face turned incredibly red. "Mom, when did you start dating him? A man who can catch mom's eye must be very excellent, right?" Qin Si looked at Qin Xiaoyu with a grin. Over the years, the two had relied on each other, and Qin Si naturally understood her mother's character very well. Since Qin Xiaoyu had taken the initiative to talk to Qin Si about this, it proved that Qin Xiaoyu had found a suitable candidate, and it was even possible that she was already with this man. No unprepared battles. This was Qin Xiaoyu's style. "Cici, seeing you support me like this, I feel relieved," Qin Xiaoyu said, brushing her hair by her cheek, feeling a bit shy. "Well, I met him online, and we've been in a long-distance relationship for 3 years." Long-distance relationship? Qin Si's face showed a look of shock. Thousands of thoughts popped into her mind, but she never imagined that her mother would be in a long-distance relationship. "Cici, do you have any prejudice against long-distance relationships?" Qin Xiaoyu suddenly became nervous, seemingly worried that Qin Si would oppose this marriage. Oh no! Worried that Qin Si would oppose this long-distance relationship. However, Qin Si was only briefly surprised and immediately revealed a playful expression. "Mom, I didn't expect you to be so modern, even learning to date online. Long-distance relationships can actually be quite good. At least it proves that my future stepdad is also very modern. You two have young hearts. And besides, online dating makes it easier to find a soulmate, not that kind of fast food love that's just about looks. So I think, at your age, Mom, online dating is more reliable." As soon as Qin Si said this, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly froze in place. After a little while, Qin Xiaoyu lightly tapped Qin Si's little head. "Cici, are you saying that for someone my age, online dating is more reliable? What do you mean by that? Are you saying that your mom is too old, that I'm past my prime, and that no one wants me in reality, so I can only find a partner online?" Qin Xiaoyu deliberately straightened her face, pretending to be very angry. However, Qin Si was Qin Xiaoyu's little darling. The two had relied on each other for so many years. How could she not see that her mom was just pretending to be angry? "Oh, dear Mom, how could I dislike you? You're so beautiful, you look just like a girl in her 20s. When we walk down the street, people who don't know us might think we're sisters. What I mean is, if your stepdad dates you online, he doesn't know how beautiful you are, so he's not enchanted by your looks but conquered by your inner qualities. Mom, you wouldn't want to find a shallow man who only cares about your appearance, would you?" Qin Si said with a grin, hugging Qin Xiaoyu and starting to act cute again. Qin Xiaoyu shook her head in amusement, pinched Qin Si's little face, and a look of indulgence appeared on her face. "Cici, now there's just one last question left." "What question?" "Well, the age difference between me and him is a bit big. I'm afraid you won't be able to accept it." "How many years apart?" 12 years. Qin Si suddenly froze in place. The little girl instinctively thought, Mom is 37 this year, and if he is 12 years younger than her, then this stepdad is already 49? This age difference is indeed a bit large. However, the fact that a 49-year-old man can make Mom so infatuated shows that she must truly love him. "Mom, I think as long as two people truly love each other, age is really not a problem. Besides, in this day and age, the combination of older men and younger women is really too common, and there are plenty of happy couples. It's better for a man to be more mature. He will care for and look after you. As long as he is sincere to you, what does it matter if he is 12 years older?" Drip! A drop of cold sweat trickled down from Qin Xiaoyu's forehead. She knew her daughter would definitely misunderstand. Qin Xiaoyu bit her lip lightly, then took Qin Si's hand and hurriedly explained, "Cici, you misunderstood what I meant. The 12-year age difference doesn't mean he is 12 years older than me, but rather, Mom is 12 years older than him." Silence. The living room fell silent. Qin Si's smile instantly froze on her face, her eyes blank, and she couldn't come to her senses for a long time. Mom's boyfriend is 12 years younger than her? 37 minus 12 equals 25? Qin Si counted on her fingers 3 times in her mind, finally confirming she hadn't made a mistake. Her mom actually found a 25-year-old young man. At that moment, Qin Si didn't know what to say. Compared to a 25-year-old stepdad, she still felt that a 49-year-old stepdad was more reliable. After all, he was only 25. That's just too young. How could she call a man who was only 7 years older than her stepdad? What a ridiculous joke. How would she even say it? And If the three of them went shopping together in the future, wouldn't that scene look a bit strange? If the school called for a parent-teacher meeting and mom was busy, and the stepdad went, that scene was simply unimaginable. Cece, I know it's hard for you to accept this fact all at once, and mom can understand your feelings. Actually, at the beginning, mom didn't intend to be with him. After all, he's so young, and I'm a whole 12 years older than him. But, mom was very happy chatting with him online, and as they talked, she uncontrollably fell for him, getting deeper and deeper, unable to extricate herself. He is a very attentive, very gentle, and very passionate about life person. He is also the man who has made mom's heart flutter the most over the years. Although mom is 12 years older than him, just like you said, as long as we are soulmates, age is really not a problem. Listening to Qin Xiaoyu's story, Qin Si felt her little head was a mess. Mom was constantly speaking up for that man, and this obvious favoritism made Qin Si a bit jealous. She had originally been very supportive of mom daring to love boldly. But, she never expected mom to be so bold. Without a word, she brought back a 25-year-old young man, and they had already been in a long-distance relationship for a full 3 years. Is this going to be a good start? In G. Bota's nervous yet expectant gaze, the pointer slowly passed through the card area, then with a clack, it steadily stopped at the bottle area. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bottle of enhancement potion. The system's prompt sounded in his ears, and suddenly, a golden potion popped up on the lucky wheel in his view, which was then automatically added to his inventory. Swish! Without hesitation, G. Bota clicked open the system's inventory and quickly saw a bottle of golden potion in the second slot of his backpack. Enhancement potion, after consumption, it can enhance both kidneys, granting unlimited energy, unlimited firepower, unlimited stamina, and other effects, becoming the legendary perpetual motion machine. Holy crap! G. Bota's eyes widened in shock. Clearly, he was taken aback by the effects of this enhancement potion. Enhance both kidneys? Unlimited energy, unlimited firepower, unlimited stamina? The legendary perpetual motion machine? Brother Tonzi, are you sure you're not joking with me? Whoosh! Without any hesitation, G. Bota immediately took out the potion, opened the cap, and without a word, poured it into his mouth. Gulp, gulp, gulp. To avoid any mishaps, G. Bota almost held his breath and drank the entire bottle in one go. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, a powerful warm current surged from G. Bota's lower back. This feeling was indescribably strange. It was a bit warm, soft, gentle, and ticklish. In short, it felt very mild and not at all. How to describe this feeling? It was like last night when Lin Qingxue and Lu Li hugged G. Bota from either side and gently kissed his 2 kidneys. Yes, it was that kind of feeling. Ticklish and invigorating. This sensation came quickly and left just as fast. About 10 seconds later, G. Bota's 2 fiery kidneys gradually cooled down. However, G. Bota could clearly sense that his body, which had been somewhat fatigued, was instantly filled with vitality. His previously sore waist was suddenly brimming with strength. He had just entered a state of zen, but immediately felt a surge of energy. Damn it! The legendary perpetual motion machine is indeed amazing. Drink! G. Bota sprang up from the sofa like a carp leaping, then quickly threw a set of punches in the living room. Feeling the infinite warmth from his kidneys, the corners of G. Bota's mouth couldn't help but rise like an AK. A real man never drinks kidney tonic. I have 2 kidneys, facing the sea, with spring blossoms. Let's draw again. After being excited for a while, G. Bota clicked the lottery button with his mind, and the next second, the pointer on the wheel began to spin again. The red pointer spun rapidly in a clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, it gradually slowed down. To G. Bota's surprise again, the pointer unhesitatingly passed through the G gold area, charging fiercely towards the remaining areas. Holy crap! Another one? Could it be that today is a lucky day, hitting 2 in a row? In G. Bota's astonished gaze, the pointer passed through the G card area, then the bottle area, and then slowly moved through the book area. Finally, when the pointer crawled to the U area, it seemed to suddenly lose all momentum, and then with a clack, it stopped. Silence. G. Bota's mind went blank. He never expected that his casual draw, with no great hopes, would actually win the super grand prize. The heart plants flowers that do not bloom, while the heartless willow becomes a shade? Indeed, the heavens are particularly fond of super handsome guys. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the divine artifact Eye of the Mind. A prompt sound from the system echoed in his ears, and to his surprise, a crystal eyeball suddenly popped up on the lucky wheel in his view, which was then automatically added to his inventory. What is this? An auxiliary cheat? The Eye of the Mind? With a strong sense of curiosity, Jibota quickly opened the system's inventory and soon found the crystal eyeball in the second slot of his backpack. Eye of the Mind artifact can be fused with one's own eyes. After fusion, it can see through the basic information of all anomalies. Note, this artifact has a total of 7 layers of seals, and currently, only the first layer is unlocked. Jibota felt a bit dizzy. He took out the Eye of the Mind, played with it in his hand for a while, and then muttered to himself, "How do I fuse this eyeball with my eyes?" As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! Does the host wish to fuse the artifact Eye of the Mind? Jibota was slightly taken aback but did not respond immediately. Instead, he cautiously asked, "System brother, if I fuse this artifact, will it have any side effects on my body? Also, after fusing the Eye of the Mind, will my eyes still function normally? Will I suddenly go blind?" In response to Jibota's inquiries, the system immediately replied, "Ding! After the host fuses the artifact Eye of the Mind, there will be no side effects, nor will it adversely affect the host's eyes." After hearing the system brother's explanation, Jibota let out a slight sigh of relief. "Alright then, I choose to fuse the artifact Eye of the Mind." Swish! As soon as Jibota made his choice, the crystal eyeball in his hand instantly transformed into a streak of light and swiftly darted into his left eye. In an instant, a warm current spread through Jibota's left eye socket. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing the artifact Eye of the Mind. Ding! This system has transmitted the artifact's user manual into the host's mind. In the presidential suite. In the living room, Jibota sat quietly on the sofa, his eyes fixed on the floor in front of him, seemingly lost in thought, as if he had lost focus. In reality, Jibota was digesting the user manual for the artifact provided by the system. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, Jibota took a deep breath, and his unfocused eyes instantly regained clarity. Click! Just then, the door to the presidential bedroom on the left side of the living room was suddenly opened. Su Yao, wearing a black lace nightgown and hotel slippers, with uncombed hair and yawning, walked out of the room. Swish! Jibota quickly shifted his gaze to Su Yao, and in the next second, a line of information popped up in his left eye's field of vision. Name, Su Yao. Age, 25. Appearance, 96. Figure, 96. Bust, 36. D+ driver, 1 favorability, 100. At that moment, a look of astonishment suddenly appeared on Jibota's face. Name, age, appearance, figure, bust, these details need no further explanation. Driver also requires no explanation. The last item, favorability, must be briefly explained. According to the user manual provided by the system brother, this favorability represents the target person's affection for the host. A favorability below 20 indicates a passerby. A favorability of 20 to 50 indicates an ordinary friend. A favorability of 50 to 80 indicates a close friend. A favorability above 80 indicates romantic feelings. A favorability above 90 indicates being in love. As for a favorability of 100, it represents unwavering love, a lifelong commitment, never betraying, living and dying together, never leaving or abandoning. So, Jibota was astonished. He never expected that Su Yao actually had a favorability of 100 towards him. Isn't Xiao Jianren in love with money? Isn't she a 24K pure gold digger? Why not just be a good gold digger instead of learning to play at love? Has her brain gone to mush? Ding! Detected that Su Yao's favorability towards the host has reached 100 points, rewarding the host with a ceiling removal talisman. Ding! The ceiling removal talisman can be used to unlock the seals on the divine artifact. Each talisman can unlock 1 layer of seal. Ding! The ceiling removal talisman will be issued to the host at midnight tonight. At that moment, a series of system prompts rang in his ears, leaving Jibota frozen in place. What the hell? It can be played like this? When the girlfriend's favorability reaches 100 points, the system rewards a ceiling removal talisman to unlock the seal on the divine artifact? Is this forcing me to grind my girlfriend's favorability? But I've already locked my heart and closed off love. What favorability to grind? Just living off my meals, lying flat, and enjoying life, isn't that better? Their favorability, whether it rises or not, I don't care. As for unlocking the seal on the divine artifact, I have money and women now, living lavishly as I please, why bother unlocking the seal? Am I that bored, with nothing better to do? With that time, I might as well go eat, drink, have fun, chase girls, and tease good women. In short, the ceiling removal talisman holds little temptation for Jibota, and he wouldn't go out of his way to grind his girlfriend's favorability for a mere talisman. He's just a laid-back player, wanting nothing, letting things be. One word, slacking. Hey, hubby, why did you wake up so early today? Su Yao noticed Jibota sitting on the sofa and quickly walked over, sitting beside him and wrapping her arms around his neck. Ji-Bota once again used his spiritual eye to carefully look at Su-Yao, confirming that her favorability was indeed 100 points and not a figment of his imagination. He covered his forehead in sight in exasperation. I've already locked my heart, and now you suddenly pop up with 100 points of favorability. What are you trying to do? Why are you playing at true love? It's giving me a headache. Hubby, what's wrong? Do you have a headache? Noticing Ji-Bota's odd behavior, Su-Yao immediately stood up. She went around to the back of the sofa, cradled Ji-Bota's head, pressed her thumbs against his temples, and began to massage gently. Yao yao. What's wrong? Nothing. Nothing at all. You're massaging very comfortably. Your technique is good. Hubby, considering how obedient and well-behaved I am, when will you transfer that 20 million to me? I'll transfer it to you in a bit. Thank you, hubby, moi. Su-Yao was still the same Su-Yao, the same 24K pure gold digger, with not a bit of change. However, considering her 100 points of favorability, Ji-Bota decided to be a bit more generous with her in the future. As long as she behaves, what's the harm in buying her a whole street? Tap tap tap. At that moment, another beautiful woman walked out of the president's bedroom. Zhao Sherman. She was only wearing a lace camisole nightgown. Her round, strong thighs and slender calves peeked out from under the hem of her skirt, instantly catching Ji-Bota's eye. Ji-Bota's mind stirred, and Zhao Shiman's profile immediately appeared in his view. Name, Zhao Sherman. Age, 25. Appearance, 95. Figure, 96. Bust, 36D. Driver's license, 1. Favorability, 90. Ji-Bota's eyelids couldn't help but twitch slightly. He didn't expect Zhao Shiman's favorability to reach 90 points. What does that mean? A good gold digger should just be a good gold digger. Why suddenly play at true feelings? If she plays with fire, it's still herself who gets burned. Oh, you two, showing off your love so early in the morning? I haven't even eaten breakfast yet, and I didn't expect to get a wave of dog food first. Zhao Sherman walked over with a giggle, then sat down next to Ji-Bota, hugging his arm and resting her head on his shoulder. Man, you are a martial artist, stronger than me. Why don't you give your husband a head massage? Su-Yao seemed a bit jealous, actually directing Zhao Sherman to massage Ji-Bota. She herself returned to Ji-Bota's side, mimicking Zhao Sherman, hugging Ji-Bota's arm and resting her head on his shoulder. Yao, you're exploiting my labor. Zhao Sherman shot a glance at Su-Yao but still stood up, then walked around to the back of the sofa and immediately began to massage Ji-Bota's head. Just like that, Ji-Bota, Su-Yao, and Zhao Sherman enjoyed a moment of warmth together. Then he said he wanted to take a nap, yawning as he walked into Su-Yao and Zhao Shiman's bedroom. The presidential suite had 3 bedrooms, the presidential bedroom, the ladies' bedroom, and the maid's bedroom. At that moment, Lin Qingxue and Luli were still sound asleep in the ladies' bedroom. Ji-Bota didn't want to disturb them, nor did he want to sleep in the maid's bedroom. Just then, Su-Yao and Zhao Sherman, who were sleeping in the presidential bedroom, woke up, so Ji-Bota simply went to their room. However, before taking a nap, Ji-Bota opened the system main page again, planning to use his last lottery chance for the day. Lucky draw, big wheel draw chances, 1 item slot, black card, reward money, artifact, eye of the mind swish. Ji-Bota clicked the lottery button with his mind, and the next second, the pointer on the wheel began to spin. The red pointer spun rapidly in a clockwise direction, gradually slowing down after about 3 seconds. To Ji-Bota's surprise, he had already won 2 grand prizes today, so logically, his luck should have run out. However, life is full of surprises. Unexpectedly, in this third draw, the pointer passed the gold coin area and headed straight for the remaining 4 areas. Hey, here we go again. Ji-Bota stared intently at the pointer, silently praying in his heart. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may the Emperor of Smoke show his divine power, bless your ex-boyfriend to win another grand prize. Clatter! Just as Ji-Bota finished this incantation, the pointer passed the card and bottle areas, coming to a steady stop in the book area. Oh, not bad. Level 2. This prize suits Lu Ruyan's temperament perfectly, truly level 2. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a skill book. At that moment, a book jumped out from the lucky wheel, somewhat resembling a martial arts manual from a movie, with a few words written on the cover. However, before Ji-Bota could see the words on the cover clearly, the skill book was automatically stored in the system's item slot. Open the system item slot. Ji-Bota quickly opened the item slot and soon saw this mysterious skill book in the second slot of his backpack. Instrument Mastery, skill book. After using this skill book, the host will automatically learn all categories of instruments in the host's world, instantly becoming a master-level performer. Wow! All instruments can be learned? A master-level performer? This is impressive. No more words, I must give the system a 5-star review and a crazy thumbs up. From now on, besides spending money, I can also use my talents to attract girls. Ha ha, 10 a.m. Boda woke up from his dreams. After getting out of bed, Boda, draped in a hotel robe, came to the living room, only to find the entire suite empty. Suyao, Jia Sherman, Lin Qingxue, and Luli were nowhere to be found. However, on the coffee table in the living room, there were 4 neatly arranged notes. Swish! Boda sat down on the sofa and reached for the 4 notes. The first note was written by Suyao. Dear husband, I went shopping with Man and conveniently took your Bugatti. However, I left you the keys to the Ferrari. Don't be angry, dear. When I come back, I promise to give you a big surprise. Signed, your loving wife, Yao Yao. Wow! Boda's eyes widened in shock. He never expected that Suyao would actually drive away his Bugatti Chiron. To think that Qin Si had just given him this car last night. Boda hadn't even driven the Bugatti Chiron himself, not even touched the steering wheel. And now, the car was taken by Suyao? Just like that, it was gone on the first try? However, Boda was not a petty person. Especially after learning that Suyao's affection for him had reached 100 points, Boda's attitude towards her had changed a lot. Since Suyao would never betray him, would always be by his side, and would remain loyal until death. Then he would spoil her. As the saying goes, as long as she behaves, Daddy will buy her a whole street. Swish! Boda put down Suyao's note and then picked up the note written by Zhao Sherman. Husband, I went shopping with Yao Yao, and I'll be back tonight to give you a big surprise. Signed, Man. A wry smile appeared on Boda's face. The same thing was written down by both Suyao and Zhao Sherman, repeating the same message. This was a waste of paper, waste of ink, waste of social resources. Both little splashes should be scolded. Swish! Boda put down Zhao Sherman's note and then picked up the note written by Lin Qingxue. Boda, I need to go to the bank today for some matters. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Signed, Qingxue. Lin Qingxue's note was very formal. Even the salutation at the beginning used Boda's full name, without any intimate nicknames. The content of the note was also very official, with no ambiguous language or playful phrases, giving off a business-like vibe. However, through this small note, Boda could confirm that Lin Qingxue was a woman who appeared serious on the outside but was actually quite flirtatious on the inside. Because last night, Lin Qingxue had called him brother 98 times, husband 136 times, and dad 248 times. Not to mention Boda, even Luli, who was sleeping next to him, was stunned. Swish! After putting down Lin Qingxue's note, Boda opened his palm to check the note written by Luli. Dad, I'm going to quit my job today. You said you would support me. From now on, I'll be responsible for looking beautiful, and you'll be responsible for protecting the flowers. He. Signed, your favorite big pear. Put. Boda almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The little green tea was indeed very flirty. A small note, just a few dozen words, was filled with a strong flirtatious vibe. If Boda hadn't personally experienced it and confirmed that Luli was still a virgin, he would have doubted how many men the little green tea had seduced to develop such a rich flirtatious aura. However, the more flirty the little green tea was, the more Boda liked it. Young people, after all, are bold and daring, love to fight and challenge difficult things, and there's nothing wrong with that. Ding ding! Just as Boda put down the note, his phone suddenly vibrated, as if he had received a WeChat message. Swish! Boda took out his phone and was surprised to see a message from the wealthy sister Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu, husband, I have good news for you. My daughter has agreed for us to be together. Emoji, happy. For some reason, Boda always felt a sense of guilt. Perhaps it was because this wealthy sister, whom he had been in an online relationship with for 3 years, was not someone Boda had personally pursued, but rather someone he had obtained directly through cards. Lacking the process, he had directly gotten the result. It felt as if the peaches carefully nurtured by the queen mother had just ripened, only to be picked by a monkey. Qin Xiaoyu, honey, nothing can stop us now. Are you free tonight? I want to meet you. Emoji, shy. Boda was still in a daze when Qin Xiaoyu's second WeChat message came through. At that moment, even with 2 phones between them, Boda could imagine Qin Xiaoyu on the other end of WeChat, definitely wearing an expression full of anticipation. Forget it. It's just meeting a female online friend, right? Just a meeting. As for the reality, they hadn't even started yet. What was there to be afraid of? Boda, I'm free tonight, you can decide the time and place. Qin Xiaoyu, okay, I'll send you the location after I book the restaurant. About 5 minutes later, Qin Xiaoyu sent Boda a location share and agreed to meet directly at the restaurant at 6:30 p.m. Boda opened the map to take a look and found that the Western restaurant named Wells was not far from the Royal International Hotel. Next, Jibota sat quietly on the sofa, deep in thought. For the first meeting with Qin Xiaoyu, should he prepare a gift for her? After all, she was his girlfriend of 3 years from an online relationship, and she always called him honey so sweetly. As a husband, it seemed a bit inappropriate not to prepare a suitable gift for his wife on their first meeting. But what kind of gift should he prepare for Qin Xiaoyu? If the gift was too cheap, it wouldn't match her domineering CEO status. If it was too expensive, it might seem a bit inappropriate. Dating was really troublesome. So many annoying details. Jibota scratched his head and suddenly remembered that Suya used to work at a luxury goods store, usually dealing with wealthy ladies, young ladies, socialites, and mistresses. He could ask her for advice on what gift to choose. Thinking of this, Jibota immediately dialed Suyao's number. Beep beep beep. The phone rang 3 times before being answered, and Suyao's slightly alluring voice came through. Honey, are you awake? Jibota didn't waste time and got straight to the point. Yao, I have a task for you. Help me pick a suitable gift. I want to give it to someone. Honey, who are you giving a gift to? A female friend. She's the president of a listed company, 37 years old this year, very decisive in her work, a bit domineering in personality, with a gentle and intellectual demeanor, and her family is very wealthy. Since today is my first meeting with her, I want to give her a suitable gift. After Jibota finished speaking in one breath, Suyao on the other end pondered for a moment before asking, honey, what's your budget? Jibota was slightly taken aback, thought for a moment, and replied, over 1 million, under 5 million. You can choose any gift you like. Okay, leave this to me, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Thanks. Honey, pay me first, then I'll do the work, hee hee. Little money grubber, wait, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Snap. Jibota lay on the living room sofa and lit a cigarette for himself. He was about to play a game on his phone when he suddenly remembered that there was a black card lying in his system's item inventory. Black card, reward money. This card is an electronic virtual bank card containing 100 million Dragon Country coins, but can only be used for tipping on live streaming platforms. Note, the host can receive double the real money as a reward for using the tip money. Since this black card could double the returns, and he happened to have free time today, he might as well earn this money first. Swish! Jibota opened his phone and logged into a live streaming platform called Douya. He used to often watch various girls singing and dancing on this live streaming platform, and he was also a white potato, never giving gifts to the streamers, so his account was still at level 0. Welcome my tiger brother. Good morning, tiger brother. Did you dream about me last night? As Jibota entered the first live room, he was immediately given goosebumps by a sweet voice. Looking closely, he saw a woman dressed in revealing clothes in the live room. The female streamer had a standard internet celebrity face, wearing a white sports tank top on top and gray yoga pants on the bottom, with her hair styled in a bun. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the female streamer had a very ample chest, and at first glance, she seemed even more impressive than Su Yao. Swish! Jibota's mind moved, and he immediately activated his spiritual eye. In the next second, a line of information appeared in Jibota's view. Name, Chen Tingting. Age, 24. Appearance, 80. Body, 85. Big Thunder, B driver, 18. Favorability, 0. After reading this information, a strange expression immediately appeared on Jibota's face. What was going on? This female streamer named Chen Tingting looked quite mature, even a bit fiercer than Su Yao, so why did the spiritual eye show AB? Wait, Brother Tonzi wouldn't lie to me, and the spiritual eye wouldn't make mistakes, so the only one lying must be this female streamer? Damn! So it was fake. No wonder Jibota always felt something was off. With such a size, it was completely against physics. Besides, this female streamer had as many as 18 drivers. There really were a lot of like-minded people. Thank you, my tiger brother. Love you. Mwah. At that moment, 2 confession fireworks suddenly floated up in the live room. On the Douya live streaming platform, 1 confession firework equals 520 yuan, and 2 equals 1040 yuan. The female streamer only called out Tiger Brother twice and received over 1,000 yuan in gifts. This money was really easy to earn. Tiger Brother, to express my gratitude, let me dance for you. Love you, moi. The sexy female streamer first slightly bowed to the camera, then danced a social shake to the upbeat music. I have to say, the female streamer was really good at faking. As she danced, many viewers in the live room felt a bit dizzy. Oh no, it was car sick. Swish swish swish. Once the female streamer finished her social shake, the guy with the username, Tonight I Hit the Tiger, immediately sent out 3 confession fireworks again. In just a few minutes, Tingting received 2,600 yuan in gifts. At that moment, the live room became lively. Big shot, are you confused? With this money, wouldn't it be better to get a foot massage? Upstairs, what do you know? The big shot is a duke. How could he care about such a small amount of money? The female streamer's figure is so hot, if I had money, I would throw it all at her. The female streamer is so big, she's almost as big as 2 bowls of vegetables. Is it real or fake? Real or fake? You have to ask the number one big brother, hee hee. G. Boda looked at the various bullet comments floating in the live room and couldn't bear to see his brothers being deceived, so he impulsively sent a comment. Fake. Everyone, don't be fooled. Who would have thought, as soon as G. Boda sent this comment, his account was immediately muted by the female streamer. Not only G. Boda, but all the viewers who had participated in discussing the female streamer's authenticity were muted. You have been muted by the streamer for 3 months. Looking at the message reminder on his phone screen, G. Boda was not angry at all. Instead, he felt amused. The female streamer was anxious. She was guilty. Muting G. Boda's account only proved the fact that she was faking. However, just as G. Boda was about to leave the live broadcast room, the female host, Ting Ting, angrily said, "You haters, how dare you question my authenticity? Let me tell you, this is all natural, not a drop of artificiality. Tiger brother, don't pay attention to them. These haters just like to seek attention. I've already muted them all." After saying this, tonight's Tiger also sent a barrage of comments. Our Ting Ting's figure is not something you poor losers can comment on. If you have money, you can send gifts. If you don't, just shut up. Because tonight's Tiger was a Duke Noble, his comments stood out in the live broadcast room. Tiger brother, you're so manly. I really like you. The female host Ting Ting did not hide her admiration for the big brother, her face full of flattering smiles. If anyone is unconvinced, just send gifts to get on the leaderboard, and we can face off. Not sending a single cent but talking so much nonsense, you're nothing. Tonight's Tiger sent 2 more comments in quick succession. The female host Ting Ting's eyes turned into crescent moons, seemingly feeling more confident with the big brother backing her up. Tiger brother, don't be angry. Do you still want to see me dance? I don't want to see you dance anymore. I charged 50,000 today, let's go for a PK, guaranteed win. Tiger brother is so powerful. Seeing this, G. Boda suddenly stayed, not leaving the live broadcast room. This fool named tonight's Tiger was simply too arrogant. Look at what he said. What poor losers are not qualified to comment on the female host? What if you don't have money? Just shut up. And he shamelessly claims a guaranteed win in PK? Just a Duke. Who gave him the courage? On the Douya live streaming platform, obtaining a Duke Noble title only costs 20,000 Dragon Country coins. Although a Duke's spending power far exceeds 20,000, it wouldn't exceed 1 million at most. Users who can spend over 1 million have long since obtained higher-level noble titles, such as Prince, King, Emperor, etc. Damn it! Just charging 50,000 and thinking he can guarantee a win? I'll guarantee you a loss. I have 100 million in reward money. If I let you win, how will I survive in this world? At this moment, a mischievous smile appeared on G. Boda's face. He decided to teach tonight's Tiger a lesson. One shouldn't be too arrogant. Arrogance invites disaster. Swish! The female host Ting Ting clicked on random PK, and soon matched with another host. The live broadcast screen was instantly split in 2. On the left was the female host Ting Ting, and on the right appeared a stunning beauty. However, this beautiful host had slightly red eyes and a hint of sadness on her face, as if she had just cried, looking pitiful. G. Boda was initially calm, but upon seeing the beauty's face, his eyes widened in shock, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. What the hell? Running into someone familiar while watching a live stream? Is this what they call fate? Forget it. Since I've run into her, I might as well take advantage of this woman. Sister, how do you want to play? Ting Ting saw that the connected host was an extraordinary beauty, and her eyes immediately shot out 2 beams of jealous light. Whether the beauty's assets were real or not, she didn't know, but she was very clear that her own assets were fake. So, she was jealous of all beautiful women. Sorry, you can do whatever you want. There aren't many people at my home anyway. The beautiful host, although forcing a smile, looked somewhat forlorn, but her stunning looks and fiery figure still overshadowed Ting Ting. She wore a black tight-fitting base shirt on her upper body. Her slender waist was delicate enough to be grasped, like a willow swaying in the breeze, leaving people in awe. Then there was her makeup. Her sleek, thick long hair was styled into large waves, with one side casually falling over her shoulder while the other was pinned back, revealing delicate diamond studs in her ears. Her lightly arched brows seemed meticulously drawn, beneath which were a pair of charming peach blossom eyes. Unfortunately, she lacked a tear mole, which made her less enchanting than Su Yao. Her petite yet prominent nose paired with 2 thin red lips, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, gave the impression that she was smiling flirtatiously. Name, Yulili. Age, 25. Appearance, 94. Figure, 97. Driver, 0. Favorability, 0. That's right. This beautiful streamer is one of the 7 fairies of Shillong University, the flirtatious dancer as described by G. Boda. Yulili. G. Boda acknowledged Yulili's score of 94 for her looks and 97 for her figure. After all, she could be considered a campus beauty. However, G. Boda never expected that Yulili's number of drivers would be 0. What's going on? Su Yao, Xiao Sherman, Lin Qingxue, and Lu Li, they were all pure and unblemished. Now, so was Yulili. Could it be that among the 7 fairies of Shillong University, aside from Lu Ruyan, the other 6 were all clean and virtuous girls? Damn! 4 whole years of youth in college. What have I missed? I picked up a second-hand broken shoe and treated it like a treasure, only for her to run off with someone else in the end. What a huge loss. Wow! The streamer opposite has such looks, such a figure, such temperament, it's simply amazing. How did I not notice before that Duya has such a sexy and beautiful female streamer? Ah! Such a sexy and beautiful big sister, love it. Brothers, I'm heading to the opposite live room. The beautiful sister over there can totally outshine Tingting. Suddenly, a flood of bullet comments appeared in the live room, and at the same time, many of Tingting's viewers rushed into Yulili's live room. G. Boda followed the crowd into Yulili's live room. He thought that with Yulili's looks and figure, her live room should be very popular, but when he entered, he found that there were only a dozen viewers online. Wait, streamer, your live room really has no one. It doesn't make sense? The streamer is so sexy and beautiful, how could there be no one in the live room? What's going on? Why is the sister's popularity so low? Could it be a new streamer just starting out? Wow! It really is a new streamer. The account was just created this morning. Ha ha, discovered a new continent. Looking at the dense bullet comments in the live room, G. Boda couldn't help but feel a slight twitch in his eyelids, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Others might not know the situation, but G. Boda did. After graduating from university, Yulili immediately entered the streaming industry. Now, 3 years had passed, how could she possibly be a newly started streamer? Could this be her alternate account? However, G. Boda didn't have time to think about these questions now. The PK had already started, and he had to recharge quickly. Fortunately, the black card provided by the system was already automatically linked to G. Boda's Duya account. G. Boda just had to input a string of numbers and then lightly click confirm, instantly recharging 100 million into his Duya account. However, recharging did not equal tipping, so the system had not yet given G. Boda double rewards. G. Boda had to tip the entire 100 million without a single cent missing to the streamer to receive double rewards back to his bank card. Dinosaur carries wolf. The live room was filled with explosive music. G. Boda looked up and saw that the originally even PK health bars had suddenly changed dramatically. 1040 to 0. In Tingting's live room, the user tonight hit the tiger sent 2 confession fireworks, and Yulili's health bar was instantly depleted. Thanks to Brother Tiger for the 2 confession fireworks, Tingting loves you. Heart. Tingting stood up with a charming smile, her hands placed on her chest, playfully making a heart shape with her fingers. That's the heart. Tingting, I said I would win, and I won't let you lose. The tiger sent a message in the live stream, and because it was a special message, it stood out. The viewers in Yulili's live stream could see it clearly. Cola with ice, sent 5 little hearts. Love eating catfish, sent 10 little hearts. Old Wong next door, sent 15 little hearts. Old Manly, sent 20 little hearts. Although Yulili's live stream didn't have much popularity, quite a few viewers still sent gifts. However, these gifts were all the cheapest little hearts, costing a dime each, barely pulling Yulili's health bar back by about a centimeter. Sister streamer, I can only help you this much. Sister streamer, did you just start streaming? Sister streamer, the firepower on the other side is too strong. Hurry and call your big brother. Looking at the various messages floating in the live stream and the little heart gifts being sent by the viewers, Yulili was momentarily stunned, but soon a grateful expression appeared on her face. Thank you to Cola with Ice, Love Eating Catfish, Old Wong Next Door, and Old Manly for your gifts. You are too generous. Yulili stood up, slightly bowed to the screen, and then said apologetically, sorry to disappoint you, I don't have a big brother, I'm definitely going to lose this round. As soon as Yulili said this, a new wave of messages flooded the live stream. No way? A sexy and beautiful female streamer doesn't have a big brother? Sister streamer, are you joking? The streamer is a new account, just started streaming today, it's normal not to have a big brother. That makes sense, no wonder such a beautiful female streamer has no popularity in her live stream. Come on, big brother, save our sister streamer. Time passed second by second. Yulili's PK health bar showed no change at all. On Tingting's side, apart from 2 confession fireworks, no more gifts were sent. Even so, Tingting still had the upper hand, pressing Lily down to the point of gasping for air. Tingting seemed to think this PK was already in the bag and even started celebrating early, discussing with, "Tonight we fight the tiger. What kind of punishment to make Lily complete?" In contrast, Lily's side was quiet. The viewers seemed to think that Lily was definitely going to lose this PK, and everyone tacitly closed their mouths, not sending any more messages in the livestream. However, at that moment, a series of gift effects began to float in Lily's livestream, instantly dazzling all the viewers. Starry Sky, sent 10 confession fireworks. Starry Sky, sent 10 confession fireworks. Starry Sky, sent 10 confession fireworks. 1 confession firework equals 520 yuan, 10 equals 5,200 yuan, 30 equals 15,600 yuan. In the blink of an eye, G. Boda sent Lily 15,600 yuan, directly raising her PK health bar and even suppressing Tingting on the other side. Wow! Big Brother is here. So awesome. Starry Sky Boss 666. It's a reversal. It actually reversed. I said, how could such a sexy and beautiful female streamer not have support? Look at the female streamer on the other side. Her jaw is about to drop to the ground. It's hilarious. Ha ha ha. Tiger Brother, the other side has actually started to fight back. You have to help your sister. She doesn't want to lose this PK. Tiger Brother, come on. Mwah. Tingting was anxious. Seeing the PK health bar in the other live stream surpassing her own, Tingting immediately began to act cute and beg her big brother. However, in the next second, Tingting discovered that the big brother who was showering gifts on Lily was actually the little white account she had just muted, Starry Sky. Immediately, the anxious expression on Tingting's face vanished, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be the little white account I just muted. I thought it was the big brother from the opposing streamer. Just a little white account. Definitely got so mad after I muted him that he went on a gift spree for the female streamer across, trying to make me regret it. Bah! This is just seeking attention. Thinking she understood the truth of the matter, Tingting was no longer in such a hurry. She sweetly said in the live stream, "Daddy Tiger, help me. The other side is trying to kill me, woo woo." Do you know who is trying to rank up on the other side? It's just a little white account I just muted. He clearly doesn't accept defeat and wants to go head to head with you. I have to say, Tingting's green tea act has truly reached the highest level of tea cultivation. With these provocative words, she immediately got tonight's tiger fired up. Hee hee, a little white account actually dares to challenge my pocket money with all his assets? I'll give him a harsh lesson today. After sending 2 bullet comments, Brother Tiger immediately started showering gifts on Tingting. Tonight's Tiger sent out confession fireworks x10. Tonight's Tiger sent out confession fireworks x10. Tonight's Tiger sent out confession fireworks x10. Seeing the fireworks effects floating in the livestream, Tingting instantly stood up excitedly, gesturing with her hands while shouting, "Thank you, Daddy Tiger. Daddy Tiger is mighty." However, Tingting hadn't been happy for a few seconds when she suddenly realized that her PK health bar hadn't increased and was still firmly suppressed by Lily's PK health bar. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that Starry Sky had actually sent Lily another 30 confession fireworks. On Tingting's side, tonight's Tiger sent 30 confession fireworks, while on Lily's side, G. Boda also sent 30 confession fireworks. This meant that both sides' PK health bars had increased by the same large margin. However, G. Boda had previously sent Lily 30 confession fireworks. So, Tingting's PK health bar still couldn't catch up to Lily's PK health bar. Damn! A little white account actually dares to jump around in front of me? Tonight's Tiger also noticed the situation on the other side and quickly sent out a bullet comment, then crazily started showering gifts on Tingting. Tonight's Tiger sent out confession fireworks x10. Tonight's Tiger sent out confession fireworks x10. Tonight's Tiger sent out confession fireworks x10. Because the Douya live streaming platform has restrictions, when users reward streamers, no matter what gifts they send, they can only send a maximum of 10 at a time, but there is no limit on the number of times. So, G. Boda and tonight's Tiger sent gifts to the streamer in groups of 10, one group after another. After sending out 15,600 yuan worth of gifts again, tonight's Tiger thought his side was secure and a proud smile appeared on his face. After all, this was just a small PK, and he had already invested over 30,000 Dragon Country coins, and the big brother on the other side was just a little white account. But, before tonight's Tiger could smile for a few seconds, the female streamer's health bar caught up again, once again surpassing Tingting's PK health bar. Damn! Still trying to challenge me? I've charged 50,000 yuan today, enough to equal half a year's salary for an ordinary person. Just watch me crush you. Swish swish swish. Without any hesitation, tonight's Tiger crazily started showering gifts on Tingting again. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Until the platform displayed a message, your balance is insufficient, unable to send this gift. Only then did tonight's tiger realize that his 50,000 yuan had already been spent. This is not the main point. The main point is that the live stream on the other side is still gaining points, showing no signs of stopping, and the PK health bar has already far exceeded this side. Tonight I hit the tiger is dumbfounded. Ting is also dumbfounded. The fans in Ting's live stream are collectively dumbfounded. On the other side, in Yu Lily's live stream, the screen is filled with explosive firework effects. Yu Lily stands up with an excited face, her eyes sparkling, bowing repeatedly to the camera, shouting, "Thank you, Brother Xingqian, for the confession fireworks, you're amazing." Heart. Yu Lily didn't make a heart with her hands, but instead used her thumb and index finger to form a normal little heart, sending it to Jibota, who was gifting her. Of course, Yu Lily didn't know that this Starry Sky Little White account was actually her university alumni, Jibota. Yu Lily's favorability plus 10, Yu Lily's favorability plus 10, Yu Lily's favorability plus 10, Jibota was gifting, and when he casually looked up, he suddenly noticed that Yu Lily's favorability was skyrocketing. In just a short while, Yu Lily's favorability jumped from 0 to 50 points. Damn! The 7 fairies of Shilin University are indeed all gold diggers. Just a few gifts, and the favorability rises so fast? Since you love money so much, why not go after a rich guy? The driver is still 0, are you waiting for a price? At this moment, Ting's score had stopped moving, while Yu Lily's score had exceeded 100,000 and was still rapidly increasing. Starry Sky, sent out Carnival X10, Starry Sky, sent out Carnival X10, Starry Sky, sent out Carnival X10. Jibota simply stopped sending confession fireworks and directly switched to sending carnivals. 1 carnival equals 3,000 yuan, 10 is 30,000 yuan, and 30 is 90,000 yuan. 1 set, 2 sets, 3 sets. Jibota gifted Yu Lily 1 million yuan worth of gifts in one go, suddenly feeling a bit sore in his fingers, so he stopped. Wow! The big shot is really impressive. Brother Xingqian, 666,666. Gifting a million at once, this is meeting a real rich guy. The Duke account on the other side is dumbfounded, didn't expect a little white account to press him down and rub him hard. So exciting! A large number of viewers flooded into Yu Lily's live stream, most of them jumping over from Ting's stream. Everyone witnessed the screen full of gift effects, their eyes nearly popping out. At that moment, the countdown finally reached 0, and the PK ended. Ting's score was fixed at 51,268 points, while Yu Lily's score was fixed at 1,275 points. No suspense, Ting even lost the bitter tea. Seeing this result, Jibota's mouth curled slightly, and he immediately sent a few bullet comments in the public channel. Starry Sky, at tonight I hit the tiger, didn't you say you'd win for sure? Is this little money enough for you to come out and show off? Still calling yourself a duke? All show and no substance. Starry Sky, at tonight I hit the tiger, if you don't have money, don't come out to show off, showing off will get you struck by lightning. Starry Sky, at Ting, you're not a good person either, I just said a truth, and you banned me? Starry Sky, at Ting, I'm now loudly telling everyone, your chest is fake, fake, fake. Important things are said 3 times. Ha ha ha, Brother Xingqian is awesome. Important things said 3 times? I'm dying of laughter. Brother Xingqian is too funny. Brother Xingqian's insight is amazing. He saw through Ting's fake at a glance, awesome. Brother Xingqian, I won't support anyone else, just you. In Ting's live stream, many viewers couldn't stand tonight I hit the tiger's arrogant demeanor, especially after Jibota gifted a million and rubbed him down. Then, the viewers gained confidence. Everyone started spamming the bullet comments, attacking tonight we hunt tigers. You can't even beat a low-level account, your Duke account is really useless. Little tiger, you can't do it, with such little money. Don't pretend to be the big brother, it's really embarrassing. Little tiger, are you very angry? Do you want to kick me? Do you want to mute me? You can't even outspend them, all you can do is kick and mute, that's all you're capable of. Put, you still have the face to look down on others? You're nothing. The chat room was filled with dense bullet comments, all cursing tonight we hunt tigers. Tonight we hunt tigers also had a bad temper and immediately started spamming back at everyone. Damn it! A bunch of poor losers dare to jump in front of me? Even if I lose a PK match, I'm still a Duke account. Who the hell gave you the courage? If you have the ability, open a Duke account and come compete with me. Tonight we hunt tigers was clearly an idiot. He had already aroused public anger but was completely unaware, still furiously spitting at the viewers in the live chat. You should know, the power of the crowd is immense. Tonight we hunt tigers not sending bullet comments was fine, but once he did, he was immediately met with even more furious comments. What the hell? This idiot is still bragging about being a Duke account? I'm dying of laughter. The first Duke in history to lose to a low-level account. Not even as good as a dog. Oh my, such a big Duke account, scared me to death. Today, I finally learned something. Anyone without a Duke account is a poor loser in his eyes. Even Brother Xingqian doesn't have a Duke account. Does that mean he's also a poor loser? Little tiger, according to your logic, you lost to a poor loser, so aren't you even worse than a poor loser? Looking at the screen filled with comments cursing, "Tonight we hunt tigers," Ting Ting, sitting in front of the camera, had an extremely ugly expression. She never dreamed that just muting a level 0 low-level account would escalate to this extent. Moreover, she had finally managed to curry favor with a Duke brother and dreamed of being carried by him, but before it even took off, it crashed. A Duke brother can't even handle a low-level account? How is that possible? When did low-level accounts become so fierce? Tiger Daddy, can you help me fight back? Reluctant to accept, Ting Ting mustered her courage, using a pitiful expression and a wrong tone, hoping her tiger brother would help her fight back. However, "Tonight we hunt tigers" remained silent. Fight back? He wanted to fight back too, but what could he use? His own meager skills? The true identity of "Tonight we hunt tigers" was a construction site foreman. The 50,000 yuan he recharged today was just the payment he had just received for a project. He hadn't even paid the workers' wages before putting the money into the Douya account, originally wanting to show off on the live platform, but unexpectedly kicked a hard board. At this moment, "Tonight we hunt tigers" felt like he had been slapped hard in the face, his face burning, and he was also choking on a mouthful of anger, almost unable to suppress the urge to spit blood. Looking at the screen full of comments cursing him, "Tonight we hunt tigers," gritted his teeth and then logged off. What the hell? The Duke logged off. No way. He really logged off? The Duke couldn't bear to stay in this live room and just ran away. Ha ha, the Duke ran away with his tail between his legs. What kind of bullshit Duke? Just a coward. Brother Xingqian is awesome. Looking at the latest comments in the live room, Ting Ting quickly opened Tiger Brother's profile and sadly discovered that he had indeed logged off. At that moment, Ting Ting felt like an abandoned little wife, unloved, unprotected, and without anyone to back her up. However, the viewers discovered that tonight's tiger hunt had run away, and immediately turned their attention to the female streamer, Ting Ting. I've seen plenty of female streamers who kneel and lick the boots of the big brother, but I've never seen one as cocky as you. Aren't female streamers fond of silencing others? I'm laying it all out, I'm a hater, go ahead and mute me. I agree with Brother Xingqian, you're just a fake. That's right, the female streamer's balls are so fake, they look like they're inflatable. The female streamer is a fake, please mute her. The female streamer is a fake, please mute her +1. The female streamer is a fake, please mute her +2. The female streamer is a fake, please mute her +10,086. Looking at the screen filled with requests for her to be muted, all calling her a fake, Ting Ting was instantly brought to tears. Woo, the live broadcast has ended. In the stunned gazes of the crowd, Ting Ting, in a fit of anger, directly closed the live stream and quickly chose to go offline. In Yu Lily's live room, the screen was filled with people flattering G Boda. After all, G Boda had given 1 million in gifts during a PK. Such a generous big brother was rare on the entire Douya live streaming platform. Suddenly, a viewer sent a message. Sister streamer, you really don't understand, do you? Brother Xingqian gave you 1 million in gifts, why don't you thank him? Yu Lily seemed a bit distracted. She sat blankly in front of the camera, a look of sadness gathering between her brows, her beautiful eyes dim and lifeless, appearing heavy-hearted. Perhaps she noticed that message. Yu Lily suddenly came to her senses, quickly put away her expression, forced a smile, and said, "Thank you, Brother Xingqian, for your support, not only for sending me so many gifts but also for bringing so much popularity. To express my gratitude, how about I dance for Brother Xingqian?" After saying this, Yu Lily suddenly stood up, seemingly ready to perform a dance for G Boda. However, G Boda quickly sent a message. "Starry Sky, I want to see the train shake." Yes. Sister streamer, hurry up and give the big boss Xingqian a train shake. Shake the train. Train shake +1. Train shake +2. Train shake +10,086. Looking at the screen filled with requests for the train shake, Yu Lily's pretty face suddenly flushed. Although a bit shy, this was indeed the suggestion of the big boss Xingqian, and since he had just given her 1 million in gifts, it was only right to fulfill his wish. Soon, an upbeat song played in the live room. Yu Lily followed the music and energetically began to dance the train shake. I have to say, the nickname G Boda gave her, Windy Dance Girl, was simply too fitting. During the dance, Yu Lily's sultry gaze, charming expressions, occasionally biting her fingers or licking her lips. The word temptation was truly mastered by her. Wow! The way the streamer dances the train shake is really something. You can't deny it. Damn, where's my tissue? I'm dizzy. Brothers, I'm really dizzy, help. Tisk tsk. With the streamer's figure, even if she raises 10 or 8 chubby boys, they definitely won't go hungry. I'm so worried the sister streamer will fall and break something. On the Douya live streaming platform, Lily's fiery and enticing dance instantly made all the big shots in the live room stand up, blood boiling. The barrage in the live room went crazy, densely packed, rolling like a tide. The atmosphere reached its peak. However, happy times always pass quickly. A few minutes later, Lily finished her train shake. Brother Shinchan, how did I do? Are you satisfied? Lily gasped for breath, a faint blush rising on her charming face. She adjusted the camera and then sat back in front of the lens. I must say, Lily's figure is truly impressive. The tight-fitting undershirt wrapped around her curves, outlining 2 extremely full arcs, and combined with the shaking effect from the train. This explosive visual impact would likely leave even the most serious of men unable to remain calm. Starry Sky, you danced really well, here's a reward. Starry Sky, send out Carnival X10, Starry Sky, send out Carnival X10, Starry Sky, send out Carnival X10 Boda, without any hesitation, sent Lily 100 carnivals. The live stream immediately filled with explosive special effects. Just as Lily sat back down in her chair, her whole body trembled, and her face once again showed a look of shock and excitement. That's a whopping 300,000 Dragon Country coins. Brother Shinchan is too extravagant, right? Thank you, Brother Shinchan. It seemed that Boda's extravagance had startled Lily, as she began to stutter slightly. Lily's favorability +5, Lily's favorability +5, Lily's favorability +5. Boda clearly saw that Lily's favorability was rapidly increasing, finally stopping at 65 points. However, Boda's focus was not on Lily's favorability. He quickly edited a bullet comment and sent it out. Starry Sky, call me daddy, and I'll give you a surprise later. Seeing this bullet comment from Boda, Lily was momentarily stunned, and a charming blush appeared on her face again. She hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip and said, "Thank you, Shinchan. Daddy." At that moment, the live stream room became lively again. Ah, the host sister has been taken down by the big shot Shinchan. That daddy broke my heart. No problem. If someone gave me 130,000, I'd be willing to call him daddy too. If the host sister could call me daddy, I'd be willing to trade 3 years of my life for it. To the one above, I'm not trying to bring you down, but even if you worked hard for 3 years, you wouldn't earn 130,000. That hit hard, bro. Looking at the screen filled with teasing comments, Lily's charming face remained slightly flushed. She bit her lip and playfully asked, Daddy Shinchan, where's the surprise you mentioned? Starry Sky, what's the rush? We've known each other for 7 years, do you really think I'd go back on my word? As soon as Boda sent this bullet comment, Lily was instantly frozen in place. The viewers in the live stream also quieted down. It seemed no one expected that the big shot Shinchan and the host were actually old acquaintances. However, from the host's demeanor, language, and expressions, it appeared she did not recognize this old friend, or perhaps the big shot Shinchan had deliberately concealed his identity, quietly entering this live stream to secretly send gifts to his old acquaintance. Daddy Shinchan, who are you? Do we know each other in real life? Lily's heart suddenly raced a bit faster. For some reason, a handsome figure instantly popped into her mind. Starry Sky, check WeChat, I sent you a message. Whoosh! Although Lily was still live streaming, she quickly picked up her other phone. Soon, Lily saw the WeChat message Boda had just sent her. Boda, good daughter, surprised or not? You Lily, Boda, you. The Starry Sky who just sent me over 1 million gifts, is you? Boda, of course. Who else would spoil you like this? You Lily. Boda, hee hee. Are you satisfied with this surprise? Lily, very satisfied, extremely satisfied. Lily never expected that the star big shot who suddenly appeared in her livestream was actually Boda, the person she had been secretly thinking about for 2 days. Why had she been secretly thinking about him for 2 days? Just the day before yesterday, Suyao had directly announced in front of a group of girlfriends that anyone willing to be Boda's little wife would get 5 million. Lily said she wasn't moved, but that was definitely a lie. However, in the past 2 days, Lily's live streaming career had encountered a series of troubles, one after another, making her extremely annoyed. So, she didn't have time to seek out Boda. Unexpectedly, before she could find him, Boda came looking for her first. Through the livestream, Boda could clearly see that after Lily learned his true identity, her favorability rating skyrocketed once again, directly reaching 80 points. Damn! This gold-digging girl Lily, does she have to look at someone's face while being materialistic? If I weren't the super handsome G Boda, would her favorability rating not rise to 80 points? Materialistic plus good looks. Is this Lily's attribute label? Lily, Daddy G Boda, please take care of me, woo woo. I'm at my wit's end. Seeing another WeChat message from Lily, G Boda's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly replied. G Boda, I saw you looking troubled in the livestream just now, so I guessed you must be facing some difficulties. Lily, yes, I am indeed in trouble. G Boda, since you called me daddy, tell me, how can I help you? Lily, daddy, can you lend me 5 million? Sad emoji, G Boda, hee, if I give you 10 million in gifts, how much can you get? Lily, 5 million. G Boda, let's go, let's do a PK. Lily? After sending the last WeChat message, G Boda immediately switched out and re-entered Lily's livestream. However, it seemed that Lily had not yet reacted and was still sending WeChat messages to G Boda. Lily, daddy, do you mean you want to give me 10 million in gifts? Lily, daddy, you're not joking, right? Lily, daddy, are you still there? Perhaps because she wasn't getting a response from G Boda on WeChat, Lily quickly put down her phone, sat up straight in front of the camera, and hurriedly looked at the barrage of comments on the screen. Just then, a comment flashed across her view. Starry Sky, let's do a PK, guaranteed win. Seeing this comment, Lily's eyes lit up, and she immediately shouted excitedly, Starry Daddy, I love you. Mwah. Let's go, let's do a PK. In Lily's livestream, G Boda was already prepared to shower her with gifts. After all, he had 100 million in reward money, and this money could only be used to reward streamers, not for personal use. Rather than letting someone else benefit, he might as well benefit Lily. After all, Lily was Suyao's close friend and also G Boda's designated little lover, so it was just a way to give her a little advantage in advance. At that moment, a dazzling emperor character suddenly lit up in the livestream. Shengshi Qiansai entered the livestream. Unexpectedly, a big shot with an imperial noble title entered Lily's livestream. Lily, it's quite lively here. As soon as this big shot entered the livestream, he immediately sent a comment. The comments from the imperial noble title were all shining with golden light, making them very eye-catching, hard to ignore. At this moment, the live stream fell silent. The viewers seemed to be stunned by the imposing presence of this big shot. Let's not mention anything else, just the title of Emperor and Noble requires spending 200,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Looking across the entire Douya live streaming platform, including the Big Brother accounts of those guilds, the number of emperors is extremely limited. It can be said that each emperor account is a well-known big shot on the rich list. But that's not the main point. The main point is that even in the rooms of second-tier big streamers on the platform, it's rare to see the presence of an emperor. Yet, Lily is just a new streamer, and her account was only activated this morning. How could an emperor suddenly appear in her live stream? Wow! This female streamer is about to take off. As long as she can hold onto the emperor's thigh, she will definitely become successful in the future. Just when everyone thought Lily would warmly welcome this emperor, unexpectedly, she frowned, and her expression instantly turned cold. Silence. The live stream was completely quiet. The atmosphere was a bit strange. At that moment, the emperor sent another message. Lily, why don't you welcome your old friend? After this message was sent, the viewers in the live stream were all stunned. Wow! Who would have thought that this emperor was actually an old acquaintance of the female streamer? Earlier, a generous star Big Shot had showered the female streamer with millions in gifts, and now another high-profile emperor had arrived. Both Big Shots were old acquaintances of the female streamer. Who exactly is this female streamer? Could it be that this account is her secondary account, and her main account is actually a top-tier internet celebrity? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with you, and my live stream doesn't welcome you. To everyone's astonishment, Lily immediately tried to drive the emperor away, speaking in a cold tone. Wow! This is the emperor. As a streamer, isn't it all about relying on the gifts from these big shots to make a living? Are you really going to chase the emperor away? Swish! Swish! At that moment, the emperor sent two messages in quick succession. Everyone, take a look, this streamer doesn't even welcome her former #1 big brother. She's nothing but a blatant ingrate. I advise everyone to leave quickly. This kind of streamer isn't worth your support. Be careful, one day she might leave you with nothing but bones. Silence. The live stream was completely quiet. All the viewers stopped sending messages, as if they could smell the drama unfolding, quietly watching the developments. Lily's pretty face suddenly paled a bit, and she bit her lip, showing a hint of disgust. Qiansai, your news travels fast. I just activated this new account this morning, and my livestream has only just gained some popularity, and you've come over. Are you trying to cut off all my escape routes? As soon as you Lily said this, golden messages quickly floated up in the public chat of the livestream. You're a streamer now, yet you're pretending to be pure in front of me? I treated you so well back then, showering you with nearly 2 million in gifts, and even used a lot of guild resources to make you a second-tier streamer. I've given you so much, how have you repaid me? I'm giving you one last chance. As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll lift the ban on you, and you won't have to pay the guild's contract breach fee, and I can even make you a top-tier streamer. Wow! What a big scoop! Indeed, a shocking revelation. At this moment, there wasn't a single message from the viewers in the livestream, only the Emperor's messages kept pouring out. The viewers were all immersed in the atmosphere of watching the drama unfold, quietly observing the conflict between the Emperor and the female streamer. From the conversation between the female streamer and the Emperor, it was easy to guess that the Emperor had taken a liking to the female streamer and wanted to get close to her, while the female streamer was clearly unwilling, leading to their fallout. But, isn't this how the live streaming industry works? I don't know how many female streamers have ambiguous relationships with their top supporters. After all, the money from the top supporter doesn't come from thin air. They spend money but get nothing in return. Anyone would be unhappy about that. Master Qian, I admit that you have given me many gifts, and I am very grateful and respectful to you. However, I really cannot agree to your request. I have promised that I will return every gift you have given me, and I will also compensate you fully for the breach of contract with the guild. What more do you want from me? As soon as you Lily said this, the Emperor boss was instantly enraged. A series of golden bullet comments flooded the screen, each filled with the word anger. You filthy whore! Do you think I care about that little money? I can lift you up, but I can also crush you completely. What the hell? Why do you have to be so stubborn with me? What good does this do for you? I'll give you one last chance. If you still refuse me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Looking at the bullet comments from Master Qian, Yu Lily's expression stiffened, and she said in a flat tone, Master Qian, you have a family, and your son is already in high school. Do you still want me to be your mistress? Don't think that just because you gave me 2 million in gifts, I would agree to be with you, even if you gave me 20 million. Crash! At that moment, the live stream room, which had been quiet for a long time, finally became lively. The viewers who had been quietly watching seemed unable to hold back. What the hell? Asking the streamer to be a mistress? Wow! Are the big shots nowadays this extravagant? Even if the top supporter wants to pursue the female streamer, it should be mutual consent, right? Forcing someone to be a mistress is a bit shameless. His son is already in high school, this Emperor boss must be at least in his 40s, right? No wonder the female streamer is unwilling. G. Boda also figured out the whole story. No wonder Yu Lily looked so troubled at first, and then when she learned about G. Boda's identity, she immediately wanted to borrow 5 million. It turned out to be all thanks to this guy. Damn! You only spent 2 million on gifts and think you can claim Yu Lily as your own? The woman I have my eyes on is someone you dare to touch? Starry Sky at Master Qian, what kind of idiot are you? Hurry up and get lost, don't bark here and ruin everyone's mood. After G. Boda sent this bullet comment, the live stream room immediately fell silent. Yu Lily also saw this comment. Her eyes suddenly lit up, the gloom on her face vanished in an instant, her long eyelashes trembled, her breath became erratic, her heart raced, and a beautiful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This expression was like a long-lost daughter suddenly finding her biological father. Overjoyed, excited, nervous, and a bit hesitant to approach. Yet deep down, she really wanted her dad to kiss her, hug her, and lift her up high. This is the feeling of having a strong backing. A child without a father is like a weed, while a child with a father is like a treasure. You little brat, you dare to talk to me like that? Do you think that just because you scared off a little duke, you can act arrogant in front of me? Let me tell you, I only need one finger to crush you. Master Qian only knew that G. Boda had scared off a duke, but he didn't know that G. Boda had just spent 1 million on gifts. In his eyes, G. Boda was just a newbie account without any noble title. How powerful could he be? However, he didn't pay attention to G. Boda, but unexpectedly, the other party dared to jump out and publicly insult him. Master Qian, whose mood had already hit rock bottom, exploded instantly. Damn it! You just scared off a duke and think you're a big deal now? Go ask Lily yourself, how many dukes have I scared off before? How many princes? How many kings? Since you don't believe it, fine. I'll give you a chance. Let's have a go, do you dare? Shengshi Qiansai sent several messages in a row, but before G. Boda could retort, Yu Lily spoke up first. Qiansai, are you sure you want to go up against my star dad? Silence. The live stream fell completely quiet. Qiansai didn't send any messages for a long time, seemingly stunned by Lily's star dad. Star dad? What the hell? How could she? How could she call someone else dad? I've given her nearly 2 million in gifts and never enjoyed such treatment. Why does that guy get to enjoy it? Scum. Bitch. Trash. Damn you. Lily's star dad was like a sharp dagger, stabbing right into Qiansai's heart. Jealousy made Qiansai lose his mind in an instant. It felt like he had just been handed a big green hat. Qiansai was about to go crazy with anger. You filthy bitch, you actually call someone else dad? Fine, fine, fine. Just wait and see how I play you to death, you scum. Looking at the messages sent by Qiansai, Lily curled her lip in disdain, then deliberately spoke in a spoiled tone. Star dad, someone is trying to bully me. I'm so scared. Lily's charming and soft voice, her flirtatious expression, and her seductive gaze instantly made the live stream explode with comments. Damn! The host's voice has me standing up. That voice, that gaze, that expression. Damn! Where's my paper? Is the host a reincarnated fox spirit? This is too seductive. I can't take it anymore. My heart is about to melt. Ah! Don't be scared. Starboss will definitely protect you. Not only the viewers in the live stream, but even G Boda was taken aback. Although Lily wasn't as charming as Su Yao, as cool as Zhao Sherman, as aloof as Lin Qingxue, or as seductive as Lu Li. But she combined the traits of all four flowers, a bit charming, a bit cool, a bit aloof, a bit seductive. Damn! One is worth four. This woman, I'm going to claim her. Manta star at Shengshi. Qiansai, what are you barking about? Didn't you want to go up against me? Fine. I'm in a good mood today, so let you, a poor loser, see what real gifting looks like. Shengshi. Qiansai at Manta star, you little brat, how dare you act tough in front of me? Just wait and see how I teach you a lesson. Manta star, don't just bark, come at me if you dare. Shengshi. Qiansai, fine, fine, fine. Just wait for me. After sending his last message, Qiansai immediately left the live stream. Lily let out a slight sigh of relief, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes, but the next second, a look of worry appeared on her face. Star Dad, this Qiansai is the vice president of the Shengshi Guild. He can mobilize the entire guild's funds. Be careful when you go head-to-head with him. Hearing Lily's worried words, G Boda scoffed. Not to mention G Boda having 100 million in gift money, he also had over 550 million in his bank card, and even after using the 100 million gift money, he would receive 200 million in cash back. So, in total, G Boda had access to over 850 million. Damn! Looking at the entire Douya live streaming platform, even the top big shot on the rich list hasn't accumulated over 50 million in gifts. If he loses, G Boda might as well take his head off and kick it like a ball. Manta Star, don't worry, even if 10 emperors come, I can easily wipe them out. Crash! After G Boda sent out this barrage, the entire live broadcast room erupted. Starmaster, are you really going to go head-to-head with that emperor just now? Starmaster, I did a budget for you. If you want to go toe-to-toe with the emperor, you need to prepare at least 2 to 3 million. The host just said that the emperor is the vice president of the Shengshi Guild and can mobilize the entire guild's funds. I think 2 to 3 million is simply not enough. In my opinion, you need to prepare at least 5 million. I just checked the list of wealthy people. Lord Qian is ranked 27th with a total donation amount exceeding 8 million. He is definitely a super rich guy. Looking at the barrage flying across the screen, G Boda's eyelids twitched slightly, and he was left speechless. What? Ranked 27th on the rich list, and he only donated over 8 million? Is that it? That's nothing. Starry Sky, thanks for your concern, brothers. Over 8 million is just a small amount, not even enough to buy a sports car. In short, it's just one thing, life and death are nothing to me. If you don't agree, then let's fight. Ha! Over 8 million. Just a small amount? So over 8 million is just pocket change to you? Not even enough to buy a sports car? Dude, do you even hear what you're saying? May I ask, which super wealthy family do you belong to? As soon as G Boda's barrage appeared, the live broadcast room fell silent. Even Lily showed a look of shock on her face. However, Lily thought for a moment. G Boda's vehicle is a Ferrari LaFerrari, worth 22.5 million, and on the black market, it has been inflated to over 30 million. Over 8 million really can't buy this luxury supercar. Swish! At that moment, Lily received a connection request from a host. Host Little Wildcat requests to PK with you. Looking at this familiar ID, a hint of disgust flashed in Lily's eyes, but she still clicked to accept the connection. Soon, the screen of the live broadcast room split in two. On the left was Lily's live room, and on the right appeared a very flamboyant female host. Oh, isn't this our guild's Lily? You've got some guts to dare to challenge Lord Qian's authority? I heard a big brother came to your house and helped you drive away a duke. That's impressive. You don't really think he can protect you, do you? Oh my. You crack me up. This female host, named Little Wildcat, had a pointed face and heavy makeup, resembling the snake spirit from the animated series Hulua. As soon as she connected, she began to mock you Lily coldly, even covering her mouth and laughing giggle. Her face boldly bore 4 characters, I'm a splash person. Lily, speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you falling out with Lord Xian, I wouldn't have had the chance to become his goddaughter. I say, why don't you just submit to Lord Xian? As long as you serve him well, you won't have to worry about not rising to prominence. What do you think? Want to consider my suggestion? As long as you nod, sister will definitely plead for you in front of Lord Xian. In Yu Lily's live room, all kinds of barrages floated out. Damn! What species is that on the other side? Scared me. What kind of makeup is that? Looks like a ghost. So Lord Xian has such a heavy taste. You don't understand this upstairs. As long as the lights are off, all women are the same. The key is to satisfy cravings. I estimate that the host on the other side must be good in bed. Being good in bed wins half the battle. Ha ha, you upstairs know quite a bit. Amidst the chaotic barrages from the viewers, this PK officially began. At the moment the battle song played, G. Boda immediately pressed his finger on the phone screen and started clicking frantically. Starry Sky sent out Carnival X10. Starry Sky sent out Carnival X10. Starry Sky sent out Carnival X10. G. Boda was scrolling through GIFs while unable to suppress his complaints in his heart. What kind of ridiculous restrictions has the Douya live streaming platform come up with? A maximum of only 10 GIFs at a time? How many times do I have to click to finish this 100 million reward? Can't they just have a one-click gift option where you only need to input a number for how much you want to send? This broken platform is bound to go bankrupt sooner or later. As the PK just began, G. Boda quickly sent out hundreds of thousands of gifts, and Yu Lily immediately stood up excitedly. Thank you, Daddy Starry Sky, for your support. Daddy Starry Sky, Lily loves you. Heart. This time, Yu Lily boldly made a heart gesture. That enchanting gaze, her slightly flushed face, the action of biting her lip, and the charming smile at the corner of her mouth. Even through the phone screen, G. Boda could smell a strong allure. Damn! If I were to marry such a woman, my kidneys would be ruined sooner or later. Fortunately, G. Boda drank the enhanced potion, gaining infinite energy, infinite firepower, and infinite stamina, becoming the legendary perpetual motion machine. A little flirt, easily handled. I want to send 100. Ha ha. On the other side, in the live stream of Little Wildcat, seeing her health bar instantly depleted, Little Wildcat was surprisingly unfazed, even showing a hint of disdain on her face. Because in her live stream, not only was the wealthy fourth master present, but he also mobilized the entire guild's liquid funds, clearly intending to support her in winning this PK. Fourth master, look. The opponent actually opened fire first, completely disregarding you. As soon as Little Wildcat said this, a golden barrage quickly floated up in the live stream. Humph. A little brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth dares to jump around in front of me? Watch me crush him. The next second, Little Wildcat's livestream lit up with cool special effects. Prosperity. Fourth Master Qian send out Super Carnival X10. Prosperity. Fourth Master Qian send out Super Carnival X10. Prosperity. Fourth Master Qian send out Super Carnival X10. Seeing Fourth Master Qian make his move, and he sent out 30 carnivals at once, Little Wildcat immediately shouted with excitement, Fourth Master is mighty. Everyone, follow Fourth Master's lead, charge. In society, my Fourth Master is ruthless and speaks little. Fourth Master 666. Fourth Master is awesome. Kill that little brat on the other side. At that moment, Little Wildcat's live stream erupted with excitement. Looking at the screen filled with carnival gift effects, everyone had a thought in their minds. With Fourth Master being so generous, crushing that little brat on the other side would be as easy as killing a chicken, right? This PK was completely without suspense. It would be an easy win. However, at that moment, Little Wildcat suddenly widened her eyes, opened her mouth, and her face showed a ghostly expression. Because just now, Fourth Master's massive gift spree did not bring her health bar up. The opponent's health bar was still firmly suppressing hers. What's going on? Fourth Master just sent out over 100,000 gifts. Why hasn't the health bar caught up? Did the opponent also send out over 100,000 gifts in one go? What the hell? What's going on? Fourth Master is firing on all cylinders, and with so many small gifts assisting, how is he being suppressed by the opponent? What the heck? Who is that godly figure on the other side? This is crazy. The Starry Sky Big Shot has been continuously sending out carnivals, and in just this short time, has already sent out over 100 carnivals. What the hell? The Starry Sky Big Shot is so fierce? Little Wildcat's livestream was filled with astonishment. Many people, realizing this shocking fact, couldn't contain their curiosity and rushed to the opponent's livestream to find out more. However, as soon as everyone entered Lily's live broadcast room, they were greeted by a barrage of carnival effects continuously bombarding the screen. Starry Sky sent out Carnival X10. Starry Sky sent out Carnival X10. Starry Sky sent out Carnival X10. Starry Sky was like a sprinkler, maintaining an incredibly fast pace, crazily sending out carnivals without any intention of stopping. 100, 200, 300. Watching the screen explode with carnival effects, everyone's heads were buzzing. What the hell? Am I seeing this right? The newbie account is so powerful? The newbie account is taking on the Emperor and even suppressing him? Brothers, am I hallucinating? Starry Sky, are you confused? You should open the Emperor's nobility first, only then will the gifts have a return. Upstairs, your perspective is too small. Starry Sky has already sent out 1 million, would he care about that little return? Starry Sky, you're amazing. Starry Sky, you've redefined the image of a wealthy god in my heart. Countless bullet comments flooded the screen like a tide, and the onlookers were filled with excitement and passion. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room reached a peak. At this moment, Lily's eyes were wide open, covering her mouth, staring blankly at the screen full of carnival effects, completely stunned. Ah, so many carnivals. Daddy G Boda is indeed extravagant. If I had known G Boda was this rich, I should have done everything to snatch him away from Lu Ruyan back in college. But, it's not too late now, since I've already acknowledged G Boda as my dad. Once a father, always a father. Hiss. Lily took a deep breath and then shouted excitedly in a trembling voice in the live broadcast room, Daddy Starry Sky, I love you. Mwah. In just a short while, the scores on Lily's side underwent a tremendous change. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. G Boda's carnival gifts never stopped. All the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but widen their eyes, open their mouths, hold their breath, and stare intently at their phone screens, their hearts pounding like drums. So fierce. So amazing. This is just too extravagant. While Qian Xijie had just reached 2 million, Starry Sky had already hit 4 million, a full double of the opponent's score. The Emperor was being crushed to the ground by a newbie account? This scene was simply unimaginable. What the hell? Qian Xijie stared at the live broadcast score bar, the veins on his forehead bulging. But, he found that no matter how many gifts he sent, he could never catch up to the score on the other side. It was as if the other side was on drugs, with the score skyrocketing without any sign of stopping. At that moment, Qian Xijie felt an immense pressure. How could this be? That kid on the other side is just a newbie account. How could he send out so many gifts? Is he pretending to be weak? What the hell? The score on the other side is about to break 5 million, and it hasn't stopped yet? This is bad. If this trend continues, I'm going to capsize in the gutter today. Near noon, the Douya live streaming platform suddenly became a sensation. The entire platform broadcasted, with a continuous stream of carnival announcements, exciting all the viewers in various live rooms. One carnival equals 3,000 Dragon Country coins. That's equivalent to more than half a month's salary for an ordinary white-collar worker. But the carnival announcements on the platform broadcast were popping up like a sprinkler, wave after wave. What's going on? There's no event, no competition, and it's not prime time for live streaming. Why are there so many carnival announcements? What the hell? This must be a battle between godly big shots. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and run over to watch. Swish swish swish. In an instant, countless onlookers rushed to the two live streaming rooms that were in a PK battle. Little Wildcat's live streaming room. Seeing her score had already surpassed 4 million, Little Wildcat's face was filled with excitement and joy. This was 4 million. Although she had signed with the Shangshur Guild, after deducting the platform and guild's share, and taxes. Still, even so, she could at least take home over 150,000. Fourth Master is awesome. Fourth Master is powerful and majestic. Love you to death. Don't stop. Keep voting, crush the opponent. With shining eyes, Little Wildcat had already jumped up from her chair, her whole body so excited she could hardly contain herself. However, the rising score suddenly came to a halt. The carnival effects that had filled the screen just moments ago also came to an abrupt stop. Fourth Master, why did it stop? Come on. Fourth Master, don't be timid, just crush the opponent. Fourth Master, don't think about sneaking a tower. The opponent's firepower is so fierce, we have no chance to sneak a tower. Fourth Master, hurry up and fight back, it's driving me crazy. Everyone stop shouting. The opponent has already broken 6 million, how can we catch up? Silence. Little Wildcat's live streaming room suddenly fell silent. Xian Sigi looked at the scrolling bullet comments on the screen, his teeth almost biting through. Fight back? How to fight back? He had already taken out all the liquid funds from the guild, not leaving a single cent, all given to little Wildcat. Yet, he couldn't see a glimmer of hope for victory. How could this be? A little white account could send so many gifts? This big shot ranked 27 on the godly rich list was actually going to lose? And to a little white account? Shame. A great humiliation. Playing the pig to eat the tiger with me? Damn it. I entered your family's immortal board. In you Lily's live streaming room, the screen was still bombarded with carnival effects like a water spray. All the viewers in the live room were wide-eyed, staring unblinkingly at the health bars of both streamers. Oh, the opponent's score has stopped moving. Oh no. The opponent has run out of resources and can't send anymore. The Emperor Big Shot on the opposite side is really amazing, sending 4 million, but our star Big Shot is even more amazing, already breaking 8 million. Emperor Big Shot? Just this? Ha ha ha. The Emperor Big Shot has been knocked down, it feels so damn good to watch. Although the opponent's score had stopped, G. Boda was still continuously sending carnival gifts. 6 million, 7 million, 8 million. At this moment, all the viewers in the live room could no longer remain calm. Star Big Shot, the opponent has already surrendered, why are you still going? Yeah, the opponent only has 4 million, and we have already broken 8 million, there's no need to worry about being sneaked. No way, the Star Big Shot is still sending? Is this going for 9 million? Oh my. The Star Big Shot is too brutal, rich beyond reason. Big Shot, please accept my knee. Big Shot, please accept my knee. Plus 1 inch Big Shot, please accept my knee. Plus 2 inch. No one knew how long it had been, amidst the uniform Big Shot, please accept my knee bullet comments, Lily's health bar score finally stopped rising. Everyone looked at the contribution value of the Star Big Shot on the leaderboard, and they couldn't help but widen their eyes, mouths agape, their heads buzzing. 10 million. The Star Big Shot had actually sent a full 10 million. This was a whole 10 million, something an ordinary person would struggle a lifetime to earn, yet it was sent out so effortlessly by the Star Big Shot. Could it be that the Star Big Shot's family has a mine? This is just too extravagant. Looking back at the opponent's live room, Xian Sigi had only sent 4 million, utterly crushed. Without comparison, there is no harm. In front of the Star Big Shot, Xian Sigi was truly just a nobody. You Lily's favorability plus 5 You Lily's favorability plus 5 You Lily's favorability reached 90 at this moment. G. Boda saw You Lily's favorability rise again, directly reaching 90 points. In other words, You Lily had moved from admiration to infatuation, and could unlock any pose. Thank you, Daddy Xingqian, for your great love. Daddy Xingqian is mighty. Lily loves you to death. Mwah. With tears in her eyes, You Lily covered her face with her hands, deeply bowing to the camera. Seeing this scene, G. Boda slightly moved his somewhat sore fingers and quickly typed out a comment. Starry Sky, as long as you behave, Daddy can take you on a shopping spree. At that moment, this PK officially came to an end. What G. Boda didn't expect was that the livestream suddenly flashed with golden light, and Xiansai unexpectedly appeared in You Lily's livestream. At Starry Sky, are you actually playing the pig to eat the tiger with me? Do you think winning like this is glorious? Seeing this golden comment, G. Boda was stunned in place. This guy had been thoroughly beaten down by him, losing beyond measure, yet he shamelessly came over to curse? Had he lost his mind? However, before G. Boda could retaliate, the viewers in the livestream began to fiercely curse at Xiansai. What kind of idiot is this? A dignified emperor can't even take a loss? Big Shot Xingqian spent 10 million, defeating you with strength, how is that not glorious? Damn! The Big Shot ranked 27 on the rich list, and he won't admit defeat? Xiansai, where's your face? Don't you want it anymore? Is this it? Ranked 27 on the rich list? How does he seem even dumber than the village idiot? Xiansai looked at the screen filled with insults directed at him, and his anger surged, turning his old face beet red. He was the vice president of the Shangshur Guild, a Big Shot ranked 27 on the rich list. When had he ever been scolded like this by a bunch of small fry? You little brats, how dare you talk to your fourth master like that? However, just as Xiansai sent this comment, intending to send a second one, a message alert suddenly appeared on his phone screen. You have been muted by the streamer for a year. Damn! Who are you calling a little brat? Xianxi, I think you're the little brat. Your whole family are little brats. A Big Shot ranked 27 on the rich list? Is this it? How does he seem like a brainless idiot? He has money to throw gifts here but can't afford to treat his own brainlessness, so pathetic. Ha ha ha. Well said. Xianxi, hurry up and take your money to treat your brainlessness. Looking at the screen filled with insults, Shinsai was so furious that smoke was coming out of his ears, yet he was muted by Yulili and couldn't type a single word to retort. Damn it! A bunch of uncultured little brats. I'm going to eat you alive. And, Lily, you little bitch, how dare you mute me? Ah! I'm so mad. I'm going to eat you alive. In Yu Lily's live stream, after being bombarded by the viewers, Shinsai could only leave in disgrace. Once Shinsai left, the comments in the livestream scrolled rapidly, and the atmosphere reached a boiling point. A dignified Emperor Big Shot was being cursed at by everyone, and the other party was muted, unable to retort at all. When did the viewers ever have such an opportunity? Today, they finally encountered this once-in-a-lifetime chance, so they had to open the dictionary and curse every dirty word they could think of. In a word, it was exhilarating. Time quickly passed to noon. G. Boda suddenly felt a bit hungry. Just then, the hotel manager Li Qian entered the presidential suite with 2 service staff pushing a food cart. So, G. Boda greeted Yu Lily and then exited the live broadcast room. After leaving, he realized that there were already over 99 unread messages on his Douya account. There were all kinds of messages. Some were flattering, some were asking to be recognized as a godfather, some were seeking attention, and some were asking for favors. G. Boda casually scrolled through a few messages and found them to be filled with insipid language, quickly losing interest. However, just as G. Boda exited the Douya Live broadcast app, he received a WeChat message from Yu Lily. Yu Lily, Dad, wait for me to finish up here, then I'll come to you. You can't drive me away then. Emoji, shy, heh. Another flower has been taken care of. Now there's just one last flower left, the pig hero Tangro. I'll find a time to invite Tangro out and take her down in one go, which would count as completing the small goal I said earlier. G. Boda smiled lightly, directly replying to Yu Lily with an OK emoji, then tossed his phone aside and quickly walked towards the dining room. 2 p.m. First People's Hospital of Shilin City. G. Boda was holding a fruit basket in his left hand and a small safe in his right hand as he arrived outside a high-end single-patient room in the inpatient department. Through the glass window on the door, G. Boda saw Xin lying on the hospital bed, staring intently at the animated show playing on the TV, a sweet smile on her face. Oh, not bad. The little girl looked much better in spirit and complexion. Besides the little girl, there was also a mature and voluptuous woman sitting by the bedside. The woman wore a white t-shirt on top, a pair of jeans on the bottom, and white canvas shoes on her feet, her long hair casually tied in a side ponytail, clean, simple, and elegant. I have to say, the woman's figure was truly voluptuous. The white t-shirt, which originally had a cute little cat pattern printed on it, was instantly transformed into a fierce tiger by the woman's 36D headlights. The light blue jeans concealed a large, round backside, the taut curve giving a feeling that it could burst at any moment. Definitely bigger than a peach. Only the Queen Mother's peaches could describe such an extremely tempting plumpness. Swish! G. Boda blinked and immediately activated his spiritual eye towards the woman, and in the next second, a line of information appeared in his vision. Name, by Chanxian. Age, 30. Appearance, 93. Figure, 96. Bust, 36D. Driver's license, 1. Favorability, 80. Click. G. Boda gently pushed the door open, but this action immediately caught the attention of Bai Chanxian and Xin. Jiang Shao? Uncle Jiang. Hearing the little girl's strong voice, G. Boda's lips immediately curled up slightly. Xin, Uncle came to see you, and I brought your favorite strawberries. G. Boda smiled as he walked to the bedside and gently placed the fruit basket on the nightstand. Wow! Great! I want to eat strawberries. As soon as the little girl heard about the strawberries, her eyes lit up, and she tried to struggle to get up from the bed. Whoosh! Bai Chanxian was startled and quickly reached out to support her daughter. But G. Boda was faster, stepping in to support the little girl, afraid she might accidentally roll off the bed. Sister Chanxian, did the doctor say Xin can eat fruit? G. Boda casually turned his head to ask Bai Chanxian, as if he had done something trivial. Yes. But not too much, Bai Chanxian nodded, quickly glancing at G. Boda, and for some reason, her pretty face couldn't help but flush slightly. Xin, you lie down first, and Uncle will go wash some strawberries for you to eat, okay? G. Boda gently coaxed Xin with a soft voice, while also unable to resist raising another hand to gently stroke her little head. Thank you, Uncle Jiang, Xin obediently said, then lay back down on the hospital bed, but her pair of adorable big eyes couldn't help but look towards the strawberries in the fruit basket. Young Master Jiang, let me wash the fruit. You sit for a while. Bai Chanxian walked over to G. Boda's side, reached out to grab the fruit basket, and then quickly walked towards the washroom. G. Boda smiled and didn't argue with Bai Chanxian about washing the fruit, but instead sat by the hospital bed, accompanying Xin to watch cartoons. After a few minutes, Bai Qianqian returned to the ward with a box of clean strawberries. Wow! The strawberries are here. Mommy, do you want to try one? Uncle Jiang, you should eat one too. Laughter filled the ward. Xin first picked up a strawberry with her little hand and personally handed it to Bai Qianqian's mouth, insisting on feeding her mother one. Then, the little girl picked up another strawberry and fed it to Ji Boda in the same way. Throughout the process, the little girl's face was adorned with a happy smile. Sister Qianqian, why are you the only one here in the ward today? Where are your parents? I told them to go home and rest. I can take care of things here by myself. Can you manage alone? Xin's surgery was very successful, and her recovery is quick. I can take care of her completely by myself. I'm still a bit worried. How about I help you hire a nurse? Young Master Jiang, there's no need to hire a nurse, really. Ji Boda chatted with Bai Qianqian for a while, then accompanied Xin to watch cartoons for a bit longer. After the cartoon ended, Ji Boda picked up a storybook from the bedside and told the little girl a few fairy tales. Time passed second by second. Through an afternoon of interaction, the little girl grew closer to Ji Boda, eventually curling up in his arms, wanting him to hold her while telling stories. Bai Qianqian quietly sat aside, and seeing how well Ji Boda and Xin got along, her gaze became increasingly gentle. Seeing that the moment was right, Ji Boda, after finishing a fairy tale, suddenly smiled and looked at Xin, asking, Xin, the first time I saw you, I liked you. Uncle wants to recognize you as my goddaughter. I wonder if you would agree? As long as you become my goddaughter, I can buy you strawberries to eat every day, and when you get discharged from the hospital, I can take you to the amusement park, buy you new clothes, and new toys. As soon as Ji Boda said this, Bai Qianqian, who had been lowering her head to peel fruit, suddenly raised her head to look at her daughter, her face showing a hint of anticipation and perhaps the little girl had lacked a father's love since she was young, and deep down she had always longed for a dad. Just then, Ji Boda had barged into the lives of the mother and daughter, leaving a very good impression on the little girl. That's why she was so happy to accept Ji Boda. Xinxin, are you going to call me dad now? Ji Boda gently patted Xinxin's little head, a doting smile always on his face. Dad! The little girl called out without hesitation, then opened her arms and tightly hugged Ji Boda, her little head nuzzling into his embrace. My good daughter, Daddy loves you. Ji Boda laughed as he held Xinxin, turning to glance at Bai Qianqian beside them. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Bai Qianqian's eyes had already turned red, with a hint of glistening tears in her eyes. However, her favorability suddenly increased. Bai Qianqian favorability +5 Bai Qianqian favorability +5 Bai Qianqian favorability reached 90 swish. Ji Boda suddenly reached out a hand, pulling a tissue from the box on the bedside table and quickly handing it to Bai Qianqian. Child's mother, hurry and wipe your tears, today is a joyous day, how can you cry? As soon as Ji Boda said this, Bai Qianqian was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Child's mother? Joyous day? These two ambiguous and sensitive phrases made Bai Qianqian laugh while also causing her to blush and her heart to race. Stealing a glance at Ji Boda's profile, Bai Qianqian quickly took the tissue, turning her body to the side to wipe her tears. When she turned back, although there were no more tears in her eyes, her pretty face had turned red all the way to her neck. Still, she was a mother now, yet so shy, blushing at the slightest thing. So cute! It was unclear how much time had passed. Xinxin had quietly fallen asleep in Ji Boda's arms. After all, the little girl had just undergone surgery, so feeling sleepy was normal. Ji Boda carefully placed her on the hospital bed, tucked her in, and leaned down to kiss her little face. The room quieted down. This high-end single hospital room was spacious, with Xinxin's bed in the middle, Bai Qianqian's accompanying bed beside it, and a small sofa under the window with a small coffee table in front. Ji Boda stretched lazily, walked over to the window to look at the scenery outside, then plopped down onto the soft sofa. Swish! Bai Qianqian followed and sat down beside Ji Boda, then picked up an apple from the coffee table to peel. Sister Qianqian, is Xinxin's hospital fee enough? Yes, the hospital fee you paid last time still has a good balance. Once Xinxin is discharged, we'll take her to stay at Phoenix Mountain Villa. That might not be appropriate? I am now Xinxin's dad, what's inappropriate about her living with me? Besides, you still have to be my housekeeper. We can't have you two living apart, can we? Well, okay then. Bai Qianqian had been lowering her head to peel the apple, and from the side, her pretty face was already incredibly red, even her ears were tinged with a charming blush. After a moment, Bai Qianqian handed the peeled apple to Ji Boda, her voice very gentle as she said, Mr. Jiang, have an apple. Ji Boda was not polite, taking the apple and biting into it. Not bad. An apple peeled by the child's mother is sweeter than any other apple. As soon as Ji Boda said this, Bai Chan laughed again. She covered her mouth shyly, her eyes turning into crescent moons, and the blush on her face became even more pronounced, but the tension she felt earlier had vanished in an instant. Swish! Suddenly, Ji Boda reached out and pulled Bai Chan into his embrace. Bai Chan quickly put down the fruit knife in her hand and wiped her hands with a tissue, but she didn't dare to touch Ji Boda, as if she was worried about getting his clothes dirty. Ji Boda reached out a hand, lifted Bai Chan's chin, and looked at her closely, his fiery gaze seeming to want to devour this single mother on the spot. Bai Chan instantly understood Ji Boda's eyes. She turned her head to the side in a fluster, not daring to meet Ji Boda's gaze, her pretty face unable to help but flush. Swish! Ji Boda pinched Bai Chan's chin again, forcibly turning her head back, and then without hesitation, kissed her on those red lips. At first, Bai Chan was a bit reserved, as if she couldn't let go. But before long, she gradually got into the mood. After a while, Bai Chan took the initiative to hug Ji Boda, completely opening her heart. They embraced and kissed. Xin was still lying in bed asleep, while her mother and father were beside her, talking sweetly. This scene resembled the life of a family of three after marriage. After a long time, their lips parted. Ji Boda gasped for breath, holding Bai Chan's burning cheeks, looking into her eyes, and softly said, "Mama of the child, it's not convenient here, let's go to the washroom, okay?" Bai Chan shyly lowered her head, lightly biting her lip, her long eyelashes trembling. Swish! Ji Boda suddenly picked her up in a princess carry and strode toward the washroom. Bai Chan didn't say a word, just wrapped her arms around Ji Boda's neck, burying her head deep into his embrace, seemingly too shy to lift her head. Of course. Once in the washroom, Bai Chan squatted in front of Ji Boda, still too shy to look up. Bai Chan's favorability +5. Bai Chan's favorability reached 95. Half an hour later, Ji Boda was the first to come out of the washroom. He glanced at Xin, who was still sound asleep on the bed, with one little foot sticking out from under the covers. Ji Boda smiled and shook his head, walking over to gently tuck Xin's little foot back under the covers and then covering her up again. As for Bai Chan, she was still brushing her teeth in the washroom. After finishing, she touched up her makeup in front of the mirror and applied another layer of lipstick before finally coming out of the washroom. Seeing Ji Boda sitting on the sofa with one leg crossed, playing on his phone, Bai Chan's pretty face couldn't help but flush again. Swish! Bai Chan walked over and sat down beside Ji Boda, her eyes gently gazing at his profile. Ji Boda's eyes were focused on his phone, but he reached out a hand to hold Bai Chan's small hand. Soon, their fingers were interlocked. Bai Chan leaned her head on Ji Boda's shoulder, a beautiful smile curving at the corners of her mouth. After a moment, Bai Chan suddenly asked, "Jiang Shao, do you want to eat an apple? I can peel one for you?" "Sister Chan, when there are no people around, just call me husband." Or, call me daddy? Husband. At 5 p.m. Ji Boda received a WeChat message from Su Yao. Su Yao said in the message that she had prepared a gift for Ji Boda and asked when he would return to the hotel. Ji Boda looked at Bai Chan, who was leaning against him, and then at Xin, who was sleeping on the bed, before picking up the small password box that had been thrown aside. "Sister Chan, since Xin has recognized me as her godfather, I have a meeting gift for her," Ji Boda said as he opened the password box. Swish! A dazzling golden light shone from the box, and Bai Chan immediately covered her mouth, her face showing a look of shock. That's right. Inside the password box were 30 neatly arranged gold bars. Every gold bar is stamped with the logo of the bank and marked with the weight of each bar. Bai Chan only glanced at them briefly and quickly calculated the value of this batch of gold bars in her mind. There are a total of 30 gold bars, each weighing 100 grams, making a total of 30,000 grams. According to the current market price of gold, which is over 600 yuan per gram, the value of this batch of gold bars is nearly 2 million Longhua coins. "Jiang Shao, this gift is too precious, I can't accept it." Bai Chan hurriedly waved her hand, but before she could finish her sentence, Ji Boda forcefully interrupted her. "Sister Chan, this is a meeting gift for Xin, not for you. You can't refuse my gift on her behalf. I am Xin's mother, how can I not speak on her behalf? I am still Xin's father, and I have decided to accept it on her behalf." After a back-and-forth argument, Ji Boda forcefully stuffed the password box directly into Bai Chan's arms. Then, Ji Boda deliberately straightened his face and pretended to be unhappy, saying, "Sister Chan, what did I just say to you? You called me Jiang Shao again?" Silence. The ward fell silent. Bai Chan awkwardly held the password box, her pretty face flushed with a charming red hue, and a hint of shyness flashed in her beautiful eyes. After a moment, Bai Qianqian lightly bit her lip, lowered her head, brushed her hair by her cheek, her face red, and softly said, "Thank you, husband. That's more like it." Ji Boda was amused by Bai Qianqian's blushing and shy demeanor, and he couldn't help but hug her and kiss her on the cheek. Bai Qianqian's face instantly turned even redder. The shy demeanor of a little wife was simply mastered by her. "Sister Qianqian, I have something to do tonight, so I can't stay in the hospital with you and XIN. It's okay, you go ahead, I can take care of XIN by myself." "Okay, then I'm leaving. I'll see you off." Although Ji Boda clearly stated that it wasn't necessary to see him off, Bai Qianqian still accompanied him to the hospital door and even helped him tidy up his clothes, resembling a little wife sending her husband off. Sister is so nice. Sister is gentle, virtuous, and considerate. Sister understands a lot. Just pat her head and squat down, pat her on the back and she turns sideways, give her an encouraging look, and she immediately knows what you want. At 5:40 p.m., Ji Boda returned to the Royal International Hotel. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman had been waiting for him at the hotel entrance. "Husband, this is a carefully selected gift for you. Do you want to open it and take a look?" Su Yao handed a small gift bag to Ji Boda, looking at him with anticipation, as if waiting for his praise. Ji Boda opened the gift bag and found a very exquisite watch box inside, with the logo of Vacheron Constantin printed on it. Under the watch box was a receipt. Vacheron Constantin Tradition L82760/000G9852, 18K white gold, 308 diamonds, sapphire crystal glass, Mississippi alligator leather, priced at 3.07 million. Not bad, this gift is quite suitable. Ji Boda nodded in satisfaction, then said to Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, "I won't be having dinner with you tonight. Whatever you want to eat, just tell Butler Lee to arrange it, I'm leaving first. Husband, remember to come back early tonight, Man and I have prepared a big surprise for you." Su Yao quickly reminded him, a hint of a mysterious smile on her face. "Alright, then I'll be waiting for your surprise." Ji Boda smiled, then rolled up the car window, stepped on the gas, and drove off in the Ferrari LaFerrari. At 6:20 p.m., Ji Boda walked into Wells Western Restaurant, holding the small gift bag. His gaze quickly swept around, and Ji Boda soon noticed a mature and beautiful young lady sitting by the window in a position to his left. Swish! Ji Boda walked straight over and sat down opposite the young lady, quickly sizing her up. The woman looked to be around 27 or 28 years old, but her eyes held a depth that belied her age. She had a stunningly beautiful face, cold yet with a hint of gentleness, and that gentleness was laced with a touch of intellect. Her figure was mature and voluptuous, with a slim waist and curvy hips. She wore a deep blue evening gown paired with a white bolero, which showcased her incredibly alluring curves to perfection. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the woman's figure was simply stunning. Those exceptionally eye-catching headlights could definitely make Su Yao feel like she was being thoroughly overwhelmed. They must be at least a 38F, right? She just sat there quietly, but with every breath, those headlights would tremble fiercely. Such a powerful and majestic lady exuded an irresistible aura of temptation, making every man who saw her unable to suppress their wild imaginations. This was a walking hormone, a natural eye-catcher, a disaster for the nation, the culprit behind all flag-raising ceremonies in the world. Name, Qin Xiaoyu. Age, 37. Appearance, 97. Figure, 99. Headlights, 38F plus. Driver, 1. Favorability, 80. While Ji Boda was sizing up Qin Xiaoyu, she was also sizing him up. In her eyes, Ji Boda looked to be around 25, with sharp brows and bright eyes, handsome and charming, exuding an air of a noble young master that completely outshone the male leads in Korean dramas. Ji Boda stood at 183 centimeters, with a model's physique. He wore a stylish British casual suit, paired with a black shirt, but the top 3 buttons of the shirt were undone, revealing a platinum necklace on his collarbone. Besides that, Ji Boda's strikingly handsome face, always adorned with a hint of a mischievous smile, was simply breathtaking. In an instant, a charmingly rogue aura rushed towards Qin Xiaoyu, making her heart race. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that when Ji Boda sat down, he immediately took off his suit jacket, revealing a super stretchy black shirt underneath. A broad chest, solid pecs, a V-shaped waist, and the faint outline of 8-pack abs on his shirt. He was simply a walking hormone, a natural clothes rack, the ideal male lead in countless women's spring dreams. Swish! When Ji Boda and Qin Xiaoyu sat together, all the diners in the restaurant, as well as the waitstaff, couldn't help but cast their gazes towards their table. Almost everyone subconsciously thought, what a handsome man, what a beautiful woman. They were simply a match made in heaven, a perfect couple. At Wells Western Restaurant, Ji Boda and Qin Xiaoyu quietly locked eyes for a moment. Neither of them spoke. However, whether it was Ji Boda or Qin Xiaoyu, they could see satisfaction and appreciation for each other in their eyes. In simple terms, they were attracted to each other. Ha! Ji Boda suddenly showed a confused expression, cautiously looking at Qin Xiaoyu, and then, in a tentative tone, weakly asked, "Wife? Is that you?" Put. Qin Xiaoyu almost burst out laughing. She could be 100% sure that the moment Ji Boda walked into the restaurant and saw her, he recognized her immediately. Otherwise, how could he have walked straight over and confidently sat down opposite her? However, Ji Boda didn't follow the usual greeting or self-introduction routine. He instead used extremely exaggerated acting, paired with exaggerated expressions, movements, demeanor, and tone, timidly and weakly asking, "Wife, is that you?" It made it seem as if he, the husband, had been abandoned by his wife, Qin Xiaoyu, for many years. The sense of grievance and resentment was simply captured perfectly by Ji Boda. After all, Qin Xiaoyu was already 37 years old, her thoughts and emotions very mature, and over the years, countless men had pursued her. What kind of man hadn't she seen? However, she had never encountered a fun young man like Ji Boda before. Moreover, she had been in an online relationship with Ji Boda for 3 years. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Her impression score was instantly maxed out. Qin Xiaoyu's favorability +5. Qin Xiaoyu's favorability reached 85. Husband, it's me. Qin Xiaoyu blinked, and after saying this, her charming face couldn't help but flush slightly. She didn't even know why she went along with Ji Boda to say such a cliché line. Perhaps it was Ji Boda's playfulness and humor that directly infected her, making her playful spirit rise, which is why she cooperated with Ji Boda in this act. Phew! You scared me. I thought I recognized the wrong person. Hee, didn't you video chat with me? Have you forgotten what I look like so soon? Oh, you look even more beautiful in reality than in the video. It's normal that I didn't recognize you right away. Smooth talker. The originally somewhat awkward and tense atmosphere was instantly lightened and made cheerful by Ji Boda's antics. Although it was their first meeting, based on their 3 years of online relationship, once the conversation opened up, they immediately chatted happily. Swish! Ji Boda took out the prepared gift and pushed it directly in front of Qin Xiaoyu, saying, "For our first meeting, this is the gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it." Qin Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback, and a beautiful curve immediately appeared at the corner of her mouth. She didn't reach out to take the gift right away. Instead, she picked up a small gift bag from the chair beside her and, mimicking Ji Boda, pushed the gift bag in front of him. "What a coincidence, I also prepared a gift for you." Qin Xiaoyu's smile was charming, giving a feeling like a spring breeze, resembling a blooming flower, constantly exuding an enticing fragrance. "Really? Then I must see what this beautiful and cool domineering female CEO has prepared for me." Ji Boda rubbed his hands together, like a curious child, and immediately took the gift bag Qin Xiaoyu handed over, then pulled out an exquisite watch box from inside. A watch box? Qin Xiaoyu also prepared a watch as a gift? Ji Boda stared blankly at the watch box, a strange expression flashing in his eyes, while Qin Xiaoyu, sitting opposite him, also opened the gift bag Ji Boda had given her. Soon, both of them had an exquisite watch box in their hands. The scene suddenly fell silent. It seems we really are in sync. We both thought of the same gift. Qin Xiaoyu held the watch box, slightly stunned for a moment, and her smile became even more radiant. She opened the watch box, and in an instant, a lady's watch encrusted with 308 diamonds came into view. Vacheron Constantin? The Patrimony series lady's watch? This watch is not cheap. As the head of the Qin family and the chairman of the Qin group, how could Qin Xiaoyu not recognize a Vacheron Constantin watch? What surprised her was that this watch was definitely worth no less than 3 million. How could Ji Boda, a 25-year-old young man, afford such an expensive watch? Could it be that Ji Boda is a wealthy young master? But Qin Xiaoyu had never heard of any wealthy family with the surname Zhang in Shilan City. Even those second or third-tier families didn't have anyone with that surname. Swish! At that moment, Ji Boda also opened the watch box. In an instant, a men's mechanical watch embedded with a square diamond came into view. Wow! This is Patek Philippe? Qin Xiaoyu is really extravagant. Ji Boda had seen this watch online before, the Patek Philippe Starry Sky Square Diamond 6104 or 001, with an official price of 4.06 million Longwa coins. This watch is made of 18K rose gold, sapphire crystal glass, embedded with 22 long step-cut diamonds, and the dial can display a starry sky background, celestial map, Milky Way, moon phases, etc. The strap is made of rectangular scale-patterned crocodile leather. Goodness! Ji Boda gave Qin Xiaoyu a watch worth 3.07 million, but unexpectedly, Qin Xiaoyu gave him a watch worth 4.06 million. The domineering female CEO is indeed extravagant. Swish! Ji Boda was really not polite at all and immediately put the watch on his wrist. Seeing this scene, Shin Xiaoyu's eyes brightened slightly, and the corners of her mouth curled up like an AK, completely unable to suppress her joy. Swish! She also took out the watch and put it on her wrist. I have to say, this lady's watch embedded with 308 diamonds matched Shin Xiaoyu's temperament very well. Noble, elegant, fashionable, luxurious. Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? At that moment, a surprised voice suddenly came over. Ji Boda instinctively looked in the direction of the voice and suddenly saw a middle-aged man in a suit striding towards them. The man looked to be in his 40s, sporting a young man's Hong Kong-style side-part hairstyle, but the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes were particularly obvious. In addition, he was slightly overweight, likely unable to control his weight as he reached middle age. He quickly walked to their table, a hint of surprise on his face, his eyes fixed on Shin Xiaoyu, completely ignoring Ji Boda sitting beside her. Mr. Sun, you are also dining here? A hint of subtle disgust flashed in Shin Xiaoyu's eyes, but she still maintained a polite demeanor, giving a slight nod to Mr. Sun. Xiaoyu, I booked a private room upstairs. I wonder if you would do me the honor of having dinner with me. Mr. Sun completely disregarded Ji Boda's presence and straightforwardly invited Shin Xiaoyu. I'm sorry, I'm on a date with my boyfriend, so I can't accept your invitation. Shin Xiaoyu frowned, clearly showing a hint of disgust as she immediately rejected Mr. Sun's invitation. It's okay, you can bring your friend along too. Wait a minute. Xiaoyu, what did you just say? You said, he is your boyfriend? You are on a date? Mr. Sun seemed a bit slow on the uptake. Even after Shin Xiaoyu made it so clear, he still doubted he had heard wrong. He probably didn't expect that the stunning female CEO Shin Xiaoyu, who had been single for many years, suddenly had a boyfriend, right? Mr. Sun, let me introduce you. The gentleman sitting across from me is my boyfriend, Ji Boda. Ji Boda, this is the general manager of Tianhong Group, Sun Haitao, Mr. Sun. Wells Western Restaurant. Ji Boda stood up generously and extended a hand to Sun Haitao. So it's Mr. Sun. I've long admired you. Today, seeing you in person, Mr. Sun is indeed extraordinary. Ji Boda's tone was quite frivolous, and his expression was as perfunctory as it could be. Of course, anyone with eyes could see that this old man was after Shin Xiaoyu. Since he was a rival, why give him any face? One word, just do it. Who are you? Sun Haitao did not reach out to shake Ji Boda's hand. Instead, he glared at Ji Boda with eyes wide open, looking as if he had been robbed of his wife, his head adorned with a vivid green hue. Faced with Sun Haitao's angry questioning, Ji Boda calmly withdrew his hand and replied seriously, I am your father. You little brat, you're asking for death. Sun Haitao immediately flew into a rage, but before he could finish his words, Ji Boda forcefully interrupted him. Oh dear. Mr. Sun, is your hearing better now? You should thank me. As soon as Ji Boda said this, Sun Haitao was left dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Ji Boda and asked, What do you mean, you little brat? Mr. Sun, weren't you deaf? Just now, my girlfriend clearly introduced me. I am Ji Boda, her boyfriend. But you were deaf and couldn't hear at all, and you asked me again who I am? Now that I've cured your hearing, you're not deaf anymore, so you should thank me. Silence. The scene fell into silence. But after a brief moment of quiet, Shin Xiaoyu suddenly couldn't help but let out a laugh. Hearing Shin Xiaoyu's laughter, Sun Haitao finally realized that Ji Boda was treating him like a monkey. You. Just as Sun Haitao was about to explode, Shin Xiaoyu suddenly scolded coldly, Sun Haitao, interrupting others' meals is very impolite. I advise you to stop while you're ahead, or you'll make me angry. Xiaoyu. Sun Haitao immediately turned his head, looking at Shin Xiaoyu in shock, as if he could never have imagined that she would be so biased in favor of Ji Boda. However, there is no heartbreak greater than this. With her brows raised, Shin Xiaoyu said in an even colder tone, Sun Haitao, my relationship with you is limited to that of ordinary friends. You don't have the right to call me Xiaoyu. Please call me by my full name in the future, or just call me Manager Chin. I don't want my boyfriend to have any unnecessary misunderstandings. Silence. The scene fell into silence once again. Sun Haitao's face turned from red to white, with purple and black hues, looking utterly terrible. In short, this old man was publicly humiliated by Shin Xiaoyu, and his expression was as ugly as it could get. Seeing Sun Haitao still standing there, looking unwilling to accept it, Shin Xiaoyu lost her patience and directly issued an eviction order. Mr. Sun, do I need to say it a second time? I want to have dinner with my boyfriend, please do not disturb us here. Upon hearing this, Sun Haitao's face darkened even more. He gritted his teeth, shot a fierce glare at Ji Boda, and without saying a word, turned and left in big strides. After Sun Haitao left, Ji Boda suddenly turned around and curiously asked, "Sister, is that foolish old man your suitor?" "Yes." Qin Xiaoyu nodded generously and added, "I have no feelings for him, but he's like a fly that won't go away, very annoying." "Ha ha, so your suitor is of this quality? You little brat, what do you mean by that?" "I mean, your charm is just too great, from 80 to 8, young and old alike, even all the oddballs are not spared." "Are you complimenting me or insulting me?" "Hee hee, of course, I'm complimenting you." Time passed second by second. Ji Boda and Qin Xiaoyu were getting happier as they chatted. Perhaps because Qin Xiaoyu called Ji Boda a little brat, he immediately retaliated with a mischievous grin, calling her Aunt Xiaoyu. This embarrassed Qin Xiaoyu so much that she directly stabbed a piece of steak with her fork and stuffed it into Ji Boda's mouth, telling him to shut up. And so, a dinner was spent in a pleasant atmosphere. When Qin Xiaoyu linked her arm with Ji Boda's and walked out of the restaurant, both of their faces were slightly flushed, as if they had reached a tipsy state. Swish! Ji Boda pulled out the car keys, his mind racing with thoughts of whether to take Qin Xiaoyu home or directly to a hotel. In the end, Qin Xiaoyu snatched the car keys from him and stuffed them back into Ji Boda's pocket, then smiled and said, "No drinking and driving." Ji Boda was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, "Should I call a designated driver?" After saying this, Ji Boda suddenly realized that he was driving a Ferrari LaFerrari, which only had 2 seats. If he called a designated driver, there wouldn't be enough room for both him and Qin Xiaoyu. "Let's take a walk nearby, just as a stroll." Qin Xiaoyu shook her head and said, "By the time we finish walking, I should be sober enough to drive back." "All right." Ji Boda nodded without hesitation. After all, it was still early, and a walk would help with digestion. Next, Qin Xiaoyu linked her arm with Ji Boda's, and the two strolled leisurely along the street. As they walked, they unexpectedly passed by an arcade. Through the arcade's entrance, they could see various simulators inside, including claw machines, dance machines, karaoke machines, game consoles, boxing machines, basketball machines, and more. Ji Boda suddenly had an idea and pulled Qin Xiaoyu into the arcade. Clatter! Ji Boda scanned a code on the vending machine and bought 200 yuan worth of game tokens, then led Qin Xiaoyu to the claw machine area. "Xiao auntie, let's see who can catch more dolls tonight." Ji Boda divided the game tokens into 2 portions, putting them into 2 small plastic bags, and handed the larger portion to Qin Xiaoyu. "You little brat, don't call me auntie." Qin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at Ji Boda but happily accepted the tokens he handed her. However, both Ji Boda and Qin Xiaoyu were complete novices. They spent all 200 yuan worth of tokens and didn't manage to catch a single doll. Damn! This claw machine must have been tampered with by the owner. Ji Boda angrily waved his fist and then took out his phone to buy another batch of tokens. Just as Ji Boda was preparing to go all out against the claw machine, Qin Xiaoyu spoke up to stop him. "Ji Boda, these dolls are so hard to catch. Why don't we play something else?" "What else should we play?" Ji Boda's eyes lit up at her words. He suddenly dashed in front of Qin Xiaoyu, pinning her against the claw machine with a wall slam, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Xiao auntie, what do you want to play?" Up close, Ji Boda's handsome face was enough to take any woman's breath away, and the scent of hormones emanating from him. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyu's heart raced a little faster. "You little brat, I told you not to call me auntie. If you're not embarrassed, I still have my pride." Qin Xiaoyu could only feign calmness, using scolding Ji Boda as a way to mask her inner turmoil and nervousness. "Xiao auntie, how about we play something more exciting for adults?" Ji Boda suddenly wrapped his arm around Qin Xiaoyu's slender waist and pulled her tightly into his embrace, closing the distance between them to 0. "You little brat, what do you want to play?" Qin Xiaoyu could no longer hide her inner turmoil and nervousness, her pretty face instantly turning red. Holding her in his arms, the flag was immediately raised. Ji Boda was struck by the overwhelming aura of Qin Xiaoyu's figure, igniting a strong spark within him. He directly extended an invitation to her. "Aunt Xiao, how about we go to a hotel room and sit down to slowly discuss what game we want to play?" Qin Xiaoyu replied, "You little brat, do you want to sleep with me?" To Ji Boda's surprise, just a second ago, Qin Xiaoyu was blushing and shy, her gaze evasive, looking somewhat flustered and nervous. But in the next moment, her expression returned to normal, her eyes calm as water. Wow! In just a brief moment, she could shift from a state of panic to a tranquil demeanor. Is this the psychological quality of a domineering female CEO? Truly impressive. "You're my girlfriend, we've been together for 3 years, and our feelings have reached this point. Shouldn't it naturally follow?" Ji Boda boldly admitted that he wanted to sleep with Qin Xiaoyu. Silence fell between them. Qin Xiaoyu stared intently into Ji Boda's eyes for a full half-minute, and then a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "That's right, we've been together for a full 3 years. Logically speaking, our feelings have indeed reached this point. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Bota's eyes. A stunningly beautiful aunt, and a domineering female CEO of a listed company. If he could pin such a top-notch woman down on the bed and bully her at will, then listening to her soft pleas for mercy would be an overwhelming sense of conquest. However, the next word that Qin Xiaoyu uttered made Bota's eyelids twitch, and his fervor instantly cooled. But, that's right, Qin Xiaoyu said but. It is well known that whenever the word but appears, it signifies a plot twist. As expected, Qin Xiaoyu looked at Bota with a half smile and said, after all, we are in a virtual relationship. Even if I really like you, I can't just blindly follow you to a hotel on our first meeting, can I? Bota did not feel disappointed, depressed, angry, or upset by Qin Xiaoyu's rejection. He could only nod with a wry smile and said, alright, since you don't agree, I won't force you. After all, Bota was not short of beautiful women around him. Even if he couldn't play games with Qin Xiaoyu, he could still find Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, Lin Qingxue, and Lu Li. Even if it was 1 against 4, that would be fine. Compared to just one Qin Xiaoyu, Bota was actually more interested in trying out what it felt like to take on 4 at once. However, the next word that Qin Xiaoyu said made Bota's eyelids twitch again, and a strange expression appeared on his face. But, that's right, another but. Every time the word but appeared, it meant a plot twist was coming. Did Qin Xiaoyu just reject Bota and now change her mind? Swish! Suddenly, Qin Xiaoyu reached out her hands, wrapped them around Bota's neck, and leaned her red lips close to his ear, speaking in a voice laced with a hint of seduction, you little brat, you've made your sister very happy today. Given how good you've been, I might consider giving you a chance. Really? Bota narrowed his eyes and asked nonchalantly, what kind of chance are you planning to give me? He. Qin Xiaoyu smiled lightly and leaned closer to Bota's ear, saying, how about this, I'll give you a test. As long as you can complete this test, your sister will go with you tonight. What test? Bota immediately became interested. A man remains a boy until death, who doesn't like to play games? Moreover, the reward for this game was a super stunningly beautiful aunt. Just thinking about it felt thrilling. Swish! Qin Xiaoyu suddenly let go of Bota, her eyes quickly scanning the arcade. Before long, her eyes lit up slightly. She raised her hand and pointed at a large claw machine, saying to Bota, do you see that claw machine? The biggest doll hanging at the very top? Yeah, I see it. Bota nodded, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. My test for you is this, you can't use money to buy it, you can't conspire with the arcade owner, and you can't tamper with the machine. You can only rely on your true skills to grab that doll. If you get it, you pass. Put. Bota almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was a novice at claw machines, having spent 200 yuan without even managing to grab a small doll. How could he possibly get the biggest one? Qin Xiaoyu was clearly toying with him, giving him no chance at all. However, Bota still held on to a glimmer of hope as he walked over to seriously examine the giant claw machine. But, he was shocked when he looked closer. Bota's eyes quickly brightened because this was not an ordinary claw machine, but a musical instrument simulator. Next to the machine were connections for 3 types of instruments, drums, an electronic keyboard, and an electric guitar. In simple terms, players needed to first choose an instrument, then insert a coin to select a song that matched that instrument, and then play along with the song to reach a specified score. Finally, based on the score, they would receive different rewards in the form of plush dolls. It was somewhat similar to a dance machine, except this one replaced dancing with playing instruments. Isn't this a claw machine? At that moment, Qin Xiaoyu also walked over. When she realized that the machine in front of her was not an ordinary claw machine but a musical instrument simulator, an awkward expression flashed across her face. Bota, I didn't see it clearly just now. It turns out this is a musical instrument simulator. How about we switch to another claw machine? As soon as Qin Xiaoyu said this, Bota immediately jumped up to stop her. No need to switch, this machine is fine. Of course. Bota was a complete novice at claw machines. No matter which one he switched to, the hope would be slim. But this musical instruments simulator was simply tailor-made for him. This morning, Bota had just drawn a skill book titled, Mastering Instruments, Becoming a Master-Level Performer, and now it was the perfect opportunity to put it to use. Bota, are you sure you don't want to switch machines? A strange expression suddenly appeared on Qin Xiaoyu's face. No need. Bota pointed at the biggest doll hanging in the machine's cabinet, speaking with firm determination, since you like that doll, even if I have to climb a mountain of knives or walk through a sea of fire, I will get it for you. Flirting, right? Isn't it just sweet talk? Who can't do that? As expected, even though Qin Xiaoyu was a very mature woman, she was still slightly moved by Bota's words. Swish! Under Qin Xiaoyu's curious gaze, Ji Boda confidently walked up to the drums and sat down with a fierce demeanor. He inserted a coin, selected a song, and clicked start. The name of the song quickly appeared on the simulator's screen. Superstar. This was one of the representative works of the Chinese girl group SHE, known for its strong rhythm and complex drum beats, considered one of the most difficult Chinese songs to play on the drums. Swish! Ji Boda picked up the drumsticks placed on the stand. At that moment, his aura underwent a dramatic transformation, and his eyes shot out two sharp glints. With the drumsticks in hand, the world was his. Qin Xiaoyu, today I will show you what a master drummer is all about. Dong dong dong. First, a segment of era music sounded, followed by a strong drum beat. Ji Boda waved the drumsticks quickly, his rolled-up sleeves revealing the strong, muscular arms beneath. Smile, just sing, a frown brings heartache. I have no time to care for myself, only to feel your feelings. Wherever you go, take my soul with you, it's enchanted by you, what use is it to keep it? Ji Boda followed the music, drumming with passionate and powerful movements. Each strike seemed to use all his strength, pushing the music to a climax. And when the music softened, his movements became gentle, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. In an instant, all eyes around were drawn to him. The sound of the drums was already loud, and there were few people who could play drums in the arcade, plus the audience was filled with curiosity. Almost in the blink of an eye, many people gathered around, wanting to see who was playing the drums. However, not knowing was one thing, but seeing was shocking. Wow wow wow! What a handsome guy! Look at the muscles on his arms, so manly. I like him so much. Such a handsome guy, with muscles, and can play the drums, I'm in love. Forget it, after he finishes this round, I must go up and ask for his WeChat. He smiled, what a handsome smile. My heart is trembling with it. His eyes are electrifying. Mom, I'm in love. Unbeknownst to her, a group of female college students had surged around Qin Xiaoyu. They all stared at Ji Boda with sparkling eyes, screaming and clapping, their faces clearly marked with 4 words, I'm a fangirl. Qin Xiaoyu was also surprised by Ji Boda's drumming. However, upon hearing the nearby college students chattering about Ji Boda and shouting to get his WeChat, it was obvious they were smitten with him. In an instant, a sour feeling surged in Qin Xiaoyu's heart. Ji Boda was just too dazzling. At only 25 years old this year, he was young, handsome, full of vitality, radiating the aura of youth and sunshine, which was absolutely lethal to those young girls. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyu was 37 this year, and her daughter was already an adult. If she were to be with Ji Boda, how could she completely tie this young man's heart to herself? In a moment, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly felt a bit flustered. She thought, and finally realized with surprise that she had no way to completely keep Ji Boda by her side. Although Qin Xiaoyu had beauty and figure, she was still 37 years old, and there were countless younger women around. Just like the saying online, no girl can be forever 18, but there will always be 18-year-old girls waiting for you. Therefore, in terms of age, looks, and figure, Qin Xiaoyu actually had no advantage. Besides, Qin Xiaoyu was very wealthy. But Ji Boda wasn't lacking in money either. The gift he prepared for their meeting was a lady's watch worth 3 million. From this, it was clear that Ji Boda's financial power was not to be underestimated. So, what other advantages did Qin Xiaoyu have to attract Ji Boda and completely tie his heart to her? None. Really none. Her proud looks and figure would only become less valuable and less attractive as she aged. The wealth she possessed seemed to have little attraction for Ji Boda. Once she turned 40 and became old and faded, would Ji Boda still like her then? Just thinking about this made Qin Xiaoyu increasingly anxious, and a feeling of insecurity surged in her heart. But, she couldn't control herself, and her fondness for Ji Boda only grew. Qin Xiaoyu's favorability plus 2 Qin Xiaoyu's favorability reached 87 points. You are electricity, you are light, you are the only myth. I only love you, you are Emmy Superstar. You dominate, I worship, there's no better way. I can only love you, you are Emmy Superstar. The song reached its climax, and under a spotlight, Ji Boda was fully focused on playing the drums. His movements were elegant and perfectly synchronized with the music, each beat hitting right on point. This perfect combination made the audience feel the harmony between the music and the drummer. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, Ji Boda's wrist shook rapidly, and the drumsticks danced on the drum surface, producing a heart-pounding rhythm. The intense drumming echoed in the air, vibrating the audience's auditory nerves. At that moment, Ji Boda suddenly changed the rhythm of his drumming, the beats alternating between light and fierce, surging like ocean waves. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Ji Boda's drumming posture was just too cool. Every time he raised the drumsticks, his arms were like a bowstring pulled taut, poised to release beautiful music at any moment. With each strike on the drum surface, his nimble hands seemed to be dancing, performing a passionate dance. The surrounding audience was mesmerized. Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help but admire in her heart, "My little husband is so handsome." That group of female college students transformed into little fans, screaming, clapping, and cheering, wishing they could rush up and pin Jibota down for a passionate kiss. However, a song only lasts so long. As Jibota struck the final notes, it officially announced the end of the song. Silence. The venue fell silent. Almost everyone raised their heads, wide-eyed, holding their breath, staring intently at the large screen of the instrument simulator. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, a large firework tube popped up on the screen, followed by a shocking score that appeared. 100 points. Jibota actually achieved a perfect score. What did this represent? It meant that in the song just performed, Jibota made no mistakes on the drums, and he mastered the rhythm perfectly, with no missed or rushed beats. He was a genius drummer. Undoubtedly. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the simulator played a celebratory tune. The oversized plush doll hanging at the top of the cabinet naturally fell as the hook above released. Whoosh! Jibota quickly stood up, walked briskly to the glass cabinet, then squatted down to pull out the giant plush doll. "Big brother, you were so handsome just now. Big brother, can I add you as a WeChat friend? Big brother, do you have a girlfriend? Brother." The group of infatuated female college students rushed over, surrounding Jibota. However, Jibota ignored them, holding the giant plush doll, standing among the female students, looking around as if searching for something. Soon, Jibota spotted Qin Xiaoyu at the back of the crowd. He flashed a charming smile, forcibly pushed aside 2 female students blocking his way, and quickly walked towards Qin Xiaoyu. "Wife, this is for you, do you like it?" The word wife from Jibota instantly silenced the noisy venue. Click, click, click. Qin Xiaoyu seemed to hear the sound of hearts breaking all around her, while also feeling the envious and jealous gazes directed at her from all sides. However, who was Qin Xiaoyu? She was the cold and domineering female CEO. Swish! She raised her chin proudly, then quickly scanned the surroundings with a sharp gaze. Immediately after, when she turned to look at Jibota, her expression instantly transformed into one of gentle affection, as if she were a soft stream. "Hubby, thank you, I really like it." Qin Xiaoyu graciously accepted the stuffed doll, then stood on her tiptoes and kissed Jibota on the cheek. At that moment, the sound of shattered hearts filled the air, as Qin Xiaoyu was once again met with countless envious and jealous glances. Qin Xiaoyu's favorability +2. Qin Xiaoyu's favorability reached 89 points. The city at night, with its twinkling lights. Jibota carried a super large brown bear doll on his back, holding Qin Xiaoyu's hand as they walked out of the arcade. This doll was truly enormous, even bigger than the big bear. Jibota carried it as if he were lugging a small mountain, and the rate of people turning to look at him on the street was nearly 100%. Qin Xiaoyu seemed to be in a great mood, playfully giving the doll a loud name, Chen. Although Jibota strongly opposed it, his objections were swiftly overruled by the domineering female CEO. Just as they were about to reach the place where Jibota parked, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly fell silent, her palms seemingly sweating, and her steps instinctively slowed down. Jibota's lips curled into a slight smile as he cheerfully said, "Aunt Xiao, I've passed your test, you have to come with me tonight, no backing out." Whoosh! A hint of blush suddenly flashed across Qin Xiaoyu's face. She bit her lip and rolled her eyes at Jibota, then sighed in resignation, saying, all right, I'll go with you, tonight. Just consider it a favor for you, kid. Ha ha ha. Jibota couldn't help but burst into laughter, then wrapped his arm around Qin Xiaoyu's slender waist and kissed her fiercely on those sexy red lips. Qin Xiaoyu let out a soft sound, her cheeks quickly heating up. They were still on the street. There were so many pedestrians around, all watching them. Well, forget it. Jibota's kiss was so passionate, so sweet, so heart-fluttering. Just kiss first. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Jibota and Qin Xiaoyu were lost in their kiss, completely forgetting the time, the place, and everything around them. Tap tap tap. At that moment, a series of dense and steady footsteps suddenly approached from afar. As a fighter, Jibota instantly judged by sound that these footsteps were all heading towards him and Qin Xiaoyu. At the same time, his strong sixth sense warned him that a dangerous presence was rapidly closing in. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Jibota quickly released Qin Xiaoyu. Before she could react, he pulled her behind him and took down the bear doll, stuffing it directly into her arms. Hubby, what's wrong? A confused Qin Xiaoyu instinctively hugged the bear doll. However, when she followed Jibota's gaze, she discovered that a group of burly men had appeared around them without her noticing. These unfamiliar men all had brutish faces, looking fierce and menacing, with many sporting colorful tattoos on their arms and necks, clearly not to be trifled with. Wife, just stand still and don't move, I will protect you. Ji Bota lowered his voice and quickly instructed Qin Xiaoyu. Although he didn't know what was happening, why these men were targeting him and Qin Xiaoyu, or what their intentions were. From the aggressive demeanor of the group, one thing was clear, they meant no good. However, Ji Bota not only did not feel nervous or afraid, but instead became excited, because he could fight again. In his life, he had two hobbies, fighting and chasing girls. If he had to add one more, it would be fighting with girls. Shortened, fighting girls. Who are you? Ji Bota squinted his eyes, quickly scanning the group of big men, while his mind was pondering whether to end this quickly or to play a little cat and mouse game and have some fun with them. Forget it. Let's end this quickly. The pretty lady is still waiting for me to pamper her. I can't waste time on a bunch of punks. Kid, you don't need to know who we are. You just need to know that you've offended someone you shouldn't have, and now that person wants us to teach you a lesson. Don't worry, we are all trustworthy in this line of work. We guarantee to only take one of your arms and one of your legs, and won't take any more parts from you. A man who looked like the leader suddenly stepped forward, his smile very friendly. Taking an arm and a leg seemed like a trivial matter coming from his mouth. Are you sure I offended someone? A strange glint flashed in Ji Bota's eyes, and his mind raced. Recently, he hadn't offended many people. One was when Ji Bota saved Qin Si the day before yesterday, offending a group of robbers. The other was when he offended Sun Haitao just now at the Wells Western restaurant. If this was revenge from the robbers? That didn't make sense. How could robbers only take one arm and one leg? Ji Bota had ruined their plans. If they really wanted revenge, they would have killed him. So, this group of punks could only be people called by Sun Haitao. After all, only Sun Haitao knew that Ji Bota and Qin Xiaoyu were dining here tonight, and after dinner, the car was still parked nearby and hadn't left. They would eventually come back to drive. They just needed to wait here for Ji Bota and Qin Xiaoyu to return to their car, and they could block him directly. Damn it! Just because the tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think I'm a sick cat? Sun Haitao, you're dead. Brothers, go for it. At that moment, the leading big man gave the order, and more than a dozen burly men surged forward like a swarm. Hubby, be careful, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed, quickly reaching out a hand as if to pull Ji Bota back. But Ji Bota's movements were quick. He didn't retreat but advanced, a hint of excitement on his face, and in the blink of an eye, he dashed into the crowd of thugs. Bang bang bang. Ouch. Ouch. Clang. 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 In the astonished and delighted gaze of Qin Xiaoyu, Ji Bota was like a human tank, forcefully crushing into the flock. One punch for one little punk, one kick for one bastard. A burly man weighing an average of 200 pounds was grabbed by the neck and casually thrown, flying directly from one end of the street to the other. Of course, this is an exaggerated rhetorical method. In reality, he didn't fly that far, only about 5 or 6 meters. But Ji Bota tossed these big men out one by one like picking up little chicks, creating a visual impact comparable to a small earthquake. In less than a minute, the thugs who had just been fierce and threatening, shouting loudly to teach Ji Bota a lesson, were now all sprawled on the ground, moaning and wailing. Puff! Ji Bota walked up to the leading thug, and without hesitation, stepped down with his size 45 shoe, directly onto his chest. Speak, how much did Sun Haitao give you? You bunch of foolish idiots, how dare you come to block me? Did Sun Haitao not tell you that I am the world champion of free fighting? Ji Bota's words were clearly a ploy to deceive this group of thugs. Not only did he mention Sun Haitao's name, but he also fabricated an identity for himself as the world free fighting champion. The purpose was to sow discord, making this group of thugs harbor resentment towards their employer, Sun Haitao. As expected, the thug leader's eyes flashed with shock when he heard that Ji Bota was actually the world free fighting champion, quickly replaced by anger. Damn it! That bastard Sun Haitao actually made me bring a group of brothers to trouble the world free fighting champion? Moreover, from Ji Bota's tone, it was clear that Sun Haitao knew Ji Bota was the champion. Yet he still sent me to surround Ji Bota. Isn't that clearly a deliberate setup against me? Damn! Since he is unkind, then I won't be unjust. Big brother, spare me. It's Sun Haitao. He gave us 20,000 yuan to take off one of your arms and one of your legs. I had no idea you were so strong. He didn't tell me any of this. If I had known your identity, I wouldn't have dared to come looking for trouble even if you killed me. Big brother, I was wrong. I didn't recognize a mountain and offended you. Honey, are you hurt? Qin Xiaoyu hurriedly walked up to Ji Bota, took his hand, and checked him from head to toe. Only after confirming that Ji Bota had no injuries did she let out a slight sigh of relief. However, Qin Xiaoyu was furious. From the thug leader's mouth, she learned that the mastermind was actually Sun Haitao. Her expression instantly turned cold, and her eyes shot out two terrifying glints. Swish! Shin Xiaoyu took out her phone, dialed a number, and quickly gave a few instructions before pulling Ji Boda aside. Honey, what do you want to do with these people? Ji Boda glanced at the thugs lying on the ground, his mind racing with thoughts of whether he should find an opportunity to directly eliminate Sun Haitao to avoid future troubles. Honey, don't worry about these thugs, I've already called someone to handle them. As for Sun Haitao. At this point, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Shin Xiaoyu's eyes. That's right, it was murderous intent. The serious kind. As a master-level fighter, Ji Boda was quite sensitive to such a vibe. But he never expected to sense a trace of murderous intent from the beautiful CEO, Shin Xiaoyu. Honey, rest assured, since Sun Haitao doesn't know his place, I'll make sure he completely disappears from this world. As she said this, Shin Xiaoyu was secretly observing Ji Boda, seemingly trying to gauge his inner thoughts through his reaction. Silence. The scene fell silent. Ji Boda maintained an expression of calm, his eyes serene, completely unreadable. For some reason, Shin Xiaoyu suddenly felt a bit flustered and somewhat regretful. She had climbed her way up to become the absolute power holder of the Qin family, and naturally, she had some underhanded methods. However, she really liked Ji Boda, wanted to be with him, and hoped he could accept all of her. In a moment of impulse, she had revealed a bit of her ruthless methods. As a result, Ji Boda fell silent. She didn't know if he could accept this side of her. Anyway, with Ji Boda's ambiguous attitude, Shin Xiaoyu's heart began to race. However, at that moment, Ji Boda's light and casual words suddenly drifted into Shin Xiaoyu's ears. Cutting the grass without removing the roots, the spring wind blows and it grows again. At that moment, Shin Xiaoyu's eyes immediately lit up. No wonder they could come together, having been in love for 3 years. It turns out Ji Boda and she are the same kind of person. Shin Xiaoyu's favorability plus 1 Shin Xiaoyu's favorability reached 90 husband. Shin Xiaoyu suddenly reached out and hugged Ji Boda, her eyes gradually becoming misty, then she stood on her tiptoes, raised her chin, and actively offered a sweet kiss. Boom boom boom. At that moment, a dull roar of engines suddenly came from the direction of the street. Before long, more than a dozen black Mercedes-Benz cars stopped in front of Ji Boda and Shin Xiaoyu. Click, click, click. The car doors opened one after another, and a group of well-dressed bodyguards jumped out of the cars. Everyone quickly assembled and lined up, then bowed slightly to Shin Xiaoyu and called out in unison, President Qin. Reluctantly, Shin Xiaoyu let go of Ji Boda and said softly, Husband, I really want to go with you tonight, but with this situation, I must take action against Sun Haitao as soon as possible. It's fine, you go ahead and be busy. We have plenty of time to be together in the future. Ji Boda smiled slightly, showing no signs of disappointment. After all, Ji Boda was now a well-fed man. Whether he had one more meal or one less meal didn't matter to him. Moreover, Shin Xiaoyu's favorability had already reached 90 points, allowing him to unlock any position. Eating a day earlier or a day later made little difference. Swish swish swish. Shin Xiaoyu helped Ji Boda adjust his attire, then softly asked, Do you want me to send someone to take you home? No need, I'm a big man, the world champion in free fighting. Are you still afraid of me being kidnapped by bad guys? With your skills, I'm not afraid of you encountering bad guys. I'm just afraid you'll run into those infatuated little girls. Hee hee, are you jealous? Do you think I'm still a 17 or 18-year-old girl who easily gets jealous? In my heart, you're much cuter than a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Smooth talker. In front of a group of bodyguards, Shin Xiaoyu and Ji Boda flirted and showed off their affection, completely disregarding the thoughts of those single dogs. After a moment, Shin Xiaoyu reluctantly glanced at Ji Boda, then hugged the super large brown bear plush toy and got into a Rolls-Royce. Swish. After watching Shin Xiaoyu's convoy leave, Ji Boda took out his phone to check the time, then got into his Ferrari LaFerrari and quickly headed towards the Dynasty International Hotel. It was still early. Su Yao had said during the day that she had prepared a surprise. Now, rushing back, he could just see what this surprise was. About half an hour later, Ji Boda returned to the Dynasty International Hotel. Su Yao, who had already received the call, had filled the bathtub with water, waiting for Ji Boda to come back and enjoy a comfortable soak. When Ji Boda finished his bath and came out, he didn't see Su Yao in the bedroom. What was going on? Wasn't there supposed to be a surprise? Where was she? Could she be playing hide and seek with this young master? Swish! Ji Boda lay down on the bed, just about to take out his phone to call Su Yao. At that moment, the main light in the bedroom suddenly went out, but a circle of pink ambient lights lit up around the walls. Click! While Ji Boda was still in a daze, the bedroom door was suddenly opened from the outside, and then two graceful figures appeared in Ji Boda's view. Husband, the doctor said you have a cold and fever today, and your temperature is almost 40 degrees, you must get an injection to bring down the fever. Su Yao's voice suddenly floated over, still carrying a hint of seductive mature woman tone. Ji-Bota focused his gaze and instantly felt his blood boil. He didn't expect Suyao to be wearing a sexy nurse outfit, holding a giant syringe toy in her arms. She leaned against the doorframe, striking a pose with her long legs wrapped in white silk stockings, one leg straightened, the other bent and raised, creating a very enticing shape. "Honey, the doctor also said you must take your medicine on time." Zhao Shiman's voice floated over. She had also changed into a nurse's outfit of the same style, but was holding a giant capsule toy in her arms. Leaning against the other side of the doorframe, she wore a shy expression, her beautiful eyes shimmering like rippling water. Goodness! One was in charge of giving injections, and the other was responsible for administering medicine. The nurses at this hospital were indeed quite, oh no, they were really very considerate. Swish! Without any hesitation, Ji-Bota immediately flopped onto the bed, urgently shouting, "Hurry, save me! I can't take it anymore, I urgently need artificial respiration." Silence. The room fell completely quiet. But after a brief moment of silence, Suyao and Zhao Shiman couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tap tap tap. Next, Suyao and Zhao Shiman hurriedly ran to the bedside and immediately began to perform first aid on Ji-Bota. "Honey, where do you feel uncomfortable?" "It hurts here, it hurts there, and here too, my whole body hurts." "Then shall I give you an injection first?" "No injections. And no medicine. The doctor said I'm malnourished and need to drink more milk to recover." "Honey, your acting is just too exaggerated, isn't it?" He. Late at night. Phoenix Mountain Villa, Villa No. 2. Qin Xiaoyu had just returned home and immediately made several phone calls, even dispatching the elite bodyguards of the Qin family. The aunt was very angry, the consequences were severe. In the upper echelons of Shilan City, everyone only knew that the Qin family was a wealthy family, with assets in the hundreds of billions, rich beyond measure. However, very few knew that the Qin family was involved in the underworld before their rise. Qin Xiaoyu's grandfather was once a notorious underworld boss in Shilan City. However, Qin Xiaoyu's father was unwilling to continue down that path, so he sought ways to legitimize the family business. In the end, the Qin family truly managed to turn things around and stepped into the business circle of Shilan City. Besides that, Qin Xiaoyu's father was also a business genius. Under his leadership, the Qin family continued to grow stronger, reaching a scale of over 100 billion today. Unfortunately, Qin Xiaoyu's father worked too hard, wore himself out, and passed away at a young age. However, it seemed that heaven also favored the Qin family. Qin Xiaoyu not only inherited her father's business acumen but also her grandfather's ruthless character. Although she was a woman, with her unique business strategies and strong, tough personality, she managed the Qin group with great efficiency and even showed signs of further expansion. Many people knew that Qin Xiaoyu was a business prodigy, but few knew that she also had a strong influence in the underworld. Because Qin Xiaoyu's grandfather was still alive. "Yan, Mom, weren't you going on a date with Dad tonight? Why are you back so early?" At that moment, Qin Si, dressed in a pink pajamas and yawning, suddenly came down from upstairs. Seeing Qin Xiaoyu sitting alone on the sofa, holding a phone and seemingly lost in thought, Qin Si immediately bounced over and hugged Qin Xiaoyu, burying her head in her embrace. "Si, why aren't you asleep yet?" Qin Xiaoyu came back to her senses, reached out to pat Qin Si's little head, and a hint of a doting smile appeared on her face. "Mom, you weren't home tonight, and I couldn't sleep alone." Qin Si nestled her little head into Qin Xiaoyu's arms, insisting on resting between her two headlights before comfortably closing her eyes. "Si, you're already an adult now, why do you still act like a child, needing your mom to accompany you to sleep?" 257. Before Qin Xiaoyu could say anything, Qin Si's urgent and anxious voice floated into her ears. "Mom, how could your online dating partner be him?" "No, you can't be with him. I don't agree with you two being together. I oppose this marriage." As soon as Qin Si said this, Qin Xiaoyu was stunned in place. What was going on? Why did her daughter have such a strong reaction after seeing Ji-Bota's photo? Could it be her daughter knew Ji-Bota? Hiss. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her inner unease, and then tried to ask in a calm tone, "Si, why do you oppose Mom being with him?" "Mom, he's the butcher brother. He's the one who saved me from the robber the day before yesterday, without asking for anything in return, and just walked away." Ji-Bota. "Mom, how could you be dating brother Ji-Bota? Are you sure you didn't get the wrong photo?" Qin Xiaoyu. Midnight. Caesar Palace KTV. Room 8888. The air was filled with the smell of smoke and alcohol, the music was deafening, and a group of very flamboyantly dressed women were wildly twisting their waists and hips. Sun Haitao was lounging on the sofa, just lifting his glass when a brightly dressed woman sat down beside him with a flirtatious smile. The woman used flirtatious language and seductive actions to constantly tease Sun Haitao. Swish! Sun Haitao lost control and directly pulled the woman into his arms, then gave her a hard squeeze on her backside. Brother Tao, aren't you afraid that President Qin will get angry if you send someone to teach that pretty boy a lesson? At that moment, a young man suddenly leaned in beside Sun Haitao. Judging by his attire, he seemed to be a wealthy young master. Hee, just a pretty boy, what's there to be afraid of? A look of disdain flashed across Sun Haitao's face, and he confidently said, I've been cooperating with President Qin for so many years. Do you think she would fall out with me over a pretty boy? The young master nodded and said, You're right. How could President Qin fall out with our brother Tao over a pretty boy? Qin Xiaoyu has gone a bit too far this time. I've pursued her for so many years, and I haven't even touched her hand, yet she actually took a pretty boy. Sun Haitao's expression suddenly darkened, anger flashing in his eyes, his teeth grinding together. Brother Tao, women are all fickle. If you're sincere to her, she definitely won't cherish you. If you're a bit rough and tough with her, she'll actually be more obedient to you. So, you can't spoil women, you have to use strong methods to possess her, then she'll submit. The young master's words were like a bolt from the blue, opening a new door for Sun Haitao. Sun Haitao stroked his chin and pondered for a while, starting to reflect on whether he had been too much of a sycophant towards Qin Xiaoyu, which made her look down on him. Could it be that he really had to be tough with Qin Xiaoyu for her to wholeheartedly love him? They say that no matter how tough a woman appears on the outside, she is soft on the inside. Perhaps Qin Xiaoyu was a woman who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside? Should he give it a try? If it worked, he could not only win the beauty but also take the Qin group into his own hands, which would be a double win. Little brother, I heard you have quite a few good things on hand, can you lend some to your brother? Brother Tao, what do you mean by good things? It's the kind of stuff you give to good women every time you play with them. I heard that even chaste women can turn into willing partners. Hey, Brother Tao, you finally got it, huh? Don't worry, the treasure's in my hands, you can pick at will. Sun Haitao and the young rich man whispered to each other, soon breaking into a sinister laugh, their faces adorned with wicked expressions. The young rich man handed Sun Haitao a small bottle, which he discreetly tucked into his pocket. About half an hour later, Sun Haitao could no longer resist the allure of the woman in his arms. He thought to himself that it would be just right to test the drug on this woman first and see how it worked. So, Sun Haitao said goodbye to the young rich man and left the KTV with the alluring woman. However, just as they arrived at the parking lot, a group of masked men suddenly sprang out from all sides and knocked them both unconscious without a word. Next, the alluring woman was tossed aside, while Sun Haitao was stuffed into a large burlap sack. Two masked men lifted the sack containing Sun Haitao and placed it into an unmarked van. An hour later, the van arrived at a large reservoir on the outskirts. One of the masked men stuffed several heavy stones into the burlap sack, sealed it shut, and then threw it directly into the reservoir. But that wasn't the end. Several fierce masked men waited by the reservoir for a full hour, ensuring that no unexpected events would occur before they climbed back into the van and drove away. Sun Haitao never imagined that in a fit of jealousy, he had sent someone to teach Ji Boda a lesson, only to end up losing his own life. How should one put it? If there was blame to be placed, it could only be on Sun Haitao for not understanding his own position. He thought that after pursuing Qin Xiaoyu for so many years, he should hold some weight in her heart, right? He believed that after collaborating with Qin Xiaoyu for so long, even if they couldn't become lovers, they should at least be considered good friends? But, after knowing Qin Xiaoyu for so many years, he actually didn't know what kind of person she was, and even dared to provoke her. Wasn't that just asking for death? As a woman, Qin Xiaoyu had become the head of the Qin family and managed the Qin group to great success. How could such a woman be easy to deal with? Therefore, Sun Haitao's death was not unjust. On the other side, at Phoenix Villa, Villa No. 2. Qin Si threw down the words "I oppose this marriage" and ran back to her bedroom with red eyes, slamming the door behind her. Qin Xiaoyu's expression darkened. Whether as someone who had been through it or as Qin Si's mother, she immediately saw the crux of the problem. The little girl Qin Si must have developed feelings for Ji Boda. After all, Qin Si had just turned 18 this year, the age when young girls first experience love. Ji Boda had swooped in like a hero when Qin Si was kidnapped, driving away the kidnappers and saving her. Although the hero saving the beauty trope was cliché, its impact on women was undoubtedly immense, especially for a budding girl like Qin Si, making it almost fatal. It was completely normal for Qin Si to have feelings for Ji Boda. However, Qin Xiaoyu had been with Ji Boda for 3 years. Although they had just recently met in person, 3 years of feelings were undeniable. Qin Si actually developed feelings for her stepfather? How could that be? Was a mother-daughter rivalry over a man about to unfold? As Qin Si's mother, she knew her daughter's temperament very well. It could be said that her daughter perfectly inherited her character and temper. Once she set her mind on something, it would be impossible to pull her back. Hiss. Just thinking about it made Qin Xiaoyu feel a headache. How did things turn out this way? Why did her online lover of 3 years and the butcher of the rainy night who saved Qin Si have to be the same person? What a coincidence! Silence ensued. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly darkened her expression, as if she had thought of something. Under the light, her eyes were obscure and unfathomable. Swish! After a moment, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly picked up her phone and dialed a number. Hello? I want you to drop everything you're doing and focus all your efforts on investigating a person's background, including his ancestors for 3 generations. I want to see this information in my inbox before dawn. Late at night. Crown International Hotel. Presidential Suite. Ji Boda took off the lace lingerie hanging from his head, pried open the pair of jade hands wrapped around his neck, and moved away the other pair of jade hands holding his waist, carefully extricating himself from between the 2 bodies. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman had already fallen asleep. Both women's eyes were stained with unshed tears, but the corners of their mouths were slightly upturned, their pretty faces still retaining a bit of blush, looking as if they were in pain yet enjoying it. Swish! Ji Boda did not wake the 2 girls but quietly got out of bed, then put on a bathrobe and went to the living room. The enhancement potion was indeed powerful. Ji Boda had become the legendary perpetual motion machine, his combat power off the charts. After several hours of continuous fighting, he didn't feel tired at all. His mental and physical state remained at peak condition, with almost no consumption. This was tough for Su Yao and Zhao Sherman. The 2 girls were begging for mercy, but even calling out dad all night didn't help. Since they got into Ji Boda's bed, they had to be prepared to be beaten. If they couldn't take a beating, who could they blame? Thud! Ji Boda sat down on the sofa, crossed one leg over the other, and lit a cigarette for himself. As the smoke curled up, Ji Boda opened the system's main page. Lucky draw big wheel, draw chances. 3, item slot, black card, reward money, unsealing talisman, artifact, eye of the mind. At exactly midnight, Ji Boda received an unsealing talisman. However, at that time, Ji Boda was busy educating Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, so he didn't pay attention to this trivial matter and didn't check the unsealing talisman. Now, with the battle over and the 2 girls fast asleep, Ji Boda finally had time to open the system's item slot. Unsealing talisman, a special talisman that can unseal an artifact seal. Note, one unsealing talisman can only unseal 1 layer of seal. Swish! Ji Boda took out the unsealing talisman, hesitated for a moment, and then silently thought, System brother, I want to use this unsealing talisman. Ding! Detected that the host currently has only 1 artifact. Would you like to unseal the 2nd layer of the Eye of the Mind? Yes. Swish! The unsealing talisman in his hand instantly transformed into a stream of light and swiftly entered Ji Boda's eye. The next second, Ji Boda felt a warm sensation rising from his eyes, not hot at all, just warm and comforting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unsealing the 2nd layer of the Eye of the Mind, gaining a permanent supernatural ability, Eye of Insight. A system prompt sounded in his ear, followed by a flood of information on how to use the Eye of Insight being forcibly injected into Ji Boda's mind. Ji Boda was a bit dazed. Although the system had brought him surprise after surprise, he was still stunned by this latest one. What is the Eye of Insight? Simply put, after activating this ability, he could pry into the target's privacy and current intentions. It was almost like mind reading. Damn! With this ability, from now on, no one would have any secrets in front of him. That was a bit terrifying. Eye of the Mind, 1. Probe, 2. Insight, 3. Sealed, 4. Sealed, 5. Sealed, 6. Sealed, 7. Sealed. Whoosh! Ji Boda suddenly stood up and silently walked into the presidential bedroom. At this moment, 2 stunningly beautiful women lay lazily on a luxurious bed. Although the blanket covered most of their bodies, their shoulders, arms, and legs were exposed. Swish! Ji Boda focused his mind and activated the Eye of Insight directed at Su Yao. In the next second, 2 lines of information appeared before his eyes. Personal privacy, saved by Ji Boda from 2 drunken men 7 years ago, secretly fell in love with him since then, severely lovesick, terminal stage, no hope of recovery. Current intention, exhausted, just wants to sleep well. Silence. The bedroom was completely quiet. After seeing Su Yao's personal privacy, Ji Boda was immediately stunned, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Wow! No wonder Su Yao's favorability reached 100 points. It turns out she was the girl I saved back then, and she has secretly loved me for 7 years? Everything makes sense now. But, why didn't she tell me all of this? Playing the silent crush game? Truly a severe lovesick case, terminal stage, no hope of recovery. Ha! Bota gently exhaled, and his gaze towards Suyao softened. However, Bota's eyes may have softened a bit, but his heart remained as hard as iron. Swish! After a moment, Bota turned his attention to Zhao Sherman, and in the next second, 2 more lines of information appeared before him. Personal privacy, obsessed with martial arts since childhood, particularly eager to be conquered by a skilled man. Current intention, my husband is too amazing, exhausted me, just wanna sleep. Put. Bota almost spat out a mouthful of blood. No wonder Zhao Sherman initially held some hostility towards me, but after I defeated her, her attitude did a complete 180. It turns out, she was conquered by me. Fortunately, over the years, no man has been able to defeat Zhao Sherman. If a powerful man had appeared before me and defeated Zhao Sherman, she would have probably run off with him, and I wouldn't have had the chance to pick up the pieces. Swish! Just then, Suyao suddenly turned over, causing the blanket that had been covering her and Zhao Sherman to slide off to the side. In an instant, 2 perfect S-shaped curves, delicate white skin, and torn black stockings on long legs, were fully displayed before Bota's eyes. Swish! Bota shook his head in amusement, quickly covered the 2 girls with the blanket again, and quietly exited the room, returning to the living room. It was already past midnight, and the 3 lottery chances for the new day had been credited, so it was time to start the lucky draw. I wonder what rewards I can draw today. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, I want a sacrifice to Emperor Ruyen, please bless me with a grand prize. As per tradition, Bota earnestly prayed before the lottery. It's not that he was superstitious. It's just that the legendary figure had appeared, who still believes in science. Swish! After finishing his prayer, Bota immediately clicked the lottery button with his mind, and in the next second, the pointer on the wheel began to spin. The red pointer spun rapidly in a clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, it gradually slowed down. Clatter! With a hint of disappointment in Bota's eyes, the pointer steadily stopped in a certain area, which had a cartoon coin drawn above it. Swish! Immediately, a black bank card jumped out from the wheel and was automatically stored in the system's item bar. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 100 million in spending money. The system's prompt sounded in his ears, and Bota skillfully opened the item bar, quickly finding the black card in his backpack. Black card, spending money. This card contains 100 million Longwa coins and can only be used for shopping for the opposite sex. Note, after the host uses this spending money, they can receive double the rebate in real money. Alright, Brother Tonzi is giving away money again. Thank you, boss. The boss is generous. But speaking of which, the rewards produced in the gold coin area seem to be related to money or property. The rewards from the card, bottle, book, and question mark areas, however, are much richer and more exciting than those from the gold coin area. So, Bota hopes to draw one of the latter 4 types of rewards even more. No more talking, there are still 2 lottery chances left today, hoping to win a big prize. Swish! Bota clicked the lottery button again with his mind, and the next second, the pointer on the wheel began to spin. The red pointer spun rapidly in a clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, it gradually slowed down. Finally, in Bota's surprised gaze, the pointer slowly passed through the gold coin area and then crawled towards the card area. Hey! Not bad. This time, I've got it. Clack! After crawling a short distance forward, the pointer on the lucky wheel steadily stopped in the card area. Swish! A shiny card jumped out from the wheel, adorned with a golden eye, looking very eerie. However, before Bota could see the full picture of this card, it was automatically stored in the system's item inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an investigation card. The system's prompt sounded in his ear, and Bota immediately opened the item inventory, quickly finding this card in his backpack. Investigation card. After using this card, you can designate a target person for investigation and obtain detailed information about their ancestors for 3 generations. Note, this card is limited to one-time use. When Bota saw this card, he was initially dumbfounded. An investigation card? Isn't this similar to his mind's eye, just in a different way? However, the mind's eye can only see the basic information of the opposite sex, while this investigation card can probe into the detailed information of the other party's ancestors for 3 generations. Upon careful thought, this investigation card might play an unexpected role at a critical moment. Never mind. Since it's a reward produced by the system, it must have its uses. What was it again? There's only 1 lottery chance left today, so let's hope for a big prize. Swish! Bota rubbed his hands vigorously and clicked the lottery button with his mind for the 3rd time, and the pointer on the wheel immediately began to spin. The red pointer spun rapidly in a clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, it gradually slowed down. Damn! In Bota's astonished gaze, the pointer passed through the gold coin area, then slowly crossed the card, bottle, and book areas. It seemed like it was going to stop in the last question mark area. Is a big prize coming? Or the first prize? The big prize is coming so suddenly, I'm not even mentally prepared for it yet. However, Bota was too early in his excitement. Although the pointer passed through the book area and entered the question mark area, its speed of advancement was still slowing down. But the pointer was still moving. It was moving at a turtle's pace. No, don't move. Hurry up and stop. Bota couldn't help but widen his eyes, open his mouth, clench his fists, and kept shouting in his heart. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to pass slowly, or perhaps it was just a moment. In Bota's extremely complex gaze, the pointer actually crawled past, exceeding the question mark area and returning to the gold coin area. Clack! With a light sound, the pointer finally stopped in the gold coin area, just barely exceeding the question mark area by a millimeter. Damn! Can't you be a little lighter? Why are you putting in so much effort? You've gone overboard. You made me happy for nothing. Damn you! Bota couldn't help but curse loudly. He had already thought of his acceptance speech, but at this moment, all his fantasies had been dashed. So how could he not be angry? However, just as Bota's anger was beginning to surface, the system notification sound that rang in his ears made him freeze in place, and all his anger instantly turned into joy. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100% shares of the Dynasty Group. Swish! In an instant, Bota found a thick stack of documents in his hands, and the cover of the documents had several large characters written on it, Share Transfer Contract. Silence. The living room was completely quiet. After a few seconds of daze, Bota immediately opened the share transfer contract in his hands and began to examine it carefully. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After an unknown amount of time, Bota slowly closed the share transfer contract, and a look of astonishment and joy appeared on his face. Damn it! Unintentionally, I've really become a wealthy god. From now on, even if I lie in bed every day, eat, drink, have fun, and date young lovers, I won't have to worry about money anymore. Because Bota had obtained a fortune that he could never spend in his lifetime. The Dynasty Group, a conglomerate with a market value exceeding 100 billion, is as powerful and financially strong as the Qin Group. The Dynasty International Hotel where Bota is currently staying is just a subsidiary of the Dynasty Group. However, the Qin Group is a family business, with power firmly in the hands of the Qin family. The shareholding structure of the Dynasty Group is very complex, with shareholders including 2 overseas supergroups, 3 very strong domestic investment companies, and many miscellaneous small shareholders. But, Bota, with a single lottery draw, had concentrated all the shares of the Dynasty Group into his hands. In other words, from now on, the entire Dynasty Group has only one shareholder, and that is Bota, who holds 100% of the shares. The Dynasty Group has now become Bota's private property. Bota has also become the only chairman of the Dynasty Group. Brother Tongzi, you really are like a little cow going down the stairs, one cowpea after another, continuously. No more words, I must give you a 5-star review, crazy likes. The city at night, lights twinkling. Although it was already late at night, Bota found it hard to sleep. He walked to the wine cabinet, took down a bottle of red wine, and grabbed a tall glass, then leisurely made his way to the balcony. Swish! He sat down on the lounge chair, opened the red wine, poured himself a glass, and while savoring the wine, he gazed up at the starry sky. The night breeze blew, tousling Bota's hair. He remained unfazed, his eyes fixed on the starry sky above, as if searching for the brightest star in the night. Tap tap tap. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps came from the living room. Bota ignored it, still gazing at the stars. Soon, the footsteps paused. The owner of the footsteps seemed to have noticed Bota sitting on the balcony. Tap tap tap. The footsteps became a bit lighter and directly approached the balcony. Oh, honey, why are you here drinking alone? A slightly teasing female voice floated over. The next second, a fragrant breeze swept in, and Bota's neck was gently embraced from behind by a pair of soft, fair hands. Hee, not calling you daddy anymore, now it's honey? Bota didn't turn around, just from the soft feeling on his back, he instantly recognized it was the little green tea, Luli. Oh, I think calling you honey feels more intimate. If you prefer me to call you daddy, I can do that too, Luli said as she circled in front of Bota, then plopped down directly into his lap. It's already late at night, why aren't you asleep yet? Bota wrapped his arms around Luli's slender waist, casually checking if there were any dangerous weapons hidden under her lace nightgown. I can't sleep alone. Luli let out a soft hum, her eyes instantly becoming a bit misty, and a blush appeared on her delicate face. Alone? Isn't Qing Shui sleeping with you? Ji Boda was slightly taken aback, a strange expression crossing his face. Hubby, let me tell you a secret, but you mustn't say I told you. What secret? Qing Shui is a lesbian. She's been with Tang Ro for almost 5 years now, so she must be sleeping at Tang Ro's house right now. Ah. Name, Luli. Age, 25. Appearance, 95. Figure, 95. Bust, 36. Steed driver, 1. Favorability, 80. Ji Boda blinked, activating the probing function of his spiritual eye, and immediately a line of information appeared in his vision. He had no objections to Luli's appearance and figure. However, he felt that the 80 points of favorability for this little green tea should have some exaggeration. 80 points of favorability represented affection. Ji Boda had only slept with Luli once, and even placed her and Lin Qing Shui together. How could that lead to 80 points of favorability? Could it be that Luli had some hidden attributes? Swish! With a thought, Ji Boda immediately activated the spying function of his spiritual eye, and the next second, 2 lines of information appeared in his vision. Personal privacy, deeply influenced by adult films, fantasizing countless times about serving the master with other women, yet afraid to cross the moral line in her heart. Current intention, hubby is so handsome, I want to feed him duck necks. Put. Ji Boda almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He knew Luli was flirtatious, but he never expected this little green tea to be so perverted. However, Ji Boda liked it. Hubby, during my junior year, one day after evening study, I saw Lin Qing Shui and Tang Ro holding hands, walking into the small woods behind the school. I was curious, so I secretly followed them. Hey, guess what I saw? Luli sat in Ji Boda's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, her body twisting continuously, making Ji Boda feel a surge of anger. What did you see? Ji Boda pinched Luli's slender waist, forcing her to stop moving, and finally let out a slight sigh of relief. I saw Lin Qing Shui and Tang Ro hugging and kissing without restraint. Oh my gosh! My entire worldview shattered at that moment. I never dreamed that Qing Shui and Ro were actually lesbians, and that they were together. Upon hearing this, Ji Boda's brows furrowed slightly. He stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, then muttered to himself, something's not right. If Qing Shui is really a lesbian, why would she willingly climb into my bed? Moreover, her performance at that time was quite enthusiastic. It didn't seem like a lesbian at all. Luli couldn't help but burst out laughing at this. She was just pretending. Luli rolled her eyes, her face full of disdain as she said, she was so enthusiastic the first time, calling you brother 98 times, husband 136 times, and daddy 248 times. That's just too fake. Hubby, don't you know that girls are usually shy, timid, nervous, and reserved during their first time? A word struck Ji Boda like a wake-up call. Luli's remark made him feel enlightened. That's right. Lin Qing Shui's performance was too enthusiastic, even a bit over the top, which gave off a fake feeling. Damn. Truly deserving of being a scheming person. Since Qing Shui likes Tang Ro, and they've been together for 5 years, why does she still want to climb into my bed? Ji Boda stroked his chin, feeling a strange sensation rise within him. It felt as if his wife had been taken away, which was already quite unpleasant, and to make matters worse, the person who took her was a delicate and beautiful woman. This made Ji Boda even more upset. Not even able to compete with a woman, how embarrassing it was to be a man. Of course it's for money. Luli rolled her eyes and said, I heard Ro has been spending a lot lately, and Qing Shui is willing to sacrifice her body to exchange a large sum of money from you to give to Ro. This is definitely true love. Sometimes, I really envy Ro for having such a caring and loving girlfriend. It's simply too happy. Put. Ji Boda didn't know how much blood he spat out tonight. In any case, his worldview had already shattered. He felt extremely displeased. Whoosh! Without any warning, Ji Boda suddenly reached out and slapped Luli's head, glaring at her with anger. You little tease, I'm really angry tonight. As Ji Boda said this, Luli was momentarily stunned, and then her pretty face flushed red, her gaze gradually becoming hazy, but a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Soon, with a whoosh, Luli squatted down. Ji Boda lounged on the recliner, savoring fine wine while gazing up at the starry sky above. The stars in the sky looked like shimmering glass gems. One word, truly refreshing. The next morning. Phoenix Villa No. 2. After Qin Xiaoyu got up, she went straight downstairs to the living room. At this time, the nanny had already set the breakfast on the dining table, just waiting for the head of the household, Qin Xiaoyu, to wake up and eat. Swish! Qin Xiaoyu sat at the head of the dining table and casually asked the nanny, where's the young lady? Has she not gotten up yet? Madam, the young lady got up very early today. She left half an hour ago, the nanny said, casting a strange glance at Qin Xiaoyu and truthfully relaying what she knew. Silence ensued. Upon hearing that Qin Si had left early, there was no change in Qin Xiaoyu's expression. Ever since Qin Si had been kidnapped, Qin Xiaoyu had secretly arranged a team of bodyguards to protect her in the shadows. Therefore, she was not worried about Qin Si's safety. What she was slightly concerned about was that Qin Si might go to find Ji Boda, leading to some uncontrollable situations between them. Sigh. A bit of a headache. Qin Xiaoyu rubbed her temples and picked up a glass of milk from the table, slowly sipping it. Ding dong. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyu's phone rang, sounding like a notification for an email. Swish. Qin Xiaoyu immediately put down the milk, grabbed her phone from the side, and quickly opened her email. The next second, detailed information about Ji Boda appeared before her eyes. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Qin Xiaoyu read very seriously. It was as if she were reviewing a contract worth hundreds of billions. She didn't miss a single sentence, word, or even punctuation mark on the document. Bang! After an unknown amount of time, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly slammed her palm on the dining table, her expression instantly darkening. You little brat, just broke up with your girlfriend of 3 years, and in the blink of an eye, you're with your ex-girlfriend's best friend. One best friend isn't enough, you've already taken down 4? From the looks of it, are you trying to sweep up all 7 girls from Shilan University, except for your ex-girlfriend? Most importantly, while you were with your ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan, you were also in an online relationship with me? Scumbag! Why don't you just go die? After reading this information, Qin Xiaoyu was instantly furious, her anger making her feel as if smoke were coming out of her 7 orifices. The pair of imposing headlights on her car trembled with her rapid breathing, exuding a fierce aura. Qin Xiaoyu had not investigated Ji Boda's background before. She had been in an online relationship with Ji Boda for 3 years, already considering him her soulmate, and naturally did not care about his real identity, so she felt there was no need to look into his background. However, reality had dealt Qin Xiaoyu a harsh slap. She never dreamed that the partner she had believed in was actually a scumbag. What should she do now? Break up? But Qin Xiaoyu felt a bit reluctant, reflecting on the bits and pieces of the past 3 years with Ji Boda. And last night, when Ji Boda took her to play claw machines and, through effort, managed to win her the biggest stuffed toy in the arcade, making her the envy of everyone present. And when they encountered some thugs, Ji Boda resolutely stood in front of her, trying to protect her. The more she thought about it, the harder it became for Qin Xiaoyu to let go. No wonder so many young girls prefer scumbags over honest men. It turns out, scumbags really can be intoxicating. Ding dong. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyu received another email in her inbox. She clicked it open, only to find yet another detailed report about Ji Boda. However, after staring at the document for a while, Qin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock, and a look of astonishment appeared on her face. Ji Boda is actually the illegitimate son of the current head of the Zhou family, a prestigious family in Shilan City? How is that possible? Wait, could it be that the Zhou family started planning 3 years ago, secretly arranging for this illegitimate son, Ji Boda, to deliberately approach me? Qin Xiaoyu's expression grew increasingly serious as she furrowed her brows, thinking for a moment before picking up her phone and dialing a special number. Today was a beautiful day. The sky was clear. Ji Boda surprisingly did not sleep in and got out of bed early in the morning. After stretching on the balcony, he immediately called his butler, Li Qian, to prepare breakfast. Following that, Ji Boda sent a WeChat message to Bai Qianshan. Ji Boda, baby mama, how is Xin doing today? Is she feeling unwell anywhere? To be honest, Ji Boda really liked this girl, Xin, and always kept her health in mind. If he didn't care for his own daughter, should he let someone else do it? Ding ding. Bai Qianshan almost instantly replied to Ji Boda's message, indicating she was already awake. Bai Qianshan, baby daddy, don't worry, the doctor said Xin is recovering well, all her indicators are normal. Ji Boda, that's good. I have time today, I'll come to the hospital to accompany Xin, okay? Bai Qianshan, honey, you'd better not come. My parents are at the hospital today, watching over Xin. If you come, I'm worried they might notice something unusual. Ji Boda, didn't you tell your parents that I'm already Xin's godfather? Bai Qianshan, I didn't dare to say. Ji Boda. Ji Boda had originally planned to go to the hospital to accompany Xin today, but unexpectedly, Bai Qianshan, feeling guilty, insisted he not go, fearing her parents would catch on. There was no choice. Ji Boda had to abandon his original plan and ponder what to do on such a beautiful day. Right. Black card, spending money. Today he could take Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, Lu Li, and others shopping, spend extravagantly, and earn double rewards. With that thought, Ji Boda woke the women up, and after breakfast, he immediately led them with great enthusiasm to the Guojin Center Mall. On the way, Ji Boda first called Yu Lily. Lily agreed immediately when she heard Ji Bota wanted to take her shopping. Soon after, Ji Bota called Lin Xingxue and, in a commanding tone, asked her to bring Tang Rou along as well. Thus, the 7 fairies of Shilan University, all except Lu Ruyan, were summoned by Ji Bota. At exactly 9 a.m., at the entrance of the Guojin Center Mall, the combination of 1 man and 6 women dazzled countless eyes. Ji Bota's looks and charm go without saying, just his presence was enough to captivate all the young women in Shilan City. Su Yao, Zhao Shiman, Lu Li, Ling Xingxue, Yu Lily, and Tang Rou were all beauties of campus flower level, and it was already a rare occasion to see one of them. Now, 6 appeared at once. Those unaware of the situation might think they were filming some idol drama. Hi, Ji Bota, long time no see. The moment Tang Rou saw Ji Bota, her eyes lit up slightly, and she immediately stepped forward to greet him. Ji Bota's gaze also fell on Tang Rou. It must be said that during her university days, Tang Rou was indeed referred to as a pure goddess by a group of nerdy boys, and there was some basis for it. First, Tang Rou had a pair of sparkling big eyes, which were very cute. Second, she was only 1.6 meters tall and usually liked to wear JK uniforms and sport twin ponytails, making her look petite, delicate, and pure. Then, Tang Rou had a standard baby face, and her figure was not inferior to Su Yao's. Finally, her voice was soft and sweet, giving off a vibe that she was easy to bully. Unfortunately, cuteness was worthless in the face of sexiness. Compared to a lowly-type woman like Tang Rou, Ji Bota preferred the sexy mature woman Su Yao. Tang Rou, long time no see. Ji Bota winked at Tang Rou, and immediately a line of information appeared in his vision. Name, Tang Rou. Age, 25. Appearance, 94. Figure, 95. Bust, 34D. Driver's license, 0 favorability, 20. Seeing that Tang Rou had only 20 points of favorability towards him, Ji Bota's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately looked at Lin Xingxue, who was standing behind Tang Rou. The next second, Lin Xingxue's information appeared before him. Name, Lin Xingxue. Age, 25. Appearance, 96. Figure, 95. Bust, 36D. Driver's license, 1 favorability, 20. Ji Bota was momentarily speechless. It was not surprising that Tang Rou had only 20 points of favorability towards him. After all, he had never interacted with her over the years. However, Lin Xingxue also had only 20 points of favorability towards him, which made Ji Bota a bit unhappy. He had worked hard to cultivate feelings with Lin Xingxue for several hours the night before, sweating and exhausting himself. As a result, Lin Xingxue had only 20 points of favorability towards him? Wasn't that a bit ungrateful? No. He had to see what these 2 women were really thinking. Swish. With a thought, Ji Bota immediately activated the voyeuristic function of his spiritual eye on Tang Rou. Personal privacy, deceived by a man during her first love, completely disappointed in men, and then turned to liking women, becoming a standard lesbian. Current intention, Ji Bota has invited everyone out shopping, I must spend his money and take advantage of him. Upon seeing this, Ji Bota couldn't help but twitch his eyelids, and a helpless expression flashed across his face. Swish. Next, Ji Bota turned his gaze to Lin Xingxue. Personal privacy, once suffered from fear of men, although later completely cured. Her sexual orientation has not changed, a standard lesbian. Current intention, I must pretend to have a normal relationship with Tang Rou, and I must not let Ji Bota discover anything. Put. Ji Bota almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Luli was not wrong, Lin Xingxue and Tang Rou were indeed a pair. Both of them were lesbians. What a waste of such 2 fine cabbages. It was simply a waste of resources. Honey, where are we going to shop next? At that moment, Su Yao walked up to Ji Bota, linking her arm with his, looking like a little bird seeking comfort. Ji Bota did not answer Su Yao but quickly scanned them all. Soon, he spotted a Chanel luxury boutique not far away. Everyone, follow me. Ji Bota waved his hand and led the 6 beauties towards the Chanel store, striding confidently. I'll show you how it's done, you all just follow my lead. Su Yao? The other 5 beauties? When Ji Bota and the 6 beauties entered the Chanel boutique, the eyes of several female staff members lit up. From their perspective, Ji Bota was dressed in luxury brands, with a Patek Philippe watch worth 4 million on his wrist, clearly a wealthy young master. The 6 beautiful women following Ji Bota, although dressed beautifully, were all posing and clearly centered around Ji Bota, making it obvious they were his kept canaries. So, when Ji Bota and his entourage walked in, almost all the female staff members rushed to greet them. This one, and that one, don't want any of those. Wrap up all the other clothes, bags, shoes, and accessories for me. Ji Bota acted like a nouveau riche. Oh no, he was a nouveau riche. What kind of godly rich person? Ji Bota didn't like being a godly rich person. He just loved the feeling of being a nouveau riche. Ji Bota quickly browsed the store, casually pointing out a few items he didn't like, then demanded the staff to pack up the rest. This left the female staff members stunned, their eyes wide as saucers, radiating sharp intelligence. Immediately, the staff treated G. Boda like a father, hurriedly serving him tea and water, trying their best to please him, fearing that this golden patron might leave. Suyao, Zhao Sherman, Lu Li, Yu Lili, Lin Qingxue, and Tangro were all shocked by G. Boda's display. This was a Chanel boutique. Just one piece of clothing could cost over 10,000 yuan. G. Boda actually wanted to buy out the whole place? It was simply extravagant beyond reason. Sir, hello, your total expenditure is 4.85 million yuan. I can take the liberty to round it down to 4.8 million for you. Will you be paying by card or WeChat scan? After a good half hour, the manager settled everything and walked up to G. Boda with a smile, holding the receipt. Round down? Who do you think you're looking down on? Unexpectedly, G. Boda snorted coldly, pulled out a black card, and said to the manager, just charge me 5 million directly, the rest is your service fee. Silence. The entire place fell silent. At that moment, not only were the manager and staff dumbfounded, but even the 6 beauties who were picking clothes were frozen in place. Swish. At that moment, G. Boda suddenly turned to the 6 beauties and said, I've shown you how it's done, I believe you all know how to shop from here on out, right? Silence. The scene fell silent again. But after a brief moment of quiet, the 6 beauties cheered in unison. Ah, Daddy, you're so handsome. Love you, Daddy. Let's go. Today, Daddy G. Boda is paying. Sisters, let's get hyped up. Better to mistakenly buy 3,000 than to miss out on one. Zhao Sherman affection plus 5 Yu Lili affection plus 5 Lu Li affection plus 10 Lin Qingxue affection plus 20 Tangro affection plus 20. National Gold Center Mall. Chanel Luxury Goods Store. Due to the commotion caused by G. Boda, a considerable number of employees from nearby shops had gathered at the entrance, along with many onlookers. Everyone had heard that a wealthy individual had come to the mall today and had booked the entire Chanel store without hesitation, so they all wanted to catch a glimpse of this tycoon. Wow! Is that the rich guy? So handsome. I love it. Young, handsome, and wealthy, he's simply my dream man. The way he spends money is really cool. I like him so much. Is this rich guy from the Middle East? Does he have oil at home? A royal prince? He's so generous. If someone is willing to spend this much on me, I'd be willing to be his mistress. The crowd of onlookers grew larger, with almost all the high-end brand stores in the Guojin Mall sending staff to gather information. It was rumored that a Middle Eastern tycoon, possibly a royal prince, had come to the Chanel store and was exceptionally generous. Who wouldn't want to get a piece of such immense wealth? Soon, a plump woman dressed in a small suit, a fitted skirt, and black stockings, swayed her hips and approached G. Boda with a flattering smile. Hello, sir. I'm the manager of the Gucci store upstairs. Our clothes, bags, perfumes, and accessories are all top-tier luxury goods. May I invite you to take a look? The manager's voice had a slight hoarseness that, instead of being jarring, felt extremely tempting. It was as if she had been shouting all night and had lost her voice. It was this mature yet slightly hoarse voice. It made one's imagination run wild. Swish! G. Boda glanced at the manager. Although her looks could only be considered above average, her mature and voluptuous figure was quite pleasing to the eye. Name, Su Yen. Age, 28. Appearance, 85. Figure, 93. Bust, 36. C. Drivers, 9. Favorability, 30. G. Boda initially had a good impression of this young woman, but upon seeing that she had 9 drivers, he immediately lost interest. No need to be so troublesome, just wrap up everything in the store. I'll take it all. G. Boda waved his hand casually, maintaining a nonchalant expression throughout. Su Yen was stunned in place, but after a brief moment of shock, a look of ecstasy immediately appeared on her face. He wants to take everything. I really bet right this time. The young man is indeed a Middle Eastern tycoon, a royal prince, and he's so generous. Seeing that Su Yen was still frozen in place, G. Boda couldn't help but frown and urged, please hurry up, I'm in a rush. Okay, just a moment. Su Yen quickly nodded and bowed, then ran back into the store with a beaming smile. The staff at the Gucci store, under her lead, began bustling around in a frenzy. After an unknown amount of time, the Gucci store was cleared out, and Su Yen, leading a group of female staff, returned to G. Boda with bags in hand. Sir, your total expenditure is 2.93 million yuan. Just swipe 3 million, and the rest can be considered your service fee. Thank you, boss. You're so generous. My surname is Jiang, just call me Jiang Xiao. Alright, Jiang Xiao. As the manager of the Gucci store personally came to serve G. Boda and sold all the items in the store, the entire Guojin Center Mall erupted in excitement. The managers of other luxury stores in the mall almost all sprang into action, gathering at the entrance of the Chanel store, eager to offer their services to G. Boda. Jiang Xiao, I'm the manager of the Hermes store, and I sincerely invite you to visit. Jiang Xiao, I am from the Dior boutique. Jiang Xiao, I am from the LV boutique. Jiang Xiao, come take a look at our store, I guarantee your girlfriend will love it. In an instant, G. Boda was surrounded by young and beautiful salesgirls and store managers. They did their utmost to please G. Boda, desperately promoting their luxury goods, hoping he would shop at their stores. G. Boda merely raised his arm and instantly felt a soft touch. Whose car headlights are so close? Are they trying to entice me on purpose? Everyone, quiet down. One at a time. G. Boda frowned and waved his hand, and the scene immediately fell silent, everyone looking at him eagerly. You, and you. G. Boda quickly pointed out a few salesgirls in the crowd, then said very generously, I want everything in your stores. Of course, G. Boda wasn't just randomly picking. Every luxury brand store he chose was an international top-tier luxury brand, emphasizing one thing, expensive. At that moment, every salesgirl chosen by G. Boda looked as if they had won the lottery, their faces flushed with excitement. Meanwhile, those who were not chosen showed expressions of disappointment, their gazes towards G. Boda filled with resentment. Damn! This isn't an emperor selecting concubines. What's with the resentment? If you want to blame someone, blame your luxury goods for being too cheap. This young master has no interest. Just like that, G. Boda selected 12 luxury stores in one go and bought all their products in bulk. This scene stunned the onlookers. Whether it was the rich second generation bringing their girlfriends to shop, the elegantly dressed socialites, or the gold-digging debutantes hunting for prey in the mall. At this moment, everyone was left dumbfounded by G. Boda's spending spree. This isn't shopping, this is clearly restocking. The wealthy brother is here to clear out the mall. Today, I finally opened my eyes, this is what it means to be wealthy. Jiang Xiao is so impressive, truly a little prince of the Middle East. These days, having a mine at home is already outdated, it's all about having oil. Jiang Xiao, do you need a girlfriend? How about me? Jiang Xiao, I'm 18, beautiful as a flower, good in bed and not clingy, absolutely obedient. G. Boda's standards were high now, after all, the women around him were all goddess-level beauties. Naturally, he looked down on those ordinary women. Seeing that G. Boda showed no interest, all the gold-digging women hoping to cling to him revealed disappointed expressions. However, the 12 top luxury stores chosen by G. Boda sprang into action. The entrance of the Chanel boutique was a sea of salesgirls carrying various luxury shopping bags, creating a visual impact that dazzled everyone's eyes. Almost all the female consumers present were envious to the point of madness. Jiang Xiao, I am the manager of the Hermes boutique, here is your shopping list, totaling 5.88 million. Jiang Xiao, I am the manager of the Dior boutique, here is your shopping list, totaling 4.9 million. Jiang Xiao, I am the manager of the LV boutique, here is your shopping list, totaling 5.46 million. One by one, the store managers approached G. Boda respectfully, carefully inquiring about his needs. Outside the store stood hundreds of female staff, all holding various luxury shopping bags, nearly crowding the corridor. Swipe. G. Boda directly pulled out his black card and swiped it on the POS machines of the store managers, his expression remaining calm and indifferent. Ding! You have successfully charged 6 million. Ding! You have successfully charged 5 million. Ding! You have successfully charged 5 million. As the POS machine emitted voice prompts one after another, the onlookers couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Who would have thought that G. Boda would actually reverse the zeroing? A bill of 5.88 million was directly charged 6 million. A bill of 4.9 million was directly charged 5 million. A bill of 5.46 million was directly charged 5 million. After such a lavish display, G. Boda had no idea how much extra he had spent. However, G. Boda didn't care at all. After all, this black card, spending money, could only be used for spending on the opposite sex, and only after spending this 100 million dragon country currency could he get double rebates back to his bank card. Only the money from the double rebate could be considered G. Boda's own money. So, G. Boda felt no pain at all. Instead, he felt he had spent too little. If he continued to spend at this slow pace, who knew if he could finish off this 100 million today? Damn! Who would have thought that spending money could also be a headache? 6 beautiful girls, can you give me a hand? If I can't spend this 100 million today, you all better kneel on the washboard when we get home. National Gold Center Mall. Chanel Luxury Goods Store. The young and beautiful female manager walked up to G. Boda with paper and pen in hand. Young Master Jiang, could you please provide your address? We will send someone to deliver these items to your door shortly. Besides the Chanel manager, the other store managers were the same. Everyone was eagerly looking at Jibota, waiting for him to provide the address so they could arrange for delivery. Swish! At that moment, the 6 beautiful girls who had just entered the fitting room had already changed into new clothes and walked out giggling. Jibota casually pointed at the 6 beautiful girls and said to all the store managers, "The items are for them, you can ask them for the address." Silence. The scene fell silent. At that moment, everyone present focused their attention on the 6 beautiful girls. What a stunning group of women! Sexy mature women, pure lolas, aloof goddesses, bespectacled girls, curvy ladies, all stunning beauties. No wonder young Master Jiang was so extravagant with his spending. A beauty brings disaster. Wow! Almost in an instant, all the store managers surrounded them, inquiring about the addresses of the 6 beautiful girls. At that moment, the 6 beautiful girls were all confused. They had just gone to the fitting room to change clothes, so why were so many luxury store managers surrounding them as soon as they came out? What was going on? A few minutes later, after the explanations from the store managers, the 6 beautiful girls finally understood what had happened, and their gazes towards Jibota became fervent. Wow! Jibota's dad was too extravagant. While they were changing clothes, he had directly emptied 12 luxury stores. Roughly counting, each store had over 1,000 sets of cosmetics, more than 2,000 sets of the latest fashion, and over 2,000 expensive bags. It was simply inhumane wealth. Tap tap tap. Suyao suddenly squeezed out of the crowd and quickly walked to Jibota's side. She hugged Jibota's arm and said, "Honey, if you buy us so many things at once, the hotel room won't be able to hold them all." Jibota thought for a moment. With so many items, the presidential suite indeed might not be enough. Clap clap clap. Jibota suddenly clapped his hands and shouted to the Chanel store manager, "Hey, bring me the paper and pen, I'll leave you an address." Hearing Jibota speak, the Chanel store manager immediately ran over eagerly and respectfully handed the paper and pen to Jibota. Swish swish swish. Jibota quickly wrote down an address on the paper with the pen. Sitting next to Jibota, Suyao curiously leaned over to look at the address Jibota had written down. Hiss! Very soon, Suyao couldn't help but gasp, exclaiming, "Phoenix Mountain Villa? Villa No. 1. Honey, did you buy this villa?" After writing down the address, Jibota handed the paper and pen back to the manager of the Chanel store, then glanced at Suyao and said, "Yes, I just bought this villa a few days ago." Wow! Without saying another word, Suyao planted a hard kiss on Jibota's face, her face full of excitement as she said, "Honey, you're so handsome. This is Villa No. 1 of Phoenix Mountain. You can't even buy it with money." Jibota ignored Suyao's exclamations and took out his black card to check the balance. To his surprise, after all that crazy spending, he had only spent over 60 million Dragon Country coins. What the hell? 13 luxury brand stores, all cleared out and packed away, and he only spent over 60 million? He still had nearly 40 million left before he could max out this black card? What the hell was going on? Jibota stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then waved to the 6 beautiful girls, saying, "This place isn't fun, let's not shop anymore, let's go directly to the forest store to buy a car." Ha! The 6 beautiful girls were all stunned, clearly unable to keep up with Jibota's leap and thinking. What ha? Jibota couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Daddy is in a good mood today and is planning to give each of you a luxury car, so are you coming with Daddy or not?" "Yes, yes, yes. Wherever Daddy goes, I go. Daddy is so powerful and cool, I love you. There's only Daddy in the world, children with a dad are like treasures. A bunch of little flirts, what are you making a fuss about? Hurry up and wipe the drool from the corners of your mouths, pay attention to your ladylike image." He. Shilon City, International Auto City. A large auto show was being held here. By the time Jibota brought the 6 beautiful girls here, the auto show had been going on for a while, and the place was packed with people, even more bustling than a vegetable market. Hey, did you see the news? Just now, a little prince from the Middle East came to the Guajin Center Mall and cleared out 13 luxury brand stores. It was so extravagant. I also saw this news. The little prince from the Middle East spent 60 million to clear out 13 luxury brand stores just to win a smile from a beauty. While others buy luxury goods one by one, he sweeps them out store by store, just like buying vegetables at a market. The little prince from the Middle East has oil at home, so of course he's incredibly extravagant. Damn! If I had oil at home, I would be even more extravagant than him. While everyone was discussing, Jibota led the 6 beautiful girls into the auto show venue. Someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look! Isn't that the little prince from the news? Wow!" In an instant, countless onlookers' gazes focused on Jibota and the 6 beautiful girls. Just then, Jibota turned around to face the 6 beautiful girls. He calmly said, "You all go pick out your cars. Once you've chosen, just sign the contract and bring me the bill." Ah. The 6 beautiful girls cheered in unison, then each hugged Ji Bota's arm and gave him a kiss. Even Lin Qingshui and Tang Ro, the pair of lesbians, were no exception. Although they didn't like men, they loved money. Under the temptation of money, they wouldn't mind kissing Ji Bota, and even if he gave them a good beating, they would have no complaints. When the 6 beautiful girls excitedly ran off to choose cars, Ji Bota, standing in place, was left with 6 bright red lip prints on his face. There was no helping it. Ji Bota hurriedly ran into the restroom, carefully washed his face, and wiped off the lipstick marks. However, before Ji Bota could clean his face, a woman suddenly burst into the restroom. A woman was wearing a standard OL uniform, and she was quite pretty, with a curvy figure that made her a beauty of above-average looks. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Lina, the main person in charge of this auto show. You can call me Manager Lee. I'm very glad you could attend this auto show. It's my honor to serve you." Ji Bota suddenly raised his head and looked at the men's restroom sign hanging at the door, his face immediately showing a look of astonishment. "Manager Lee, this is the men's restroom. It's fine. As long as I can serve you, I can stand by even in the men's bathhouse to bring you tea and water." Mr. Jiang, let me wipe your hands. Later, I'll take you to see the cars." Noon. A trending topic suddenly exploded across the internet. Mysterious wealthy young master spends lavishly, emptying 13 luxury stores. A set of photos went viral online. In the photos, Ji Bota, with a calm expression, was swiping his card. Surrounding him were a dozen luxury store managers, and not far away stood over 100 female staff members carrying large and small bags. This extravagant behavior instantly ignited the entire internet. Middle Eastern oil prince appears at the Guajin Center Mall in Shilan City with 6 princesses? Mysterious wealthy young master spends lavishly just to make a beauty smile. Breaking news! The Guajin Center Mall was robbed, and it was this person's doing. 60 million spent to empty 13 luxury stores, simply extravagant. Witnesses who saw Ji Bota's lavish spending took photos and posted them on Weibo, while others recorded videos and uploaded them to Douyin. Coupled with the on-site revelations from the 13 luxury stores, news about Ji Bota flooded the internet, with all sorts of gossip flying around. Netizens were amazed by Ji Bota's extravagant behavior while also speculating about his identity and background. Ji Bota became famous. He already had stunning looks, and with his identity as a wealthy young master, along with his willingness to spend lavishly just to make a beauty smile, he instantly won the favor of all women across the country, becoming the new generation's national husband. There were even rumors that if you caught the eye of the national husband, anything from designer bags, watches, clothes, cosmetics, to jewelry would be delivered to you by the truckload. One word, extravagant. Shilan City. In the old town, a shabby little courtyard. Lu Ruyan dragged a large suitcase, returning to this courtyard where she had lived for 3 years. She glanced around the environment of the courtyard and noticed that many places were covered in dust. It seemed that the previous occupants hadn't returned for several days. Swish! Lu Ruyan walked to the door of the east room, moved a flower pot from the windowsill, and found a spare key underneath it. She then used this key to unlock the door to the east room. The room is still so messy. Looking at the familiar furnishings in the room, along with Ji Bota's dirty shorts and smelly socks thrown on the bed, Lu Ruyan's lips curled slightly, and she let go of her suitcase, stepping forward to tidy up the disheveled bed. Not sure how long it had been. The originally messy room was now organized neatly by Lu Ruyan. Perhaps feeling a bit tired, Lu Ruyan lay down on the bed and stared at the ceiling in a daze. Buzz! Suddenly, her phone vibrated slightly. Lu Ruyan perked up, quickly took out her phone, and opened WeChat. However, in the next second, her pupils dilated, her face turned quite pale, and her heart sank to the bottom. The WeChat message was from a colleague, containing a link to a trending topic. Lu Ruyan clicked in and discovered that the internet was flooded with news about Ji Bota spending lavishly at the Guajin Center Mall. Ji Bota was spending money on another woman. Spending money like crazy. And the group of women who are being spoiled by Ji Bota without any restraint are actually my good friends, Lu Ruyan. At this moment, Lu Ruyan felt completely weak, as if the last bit of strength in her body had been drained away. How could this happen? Does Ji Bota really not love me anymore? I only made a mistake. A mistake that every woman in the world could make, so why won't he forgive me? After 3 whole years of love, has he really completely let go? Drip! A tear slid down from the corner of Lu Ruyan's eye, followed by a second, third, and fourth tear that flowed uncontrollably. Before long, Lu Ruyan was already in tears. However, Lu Ruyan quickly wiped her tears away, Then, holding G Boda's dirty shorts and smelly socks, she stumbled out to the yard. Swish! She threw the dirty shorts and smelly socks into the basin, filled it with water, and immediately rolled up her sleeves to wash them seriously. Qin Group, Chairman's Office. After a busy morning, Qin Xiaoyu put down the documents in her hand and prepared to go out for lunch. However, as soon as she arrived downstairs, she saw several female employees gathered together, shouting and excited, each with a face full of enthusiasm. Oh my god! Young Master Jiang is so handsome. His looks are simply crushing those little fresh meat stars in the entertainment industry. Young Master Jiang emptied 13 luxury stores just to make the beauty smile. That's too extravagant. If I could be young Master Jiang's girlfriend, how happy I would be. 1. You have no looks and no figure. What would young Master Jiang see in you? Although I'm not pretty enough and my figure isn't great, but I'm flirty. He. Qin Xiaoyu curiously walked over and glanced at the screens of the female employees' phones, quickly being drawn to a photo. Swish! Qin Xiaoyu calmly walked out of the company door, then found a secluded corner and immediately took out her phone. The next second, Qin Xiaoyu's expression turned cold. G Boda. He actually went shopping with a group of women and spent lavishly, emptying 13 luxury stores for them. A little prince from the Middle East? Shopping with 6 princesses? The nation's husband? You little brat, you're living it up. I've been in a relationship with you for 3 years, and you only gave me a watch. You haven't given me a single bag, piece of clothing, shoes, or cosmetics. Do you really think I'm not worth more than a group of gold diggers? I'm so angry. No, this cannot be tolerated. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Taking a step back only makes me feel worse. Swish! Without any hesitation, Qin Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and immediately dialed G Boda's number. Beep beep. The phone rang twice before being answered. Perhaps G Boda answered the phone quickly, which slightly calmed Qin Xiaoyu's anger. But the voice on the other end made her anger flare up again. Hello, who is this? It was noisy on G Boda's side, mixed with the giggles of several women. Qin Xiaoyu instantly imagined a scene of G Boda being surrounded by women, looking very happy. G Boda, you didn't save my phone number? Qin Xiaoyu suppressed her anger, her teeth grinding together, her face instantly turning icy cold. Wife, it's you? I was busy just now and didn't pay attention to the phone screen. I just answered this call. Before G Boda could finish his sentence, Qin Xiaoyu interrupted him with a cold shout. Who is your wife? Who were you just calling wife? Ha? What ha? Your wife isn't shopping with you? 6 wives, you really are living it up. Xiao Yi, do you already know? Are you jealous? Who is jealous of you? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to make me jealous? How come I never noticed before that your skin is so thick? Silence. On the other end of the phone, G Boda wisely kept his mouth shut and didn't argue back with Qin Xiaoyu at that moment. After a full 10 minutes, Qin Xiaoyu had scolded herself tired, and her emotions gradually calmed down. Only then did G Boda cautiously ask, Xiao Yi, did you call me to break up? Who said I want to break up with you? Qin Xiaoyu almost instinctively shouted this, but immediately regretted it after shouting. Clearly, G Boda already had a girlfriend. Clearly, there was more than one woman around G Boda. Clearly, G Boda was just a scumbag. He wasn't satisfied with just 2 timing, he was juggling 7. But, as soon as Qin Xiaoyu heard the words break up, she immediately felt a pang of heartache. Just the thought of breaking up with G Boda and becoming strangers made her heart ache as if she was about to lose the most important thing in her life. It was only at this moment that Qin Xiaoyu dared to face her own heart. She had completely fallen in love with G Boda. G Boda. Qin Xiaoyu tucked her hair behind her ear and suddenly said in a gentle tone, let's have dinner together tonight. I have something important I want to discuss with you. Xiao Yi, I might be busy tonight. As soon as G Boda said this, the Qin Xiaoyu who had just calmed down was instantly ignited again. What? I invite you out for dinner, and you say you're busy? Do you know how many men want to take me out to dinner? The line stretches all the way to abroad, and you dare to refuse me? You little brat. I'm giving you a chance now, take back what you just said, reorganize your words, and answer me again. G Boda, alright, then let's have dinner together tonight. Qin Xiaoyu, that's more like it. G Boda. Ding. Congratulations to the host for using 100 million in consumption funds, receiving double rebates. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 200 million Longwa coins. Ding. Rewards are being distributed, please wait. A series of system prompts rang in G Boda's ears, and then his phone vibrated slightly, receiving a bank transfer notification. Longwa Merchants Bank, your account ending in 8888 completed a transfer transaction of 200 million. Xiagwa coins on June 10 at 12:12, balance 752,967,804. 48. He easily earned 2 small goals. Looking at the long string of numbers in his bank account, Jibota couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Just a few days ago, he was still a small fry struggling at the bottom of society, toiling day and night for a few coins, with no hope in sight. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, he had obtained enough money to last a lifetime. It felt like a dream. Hubby, where are we going next? At that moment, Suya ran up to Jibota, excitedly holding a set of Rolls-Royce keys, and linked her arm with his. Following her, Zhao Sherman, Lu Li, Lin Xingxue, Tang Rou, and Yu Lily all gathered around. Each of them held a brand new luxury car key. Zhao Sherman chose a Lamborghini, with a price of over 8 million. Lu Li chose an Aston Martin, with a price of over 6 million. Yu Lily chose a McLaren, with a price of over 6 million. Lin Xingxue chose a Maserati, with a price of over 5 million. Tang Rou chose a Porsche, with a price of over 5 million. What surprised Jibota a bit was that Suyao didn't choose a sports car but opted for a vintage car or Rolls-Royce Cullinan, with a price of over 10 million. A luxury SUV, 5 luxury supercars, with a total value exceeding 40 million. Jibota not only maxed out his black card spending limit, but also took out several million from his bank account. However, compared to the double rebate of 200 million Longwa coins, the few million Jibota took out was nothing at all. Let's find a place to eat first, and this afternoon we'll head straight to Phoenix Villa. Jibota glanced at the 6 stunning beauties and thought to himself that it was time to bring this group of ladies home. What was that idiom? A golden house to hide a beauty. That's right, to hide a beauty, one must first have a golden house. It's just like a rooster builds a nest, only then can the hen lay eggs. In short, the Jiang family's expansion is just around the corner. At 2 p.m., a convoy of 7 brand new sports cars sped down the road. Leading the pack was a Bugatti Chiron. Following closely was a Ferrari LaFerrari. Then came a Lamborghini, Aston Martin, McLaren, Maserati, and Porsche. Wherever the convoy passed, it drew gasps of amazement from passers-by. Wow! So many luxury supercars? Are the rich second-generation kids of Shilin City on a group outing? Wow! The Ferrari LaFerrari is so cool. What's the Ferrari LaFerrari compared to that leading Bugatti Chiron? We only have 3 of those in Longwa. I can't believe it. We actually have a Bugatti Chiron in Shilin City. Oh my! So many luxury supercars, this is the first time I've ever seen this in my life. Quick, take a picture and post it on WeChat. Suyao didn't drive the newly bought Rolls-Royce Cullinan but instead took the Ferrari LaFerrari that Jibota gifted her. As for the Cullinan, it had already been handed over to the person in charge of the car exhibition, who would send staff to deliver the car directly to Phoenix Villa. About half an hour later, the convoy successfully arrived at Villa No. 1 of Phoenix Villa. After the 6 beauties parked the cars, they immediately got out and curiously examined the large villa. The first thing that caught their eyes was a vast and magnificent garden. The garden was planted with various precious flowers and plants, with a dozen cobblestone paths crisscrossing through it. In the center of the garden, there was a small fountain square. Whenever the music played, the fountain would spray in various shapes to the rhythm of the music. Behind the garden stood a super villa resembling a western palace. Majestic, luxurious, and extraordinarily beautiful. To the left of the villa was a tennis court, and to the right was a standalone garage, along with a helicopter landing pad. Honey, is this really the villa you bought? Honey, can we really live here in the future? Such a big villa, it's almost comparable to a small estate. How much money did it take to buy this? Lily, pinch me, I want to see if I'm dreaming. Ouch! Why are you pinching me so hard? That hurts. Ha ha ha. As they walked along, the 6 beauties' faces were filled with shock and joy, with no other expressions visible. Once they entered the villa, they were once again stunned by the luxurious decor inside. Soon, the 6 beauties began to explore the villa, while also picking out their favorite bedrooms. Jibota had already toured the villa and didn't want to go through it again with the 6 beauties, so he simply lay back on the sofa and took out his phone to play games. Ding ding ding. At that moment, a strange number called in. Jibota was engrossed in his game and was having a great time, intending to hang up the call directly, but his hand slipped and accidentally pressed the answer button. The next second, a gentle and soft voice came from the other end of the line. Hello? Is this Jibota, Chairman Zhang? Jibota was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, but then he quickly reacted. He now had a new identity, the chairman of the Dynasty Group. I am Jibota, may I ask who you are? Jibota raised his phone to his ear, a strange expression appearing on his face. Hello, Chairman. My name is Xiao Wanqing, and I currently serve as the Vice General Manager of the Dynasty Group. I apologize for the abrupt call, but I wanted to report on the work situation and also ask if you have any new instructions? Xiao Wanqing spoke very cautiously. After all, it was her first time contacting the new chairman, and she was still unsure of his temperament and character, so she naturally appeared careful and prudent. You are the Vice General Manager? Ji Bota's brows furrowed slightly. It wasn't that he looked down on Xiao Wanqing as the Vice General Manager, nor was he trying to put on airs. All the shares of the Dynasty Group had been acquired by Ji Bota, making him the sole chairman of the group. Logically, it should have been the General Manager calling him, so why was it the Vice General Manager instead? Xiao Wanqing seemed to guess Ji Bota's thoughts and immediately explained over the phone, Chairman, it's like this. After you acquired 100% of the shares of the Dynasty Group, the original General Manager voluntarily resigned. Currently, the position of General Manager in our Dynasty Group is temporarily vacant, so I took the liberty to contact you. After hearing Xiao Wanqing's explanation, Ji Bota didn't think much of it. So the General Manager resigned? In this day and age, what was lacking the most was talent. Did capitalists really fear not having anyone to work for them? At worst, he could promote the original Vice General Manager directly to General Manager, and the entire group could still operate. After all, Ji Bota didn't understand how to manage a company. It would be easier to be a hands-off boss. Since the original General Manager has resigned and this position cannot remain vacant, then you might as well take over as General Manager. Ji Bota casually promoted Xiao Wanqing to the position of General Manager of the Dynasty Group as if he were playing house. This left Xiao Wanqing on the other end of the line completely stunned. Ha, Chairman, do you mean, you want to promote me, to become the new General Manager of the Dynasty Group? Hearing Xiao Wanqing's astonished voice, Ji Bota felt a bit impatient and said, Yes, I want to promote you to the new General Manager. What's wrong? Don't you want to be the General Manager? No, Chairman, that's not what I meant. What I mean is, I am willing to be the General Manager. I also believe I am capable of fulfilling this position. Chairman, thank you very much for your promotion and recognition. I will definitely work diligently and contribute all my strength to our group. Phoenix Mountain Villa. Villa No. 1. After Ji Bota hung up the phone, he played a mobile game for a while before receiving an email from Xiao Wanqing. The email contained an appointment letter. It was a notification regarding the formal appointment of the former Vice General Manager Xiao Wanqing as the new General Manager of the group. Ji Bota glanced over the appointment letter and couldn't help but admire her. Xiao Wanqing was indeed a decisive woman. How long had it been? She had already prepared the appointment letter, and now it just needed Ji Bota's signature for approval. Swish, swish, swish. Ji Bota didn't waste any time and immediately completed the electronic signature on the appointment letter. However, just as Ji Bota was about to send the signed appointment letter to Xiao Wanqing, he unexpectedly received a call from an unfamiliar number. Ding ding ding. The phone rang urgently, and Ji Bota couldn't help but frown before answering the call. Hello? Good day. May I ask if this is Ji Bota, Chairman Zhen? A slightly alluring voice came from the other end of the line. But what surprised Ji Bota was that the two lines she said were exactly the same as Xiao Wanqing's opening remarks. What was going on? Was it again about Chairman Zhang? When did Chairman Zhang become so popular? I am Ji Bota, may I ask who you are? Ji Bota raised the phone to his ear, a strange expression appearing on his face. Hello, Chairman. My name is Shin Kiching, and I currently serve as the Vice General Manager at the Royal Dynasty Group. I apologize for the sudden call. I wanted to report on the work situation and also ask if you have any new instructions? Shin Kiching spoke very cautiously. However, after listening, Ji Bota's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. What was going on? Shin Kiching said she was the Vice General Manager? Then the person who just called him, Xiao Wanqing, was she a fake? Chairman? The voice on the other end quickly pulled Ji Bota back to reality. Ahem. Ji Bota cleared his throat twice and asked in a somewhat strange tone, your name is Shin Kiching, right? Yes, Chairman, my name is Shin Kiching. You said, you are the Vice General Manager of the Royal Dynasty Group? Yes, I have been working in our group for 6 years and currently hold the position of Vice General Manager. How many Vice General Managers does our group have? Ji Bota's expression grew increasingly strange. Although he had already guessed something, he didn't dare jump to conclusions without fully understanding the situation. Chairman, our group has 1 General Manager and 3 Vice General Managers. I am the Vice General Manager in charge of auditing and legal affairs. The other 2 Vice General Managers are responsible for finance and operations, and administration and human resources. Upon hearing this, Ji Bota quickly asked, What are the names of the other two vice general managers? Shin Kiching on the other end paused slightly. She seemed a bit surprised that Chairman Ji Boda didn't know the names of the vice general managers in his own company. However, Shin Kiching quickly answered Ji Boda, Chairman, the other two vice general managers are Xiao Wanqing and Zhou Ruoxi. Oh, a strange expression flashed across Ji Boda's face again, judging from the names of the three vice general managers. They were all women. Did the royal dynasty group have a bit of a feminine dominance feeling? Forget it. A great leader once said, women can hold up half the sky. So, one must never underestimate women. Chairman, the former general manager of the group has voluntarily resigned, and the position of general manager is now vacant. I would like to ask the chairman if you have any arrangements for the temporarily vacant general manager position? Upon hearing this, a helpless smile appeared on Ji Boda's face. As expected, Shin Kiching had thoughts about the general manager position. Oh no! Perhaps all three vice general managers had ideas about the general manager position. Ahem! Ji Boda cleared his throat again, then pondered for a moment and said, I have appointed Xiao Wanqing as the new general manager of the group. The appointment letter will be sent to the Royal Dynasty Group shortly. I hope you can cooperate with General Manager Zhao's work in the future. Before Ji Boda could finish his sentence, a gasp came from the other end of the phone. It was clear that Shin Kiching's breathing had quickened, seemingly caught off guard by Ji Boda's appointment. Vice General Manager Shin, do you have any questions? Ji Boda frowned, seemingly displeased that Shin Kiching had interrupted him so suddenly. Chairman, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Well, I believe I am more capable than Vice President Xiao to take on the role of General Manager. I can assure you that once I become General Manager, I will definitely lead the Dynasty Group to new heights. Chairman, I hope you can give me a chance to prove myself. Silence, no response. Ji Boda suddenly felt a bit of a headache. He had thought there was only one Vice President in the Dynasty Group, so when Xiao Wanqing called, he had unhesitatingly promised to promote her to General Manager. However, this call from Shin Kiching made Ji Boda hesitate again. Xiao Wanqing's first impression on Ji Boda was that she was steady. Shin Kiching's first impression was that she was radical. Yet Ji Boda preferred radical talents because he himself was a radical person. Without knowing the specific abilities of the two vice presidents, if he had to choose one to be general manager, Ji Boda leaned more towards Shin Kiching. But the problem was that Ji Boda had already promised to promote Xiao Wanqing to general manager. He couldn't go back on his word as chairman, could he? Ji Boda let out a long breath and said calmly, Vice President Shin, although this is my first time interacting with you, I really like your straightforward personality. Young people should be full of energy, daring to fight and strive for what they want. In any case, I will seriously consider your application for the position of general manager. Ji Boda didn't make a definitive statement, just said he would think about it. However, on the other end of the line, Shin Kiching saw a glimmer of hope and also developed some fondness for this chairman who recognized her. Especially Ji Boda's words, strive for what you want, struck a chord with Shin Kiching. A song of heartbreak, where can one find a soulmate in this vast world? Although it wasn't that exaggerated, Shin Kiching felt that Ji Boda's personality should be very similar to hers. After hanging up the phone, Ji Boda lay back on the sofa, covering his forehead and letting out a long sigh. Damn, being chairman is indeed not easy. He hadn't even shown up at the company yet, and he was already suffering from a headache from 2 phone calls. What other troubles would he encounter next? Ding-a-ling-a-ling. At that moment, Ji Boda's phone rang again, displaying another unfamiliar number. At that moment, Ji Boda suddenly sat up, his expression as strange as it could be. He had a strong premonition. The person calling was definitely the third vice president of the Dynasty Group, Zhou Ruoxi. No need to think, it must be her. If not, I will eat my phone. Hello? Ji Boda answered the call. To maintain the glorious image of the chairman, he delivered a simple hello with a powerful and heroic tone. This voice was like a passionate call in summer, melting the ice and snow of winter, and like a storm approaching, making it hard to breathe. Alright, it wasn't that exaggerated, it was just that Ji Boda's voice was deep and rich, magnetic, and very pleasant to hear. However, on the other end of the line, there was silence for a moment, followed by a faint sound of sobbing, as if a girl was crying. Ji Boda, you finally answered my call. When Lu Ruyan's voice came through the phone, Ji Boda swore he felt like he was about to explode. Confusion, shock, daze, anger. In a brief moment, Ji Boda's expression went through 4 changes. What the hell? Coming back to his senses, Ji Boda suddenly jumped up from the sofa. A surge of intense anger shot straight to the top of his head, forcing him to send the most heartfelt greeting to Lu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan, are you out of your mind? Who told you to call me at this time? Don't you have any sense of public decency? You've ruined me. I warn you, if you dare to call me again, do you believe I'll sell you to the Honlingman Leisure Club and make you spend your life selling clams? Get lost. After cursing, Jibota hung up the phone without a second thought. Silence. The living room was completely quiet. Jibota stared blankly at the phone in his hand, his expression as ugly as it could be. Meanwhile, he was also thinking about whether he should start a live stream and eat the phone in front of everyone. After all, he had just made a promise that if the caller was not Joe Ruwashi, the vice president of the Huangchao Group, he would eat the phone. A real man can't go back on his word, right? Damn it! It's all Liu Ruyan's fault. Of all times, she had to call now. The biggest mistake of my life was getting involved with a scumbag like Liu Ruyan. Damn, she even brings bad luck to her husbands, and even her ex-boyfriends. My entire reputation has been ruined because of her. Alright, I'll make a statement. I will definitely eat the phone. I'll owe it for now and make up for it later. Trust me, I'm not a person who goes back on my word. Ding-dling. At that moment, Jibota's phone rang again, and the caller ID was yet another unfamiliar number. At that moment, Jibota's expression was as strange as it could be, because he had a strong premonition. The person calling was definitely the third vice president of the Huangchao Group, Joe Ruwashi. No need to think, it must be her. If not, I'll eat 2 phones. Ha! Jibota didn't rush to answer the call but took a long breath to stabilize his emotions before nervously swiping to answer with trembling fingers. No kidding, this was about the life and death of 2 phones. How could he not be nervous? Hello? Good day. Is this Jibota, Chairman Zhang? A crisp and pleasant voice came from the other end of the line. This voice was simply melodious, like water flowing in a song, clear and beautiful, whispering softly, bright and resonant, dreamlike, combining strength and gentleness, like an orchid in a secluded valley, softening hearts, sweet as honey. 10,000 words omitted here. In short, Jibota trembled all over. His deep eyes instantly lit up. Mom no longer has to worry about me eating 2 phones. Ahem. Jibota quickly cleared his throat twice and replied in a deep, rich, and magnetic voice, "This is Jibota, may I ask who you are?" "Chairman, hello. My name is Joe Ruwashi, and I currently serve as the vice president of the Huangchao Group. I apologize for calling you so abruptly. I wanted to report on the work situation and also ask if you have any new instructions?" Joe Ruwashi spoke very cautiously. However, Jibota was already numb, speechless, because his ears were almost calloused. He had heard this line 3 times already. Damn it! Could it be that Xiao Wanqing, Shin Kiqing, and Joe Ruwashi were all taught by the same teacher? Only those from the same school could use the same tactics. So, Jibota now seriously suspected that the 3 of them must have the same husband. Oh no! The same teacher. Vice President Joe. Jibota organized his words a bit and then said earnestly, "Before you, Vice President Xiao and Vice President Shin both called me. Regarding the temporary vacancy of the general manager position, I have actually thought about it seriously. I have decided to promote a smart and capable executive from within our group to take on the role of general manager." As soon as Jibota said this, he could clearly hear the breathing on the other end of the line suddenly become a bit hurried. No need to think anymore. This woman also has ideas about the position of general manager. What's that saying? A soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. Zhang Napoleon fighting King Scumbag Chen completely agrees with this saying and is very willing to see his subordinates filled with fighting spirit, each with ambition, each wanting to be a general. The more capable his subordinates are, the more at ease this hands-off manager can be. "Chairman, actually I'm very capable, Joe Ruwashi's sudden flirtation almost threw Jibota's back out. This woman not only bit down hard on the words capable, but also added a soul-stirring teasing tone at the end of the sentence. Jibota originally wanted to sternly criticize Joe Ruwashi for speaking to the chairman in such a tone, but the words were on the tip of his tongue when he inexplicably asked, how capable are you? "Chairman, may I invite you to my home for dinner tonight? Tonight I will personally cook a sumptuous dinner for you, so you can taste my culinary skills, how about that? Of course, I absolutely have no other intentions. This meal is to celebrate your becoming the chairman of the Dynasty Group, and I want to take this opportunity to report to you in detail about my work situation, to prove how capable I am." Jibota's skin crawled. Joe Ruwashi's voice, especially that teasing tone at the end, was simply too seductive for a man. This woman is definitely not a good person. Jibota stroked his chin and then asked in a deep voice, "Vice President Joe, I'd like to ask, how many years have you worked in the group? Have you always been the vice president?" There seemed to be a slight pause on the other end of the phone. Then, Joe Ruwashi's teasing voice came through, "Chairman, I have worked at the Dynasty Group for 7 years. Previously as the manager of the public relations department, and later promoted to vice president of the group." Bota's eyelids twitched slightly, and a look of realization appeared on his face. So she's a talent from the public relations department. No wonder she's so bold. And with such a flirtatious vibe. This woman is a master, he must be on high alert. Chairman, about what I just mentioned, I'm busy tonight, let's do it another day. Although it's a bit regrettable, it's okay. Whenever the chairman has time, you are always welcome to come to my house for a visit. Phoenix Mountain Villa. In the living room of Villa No. 1. Just after Bota hung up the phone, a flurry of high-heeled footsteps approached, mixed with the chattering laughter of a group of women. The 6 beauties finally decided to come downstairs. Can it really take this long to choose a room? Bota thought they were going to hold a meeting upstairs, discuss a plan, then carefully review it before putting it into action. Women really are so slow. Tap tap tap, Su Yao, in 10-centimeter high heels, twisted her slender waist, flaunted her perky backside, swayed her S-shaped figure, and walked with a natural catwalk, exuding fragrance. Swish! She walked elegantly to Bota's side, gracefully adjusted her skirt, then plopped down with a little wiggle, casually crossing her legs. Whoosh! Zhao Sherman moved quickly, immediately sitting down on Bota's other side after Su Yao took her seat. The other 4 beauties, seeing there were no more empty seats next to Bota, all showed disappointed expressions. There was no choice. They could only find a random spot to sit down and then all turned their gazes toward Bota. Honey, what are you doing? Su Yao saw Bota holding his phone, seemingly signing an electronic contract, and immediately leaned in curiously. Nothing much, just acquired a company and am signing an appointment letter. When Bota said this, all 6 of the flower girls, including Su Yao, had their eyes light up. Hubby, did you acquire a company? What kind of company is it? What is the main business scope? Is the company large? Hubby, does that mean you are now a domineering CEO? Su Yao's rapid-fire questions not only expressed her own thoughts but also voiced the questions in the hearts of the other 5 flower girls. Bota thought for a moment, since the 6 flower girls were all materialistic, it was necessary to show them his strength. What if one day a rich heir appeared and took a liking to these girls, even wanting to use money to win them over? Given the nature of these girls, Bota couldn't guarantee he wouldn't end up with a big hat on his head. Besides that, Bota felt that his position as the chairman of the dynasty group would eventually be exposed, and it wasn't something to be hidden. So, he blurted out, the name of the company is Dynasty Group, and, I'm not a CEO, but the sole shareholder, they all call me chairman. SSSS. A collective gasp echoed in the living room. Bota merely raised his eyelids and saw 6 jaws drop to the floor. Of course, it wasn't that exaggerated. The 6 flower girls just widened their eyes, gaping in shock, staring foolishly at Bota, unable to speak for a long time. The living room fell silent. Not a sound. You could hear a pin drop. After about a minute, Su Yao finally asked cautiously with a trembling voice, Hubby, did you just say, Dynasty Group? Is it the Dynasty Group in our Shilin City? The one with a market value of hundreds of billions, involved in real estate, hotels, theme parks, shopping malls, cinemas, media, entertainment, as well as construction, IT, manufacturing, sales, foreign trade, financial investment, and so on, the supergiant of Shilin City? With Bota's affirmative response, Su Yao suddenly short-circuited. However, after a brief silence, the living room erupted into a chorus of screams. Ah, hubby, you are so handsome. This is Dynasty Group. A giant group worth hundreds of billions, and you acquired it just like that? Hubby, how much money do you really have? Daddy, are you now the richest man in Shilin City? Have you made it to the top 10 of the Dragon Kingdom's rich list? Bota Daddy, I am your good daughter. Forever. Daddy, I am also your good daughter. Is your shoulder sore? Let me massage it for you. Daddy, let me rub your legs. Daddy, what fruit do you want to eat? I'll wash it for you right away. Upon learning that Bota had acquired Dynasty Group and became the sole shareholder, all 6 flower girls went wild. Including Su Yao, they all called Bota Daddy in unison. This wave of emotional value was off the charts. However, Bota frowned, staring at his phone screen, remaining silent for a long time, seemingly troubled by something. Su Yao quickly noticed Bota's unusual demeanor. She hugged his arm and gave him a hard kiss on the cheek, asking, Hubby, you acquired Dynasty Group, shouldn't you be happy? Why do you look so worried instead? Bota shook his head helplessly and then recounted what had just happened to the 6 flower girls. Because Bota was genuinely uncertain and didn't know whom to promote among the 3 vice presidents to be the general manager of the group. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers can match a zhuge liang. Bota had 6 cobblers here, which could match 2 zhuge liangs. So, Bota also wanted to hear the opinions of the 6 flowers. Soon, the living room fell silent. The 6 flowers were lost in thought, all putting on a show of strategizing and sharing the burden for Jibota. Hubby, I think that since you have already promised Vice President Xiao, you should appoint her as the general manager. One must keep their word, don't you think? Su Yao was the first to express her opinion. However, this made Jibota's expression turn strange. Little Jiao, what do you mean? Are you subtly reminding Dad to keep one's word? So, Dad's promise to you back then, that if he were to marry, it could only be you, must be upheld? But, Dad is a scumbag. Can we trust what a scumbag says? Hubby, I think Sister Yao is right. You are now the chairman of the dynasty group, and once you speak, your word is law. If you go back on your word, it will only damage your authority. Zhao Sherman also spoke up, clearly supporting Su Yao. It seemed that the bond between the two sisters was indeed very strong. After all, Su Yao and Zhao Sherman had played nurse sisters together, one giving injections and the other administering medicine, working together in perfect harmony, almost telepathically. Good friends for life. Together they advance, together they retreat, together they break through, together they soar. Quite nice. However, just when Jibota thought the other 4 flowers would agree with Su Yao, someone suddenly rebelled. A somewhat teasing voice instantly shattered the tranquility. I think Vice President Shin is daring and hardworking, with a straightforward personality. Someone who goes after what they want should be more suitable for the position of general manager. Moreover, hubby also thinks highly of Vice President Shun. Since you think highly of her, why not choose her as the general manager? After all, the entire group belongs to hubby. Whoever hubby wants to appoint as general manager can be appointed without needing to consider anyone else's opinion, right? Silence. The living room fell silent. Including Jibota, everyone's gaze fell on Luli. That's right. Those words were just spoken by the little green tea, Luli. Jibota did not expect Luli to dare to oppose Su Yao. Is she relying on her eloquence in Jibota's favor to challenge Su Yao's position as the main wife? Quite bold. In the living room, the atmosphere seemed to have shifted slightly. Su Yao lounged lazily on the sofa, arms crossed over her chest, still crossing one leg over the other. Although the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, giving her a smiling appearance, her enchanting peach blossom eyes were already half squinted, filled with an obscure expression. Luli sat on the opposite sofa, legs together, slightly turned to the side, seemingly fiddling with her nails, but her peripheral vision was intentionally or unintentionally fixed on Su Yao. I agree with Li's viewpoint. At that moment, Yu Lily, sitting next to Luli, suddenly spoke up. I also believe that Vice President Shin is more suitable for the position of general manager. Yu Lily cautiously glanced at Su Yao, then bit her lip and said, the general manager of the dynasty group can be said to be second only to one, above 10,000, holding significant power, and this is a serious matter. Therefore, the appointment of the general manager must not be taken lightly, nor should it be casually assigned to someone. If the wrong general manager is chosen and it leads to losses for the group, it will ultimately be Jibota's money that suffers. This is a group worth hundreds of billions, even a 1% loss amounts to over a billion Longwa currency. After Yu Lily finished her opinion, her gaze involuntarily fell on Jibota's face. Perhaps seeing that Jibota was not angry and showed no signs of displeasure, Yu Lily immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quietly sat beside Luli, observing with a calm demeanor. Silence. The scene fell quiet again. Su Yao squinted her eyes, first scanning Luli and Yu Lily, then turning to look at Lin Xingxue and Tang Rou sitting on the other side of the sofa. Seeing that no one else was raising different opinions, Su Yao turned her head and stared directly at Luli, saying, Li Zi, why do you think a radical talent is more suitable for the position of general manager than a steady talent? Upon hearing this, Luli immediately straightened her posture. Facing Su Yao's sharp gaze, she fearlessly replied, the dynasty group is a company worth hundreds of billions. Although it is large in scale, its development has reached a bottleneck. To break through this bottleneck and continue to grow stronger, we need a radical general manager, not a steady one. Sister Yao Yao, do you think I'm right? Upon hearing this, Su Yao immediately uncrossed her legs. Taking a deep breath, she said calmly, you're not wrong, the dynasty group's development has indeed encountered a bottleneck. But precisely because its development speed is too fast, many foundations are unstable, which has led to the bottleneck. At this stage, the dynasty group absolutely cannot blindly pursue breakthroughs. Instead, it needs to settle for a while. Only by solidifying the foundations can we pursue breakthroughs effectively. Therefore, I believe that at this stage, the dynasty group needs a stable general manager. Wow! Jibota's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected that a group of materialistic young people could sit together and discuss grand strategies, wielding their knowledge. The bits of business theory learned in university seemed not to have been forgotten. They even applied these theories directly to the dynasty group. Each one of them was quite impressive. Sister Yao Yao, you also said it's the current stage. Can't you look a bit further ahead? What if we get through this stage? What about the future development of the group? We can't just remove this general manager and replace them with someone else, right? The opposing debater Luli raised another sharp counterpoint. And the affirmative debater Suyao responded to this viewpoint with a soul-searching question. If the group can't even get through the current stage, how can we talk about the future? After Suyao finished speaking, Luli immediately replied, Sister Yao Yao, it's not as serious as you say, right? Vice President Shin and Vice President Xiao can completely cooperate, one responsible for external development and the other for internal stability. This way, the problems you're worried about won't arise. I just think we should focus on development, with stability as a supplement. Look at those Western powers, which one didn't gain wealth through invading other countries to strengthen their own? As soon as Luli finished speaking, Suyao immediately countered, the Western powers did indeed grow stronger through invasion, but our dragon country is different. Our dragon country develops on its own, step by step, slowly accumulating, and has also become a strong nation. Isn't that a living example? So why should we learn from the Western powers? As soon as Suyao finished speaking, Luli immediately followed up, Sister Yao Yao, you also said that our dragon country became a strong nation through slow development and accumulation. But life is only a few decades long, can we wait that long? According to your theory, even if we wait until we're gray-haired, we probably won't see the dynasty group's market value surpass $1 trillion. If we want to make the dynasty group bigger and stronger in our lifetime, we must learn from the Western powers. The debate reached a fever pitch. Suyao and Luli engaged in a fierce argument, with both sides unable to convince the other. Suddenly, someone thought of the idea of voting. However, Ji Boda never expected that the situation on site would undergo a significant change. Zhao Sherman supports Su Yao, and Yu Lili supports Lu Li. The score is 2-2, resulting in a tie. Lin Xingxue and Tang Rou surprisingly chose to abstain. When everyone turned their attention to Lin Xingxue and Tang Rou, Lin Xingxue suddenly coughed twice and said shyly, well, actually, I don't have high hopes for Vice President Xiao and Vice President Shen. Instead, I think Vice President Zhou might be more suitable for the position of General Manager. Reason? Su Yao and Lu Li asked almost simultaneously. Lin Xingxue straightened her body, adjusted her glasses, and her demeanor changed dramatically in an instant. She spoke calmly, Vice President Zhou comes from the group's public relations department and has encountered all sorts of people. I believe she is better at assessing people than the other two vice presidents. Moreover, Vice President Zhou is bold and daring, yet also cautious, perfectly combining the strengths of Vice President Xiao and Vice President Shen. I say she is cautious because she was the last person to call Ji Boda, and the last person to step up is often the one who was the most prepared. I say she is bold and daring because during her first phone call with Ji Boda, she quickly grasped his character and decisively made advances, showing great ambition and courage. Isn't such a talent suitable for the position of General Manager? As soon as Lin Xingxue finished speaking, Tang Rou immediately raised her hand and said, I agree with Xingxue's viewpoint. I want to vote for her, choosing Vice President Zhou as General Manager. Silence. The living room fell silent again. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, Lu Li and Yu Lili, Lin Xingxue and Tang Rou, surprisingly formed three different small groups. What is going on? A three-way standoff? The romance of the three kingdoms? 3 monks without water to drink? 3 lives, 3 worlds, 10 miles of peach blossoms? Ji Boda suddenly began to believe the saying online that a girl's dormitory with only 4 people has at least 7 or 8 groups. Hiss. Upon careful consideration, women are indeed terrifying. Ji Boda knew he had to step up and speak. If he allowed the situation to continue developing, these 6 little splashes would surely put on a palace drama here. As the saying goes, a country has its laws, and a family has its rules. Ji Boda did not want to see his own backyard catch fire, so he had to establish some rules. Ahem! Ji Boda coughed twice, instantly capturing the attention of the 6 golden flowers. Yao Yao, Li Zi, Xingxue, you really surprised me. I didn't expect you to be so sharp in assessing people and even have unique insights into the future development direction of the dynasty group. After listening to your speeches just now, I couldn't help but feel an urge to start a company for each of you 3 and see who can grow the company the most. Ji Boda first praised Su Yao, Lu Li, and Lin Xingxue a little, then shifted his tone and directly began to express his stance. Regarding the appointment of the general manager of the dynasty group, I have already made a decision. At this point, Ji Boda revealed a half-smile, his gaze sweeping over the 6 golden flowers. After a brief pause, Ji Boda continued, just as Yao Yao and Man Man said, one must be trustworthy. As the chairman of the dynasty group, if I lose my integrity, it will not only damage my reputation and character but also cause my employees to lose trust and respect for me. Therefore, I have decided to appoint Xiao Wanqing as the general manager of the group. As for whether she can lead the dynasty group to greater heights, I don't care. I also don't need to put all my energy into a small company, because the dynasty group is just a part of my assets. It's like having $10,000 in your pocket and then giving $100 to someone else to manage. Would you care about the returns on that $100? Although G. Boda's words were somewhat exaggerated, upon reflection, there was some truth to them. After all, G. Boda's greatest wealth was the system. Everything he currently possessed was brought to him by the system. As long as the system was still there, G. Boda would definitely gain more and greater wealth in the future. Just like the Yijin potion and enhancement potion that G. Boda drank, these were treasures that money couldn't buy. And the mastery of combat and mastery of instruments he won in the lottery were also priceless treasures. What about the eye of the mind? Can its value be measured in money? In short, on the lucky wheel, aside from the rewards in the gold coins area, which of the other 4 rewards could be bought with money? Even if the entire dynasty group were sold, it wouldn't be able to exchange for these rewards. Looking back now, in front of the system, wasn't the dynasty group worth nothing? Not to mention the system, even if G. Boda just took out a bottle of enhancement potion, countless wealthy individuals would probably be willing to exchange all their assets for it. The legendary perpetual motion machine. What man could resist such temptation? The company's matters have been discussed, let's talk about family matters now. After expressing his stance, G. Boda quickly scanned Su Yao, Zhao Shiman, Luli, Yu Lili, and Lin Qingxue, finally resting his gaze on Tang Rou. Tang Rou, are you willing to join our big family? Think carefully before you answer me, because I will only give you this one opportunity. If you refuse this time, there will never be a next time. As soon as G. Boda said this, the 6 flowers all showed different expressions. Su Yao remained as calm as ever. She wouldn't care how many women G. Boda had, she only knew, as long as I don't die, you will always be concubines. Zhao Shiman revealed a faint smile, her eyes filled with kindness as she looked at Tang Rou, and there seemed to be a hint of expectation in her gaze. It seemed she was quite welcoming of Tang Rou joining this big family. After all, they were all good friends. Bringing one down with them was one thing, but bringing more down made everyone happy. Luli sat quietly on the sofa, her head slightly lowered, appearing absent-minded. It was clear that G. Boda's earlier clear support for Su Yao had dealt a blow to the little flirt. This also made Luli understand that in this family, Su Yao was the unshakable main wife. Even if she had gained G. Boda's favor, she needed to clarify her position, not harbor any bad thoughts, and definitely not attempt to covet the position of the main wife. Yu Lili, on the other hand, didn't have much of a thought. Throughout, her gaze was tightly locked on G. Boda. However, when G. Boda looked over, Yu Lili would quickly turn her gaze away, her pretty face involuntarily flushing a bit. It was obvious that this woman was definitely imagining some inappropriate scenes. Silly woman. Finally, there was Lin Qingxue. When she heard G. Boda invite Tang Rou, she immediately became tense. However, she didn't dare to show it too obviously, just secretly signaling to Tang Rou, as if warning her not to agree to G. Boda. Tang Rou seemed a bit nervous as well. After all, her girlfriend Lin Qingxue was sitting right next to her. If she directly agreed to G. Boda in front of Lin Qingxue, wouldn't that hurt Lin Qingxue's feelings? But G. Boda had made it very clear, he was only giving this one opportunity. If she missed this time, there would never be a next time. Tang Rou really liked Lin Qingxue, but she was also reluctant to give up this immense wealth. After just one day of interaction, G. Boda's extravagance had completely shattered Tang Rou's outlook on life, values, and worldview. She was very clear that with G. Boda's extravagant and generous personality, as long as she nodded, she would enjoy endless wealth and glory for the rest of her life. But what about Lin Qingxue? She had already committed herself to G. Boda for my sake. She made such a great sacrifice. Should I really turn a blind eye and even harm the feelings between me and her for a bit of money? Just thinking about this made Tang Rou's gaze gradually become resolute. She trembled her lips, about to say something, but unexpectedly, at that moment, G. Boda spoke first. By the way, if you refuse me, we will be strangers from now on. I won't let you meet Yao Yao, Man, Lizzie, Lily, and Qingxue again. Of course, if any of them dares to sneak off to see you, I will break their legs. Besides, all their contact information with you must be deleted and blocked. If anyone dares to secretly keep your contact information, not only will I break her legs, but I will also send her abroad, never to bring her back. As soon as G. Boda said this, the temperature in the entire living room seemed to drop a few degrees. Drip! A drop of cold sweat trickled down from Tang Rou's forehead. She never expected G. Boda to be so ruthless, so heartless. If she didn't agree to him, wouldn't that mean she would never see Qing Shuai again in her life? No, I can't be separated from Qing Shuai. I can't live without Qing Shuai. At that moment, Tang Rou's face turned ugly, her teeth clenched tightly. After a brief silence, Tang Rou finally made a decision. Ignoring Lin Qingshua's anxious gaze, she glared at Ji Boda angrily and said, "Okay, I agree." 4 p.m. Ji Boda sent the signed appointment letter directly to Xiao Wanqing. As for what Qin Keqing and Zhou Ruoxi would think, what changes would the dynasty group undergo? Could Xiao Wanqing handle the position of general manager? None of these were within Ji Boda's consideration. Don't forget, Ji Boda's principle is, completely lay flat, eat and wait to die, enjoy life, and never go to work. Swish! Sitting on the sofa, Ji Boda suddenly reached out and pulled Su Yao into his arms, then announced something to everyone again. Since we are about to live together, as the head of the family, I must set a few house rules for you. First, if I'm not home, you all have to listen to Yao Yao. Yao Yao is your big sister, her position is unshakable. Second, I will give you all a monthly allowance, but this money will be transferred to Yao Yao, and then Yao Yao will distribute it to you. Third, I hate betrayal the most. If anyone among you betrays me, I won't give her any chance, I will personally take care of her. Of course, as long as you behave, I guarantee you will enjoy endless wealth and glory for the rest of your lives, and I will never treat you unfairly. I've said my piece, does anyone have any objections? Ji Boda held Su Yao with his right hand, while his left hand fumbled around his body, finally pulling out a cigarette to put in his mouth. Snap! Seeing this, Su Yao immediately took a lighter from Ji Boda's pocket and skillfully lit the cigarette for him. Ji Boda took a deep drag of the smoke and smiled as he patted Su Yao's rear. Su Yao understood immediately, reaching over to grab an ashtray from the coffee table, holding it with both hands and presenting it in front of Ji Boda for him to ash his cigarette anytime. Such a obedient and compliant woman was naturally cherished by Ji Boda. The living room fell silent for a moment. Except for Su Yao, the other 5 beauties exchanged glances, and each of their faces revealed expressions of compromise and submission. There was nothing more to say. After all, Ji Boda was Su Yao's boyfriend. They were lucky enough to cling to Ji Boda's thigh as mistresses. Did they really want to challenge Su Yao's position? Did you not see that Lu Li has already failed her challenge? Do you really want to humiliate yourself further? If you anger Ji Boda, it will be them who suffer. Sister Yao Yao, about what happened just now. It was my fault, and I apologize to you. I hope you can forgive me this time. Lu Li was also someone who could bend and stretch. She immediately stood up and bowed sincerely to Su Yao. Su Yao felt pleased. The curve at the corner of her mouth rose like an AK firing, unable to be suppressed. Originally, Su Yao wanted to give Lu Li a good scolding. This little flirt, whom she had introduced to the circle, now dared to jump out and vie for attention, even attempting to challenge her position as the main wife? According to Su Yao's usual temper, not putting this little flirt in her place would have been very merciful. However, to showcase the grace and demeanor of the main wife, to maintain family harmony, and to avoid causing Ji Boda any trouble, she chose to forgive Lu Li. Lu Li was very understanding. She even took the initiative to pour a cup of tea and offered it to Su Yao, sweetly calling her sister. Su Yao was delighted. The little bit of displeasure in her heart dissipated like smoke. Next, Zhao Sherman, Yu Lili, Lin Qingxua, and Tang Rou followed Lu Li's example, all offering tea to Su Yao and calling her sister. The atmosphere instantly became joyful. The living room was filled with the laughter of 6 golden flowers. Good friends should be like this. Advancing together, retreating together, breaking through together, soaring together, sharing blessings and bearing hardships together. At 5 p.m., the 13 luxury stores in the Guajin Center finally sent people to deliver all the items Ji Boda purchased in the morning to Villa No. 1 at Phoenix Mountain Villa. The staff from the car city also delivered the Rolls-Royce Cullinan that Su Yao bought using a large truck. The 6 golden flowers immediately became excited. So many luxury items. Clothes, bags, shoes, cosmetics, jewelry. All top luxury brands, and all bought for them by Ji Boda. No more words. First, take a photo and post it on social media. From now on, I'm going to live the life of a wealthy lady in luxury. A photo must be taken for commemoration. Ji Boda, are you moving? Just as the staff were busy carefully moving these luxury items into the villa one by one, a graceful figure suddenly burst in from outside the door. Shin Si. Ji Boda, who was directing the movers, looked up and immediately smiled slightly. Si, don't you have school today? Today, Shin Si was wearing a black JK uniform. The little shirt couldn't contain her 36D headlights, giving off an explosive feeling. Below her pleated skirt, a pair of fair, long legs were as tender and even as autumn lotus, youthful and radiant, extremely beautiful. Although Chin-si wasn't wearing twin ponytails, she had styled a simple and cute bun, exuding a youthful and lively aura. Ji-Boda, brother. Chin-si bounced over to Ji-Boda's side and explained, I just finished my college entrance exams, and now I'm on vacation, so I don't need to go to school anymore. Put. Ji-Boda almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He knew Chin-si was very young, but he never expected this little girl to be a high school student. Ha! Ji-Boda, brother, why are all the things they are moving women's clothes, bags, shoes, and cosmetics? Chin-si suddenly noticed the issue and immediately curiously asked Ji-Boda. Hee, these are all gifts for my girlfriend. Ji-Boda smiled, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Chin-si's exclamation. What? Ji-Boda, brother, you already have a girlfriend? Chin-si's eyes widened, her mouth agape, staring in shock at Ji-Boda, seemingly unable to accept the fact that Ji-Boda already had a girlfriend. Yeah, speaking of which, you've even met her, Ji-Boda said, turning his head to look at the villa. Just then, Suya led 5 beautiful girls out of the villa, each holding a phone and taking pictures of their surroundings. Yao, come here for a moment. Ji-Boda immediately waved to Suya, who quickly put down her phone and walked over. The other 5 girls also curiously looked this way. When they saw a pretty girl in a JK uniform standing next to Ji-Boda, the 5 girls exchanged glances and hurried over with Suya. Ha! You guys. You are. Chin-si, who had been standing far away, hadn't clearly seen Suya and the others' faces. But as Suya led the 5 girls closer, she immediately recognized 4 of them. I remember now. Aren't you the therapists from the Royal Hotel Foot Massage Parlor? I remember you are number 36, she is number 37, and there are 38 and 39. How come you are at Ji-Boda's house? Silence. The scene fell silent. Looking at Chin-si's shocked expression, Suya, Zhao Sherman, Luli, and Lin Qingxue all showed a hint of embarrassment. They didn't want to pretend to be therapists. But, given the situation at the time, it was hard to back out, and they had no choice. Sigh. No more to say. The more you say, the more tears. Phoenix Mountain Villa. At the entrance of Villa No. 1. Ji-Boda suddenly pulled Suya over and introduced her to Chin-si generously. See, this is my girlfriend, Suya. These girls are all good friends of Suya. The last time at the Royal Hotel was actually a misunderstanding. They are not therapists. Ji-Boda explained in detail what had happened that night without any concealment, and Chin-si's confusion was slowly resolved. However, Chin-si's expression was not good. Especially when she saw Ji-Boda and Suya hugging closely, the girl's face darkened again. Ji-Boda, I suddenly remembered I have something to do at home, so I'll leave first. I'll come to play with you next time. Chin-si said this with a face full of disappointment, then turned and left, seemingly not wanting to stay here for another second. Ji-Boda had wanted to politely keep her, but as soon as he moved his lips, he immediately closed his mouth. Name, Chin-si age, 18 appearance, 95 figure, 96 big thunder, 35 D driver, 0 favorability, 85 Chin-si's basic information appeared in Ji-Boda's view, and seeing the high favorability of 85 points, he instantly understood the girl's feelings. However, Ji-Boda dared not respond in any way, because the last shred of his conscience had not yet been extinguished. He could be sentimental, could be promiscuous, could be a scoundrel, could be bad, could be irresponsible, could lack morals, but he truly did not want to hurt the innocent girl. Chin-si was different from the 6 beautiful girls. The 6 beautiful girls wanted money, which Ji-Boda could provide. It was a mutually beneficial transaction, an equal exchange. Chin-si was a wealthy young lady. She didn't lack money, and she had just turned 18, the age of budding romance. Girls at this age are full of infinite fantasies about love. They yearn for true feelings and sincerity. Coincidentally, Ji-Boda happened to lack both. Since he couldn't meet Chin-si's needs for love, he decided not to get involved in such a doomed relationship. The last shred of his conscience wouldn't allow him to do so. So, Ji-Boda felt it was better to dispel Chin-si's thoughts early on to avoid hurting this innocent girl. Hubby, it seems this little sister has a crush on you. Suya brushed her hair by her cheek, staring at Ji-Boda with a smile that was not quite a smile, the corners of her mouth curving into a beautiful arc. She's too young, I wouldn't dare to ruin the future flower of our country. Ji-Boda rolled his eyes, just about to turn and head back inside when a sudden roar of a car engine filled the air. A black Maybach was approaching leisurely from a distance, seemingly passing by Villa No. 1. However, just as the Maybach reached Ji-Boda's doorstep, it suddenly braked to a halt, right in front of Ji-Boda and the 6 beautiful women. Swish! Just as Ji-Boda was momentarily stunned, the rear window of the Maybach rolled down, revealing a mature and stunningly beautiful face. Seeing this familiar face, Ji-Boda was indeed taken aback. However, before Ji-Boda could say anything, the other party took the initiative to greet him. Oh, isn't this the Middle Eastern oil prince, Jiang Shao, who was out shopping with 6 princesses and has emptied 13 luxury stores in one go? Ji Boda. Hee, I didn't expect to have the honor of becoming neighbors with the legendary Jiang Shao. Ji Boda. Jiang Shao, would you like to come over to my house for a visit? I'll personally cook a sumptuous dinner for you to celebrate your housewarming today, and also to celebrate our good fortune in becoming neighbors? Ji Boda, sure, I'll come over later. That's right. This stunning beauty was none other than Qin Xiaoyu, the overbearing female CEO who had been in a long-distance relationship with Ji Boda for 3 years and had recently been clamoring to meet in person. Ji Boda was no fool. In just a brief moment, he figured out Qin Xiaoyu's true identity. Qin Xi's surname was Qin, and so was Qin Xiaoyu's, and they bore some resemblance to each other. Qin Xiaoyu had once mentioned that she had an 18-year-old daughter who looked very much like her, and Qin Xi just happened to fit that description. Anyone who could live in Phoenix Villa was someone of significance in Shilan City. In the entire Shilan City, there was only one prominent family with the surname Qin. The answer was already so obvious. Qin Xiaoyu was the current head of the Qin family, the power holder of the Qin group, and Qin Xi was her daughter, the young lady of the Qin family. They lived in Villa No. 2, right next to Ji Boda. What a small world. Boom. Under Ji Boda's gaze, the Maybach drove away and turned into the courtyard of Villa No. 2. For some reason, Ji Boda suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he didn't go and cause trouble for Qin Xi. Otherwise, this bowl of rice might have poisoned Ji Boda. The Qin family of Shilan was not to be trifled with, and Qin Xiaoyu was certainly not an easy opponent. If Ji Boda had only gone to cause trouble for Qin Xiaoyu, he could still play the emotional card and have some leeway. But, once he harmed Qin Xi, Ji Boda couldn't guarantee whether Qin Xiaoyu would go mad, nor could he assure himself that he could withstand her wrath. When a woman goes crazy, even gods would retreat. Not to mention, Qin Xiaoyu was a woman with a powerful background and a ruthless heart. Hiss. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Hubby, who was that woman just now? Su Yao curiously glanced at the neighboring Villa No. 2, then habitually linked her arm with Ji Boda's. Ji Boda lowered his head in thought for a moment, then raised it again, speaking in a very serious tone to the 6 beautiful women. You all listen carefully. That woman just now, you must not provoke her, and definitely do not offend her. Why? Not only Su Yao, but the other 5 beautiful women also showed curious expressions. Her name is Qin Xiaoyu, the current head of the prominent Qin family in Shilan City, and the power holder of the Qin group. Don't be fooled by her usually smiling demeanor. In reality, she is a ruthless and extremely vicious woman. If you're not afraid of death, you can go try and see what happens when you offend her. As soon as Ji Boda said this, the 6 flowers gasped in unison. The reputation of the Qin family was like thunder in Shilan City. The current head of the family, Qin Xiaoyu, commanded the business world, able to stir up storms with a stomp of her foot, causing a minor earthquake in Shilan City. Behind the scenes, many referred to Qin Xiaoyu as the Black Widow. Her fearsome reputation was well known. Only someone as brainless as Sun Haitao would dare to provoke Qin Xiaoyu without knowing the consequences. If Ji Boda had known Qin Xiaoyu's true identity earlier, he would never have dared to meet her in person, let alone take advantage of her, and certainly would never have thought of bringing her to a hotel. The Black Widow. Only when her husband is dead can she earn the title of widow. Ji Boda was still so young, with a bright future ahead. He didn't want to die young. But, it was all too late. Ji Boda had already wronged Qin Xiaoyu. There was no way to salvage the situation now. So, he could only brace himself and go for it. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? The wind is bleak and the waters are cold. A brave man goes and never returns. Entering the tiger's den and the dragon's palace, exhaling towards the sky becomes a white rainbow. It's all or nothing. Ji Boda always claimed to have a severe case of mental cleanliness. It didn't mean he hated used goods. Rather, he despised women who betrayed him. Ji Boda was a normal man. He liked young women, wives, sisters-in-law, aunts, and single mothers. Just like a saying online, he didn't mind what the bowl he was eating from had held before. He only minded when someone reached into his bowl while he was eating. That was Ji Boda's mental cleanliness. Why was Ji Boda willing to spend a fortune to win over the 6 flowers? And even brought them back to Villa No. 1 at Phoenix Mountain Villa, allowing them to live a life of luxury? First, to disgust Lu Ruyan. Second, because the 6 flowers were all very clean. Third, Ji Boda was deliberately inflating prices. Ji Boda's first move was 10 million, although Su Yao took 5 million in kickbacks, the remaining 5 million was still an astronomical figure. If one day someone offered $1 million to pry away the 6 flowers, they would naturally scoff at such a paltry sum. A mere million? You think that's enough to make me leave? You poor fool, dream on. A woman protected by wolves would never look at a wild dog. A woman who has seen eagles would never look at a crow. A woman who has smelt roses would never look at wildflowers. At 6 p.m., G. Boda, holding 2 exquisite gift bags, rang the doorbell of Villa No. 2 at Phoenix Mountain Villa. After waiting a few minutes at the door, Qin Xiaoyu actually came out to open the door for G. Boda. Hey, you little brat, I just invited you over for a meal, why are you bringing gifts? Qin Xiaoyu said politely, but her hands were quick, directly taking the gift bags from G. Boda. It's my first time visiting your home, I can't come empty-handed, can I? G. Boda smiled and followed Qin Xiaoyu into their yard. Qin Xiaoyu led the way, with G. Boda following behind her. Although the Qin family villa was luxuriously decorated, G. Boda had no mood to admire it. Instead, his gaze was drawn to Qin Xiaoyu's figure. Women of Qin Xiaoyu's age, having given birth, often had very voluptuous figures. Just like Bai Qianshan, Qin Xiaoyu's thick curves were accentuated by her dress, giving off a plump and enticing vibe. Today, Qin Xiaoyu wore a sky-blue knitted top. Although the clothing was loose, her 38F figure made it look like it was about to burst. Her lower body was clad in a white body-hugging long dress, the hem reaching her ankles, with a slit at the back that revealed her slender calves wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. On her feet were a pair of beige high heels, which made a crisp thud-thud-thud sound as she walked. In addition, Qin Xiaoyu seemed to have put in extra effort to dress up. Not only did she wear exquisite makeup on her face, but she also styled her hair into an elegant updo, even pinning a lace hairpin into her mature bun. She exuded femininity. Such charm. When G. Boda followed Qin Xiaoyu into the villa, he realized that the large villa had not a single servant in sight. Unable to contain his curiosity, G. Boda asked, "Sister, where are your servants?" He. Qin Xiaoyu smiled lightly and casually replied, "I gave all the servants 3 days off, they are all home right now." "What about CC? She is out having dinner with her classmates tonight." "Ah, so it's just you at home?" Seeing Qin Xiaoyu's half-smiling expression, G. Boda felt a chill run down his back for some reason, and his heart began to race. With just the two of them, if Qin Xiaoyu suddenly pounced on him, how could a weak man like him protect himself? Life, is like a strong X. If you can't resist, you can only learn to enjoy it. G. Boda, are you hungry? I'll go make dinner for you now. Qin Xiaoyu's voice was very gentle, like a newlywed wife who not only cares for her husband but is also worried that he might be hungry, immediately rushing to prepare dinner for him. "Sister, are you really going to cook yourself?" G. Boda thought Qin Xiaoyu was joking until he arrived at her home and saw that there wasn't a single servant in the entire villa, realizing she was serious. "What? Don't you believe in your sister's cooking skills?" Qin Xiaoyu shot him a glance and then walked straight to the kitchen. G. Boda sat on the sofa in the living room, feeling a bit uneasy. Although he was a guest at Qin Xiaoyu's home, just sitting there like a lord while she busied herself in the kitchen made him feel a bit embarrassed. So, G. Boda stood up with a whoosh and quickly walked toward the kitchen, seemingly ready to help Qin Xiaoyu with something. However, just as he reached the kitchen door, he suddenly saw Qin Xiaoyu bent over with her back to him, searching for something under the cabinet. It was important to note that Qin Xiaoyu was wearing a body-hugging dress. As she bent down so low, the dress wrapped around her body, creating a stunning curve right in front of G. Boda. How could it be like this? This was too much. The visual impact almost made G. Boda rush over and give her 2 slaps. What a sin! Swish! As if sensing G. Boda's approach, Qin Xiaoyu straightened up, turned her head to look at him, and asked, "G. Boda, why did you come in too?" G. Boda quickly averted his gaze and smiled, saying, "I came to help you." "No need, I can manage alone." Qin Xiaoyu smiled gently, walked over, grabbed G. Boda's arm, and pulled him toward the door, saying, "I'm the host, you're the guest, how can I let a guest help with cooking?" It must be said that Qin Xiaoyu's hands were very delicate and warm. These exquisite jade-like hands clearly showed that she usually took great care of them and hardly did any housework. However, such a noble Qin Xiaoyu was willing to lower herself to cook for G. Boda. Even if G. Boda was foolish, he sensed Qin Xiaoyu's feelings for him. "Let me help you wash the vegetables." "No need, I can do it alone. Cooking together can save a lot of time." "G. Boda, you really don't need to help, just go rest in the living room." The two argued for a while. Suddenly, G. Boda looked at Qin Xiaoyu with affectionate eyes, his tone taking on a hint of a spoiled child. "Wife, I want to cook with you." Silence. The kitchen fell silent all of a sudden. It seemed that Qin Xiaoyu was touched by G. Boda's call of wife, and her pretty face instantly flushed with a hint of red. "Well, okay then." The corners of Qin Xiaoyu's mouth curled into a beautiful arc as she turned around and quickly walked over, then began chopping vegetables with a thud-thud-thud. Ji Boda also walked over and stood beside Qin Xiaoyu. He picked some vegetables from the basket and turned on the faucet at the sink, seriously washing the vegetables. However, not long after, Ji Boda's attention was drawn back to Qin Xiaoyu. Because the rhythm of her chopping was so steady, perhaps it caused a resonance. With every chop, the taut sky blue knitted sweater would move slightly, trembling, restless. It was as if Ji Boda was playing the drums, very rhythmic. Waves of ripples rose and fell on the sky blue knitted sweater. So big. Ji Boda felt a bit dizzy. Car sick. In the kitchen, the sound of chopping vegetables echoed. Ji Boda pretended to wash the vegetables, but his eyes were fixed on Qin Xiaoyu. Even his breathing matched the rhythm of the waves on her clothes. Thud thud thud. You are electricity, you are light, you are the only myth. I only love you, you are Emmy Superstar. Ji Boda couldn't help but recall the scene from last night, playing the drums at the arcade. That's right. It was this rhythm. Nice. Perhaps sensing Ji Boda's gaze, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly turned her head, looking at him with suspicion, and asked, Ji Boda, what are you looking at? Oh, that. Ji Boda was caught off guard and felt a bit flustered. But, after a fraction of a second, he immediately shifted his gaze to the knife in Qin Xiaoyu's hand, maintaining a straight face as he said, I'm watching you chop vegetables. Watching me chop vegetables? Qin Xiaoyu squinted her eyes, a half-smile on her face, as if she had seen through Ji Boda's little scheme but chose not to expose him. Yes. Ji Boda turned off the faucet and seriously flattered her. Wife, your knife skills are so beautiful, fast as lightning, steady as a rock, truly remarkable, simply breathtaking. Put. Qin Xiaoyu was instantly amused by Ji Boda. She had seen many people flatter others, but she had never heard anyone flatter so exaggeratedly as Ji Boda did. To cover up his earlier embarrassment, Ji Boda not only flattered Qin Xiaoyu but also self-deprecated. My knife skills are nowhere near yours. Don't think I'm trying to flatter you on purpose. Really, my knife skills are as pathetic as they come. So, I was so engrossed watching you chop vegetables just now. Ji Boda finally circled back to his point, finding a perfect excuse to cover up the awkwardness of sneaking a peek at Qin Xiaoyu. However, Qin Xiaoyu was not some naive girl. How could she be easily fooled by Ji Boda's few words? She suddenly put down the knife, looking at Ji Boda with a half-smile, and said, Ji Boda, since you say your knife skills are pathetic, why don't you chop some vegetables, and I'll guide you? Sure. Ji Boda rolled up his sleeves, walked over to grab the knife, then turned to wink at Qin Xiaoyu, asking, Wife, can you tell me how to cut? Qin Xiaoyu stared into Ji Boda's eyes for a full 10 seconds. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether Ji Boda truly didn't know how to cut vegetables or if he was pretending not to know. Can you cut one for me to see? Qin Xiaoyu took a step back, giving the cutting board to Ji Boda. Swish! Upon hearing this, Ji Boda directly grabbed a cucumber from the side and began to cut it very seriously and carefully. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. Just after Ji Boda had made 3 cuts, Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help but speak up. Your grip on the knife is wrong, and your cutting technique is also wrong. Try placing your thumb on the back of the knife and then slide it down to cut. Like this? No, you can't just hold the knife stiffly. Like this? Not that either, you need to slide it down, not cut straight up and down. Although Qin Xiaoyu was very patient in teaching, Ji Boda seemed to never understand. It was unclear whether he truly didn't get it or was just pretending not to. Whoosh! Perhaps irritated by Ji Boda's clumsiness, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly leaned in, reached around from behind Ji Boda, held his hand that was holding the knife, and guided him to make a cut. This is how you cut, got it? The fragrant warmth of Qin Xiaoyu's breath brushed against Ji Boda's ear. In an instant, Ji Boda felt his ears turning red. His back too. It was as if a little kitten had burrowed into his heart, scratching incessantly. Did you learn it? Qin Xiaoyu's gentle voice floated into Ji Boda's ear again. Ji Boda's eyelids twitched slightly, and without any hesitation, he blurted out, not yet. Then I'll teach you again, pay close attention. Qin Xiaoyu stood behind Ji Boda, almost wrapping her whole body around him, one hand half embracing his waist, the other hand gently holding his knife hand, and then guided him to cut again. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. Time seemed to pass slowly. The kitchen was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Ji Boda started to feel dizzy again. Who could resist having a mature and beautiful lady standing behind you, half embracing you, speaking softly, and patiently teaching you how to cut vegetables? It turned out that the lady was even gentler than the sister. He was intoxicated. An hour later, the dishes were finally cooked. As Qin Xiaoyu brought the dishes to the dining table, she immediately asked Ji Boda, Honey, do you want to drink some wine? Sure. Hearing Qin Xiaoyu finally call him honey, Ji Boda's lips immediately curled up slightly. After the earlier adjustments in the kitchen, Ji Boda and Qin Xiaoyu's relationship seemed to have returned to the passionate state it once was. A good sign. As long as Qin Xiaoyu wasn't angry anymore, Jibota wouldn't have to worry about her getting back at him. Such a happy occasion deserved a couple of drinks to celebrate. Soon, Qin Xiaoyu brought a bottle of red wine and 2 wine glasses, and she even poured wine for Jibota herself. Then, the two chatted and drank together. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. Honey, try this dish? Delicious. Hee, try this dish too? I must declare, I'm definitely not flattering you, dear. Your cooking skills are almost on par with a 5-star hotel chef. Hee, isn't that just flattering? Dear, I toast to you, you've worked hard to prepare such a sumptuous dinner today, allowing me to feast. After a few rounds of drinks, both Jibota and Qin Xiaoyu's faces flushed with a rosy hue. They say that slightly tipsy women are the most charming. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu not only had a blush on her face, but her neck and ears were also adorned with a rosy glow, making her look even more alluring. Whoosh! Suddenly, Jibota grasped one of Qin Xiaoyu's hands. His eyes were fixed on her, and a fiery spark ignited in his gaze. Qin Xiaoyu paused in place. After locking eyes with Jibota for a moment, her gaze gradually softened, and ripples appeared in her beautiful eyes. Slowly, the two of them drew closer. They could hear each other's heartbeats. Ding-dling! At a critical moment, Qin Xiaoyu's phone on the dining table rang, instantly breaking the atmosphere. Whoosh! Coming back to her senses, Qin Xiaoyu immediately pulled away the distance between herself and Jibota, smoothing her hair by her cheek, a bit embarrassed as she said, I need to take this call first. Jibota. Hello? Mom just finished eating. Okay, have fun with your classmates, but you must not stay out overnight, and you can't sleep over at a classmate's house either. You must be home before 10 p.m. Alright, that's it. Qin Xiaoyu answered the call in front of Jibota. The call was from Qin Si. From the conversation between the mother and daughter, Jibota could easily guess that Qin Si was going out for dinner with classmates tonight and might go somewhere to have fun after eating. Qin Xiaoyu was worried about Qin Si's safety, so she ordered her to come home early and not to stay out late. Was that a call from CC? Jibota glanced at Qin Xiaoyu, who had already hung up the phone. Even though he knew it was Qin Si calling, he still asked to make conversation. Qin Xiaoyu put down her phone, sighed helplessly, and said, CC is having dinner with her classmates tonight, and after that, they are going to KTV to sing. She just finished her college entrance exams a few days ago and is in a phase of self-indulgence. Are you just going to let her go wild outside? Aren't you worried about her safety at all? Jibota recalled the incident a few days ago when Qin Si was kidnapped, so he reminded Qin Xiaoyu. I have arranged for a very professional team of bodyguards to protect CC in the shadows 24/7. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly turned her head, staring intently into Jibota's eyes, her face showing a hint of gratitude. Jibota, if it weren't for you saving CC during her kidnapping, I really can't imagine what would have happened next. CC is my daughter, my spiritual support, the only motivation for me to live all these years. Just thinking about the possibility of losing her forever still frightens me to this day. I simply cannot bear the consequences of losing her. As Qin Xiaoyu spoke more and more passionately, her emotions began to get a bit out of control, and tears welled up in her eyes. Without thinking, Jibota immediately got up, walked around the dining table, and sat beside Qin Xiaoyu, gently wrapping her in his arms. Perhaps it was Jibota's strong arms, broad chest, and the masculine aura he exuded that brought Qin Xiaoyu a sense of warmth. Qin Xiaoyu leaned into Jibota's embrace, her hands wrapping around his neck, her head resting on his chest, enjoying the overwhelming sense of security he provided. Silence, no words. Jibota said nothing, just gently patted Qin Xiaoyu's back, as if comforting a daughter, his movements incredibly tender. At first, Qin Xiaoyu quietly leaned against Jibota. Before long, she greedily inhaled the masculine scent on him, a look of intoxication appearing on her face, her gaze gradually softening. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, Qin Xiaoyu's face flushed, and then she bit her sexy lips, not saying a word, and reached out to grab Jibota's wrist. Silence. The living room was completely quiet. This scene was like a movie being played, with the sound muted, only the actions and expressions of the characters visible, completely unable to hear the dialogue. Swish! Qin Xiaoyu tightened her grip on Jibota's wrist, pulling his hand down from her sky-blue knitted sweater. However, just as Qin Xiaoyu released Jibota's wrist, the next second, Jibota raised his hand again. Swish! Perhaps due to the alcohol, Qin Xiaoyu's pretty face grew redder. She shot Jibota a fierce glare and then raised her hand to grip his wrist again. At that moment, the movie finally had sound. Jibota was like a little puppy, gently shaking Qin Xiaoyu while leaning close to her ear, speaking in a soft, spoiled tone, pleading, "Wife, please don't reject my love for you." Qin Xiaoyu almost burst out laughing. This is called love? Are you sure this isn't just being a rogue? However, Shin Xiaoyu actually liked Ji Boda very much. At this moment, looking at Ji Boda's passionate gaze and hearing his puppy-like tone, her heart melted. So, Shin Xiaoyu slowly loosened her grip, no longer stopping Ji Boda, seemingly consenting to all his actions. Seeing this, the corners of Ji Boda's mouth immediately curled into a beautiful arc. An excited heart, trembling hands. I ask you, do you have it? I have to say, Shin Xiaoyu is not someone an ordinary man can control. In a pitch-black night where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, Ji Boda found the joyful memories of playing basketball with classmates during college. Aunt Xiao, your figure is amazing. You little brat, how many times have I told you not to call me aunt? Okay, Aunt Xiao. You, Aunt Xiao, I want to visit your room, can you take me? Hee, dream on. No way. Shin Xiaoyu said she wouldn't go, but Ji Boda forcefully picked her up, using a princess carry, letting her experience the feeling of being a little woman. The next second, Shin Xiaoyu obediently pointed the way for Ji Boda. Ji Boda steadily carried Shin Xiaoyu through the living room, up the stairs, and burst open a door, entering a luxuriously decorated master bedroom. Click! As the door closed, the atmosphere instantly changed. Ji Boda gently placed Shin Xiaoyu on the big bed, gazing at her flushed face, sexy lips, and completely dazed eyes. Unable to hold back, he leaned down and kissed her. 2 hours later, Ji Boda leaned against the headboard, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, a look of endless aftertaste on his face. Shin Xiaoyu quietly nestled beside him, her face glowing with an alluring blush, her eyes still in a dazed state. She wrapped her arms around Ji Boda's waist, gently caressing his 8-pack abs, her ear pressed against his chest, quietly listening to his heartbeat. Who says women aren't lustful? According to big data from the internet, women's lustfulness is more than 6 times that of men. It's just that women are more reserved, good at disguising and hiding, and due to moral and face issues, they generally don't take the initiative. Just like a saying online, women are like eggs, the shell is very hard, and once broken, the inside is pure egg white, but the heart is yolk. Aunt Xiao, does this mean we are together now? Ji Boda pondered for a moment, feeling it necessary to clarify. He couldn't just follow Shin Xiaoyu without understanding what it meant, right? You little brat, CC doesn't agree with us being together. Shin Xiaoyu couldn't help but reach out and pinch the soft flesh at Ji Boda's waist, a helpless expression appearing on her face. Ha, didn't you say she agreed to us? She didn't know you were my online dating partner before. When she found out it was you, she immediately changed her mind, not only disagreeing with us being together but also being very firm about it. Ha, then what about us? Since we can't be together openly, we can only be together secretly, as long as she doesn't find out. Ji Boda. 9 p.m. In the old town, in a dilapidated courtyard, Lu Ruyan, who had just finished her shower, suddenly received a call from Yang Fan. She didn't know what Yang Fan said on the phone, but after hesitating for a moment, Lu Ruyan chose a beautiful dress from her wardrobe and put on a simple makeup. Soon after, Lu Ruyan took a taxi to a KTV club called Wave. As soon as she got out of the car, she saw Yang Fan, who had been waiting at the door. Ruyan, why are you so slow? Didn't I tell you to hurry up? Do you want to delay my important matter? Yang Fan approached with a cold face, not giving Lu Ruyan any good expression. Lu Ruyan also replied coldly, Yang Fan, this is the last time I help you. After this, we will owe each other nothing. You go your way, and I'll go mine. Got it, stop nagging. Yang Fan waved his hand impatiently, then grabbed Lu Ruyan's arm and turned to walk towards the KTV club. Lu Ruyan frowned slightly, wanting to shake off Yang Fan's hand, but in the end, she held back. The matter dated back to a couple of days ago. Lu Ruyan felt particularly regretful after knowing that Ji Boda had become wealthy. Moreover, Lu Ruyan inadvertently learned that Yang Fan was not a high executive in the Qin group, but a mere project team leader, with a monthly salary of less than 100,000. So, Lu Ruyan and Yang Fan had a big fight, not only breaking up on the spot but also moving out of Yang Fan's rented apartment, secretly living in the dilapidated courtyard that Ji Boda had previously rented. For the past 2 days, Yang Fan had been entangling Lu Ruyan. However, Lu Ruyan was determined to break up with Yang Fan. Yang Fan knew that Lu Ruyan wanted to get back together with Ji Boda and realized he couldn't keep her, so he made a request to Lu Ruyan. As long as Lu Ruyan was willing to come to the KTV to drink with him once, they would completely sever ties and never contact each other again. Lu Ruyan, wanting to cut off her relationship with Yang Fan and wholeheartedly seek Ji Boda's forgiveness, gritted her teeth and agreed to Yang Fan's request. At 9:10 p.m., Yang Fan took Lu Ruyan into a luxurious private room. At that moment, there were already 2 men and 2 women sitting in the room, a total of 4 people. Among them, the 2 women were around 27 or 28 years old, both very beautiful, but naturally less so compared to Lu Ruyan. As for the remaining two men, one looked relatively young, about the same age as Yang Fan. The other man appeared to be in his 40s, with a slicked-back hairstyle, a fat face, and a big belly. This man sat in the middle of the sofa, while the other three sat beside him with flattering expressions, occasionally toasting him. Presumably, this man was a leader in Yang Fan's company. Yang Fan, is this your girlfriend? Upon seeing Yang Fan walk in with Lu Ruyan, the middle-aged man with a big belly's eyes lit up, and he immediately waved at them. Yang Fan quickly pulled Lu Ruyan over and introduced them. Manager Wang, this is my girlfriend Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, this is our company's vice president Wang Bin. The moment Lu Ruyan saw Wang Bin, she felt extremely uncomfortable all over. The way Wang Bin looked at her, with an unabashed and blatant possessiveness, really made Lu Ruyan feel very disgusted. However, since she was already here, as long as she got through tonight, she could completely sever ties with Yang Fan. Lu Ruyan could only endure the nausea and, under Yang Fan's arrangement, sat down next to Wang Bin. Thus, the three men and three women began drinking and singing in the private room. With Yang Fan's facilitation, the atmosphere was relatively harmonious. However, as time passed second by second, Lu Ruyan gradually sensed that something was off. Wang Bin was toasting her, and Yang Fan was also toasting her. Even the remaining two women and one man occasionally raised their glasses to drink with her. More importantly, Lu Ruyan had a good tolerance for alcohol. She could usually finish a whole bottle of white liquor without getting drunk. But tonight, she was only drinking beer, and as she continued, she began to feel a bit dizzy, her vision slowly becoming blurred, and even her body started to heat up. This was bad. There was something wrong with the drink. Realizing that she might have been drugged, Lu Ruyan immediately stood up, pushed Yang Fan aside, who was about to come over to toast her, and stumbled into the bathroom. Splash! Once inside the bathroom, Lu Ruyan first splashed cold water on her face, then used her fingers to gag herself, forcing herself to vomit. Although Lu Ruyan took some measures and felt a bit more awake, the intense dizziness still lingered. It was not safe to stay here, she had to leave quickly. After this thought crossed her mind, Lu Ruyan walked out of the bathroom, ready to leave the private room. However, the once lively private room now only had Wang Bin sitting alone on the sofa. Yang Fan and his three colleagues had all disappeared. It was only at this moment that Lu Ruyan realized. This was a trap. Yang Fan had sold her out. Ruyan, where are you going? Seeing Lu Ruyan swaying as she tried to leave the private room, Wang Bin immediately got up and walked over, grabbing her arm. Let go of me. Lu Ruyan wanted to shake off Wang Bin's hand fiercely, but her body had no strength, so she couldn't break free. Lu Ruyan, at this point, I won't beat around the bush with you. Wang Bin pulled Lu Ruyan's arm, forcibly dragging her to the sofa and making her sit beside him. Your boyfriend Yang Fan has already agreed to let you spend the night with me. I advise you to obediently submit to me. What? Yang Fan? He actually. What's so surprising about that? If Yang Fan wants to be the head of the project department, he must get my approval as the vice president, so he sent you to me. You. Despicable. Hey, you little slut, how dare you bite me? Lu Ruyan suddenly found strength from somewhere, biting Wang Bin's arm hard. Then, taking advantage of the moment Wang Bin loosened his grip, she used all her remaining strength and rushed towards the door of the private room. Bang! With a dull sound, the door of the private room was forcefully slammed open by Lu Ruyan. Help! With her head becoming increasingly fuzzy, Lu Ruyan could only stumble down the corridor, calling for help in a weak voice. There was no other way. Lu Ruyan had little strength left, and her cries were particularly faint. Ouch! Why don't you watch where you're going? Suddenly, Lu Ruyan bumped into a young girl's arms, causing the girl to exclaim in surprise. Help me! I've been drugged. Please. At that moment, Lu Ruyan couldn't care about anything else. She gritted her teeth and managed to say this fragmented sentence before collapsing into the young girl's embrace. Before long, Lu Ruyan's consciousness began to fade, but she could vaguely hear the girl scolding. Do you know who I am? Dare to offend me, I see you are tired of living. Someone. Throw them all out. 10 p.m. In Qin Xiaoyu's room. Ji Boda and Qin Xiaoyu were immersed in their own world, completely forgetting the time and everything around them. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a roar of car engines came from the yard downstairs, and several beams of car light shone from afar, quickly sweeping across the bedroom window. Swish! At that moment, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly raised her head, her face showing a mix of surprise and panic. Not good. Cici is back. With Qin Xiaoyu's exclamation, Ji Boda was also frozen in place. Turning to look at the electronic clock on the bedside table, he was shocked to find it was already 10 p.m. Earlier, Qin Xiaoyu had ordered over the phone that Qin Si must be home before 10 p.m. Damn! This little girl really listens to her mother. Exactly at 10 o'clock, not a minute more, not a minute less, she was home on time. Whoosh! Qin Xiaoyu hurriedly rolled out of bed, frantically searching for her clothes scattered on the floor. Ji Boda was not slow either. He quickly got out of bed and started picking up his clothes that had fallen on the ground. However, the more flustered they were, the more mistakes they made. Ji Boda suddenly realized he had put on the wrong shorts, immediately took them off, and tossed them to Qin Xiaoyu, then went back to look for his pants. After this delay, both Ji Boda and Qin Xiaoyu could already hear Qin Si's footsteps coming upstairs. Hurry! You hide! After Qin Xiaoyu got dressed, she immediately pushed Ji Boda, wanting him to find a place to hide. But Ji Boda scanned the entire bedroom and then ran over to open the window, pretending he was going to jump down. No! Qin Xiaoyu was startled. Although it was only the second floor and the lawn below was relatively soft, she just didn't want Ji Boda to take the risk. After all, they had already become intimate, and Qin Xiaoyu had regarded Ji Boda as her husband, so how could she bear to let her husband jump off the building? Whoosh! Ji Boda was not a man who hesitated. Under Qin Xiaoyu's astonished and worried gaze, he jumped down without a second thought. Seeing this scene, Qin Xiaoyu hurried over to the window, leaning out halfway, anxiously searching for her beloved's figure. Until Qin Xiaoyu saw Ji Boda standing up as if nothing had happened, turning around with a smile and waving at her. At that moment, the heart that had been suspended in midair for Qin Xiaoyu finally settled down. However, time did not allow Qin Xiaoyu to respond to Ji Boda. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door to Qin Xiaoyu's bedroom was knocked on, and Qin Si's voice came from outside, asking, "Mom, are you asleep? Why did you lock the door?" Whoosh! Qin Xiaoyu quickly closed the window, pulled the curtains, and then shouted towards the door, "Sisi, wait a moment, Mom is changing clothes." After saying this, Qin Xiaoyu hurriedly ran over to quickly tidy up the bed and picked up the tissues that had been thrown under the bed, stuffing them all into the cabinet beneath the bedside table. About 2 minutes later, confirming that there would be no clues left at the scene, Qin Xiaoyu took a deep breath and walked over, nervously opening the door. Click! As the door was slowly pulled open, a face that resembled Qin Xiaoyu's by 70%, but much younger, immediately came into view. "Mom, what are you hiding in your room to change clothes for at this late hour?" As soon as Qin Si saw Qin Xiaoyu, a look of suspicion appeared on her face. Qin Xiaoyu was still wearing the same outfit from earlier, a sky blue knitted top paired with a white bodycon long skirt. So, Qin Si naturally became suspicious. "Mom bought a set of pajamas today, just tried them on and found them a bit unsuitable, so I decided to return them tomorrow." Qin Xiaoyu casually found an excuse to brush off Qin Si, then quickly changed the subject, asking, "Sisi, did you have fun with your classmates today?" "Of course, I had a great time. Mom, let me tell you, tonight I did a good deed. KTV, KTV." At this moment, a certain internet song suddenly surfaced in Ji Boda's mind. "So high. It feels like life has reached a high nest. So high. It feels like life has reached its peak. Honey, you're back?" As the eldest sister, Suyao immediately threw down the playing cards in her hand and came forward to greet Ji Boda, giving him a big hug. "Playing cards?" Ji Boda laughed as he wrapped his arms around Suyao's slender waist, casually examining her silk camisole nightgown. "Honey, do you want to play together?" Suyao first playfully hit Ji Boda twice, then blushed and obediently cooperated with his examination. It must be said that although Suyao was not as domineering as Qin Xiaoyu, she was still a woman that most men could not handle. "You all play, I'm going to take a bath first." Ji Boda glanced at the 6 beautiful women dressed in cool attire and thought to himself, should he hold a contest tonight? 1 against 6. Set a record first and then think of a way to break it later? With such grand ambitions, Ji Boda walked into the bathroom, filled a large tub with water, and comfortably soaked himself in it. Ding ding! After an unknown amount of time, Ji Boda's phone, which he had tossed aside, suddenly vibrated slightly, seemingly receiving a WeChat message. Lying in the bathtub, Ji Boda slowly opened his eyes, wiped his hands with a towel hanging nearby, and then picked up his phone to check. "Qin Xiaoyu, honey, I sent you an email to your inbox, take a look first." After reading this WeChat message, a look of confusion flashed across Ji Boda's face. Swish! He exited WeChat and opened his email, quickly finding the message sent by Qin Xiaoyu. Curiosity prompted Ji Boda to click on the email. However, in the next second, Ji Boda was frozen in place. The content of this email was actually Ji Boda's personal detailed information. It even had a photo of him attached. Swish! Ji Boda carefully read through his personal information, then swiped his finger across the phone screen. To his surprise, the content that appeared on the next page made him widen his eyes, open his mouth, and wear a shocked expression. Investigation reveals that Ji Bota's biological father is the current head of the old prestigious Zhou family in Shilan City, Zhou Zhangfeng, and his biological mother is the housekeeper of the Zhou family, Jiang Xiaoxia. Investigation reveals that Jiang Xiaoxia died 25 years ago, and the cause of death publicly announced by the Zhou family was death during childbirth. Investigation reveals that Ji Bota, the son of Zhou Zhangfeng and Jiang Xiaoxia, was not taken in by the Zhou family but was abandoned at the door of an orphanage, ultimately becoming an orphan. Investigation reveals that Zhou Zhangfeng has recently dispatched a large number of personnel to search for Ji Bota's whereabouts, preparing to bring this illegitimate son back to the Zhou family. Investigation reveals that Zhou Zhangfeng is suffering from a severe liver tumor disease, and if a matching liver source for transplantation cannot be found, he can only live for 3 more months at most. Investigation reveals that the Zhou family's eldest son, Zhou Shihao, and second son, Zhou Renjie, have both dispatched personnel to secretly obstruct Zhou Zhangfeng from searching for Ji Bota's whereabouts. After reading this investigation report, Ji Bota was completely stunned in the bathtub, unable to regain his senses for a long time. As an orphan, Ji Bota had longed to see his parents since childhood. However, one day, Ji Bota overheard a conversation between the director and a caregiver and learned that he had been abandoned at the door of the orphanage, with a note attached to him that had his name and birth date written on it. From that day on, Ji Bota was utterly disappointed in his biological parents, because he had been actively abandoned by them. Since his parents no longer wanted him, what fantasies could he still hold? Therefore, after Ji Bota obtained the system, he had been hesitating. Hesitating whether to search for his biological parents? What does it matter if they found him? Back then, they were the ones who actively abandoned their son. Can they really accept him again now? If they could accept him, why haven't they come to look for Ji Bota in the past 25 years? This has always been the question haunting Ji Bota's heart. However, after reading the investigation report sent by Qin Xiaoyu, he learned that his mother had passed away, and it was due to complications during childbirth. His father was also suffering from cancer and had little time left. At that moment, his heart ached faintly. Besides this, Ji Bota also sensed a hint of conspiracy in the investigation report. Did his biological mother really die from complications during childbirth? What exactly happened back then? Why was he abandoned at the orphanage's door? What was his father, Zhou Zhangfeng, doing at that time? Why couldn't he even protect his own son? Or was it that he was abandoned by Zhou Zhangfeng? After all, his mother was just a maid in the Zhou family, and with such a disparity in status, she could never marry into the Zhou family. The waters of wealthy families run deep. The seemingly glorious big family hides countless dirty secrets behind the scenes. Therefore, Ji Bota seriously suspected that his biological mother did not die from complications but was persecuted by certain people. Swish! Suddenly, Ji Bota opened WeChat and quickly sent a message to Qin Xiaoyu. Ji Bota, Xiaoyu, tell me everything you know. Ding ding. Not long after, Qin Xiaoyu replied with a message. Qin Xiaoyu, Xiao Chen, what do you want to do? Ji Bota, I want to know the true cause of my mother's death. I want to know what happened in the Zhou family back then. I want to know who abandoned me at the orphanage door. I want to know everything. After sending this message, Ji Bota saw that Qin Xiaoyu's side was still showing typing, and there was no reply for a long time. Taking advantage of this time, Ji Bota climbed out of the bathtub, quickly dried himself off, put on a bathrobe, and walked out of the bathroom. A few minutes later, Ji Bota took a bottle of red wine and a goblet, stuffed a pack of cigarettes and a lighter into his pocket, and went directly to the terrace on the 3rd floor of the villa. Ding ding! Just as he sat down on the lounge chair, a message from Qin Xiaoyu came through. Qin Xiaoyu, I had someone investigate what happened back then. I only know that Zhou Zhangfeng was already married 25 years ago and had 2 sons with his wife. As for your biological mother, she was just a maid hired by the Zhou family. I suspect she was either Zhou Zhangfeng's mistress or was coerced. Because so much time has passed, many things cannot be verified, and my people have not been able to find more information for now. However, Zhou Zhangfeng was diagnosed with a severe liver tumor 6 months ago and urgently needs to find a suitable liver source for transplantation. Only direct relatives have a higher chance of liver transplantation. I have enough reason to suspect that Zhou Zhangfeng wants to harm you. So, I advise you to hide well before you figure out Zhou Zhangfeng's true intentions, and never let him find you. I will send more people to investigate the truth of what happened back then and will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. The night was as dark as ink, and the moon was like a hook. Ji Bota lay alone on the terrace, a cigarette in his mouth, staring blankly at the night sky, his thoughts drifting somewhere unknown. Ding ding! After an unknown amount of time, his phone vibrated slightly, and Qin Xiaoyu sent him a photo. Swish! Coming back to his senses, Ji Bota immediately picked up his phone and opened the photo. In the next second, G. Boda's expression became complicated. The photo showed a young and beautiful woman. She was dressed in a maid's outfit, her hair pinned up at the back, her delicate and beautiful face resembling a fairy that had stepped out of an inkwash painting, giving off an impression of purity and flawlessness. Between her brows, there was a resemblance to G. Boda that was 7 parts alike. The moment G. Boda saw this photo, he had already confirmed in his heart that the woman in the picture was his biological mother. It was a feeling that ran deep in his bones, a bond thicker than blood. There was absolutely no mistake. Ha! A gust of night wind swept by, tousling G. Boda's hair. One hand gripping his phone, he slowly raised the other hand, and with trembling fingers, gently wiped the screen, as if trying to see the photo more clearly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. G. Boda stared intently at the phone screen, maintaining this posture, motionless, as if he had turned into a statue. Mom! After an unknown amount of time, a hoarse voice escaped G. Boda's lips, but it was so soft that it was instantly whisked away by the night wind, disappearing into the boundless darkness. Swish! Moments later, G. Boda carefully saved the photo. Perhaps feeling it was not secure enough, he uploaded the photo to cloud storage, QQ space, email, and other places, even setting a separate password for it. After doing all this, G. Boda took a deep breath, his slightly reddened eyes radiating a terrifying light. Swish! Without any hesitation, G. Boda opened the system's item menu. Soon, he found what he was looking for in the second slot of his backpack. Investigation card. After using this card, you can designate a target person for investigation and obtain detailed information about their ancestors for 3 generations. Note, this card can only be used once. Brother Tonzi, I want to use this investigation card. G. Boda silently recited in his heart, and the next second, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! Please specify a target person. Me. Ding. Investigation card used successfully. The target of the investigation is the host himself. Investigation results are being transmitted. Please wait. After about 3 seconds, a massive amount of information surged into G. Boda's mind. G. Boda, male, 25 years old, abandoned at the door of an orphanage at birth. Later the orphanage was forcibly demolished, wandering the streets, competing with stray dogs for food, fortunately helped by a passerby who sent him to another orphanage. Zhou Zhengfeng, male, 55 years old, G. Boda's biological father, current head of the Zhou family in Xilan City. In his youth, due to his lust for the beauty of his family's maid, got her drunk and violated her, resulting in her pregnancy and the birth of his illegitimate son G. Boda. Zhang Xiaoxia, female, deceased, G. Boda's biological mother, once a maid in the Zhou family of Xilan City, due to her outstanding appearance, was violated by the Zhou family's young master Zhou Zhengfeng, subsequently became pregnant and gave birth to a baby boy, named G. Boda. G. Boda tightly closed his eyes, rapidly digesting the vast information in his mind. As he gradually uncovered his origins and learned the truth of that year, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Before long, G. Boda suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes. In an instant, an overwhelming rage and resentment erupted from him. Zhou family. Zhou Zhengfeng. A group of demons in human skin. The hatred for my mother's murder cannot coexist. Even if you are my biological father, I will send you to hell. Upon learning everything that had happened back then, G. Boda's emotions had reached a boiling point. Because his mother did not die from childbirth, but was harmed by a scoundrel, and even the newborn G. Boda had almost lost his life. The story was cliché, merely the dirty affairs within a wealthy family. 251232. Without any hesitation, G. Boda clicked the lottery button with his mind, and in the next second, the pointer on the spinning wheel began to move. About 3 seconds later, under G. Boda's expectant gaze, the speed of the pointer gradually slowed down, then passed through the gold coin area and steadily stopped in the card area. Swish! A shiny card suddenly jumped out from the spinning wheel, adorned with several curved arrows, the meaning of which was unknown. However, before G. Boda could see the full picture of the card, it was automatically collected into the system's item inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a reset card. The system's prompt sounded in his ears, and G. Boda immediately opened the item inventory, quickly spotting the card in his backpack. Reset card. After using this card, you can reset the lucky wheel and randomly change the area sizes of the 5 rewards on the wheel. Note, this card can only be used once. Good stuff. G. Boda's eyes lit up, and his heartbeat quickened. It could reset the area sizes of the 5 rewards on the lucky wheel. If luck exploded, directly enlarging the area by 100 times, wouldn't he be able to win the grand prize every time? I want to use this card. Without any hesitation, G. Boda used the card on the spot. With a light swish, the reset card in his backpack instantly transformed into a stream of light and disappeared. Immediately after, the system prompt sounded in his ears again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully used a reset card. The lucky wheel is being reset, please wait. Swish! G-Boda quickly exited the system item inventory and returned to the main system page. In G-Boda's view, the lucky wheel was indeed changing. First, the gold coin area, which previously occupied nearly 50% of the space, was rapidly shrinking. Then, the card, bottle, and book areas were slowly expanding. Finally, the question mark area seemed to show no change at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it appeared to be slowly expanding as well. However, the expansion speed of that area was very slow, almost imperceptible, and G-Boda wished he could take matters into his own hands to make it larger. Ding! Lucky wheel reset successful. About 5 seconds later, the system prompt sounded in G-Boda's ears again, and the lucky wheel in his view stopped changing. The previous order of the area sizes for the 5 rewards was gold coin card bottle book question mark. Now, the order of the 5 rewards by area size was card bottle book gold coin question mark. Among them, the card occupied nearly 40%, the bottle nearly 25%, the book nearly 20%, the gold coin nearly 10%, and the question mark nearly 5%. After the gold coin area shrank, the other 4 areas expanded. Nice! Let's draw again. Looking at the freshly minted lucky wheel, G-Boda rubbed his hands vigorously and then clicked the lottery button again with his mind. Swish! The red pointer, carrying G-Boda's hopes, spun rapidly. About 3 seconds later, the pointer passed through the bottle area, then through the book, gold coin, and question mark areas, slowly returning to the card area. Clack! With a light sound, the pointer finally settled steadily in the card area. G-Boda did not show any signs of disappointment. If he hadn't used the reset card just now, the pointer would have definitely stopped in the gold coin area. One must learn to be content. Contentment brings happiness. Swish! A shiny card suddenly jumped out from the spinning wheel, depicting a small person running, the meaning of which was unknown. Of course, the card was quickly collected into the system's item inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a teleportation card. The system's prompt sounded in his ear, and G-Boda was momentarily taken aback before quickly opening the system's item menu. Teleportation card. After using this card, you can instantly move to any location within a 10-meter radius. Note, this card can only be used once. Wow! Isn't this just the blink skill from games? However, while the skills in games can be used multiple times, this card only provides G-Boda with one chance to blink. No need to think about it. This card is for saving his life. It must be kept close and treasured. Ha! G-Boda closed the system's item menu and took a deep breath. Glancing at the last remaining lottery chance for today, G-Boda suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "Damn, I forgot to recite the incantation." With immense frustration, G-Boda pressed his hands together and began to mutter, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, I want to sacrifice Lu Ruyan to exchange for the blessings of all gods to win a grand prize." Swish! After finishing this incantation, G-Boda immediately clicked the lottery button with his mind, then stared wide-eyed, holding his breath, and fixated on the rapidly spinning red pointer. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In G-Boda's dazed gaze, the red pointer passed the card area, then the bottle, books, coins, and question mark areas. Finally, it embarrassingly returned to the card area. Damn! All that for nothing after G-Boda recited such a long incantation. It seems that just sacrificing Lu Ruyan doesn't work anymore. Maybe tomorrow he should try directly tying Lu Ruyan up and offering her to Brother Tongzi? I wonder if Brother Tongzi is into that. Ding! This system warns the host not to entertain any nonsensical fantasies. Winning the lottery relies on luck, and there are no shortcuts. The sudden system prompt startled G-Boda, making him shiver all over, and even his 10 toes curled up awkwardly. Forget it. Since Brother Tongzi isn't into that, let's temporarily let Lu Ruyan off the hook. By the way, where's my reward? Swish! At that moment, a shiny card suddenly popped up on the spinning wheel, depicting a gaping bloody mouth, looking particularly creepy. Immediately after, the card was quickly collected into the system's item menu. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a foodie card. The system's prompt sounded again, and G-Boda was momentarily stunned before quickly opening the system's item menu. Foodie card. After using this card, if you eat any electronic product, you will gain all the functions of that electronic product. Note, this card can only be used once. G-Boda? Midnight. On the terrace. G-Boda held a card in his hand, completely dumbfounded. The meaning of this foodie card is not hard to understand. Simply put, no matter what you eat, you can gain all the functions of the thing you ate. For example, if you eat a hairdryer, you can blow cold and hot air and adjust the wind speed. If you eat a razor, you can sprout sharp blades and shave yourself. However, the range of what you can eat is limited to electronic products. So, the options are not many. Boda first thought about whether to eat a computer to play with. But a computer is too big, even a small laptop weighs several pounds, and he can't possibly eat that. There's no choice. He can only settle for eating a phone. Just right, Boda still owes the gentleman a promise to eat a phone, so he can pay off that debt. Brother Tonzi, I want to ask, if I use this foodie card, is it hard eating? Boda wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cautiously inquired. Ding! This system suggests the host add some salt, vinegar, and a bit of chili sauce. Maybe it will taste better. Damn! The key is that the phone is too hard. I'm worried I won't be able to bite it, and I'm even more worried it will damage my stomach and esophagus. Ding! After the host uses the glutton card, the host's mouth, esophagus, and stomach will be automatically strengthened for a short period of time, and it will not cause any harm to your body. Oh, that makes me feel relieved. After hearing Brother Tonzi's explanation, Boda's anxious heart settled down. Next, Boda placed the glutton card and his phone in front of him. But then he thought, Brother Tonzi seemed to have a point. Adding some salt, a bit of vinegar, and dipping it in chili sauce might improve the taste. Swish! Without any hesitation, Boda got up and went downstairs, heading straight to the kitchen on the first floor to rummage through things. Honey, what are you looking for? Suddenly, a slightly charming voice floated over from behind Boda. He turned around to see it was Su Yao. Without thinking, he replied, I suddenly feel a bit hungry, so I came to the kitchen to see if there's anything to eat. Boda quickly found a few bottles of seasoning, and before Su Yao could say anything, he hurriedly carried the bottles back to the terrace on the third floor. Su Yao, next came the exciting moment. Boda dipped his phone in various seasonings, then took out the glutton card, steeled his heart, and silently thought, I want to use the glutton card. Swish! The card in his hand instantly transformed into a stream of light and directly entered Boda's mouth. Immediately, Boda felt a warm current surge through his mouth, esophagus, and stomach. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using a glutton card. Please eat an electronic product within 5 minutes to gain all its functions. What the heck? Only 5 minutes to eat? Brother Tonzi, why didn't you say so earlier? Boda took a long breath, closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and stuffed the phone into his mouth. Crunch! 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 To Boda's surprise, there was no pain at all in his mouth. Chewing the phone felt like chewing on soybeans. Not only was it crunchy, but it also tasted pretty good. His esophagus and stomach were briefly strengthened, so after swallowing the phone, Boda felt no discomfort at all. It didn't even take 5 minutes. In about 2 minutes, Boda swallowed the entire phone and even felt a lingering desire for more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully eating a phone and gaining all its functions. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his ear, and the next second, Boda felt himself transform into a phone. Oh no! This feeling was incredibly strange, as if he had completely merged with the phone. The machine was him, and he was the machine, a perfect unity of man and machine, invincible in the world. Swish! A virtual phone phantom appeared in Boda's mind. He tried to open the phone's camera, and to his surprise, everything his eyes saw could be captured. He then attempted to use this virtual phone to go online, and various web pages immediately popped up in his view. After several attempts, Boda discovered that he essentially carried an invisible phone with him. Not only could he make calls, browse the internet, send WeChat messages, watch movies, listen to music, and play games with his thoughts, but he could also activate the phone's camera function to secretly take photos and record audio anytime, anywhere. Nice! This was exactly what Boda had imagined. He had completely merged with the phone. One word, awesome. Tap tap tap. At that moment, a sound of footsteps approached. Boda turned to see Su Yao walking over with a steaming bowl of noodles, a big smile on her face. Yao Yao, what's this? Honey, didn't you say you were hungry? I made you a bowl of noodles and fried 2 eggs. Eat it while it's hot. Ha? Honey, what kind of expression is that? Do you think the noodles I made are not tasty? Looking at the eagerly expectant Su Yao, Boda instinctively touched his stomach, a wry smile appearing on his face. Yao Yao, Dad just ate a whole phone and is already full. I really can't eat anymore right now. Unfortunately, Boda didn't dare to say this out loud, and Su Yao had no idea that he had just eaten a phone. Seeing Boda's awkward demeanor, Su Yao simply pulled a chair over, sat down beside him, and held the bowl of noodles, using chopsticks to pick up the noodles and personally fed them to Boda. Hubby, be good. Open your mouth, Amu. Su Yao was like a mother coaxing a child to eat, first bringing the noodles to her mouth, gently blowing on them, and then feeding them to Jibota. Ah! Jibota opened his mouth like a robot, mechanically eating the noodles that Suyao fed him with great difficulty. Good! Take another bite. Hubby is so great. Eat more, so you can grow taller and fatter. You should eat the eggs too, they're nutritious, don't waste them. Hubby eats so well, Moo. Here's a reward for you. Jibota was stunned. Although his stomach was already full, under Suyao's soft and gentle coaxing, he still managed to eat a whole bowl of noodles and 2 eggs. At that moment, Jibota finally understood what it meant to be unable to resist the favor of a beauty. However, because he had eaten too much, Jibota urgently needed to exercise a bit to help with his digestion. Yao Yao, go call Qingxua and Ro up here. Just tell them I'm waiting for them in the master bedroom. Jibota felt it was very necessary to give Lin Qingxua and Tang Ro a profound education, aiming to open their meridians and cure their psychological issues, turning them into normal women. Okay, I'll go call them right now. Suyao gave Jibota a suggestive look and then prepared to get up to call them downstairs. Wait a minute, also prepare 2 ropes and a small whip for me. As soon as Jibota said this, Suyao immediately froze in place. The next second, Suyao suddenly turned around, her eyes shining as she stared at Jibota, her face filled with excitement. Hubby, are you going to play that big tonight? Ahem. Adults matters, children should not pry. Hubby, can I watch? Get lost. I said, adults matters, children should not pry. Hubby, please, I promise to stand quietly by the side, not saying a word. I absolutely won't disturb you. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly, with not a cloud in the sky. Today, Jibota did not sleep in. He got up early and sat down to breakfast with the 6 beautiful girls. Sitting at the head of the dining table, Jibota looked around and instantly took in the favorability ratings of the 6 girls. Suyao, favorability 100, Zhao Sherman, favorability 98, Luli, favorability 97, Yu Lily, favorability 95, Lin Qingxua, favorability 80, Tangro, favorability 80. Jibota felt very pleased, especially with Lin Qingxua and Tangro, the pair of girls. After a night of education and urging from Jibota, they seemed to have deeply recognized their mistakes, and their attitude towards correcting them was very earnest, having transformed from bad girls into good girls. All the credit for this went to Jibota's perpetual motion machine. I have something to tell everyone. Jibota suddenly clapped his hands, catching the attention of the 6 girls, and then continued, I might have to leave for a while to take care of something very important. During this time, unless there is an emergency, don't contact me proactively. If you encounter any trouble that you can't solve by yourself, you can go to Villa No. 2 next door to seek help from Qin Xiaoyu. I've already informed her. Suddenly hearing that Jibota would be leaving for a while, and noticing the seriousness in his tone, the 6 flower girls sensed the gravity of the situation. Suyao suddenly grabbed Jibota's arm, her face filled with worry, and asked, Honey, what are you going to do? I feel like what you're about to handle is quite dangerous. He. Jibota smiled and gently patted Suyao's hand, saying, What I'm going to do is not dangerous at all, just a bit troublesome. Is it absolutely necessary? Suyao's eyelids trembled slightly, a deep concern rising in her eyes. The other 5 flower girls also showed expressions of worry and confusion. It seemed everyone was convinced that Jibota was pretending to be relaxed, and that what he was going out to do was likely something dangerous. What are you all looking like this for? Jibota shook his head in amusement, then jokingly said, I'm going out to make a lot of money. Money? Do you want some? Silence. The restaurant fell silent. To Jibota's surprise, the 624K pure gold flower girls showed no significant reaction upon hearing about money. Instead, they all fell silent. Honey, is it absolutely necessary? Suyao trembled her lips and asked the same question again. Jibota was at a loss for words. He never expected that a group of gold diggers would suddenly stop being gold diggers. Were they really going to play with true feelings? Didn't they fear ending up with nothing? Such a misguided thought was unacceptable. I have my reasons for having to go. Jibota didn't have time to correct their misguided thoughts, so he could only casually brush it off and then got up to pack his luggage. Half an hour later, Jibota dragged a suitcase, holding a set of car keys, and under the escort of the 6 flower girls, he went straight to the garage. Honey, we'll wait for you to come back. Suyao was the one who understood Jibota's character and temperament the best among the 6 flower girls. She knew that once Jibota made a decision, it was almost impossible to change it, so she didn't try to persuade him further. Don't worry, I won't let you all be widows. When I come back, make sure to wash up and apply honey, lying on the bed. I want 1 against 6. Also, whoever can give me a child, boy or girl, I'll reward her 10 million. As soon as Jibota said this, the faces of the 6 flower girls turned shy. They looked at Jibota with longing eyes, wishing they could drag him back to the room right then and there to watch a movie about the journey to the west. In the end, amidst the reluctant gazes of the 6 flower girls, Jibota got into the Bugatti Chiron that Shin-si had given him, then stepped on the gas and drove away. On the road, Jibota controlled the steering wheel with both hands, but in his mind, he summoned his phone and sent a WeChat message to Qin Xiaoyu. Jibota, Xiaoyu, I'm sending you an address, you tell Zhou Zhangfeng that his illegitimate child is waiting for him here. Not long after, Qin Xiaoyu replied with a WeChat message. Qin Xiaoyu, Xiao Chen, what are you trying to do? Jibota, isn't Zhou Zhangfeng looking for me? Doesn't he want to take me back to the Zhou family? Then I'll do as he wishes. Qin Xiaoyu, Xiao Chen, are you crazy? What does Zhou Zhangfeng want to do to you? It's obvious to everyone. Aren't you afraid he'll take your liver? Jibota, who's taking whose, it's not certain yet. Qin Xiaoyu, are you sure you want to confront the entire Zhou family head-on? Jibota, hee, how hard I am, don't you know very well? Emoji, sigh, Qin Xiaoyu, you little brat, you still have the mood to drive at a time like this. It seems you've made all the preparations? Jibota, life and death are nothing to me, if you don't agree, then let's fight. After Jibota had eaten a phone, he suddenly felt liberated, as he only needed to think a little to easily chat with others on WeChat. One word, so convenient. An hour later, Jibota drove his Bugatti Chiron into the old town. Amidst the astonished and envious gazes of passers-by, the sports car finally stopped in front of a dilapidated courtyard. That's right. This was the shabby courtyard where Jibota had rented for 3 years. He had come back this time to pack up his things and take away the only relic his mother had left him. This relic wasn't anything valuable, just a red string tied to a safety talisman. But to Jibota, this item was incredibly precious. Swish! Jibota pushed open the big door and walked into the courtyard. Perhaps lost in thought, he didn't notice that the clothesline in the courtyard was filled with his shirts, pants, and socks. No need to think. An accident had happened. Crack! Jibota opened the door to the east room, and as soon as he stepped inside, he immediately saw the back of a woman in an S shape. The woman was not wearing any clothes, standing with her back to the door in front of a large wardrobe, both hands reaching inside. It seemed she had just gotten out of bed and was looking for a suitable outfit to wear from the wardrobe. Ah! A high-pitched scream suddenly broke the tranquility of the courtyard. Lu Ruyan covered her body with one hand while the other frantically pulled a dress from the wardrobe, hurriedly blocking herself with it, then turned around, her face full of vigilance as she looked at the intruder. However, when she saw that the man who had suddenly barged into the room was Jibota, her vigilance turned into surprise, and her beautiful phoenix eyes immediately lit up. Jibota, you're back. Lu Ruyan gently trembled her lips, then instinctively took a step forward, seemingly wanting to throw herself into Jibota's arms. But, after a brief moment of shock, Jibota immediately took a step back and banged shut the door again. Immediately, Jibota's voice came from outside the door. Lu Ruyan, you barged into my room in broad daylight without any clothes on? Do you have no shame? I'm giving you 1 minute now, right now, immediately put on your clothes and get the hell out of my house. Otherwise, I'll report you for trespassing, indecent exposure, molesting a man, and intent to rape. Lu Ruyan. Shilan City. In the old town, in a dilapidated courtyard, Jibota rummaged through boxes and cabinets for quite a while, finally finding the safety talisman his mother had left him in a hidden corner at the very bottom of the wardrobe. Ha! He let out a long breath, and just as he stood up, he saw Lu Ruyan anxiously standing at the door. She had her hands crossed in front of her, nervously rubbing her 10 fingers, her lips trembling several times, as if she wanted to say something but found it hard to speak. Lu Ruyan, you didn't fly together with Yang Fan, yet you secretly came to stay at my house. What are you trying to do? Jibota frowned. Although only a few days had passed, seeing Lu Ruyan again, he found that he had no emotional fluctuations at all. It felt as if he were looking at an ordinary passerby, indifferent, without desires, and not interested enough to catch his attention. Jibota, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Thud. In Jibota's slightly astonished gaze, the usually proud Lu Ruyan unexpectedly knelt down before him, repeatedly admitting her mistake and apologizing. Jibota, Yang Fan is just a liar. Bastard. Scumbag. He first deceived me, then drugged me, trying to hand me over to his boss. I was really blind back then, how could I have believed his sweet words? I really regret it now, sob. Lu Ruyan cried while recounting what happened last night, then kept apologizing to Jibota, hoping to earn his forgiveness. Oh, Jibota replied, then carefully put away the peace talisman, and took out a cigarette to put in his mouth. Silence. The room fell silent for a moment. Lu Ruyan suddenly raised her head, looking at Jibota with her tear-streaked, red eyes, her face full of astonishment. It seemed she never expected G-Bota to have such an indifferent attitude, as if he were listening to an unimportant story, showing no interest at all. How could this be? Didn't G-Bota love me for 7 whole years? How could he not care at all? We've been together for 3 years, how could he just say to let go and let go? G-Bota, I really know I was wrong, can you forgive me just this once? I've completely cut ties with Yang Fan, I promise I will never have any contact with him again. If you don't believe me, I can swear. G-Bota, as long as you are willing to forgive me, I will agree to anything you want, okay? Lu Ruyan was practically at her lowest, not only kneeling in front of G-Bota but also clinging tightly to his pant leg, tears streaming down her face. Swish! G-Bota kicked Lu Ruyan away, then walked over to sit on the edge of the bed, casually crossing one leg over the other. Who would have thought? Lu Ruyan immediately crawled over on her knees and clung tightly to G-Bota's pant leg again. G-Bota felt annoyed, took a deep drag on his cigarette, and coldly said, Lu Ruyan, I've told you, I have a serious mental cleanliness obsession. A dirty woman, no matter how much I like her, I will never touch her again. Do you understand? Lu Ruyan was momentarily stunned by his words, and then a glimmer of hope shone in her eyes. She immediately began to explain, G-Bota, I'm not dirty. During this time, I haven't let Yang Fan touch me at all. Really? I can swear. Upon hearing this, G-Bota couldn't help but laugh. Swish! G-Bota pulled out a new phone he had just bought from a mobile store he passed by, then opened WeChat Moments and found the post where Lu Ruyan and Yang Fan officially announced their relationship. Lu Ruyan, do you want to open your eyes and see? The photos of you and Yang Fan in a hotel are still hanging in your Moments. You actually tell me you're not dirty? You haven't let Yang Fan touch you? Lu Ruyan, if your brain is filled with shit, don't think everyone else is as stupid as you. G-Bota looked at Lu Ruyan with disdain, as if she were a clown. If he hadn't sent Qin Xiaoyu the address of this broken courtyard and was waiting for the Zhou family to come looking for him, G-Bota would have probably left long ago. Now that he had a bit of time, he was just bored and decided to watch Lu Ruyan's performance. G-Bota, have you forgotten that 2 days before I broke up with you, my period came? Put. As soon as Lu Ruyan said this, G-Bota almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Upon careful thought, it seemed to be the case. Lu Ruyan had indeed just gotten her period at that time, and if you counted the days, it would be about today that it would be over. But, G-Bota squinted his eyes, a half-smile on his face, and said, Lu Ruyan, although your lower path is blocked, you still have 2 other paths you can let Yang Fan take. Ha? What do you mean? Lu Ruyan was slightly taken aback by his words, seemingly not understanding what G-Bota was saying. I mean, G-Bota extinguished his cigarette but then stared into Lu Ruyan's eyes, speaking each word clearly, even if your bottom lane is blocked, you still have the top lane and the back lane, you can let Yang Fan go. You two going to the hotel to get a room, it's impossible that you did nothing, right? Although I don't understand women, I understand men. Silence. The room fell into silence. Lu Ruyan knelt on the ground in a daze, carefully pondering G-Bota's words. After a long while, it seemed she had figured something out, and suddenly felt both ashamed and angry, even trembling with rage. G-Bota. What do you take me for? How can you be so disgusting? I, Lu Ruyan, may not be a good woman, but I am certainly not some cheap trash, and I absolutely cannot accept any perverted games. Seeing Lu Ruyan erupt in anger, it didn't seem like an act. G-Bota blinked curiously, and immediately a line of information jumped into view. Name, Lu Ruyan. Age, 25. Appearance, 94. Figure, 94. Big Thunder, 36. C+ driver, 2. Favorability, 92. Regarding Lu Ruyan's appearance and figure, G-Bota had no objections. As for the driver being 2, it was obvious, one was Yang Fan, and the other was G-Bota. In this materialistic era, for a school beauty level gold digger to have only 2 drivers is quite rare. Now, let's take a look at Lu Ruyan's favorability of 92 points. This is also understandable, after all, she had been with G-Bota for 3 years, so there was somewhat of an emotional foundation. Moreover, Yang Fan had suddenly stabbed her in the back, causing the image of her white moonlight to collapse instantly, which is why she would particularly cherish G-Bota's goodness. G-Bota had no objections to this either. At this point, did everyone think G-Bota was going to forgive Lu Ruyan? How could that be? This is a male-oriented story, not a female-oriented one filled with abuse and chaos. What kind of person is G-Bota? He is someone who says he eats phones, and he eats phones. Since he said he wouldn't touch Lu Ruyan again, even if Lu Ruyan was exonerated, G-Bota would absolutely not go back on his word. Moreover, Lu Ruyan's mental infidelity was already a settled matter. She hadn't broken up with G-Bota yet, and the night before had secretly been with Yang Fan. What else could that be but infidelity? Just based on this, Lu Ruyan was sentenced to death in G-Bota's eyes. Swish! Boda activated his voyeuristic eye again, and immediately 2 lines of information popped up in his view. Personal privacy, severe gold digger, her biggest dream is to marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife. Even if she can't be a wealthy wife, being a mistress is fine. Current intention, no matter what, she wants to gain Boda's forgiveness. Boda, I've been with you for 3 years, I know you have severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. Now, Yao Yao and the others are with you, the former 7 fairies of Shilan University, you've already collected 6 of them, don't you want to gather the 7 fairies together? After biting her teeth and finishing this statement, Lu Ruyan deliberately licked her lips and threw Boda a flirtatious glance. At that moment, Boda felt a strong wave of seduction hit him. It was still Lu Ruyan. She had struck at Boda's soft spot in an instant. However, Boda remained unfazed and said, Lu Ruyan, do you think you know me well? Although I have obsessive-compulsive disorder, why would I want to gather the 7 fairies? Am I summoning a dragon to make a wish? Lu Ruyan's expression slightly changed upon hearing this, but she stubbornly continued, I can be your lover, I can be the little one, I promise I will obediently listen to you, and I guarantee I won't compete for your affection with Yao Yao and the others. Enough. Boda didn't wait for Lu Ruyan to finish her words and immediately interrupted her coldly, Lu Ruyan, we have no possibility left. I will never forgive you, so just give up on that. Boda, I've said all I needed to say. I hope we can each live well for the rest of our lives, preferably without ever seeing each other again. Goodbye. After throwing down this statement, Boda completely ignored the kneeling Lu Ruyan who was pleading desperately, pushed open the door, and strode out. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Boda heard a flurry of footsteps. Looking up, he saw a group of well-dressed bodyguards walking in from outside the courtyard. At that moment, Boda's eyes brightened slightly. The Zhou family had finally arrived. Tap tap tap. The leading bodyguard, holding a photo in his hand, quickly walked up to Boda. Excuse me, are you young Master Boda? That's right, I am Boda. Young Master Boda, the master has sent us to take you home. Please get in the car with us. Okay. Boda's calmness and composure momentarily surprised the bodyguard captain. It felt as if Boda had already known his identity and that the Zhou family would send someone to pick him up, showing no signs of surprise at all. The third young master seemed to be very deep in thought. This was the bodyguard captain's first impression of Boda. Boda. Just then, Lu Ruyan also chased out from the east room. Seeing Boda surrounded by a group of bodyguards, each of whom was respectful towards him, a look of astonishment flashed across Lu Ruyan's face. Young Master Boda, this lady is. The bodyguard captain glanced at Lu Ruyan, his gaze lingering on her for just a moment before turning back to Boda. I don't know her. Boda replied indifferently and then strode towards the courtyard exit. Lu Ruyan. Outside the courtyard were 3 black cars, one of which was a Maybach, while the other 2 were Mercedes-Benz S600S. The bodyguard captain stepped forward to open the door of the Maybach and gestured for Boda to enter. Just as Boda was about to get in, he suddenly remembered something. He pulled out a car key from his pocket and handed it to the bodyguard captain, saying, I drove here myself, please help me drive the car back. Alright, young Master Boda. The bodyguard captain was slightly taken aback and instinctively took the car key Boda handed over. However, when he saw the large letter B on the car key, the bodyguard captain couldn't help but gasp. No way! A Bugatti? Could the Bugatti Chiron parked at the entrance of the courtyard belong to young Master Boda? Wasn't young Master Boda the illegitimate son of the master? He had been living outside all these years, and it was said he grew up in an orphanage. How could he afford to buy a Bugatti Chiron? With a head full of questions and confusion, the bodyguard captain walked over and pressed the car key against the Bugatti Chiron. The next second, the lights of the Bugatti Chiron flickered twice, and the car door opened automatically. Bodyguard captain. Half an hour later, a Maybach, 2 Mercedes-Benz S600S, and a particularly eye-catching Bugatti Chiron all turned onto the Ring Road highway. Boda sat in the back seat of the Maybach, half closing his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. About 20 minutes later, the Maybach exited the Ring Road highway and entered a main road leading to the suburbs, quickly arriving near an intersection. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, from the left side of the road, a series of urgent car roars echoed, and Boda instinctively turned his head to look. In his line of sight, a large truck was speeding towards him. The truck was moving very fast and showed no signs of slowing down. Even from its rear, a thick plume of blue smoke was billowing out. Damn! Is the brake malfunctioning? Or is this truck heading straight for me? Watch out! Get out of the way! Boda's face changed dramatically as he shouted at the Maybach's driver. At the same time, Boda didn't just sit back and wait. He quickly activated the system's item menu and instantly locked onto a card in his backpack. A teleportation card. Although Jibota was confident that he could withstand the impact of the truck with his own body, he was also afraid of pain. When he usually got sick and went to the hospital, he would insist on taking medicine instead of getting an injection, and even when he had to get one, he would procrastinate and whine, crying out when the needle went in. How could someone who was so afraid of pain be foolish enough to withstand the impact of a truck with his own body? Just as he thought this, the moment the truck collided with the Maybach, Jibota unhesitatingly used the teleportation card. Bang! After a deafening crash, the truck nearly flattened the Maybach into a pancake. But that wasn't the end. The completely out-of-control truck pushed the already crushed Maybach, sparking and flashing, continuing to drive forward for several meters. Finally, the truck crashed into the guardrail on the side of the road, barely coming to a stop. Silence. The scene was quiet. Everyone present had not expected that such a tragic car accident would occur right before their eyes. The people in the Maybach must have been crushed to a pulp, right? There's been an accident. Someone's dead. What a terrible accident. The people in the Maybach are probably all dead. Damn it. The truck killed someone. Shillong City. Suburbs. After the accident, many concerned drivers opened their doors and rushed towards the truck and the Maybach. Everyone seemed to hold on to a glimmer of hope, wanting to rescue one or two survivors from the wreck. Creak. The bodyguard captain parked the Bugatti Chiron to the side, then hurriedly got out of the car and rushed towards the crushed Maybach. However, when he arrived at the scene of the accident and looked at the flattened Maybach and the bloodied driver's seat, his expression turned grim. Young Master Jibota. Thud. The bodyguard captain murmured, his eyes fixed on the crushed Maybach, and suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. A sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the scene. The bodyguard captain stared blankly at the Maybach, his eyes slightly red, his expression filled with grief and anger. However, he completely failed to notice a young, handsome guy walking slowly from a distance, eventually stopping beside him. Hey! I'm not dead yet. Are you mourning for me? Suddenly hearing Jibota's voice, the bodyguard captain was momentarily stunned, then quickly looked up. Young Master Jibota? You're okay? The bodyguard captain stood up in shock, staring at the unscathed Jibota as if he had seen a ghost. I reacted quickly and jumped out of the car, so I wasn't hit. Jibota casually made up an excuse and then asked, by the way, what's your name? I'm Wang Gang, the family head's personal bodyguard. Wang Gang answered Jibota's question foolishly, then immediately stepped forward, grabbing Jibota and checking him all over. Only after confirming that Jibota was unharmed did Wang Gang let out a long sigh of relief. Young Master Jibota, I'm sorry, this time it was my negligence. I never expected that such a thing would happen on the Zhou family's territory. A hint of guilt appeared on Wang Gang's face. He did not shirk his responsibility but instead apologized generously to Jibota. Jibota squinted his eyes and immediately activated his insight into Wang Gang. Personal privacy. After my elder brother's death, I have been quietly taking care of my sister-in-law. Over the years, I have developed feelings for her, but due to moral ethics, I have never dared to confess to her. Current intention, to do everything possible to safely bring young Master Jibota back to the Zhou family. Wow! I didn't expect the burly Wang Gang to have such a melodramatic love story. Having a crush on his sister-in-law? That's a bit stimulating. It's fine. Jibota waved his hand casually and then squinted at Wang Gang, asking, Captain Wang, do you think this car accident was arranged by my elder brother or my second brother? Wang Gang was slightly taken aback, and a strange expression immediately appeared on his face. It seems that someone in the Zhou family doesn't welcome me home. Jibota glanced at Wang Gang with a half-smile, then turned and walked towards his Bugatti Chiron. Wang Gang. As Zhou Jingfeng's personal bodyguard, Wang Gang naturally knew some internal matters of the Zhou family. The head of the family, Zhou Zhengfeng, was suffering from a severe liver tumor and urgently needed a liver transplant. Just at this time, the eldest and second young masters of the Zhou family began to fight among themselves. The two young masters seemed to be certain that the head of the family would not live long, so they started an internal war for the family assets in advance. However, at this moment, the head of the family, Zhou Zhengfeng, suddenly informed everyone that he had an illegitimate son lost outside and had sent a large number of people to search for this illegitimate son's whereabouts. Thus, the eldest and second young masters stopped their infighting and turned their attention towards this illegitimate son, even secretly sending people to obstruct the head of the family from bringing the illegitimate son back. First, neither the eldest nor the second young master wanted Zhou Zhengfeng to have an additional illegitimate son competing with them for the Zhou family's assets. As for the second reason, Perhaps among the eldest and second young masters, someone did not wish for Zhou Zhangfeng to survive. Half an hour later, a Mercedes S600 and a Bugatti Chiron arrived at a luxurious villa area and smoothly entered the Zhou family estate. As soon as the car stopped, Ji Boda saw a large group of black-clad maids walking out of the villa, quickly forming two lines at the entrance. "Welcome home, third young master." All the maids bowed to Ji Boda the moment they saw him, each of their faces beaming with bright smiles. Ji Boda nodded expressionlessly, then gave Wang Gang a look, and the latter immediately understood, quickly leading Ji Boda into the villa. "Wow! The third young master is so handsome. I didn't expect the third young master to be this handsome, completely outshining those young stars in the entertainment industry. The third young master just looked at me. I suspect he likes me. Get lost." The third young master was clearly looking at me. "Hey! A bunch of little flirts, starting to act up in broad daylight? Who do you think the third young master is? How could he possibly be interested in any of you?" Ji Boda had exceptional hearing. Although the maids' discussions were quiet, he still caught their conversation. Sure enough, it's not just men who are lecherous, women are the same. In the living room of the villa, an old man with graying hair sat quietly on the sofa. He was holding a newspaper in his hands, a cup of hot tea placed on the coffee table in front of him, and behind him stood several bodyguards in suits. From a distance, he gave off an aura of authority without anger. "Master, Wang Gang has fulfilled his mission and brought the third young master back." Wang Gang quickly walked to the old man and reported in a low voice. Swish! Ji Boda also turned his gaze to the old man, unable to suppress his thoughts. "Is this my beastly father, Zhou Zhangfeng? From his complexion, he doesn't look like someone seriously ill. Could it be a last burst of vitality before he kicks the bucket? Truly poetic justice." Whoosh! Zhou Zhangfeng put down the newspaper, looked up at Ji Boda standing in the living room, and waved at him. Ji Boda suppressed his urge to vomit and walked over with a blank expression, plopping down on the sofa opposite Zhou Zhangfeng. Seeing this, Zhou Zhangfeng was momentarily taken aback, then a kind smile appeared on his face as he said, "Ji Boda, I am your father." Put! Ji Boda almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He had wanted to explode right there, but then he thought, "Damn it! This guy is right, he really is my father." "I know," Ji Boda said expressionlessly, waving his hand, then activated his eye of insight towards Zhou Zhangfeng. He wanted to see what Zhou Zhangfeng was plotting at this moment. Personal privacy. In his youth, he was a notorious womanizer, long since exhausted his body. Now in middle age, he suffers from impotence and can no longer engage in sexual activities. Current intention: hurry and take Ji Boda to the hospital for a match. If the match is successful, immediately arrange for someone to take his liver. Old man, cut the crap. I know you have liver cancer and urgently need a liver transplant to survive. As long as you give me 10% of the Zhou Group's shares, I'll go with you to the hospital for a match, otherwise, everything is off the table. As soon as Ji Boda said this, the entire living room fell silent. Not a sound. The drop of a needle could be heard. Zhou Jingfeng's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Ji Boda. He never expected that this rebellious son not only knew his intentions but also had the audacity to extort him. Just to go to the hospital for a match, he wanted to take 10% of the Zhou Group's shares for free? Damn it! What a pipe dream! Ha ha ha! Zhou Zhangfeng was instantly enraged to the point of laughter, blaring at Ji Boda and saying, "Rebellious son, you really don't know the sky from the ground, thinking you can just ask for 10% of the Zhou Group's shares? Who do you think you are? You're just a bastard born from a whim with a nanny. You have no right to take a single penny from me." Zhou Zhangfeng tore off the facade right there, directly calling Ji Boda a bastard, as if he were certain Ji Boda was a lamb ready for slaughter, incapable of stirring up any trouble. Swish! Ji Boda stood up unhurriedly, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, placed it in his mouth, and looked at Zhou Zhangfeng, saying, "Since there's nothing to discuss, then let's not discuss it." Crash! Without any warning, Ji Boda suddenly reached out a hand and flipped over the coffee table that stood between him and Zhou Zhangfeng. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Bang! Boom! The marble coffee table weighed at least several thousand pounds. Yet, with a single hand, Ji Boda flipped it, causing it to spin 720 degrees in mid-air before crashing violently against the wall. The coffee table was deeply embedded into the wall, which cracked like a spider web with numerous lines. Silence. The living room was utterly quiet. Ji Boda's move not only shocked Zhou Zhangfeng, but even the bodyguards standing behind him were frozen in place. "Old man, if I don't want to go to the hospital for a match, these people behind you can't do anything to me." Ji Boda spoke while taking out a lighter, lighting a cigarette leisurely, and then took a slow puff. Silence. The living room was still quiet. Zhou Jingfeng's eyes widened, his mouth agape, his face showing an expression of seeing a ghost. He glanced at Ji Boda, then at the marble coffee table embedded in the wall, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. As for Zhou Jingfeng's bodyguards, including Captain Wang Gang, they all looked as if they were facing a great enemy. They not only surrounded Ji Boda but also assumed offensive stances, their faces filled with apprehension. He. Ji Boda cast a very disdainful glance at the group of bodyguards and said slowly, "Old man, if I had just smashed the coffee table on you, do you think you would have turned into a meat pie? Unfilial son, you." Zhou Zhengfeng was suddenly both shocked and angry. He never expected Ji Boda's combat power to be so terrifying. To lift a marble coffee table weighing thousands of pounds with one hand, even the current boxing champion couldn't do that. Moreover, Ji Boda did it so easily, indicating that he hadn't even used his full strength. Damn it! He thought he had brought back a lamb to be slaughtered, but unexpectedly, the other party was a fierce wolf. This was inviting a wolf into the house. What to do? This guy's temper was so volatile, he could flip the table at any disagreement, and his combat power was so terrifying. If he wasn't careful, wouldn't his life be in danger? "Honey, did you bring Xiaoqin back home?" At that moment, a mature and magnetic female voice suddenly came from the direction of the second floor of the villa. Tap tap tap. Following that, the sound of high heels walking echoed, instantly capturing everyone's attention in the living room. Swish! Ji Boda narrowed his eyes and instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a mature and voluptuous woman walking down the stairs step by step. The woman appeared to be in her early 30s, wearing a dark green halter qipao dress. Her chestnut-colored long hair was styled up, revealing a delicate oval face, with fair and tender skin that shimmered with a captivating glow. Her lightly drawn eyebrows seemed meticulously crafted, beneath which were a pair of charming yet cool phoenix eyes, exuding a hint of seductive charm. A petite and upright nose, lips like rose petals, a finely pointed chin, and a fair and exquisite neck. Not only was she beautiful, but her figure was also incredibly hot. The qipao dress tightly wrapped around her, perfectly outlining her curvaceous, mature body. Her waist, delicate and slender, swayed like a willow in the breeze, leaving one in awe. The exaggerated curve of her hips was noticeably wider than her shoulders. The hem of her dress revealed a pair of beautiful legs, wrapped in a thin layer of flesh-colored stockings, exuding an alluring sheen. Standing at about 1.7 meters tall, she appeared graceful, yet her voluptuous figure had an exceptionally enticing mature charm. Ji Boda couldn't help but blink, and immediately a line of information appeared in his vision. Name, Chen Yun. Age, 33. Appearance, 93. Figure, 97. Favorite fruit, coconut. Driver's license, 1. Favorability, 50. A strange expression suddenly appeared on Ji Boda's face. He didn't expect that, in their first meeting, Zhou Jingfeng's wife, who was also Ji Boda's stepmother, would have a favorability of as high as 50 points towards him? No way! Being handsome is just like that. No matter where he goes, he can easily win the favor of the opposite sex. Tap tap tap. Chen Yun walked over with a natural catwalk, swaying her voluptuous hips, step by step, until she stood behind Zhou Zhengfeng. Throughout the process, Chen Yun did not look at Ji Boda. Only after she stood still did she turn her head, curiously sizing Ji Boda up from head to toe. Ji Boda was not idle either. When Chen Yun walked over, he immediately activated his voyeuristic eye. Personal privacy, marrying Zhou Zhengfeng for the sake of the Zhou family's assets, dreaming of obtaining shares in the Zhou group, but Zhou Jingfeng's health has been poor, leaving her alone in an empty house for years, unable to bear the loneliness, thus developing thoughts of infidelity. Current intention, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjia have recently joined forces to try to kick me out of the core circle of the Zhou group's upper management. I can't fight them alone, I must quickly find help, and Ji Boda, this illegitimate child, seems like a good candidate. Ji Boda, hello. Chen Yun smiled at Ji Boda, her tone friendly as she said, "Let me introduce myself, my name is Chen Yun, and I am your stepmother. You can call me Aunt Yun." Ji Boda squinted, his gaze darting back and forth between Zhou Zhengfeng and Chen Yun several times. Whoosh! Ji Boda chuckled and then pointed at Zhou Jingfeng's nose, saying to Chen Yun, "Aunt Yun, don't worry, this old man is about to kick the bucket. Once he dies, I will definitely take good care of you." Silence. The entire room fell silent. Not a sound could be heard. The drop of a pin could be heard. Zhou Jingfeng's eyes widened, his mouth agape, his old face flushed bright red, and his body trembled violently, looking as if he might die from anger at any moment. Chen Yun was first stunned in place. Then, a hint of blush appeared on her pretty face, and her gaze towards Ji Boda changed, as if a trace of inexplicable affection had emerged in her phoenix eyes. As for the Zhou family's bodyguards, they all looked at Ji Boda in disbelief, their hearts continuously shouting, "Third young master, you are really impressive. Not only do you dare to curse your own father to death, but you also dare to tease your stepmother in front of everyone without restraint? Such outrageous and morally bankrupt behavior is simply too thrilling." Unfilial son. You ungrateful beast. Someone. Throw this unfilial son out. Zhou Zhengfeng was furious. He clutched his chest, his face filled with pain, his old face turning an intense shade of red, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Third young master, I apologize. The Zhou family's bodyguards were wary of Ji Boda, but under the master's orders, they still steeled themselves and surrounded him. Whoosh! Ji Boda didn't waste words and immediately unleashed a portion of his power, directly engaging in a fight with the Zhou family's bodyguards. Bang bang bang! In the astonished eyes of everyone, Ji Boda moved with extreme agility, weaving in and out among the bodyguards, defeating them one after another, leaving them in disarray. Not a single bodyguard could withstand Ji Boda's punch, not even Wang Gang, a retired special forces soldier. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, all the bodyguards were knocked to the ground by Ji Boda. Zhou Zhengfeng was dumbfounded. Chen Yun was also stunned. The butler, Uncle Zhang, standing nearby, was left slack-jawed. Looking at Zhou Zhengfeng, who was still clutching his chest, Ji Boda couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Old man, stop pretending, your acting is too exaggerated. You have liver cancer, not heart disease. Why are you clutching your chest? Who are you acting for?" Silence. The living room fell silent again. Zhou Zhengfeng's complexion shifted from red to white, his entire demeanor darkened to the extreme, his eyes clouded and inscrutable. "Old man, I advise you not to waste time here. You only have 3 months left to live. If you don't want to die, you can only negotiate with me. I've already made my offer. It's up to you whether you agree or not." Ji Boda sat back down on the sofa, casually crossed one leg over the other, leisurely smoking, looking completely unhurried. Silence, no words. Zhou Zhengfeng glared coldly at Ji Boda, his teeth grinding, wishing he could tear this unfilial son to pieces on the spot. However, after witnessing Ji Boda's terrifying skills, Zhou Zhengfeng immediately dismissed the idea of using force against him. Nonsense! Ji Boda could not only lift a several thousand-pound marble coffee table with one hand, but he also effortlessly took down all of the Zhou family's elite bodyguards. With such terrifying abilities, Zhou Zhengfeng couldn't help but feel a deep sense of dread. If he continued to provoke this rebellious son, who knows if in a fit of rage, he would just slap me, this cheap old dad, to death. Zhou Zhengfeng was a man who valued his life. He dared not gamble with his own life against Ji Boda's temper. Since force wouldn't work, he could only negotiate. "Rebellious son, as long as you agree to go to the hospital for a match, I can give you 10 million Dragon Kingdom coins." After some thought, Zhou Zhengfeng offered a price that ordinary people couldn't refuse. However, Ji Boda burst out laughing. "Old man, are you trying to give me pocket money? 10 million Dragon Kingdom coins? I give my girlfriend more than that for her allowance. You, the head of the Zhou family, the chairman of the Zhou group, I never expected you to be such a poor loser? How about this, as long as you voluntarily give up treatment, I'll give you 100 million Dragon Kingdom coins, and I can transfer it right now. What do you think? Do you want to consider my suggestion?" As soon as Ji Boda said this, Zhou Zhengfeng was left dumbfounded. Although he had sent out a large number of people to search for Ji Boda's whereabouts and had obtained first-hand information about him, Ji Boda had won a lottery system a few days ago, becoming rich overnight, and just yesterday, he had jumped to become the chairman of the dynasty group. This information had not been updated in time. Naturally, Zhou Zhengfeng didn't know that the rebellious son he spoke of was now worth more than he was. Swish! Zhou Zhengfeng opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. At that moment, the bodyguard captain, Wang Gang, limped over and whispered a few words in Zhou Zhengfeng's ear. The next second, Zhou Zhengfeng's expression changed to one of confusion. "Rebellious son, that Bugatti Chiron worth 30 million at the door, is it your car? Where did you get so much money? Old man, why do you care where I got the money? Anyway, it wasn't from your Zhou family, it has nothing to do with you. Rebellious son, since you have so much money, then my Zhou group's shares are nothing in your eyes. You're wrong. I'm actually interested in the shares of the Zhou group, otherwise, do you think I would specially come to see you?" Silence. The living room fell silent again. Zhou Zhengfeng's face darkened as he stared intently into Ji Boda's eyes, seemingly trying to see through his heart this way. However, ever since Ji Boda stepped into the Zhou family's door, he had always acted nonchalantly and unpredictably, making it impossible to grasp his thoughts. At this moment, Zhou Zhengfeng suddenly became serious. A shrewd and cunning aura unique to businessmen erupted from him in an instant. "I only asked you to go to the hospital for a match, and you want to take 10% of my Zhou group shares? Don't you think that request is simply too excessive? Oh, asking for a sky-high price and paying back on the ground. You can try to negotiate. I said I'd give you 10 million, and you won't agree. How about this, you give me 10% of the Zhou group's shares, and I'll go to the hospital for a match with you." If the match is successful, I'll immediately cooperate with you for a liver transplant surgery. How about that? As soon as Jibota said this, Zhou Jingfeng's eyes lit up slightly, but he quickly fell into deep thought. It was clear that Jibota's request was a gamble. Zhou Zhengfeng was putting up 10% of the Zhou Group's shares to bet on a chance to live. If Jibota could match with him successfully, then Zhou Zhengfeng could survive, and that 10% of the Zhou Group's shares would be worth it. But what if the match is unsuccessful? Zhou Zhengfeng would have given Jibota 10% of his shares for nothing. To gamble or not? After all, he only has 3 months left to live. No matter how many shares he holds, he can't take them with him to the grave. Even if we take a step back, 10% of the shares isn't that much. Even if he gives these shares to Jibota, he won't be able to stir up any trouble in the Zhou Group. At this moment, Zhou Zhengfeng didn't even realize that he had been led by Jibota's rhythm. He pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Alright, I can agree to your request, but we must sign a contract first, to prevent you from going back on your word later. Wouldn't it have been better to be straightforward from the start? Jibota rolled his eyes, lazily leaning back on the sofa, and leisurely blew a smoke ring. Zhou Jingfeng's eyelids twitched violently, suppressing the anger within, then waved for the butler to come and prepare a contract quickly. About half an hour later, Zhou Zhengfeng signed the share transfer contract, while Jibota signed the liver transplant contract. Both parties achieved their goals. Next, Zhou Zhengfeng eagerly pulled Jibota to the hospital for the matching process. Jibota cooperated fully. To be honest, Jibota couldn't wait to match with Zhou Zhengfeng. There's a saying, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. If Jibota really matched with Zhou Zhengfeng, with Jibota's nature, how could he possibly donate his liver to Zhou Zhengfeng? He wanted to drive Zhou Zhengfeng to the brink of despair. He wanted Zhou Zhengfeng to watch helplessly as the chance to live was right in front of him, yet completely out of reach. What's killing someone? Heart-wrenching is more fun. As for that liver transplant contract, just breach it. After all, a contract dispute lawsuit would take at least 6 months, and Jibota had that time to waste, while Zhou Zhengfeng couldn't wait that long. If Zhou Zhengfeng knew Jibota's thoughts at this moment, he would probably be so furious he would spit blood. In short, since Jibota stepped into the Zhou family's door, he had no intention of reasoning with the Zhou family. Deceit, robbery, extortion, murder. Regardless of whether it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it can eliminate the mice, it's a good cat. Huakong Hospital in Shilan City. This was a private hospital built at great expense by Zhou Zhengfeng. Under the arrangement of a group of expert doctors, Jibota first had his blood drawn, then underwent a physical examination, followed by HLA typing. It took a full 2 hours to complete a series of tedious matching processes. Next, they just needed to wait for the matching results. In the director's office, Zhou Zhengfeng leaned on a dragon-head cane, quietly sitting on the sofa. Although there was no expression on his face, his tightly clenched hands, slightly trembling fingers, and a flash of anxiety in his eyes revealed his inner tension and unease. Xiaoyun, my shoulder seems a bit sore. Zhou Zhengfeng suddenly shrugged, as if feeling some discomfort, and said to Chen Yun, who was sitting beside him, can you help me massage it? Okay. Chen Yun nodded, immediately getting up and moving behind Zhou Zhengfeng, then extending her delicate hands to gently rest on his shoulders. Use a bit of strength. Oh, haven't you eaten? How about now? Hey, why are you pressing so hard? Do you want to strangle me? When Jibota walked in, he happened to see Zhou Zhengfeng angrily scolding Chen Yun. Although Chen Yun remained silent, obediently enduring Zhou Jingfeng's wrath, her hands did not stop, still massaging his shoulders. However, Jibota clearly saw a hint of disdain and disgust flash in Chen Yun's phoenix eyes. At that moment, Jibota couldn't help but recall Chen Yun's profile information. Chen Yun was an outstanding student at Qingbei University. After graduating, she joined the Zhou Group, where she caught the eye of Zhou Zhengfeng, who made her his secretary. Subsequently, Zhou Zhengfeng employed a series of tactics to force Chen Yun into becoming his mistress. Chen Yun was also a woman of great cunning. After Zhou Jingfeng's wife passed away, she managed to rise to the position of Mrs. Zhou, envied by all, despite her status as the other woman. However, Chen Yun had little affection for Zhou Zhengfeng, as she had been coerced into this relationship, and there was a 23-year age gap between them. How could the young and beautiful Chen Yun possibly fall in love with Zhou Zhengfeng, this greasy old man? Moreover, Chen Yun was in the prime of her youth, while Zhou Jingfeng's health had long since deteriorated, leaving her to spend her nights alone. Thus, unsatisfied, Chen Yun had long harbored resentment towards Zhou Zhengfeng. If it weren't for the Zhou family's wealth, she wouldn't have pretended to be so eager to please him. Swish! Jibota walked straight over and plopped down next to Zhou Zhengfeng. Zhou Jingfeng's eyelids twitched slightly, instinctively shifting away, seemingly unwilling to sit so close to Jibota. Ji Bota smiled nonchalantly and turned to Chen Yun, saying, "Dear Aunt Jun, my shoulders are a bit sore too. Could you kindly help me massage them?" Silence. The office fell silent. But after a brief moment, Zhou Jingfeng's roar broke the quiet. "Unfilial son. What nonsense are you spouting? She is your stepmother, your elder, and you actually want your stepmother to help you massage your shoulders? How did I end up with such an uncultured child?" As Zhou Zhengfeng fumed, Chen Yun awkwardly froze with her hands on his shoulders, looking unsure of what to do. Zhou Jingfeng's bodyguard, Wang Gang, and the butler, Uncle Zhang, both turned their heads aside, pretending not to hear anything. However, Ji Bota waved his hand with a grin and said, "Old man, you had me but left me out in the world for 25 years without a word, letting me fend for myself. You have never fulfilled a single responsibility as a father, and now you blame me for being uncultured? Whether I am cultured or not, isn't that your choice? What right do you have to criticize me now?" As soon as Ji Bota said this, Zhou Zhengfeng was so furious he nearly spat blood. Usually, as the head of the Zhou family, he was the one who had the final say, and no one dared to defy him or speak back. He never expected that a mere illegitimate son would have such audacity, openly disrespecting him and even daring to curse at him. "Damn it! Given that you are willing to donate a liver, I'll hold back for now. Once the matching results come out. If it's a match, I'll immediately take your liver. If it's not a match, you'll be of no use to me, and then I'll find a way to kick you out of the Zhou family." "Aunt Jun, why are you still dawdling? Can't you see he's already tacitly agreed? Hurry up and come give me a shoulder massage." At that moment, Ji Bota's voice floated over again. Zhou Jingfeng's face darkened, and he trembled his lips, seemingly wanting to say something. But in the end, he chose silence, even closing his eyes, opting for out of sight, out of mind. Chen Yun felt a bit awkward. She first observed Zhou Jingfeng's expression, then glanced at the young and handsome Ji Bota. After hesitating for about 3 seconds, Chen Yun leaned close to Zhou Jingfeng's ear and softly said, "Darling, Xiao Chen is your son, which makes him my son too. He has been running around the hospital all morning to match his liver with yours. The child is exhausted now, and as his stepmother, I naturally feel sorry for him. Since Xiao Chen wants me to massage his shoulders, as his stepmother, how could I refuse?" Chen Yun repeated as his stepmother twice and referred to Ji Bota as a child. She was telling Zhou Zhengfeng that her relationship with Ji Bota was purely maternal, with no other inappropriate connections. Seeing Zhou Jingfeng's expression seem to soften a bit, Chen Yun let out a slight sigh of relief and walked behind Ji Bota, gently placing her hands on his shoulders. "Aunt Yun, your skills are quite good. The pressure is just right, and your technique is quite skilled, not inferior to a professional masseur. Who was just saying you weren't good enough? Either they're blind, or they're just nitpicking, looking for trouble." Ji Bota enjoyed Chen Yun's massage while chatting, perfectly embodying the idiom of pointing at the mulberry tree while cursing the locust tree. Chen Yun couldn't help but be amused by Ji Bota. Hearing his generous praise and his recognition of her massage skills, a warm current suddenly surged in her heart, sweet and a bit self-satisfied. Reflecting on Zhou Jingfeng's attitude, Chen Yun felt as if she had swallowed a dead fly, disgusted beyond measure. "Here I am, kindly giving you a massage, and not only are you ungrateful, but you also look at me with disdain? Do you think I was born to be a punching bag? Do you think I was born to serve you like a maid? If you can't appreciate me, that's your lack of vision. Those with vision will naturally appreciate me." As she thought about this, a pleasing smile unconsciously curved her lips. At the same time, she put even more effort into massaging Ji Bota's shoulders, wishing she could showcase all her skills for him. A woman beautifies herself for the one she loves. Chen Yun's massage skills were fully open only for those who appreciated her. In the dean's office, Ji Bota lounged on the sofa. Chen Yun's various massage techniques made him so comfortable that he almost fell asleep. Zhou Jingfeng's face had turned completely dark. He wasn't a fool. When Chen Yun massaged him, her pressure was either too light or too heavy, and her attitude was very perfunctory. But when it came to Ji Bota, Chen Yun's attitude did a complete 180. This woman was incredibly attentive to Ji Bota. Not only did she use all her skills to massage him diligently, but many of the techniques were ones Zhou Zhengfeng had never seen before. Moreover, Chen Yun was enjoying herself, smiling brightly. "Damn it! I'm not dead yet. You can't wait to run off with another man? Sure enough, you can't trust women, even a sow can climb a tree. I'd rather believe in ghosts than in a woman's words." Creak! At that moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Ji Bota, Chen Yun, Zhou Zhengfeng, Wang Gang, and Uncle Zhang, the butler, all turned their heads almost simultaneously to look at the person entering. "Dad, has the matching result come out?" A man in his 30s, dressed in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, strode in. Following closely behind him was a mature and gentle woman. "Zhou Shihao, A name instantly popped into Ji Bota's mind. The newcomer was Zhou Jingfeng's eldest son Zhou Shihao, and the woman behind him was Zhou Shihao's wife, Suya. Swish! Ji Bota narrowed his eyes, secretly thinking this was a good opportunity, and immediately activated his spying instincts on Zhou Shihao. Personal privacy, naturally infertile, has never been able to make his wife pregnant, deliberately concealing his infertility to inherit the Zhou family fortune, and has developed the idea of borrowing sperm. Current intention: I need to find a way to get my father to draft a will, at least to leave most of the shares of the Zhou group to me, the eldest son. Seeing this, Ji Bota couldn't help but show a strange expression on his face. He never expected that the eldest son of the Zhou family was actually born infertile. Moreover, he even had the idea of borrowing sperm? What the hell? This matter doesn't require looking for outsiders. We're all brothers. You could totally come to me. How could a warm-hearted young man like me not help you? Swish! Ji Bota instinctively turned his gaze to Suya. I have to say, Ji Bota's sister-in-law exuded a unique charm that only a sister-in-law could possess. Her beautiful eyes were as deep as the ocean, and her full, luscious red lips inevitably reminded one of the most tempting and delicious fruits. Her mature and voluptuous figure was just right. Too much would be fat, too little would be thin. And the slight smile on her face seemed to bring a warmth like a gentle spring breeze. What a gentle, dignified, serene, and intelligent beauty. She looked very easy to bully. Name: Suya. Age: 28. Appearance: 92. Figure: 96. Favorite fruit: pomelo. Driver's license: 1. Favorability: 10. Swish! Ji Bota activated his voyeuristic eye on Suya again, and immediately 2 lines of information appeared in his vision. Personal privacy: desires to be a mother, has always wanted to have a child, and during her ovulation period every month, she desperately squeezes her husband. Current intention: to help her husband gain more of the Zhou family's wealth and solidify her position as the eldest daughter-in-law. After reading Suya's privacy, Ji Bota couldn't help but twitch his eyelids, and his expression became even stranger. He really wanted to tell Suya, sister-in-law, don't waste your efforts. Even if you tie Zhou Shihao up and teach him a lesson for a month, you still won't get pregnant. Creak! At that moment, the office door was pushed open again from the outside, and then a man and a woman hurriedly walked in. Dad, I heard you brought that illegitimate child back and even came to the hospital for a match. Is the result out yet? Zhou Renjie, the second son of Zhou Zhengfeng. The moment Ji Bota saw this guy, he felt a strong sense of disgust. Swish! Without any hesitation, Ji Bota immediately activated his voyeuristic eye on Zhou Renjie. Personal privacy: because his wife is too domineering and controls everything, he got involved with his female secretary 6 months ago, secretly transferring joint marital assets, planning to divorce his wife, and doesn't want to give her too much money. Current intention: since he can't kill Ji Bota, he wants to find a way to drive this illegitimate child out of the Zhou family and absolutely cannot let him take a single penny from the Zhou family. Upon seeing this, Ji Bota's eyes immediately narrowed. Found it! The car accident this morning was actually arranged by the second young master of the Zhou family. Zhou Renjie, oh Zhou Renjie, since you don't know how to die and insist on provoking me, don't blame me for taking action first. Swish! Ji Bota casually glanced at Zhou Renjie and then shifted his gaze to his wife. He initially thought that Zhou Renjie's wife would be plain-looking and unremarkable, otherwise, why would Zhou Renjie be thinking about divorce? However, the reality was quite the opposite. Zhou Renjie's wife, Ji Bota's second sister-in-law, turned out to be a stunning beauty who could rival Suya. She had a delicate and beautiful oval face, with willow-like eyebrows curving like a crescent moon, and her sexy red lips were as vibrant as blooming roses. She wore a light green dress that perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure. You couldn't see her toes when she looked down. From her neck down, it was all legs. Name: Liu. Age: 26. Appearance: 92. Figure: 95. Favorite fruit: pomelo. Driver's license: 1. Favorability: 10. Swish! Ji Bota blinked and then activated his voyeuristic eye on Liu, and immediately 2 lines of information appeared in his vision. Personal privacy: secretly misappropriated a sum of company funds for financial turnover. Current intention: to help her husband take the position of chairman of the group, in order to cover up her embezzlement of public funds. Upon reading this, Ji Bota couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Second sister-in-law, oh second sister-in-law, you really are a foolish woman without a brain. Your husband is secretly transferring the couple's joint assets, wanting you to leave empty-handed, yet you are still thinking about how to help him become the chairman of the group? He has sold you out, and you are happily counting his money? It's utterly speechless. It seems that both the eldest and second young masters of the Zhou family have ulterior motives, while the eldest and second sisters-in-law are both foolish women without a brain. Oh, and let's not forget Chen Yun, that little stepmother. She is also a foolish woman without a brain. After marrying Zhou Zhengfeng for so many years, she hasn't even managed to get a single share of Zhou's group. Isn't that equivalent to marrying for nothing? To take a step back, if Zhou Zhengfeng really intended to share the group's shares with Chen Yun, would he have waited until now? Clearly, Zhou Zhengfeng has never intended to share the group's shares with Chen Yun. Chen Yun is merely a free nanny kept by Zhou Zhengfeng. Poor foolish woman, still naively struggling against the two young masters of the Zhou family, wanting to rely on her own abilities to stay in the core circle of Zhou's group. How can you stay when you don't hold any shares of Zhou's group? In the end, isn't it just a matter of the chairman's word that can decide your fate? If it were me, I would definitely find a way to kill him before Zhou Zhengfeng makes a will. As long as Zhou Zhengfeng is dead, then Chen Yun, as his legal wife, can rightfully take his inheritance. By then, with shares of Zhou's group in her hands, she would have money and power, her husband dead, and she would become a wealthy widow. Wouldn't a carefree life come then? Therefore, in Ji Boda's eyes, Chen Yun is also a foolish woman without a brain. In the dean's office, the Zhou family members were all gathered here. The head of the family, Zhou Zhengfeng, the head's wife, Chen Yun, the eldest young master, Zhou Shihao, the eldest young mistress, Suya, the second young master, Zhou Renjie, the second young mistress, Liu, plus Ji Boda, the illegitimate son. It could be said to be a family reunion. At this moment, Ji Boda felt an uncontrollable impulse in his heart, wanting to throw a bomb on the spot and send this family straight to the afterlife. However, reason told Ji Boda that he couldn't be so impulsive. Killing is against the law and would cost him his life. Even if he were to kill, he must be fully prepared, absolutely leaving no clues or evidence, lest he be targeted by the authorities. Swish! Just as Ji Boda had just concealed his murderous intent, a figure suddenly swayed in front of him. Hey! You are the illegitimate child born from my dad and a little nanny, Ji Boda? You look decent enough. It seems your mom must have some looks. No wonder my dad mixed with your mom back then. Zhou Renjie was a typical spoiled rich kid, arrogant and domineering, looking down on others, completely unaware of the world. He not only called Ji Boda illegitimate child but also insulted Ji Boda's mother in the process. Whoosh! In a flash, Ji Boda suddenly stood up and, with lightning speed, slapped Zhou Renjie hard across the face. Ouch! Bang! Zhou Renjie was instantly spun around 720 degrees by the slap and fell to the ground. You little illegitimate child! How dare you! Dare to hit me? Sitting on the ground, Zhou Renjie covered his swollen face, suddenly looking up at Ji Boda with disbelief. He never expected that Ji Boda, this illegitimate child, would dare to hit him, the second young master of the Zhou family. This was turning the world upside down. Honey, are you okay? Liu saw her husband being beaten and immediately ran over, reaching out to support Zhou Renjie, then anxiously checking his injuries. However, Zhou Renjie shook off Liu with a forceful motion, struggling to get up from the ground, and then, clenching his fists, charged at Ji Boda, seemingly wanting to give him a good beating. Swish! Ji Boda narrowed his eyes, slightly bending his right leg, ready to attack at any moment. As long as Zhou Renjie dared to come close again, he could guarantee that this kick would definitely send Zhou Renjie flying, directly pinning him against the wall. Stop! At this critical moment, a voice filled with anger shouted out. Zhou Zhengfeng finally spoke. Upon hearing Zhou Jingfeng's voice, Zhou Renjie instinctively trembled and then stopped his movements. Dad, did you see that? This bastard dared to hit me. And right in front of you, he slapped me hard. Shut up! Zhou Renjie's words were interrupted by Zhou Jingfeng's cold shout. Zhou Jingfeng leaned on his dragon-headed cane, glaring at Zhou Renjie and roaring, Zhou Renjie, who allowed you to speak to your brother like that? Calling him a bastard, and even insulting Xiao Chen's mother. How did I raise such a scoundrel like you? Xiao Chen's slap was well-deserved. You deserved it. As soon as Zhou Zhengfeng said this, Zhou Renjie was instantly dumbfounded. He never expected that his father would not only not speak up for him but would actually stand on Ji Boda's side. What was going on? Ji Boda was just an illegitimate child. If you really cared about him, how could you let him wander outside for 25 years, ignoring him and letting him fend for himself? What went wrong? Right. It must be Ji Boda's liver. His liver was very likely suitable for transplanting to his father, so his father was standing on his side, merely to soothe Ji Boda's emotions. Thinking of this, Zhou Renjie's expression turned ugly. If Ji Boda's liver could really save his father's life, then when would he be able to inherit the Zhou family's business? And, if his father survived, he would definitely oppose my divorce from Liu. Wouldn't I have to live under Liu's tyranny, always having to watch this yellow-faced woman's expression? No! I absolutely cannot let Ji Boda save my father. I need to think of a way to stop this liver transplant surgery. Creak! At that moment, the office door was pushed open for the third time from the outside. Following that, a doctor in a white coat hurried in, holding a thick stack of test results. Director Liu, what are the results? Zhou Jingfeng's expression suddenly became excited. He stared intently into Director Liu's eyes, seemingly trying to guess the outcome of the match from the other's facial expression. At this moment, not just Zhou Zhengfeng, everyone in the room, including Ji Boda, focused their gaze on Director Liu's face. However, Director Liu's next action instantly doused Zhou Zhengfeng with a bucket of cold water, chilling him from head to toe. Swish! Director Liu shook his head and sighed, saying, Chairman, the match has failed. Your youngest son's liver is not suitable for transplanting into your body. Silence. The office fell silent. Everyone present remained quiet, not daring to speak, not even to breathe. Zhou Jingfeng's expression was grim. He had pinned all his hopes on Ji Boda, only to find out that the match had still failed. Why was this happening? Why, in such a vast dragon country, among billions of compatriots, could they not find a suitable liver source? Could it be that heaven truly wanted to take my life? Unwilling. I am so unwilling. Zhou Zhengfeng closed his eyes, gripping the dragon-headed cane tightly, his expression shifting between gloom and brightness, leaving one to wonder what thoughts were racing through his mind. Ji Boda couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Why hadn't the match been successful? I had already thought out the next plan, which would definitely drive Zhou Zhengfeng to his death, but alas, heaven did not grant me this opportunity. Since Plan A was unfeasible, I could only execute Plan B. As for the focus of this Plan B, the focus had already been pointed out, so no further explanation was needed. Swish! At that moment, Zhou Zhengfeng suddenly opened his eyes. He scanned everyone in the room with a complex gaze, deliberately lingering on Ji Boda for a few seconds. Finally, Zhou Zhengfeng spoke in a low voice, Go home, I want to make a will. Boom! As soon as Zhou Zhengfeng said this, it was like a bolt from the blue, striking the hearts of everyone in the Zhou family. Zhou Shihao's face suddenly lit up with wild joy, and Suya also showed a hint of excitement. Looking at Zhou Renjie, although a flash of joy crossed his face, it was quickly replaced by a look of concern. After all, he was only Zhou Jingfeng's second son, and according to the family rules of the Zhou family, the second son would inherit far less than the eldest. Li Yu also wore a similar expression. To cover up her embezzlement, she had to push Zhou Renjie into a position of power, allowing her husband to take the chairmanship of the Zhou group. If Zhou Shihao became chairman, even if she was Zhou Shihao's sister-in-law, once Zhou Shihao turned against her, she would still face the risk of imprisonment. So, while Zhou Shihao and Suya were happy, Zhou Renjie and Li Yu were worried. As for Ji Boda, he was focused on his Plan B, too busy to care about these trivial matters. Damn it! Plan B was indeed impressive, but it had a bit of a dilemma. Should he first target the old man Zhou Zhengfeng, or should he go after his two sons first? I heard that sending off the old to mourn the young seems to be more tragic. Or, should I just play around? Night fell. In the dining room of the Zhou family villa, the table was filled with various fine wines and delicacies, but the people sitting around the table seemed to have no appetite for food. Except for Ji Boda. He had been busy all day, even going to the hospital for a match and having several tubes of blood drawn, so he was definitely going to feast to make up for it. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the Zhou family, Ji Boda grabbed a large lobster with his left hand, pinched a king crab with his right, and cradled a roasted pig in his arms. He was just short of pulling all the dishes on the table to his side. Humph. A wild seed is just a wild seed, something unworthy of the stage. He probably has never eaten such good food in his life, so he looks like a starving ghost reincarnated. Eating at the same table with such lowly people is simply lowering my status. Perhaps feeling greatly aggrieved by Ji Boda's actions, Zhou Renjie suddenly slammed his chopsticks onto the table, casting a dark look over, not bothering to hide his disdain for Ji Boda. Who would have thought? Just as Zhou Renjie finished speaking, a king crab suddenly flew over and hit him squarely in the face. Bang! Ouch! The shell of the king crab was very hard, and when it struck Zhou Renjie's face, it immediately caused him to spurt blood from his nose. Zhou Renjie ripped the king crab off his face, wiped the blood flowing from his nose, his eyes widened in shock, and his face turned extremely ugly in an instant. What the hell? You wild seed, how dare you throw a king crab at me? Someone, tie this wild seed up and lock him in the warehouse. I want to personally torture him. Zhou Renjie was furious. Ji Boda first slapped him in the hospital, and now he is hitting him with a king crab, continuously provoking the dignity of this second young master. This is simply intolerable. Moreover, it has always been Zhou Renjie who bullies others. No one has ever dared to bully him. If he lets Ji Boda go today, how can he hold his head high in this family in the future? Silence. The restaurant was completely quiet. The atmosphere was quite strange. After Zhou Renjie spoke, not a single bodyguard from the Zhou family followed his orders. They all chose to stand still, silent and unmoving, as if they hadn't heard Zhou Renjie at all. Wang Gang, the head of the bodyguards, was still trying to signal Zhou Renjie with his eyes. Unfortunately, Zhou Renjie, in his anger, completely misunderstood what Wang Gang's gestures meant. Damn it! Are your ears deaf? I told you to tie up this wild child, didn't you hear me? What? You all don't want to work anymore? If you don't want to work, then get the hell out of here. Just as Zhou Renjie was about to explode, Zhou Zhangfeng, who had been silent at the head of the table, suddenly spoke up. Shut up! Zhou Renjie, do you think I was just talking nonsense this afternoon in the hospital? Ji Bodai is your brother, and as his older brother, not only do you not care for him, but you also insult him at every turn. What? Now that you know this old man is about to die, you don't take me seriously anymore, and you don't have to listen to my words? Zhou Zhengfeng looked genuinely angry, immediately scaring Zhou Renjie into silence. However, Zhou Renjie clearly felt very unconvinced. He shot a fierce glare at Ji Bodai, as if warning him not to think that just because the old man was backing him up, this young master wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Ji Bodai, however, stared back without fear, even raising the large lobster and suddenly making a throwing gesture. Seeing this scene, Zhou Renjie immediately got scared and dodged to the side, bumping right into Li Yu. Zhou Renjie, what the hell are you doing? Li Yu, who also had a bad temper, immediately yelled at Zhou Renjie. Wife, I'm sorry, it's not me, it's him. In front of Ji Bodai, Zhou Renjie was incredibly tough, but in front of Li Yu, he turned into a coward like a mouse that saw a cat. Enough! Everyone shut up! Zhou Jingfeng's face had turned extremely ugly. He never expected that he would have such a foolish son like Zhou Renjie. Who is Ji Bodai? He is someone who can easily flip over a heavy coffee table with one hand and take on 10 people effortlessly, knocking down the most elite bodyguards of the Zhou family. Even I have to be wary of him. How dare you provoke him? What I'm doing is actually protecting you, do you understand? Zhou Zhengfeng glared fiercely at Zhou Renjie, his gaze lingering on Ji Bodai for a few seconds before finally saying with a dark face, since everyone has no appetite to eat, let's get straight to the point. I will announce the will. Upon hearing the words will, everyone, including Ji Bodai, perked up their ears and turned their attention to Zhou Zhengfeng. Swish! Zhou Zhengfeng raised a hand and made a gesture to Uncle Zhang, the butler, who immediately took out a thick stack of documents from a briefcase that had been prepared in advance. Next, Butler Zhang distributed these documents one by one to everyone present, including Ji Bodai. I have decided to divide the original shares of the Zhou Group into 3 unequal parts, which will be transferred to my 3 sons. The first part is 60% of the shares, the second part is 30% of the shares, and the third part is 10% of the shares. Among them, my youngest son Ji Bodai has already obtained the third 10% share, while the remaining 2 shares will be transferred to my eldest son Zhou Shihao and my second son Zhou Renji. As soon as Zhou Zhengfeng finished speaking, the entire restaurant fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renji both frowned. The 2 brothers seemed extremely dissatisfied that Ji Bodai, this illegitimate child, could inexplicably obtain 10% of the group's shares. However, before the 2 brothers could voice their objections, they were stunned into silence by what Zhou Zhengfeng said next. As for you 2 brothers, whoever can meet one of my conditions will receive 60% of the shares, while the other will only get 30%. Zhou Zhengfeng spoke all this in one breath, seeming a bit thirsty, so he picked up the teacup in front of him and took a gentle sip. Dad, what's the condition? Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renji exchanged glances, seemingly seeing the word greed in each other's eyes. Zhou Zhengfeng set down the teacup and said with a serious expression, Shihao, Renji, you 2 brothers have both started families, but until now, I haven't seen my eldest daughter-in-law and second daughter-in-law showing signs of pregnancy. There are 3 unfilial acts, and having no descendants is the worst. So I have decided, whichever of you 2 brothers can make your wife pregnant first, ensuring the Zhou family has an heir, I will give that person 60% of the Zhou Group's shares. Boom! Zhou Jingfeng's words struck Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renji like a bolt from the blue. The expressions of the 2 brothers changed almost simultaneously, turning grim. The reason was simple. The eldest, Zhou Shihao, was naturally infertile. How could he have children? The second, Zhou Renji, was secretly transferring marital assets and planning to divorce his wife. How could he possibly have a child with her? Therefore, such a simple requirement from Zhou Zhengfeng was as difficult as climbing to the sky for the 2 brothers. Dad, I have a question. Zhou Renji could no longer sit still. He quickly glanced at his wife Li Yu and then gritted his teeth to ask, do we have to make our wives pregnant to get 60% of the group's shares? That's right. Zhou Zhengfeng sighed and said, in these 3 months, whoever of you 2 brothers makes your wife pregnant first will get 60% of the shares. Dad, if I mean if I secretly have an illegitimate child with another woman outside, does that count? As soon as Jo Rinji said this, Lee Yu's expression changed dramatically. She immediately turned her head, staring at Jo Rinji with an incredulous look, as if she couldn't believe that those words had come from her husband's mouth. Apart from Lee Yu, everyone else turned their gaze to Jo Rinji, their faces showing strange and surprised expressions. Ahem! Jo Rinji sensed the murderous aura from his wife and immediately coughed twice, explaining, "What I mean is, Big Brother is so flirtatious, he has so many close female friends outside. Who knows if Big Brother's close female friends have given birth to a son or daughter for him? If illegitimate children count, then I can't compete with Big Brother at all." Jo Rinji's attempt to shift the blame slightly eased Lee Yu's expression. However, Jo Shihao, who had been wronged, could no longer sit still. "Second brother, what nonsense are you talking? Where did I get those close female friends? Don't slander me here." After Jo Shihao said this, he shot a fierce glare at Jo Rinji, then glanced at his wife Suya with a hint of guilt. Perhaps seeing that Suya's expression was still normal and showed no anger, Jo Shihao couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. "Eldest brother, you don't have to be embarrassed to admit it, I know you." "Shut up!" Before Zhou Ranjie could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted by Zhou Jingfeng's cold shout. Zhou Jingfeng frowned, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Shihao and Zhou Ranjie, and after a moment's contemplation, he spoke, "Illegitimate children count too. As long as they are of the Zhou family bloodline, as long as the child has our Zhou blood flowing through them, I will acknowledge this child's identity. In short, you two brothers, whoever first gives the Zhou family an heir will receive 60% of the shares in the Zhou group." Silence. The restaurant fell silent. Sister-in-law Suya and second sister-in-law Li Yu seemed a bit stunned. The eldest Zhou Shihao's expression was somewhat strange, but a glimmer of joy flashed in the eyes of the second Zhou Ranjie. As for the stepmother Chen Yun, she had remained silent throughout, her expression calm, leaving one to wonder what she was thinking. "Besides the shares of the Zhou Group, I also have some properties, cars, private jets, wineries, stocks, securities, antiques, and so on. This part of the assets, I will divide into 2 equal parts, to be inherited by the eldest Zhou Shihao and the second Zhou Ranjie. My will has been announced. Do you have any questions?" After Zhou Zhengfeng finished speaking, his gaze swept over Zhou Shihao and Zhou Ranjie, finally resting on Ji Boda, seemingly wanting to see how this illegitimate child would react. However, before Ji Boda could speak, a familiar voice floated into Zhou Jingfeng's ears. "Zhengfeng, you left all the assets to Shihao and Ranjie. What about me as your wife? Do you not plan to leave me a single penny?" Chen Yun, who had not said a word until now, finally couldn't hold back. It was only at this moment that everyone suddenly reacted. Just now, Zhou Zhengfeng had rambled on for a long time, but he had never mentioned Chen Yun's name. Had Zhou Zhengfeng forgotten? No. Zhou Zhengfeng cast a faint glance at Chen Yun and said calmly, "Chen Yun, you are my wife, and you have been with me for so many years, how could I possibly forget you? I originally planned to leave you some money, but Xiaochen said that after I die, he will take good care of you. I see you quite like this child Xiaochen, since you two have such a deep mother-son bond. After I die, you can move to Xiaochen's house to live. I believe this child will definitely be filial and take care of you in your old age, and he will never let you suffer." Silence. The restaurant was silent. Chen Yun's eyes widened suddenly, her mouth agape, staring at Zhou Zhengfeng as if she were meeting him for the first time, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Ranjie exchanged glances, and a hint of amusement and mockery seemed to flash in their eyes. Suya and Li Yu were momentarily stunned, then turned to look at Chen Yun, their eyes filled with sympathy for this stepmother. Was Chen Yun really kicked aside like this? After being with Zhou Zhengfeng for so many years, one would think that at the very least, she would have some recognition for her efforts, right? Zhou Zhengfeng showed no regard for their 10 years of marriage, not only leaving her not a single penny but also throwing her to the illegitimate child Ji Boda? This was too ruthless. However, this is how wealthy families operate. With just a word from the head of the family, one could live a life of luxury, even possessing money that could last a lifetime. Similarly, with just a word from the head of the family, he could reclaim all the gifts he had given you at any time. At this moment, the cold-bloodedness of wealthy families was vividly displayed by Zhou Zhengfeng. Swish! Without any warning, Chen Yun suddenly stood up. She cast a complex glance at Zhou Zhengfeng, then swept her gaze over everyone in the Zhou family. Without saying a word, Chen Yun turned and left the restaurant, striding towards the outside of the villa. Perhaps it was only at this moment that she finally realized the truth. She never truly integrated into the Zhou family's elite circle from beginning to end. What matriarch? It was just a title. Yet, this ethereal title bound her to the Zhou family, tied her to Zhou Zhengfeng, and made her toil for the Zhou family like a beast of burden for 10 years without complaint. In the end, not only did she gain nothing, but Zhou Zhengfeng also casually found an excuse to kick her out. How ridiculous! How tragic! Tap tap tap. Chen Yun left the Zhou family villa, her heart ashen in a pair of high heels. Swish! Seeing this scene, Ji Boda slowly stood up. With a half-smile, he stared at Zhou Zhengfeng and said, "Old man, you really are a cold-blooded, heartless bastard." After saying this, Ji Boda didn't give Zhou Zhengfeng a chance to respond and turned to Suya and Liu, saying, "Sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, as the saying goes, like father, like son. Perhaps one day, your fate will be just like that of the stepmother. I'm very glad I didn't grow up in the Zhou family. Children raised in such a cold-blooded family are bound to be worse than beasts. Be careful you don't get sold one day and still have to count money for the Zhou family." Ji Boda sneered, ignoring the expressions of Zhou Zhengfeng, Zhou Shihao, and Zhou Rinji, and strode out of the Zhou family villa. Zhou Zhengfeng, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Rinji, Suya and Liu, Zhou family villa. After Ji Boda and Chen Yun left, Zhou Rinji, who had been holding back his anger, finally couldn't help but speak up. "Dad, why are you so nice to a bastard? What right does he have to take our family's wealth? Wasn't his liver not a match for you? Why did you still give him 10% of the Zhou Group's shares?" Zhou Jingfeng's face was cold, and he didn't say a word, just gestured to Butler Zhang. Butler Zhang nodded and immediately took out the agreement signed between Ji Boda and Zhou Zhengfeng, placing it in front of Zhou Rinji. Zhou Rinji quickly flipped through the agreement and then handed it to Zhou Shihao, who in turn passed it to Suya and Liu. Once everyone had read the agreement, each person's face revealed a strange expression. Bang! Suddenly, Zhou Rinji slammed the table and angrily said, "That little wild bastard is taking advantage of the situation." Zhou Shihao quickly followed up, "Dad, this kid is clearly blackmailing you. And you agreed to this?" Faced with his two sons' questioning, Zhou Zhengfeng still said nothing and gestured again to Butler Zhang. Next, Butler Zhang turned on the projector, directly playing the surveillance footage from the living room earlier that day. At first, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Rinji didn't take it seriously. But, when they saw Ji Boda single-handedly flip a coffee table and smash the several thousand-pound marble table into the living room wall, at that moment, both Zhou Shihao and Zhou Rinji, as well as Suya and Liu, nearly dropped their jaws to the floor. And it wasn't over yet. Next, Ji Boda took on 10 men and easily knocked down all of the Zhou family's elite bodyguards, including Wang Gang. This scene nearly made Zhou Shihao and Zhou Rinji's eyes pop out. Damn! That little wild bastard can actually fight like this? What the hell? What kind of feed did this kid grow up on? His strength is incredible. No wonder he's so arrogant. Damn it! In this day and age, no matter how skilled you are, you still fear a knife. Should I go find some assassins to take him out quietly? Second, don't be impulsive. I just remembered, isn't the third one that young Master Jian who was trending a couple of days ago? Isn't that the little oil prince from the Middle East, accompanied by 6 princesses, who cleared out 13 luxury stores in one go? Damn! Isn't he a bastard? Where did he get all that money? That Ji Boda kid is not only very skilled but also extremely wealthy. I warn you, don't provoke him until you know his background. On the other side, after Chen Yun left the Zhou family's villa, she immediately jumped into a Panamera and sped towards the city center. Ji Boda then got into his Bugatti Chiron, closely following Chen Yun's Panamera, eventually arriving at the entrance of a bar called Nightshade. He watched as Chen Yun casually parked her car and walked straight into the bar. Ji Boda hesitated for a moment but followed her inside. The bar was dimly lit, and the music playing was not some explosive rock but a very soothing piano piece. Clearly, this was a quiet bar. The tables inside were spaced at least 3 to 4 meters apart, and above each table hung a small spotlight. The atmosphere was great. Swish! As Ji Boda walked into the quiet bar, he instinctively scanned the surroundings and noticed that there weren't many customers, probably only a dozen or so. However, there were more women than men. There were about 7 or 8 female customers, while the male customers numbered only 4 or 5. Swish, swish, swish. Almost all eyes turned to him as Ji Boda entered, especially those 7 or 8 female customers. Upon seeing Ji Boda's looks and physique, their eyes lit up as if they had spotted prey. Damn! Could this be the legendary place where rich women come to hunt for men? Chen Yun actually came to such a place? Was she stimulated? Whoosh! Ji Boda initially intended to go directly to Chen Yun, but as soon as he entered the quiet bar, he suddenly changed his mind. He lowered his head, casually found a table in the corner, and quickly sat down. The next second, a young male waiter quickly approached him. "Sir, may I take your order?" The waiter handed Ji Boda a menu while discreetly sizing him up from head to toe. "I'll have this." Ji Boda opened the menu, glanced at it briefly, then pointed to a cocktail on the first row of the menu and handed it back to the waiter. Alright, sir, please wait a moment. The waiter took the menu and left, while Jibota's gaze fell on Chen Yun not far away. Chen Yun was looking down at her phone. It was unclear whether she was sending a WeChat message or doing something else. In any case, she kept her head down and didn't notice that Jibota had followed her into the bar. Soon, a waiter approached Chen Yun's table and served her a pitcher of beer. Chen Yun put down her phone and began to drink on her own. Under the dim light, a strand of hair fell across her face, adding a touch of charm and softness to her profile. After a few glasses of beer, Chen Yun's mature and beautiful face gradually flushed with an alluring rosy hue. One must admit, Zhou Zhangfeng, that old guy, really has good taste. A woman like Chen Yun, in her youth, would surely rival any university's campus beauty. Sir, here is the cocktail you ordered, enjoy. Just then, the waiter brought Jibota his drink. Jibota took out his phone to pay and was surprised to find that this small drink cost a staggering 1,888 yuan. However, Jibota was a nouveau riche and didn't care about such small change, so he paid without hesitation. Swish! Just as Jibota lifted his wine glass and took a sip, he suddenly noticed a beautiful woman in the left front, staring intently at him. What the hell? Who is this? Trying to hit on me? Jibota immediately shifted his gaze, locking eyes with her in midair. The woman was short-haired and dressed in a black dress, wearing light makeup. Although her beauty couldn't be described as stunning, she was at least at the level of a beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall. Besides that, her figure was also impressive, at least on par with Su Yao. Perhaps noticing Jibota looking at her, the woman in the black dress smiled slightly and raised her wineglass, toasting him from afar. However, Jibota showed no courtesy and quickly turned his gaze away. Of course, who knows if she's a gold digger? A boy must learn to protect himself when out and about. But, Jibota's obvious rejection did not deter the woman in the black dress. She hesitated for a moment and then walked over to Jibota, still holding her wineglass. Hello, her voice was gentle and soft, and Jibota suddenly felt that her voice sounded somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. However, before Jibota could respond, the woman in the black dress continued, "May I sit here?" Jibota twitched his lips, just catching a glimpse of a middle-aged man walking over to Chen Yun's table with a wineglass in hand. So, Jibota immediately shook his head and said to the woman in the black dress, "Sorry, I already have an appointment." The woman in the black dress was slightly taken aback but did not press further. She just smiled politely and said, "Oh, I'm sorry to disturb you." After saying this, she turned gracefully and returned to her seat. However, even after being rejected, the woman in the black dress still occasionally glanced at Jibota, seemingly very interested in him. Unfortunately, Jibota was entirely focused on Chen Yun and did not notice the strong hints in the woman's gaze. What was that saying? The falling flowers have intentions, while the flowing water is indifferent to the falling flowers. In the dimly lit bar, Chen Yun wore a dark green qipao that showcased her mature and voluptuous figure perfectly. She sat alone at a table, pouring herself a drink, with a hint of sadness on her face and a glimmer of tears in her phoenix-like eyes. Under the dim light, she exuded a fragile beauty. Jibota keenly noticed that several men in the bar had their eyes on Chen Yun. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a white shirt, and black trousers, looking quite refined, walked straight to Chen Yun's side with a drink in hand. The middle-aged man politely greeted her and quietly asked her something. However, Chen Yun waved her hand impatiently, not even glancing at the man, continuing to drink on her own. The middle-aged man forced a polite yet awkward smile. He did not persist with Chen Yun but turned away with a hint of disappointment. Next, Jibota had not even finished his drink when 4 or 5 men approached Chen Yun's table one after another, trying to strike up a conversation with the mature beauty. However, Chen Yun's mood was clearly not good, and she sent all the suitors away. Just as a young and handsome guy bravely approached to chat, he too was ruthlessly rejected by Chen Yun. Jibota lost interest in watching and directly picked up his wineglass, heading over to Chen Yun's table. The young man who had just failed at flirting saw Jibota also wanting to join Chen Yun's table, and immediately began to persuade him. "Brother, you might as well not waste your effort. That beauty looks like she's in a bad mood. She came here specifically to drink away her sorrows tonight, not to have fun. Take my advice, don't rush in and get rejected. The night is long, so it's better to find another target." Jibota looked at the young man with interest. The young man had a refined and delicate appearance, and he seemed to be a college student. A college student coming to a place like this and actively trying to flirt with a mature beauty like Chen Yun? It was obvious. This guy was here to fish for rich women, wanting to live off them. After all, as the matriarch of the Zhou family, everything Chen Yun wore, from her clothes to her jewelry, was from the world's top luxury brands. Even the handbag she casually carried was a new Hermes worth millions. Such a woman, in the eyes of others, was wealthy, beautiful, and had a great figure, making her the top choice for countless men seeking romance. Brother, that's not how you flirt with a girl. Boda looked at the young man with a half smile and said, to deal with a rich woman like her, you need to be a bit more assertive, a bit more domineering, to catch her attention. Just watch here, I'll teach you how to flirt with rich women. After saying this, Boda didn't give the young man a chance to retort and immediately walked over to Chen Yun's table. Swish! In the astonished eyes of everyone, Boda sat down next to Chen Yun without even greeting her. After that, Boda didn't say a word. He reached out and snatched the wine glass from Chen Yun's hand, then brought it to his lips and drank all the beer in one go. Seeing this scene, the young man who had just failed at flirting couldn't help but widen his eyes, his mouth agape, his face filled with shock. He thought to himself that Boda's way of flirting would surely earn him a hard slap from the beautiful woman. Even if the beautiful woman had high standards and wouldn't stoop to hitting someone, she would at least give Boda a good scolding, right? Just because you want to flirt doesn't mean you can steal someone else's drink. Such shameless behavior would surely disgust any normal woman. However, the reality was completely opposite to what the young man had guessed. Chen Yun, who was pouring herself a drink, almost exploded when she realized her wine glass had been snatched away. But when she turned around and saw that it was Boda who had taken her glass, a look of astonishment immediately appeared on her face. What are you doing here? Chen Yun blinked, casually brushing her hair back, and then, as if nothing had happened, poured herself another glass of wine. I was worried about you being out alone, so I came along. As soon as Boda said this, Chen Yun's hand holding the wine glass paused slightly, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently. You really plan to take care of me for a lifetime, huh? Chen Yun smiled lightly, bringing the glass to her lips and leisurely finishing the beer. The old man doesn't want you anymore, and both the eldest and second sons see you as an enemy. Now, besides me, who else can you rely on? Boda narrowed his eyes, looking at Chen Yun with a half smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun immediately wiped the smile off her face and asked a very serious question. What can you give me? What do you want? I want shares in the Zhou group. Can you give them to me? Sure. I knew it, all of you from the Zhou family are. Wait, what did you just say? Chen Yun suddenly widened her eyes, turning to stare intently at Boda, as if she doubted she had heard him correctly. Boda suddenly leaned closer to Chen Yun's ear, speaking in a tempting tone, Dear little mom, you want shares in the Zhou group, right? I can give them to you. Feeling the warm breath of Boda brushing against her ears, Chen Yun's delicate face flushed instantly. However, her attention was completely drawn to Boda's earlier words. Really? You really want to give me shares of the Zhou group? I always keep my word. What do I need to give in return? Talking to a smart person saves time. As Boda spoke, he beckoned Chen Yun to come a little closer, as if he had a secret to share. Chen Yun hesitated for a moment but still curiously leaned in. Boda raised a hand to his mouth and slowly leaned towards Chen Yun's ear. As long as you help me deal with the boss and the second in command, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I will transfer 10% of the Zhou group shares to you. Chen Yun's eyes lit up suddenly, her breath quickening. How can I trust you? That's simple, we can sign an agreement. Whoever breaches it will have to pay double compensation. As soon as Boda said this, Chen Yun fell silent. After a moment, she looked at Boda with a complex expression and said, You saw today that I have no say in the Zhou family. Now, I've been kicked out by Zhou Zhengfeng with just one word. Why are you still looking for me? Because I admire you. Boda suddenly put away his smile and said seriously, Actually, from the first moment I saw you, you gave me a very familiar feeling, as if we had known each other in a past life. That sounds too fake, only suitable for deceiving those naive little girls. It won't work on me. Chen Yun shot Boda an annoyed glare and couldn't help but pinch his arm. However, she seemed to realize that such an intimate gesture resembled a couple's playful affection. Thus, her face, which had just returned to normal, flushed again. Clang! This scene left onlookers in shock, dropping jaws, and breaking many men's hearts. The most dazzling and aloof Chen Yun, who had already rejected 7 or 8 men trying to flirt with her, was now seen as a super rich beauty. At this moment, not only did she show a shy demeanor typical of a little woman, but she also actively interacted closely with Boda, even playfully teasing him. Could it be that rich women now prefer strong and domineering men? Is this the right way to win over a rich beauty? Learned it. If I ever encounter a rich beauty like Chen Yun again, I must try Boda's approach. Once I master this, marrying a rich beauty, becoming a CEO, and reaching the pinnacle of life will no longer be a dream. Today, I've finally gained some insight. Boda, are you the Middle Eastern oil prince who was trending online a few days ago? Chen Yun suddenly changed the subject, even showing a particularly interested look at Ji Boda. Hee, I'm not some Middle Eastern oil prince. Ji Boda smiled lightly and then admitted generously, however, I did buy a little luxury goods with a few friends at the Guojin Center Mall. You call that a little? Chen Yun couldn't help but roll her eyes at Ji Boda, saying, you first cleared out 13 luxury stores in one go, then rushed to the car city and bought 6 top luxury cars in one breath. This matter has already trended, and countless female netizens affectionately call you the new generation of national husband. Upon hearing this, Ji Boda immediately replied without thinking, oh. Chen Yun was slightly taken aback. She took a moment to savor the situation, then suddenly shouted, both shy and angry, you little brat, I'm your stepmother, how dare you take advantage of me? After saying this, Chen Yun immediately executed a move called soul-chasing death grip, precisely pinching Ji Bodai's ear. Just as Chen Yun was about to twist Ji Bodai's ear fiercely in a clockwise direction, at a critical moment, Ji Bodai unleashed a move called mad scratching, swiftly tickling Chen Yun's waist. In an instant, Chen Yun's body tensed up, and the hand that was pinching Ji Bodai's ear quickly withdrew, unable to suppress a giggle. Perhaps due to having had a bit to drink, both Chen Yun and Ji Bodai became particularly bold and carefree. The two of them began to playfully wrestle without a care for the envious and jealous gazes around them. After a while, perhaps feeling a bit tired, Chen Yun stopped the playful scuffle and poured a glass of wine for herself and Ji Bodai. Ji Bodai, are you very rich? Chen Yun raised her glass, squinting her eyes, her gaze piercing through the crystal glass towards Ji Bodai sitting beside her. I do have a bit of money, more than enough to support you in your old age. Ji Bodai had a mischievous smile at the corner of his mouth, and under the dim light, he exuded a charming aura that was quite captivating. Is that so? Chen Yun took a sip from her glass, a teasing smile on her lips, then the latter half of my life will depend on you to support me. Of course, no matter what happens in the future, your stepmother will steadfastly stand by your side. Besides, I will do my utmost to help you deal with Zhou Shihai and Zhou Renjie, and I can even help you deal with Zhou Zhangfeng. As soon as Chen Yun said this, Ji Bodai burst into laughter. No problem. Ji Bodai raised his glass, gently clinking it with Chen Yun's, saying, cheers to our cooperation. Cheers to our cooperation. Chen Yun clinked glasses with Ji Bodai and downed her drink in one go, then looked at Ji Bodai with a sultry gaze, staring intently at him from close range. Ji Bodai, let's go. In Ji Bodai's astonished gaze, Chen Yun suddenly set down her glass and pretended to get up to leave. Ha! Where to? Ji Bodai was momentarily taken aback, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Hee, what kind of place is this? You can't be telling me you came here just to drink, right? Chen Yun flirtatiously tossed her hair and gave Ji Bodai a meaningful look. Ji Bodai's heart skipped a beat, and some movie scenes flashed through his mind, but he dared not think further. Aunt Yun, you should go home and rest. Ji Bodai calmly set down his glass, then looked at Chen Yun with an innocent expression, his eyes wide and harmless. You. Chen Yun frowned, unable to help but glare at Ji Bodai, asking, are you saying you find me old and unattractive compared to those young and beautiful girls? Aunt Yun, the old man only has 3 months left to live. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. But I still hold 10% of the Zhou Group's shares, which I extorted from the old man. Ji Bodai, are you implying? Ji Bodai leisurely lit a cigarette for himself, saying, given the old man's character, do you think he would let me, his illegitimate son, hold on to 10% of the Zhou Group's shares peacefully? Even if we assume the old man behaves himself and doesn't plan anything, what about the eldest and the second? Would they let this suddenly emerged bastard take food from their hands? Silence. Chen Yun's expression darkened instantly, as if recalling some unpleasant matters. A moment later, Chen Yun pursed her lips and cautiously asked, Ji Boda, what do you want me to do? Aunt Yun, I think you should go back to Zhou Jingfeng's side now, honestly play the role of Mrs. Zhou, and accompany him through the last journey of his life. Infernal affairs? Aunt Yun, you really are a clever and capable woman, you catch on quickly. Although there's no evidence, I still suspect you were driving. Half an hour later, Chen Yun picked up her bag, reluctantly glanced at Ji Boda, and then hurriedly left the bar. Before leaving, Chen Yun also pushed Suya and Li Yu's WeChat contact cards to Ji Boda. Ji Boda sat alone in the bar, quietly thinking for a moment. Finally, he chose to use his mind to summon the phone within his body, trying to add Suya and Li Yu on WeChat. Unexpectedly, the first to pass Ji Boda's friend verification was the dignified, graceful, gentle, and intellectual sister-in-law, Suya. As soon as the friend verification was approved, Suya took the initiative to greet him. Suya, Xiaochen? Ji Boda, sister-in-law, it's so late, aren't you asleep yet? Suya, Xiaochen, is there something you need from me? Ji Boda, can't I just chat with you if there's nothing else? Suya, if you have something to say, say it. If not, I should go to bed now. Looking at the WeChat message from sister-in-law Suya, which seemed indifferent, as if she was deliberately keeping her distance from Boda. Boda was too lazy to say any more nonsense and directly edited an explosive message with his mind, then sent it to Suya. Boda, sister-in-law, I regret to inform you of a secret. Big brother is infertile by nature, and you will never be able to have his child in this lifetime. Suya, Boda, what do you mean? Boda, if you don't believe me, you can go to Big Brother's study and look for a hidden safe behind the bookshelf. His medical examination report is inside. After you read it, you'll know whether I'm lying to you or not. Suya, okay, I'll go look for it now. If you're lying to me, I won't let you off. Ding ding. Just as Boda had just finished with sister-in-law Suya, sister-in-law Liu also passed Boda's friend verification. Liu, Boda? How did you know my WeChat number? Boda, sister-in-law, don't worry about how I found out your WeChat number. I have a shocking secret about you and second brother. Do you want to hear it? Liu, just say it, spit it out. Boda, sister-in-law's temper is really explosive. Is it menopause? Listen to your younger brother's advice. Women who often get angry age very easily. Liu, if you don't speak, get lost. Don't disturb my sleep. Boda, sleep, my ass. You brainless, stupid woman. Boda, your husband is secretly transferring marital assets, planning to divorce you, and even wants you to leave with nothing. You still have the mood to sleep? Boda, when you suddenly find yourself turned into a discarded woman, and you're left with not a penny, let's see if you can still sleep. Late at night. Zhou Shihao's villa. Suya absent-mindedly took a shower, and when she returned to the bedroom, she found her husband Zhou Shihao already asleep. Swish! Suya climbed onto the bed and gently lay down beside Zhou Shihao. However, she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep, her mind constantly replaying the messages Boda had just sent her. At this moment, Suya was very troubled. Husband. After a while, Suya tried to gently push Zhou Shihao. However, Zhou Shihao showed no reaction, still snoring loudly. Swish! Suya bit her lip, then quietly got out of bed and silently left the bedroom. A few minutes later, Suya entered Zhou Shihao's study. She instinctively lowered her breath and quickly walked to the bookshelf, then began to carefully search, and finally, she actually found a hidden compartment. Click! After opening the compartment, there indeed appeared a safe inside. Suya stared blankly at the safe, her expression quite complex, because after so many years of marriage to Zhou Shihao, she had never known that there was a hidden safe in her husband's study. What could the password be? Suya took a deep breath and tried to input a series of passwords on the safe, but the electronic screen displayed that the password was incorrect. Suya frowned and entered several passwords in succession: her birthday, Zhou Shihao's birthday, their wedding anniversary, only to find that none of them were correct. At that moment, Suya's face grew increasingly grim. The ominous premonition in her heart became stronger. Suddenly, Suya remembered that Zhou Shihao had a first love, and that this first love's birthday was just one day apart from her own. So, Suya tried using the birthday of Zhou Shihao's first love as a password, and to her surprise, the safe opened with a click. Zhou Shihao. You bastard! You really haven't forgotten your first love. Suya was instantly furious, wishing she could drag Zhou Shihao out of bed right then and there to question him about this password. However, her intense curiosity prompted Suya to quickly calm down. She wanted to see if this hidden safe really contained the proof of Zhou Shihao's infertility, as Boda had said. Swish! Suya opened the safe, and to her astonishment, the first thing she saw was a photograph. In the photo, a man and a woman were nestled together, both wearing happy, sweet smiles. However, when Suya saw this photo, the anger she had just suppressed surged back up. That's right. The man in the photo was her husband, Zhou Shihao. And the woman in the photo was Zhou Shihao's first love. Swish! Suya pulled the photo out, intending to tear it up on the spot, but out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught sight of a document that seemed to be lying in the safe. Huff! 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 Suya forced herself to calm down again, taking several deep breaths before barely suppressing her agitated heart. Next, Suya put the photo back in its place and reached for the document in the safe. Moments later, Suya felt as if she had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. How could this be? Boda didn't lie to me. Zhou Shihao really has infertility issues. It's over. Completely over. If the old man finds out about this, then Zhou Shihao will completely lose his qualification to inherit the family fortune. What to do? Ding ding. At that moment, Suya's phone vibrated slightly, seemingly receiving a WeChat message. Startled, Suya jumped. Her hand trembled, and Zhou Shihao's medical report fell to the ground. G Boda, sister-in-law, have you found the report on your brother-in-law? How did G Boda know about this report? It was all thanks to Zhou Zhengfeng. When Zhou Zhengfeng announced that whoever could ensure the Zhou family would have descendants would gain 60% of the Zhou group's shares, G Boda immediately began to spy on Zhou Shihai. That's why G Boda knew that Zhou Shihai had locked this report in a hidden safe in his study. Suya, G Boda, how dare you lie to me? There's nothing in your brother's safe. G Boda, sister-in-law, a lying child's nose will grow longer, you know? Suya, I'm not lying. It's clearly you who are talking nonsense. G Boda, sister-in-law, I didn't expect my good intentions to be met with your harsh words. Since that's the case, you should take care of yourself. When the time comes and you are sold by your brother, don't come crying to me. Silence. The study was completely quiet. Suya ignored G Boda and picked up the examination report from the floor, quickly putting it back in the safe. Then, she swiftly closed the safe and restored the hidden compartment in the bookshelf before hurriedly leaving the study. After leaving the study, Suya did not return to the bedroom. She absent-mindedly walked downstairs, took a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet, and went to the sofa in the living room, pouring herself a drink. Suya, G Boda, what do you really mean? G Boda, oh. I thought sister-in-law was too foolish to be saved, refusing to listen to good advice, and insisting on hanging herself on that crooked tree called Zhou Shihai. Suya, G Boda, stop with the sarcasm, what else do you know? Tell me everything. G Boda, sister-in-law, is this your attitude when asking for help? Suya, G Boda, what do you want? G Boda, if you call me Qingyi, I will tell you everything. Suya, dream on. G Boda, hee, I'm not joking. Go check Zhou Shihai's phone, especially his WeChat, see who he's been in contact with lately? After sending the last WeChat message, G Boda seemed to disappear completely. No matter how Suya pressed for answers, G Boda never replied. Suya's anger had reached its peak. She put down her wine glass and returned to the bedroom without saying a word. At that moment, Zhou Shihai was still lying in bed, sound asleep, completely unaware that his secret had been uncovered by his wife. Swish! Suya quietly walked to the bedside, picked up the phone Zhou Shihai had thrown on the nightstand, and unlocked it using his face. Then, holding Zhou Shihai's phone, she quickly walked into the bathroom. Thanks to G Boda's hint, Suya opened Zhou Shihai's phone and directly checked his WeChat. Swish, swish, swish. Not long after, a friend named Fa Go on Zhou Shihai's WeChat caught Suya's attention. Suya opened the chat window between Zhou Shihai and Fa Go. However, after reading their conversation, her eyes widened in shock, and her face displayed an expression of utter disbelief. How could this be? That bastard Zhou Shihai. I am his wife. How could he come up with such a disgusting idea? He can't have children himself, so he wants another man to take his place and share a bed with me? Disgusting. Beast. Bastard. How could I have been so blind to marry such a scoundrel like Zhou Shihai? Woo woo. Why is my life so bitter? On the other side, at Zhou Renjia's villa, after Li Yu returned home, she intended to drag Zhou Renjia to the bedroom to work hard on fulfilling the old man's will and obtain 60% of the Zhou group's shares as soon as possible. However, Zhou Renjia suddenly received a call saying there was a problem with a company project that urgently required his attention as the vice president. So, without a word, Zhou Renjia left Li Yu behind and hurriedly left the house. Li Yu was furious. Zhou Renjia had been so engrossed in his career lately that he hadn't touched her for over 2 months. She needed love too. On this lonely, empty, and cold night, Li Yu lay alone in bed, turned on the projector, and watched a movie while drinking. Perhaps moved by the romantic scenes in the film, Li Yu felt that drinking alone was missing something. So, she rummaged through the kitchen and skillfully found an ear of corn, then made herself a roasted corn dish. Li Yu lay back on the bed, watching a movie while munching on delicious roasted corn. Ding ding! Suddenly, her phone vibrated slightly, accompanied by a crisp WeChat notification sound. Lost in her romantic fantasies, Li Yu was startled, almost dropping the corn on the floor. She picked up her phone and was surprised to see that G Boda had sent her a friend request on WeChat. So, that's why Li Yu's tone was so bad. Anyone interrupted during a good moment would surely be very irritable. However, there's no limit to irritation, only more irritation. Looking at the 3 messages G Boda had sent, Li Yu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her heart sank to the bottom, and her beautiful eyes shot out 2 flames. What? That bastard Zhou Renjia actually wants to divorce me? He's secretly transferring our marital assets? What is he trying to do? Does he want me to leave with nothing? Swish! Without any hesitation, Li Yu picked up her phone and dialed a number. Although it was already late at night, the call connected after just 2 rings. Manager Wu, it's Li Yu. Right now, immediately, check how much is left in the joint fund account between Zhou Renjie and me. What? Only 10 million left? I remember that Joe Renjie and I deposited 200 million Longwa coins into this account, and we've been adding money over the years. How could there only be 10 million left now? Are you sure Joe Renjie transferred all this money away? Okay, I understand. After hanging up, Li Yu's face had turned extremely ugly. Just then, Ji Boda sent another WeChat message. Ji Boda, second sister-in-law, surprised? Unexpected? Li Yu, Ji Boda, why are you telling me this? What do you want? Ji Boda, it's simple, I hope second sister-in-law can stand by my side and help me deal with the boss and the second brother. Once it's done, I can give you a generous reward. Li Yu, even if Joe Renjie is secretly transferring marital assets, that's our business as a couple. You want me to help you, an outsider, deal with my husband? Dream on. Ji Boda, oh, you treat him as your husband, but he might not treat you as his wife. Li Yu, what do you mean by that, Ji Boda? Ji Boda, second sister-in-law, when other women take your place, spending your money and enjoying your husband's affection, while you have nothing, I hope you won't be jealous or regretful. Li Yu, Ji Boda, what do you mean? You need to clarify your words. After sending this message, Li Yu received no response from Ji Boda, only an address. The Royal International Hotel, room 1314. Seeing this address, Li Yu's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition surged through her. Li Yu, Ji Boda, what do you mean? Why are you sending me a hotel address? Ji Boda, seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. Second sister-in-law, just go to this address and you'll know everything. Ji Boda found it somewhat amusing. When Zhou Zhengfeng announced the will, he not only opened a voyeuristic eye on Zhou Shishao but also took a look at Zhou Renjie's current intentions. He never expected that Zhou Renjie planned to meet his female secretary tonight to book a room, aiming to fulfill the old man's request and obtain 60% of the Zhou Group's shares. Moreover, he chose the Royal International Hotel as the location. It should be noted that Ji Boda was the chairman of the Royal Group. Why would Zhou Renjie choose to fool around there? Wasn't he just walking into a trap? Such a good opportunity, how could Ji Boda let it slip by? Back to the main point. Li Yu received the address sent by Ji Boda and, without any hesitation, quickly changed into a different outfit and hurriedly left home. Half an hour later, Li Yu drove a sports car and rushed to the Royal International Hotel. To her surprise, as soon as she got out of the car, a woman in an OL uniform approached her. Hello, are you MS Li Yu? I am Li Yu, may I ask who you are? Respected MS Li Yu, hello. I am Shirt Suelan, the general manager of the Royal International Hotel. I just received a call from the chairman. Whatever you need to do in our hotel, I will fully cooperate with you. May I ask who your chairman is? Sorry, I can't disclose that. Although Li Yu had a lot of questions, she did not forget the purpose of her visit. Since the general manager of the Royal International Hotel was willing to fully cooperate with her, it saved her a lot of trouble. Next, Li Yu immediately asked Shirt Suelan to lead the way straight to room 1314 of the Royal International Hotel. On the way, Shirt Suelan kindly called 2 security guards to prevent any uncontrollable situations from arising later. About 5 minutes later, Li Yu stormed to the door of room 1314. Shirt Suelan immediately called a staff member from the housekeeping department and opened the door on the spot. In an instant, a series of embarrassing and heart-pounding sounds came directly from the room. Zhou Renjie, you bastard! You dared to cheat on me behind my back. The anger that Li Yu had suppressed all night finally erupted upon hearing the intimate sounds. With a swift motion, she rushed inside. Soon, the room was filled with the startled cries of a man and a woman, along with a chaotic commotion. Wife, you. What are you doing here? I was just discussing work with Secretary Wu. You misunderstood us, wife. Oh my. Wife, how can you hit someone? Wife, calm down. You must stay calm. Impulsiveness is the devil. Damn it. Li Yu, am I giving you face? Try making another scene? Do you believe I will divorce you right away? At the night bar, Ji Boda sat quietly in a corner. On the surface, he seemed to be drinking alone. In reality, he was using the phone hidden in his body to video chat with manager Shirt Suelan of the Royal International Hotel, eagerly watching the live broadcast of his sister-in-law Li Yu's large-scale confrontation. TSK. I didn't expect the seemingly tall and mighty second brother to be so short and fierce. Oh my. This female secretary of the second brother has a nice little face and a good figure. No wonder she has him so smitten. Wow. Sister-in-law is so fierce. With that claw, the secretary's little face is all messed up. Sister-in-law, go for it. Give the second brother a good beating too. Yes. Don't let them wear clothes, and make sure to take pictures of them. This is evidence for court. Wow. When sister-in-law gets angry, it's a massacre. Bota finally understood what it felt like to be a bystander. One word, exhilarating. Moreover, this was a live broadcast of a large-scale cheating scandal. Chaos everywhere, complete disorder, and a mess all around. The screen was filled with mosaics. Watching this made Bota's blood boil, his passion overflow, and tears well up, anxious like an ant on a hot pan, wishing he could jump in and teach that pair of cheating lovers a lesson on behalf of his sister-in-law. Oh my! Getting a bit carried away. Better have a drink to calm down. Swish! At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted in. Bota barely had time to lift his eyelids when he found a beautiful woman sitting next to him. That's right. The woman in the black dress who had been rejected by Bota before was now boldly approaching him again. Sir, don't you find it boring to drink alone? The woman in the black dress had a pair of very beautiful eyes, shaped like willow leaves, slightly narrower and flatter than almond-shaped eyes. The elongated lines made her eyes appear even deeper. Willow leaf eyes, also known as charming silk eyes, imply a seductive gaze. Those with this eye shape are naturally intelligent, clever, gentle in nature, empathetic, and adept at navigating social situations, fully aware of honor and shame, with delicate emotions that make others feel as if they are basking in spring breezes. In short, such women pay great attention to matters of the heart, are genuine inside and out, and are highly favored by the opposite sex, often leading lives filled with comfort and happiness. Of course, all this information was something Bota found online. He had a smartphone in his body, and with just a thought, he could access information anytime, anywhere. I'm sorry, it's getting late, I should head home. Bota suddenly realized that it was already past 11 p.m., with less than half an hour until midnight. The daily lottery chances were about to refresh, and Bota was eager to find a quiet place to focus on the draw. That! The woman in the black dress was momentarily taken aback, a clear look of embarrassment flashing across her face. She never expected that after boldly approaching Bota twice, she would be rejected both times. How could this be? Was it because she was getting older, losing her youthful charm, and thus had no appeal to Bota? But the woman in the cheapao that Bota had just approached looked to be at least in her 30s, perhaps even a mother of two. Did Bota prefer mature women? Swish! At that moment, Bota stood up, seemingly ready to leave the bar. A hint of disappointment crossed the face of the woman in the black dress. She bit her lip tightly, her head slightly lowered, as if her self-esteem had taken a heavy blow. However, Bota's next words left the woman in the black dress stunned in place. Do you want to come with me? The woman in the black dress suddenly lifted her head, her gaze meeting Bota's in midair. In that moment, she instantly understood the look in Bota's eyes, and her pretty face flushed immediately. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your consent. Although the woman in the black dress said nothing and neither nodded nor shook her head, Bota directly took her hand and pulled her towards the exit of the bar. Swish! The woman's face turned crimson all the way to her neck. She knew very well that once she stepped outside, she would definitely get a beating. Perhaps not just a beating? However, she hesitated for just a moment, then bit her lip and obediently followed Bota. 2 hours later, Crown International Hotel, Presidential Suite. The room was a mess. Bota, draped in a hotel bathrobe, went straight to the balcony. Sigh. I clearly decided to start the lottery at midnight sharp. I didn't expect that after all this delay, it would already be past 2 in the morning. I admit it's all the moon's fault. The moonlight tonight is so beautiful and hazy that I accidentally made a mistake in an instant. Bota sighed, then used his mind to open the system's main page. Lucky lottery big wheel, lottery chances, 3, item inventory, black card, reward money, artifact, eye of the mind, 2 stars, lottery. Bota took a deep breath and directly clicked the lottery button with his mind. The next second, the pointer on the wheel began to spin. Swish swish swish. The red pointer spun rapidly in a clockwise direction, gradually slowing down after about 3 seconds. Before long, with a soft thud, the pointer came to a steady stop in the card area. Swish! Suddenly, a shiny card jumped out from the roulette, depicting a cartoon character on fire, though its meaning was unclear. In the next second, before Bota could see the full picture of the card, it was automatically collected into the system's item inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an anger card. The system's prompt sounded in his ear, and Bota was momentarily taken aback, quickly opening the system's item inventory, where he soon found the card in his backpack. Anger card. After using this card, you can designate a target person, causing them to become extremely angry, losing their rationality on the spot and engaging in some very extreme behavior. Note, this card can only be used once. What the hell? System bro, are you sure this is called an anger card and not a curse card? directly igniting someone else's anger, making them furious to the extreme, losing their rationality on the spot, and even engaging in some very extreme behavior. Manipulating others' emotions like this, playing with them at will, is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? But I like it. Yes, this is the flavor. A sly smile crept onto G. Boda's lips. He didn't expect his luck to be so good today. A great start. I wonder what good things the next 2 draws will bring. One more time. Without any hesitation, G. Boda clicked the lottery button again with his mind, and the red pointer spun rapidly once more. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, if the little mom doesn't work, the big sister works. If the big sister doesn't work, the second sister works. In short, you almost bless me to draw a grand prize. I will definitely treat you to delicious food and drinks, ensuring you live a worry-free and happy life. He. Swish, swish, swish. The red pointer spun quickly in a clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, its speed gradually slowed down. Before long, with a light click, the pointer steadily stopped in the card area. Swish! A shiny card jumped out from the roulette, seemingly depicting a cartoon little demon, though its meaning was also unclear. In the next second, before G. Boda could see the full picture of this card, it was automatically collected into the system's item inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a demon card. The system's prompt sounded in his ear, and G. Boda squinted his eyes, quickly opening the system's item inventory, where he soon found this card in his backpack. Demon card. After using this card, you can designate a target person, causing their inner evil to be infinitely magnified, their body controlled by desire, leading to some irrational and crazy actions. Note, this card can only be used once. Damn, here we go again? This demon card is extremely similar to the previously drawn anger card, having a similar effect, like a pair of twin siblings. Wait, these 2 cards are simply tailor-made for the first and second brothers. One for anger, one for madness. When they collide, like a meteor hitting the earth, could it directly kill someone? Damn it! The teacher taught us that practice yields truth. No more talking, I must try it tomorrow. He. Ha! Looking at the last remaining chance to draw today, G. Boda suddenly exhaled deeply, calming his emotions. Then, G. Boda fiercely clicked the lottery button with his mind. Swish, swish, swish. The pointer spun rapidly in a clockwise direction. G. Boda's eyes were fixed on the roulette, his heart continuously praying, hoping to draw a grand prize this time. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As the pointer's speed slowed down, G. Boda's eyes brightened slightly, and his breathing and heartbeat quickened. Because, after spinning a full circle, the pointer had left the coins and cards areas, slowly crawling towards the remaining areas. In other words, G. Boda at least managed to draw a reward above the bottle, and there's even a possibility of going for the reward in the question mark area. Clatter! Just as G. Boda was filled with endless fantasies about the future, the slowly crawling pointer suddenly lost its strength and came to a halt. Books. The pointer finally stopped in the books area. Swish! At that moment, a book jumped out from the lucky wheel, somewhat resembling a martial arts manual from a wuxia film, with a few characters seemingly written on the cover. However, before G. Boda could clearly see the words on the cover, this skill book was automatically stored in the system's item inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a skill book. The system's prompt sounded in his ears, and G. Boda quickly opened the item inventory, soon spotting this mysterious skill book in the 4th slot of his backpack. Hacker Mastery, skill book. After using this skill book, you can automatically learn various advanced hacking techniques, instantly becoming a world-class hacker. Wow! Did he really draw a grand prize? Instantly becoming a world-class hacker? That's amazing. Brother Tonzi, I want to use this skill book. Without any hesitation, G. Boda immediately used the skill book. Swish! The skill book instantly transformed into a stream of light and vanished, followed by a surge of vast unfamiliar memories flooding into G. Boda's mind. Hacking techniques, simply put, involve discovering flaws and vulnerabilities in computer systems and networks, and implementing attacks against these flaws. Hackers can be divided into 2 categories. White hat hackers rely on their knowledge to help system administrators identify and improve vulnerabilities in the system. Black hat hackers, on the other hand, use various hacking skills to attack, invade, or perform other harmful actions against networks. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to pass slowly, or perhaps it was just a fleeting moment. By the time G. Boda fully digested this segment of memory, his gaze underwent a dramatic transformation. It became exceptionally sharp. It seemed to emit 2 beams of cold light as if they were tangible. This feeling was akin to a peerless master in a movie, whose mere glance could instill fear and terror in the hearts of enemies. Well, it wasn't that exaggerated. Bota's demeanor had just become slightly colder. After all, he had now become a world-class hacker, feeling good, and a little show-off wasn't too much to ask, right? Swish swish swish. Without any hesitation, Bota immediately opened the phone inside his body with his mind, then downloaded several software applications in quick succession. Next, Bota rapidly wrote a few programs, adding several layers of protective walls to this phone. In addition, he created some attack programs and stored them in the phone for emergencies. In short, Bota utilized the hacking skills he had just learned to transform the phone inside his body into a super weapon that could both attack and defend. In case he needed to use hacking skills one day, Bota could use this phone to invade others' network systems at any time. Awesome! After completing all this, Bota stretched out lazily, glanced at the time, and found it was already past 3 in the morning. So, Bota returned to his bedroom, dove straight into the covers, and fell into a deep sleep. By the way, what was the name of the woman in the black dress? How old was she? How many drivers did she have? What was her favorability towards Bota? Bota didn't care at all. Everyone was an adult, there was no need to take things too seriously. In the future, everyone would go their separate ways, and if fate allowed, they would meet again in the world. Isn't that nice? Why bother with each other's identities? This is called, not caring about eternity, only caring about. It seemed quite romantic. Ha 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 ha. The next morning, when Bota woke up, he found that she was indeed gone. Only a faint scent of jasmine lingered. Quite pleasant. Swish. Bota climbed out of bed and picked up his phone that had been thrown on the bedside table. He was immediately startled. There were dozens of unread messages on WeChat. Upon opening it, Bota discovered that most of these messages were from the 6 golden flowers, and the content was basically the same. They were just asking Bota what he was doing, if he had eaten, if he missed them, and that they missed him. They wanted kisses, hugs, and to be lifted high, all of which were utterly unnutritious messages. Besides the 6 golden flowers, by Chanshan, Xiaoyu, and Xinxi also sent Bota a few WeChat messages. Moreover, Lu Ruyan had somehow found a secondary account and was frantically adding Bota as a friend on WeChat, but Bota had conveniently blocked her. None of this was the main point. The main point was that in the latter half of the night yesterday, Shenyun, Suya, and Liu also sent Bota a WeChat message each. Shenyun, Bota, I have prepared the contract, when will you come to sign it? Suya, Bota, are you free tomorrow morning? I want to talk to you in person about Zhou Shihao. Liu, Bota, I agreed to cooperate with you, when are you free? Let's set a time to meet? Bota now had 2 phones. The first phone was his own. The second phone was one he bought just for show. After perfectly merging with the phone, he was one with the machine, and there was no need to worry about his computing power. Because Bota had taken the Gene Potion and Enhancement Potion, his human-machine computing ability was unmatched in the world. Now, Bota had also learned hacker proficiency. It could be said that Bota was not only a top hacker but also a super smartphone. Morning. Zhou's group. Bota drove his flashy Bugatti Chiron and had just arrived at the company building when he saw Chen Yun, who had been waiting at the entrance, quickly walking towards him. Today, Chen Yun was wearing a black short-sleeved blazer on top and black cropped pants below. The sound of her high heels striking the ground was crisp and pleasant. She walked with a natural catwalk, elevating her entire aura by several levels. Her perfect face paired with exquisite makeup made her look like a 27 or 28-year-old young woman. On her slender, fair arms hung a limited edition LV bag. One word, stunning. Aunt Yun, you look beautiful today. Bota walked over with a grin, taking in Chen Yun from head to toe, his eyes openly admiring her. Hee, am I only beautiful today? Although Chen Yun was smiling, she still gave Bota a big eye roll. Recalling the scene from last night at the bar, she immediately felt quite depressed. She had hinted so directly, yet Bota had heartlessly sent her home. Sometimes, Chen Yun couldn't help but wonder if she was really getting old? Had she lost her youthful charm? Otherwise, how could Bota refuse so decisively? So, Chen Yun had specially dressed up today just to see what reaction Bota would have. So far, the effect seemed quite good. Bota's slightly heated gaze and his generous compliments made Chen Yun feel a little pleased. Aunt Yun is beautiful every day. No one in this world is more beautiful than you. Bota casually flattered her, which immediately earned him another eye roll from Chen Yun. After a moment, Chen Yun took out a work badge from her bag and handed it to Bota, saying, "Put this around your neck, and you can come and go freely at Zhou's group headquarters. Come on, I'll take you to my office." Just like that, Chen Yun led Bota confidently into the headquarters of the Zhou group. Bota quickly glanced at the work badge Chen Yun had given him, which surprisingly read special assistant to the vice president. In other words, Chen Yun had used her authority in the company to directly arrange Ji Boda as her special assistant. That's right. Chen Yun currently held the position of vice president at the Zhou Group, and besides her, Zhou Shihai and Zhou Renji were also vice presidents of the company. Is this the third young master of the Zhou family? So handsome. Which one is the third young master? Look. A handsome guy following President Chen, he is the chairman's youngest son who was recently brought back from outside. Do you know what the third young master's name is? I think it's Ji Boda. Why does the third young master have the surname Zhang and not Zhou? I heard that the third young master seems to take after his mother. Along the way, Ji Boda heard quite a bit of whispered discussion among the employees. He didn't expect that just after returning to the Zhou family yesterday, these employees would have already received the news and recognized him. Clearly, someone had spread his identity information throughout the company. At first, Ji Boda suspected that it was Chen Yun who had revealed his identity. However, when he arrived at Chen Yun's office, she told him that the person who disclosed his identity was actually Zhou Zhengfeng. Ji Boda, your dad not only announced your identity at the Zhou Group but is also preparing to hold a large recognition banquet tomorrow night, inviting celebrities from all walks of life in Xilan City. As soon as Chen Yun said this, Ji Boda couldn't help but frown. What was going on? Could Zhou Zhengfeng really be so kind-hearted? What was his purpose in doing this? Ji Boda was just an unwanted illegitimate child, and he had also failed to match Zhou Jingfeng's liver. Logically speaking, Ji Boda should have no value in Zhou Jingfeng's eyes. But why was Zhou Zhengfeng so ostentatiously holding a recognition banquet to announce his identity to the entire Xilan city? Chen Yun saw Ji Boda's confusion and immediately explained, Ji Boda, your dad is planning to arrange a marriage for you at this recognition banquet. What? Arrange a marriage for me? Ji Boda was taken aback. The first thought that popped into his mind was that Zhou Zhengfeng, that old fox, wanted to squeeze out his last bit of value. What marriage? In a wealthy family, there is no love, only marriage alliances. Zhou Zhengfeng wanted to use Ji Boda for a marriage alliance to benefit the Zhou family, which is why he was making such a big deal about holding a recognition banquet to publicly acknowledge his identity as the third young master of the Zhou family. Who does the old man plan for me to marry? Ji Boda's expression darkened. He hadn't even started his revenge yet, just causing a little stir in the Zhou family. He didn't expect that the old fox Zhou Zhengfeng would strike first. The eldest daughter of the Yang family, Yang Meixia. Chen Yun trembled her lips, looking at Ji Boda with a somewhat complicated expression, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Meixia? That name makes me feel like the other party is an ant. A sense of foreboding suddenly arose in Ji Boda's heart. Chen Yun trembled her lips again but didn't say a word. Swish! She picked up a document from the desk and handed it directly to Ji Boda, saying, This is Miss Yang's personal information, you. Take a look for yourself. After saying this, Chen Yun looked at Ji Boda with sympathetic eyes, a clear flash of heartache in her phoenix eyes. Ji Boda quickly took the document. He was shocked when he looked at it. Yang Meixia, female, 40 years old, the eldest daughter of the Yang family in Xilan City, current general manager of Yang Group, married 3 times, widowed 3 times, has had numerous scandals, often frequenting major nightclubs in Xilan City, fond of male models. Damn! Zhou Zhengfeng, you old bastard! What the hell? IOUXX. Ji Boda really couldn't hold it in any longer. Right there, he explained all the classic national treasures to Zhou Zhengfeng, which gradually calmed his emotions down. While Ji Boda was cursing, Chen Yun stood by, not daring to speak. It wasn't until Ji Boda began to cool down that she finally said, The Yang Group and the Zhou Group have a deep cooperative relationship. The old man even plans to have you marry into the Yang family to exchange for greater help and support from the Yang Group. Chen Yun's explanation only reignited Ji Boda's anger, which had just subsided. You old bastard. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. If you want to use me as a pawn, then I'll take your 2 sons first. Swish. Ji Boda pondered for a moment, then took out his new phone, quickly tapping on the screen with both hands, seemingly editing a message. Swish! Chen Yun curiously walked over to Ji Boda's side, leaning in to see who he was messaging. Ji Boda didn't shy away from her. In front of her, he sent a prepared message to Zhou Renji. Immediately after, Ji Boda edited another message and sent it to Zhou Shihai. Ah! Chen Yun gasped when she saw the content of the message, then quickly covered her mouth with her hand, her face filled with shock. He. Ji Boda glanced at Chen Yun with a cold smile and asked, Aunt Yun, do you think the eldest or the second will die today? Chen Yun. Zhou Group. Zhou Renji's office. With 2 pieces of tape on his face and some bruises on his forehead and mouth, Zhou Renji had been wearing a gloomy expression since he arrived at the company today. He really couldn't understand. The hotel was booked last minute. The female secretary was also a last-minute arrangement. His phone had no monitoring software installed. Why did that yellow-faced woman, Li Yu, not only know all of this but also bring people to catch him in the act? Originally, Zhou Renjie was calculating that once he transferred all the couple's joint assets, he would propose a divorce to Li Yu. But now, Li Yu had a video of his infidelity during their marriage, which put him at a disadvantage. Ding ding! At that moment, Zhou Renjie's phone, which he had thrown on the desk, suddenly vibrated, seemingly receiving a text message. Leaning back in his office chair, Zhou Renjie rubbed his temples and then picked up the phone to take a look. The next second, his expression turned serious. Zhou Renjie, your elder brother Zhou Shihao is naturally infertile. As long as you can get his medical examination report and show it to the old man, he will completely lose the inheritance rights of the Zhou family. Just a kind reminder, Zhou Shihao had his examination at Huacan Hospital, and the doctor's computer has his examination records and archives. While Zhou Shihao hasn't noticed yet, hurry and get this examination report, and you will become the sole heir of the Zhou family. Swish! Zhou Renjie suddenly widened his eyes, a look of uncertainty appearing on his face. His elder brother is naturally infertile? Is this true? Could this be a prank message? Zhou Renjie had no idea who sent him this information. He tried calling the number that sent the message, but all he got was a busy signal. However, Zhou Renjie carefully recalled that his elder brother and sister-in-law had been married for so many years and had never had a child, which was indeed a bit abnormal. Could it be that what the person who sent the message said was true? Never mind. Just go to Huacan Hospital and see for himself, then he would know if it was true or false. If this was fake, he would just have made a wasted trip, and it wouldn't be a loss at all. If this is true, then my elder brother will completely lose his qualification as the heir, and all the assets of the Zhou family will be rightfully inherited by me. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Zhou Renjie immediately grabbed the car keys and his phone, then hurriedly left the office. On the other side, Zhou Shihao's office. He had just finished dealing with a pile of documents when he received a WeChat message from Fa Gu. Fa Gu directly asked Zhou Shihao when the sperm donation plan would be implemented. Zhou Shihao hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and replied with 2 words, tonight. Next, Zhou Shihao and Fa Gu discussed the specific details to ensure that the entire plan would not have any flaws, and then he sat quietly in his office chair, lost in thought. What if I sacrifice my wife? Women are like clothes, they can be changed at any time. Money and power are the fundamentals for a man. As long as I can obtain 60% of the shares of the Zhou group and become the future chairman of the group, even if I have to make a greater sacrifice, it will be worth it. Ding ding. At that moment, Zhou Shihao received a text message on his phone. Suddenly interrupted, Zhou Shihao frowned in annoyance and picked up his phone. However, in the next second, Zhou Shihao's eyes widened in shock, and a mix of anger and surprise appeared on his face. Zhou Shihao, your infertility has already been discovered by your second brother Zhou Renjie. At this moment, Zhou Renjie is rushing to Huacan Hospital, preparing to retrieve your medical examination report from the doctor's computer and show it to the old man. If you don't want to lose the Zhou family's inheritance, hurry up and stop Zhou Renjie. It's best to find a way to destroy your medical records and archives, and never let him catch you with a handle. Otherwise, you will lose everything. Bang! Zhou Shihao slammed his palm on the desk in anger, and his expression turned ferocious. He never expected that his infertility would be known to outsiders. More importantly, Zhou Renjie was already on his way to Huacan Hospital to obtain his medical report and report to the old man, thereby stripping him of his qualification as an heir. How could this happen? Who is it? Who leaked this young master's secret? Swish! Zhou Shihao had no time to think about all this, quickly grabbed his car keys and phone, and rushed out of the office. The urgent task was to stop Zhou Renjie from getting the medical report at the hospital. As for other matters, they could wait. Zhou Group. Underground parking lot. Ji Boda sat quietly in Chen Yun's car, his gaze fixed on the direction of the elevator. Ding! Not long after, the elevator door suddenly opened. An excited Zhou Renjie strode out. Seeing this scene, Ji Boda immediately opened the system item bar and directly locked onto a card in his backpack. System, I want to use the demon card. As Ji Boda silently recited this in his mind, the next second, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! Please specify a target character. That's him, Zhou Renjie. Swish! The demon card in the backpack instantly transformed into a stream of light and disappeared. The system prompt sounded again in Ji Boda's ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the demon card. The card is now in effect. Please wait. After using the demon card, Ji Boda felt nothing unusual. However, Zhou Renjie, who had just gotten into the car, inexplicably shivered, feeling a chill down his spine. Yet, he didn't think much of it, assuming it was just the air conditioning in the car being too cold, so he adjusted the temperature up a bit. Boom! Immediately after, Zhou Renjie stepped on the gas and sped out of the underground parking lot. Ha 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 ha, big brother, I didn't expect you to be such a useless person. Once I get your medical report, let's see how you can argue with me over the inheritance. Sister-in-law is really pitiful. After so many years of marriage to big brother, she still hasn't been able to get pregnant. If it really doesn't work out, I, as the younger brother, can help big brother out. And that yellow-faced woman, Liu, just you wait, I will make you kneel and beg me one day. Oh right. And that bastard, Jibota, once I get the Zhou family's assets, I will definitely find a way to get rid of you. Unknowingly, Zhou Renjie's emotions became more and more excited, various wicked thoughts bubbling up like bamboo shoots after the rain. However, he didn't know that all of this was because Jibota had used a demon card on him. If Zhou Renjie didn't control his emotions, his desires would only grow stronger and more inflated, and he would become increasingly insane. There is a term that perfectly describes this situation. Going mad. That's right. Zhou Renjie is already showing signs of going mad. Zhou Group. Underground parking lot. Zhou Renjie had just left, and in less than a minute, Zhou Shihao rushed out of the elevator in a hurry. Swish! Seeing this scene, Jibota immediately opened the system's item bar and directly locked onto the remaining card in his backpack. System, I want to use the rage card. As Jibota silently recited this in his mind, the next second, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! Please specify a target character. There! It's him, Zhou Shihao. Swish! The rage card in the backpack instantly transformed into a stream of light and disappeared, and Jibota heard the system prompt again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the rage card. The card is now in effect. Please wait. After using the rage card, Jibota still felt nothing unusual. However, Zhou Shihao, who had just gotten into the car, inexplicably felt a wave of heat, as if a flame was burning inside him. However, he didn't think much of it, assuming it was just the air conditioning in the car being too high, so he adjusted the temperature down a bit. Boom! Immediately after, Zhou Shihao slammed the accelerator and sped out of the underground parking lot. Damn it! You bastard, second brother. Since we were kids, what have I not given way to you? I didn't expect you, ungrateful wretch, to disregard our brotherly bond just to fight for the family fortune, even wanting to kick me out of the game? You just wait. As long as you dare to get that medical report, I will kill you directly. The chairman of the Zhou Group can only be me. Whoever dares to oppose me, I will kill gods if they block me, kill demons if they stand in my way. Even if you are my own brother, there's no discussion. Unknowingly, Zhou Shihao's emotions became more and more excited, the anger pent up in his heart exploding like a detonated bomb. However, he didn't know that all of this was because Jibota had used a rage card on him. If Zhou Shihao didn't control his emotions, his anger would only burn hotter, and he would gradually lose his rationality due to rage. There is a term that perfectly describes this situation. Going mad. That's right. Zhou Shihao is also showing signs of going mad. Zhou Group. Chen Yun's office. Jibota was sitting on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other. He held a contract in his hands, carefully reading the various terms, then picked up a pen and quickly signed his name. The contract is signed now, you can rest assured, right? Jibota casually handed the signed contract to Chen Yun, who was sitting beside him. The next second, a line of text floated into Jibota's view. Chen Yun favorability +10. Jibota was slightly taken aback, quickly blinking at Chen Yun and directly activating his Eye of Insight. Name, Chen Yun. Age, 33 years old. Appearance, 93 body, 97 favorite fruit, coconut. Driver's license, 1 favorability, 80. Not knowing is one thing, but seeing it is shocking. He didn't expect Chen Yun's favorability towards him to have unknowingly reached 80 points. How long had they known each other? This woman changed her heart too quickly, didn't she? But then again, Chen Yun had been with Zhou Zhangfeng for so many years. Even if she had no achievements, she must have put in hard work, right? However, the old man didn't leave a single penny for Chen Yun, clearly using her up and then kicking her aside. On the contrary, Jibota, this illegitimate child, without saying a word, took out 10% of the shares of the Zhou Group, essentially giving them to Chen Yun for free. This was the share Jibota had won back with his own liver. Chen Yun, let alone changing her heart, even if she were to follow Jibota now, she would absolutely not hesitate in the slightest. Any hesitation would be disrespectful to that 10% of the shares. Swish! Shenyun carefully put away the agreement, then smiled slightly at Ji-Boda and said, Xiao-chan, I still have some documents to handle. Wait for me a moment, and let's go out for lunch together later. Ji-Boda. As the vice president of the Zhou group, Shenyun naturally had a lot of things waiting for her to handle. Ji-Boda wouldn't foolishly sit in her office, honestly waiting for her to finish work. Next, Ji-Boda casually found an excuse and left Shenyun's office. He strolled over to the company's HR department and knocked on the door of the HR director's office. Come in. A very pleasant voice came from inside the office. Ji-Boda immediately pushed the door open and, after entering, locked the door behind him. Ji-Boda? What are you doing here? The woman sitting behind the desk showed a look of surprise as she saw Ji-Boda enter. Second sister-in-law, didn't you send me a WeChat message saying you wanted to talk to me? Ji-Boda grinned as he walked over, plopping down in front of Liu and casually pulling out a cigarette to stick in his mouth. Today, Liu was wearing a white chiffon shirt on top and a light brown bodycon skirt on the bottom, her snow-white, straight long legs wrapped in a layer of sheer stockings. Her lightly made-up face was exquisite. Her sexy and hot figure was very eye-catching. As soon as Ji-Boda sat down, he caught a faint fragrance in the air, not like perfume, but rather like Liu's natural body scent. This scent was just right, refreshing and pleasant. I really want to talk to you, but this is the company. What if Zhou Renjie sees us? Before Liu could finish her sentence, Ji-Boda waved his hand to interrupt her. Second sister-in-law, you don't need to worry. The second brother just left the company. I saw him leave in his car. Is that so? Liu was slightly taken aback, but she didn't think much of it and got straight to the point. Ji-Boda, the matter we discussed on WeChat last night, is it still valid? Of course it's valid. Ji-Boda nodded, speaking calmly, as long as you stand by my side and help me deal with the eldest and the second, regardless of success or failure, I will give you 10% of the Zhou Group's shares. How can I trust you? Liu stared into Ji-Boda's eyes, seemingly trying to see if he was lying through his gaze. Swish! Ji-Boda didn't answer Liu's question but instead took out an agreement he had prepared earlier and directly tossed it in front of Liu. This is. Liu reached out to pick up the agreement and casually flipped through it. The next second, her eyes lit up, and a look of joy and excitement flashed across her face. That's right. This agreement is the one Ji-Boda just signed in Shenyun's office. However, Ji-Boda changed Shenyun's name to Liu's name. The content of the agreement is quite simple. As long as Liu fully helps Ji-Boda fight for the Zhou family's assets, regardless of the outcome, Ji-Boda will transfer his existing 10% share of the group to Liu free of charge. In addition, Ji-Boda has already signed his name on this agreement in advance. Swish, swish, swish. Without any hesitation, Liu picked up the pen and signed her name at the end of the agreement. There are 2 copies of the agreement. Ji-Boda kept one, and Liu kept one. Their cooperation is officially established. Liu's favorability plus 10, Liu's favorability plus 10, Liu's favorability plus 10. At this moment, a series of text reminders floated into Ji-Boda's view. Seeing this scene, Ji-Boda couldn't help but squint his eyes and immediately activated his eye of insight on Liu. Name, Liu. Age, 26. Appearance, 92. Figure, 95. Favorite fruit, pomelo. Driver's license, 1. Favorability, 70. Ji-Boda didn't expect that in such a short time, Liu's favorability towards him had actually skyrocketed to 70 points. Is the allure of 10% of Zhou's group really that great? First, it was his stepmother Chen-Yun, and now it's his sister-in-law Liu. He wondered if his elder sister-in-law Suya would also have a significant increase in favorability after seeing this agreement. That's right. Ji-Boda plans to use the 10% shares in his hand to deceive his stepmother, elder sister-in-law, and sister-in-law into becoming his helpers. One agreement to deceive 3 women. First deceive, then talk about other matters later. Ha ha. Liu is a very strong-willed woman. When she learned that her husband was cheating with a female secretary, secretly transferring their joint assets, preparing to divorce her, and even wanting her to leave with nothing, Liu did not try to salvage the marriage, nor did she beg her husband to change his mind. Instead, she decisively gave up on the marriage. If you don't want me here, I'll find my own freedom. It can be said that Liu's character is very similar to Ji-Boda's. She loves fiercely and hates fiercely, knows how to hold on and let go, has her own opinions, and is strong, confident, carefree, and brave. Alright, Ji-Boda is not indirectly praising himself, he simply admires Liu's character. Ji-Boda, last night, manager Sher from the Royal International Hotel, you called her specifically to come help me, right? Liu put away the agreement, then stared at Ji-Boda with her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Ji-Boda nodded generously and said, you rushed in alone. If I didn't call someone to protect you, what if you got bullied? Are you concerned about me? Liu's eyes narrowed slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, and a strange light seemed to flash in her beautiful eyes. "You're my sister-in-law, it's only natural for me to care about you, right? Joe Renjia is still your second brother, why don't you care about him? He's not related by blood, so why should I care about him? Then I'm not your real sister-in-law, why do you care so much about me?" Facing Li Yu's aggressive questioning, Ji Boda just smiled slightly. He suddenly stood up, placed his hands on the desk, leaned forward quickly, and got close to Li Yu's face. "Since you're not my real sister-in-law, isn't that even better?" Ji Boda stared closely into Li Yu's beautiful almond-shaped eyes, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and his handsome face, which could take any woman's breath away, radiated a strange charm at this moment. Thump! Thump! Thud! Li Yu's heartbeat and breathing quickened a few beats. Although she was trying to appear calm, a hint of panic flashed in her beautiful eyes, which was caught by Ji Boda. I still have some documents to handle." To Ji Boda's surprise, the usually strong Li Yu's face actually flushed with a hint of red at this moment. In fact, Li Yu even found a rather low-level excuse, quickly avoiding Ji Boda's gaze, then lowered her head, pretending to deal with the documents on her desk. Li Yu's favorability +5. Looking at the line of text that floated into his view, Ji Boda almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Alright, then second sister-in-law, you go ahead and be busy, I won't disturb your work." Ji Boda was a suave man. After throwing out this line, he turned and left without any hint of reluctance. "Wait!" Li Yu suddenly called out to Ji Boda, who was about to leave. She bit her lip and quickly said, "After I'm done, let's go out for lunch together and talk about how to deal with the Zhou family?" "You can't refuse me, this is my first time actively inviting a man to dinner." Ji Boda. 10 minutes later, Ji Boda left Li Yu's office and strolled to the door of the company's financial director's office. Knock, knock, knock. Ji Boda first straightened his attire, then politely knocked on the door. "Come in." A mature and gentle female voice came from inside the room, and just from the sound, it gave a feeling of fragility and being easy to bully. Click. Ji Boda pushed the door open and immediately saw Suya sitting behind the desk. That's right. His stepmother Chen Yun was the vice president, his second sister-in-law Li Yu was the HR director, and his eldest sister-in-law Suya was the financial director. In a family business, that's how it is. All the important positions in the company are held by family members. Ji Boda? Why did you suddenly come to the company? A look of surprise flashed across Suya's face when she saw Ji Boda. This surprise was quickly replaced by nervousness. Whoosh! Suya hurriedly stood up, then walked around the desk and quickly approached Ji Boda. In Ji Boda's astonished yet amused gaze, Suya first opened the office door, then leaned out halfway, looking left and right in the corridor. Confirming that no one saw Ji Boda enter her office, Suya suddenly slammed the door shut and quickly locked it. Wow! It felt like they were secret agents meeting up. Did she think they were filming a spy movie? Ji Boda held back a laugh and took a close look at Suya from head to toe. He had to admit, his sister-in-law Suya really had a strong sisterly charm. Her long, shiny black hair was casually pinned up with a hairpin. A few strands of hair fell at her forehead and along her cheeks, giving a lazy, casual, gentle, and alluring feeling. She wore a black sleeveless chiffon top, with a long ribbon hanging down from her right shoulder to her waist. Around her neck was a large string of pearl necklaces, and she wore a pair of sparkling pearl earrings. On the bottom, she had on a white bodycon skirt that not only accentuated her slim waist but also perfectly outlined her exaggerated hip curves. Her plump yet long legs were wrapped in a thin layer of flesh-colored stockings, and she wore a pair of high-heeled shoes with thin heels. In short, Suya today exuded a strong feminine charm. She was simply the dream goddess of countless otaku. Click. Once Suya locked the door, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward. Suya brushed her hair by her cheek, then pointed to the sofa in the office, and waved to Ji Boda, saying, "Come sit." Ji Boda was not polite and directly walked over, sitting down casually on the sofa. Suya was relatively reserved. She walked to the side of the sofa where Ji Boda was sitting, first smoothing her fitted skirt with both hands, then elegantly sat down. Sitting on the sofa, Suya kept her legs together, slightly leaning to one side, while placing her hands on her knees. From this series of actions, it was clear that Suya was a well-bred lady, her demeanor dignified and proper. Ji Boda, I want to talk to you about your elder brother Zhou Shihao. Suya trembled her lips, a hint of worry hanging between her brows, and a faint sadness gathered in her beautiful eyes. Sister-in-law, what do you plan to do now? Ji Boda did not rush to win Suya over but casually asked a question, while also opening his eyes to observe her. Personal privacy, desires to be a mother, has always wanted to have a child, and during her fertile period each month, she would desperately pressure her husband. Current intention, after learning her husband's secrets and plans, she is completely disappointed in him, wants a divorce, but fears retaliation from her husband and is more afraid of implicating her family. Sister-in-law Suya and second sister-in-law Liu had completely opposite personalities. Liu was strong-willed, while Suya was weak. Suya knew very well that Zhou Shihao had ulterior motives towards her, but she did not dare to resist, fearing retaliation from the Zhou family that would implicate her parents and family. However, it must be said that Suya's family was just a small, insignificant clan, and in front of a super-wealthy family like the Zhou family, they were indeed vulnerable. Therefore, Suya naturally feared Zhou Shihao. Ji Boda, will you tell the old man about Zhou Shihao's infertility directly? Suya did not answer Ji Boda but instead asked him a question. Ji Boda had a keen insight and knew exactly what Suya was thinking at that moment. So he spoke straightforwardly, I have already informed the second brother about this matter, and he is currently heading to Huacan Hospital to obtain the elder brother's medical report. At the same time, I have also informed the elder brother, and he is now rushing to Huacan Hospital to stop the second brother. Sister-in-law, don't hold any illusions, this matter cannot be hidden from the elder brother. He is destined to lose his qualification as the heir of the Zhou family. Silence. Suya did not show any disappointment or surprise after hearing Ji Boda's words. Instead, she revealed an expression of relief. If Zhou Shihao's infertility were exposed, then Suya would have a reason to divorce him, and she believed that at that time, the Zhou family would not deliberately make things difficult for her. Meanwhile, as long as Zhou Shihao was stripped of his heir qualification and lost his power, Suya would no longer have to worry about retaliation from him. The only regret was that she could not become the eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhou family, nor could she become the future lady of the house. However, just thinking about being betrayed by her husband, arranged to share a room with a stranger, and even having to bear another man's child made Suya feel an overwhelming sense of disgust. She was not a commodity to be traded at will, nor was she Zhou Shihao's tool. She was a living, breathing person with feelings. Since Zhou Shihao did not treat her as a wife but as a tool, then she had no need to continue staying by his side. Although Suya's nature was very gentle, it did not mean she was foolish. To take a step back, even if Suya sacrificed herself and became pregnant to help Zhou Shihao obtain 60% of the shares of the Zhou group, then, what would happen next? Would Zhou Shihao tolerate the illegitimate child in her womb? Would he tolerate her being unclean? In this world, there was no man who would tolerate his wife being unclean, especially if she was carrying another man's illegitimate child. At that time, Suya's only outcome would be to be ruthlessly abandoned by Zhou Shihao. Since it was destined to be abandoned, Suya naturally had to make plans for herself early on. So, that's why she would arrange to meet Ji Boda, wanting to glean some useful information from him while also finding herself a new support. Why did Suya not seek Zhou Renjie, but instead turn to Ji Boda, this illegitimate child? First, Ji Boda's combat skills are very high, something Suya witnessed firsthand through the surveillance at the Zhou family's villa. Second, since Ji Boda was able to uncover Zhou Shihao's infertility secret, it proves that he has extraordinary means and is certainly backed by a powerful force. Third, Ji Boda is very handsome, especially his face, which has completely captured Suya's heart. There's no helping it. Good-looking guys are like that. Wherever they go, they easily attract women's favor. Swish! Suddenly, Ji Boda pulled out a 40-meter-long big knife. Oh no! He pulled out a contract and casually handed it to Suya. What is this? Suya was slightly taken aback and instinctively caught Ji Boda's 40-meter-long big knife. Oh no! She took the contract he handed over. Sister-in-law, take a look first, and then we can talk. Ji Boda was too lazy to explain anything, and while Suya was reading the contents of the contract, he casually took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Suya read very carefully and slowly, as if savoring every word of the contract. When she finally put down the contract, her gaze towards Ji Boda became complex, and a look of as expected appeared on her face. Ji Boda, I knew it, you are definitely not a man who was content with mediocrity. As soon as Suya said this, Ji Boda couldn't help but chuckle. I actually want to be mediocre. I want to completely lie flat, eat and wait to die, enjoy life, and be a happy salted fish. But, strength does not allow it. With my looks, my temperament, my charm, wherever I go, I will automatically attract women's hearts, which in turn provokes the crazy jealousy of my male peers, making it impossible to keep a low profile. Sigh. No more talking. The more I say, the more tears. Sister-in-law, then this contract. Ji Boda extinguished the cigarette butt and tidied up his attire, seemingly preparing to shake hands with Suya to complete this transaction. However, Suya smiled slightly and said, Ji Boda, I want to add a clause to this contract. Add a clause? What do you want to add? Ji Boda was slightly taken aback, feeling that Suya seemed to be hinting at something, but he couldn't find any evidence. Swish! Suya brushed her hair by her cheek, then bit her lip, a bit shyly saying, "G. Boda, during our cooperation, I hope you can ensure my safety, especially." "Especially what?" G. Boda asked knowingly, his eyes fixed on Suya's slightly reddened face, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Suya lifted her eyelids and shot G. Boda a fierce glare. Because Suya looked gentle and delicate, even when she showed a fierce expression, it only gave off a cute but fierce vibe, lacking any real threat. It felt almost like a criminal's excitement. Especially, don't let Zhou Shihao's plan succeed. I don't want to be violated by a stranger and lose my innocence for no reason. Suya almost gritted her teeth, saying this in one breath. After finishing, a tempting blush quickly appeared on her gentle and delicate face. "Okay, I promise you." G. Boda nodded without hesitation, then added, "Sister-in-law, don't worry, I will protect you well." Suya was slightly taken aback. G. Boda's casual words struck Suya like a bolt from the blue, directly hitting her heart. Because this simple "I will protect you" was something Zhou Shihao had never said to Suya. This was the first time Suya had heard someone say they would protect her. This was also the first time Suya felt valued, cared for, cherished, and held in someone's palm. It was that exaggerated. Because Suya lacked love, just a little warmth could deeply move her. Suya's favorability plus 10, Suya's favorability plus 10, Suya's favorability plus 10. Looking at the suddenly floating text reminders in his line of sight, G. Boda was utterly speechless. "I haven't even started to exert myself yet. Your favorability just skyrocketed? There's no technical skill involved, no challenge, no difficulty, it's really boring." Name, Suya. Age, 28. Appearance, 92. Figure, 96. Favorite fruit, pomelo. Driver's license, 1. Favorability, 80. Personal privacy, desires to be a mother, has always wanted to have a child, so during her fertile period every month, she will squeeze her husband dry. Current intention, G. Boda is so handsome, so smart, his genes must be excellent. If I hadn't married the eldest brother but the third. Oh no, I can't. G. Boda is my little brother-in-law, how can I think like that? So embarrassing. G. Boda. Noon. Near the Zhou Group. In a very elegant Chinese restaurant. G. Boda sat at the east position, Chunyin at the west, Suya at the south, and Liu at the north. 1 man and 3 women, just enough to make a mahjong table. However, G. Boda and the women were not there to play mahjong, but to have lunch. There was no way around it. His stepmother, elder sister-in-law, and second sister-in-law all invited him to lunch, insisting on dining with him. G. Boda couldn't refuse, so he simply called all 3 of them over. However, halfway through lunch, Suya, Liu, and Shenyun's phones rang almost simultaneously. What? Zhou Shihao got into a fight, his head got split open, and he's now in the hospital getting stitches? Zhou Renjie's head got split open too? The eldest and the second are fighting each other, and both ended up in the hospital? Got it. I'll come to the hospital later. Is he dead yet? Call me when he dies. I'm dealing with something very important right now. I'll go see them at the hospital after I'm done. Suya, Liu, and Shenyun hung up one after another. The 3 women exchanged glances, then continued to lower their heads and eat lunch, as if nothing had happened, as if they had just received an ordinary phone call. Seeing this scene, G. Boda couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Aunt Yun, elder sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, aren't you going to the hospital to see the eldest and the second? Why are you still here having lunch? Upon hearing this, Shenyun immediately replied with a cold face, I'm not a doctor. I can't treat patients or save people, I can only stand by and watch. Liu scoffed and replied, I can't wait for Zhou Renjie to die sooner. It's much better to be a widow on the household registration than to be divorced. Suya looked at Shenyun, then at Liu, and then bit her lip and said, Zhou Shihao has a rather violent temper. If I rush over now, I'll probably have to bear his wrath. Suya, why are you so cowardly? If Zhou Shihao scolds you, can't you scold him back? Liu is right. Suya, you're just too soft-hearted, so you often get bullied by Zhou Shihao. Let me tell you, you can't spoil men. If you don't hit them for 3 days, they'll climb the roof. You can't be too nice to men, nor can you always cater to them, otherwise, they'll just think you're born to be a pushover. Seeing Shenyun and Liu opening up the discussion, trying to persuade Suya. No, this wasn't persuading Suya at all. It was clearly a lesson in ideological education, teaching her how to manage a husband, instilling her with feminist ideas. Ahem. G. Boda really couldn't stand it anymore, quickly clearing his throat twice to interrupt the 3 women's chattering discussion. Hurry up and eat. After we finish, let's go to the hospital together. Why are you in such a hurry to go to the hospital? To watch a show. At 2 p.m., G. Boda, Shenyun, Suya, and Liu finally arrived at the hospital at a slow pace. The moment they pushed open the ward door, the 4 immediately put away their smiles, replacing them with anxious expressions. The ward was very quiet. The eldest, Zhou Shihao, lay on the bed by the window, his head wrapped in a bandage, his face very gloomy. The second, Zhou Renjia, lay on the bed by the door, his head also wrapped in a bandage, his face equally unpleasant. Besides these two foolish young masters, there was also the butler Uncle Zhang, the bodyguard Captain Wang Gang, and Zhou Zhengfeng, who had hurried over with a sickly body. You guys, why did you only just arrive? Zhou Zhengfeng glared at Chen Yun, Suya, and Li Yu with dissatisfaction. His gaze lingered slightly on Ji Boda, and a hint of obscure confusion seemed to flash in his murky eyes. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Zhou Zhengfeng's tone, Chen Yun, Suya, and Li Yu almost replied in unison, there was a traffic jam. Zhou Zhengfeng. Swish! Zhou Zhengfeng's gaze swept over Chen Yun, Suya, Li Yu, and Ji Boda again, but this time, it did not linger on Ji Boda at all. Instead, his gaze fell on his two useless sons. Tell me, you two idiots, why did you fight? And why did you crack each other's heads? Zhou Zhengfeng was clearly suppressing his anger, and the hand gripping his cane trembled slightly with rage. Dad, let me tell you, the eldest has a problem with his body. He is naturally infertile and cannot carry on the Zhou family line. Shut up, you bastard, second son. Who told you I have a health problem? You're spreading rumors. Eldest brother, do you dare to open Dr. Zhang's computer and let Dad see your medical report? What's there to be afraid of? I stand tall and straight, and a clean conscience fears no shadow. Alright, you said it. Uncle Zhang, hurry and get the eldest's medical report. Let's see how he can argue his way out of this. Uncle Zhang, I'm counting on you to bring me my medical report. After a heated argument, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjia both turned their heads away from each other, unable to stand the sight. Butler Uncle Zhang first glanced at Zhou Zhengfeng. Once Zhou Zhengfeng nodded, he hurriedly left the ward to retrieve Zhou Shihao's medical report. Seeing this scene, Chen Yun, Suya, and Li Yu couldn't help but show expressions of doubt. They knew that the instigator of this matter was actually Ji Boda. They also knew that Zhou Shihao had infertility issues. However, Zhou Shihao now appeared confident and composed, which made the three women start to doubt whether Zhou Shihao was actually sick. Otherwise, why would he so boldly let Uncle Zhang retrieve his medical report? Ding ding! At that moment, Suya's phone suddenly received a text message. She glanced at the people in the ward, then discreetly took out her phone, pretending to check the time, but quickly opened the message. Butler Uncle Zhang, whose real name is Zhang Defa, is actually Fa Go in Zhou Shihao's WeChat friends list. Hiss! After reading this message, Suya couldn't help but gasp, her beautiful eyes widening in shock, as if she had been startled by the news. If Uncle Zhang is Fa Go, then he is a pawn that Zhou Shihao has placed beside the old man. Moreover, he is Zhou Shihao's absolute confidant. This is bad. That medical report will definitely be secretly swapped by Uncle Zhang. Swish! Suya suddenly raised her head, her anxious gaze directed at Ji Boda, as if asking him what they should do next. However, Ji Boda gently shook his head, signaling Suya to remain calm. At the same time, Ji Boda was communicating with the system in his mind. Brother Tonzi, the two cards I drew this time, one is a demon card and the other is an anger card. Why don't their effects seem ideal? Did you give me two useless cards? Look at these two guys, they just got their heads knocked, and they don't seem to be in any life-threatening danger. Your cards are not powerful at all. Ji Boda thought that by using two cards at once, he could incite a conflict between Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renji, and at least manage to take one of them down. But in the end, both of them were fine. Dad was very disappointed. Ding! The effects of the demon card and the anger card increase gradually. Ding! When the target's evil thoughts or anger reach their peak, they will inevitably lose their rationality and do something crazy. Ding! The effects of the demon card and the anger card have only been activated halfway. There is no quality issue with the product. Please be patient, host. Ji Boda. In the hospital room, the atmosphere was tense. Zhou Zhengfeng sat in a chair with a dark expression, coldly watching his two sons lying on the hospital bed, his eyes inscrutable. Under the pressure of the old man, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renji had temporarily calmed down and stopped arguing. Chen Yun, Suya, Li Yu, and Ji Boda stood to the side, silent. Everyone seemed to be quietly waiting for Uncle Zhang, the butler, to bring over Zhou Shihao's medical report. Creak! A few minutes later, the door to the hospital room was pushed open. At that moment, everyone turned their heads in unison to look at the butler, Uncle Zhang, who walked in. Sir, here is the eldest young master's medical report. Uncle Zhang ignored the gazes from everyone and quickly walked up to Zhou Zhengfeng, handing over a folder. Whoosh! Zhou Zhengfeng reached out to take the folder and immediately began to flip through it. At that moment, Zhou Renji sat up from the hospital bed, his eyes fixed on Zhou Jingfeng's old face, seemingly trying to gauge the contents of the medical report from the old man's expression. Zhou Shihao, however, remained very calm. This guy lay flat on the hospital bed, only glancing at Zhou Renji from the corner of his eye, a hint of disdain flashing quickly in his gaze. Silence. The hospital room was completely quiet. The others didn't dare to make a sound, all looking at Zhou Zhengfeng, who was reviewing the medical report, each person's expression serious. Oligospermia? After a moment, Zhou Zhengfeng read out a diagnosis that left everyone extremely surprised. Whoosh! Zhou Zhengfeng frowned and then asked Zhou Shihao, why didn't you tell me earlier about your oligospermia? Dad, how could I bring up such a shameful thing? Zhou Shihao's face was full of grievance, even deliberately showing a hint of embarrassment, but a trace of amusement quickly flashed in his eyes. Oligospermia, as the name suggests, means low sperm motility, which lowers the probability of successful conception compared to normal people. However, a low probability does not mean infertility. Moreover, patients with oligospermia can return to normal levels through treatment. In other words, Zhou Shihao had swapped his medical report and deliberately gave himself a diagnosis of oligospermia to dispel Zhou Jingfeng's suspicions. What? Oligospermia? Zhou Renji suddenly screamed, his face filled with disbelief as he shouted, I clearly saw the eldest brother's medical report, it said aspermia. How did it change to oligospermia now? Second brother, you must have misread it, who can you blame for that? Zhou Shihao immediately turned around, glaring angrily at Zhou Renji, shouting, I'm already embarrassed enough to have such a shameful illness, why do you have to expose my scars? What are you trying to achieve? Oh wow! Not bad. Zhou Shihao's counterattack was simply masterful. Ji Boda couldn't help but give Zhou Shihao a thumbs up in his heart. This guy first played a trick of switching the prince with a cat, then turned the tables, and next he would definitely shape himself into the victim, pouring all the dirty water onto the second brother. No! This medical report must be fake. Zhou Renji was not a fool, such an obvious frame-up could be seen by any normal person. Dad, you have to believe me. Big brother doesn't have asthenozoospermia, but azoospermia. I saw the original medical report of Big Brother on Dr. Zheng's computer with my own eyes. This medical report must be fake, Big Brother must have secretly swapped it out. Zhou Renji wanted to argue further, but Zhou Shihao's furious roar interrupted his narration. Zhou Shihao blared and said, Second brother, if you don't believe me, I can do a full body check in front of everyone today. Zhou Renji was slightly taken aback and immediately replied, Fine, then go get the checkup now. I want to see if you can still cheat under everyone's watch. Second brother, you are so disrespectful to me today, completely disregarding me as your big brother. You say I should get a checkup just like that? What about my dignity as your big brother? Big brother, are you feeling guilty? Afraid to do a full body check in front of everyone? What do I have to be afraid of? Then why are you wasting time? Hurry up and go. As Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renji started arguing again, Zhou Zhengfeng was so angry that his chest hurt and his face turned pale. However, the argument between Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renji did not stop. Zhou Shihao glared at Zhou Renji and shouted, Second brother, if I do a full body check again and the result is still asthenozoospermia, not azoospermia, how will you apologize to me? If you don't have azoospermia, I can kneel down and apologize to you. Not enough. That's far from enough. Big brother, I'm willing to kneel down and apologize to you, and you're still not satisfied? I see you're feeling guilty, that's why you're saying this. Zhou Shihao suddenly took a deep breath, his gaze dark as he stared at Zhou Renji, then spoke each word clearly, if I don't have azoospermia, then you must give up the inheritance of the Zhou family. On the contrary, if I'm diagnosed with azoospermia, I will voluntarily give up the inheritance of the Zhou family and transfer all the family's assets to you. Second brother, do you dare to bet with me? As soon as Zhou Shihao said this, the entire hospital room fell silent again. It seemed that no one had expected Zhou Shihao to suddenly challenge Zhou Renji, even using the inheritance of the Zhou family as a wager, trying to force Zhou Renji into a high-stakes gamble. Why should I bet the Zhou family's inheritance with you? Zhou Renji's momentum immediately weakened. He wasn't a fool, but he wasn't particularly clever either. He instinctively felt that this gamble had a trick to it, even sensing that Zhou Shihao had already dug a pit, just waiting for him to jump in. That's why he subconsciously rejected Zhou Shihao's bet. Since you don't dare to bet, then I don't need to do any full body check. The medical report is right here. I only have asthenozoospermia, which doesn't mean I can't have children. Zhou Shihao's momentum suddenly surged. He looked at Zhou Renji with disdain, his face showing an expression of righteousness, sitting upright, unafraid of being framed or harmed by petty people. You! Zhou Renjie was instantly both angry and furious. He had clearly seen with his own eyes that there was a detailed medical report about Big Brother on Dr. Zheng's computer. It clearly stated that Big Brother had azoospermia. Could Zhou Renjie not distinguish between dead and weak? But Zhou Shihao first swapped the identity of the heir, taking away this medical report, and now he is confidently wanting to gamble with him, with the wager being the Zhou family's inheritance rights. If Zhou Shihao didn't have complete confidence, how could he propose such an obviously losing bet? He must have made thorough preparations. It's possible that the entire Huakong hospital is now under his control. Just thinking about this made Zhou Renjie shiver, while he constantly reminded himself to stay calm. He couldn't act impulsively. He had to remain composed. At this moment, he absolutely couldn't fall for Zhou Shihao's tricks. If being a coward meant being a coward, it was still better than losing the Zhou family's inheritance rights. Moreover, even if Zhou Shihao could control Huakong Hospital, could he really cover the sky with one hand and control all the hospitals in Xilan City? Damn it! Boss, just you wait. I don't believe you can hide your foxtail forever without revealing your true colors. If I get evidence of your infertility, you're done for. In the hospital room, a farce ended unhappily. Zhou Renjie angrily pulled out the needle and shouted that he wanted to go home, refusing to stay in the hospital. Zhou Shihao also found the hospital unlucky and directly had Suya handle the discharge procedures, then got into the car to go home. In the end, it was Zhou Zhengfeng who was so angry that his chest hurt, that he simply stayed in the hospital, preparing to be observed for a while. Chen Yun, as Zhou Zhengfeng's wife, could only stay in the hospital to help take care of the old man who was on the verge of death. Thus, the boss left with Suya, the second brother left with Liu, and Chen Yun stayed in the hospital to care for Zhou Zhengfeng. As for Ji Boda, he certainly wouldn't stay in the hospital to take care of Zhou Zhengfeng. With that time, he might as well go home and have a fight with the 6 flower girls for more fun. However, before Ji Boda left the hospital, he sent a software to Chen Yun, Suya, and Liu, instructing them to find a way to install this software on Zhou Zhengfeng, Zhou Shihao, and Zhou Renjie's phones. This software was a Trojan program made by Ji Boda himself, and once implanted in a phone, it could monitor the device 24/7 and, when necessary, directly control the phone remotely. The 3 Zhou family men probably didn't expect that Ji Boda, in just 2 days, had successfully turned their wives against them and was now helping Ji Boda deal with the Zhou family, right? There was no helping it. Who told Ji Boda to be so handsome? Not using his good looks would be a waste of his talent. Boom boom boom. A blue Bugatti Chiron sped down the road. Ji Boda controlled the steering wheel with one hand, while the other rolled down the window, preparing to light a cigarette. Unexpectedly, he glanced outside the window and suddenly noticed a building not far ahead with a sign for the First People's Hospital of Xilan City. Right, my goddaughter is still in the hospital. I wonder if her mother is thinking about me, her child's father? Swish. With a thought, Ji Boda directly sent a WeChat message to Bai Qianqian using the phone inside his body. Ji Boda, child's mother, are you at the hospital now? After Ji Boda sent this WeChat message, Bai Qianqian almost instantly replied to him. Bai Qianqian, I just came out of the hospital and am waiting for a bus at the bus stop near the hospital. Ji Boda, why aren't you staying at the hospital to take care of Xin? Why did you come out? Bai Qianqian, my parents insisted on staying at the hospital to take care of Xin, and then told me to go home and rest well for the night. Ji Boda, send me your location, I'll come pick you up right away. Bai Qianqian, no need to trouble yourself, it's too inconvenient for you to drive all the way here to pick me up. Ji Boda, it's not a hassle, I'm near the hospital. A few minutes later, Ji Boda drove to a bus stop near the hospital. In the envious and jealous gazes of the passers-by, Bai Qianqian opened the passenger door with a happy face and climbed in. Jiang Shao, how come you're near the hospital? After closing the door, Bai Qianqian fastened her seatbelt while inquiring of Ji Boda. Today, Bai Qianqian wore a water-ink mesh off-shoulder long dress that perfectly outlined her mature and curvy pear-shaped figure. Her long hair was casually pinned up at the back of her head, secured with a shark hairpin. Around her neck hung a platinum diamond necklace, and her ears sparkled with 2 shining diamond studs. Although she wore only light makeup, her exquisite beauty and gentle demeanor needed no embellishment, giving off a natural charm like a lotus emerging from the water. I've told you, when there are no outsiders around, don't call me Jiang Shao. Why can't you remember that? Ji Boda deliberately straightened his face, showing a very dissatisfied expression. Bai Qianqian's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and softly called out, husband. Ah, now that's more like it. A playful smile curled at the corners of Ji Boda's mouth as he immediately switched to one-handed steering. Silence ensued. Bai Qianshan bit her lip tightly, her face flushed, her long eyelashes trembling, her head slightly tilted as if admiring the scenery outside the car window. However, her body unconsciously leaned towards the driver's side, seemingly to make it easier for Boda to steer with one hand. By the way, Sister Qianshan, how is Xin's recovery? The doctor said Xin is recovering well. She just needs to stay in the hospital for a few more days for observation before she can be discharged. Oh, is the hospital fee enough? If not, I can transfer you some more. It's enough. The money you pre-deposited at the hospital hasn't been used up yet. Sister Qianshan, have you missed me these past few days? Half an hour later. Bai Qianshan seemed to suddenly realize something and exclaimed, Husband, why did you bring me to the Royal International Hotel? Previously, you worked at this hotel, always serving guests. I wanted to let you experience what it feels like to be a guest, so, as soon as Boda said this, Bai Qianshan immediately understood his intention. After all, during Boda's stay at the Royal International Hotel, he had different beautiful women accompanying him every night, having a great time. Just thinking about how she would be Boda's companion tonight made Bai Qianshan's pretty face flush all the way to her neck. Although they had done some relatively normal couple things, they had not completely crossed the final line yet. Baby, let's have dinner at the Royal Hotel tonight? Boda parked the car in the underground parking lot and then pulled Bai Qianshan into the elevator. I'll do whatever you say. Bai Qianshan seemed a bit distracted, foolishly following behind Boda, feeling as if she were in a dream. Seeing this, Boda curiously winked at Bai Qianshan. The next second, lines of information appeared in his view. Name, Bai Qianshan. Age, 30. Appearance, 93. Figure, 96. Favorite fruit, big sweet melon. Driver, 1. Favorability, 95. Personal privacy, deeply influenced by romance novels, especially fond of domineering CEOs, always fantasizing about being wallslammed by a domineering CEO one day. Current intention, if I had known Boda would bring me to the Royal Hotel, I should have worn something prettier today. Otherwise, should I ask my former colleagues at the hotel to help me buy a few pairs of black stockings? Put. Upon seeing this, Boda almost couldn't hold back a mouthful of old blood. They say a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. Boda thought Bai Qianshan was just nervous and shy, completely unaware of her thoughts. The result. That saying was indeed not wrong. Women are like eggs, the shell is very hard, but once cracked, the inside is soft. Night. Zhou Shihao's villa. Suya had just finished her shower and immediately noticed that the entire bedroom floor was covered with a layer of bright red rose petals. In addition, the main light in the bedroom was turned off, and a circle of pink ambient lights illuminated the surroundings. Soon after, Zhou Shihao, dressed in a tailored suit and holding 2 glasses of red wine, approached Suya with a beaming smile. Honey, what does this mean? Seeing this scene, Suya felt no romance in the atmosphere. Instead, a hint of vigilance arose in her heart. Wife, today is our wedding anniversary. I meticulously arranged all of this to spend a romantic night with you. Zhou Shihao directly handed 1 glass of red wine to Suya, while also clearly conveying his affection to her. If this had been in the past, Suya would have been very happy to spend a romantic night with Zhou Shihao. However, ever since she learned about Zhou Shihao's secret and the plan he had recently devised, seeing his face now made her feel a wave of nausea. Wife, shall we drink a toast first? Seeing Suya hesitating to reach for the wine glass, Zhou Shihao couldn't help but urge her, his tone seemingly mixed with a hint of urgency. At that moment, a flash of panic crossed Suya's eyes. A woman's sixth sense told her that this glass of wine must be problematic. She absolutely could not drink it. But, if she didn't drink, Zhou Shihao would definitely become suspicious. If she angered him, this guy might resort to forceful means, and as a weak woman, she would be no match for him. What to do? Suya was very anxious, but she slowly raised a hand, seemingly about to take the wine glass Zhou Shihao was offering. However, just as her longest middle finger was about to touch the edge of the glass, she suddenly withdrew her hand, pinching her nose and saying, Honey, what is that smell on you? It stinks. Really? Zhou Shihao, confused, raised his arm and sniffed it vigorously. Oh, you should go take a shower first. You smell like sweat, it's unbearable. Suya quickly pushed Zhou Shihao, insisting that he go shower. Okay, wait for me a moment, honey, I'll be right back. Zhou Shihao could only temporarily set down the wine glass, then grabbed a set of pajamas and hurried into the bathroom. Splash! Hearing the sound of the shower in the bathroom, Suya quickly sat on the edge of the bed and picked up Zhou Shihao's phone. Unlock. Open WeChat. Find Brother FA's avatar. Open the chat box. Suya took a glance and immediately got so scared that her hands trembled, almost dropping the phone on the floor. She didn't expect that Zhou Shihao planned to implement his scheme tonight. Moreover, the husband substitute that Brother Fa found for Zhou Shihao was already on the way and would arrive at the villa within 20 minutes. What to do? Was she going to lose her innocence tonight? No! I can't just sit and wait. Swish! Without any hesitation, Suya quickly used her phone to send a distress message to Ji Boda. To her surprise, Ji Boda replied to her message almost instantly. Ji Boda, sister-in-law, did you install the software I sent you during the day on Zhou Shihao's phone? Suya, I couldn't find the opportunity during the day, but I just installed it. Ji Boda, great. I'll rush over to save you. I can be at your place in no more than 15 minutes. During this time, try to stall Zhou Shihao. Suya, okay, I'll wait for you. On the other side, after receiving Suya's distress message, Ji Boda immediately rolled out of bed and quickly got dressed. Honey, where are you going? Bai Qianxian, although drowsy, was still awakened by Ji Boda's movements as he got out of bed. Sister Qianxian, you sleep first, I have to handle something urgent. Will you be back tonight? I don't know, it depends on the situation. Oh, then drive safely on the road. Amid Bai Qianxian's worried reminders, Ji Boda grabbed the car keys and rushed out the door. Vroom vroom. The Bugatti Chiron sped towards Zhou Shihao's house like a bolt of lightning. On the way, Ji Boda used the superphone within his body to directly attempt to control Zhou Shihao's phone. Since Suya had already installed the Trojan software, Ji Boda easily took remote control of Zhou Shihao's phone without any effort. Soon, Ji Boda learned through Zhou Shihao's WeChat about the plan he was going to implement tonight. The plan was simple. Zhou Shihao would add some powdered drugs to the red wine, and as soon as Suya drank it, she would immediately feel hot all over and dizzy. At that time, Zhou Shihao would blindfold Suya and let the substitute arranged by Fa Gu enter the bedroom to spend a romantic night with Suya in his place as her husband. If Suya refused to cooperate, Zhou Shihao had a second plan. That was to use forceful means to tie Suya up, blindfold her, and as long as she couldn't see anything, there would be no evidence to accuse Zhou Shihao. Damn! Zhou Shihao was truly a beast, worse than a beast. Poor sister-in-law. Just then, Ji Boda was a very righteous and passionate young man. As the saying goes, saving women in distress from deep waters and scorching fires is our unshirkable duty. This mission, we will accomplish. Creak. 15 minutes later, Ji Boda arrived near Zhou Shihao's villa on time. However, he did not rush into the villa to save his sister-in-law but parked the car in a hidden corner and hid himself in a flower bed near the villa. Ji Boda was waiting for the substitute arranged by Fa Gu to arrive. By monitoring Zhou Shihao's phone, Ji Boda knew that the substitute was on the way, and Zhou Shihao had kept this matter secret, only allowing the substitute to come alone, even making the substitute wear a mask. This gave Ji Boda a lot of operational space. A substitute. As long as they wore a mask, who knows if you are the substitute arranged by Fa Gu. Vroom vroom. A few minutes later, the roar of an engine came closer. Hiding in the flower bed, Ji Boda pushed aside the leaves in front of him and looked at the speeding car. A black Passat, with the license plate ending in 178, and the driver was wearing a mask. That's right. This is the car. The substitute has arrived. Whoosh. Just as he thought, Ji Boda suddenly sprang out from the flower bed and directly blocked the car's path. Creak. The driver saw someone suddenly jump out from the flower bed and slammed on the brakes, the car stopping just a centimeter in front of Ji Boda. Damn. Can't you watch where you're walking? Are you looking for death? The masked substitute seemed to have a bad temper, rolling down the window and cursing at Ji Boda. Whoosh! Ji Boda didn't give the other party any chance to react, rushing forward and grabbing the substitute's hair, pulling his head out of the car. Bang! In the next second, Ji Boda said nothing and struck the substitute on the back of the neck, knocking him out cold. Immediately after, Ji Boda dragged the substitute out of the driver's seat and stuffed him into the trunk of the Passat. After doing all this, Ji Boda took off the mask from the substitute's face and put it on his own. Ha! I didn't expect this mask to fit just right, as if it was tailor-made for me. Big brother, if you knew the person behind the mask was me, what kind of expression would you have? He. On a dark and windy night, at the entrance of Zhou Shihao's villa, Ji Boda touched the silver mask on his face, then adjusted his attire before pulling out his phone to send a WeChat message to Zhou Shihao. The phone was found on the substitute, and Ji Boda conveniently implanted a Trojan program into it, completely taking control of the device. Genia Club No. 88 Xiaobai, boss, I have arrived at your doorstep. That's right. This substitute was the pretty boy that Fa Gu found from the club. Although he wasn't as handsome as Ji Boda, didn't have his physique, and his stamina was less than 1% of Ji Boda's. He specialized in this line of work, had excellent skills, and was the top star at Genia Club, which is why Fa chose him. Big boss, wait, I'll open the door right away. A reply came quickly on the phone. This WeChat friend noted as Big Boss was Zhou Shihai, the young master of the Zhou family. About 2 minutes later, the villa's door clicked open and slowly swung wide. Immediately, a middle-aged man in pajamas and a black mask appeared before Jibota. Come in, Zhou Shihai said in a deliberately lowered voice, a hint of unnaturalness flashing in his eyes, then beckoned Jibota inside. Okay, boss. Jibota also intentionally altered his voice, suppressing his usual arrogance, trying to disguise himself as a humble and timid pretty boy. Click. As soon as Jibota stepped inside, Zhou Shihai closed the villa door behind him. Follow me. Zhou Shihai waved to Jibota and led the way, while Jibota silently followed behind him. Tap tap tap. In the large villa, there wasn't a single servant, only the echo of Zhou Shihai and Jibota's footsteps reverberating around. The atmosphere was a bit tense. Just as they reached the second floor, Zhou Shihai suddenly stopped, turned around, and fixed his gaze on Jibota's eyes beneath the mask. Jibota was momentarily stunned, thinking Zhou Shihai had discovered something, his heart leaping into his throat. No way? Could my identity be exposed? But I'm wearing a mask and a cheap suit, and I've even deliberately changed my voice. How could you recognize me? Are you a dog or something? Just as Jibota felt a bit anxious, Zhou Shihai suddenly spoke. Did you remember what I told you before? Yes, I remember everything. Jibota almost slipped up, but fortunately, he reacted quickly, nodding along with Zhou Shihai's words and putting on a very obedient demeanor. However, Zhou Shihai frowned, seemingly a bit uneasy, and continued, I'll say it again, if you don't follow these agreements and mess up my business, I will make you die a very ugly death. Jibota said nothing, just nodded submissively. Seeing Jibota's obsequiousness, a hint of disdain flashed in Zhou Shihai's eyes. He then said, first, once you go in, you cannot remove that woman's blindfold, nor can you untie her. Absolutely do not let her see your face. Second, maintain silence throughout, act as if you are mute. No matter what that woman says or asks, you cannot speak. Third, you must leave that room before 5 a.m. tomorrow. If you fail to meet any of these 3 points, I will have someone cut out your kidneys and sell you to an African primitive tribe. Zhou Shihai's voice was deep and carried a hint of malice. If an ordinary person faced him, they would surely be scared to the point of wetting their pants. However, Jibota was not someone who was easily frightened. How could he possibly be afraid of a useless young master? Alright, boss, I've remembered everything. To play his current role well, Jibota could only nod submissively, deliberately putting on a fearful expression. Zhou Shihai nodded in satisfaction, then turned and continued to lead the way ahead. Before long, Zhou Shihai brought Jibota to the door of a bedroom. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and slowly reached out a hand, gripping the doorknob tightly. Click! As the bedroom door slowly opened a crack, a beam of pink light immediately spilled out through the gap. You can go in now. After opening the door, Zhou Shihai pulled Jibota in. Once Jibota was forcibly pushed into the room, Zhou Shihai quickly closed the door behind him, then gritted his teeth and strode away with a dark expression. Inside the room, Jibota first stood behind the door, straining to listen to the sounds outside. Once he confirmed that Zhou Shihai had left, he let out a slight sigh of relief and turned to survey the room. It was a spacious bedroom. The floor was covered with red rose petals, and under the glow of the pink ambient lights, it exuded a strong atmosphere of intimacy. On the luxurious bed, several pink curtains hung down. Through these curtains, Jibota vaguely saw a woman lying on the bed. The woman was wearing a wine-red lace camisole nightgown. Her plump, rounded legs were wrapped in red-trimmed black stockings. However, her hands were bound behind her, and she wore a large eye mask, with her mouth sealed shut with tape. That's right. This woman was Suya. At this moment, she looked as if she were drunk, her face flushed, lying on the bed in a daze, appearing utterly powerless. Tap tap tap. Perhaps hearing Jibota's footsteps, Suya sensed the approach of danger and suddenly began to struggle. Whoosh! Jibota walked over directly, untied the ropes binding Suya's hands, removed her eye mask, and tore off the tape sealing her mouth. Don't come over. Go away. Don't touch me. Suya seemed to retain some clarity, and upon having her eye mask removed and seeing the masked man in front of her, she immediately trembled in fear. Sister-in-law, it's me. I'm Jibota. Jibota lowered his voice and quickly took off his mask, revealing a handsome face that could take anyone's breath away. Jiang. Jibota? Suya squinted her eyes slightly, staring intently at Jibota for a few seconds. Then, she suddenly threw herself into Jibota's arms, crying, Why did it take you so long to come? Woo-woo. I was almost scared to death. Woo-woo. That bastard Zhou Shihai, when he saw I wouldn't drink, he forced it down my throat and tied me up. Boda, take me away. I don't want to stay here for even a second. Woo woo, please, hurry and take me away. Late at night, every household had turned off their lights. In the master bedroom of Zhou Shihao's house, Boda comforted Suya for a long time before her emotions gradually stabilized. However, Suya had been forcibly made to drink a glass of alcohol by Zhou Shihao, and her head was still spinning, her pretty face growing redder, looking very unwell. Although Boda didn't understand medicine, he could see that Suya's condition was worsening, and he knew in his heart that if this continued, Suya would definitely have a problem. Big sister-in-law, let me take you to the hospital. Boda gritted his teeth, reached out, and picked up Suya, preparing to leave the room and take her to the hospital for treatment. As for whether his identity would be exposed or if it would provoke Zhou Shihao's revenge, those concerns were no longer in Boda's mind. However, Suya exclaimed, her pretty face flushed as she shouted, "No, don't take me to the hospital." Boda was slightly taken aback by her words, then glared at Suya angrily and said, "Big sister-in-law, you're in this state now, if you don't go to the hospital, are you just waiting to die?" Boda, I don't want to go to the hospital, in my current state. If I go to the hospital, how will I face people in the future? Big sister-in-law, at this point, you're still worried about your reputation? Then let me ask you, what's more important, your face or your life? If you take me to the hospital and let everyone see me like this, I might as well be dead. Boda didn't expect Suya to be so stubborn, even valuing her reputation more than her life. There was no other way. Boda could only put Suya back on the bed, then stroked his chin, seriously pondering how to solve this problem. After a moment, Boda sighed and said, "Big sister-in-law, since you refuse to go to the hospital, then there's only one way to save you now." "What way?" "Ice. Lots and lots of ice. It can lower your temperature and keep you awake. But there's no ice at home. Would ice pops work?" That works too." Later that night, after a long struggle, Boda used ice to help Suya detoxify, and the crisis was averted. Once Suya fell asleep, Boda walked alone to the window and silently lit a cigarette for himself. As the smoke curled up, Boda also activated the system's main page with his mind. Lucky draw roulette, draw chances, 3, item slot, black card, auction money, artifact, eye of the mind, 2 stars. After midnight, Boda gained 3 more chances to draw. Swish! Without any hesitation, Boda clicked the draw button with his mind, and the pointer on the roulette began to spin. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After the red pointer spun several circles quickly, it gradually slowed down. Boda stared intently at the pointer, watching it pass through the gold coin area, the card area, and the bottle area. Finally, the pointer slowly passed through the question mark area. Then, with a soft click, the pointer actually returned to the gold coin area and stopped steadily. Damn! Did I overdo it again? System brother, are you messing with me on purpose? The gold coin area has already been reduced to 10% of its size, and I still managed to hit it? Swish! At that moment, a bank card jumped out of the lucky roulette, and then it was automatically stored in the system's item slot. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 10 billion auction money. The system's prompt sounded in his ears, and Boda was slightly stunned. He quickly opened the item slot and soon saw a black card in the second slot of his backpack. Black card, auction money. This card contains 10 billion Longwood currency and can only be used for bidding at auctions. Note, after the host uses this auction money, they can receive double the rebate in real money. Damn! 10 billion Longwood currency limit? Are you kidding me? Boda shivered, almost dropping the cigarette in his hand. He never expected that System Brother would be so generous this time, directly giving him 10 billion in auction money. Moreover, after using this auction money, he could still get double the rebate. In other words, Boda suddenly obtained 30 billion Longwood coins, but among them, 10 billion Longwood coins could only be used for consumption at the auction. Wow! Boda took out the black card and gave it a hard kiss, his face beaming with joy. Money! Who doesn't like it? Those who regard money as dirt are fools. Ha! After calming his excited heart, Boda put the black card back into the system's item bar and began the second lottery of the day. Swish! Boda clicked the lottery button with his mind, and the next second, the pointer on the wheel began to spin again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After the red pointer spun several circles quickly, it gradually slowed down. Boda nervously stared at the pointer, watching it pass through the gold coin area, the card area, and the bottle area. Finally, the pointer slowly passed through the question mark area and the gold coin area, then stopped at the card area. Swish! Immediately, a shiny card jumped out from the lucky wheel, depicting a facial mask, though Jibota wasn't quite sure what brand it was. The next second, the card was automatically stored in the system's item bar, and a system prompt sounded in Jibota's ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a disguise card. Jibota was slightly taken aback and quickly opened the item bar, soon finding this freshly minted card in the third slot of his backpack. Disguise card. After using this card, you can designate a target person and instantly replicate their appearance 1-to-1, duration, 2 hours. Note, this card can only be used once. Wow! I can instantly become someone else? A 1-to-1 replica? This isn't just a disguise card, it's clearly a magical transformation card. I want to represent the moon and copy you, a super invincible cloning card. Jibota couldn't help but turn around and glance at Suya, who was sleeping on the bed. He thought, half laughing and half crying, sister-in-law, don't turn around, I'm the big brother. No, you can turn around now, this time I really am the big brother. He. Wait. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Jibota, and then a wickedly mischievous idea popped into his mind. Why should I pretend to be the big brother? Whether I act like the big brother or not has no effect on the big brother at all, and besides, the sister-in-law knows I'm not the big brother, so there's no need to pretend. What if I pretend to be the second brother? Let Suya cooperate and act a little, showing her face the whole time, and then send the video to the big brother. Would the big brother go crazy on the spot? Right. The big brother has the anger cards buff. If he sees this exciting video, will he lose his mind and then take out the second brother? I think this is quite interesting. Why not give it a try? There's one more chance to draw, let's go for it. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, the big brother is not lucky, the second brother is lucky, the second brother is not lucky, the old man is lucky. Little mom, sister-in-law, and second sister-in-law, lend me your luck, I must win a big prize tonight. Jibota forcefully clicked the lottery button with his mind, and the next second, the pointer on the wheel began to spin again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After the red pointer spun several circles quickly, it gradually slowed down. Jibota stared intently at the pointer, watching it pass through the gold coin area, the card area, and the bottle area. Oh no! It didn't pass through the bottle area. The pointer crawled slowly within the bottle area for a distance, then, due to lack of momentum, it simply thud and stopped. Got it! It's a third prize. Not bad. Swish! Suddenly, a bottle of golden potion jumped out from the lucky wheel and was automatically collected into the system's item bar. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Jibota's ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bottle of enhancement potion. Jibota was momentarily taken aback. What? Another enhancement potion? This young master is already a perpetual motion machine, can it be further enhanced? Swish! Filled with intense curiosity, Jibota quickly opened the item bar and soon saw this freshly produced potion in the fourth slot of his backpack. Enhancement potion. After consumption, it can enhance the liver, granting the ability for unlimited detoxification, immune to all toxins invading the body, becoming the legendary body that avoids toxins. Damn! This potion not only enhances the liver but also makes one immune to all toxins? This is simply a life-saving potion tailor-made for Zhou Zhengfeng. No way! This kind of potion must not appear in the world. And Zhou Zhengfeng, that old beast, must not know of its existence. Drink it quickly. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Jibota immediately took out the potion and began to gulp it down. Gulp! 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 To avoid any accidents, Jibota held his breath and drank the entire bottle in one go. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, a powerful warm current surged from Jibota's stomach. This feeling was indescribably strange. It was warm, gentle, soft, in short, very mild, not at all stimulating. It even felt a bit refreshing. However, this feeling came quickly and left just as fast. About 10 seconds later, Jibota felt his slightly heated liver gradually cool down. Jibota could clearly sense that his originally vibrant body seemed to have become even stronger. Is this the legendary body that avoids toxins? Immune to all toxins invasion? Damn it! Give this young master 2 pounds of hemlock. I want it as a side dish. 4 o'clock in the morning. Jibota suddenly shook awake the sleeping Suya. He leaned down close to Suya's ear and whispered something. Suya, still groggy from sleep, was startled awake after hearing Jibota's plan, her hazy eyes wide open in shock. Silence, no words. Suya's long eyelashes trembled gently, and her beautiful eyes flashed with complex emotions. However, thinking about what Zhou Shihao had done to her, if Jibota hadn't arrived in time today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Since he is unkind, then don't blame me for being ungrateful. Next, with Suya's cooperation, Jibota restored her to her previous state, not only covering her eyes but also sealing her mouth with tape, leaving no trace of a flaw. In addition, Jibota set up his new phone nearby, selected the angle, adjusted the lighting, ensuring he could shoot at any moment. After doing all this, Jibota silently recited in his heart, "System brother, I want to use the disguise card." Swish! The next second, the disguise card, lying in the system item bar, transformed into a stream of light and directly entered Jibota's body. Ding! Please choose a target character to replicate. Second brother, Joe Renjie. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully used a disguise card. Remaining duration 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Through the makeup mirror in the bedroom, Jibota clearly saw that his body and appearance had undergone a tremendous change in an instant. That's right, he transformed directly from Jibota to Joe Renjie. Not only was his height identical, weight identical, appearance identical, but even his voice and demeanor were exactly like Joe Renjie. No more words needed. The duration of the disguise card is only 2 hours, so we must hurry to finish this scene and not waste such a good card. 4:50 a.m. Having completed the plan, Jibota put on the silver mask again, then pushed open the bedroom door and walked out with a calm expression. As he descended the stairs and entered the living room, he saw Zhou Shihao, also wearing a mask, sitting quietly on the sofa. In front of him on the coffee table was a bottle of red wine and a tall glass, next to which was an ashtray filled with cigarette butts. It seems that the boss is actually feeling quite miserable. After all, Suya is his wife, but because he cannot have children and wants to inherit the Zhou family's fortune, he can only let someone else take his place as her husband. Anyone in his position would surely feel bad. You made it on time, not exceeding the agreed time. Zhou Shihao looked up, staring intently at Jibota, his face hidden beneath the mask appearing somewhat gloomy and sinister. Boss, don't worry, I'm definitely professional in this line of work. Jibota crossed his hands in front of him and slightly bowed to Zhou Shihao, fully expressing his gratitude. You can go now. Zhou Shihao weakly raised a hand, as if shooing away a fly, impatiently waving at Jibota. Alright, goodbye, boss. Jibota nodded, turned, and walked towards the villa's front door. Wait a minute. Zhou Shihao suddenly called Jibota back, making him tense up, thinking Zhou Shihao had discovered something, his heart leaping into his throat. However, Zhou Shihao's next words made Jibota breathe a sigh of relief. Tomorrow night, same time, same place, remember to send me a WeChat message before you come. Okay, boss. Also, this matter must be kept absolutely confidential. Besides me, Fa Go, and you, no one else can know. Okay, boss. Alright, you can leave. Okay, boss. 5:15 a.m. At this moment, the sky was already dimly lit. Jibota walked out of Zhou Shihao's house, directly got into the substitute's car, a Passat, and stepped on the gas, speeding away. About 10 minutes later, Jibota parked the car on a remote, deserted road. He first observed the surrounding environment, confirming that there were no surveillance cameras nearby, then quickly got out of the car and woke up the substitute locked in the trunk. Why you? Who are you? Why? Are you kidnapping me? The substitute, looking terrified, thought he had encountered a criminal and was almost scared to death. Swish! Jibota confidently took off the mask, revealing a face identical to Joe Renjie's. The disguise card lasts for 2 hours, and Jibota used it at 4 a.m., so it wouldn't expire until at least 6 a.m. Therefore, Jibota planned to make the most of the remaining time of the disguise card to do something else, striving to maximize its effectiveness. Do you recognize me? Jibota deliberately imitated Joe Renjie's voice, although it wasn't quite right, that didn't matter. What mattered was that Jibota knew this Passat was equipped with a dashcam, and there was also a hidden camera inside. Jibota wanted this hidden camera to capture Joe Renjie's face clearly, to leave ample evidence for the boss. Brother, I don't know you at all. I'm just an ordinary male escort. I don't have much money in my pocket. Kidnapping me won't earn you much at all. How about this? You can take this car, and all the money I have on me can be yours. Listening to the babbling words of the pale-faced man, Jibota frowned slightly and directly waved his hand to interrupt him. I didn't kidnap you for money. Ha? Then, big brother, why did you kidnap me? For what? Women. Ha? Jibota took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, then pointed to the mask he had thrown aside and said, Do you see this mask? Didn't you receive a job last night to go to a rich man's house and help his wife get pregnant? Sorry, I've already done that job for you. As soon as Jibota said this, the pale-faced man was instantly stunned. After a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, looking at Jibota with a face full of surprise, Big brother, do you mean you have your eyes on this boss's wife and want to replace me to sleep with her? You're not too stupid. Jibota sneered, then continued, no matter how much this boss paid you, I can give you double. You won't need to come anymore, I will complete this job for you. Also, this matter must be kept confidential. If I find out you leaked it, I will make you die a very ugly death. Since it was a performance, of course, it had to be done thoroughly. Boda played the role of a villain to perfection, both threatening the pale-faced man and offering him benefits, without letting him see any flaws. The pale-faced man had witnessed Boda's strength firsthand and knew he was no match for him. Plus, Boda was willing to give him a sum of money. So, without any hesitation, the pale-faced man immediately nodded in agreement. Not making money would be foolish. Next, Boda used the superphone within his body to remotely control Zhou Renjie's phone, then transferred 200,000 yuan to the pale-faced man's WeChat. Of course, Boda also took out of his own pocket to add another 200,000 yuan to Zhou Renjie's WeChat and erase the transfer record. This was just to ensure that Zhou Renjie wouldn't notice that his WeChat balance had inexplicably decreased by 200,000 yuan. However, the record of Zhou Renjie transferring 200,000 yuan remained in the pale-faced man's phone. This was also the evidence Boda deliberately left for Zhou Shihai. After doing all this, Boda let the pale-faced man go, while also taking his mask. After all, he had already made an appointment with Zhou Shihai for tomorrow night, at the same place, in the same way, to continue discussing life and ideals with his sister-in-law. Without this mask, Zhou Shihai would definitely become suspicious. With this mask, Boda could confidently enter Zhou Shihai's home, confidently enter Zhou Shihai's bedroom, confidently enter. In short, this mask was equivalent to a pass. Crucial. At 6 a.m., Boda's disguise card officially expired. So he returned to the Royal International Hotel, planning to take a nap. After all, he had been busy all night, and although his body was not tired at all, he felt a bit mentally fatigued. Boda, such a lazy person, had actually been busy all night for his sister-in-law's safety, which was quite a challenge for him. Honey, it's getting late, I should go to the hospital. Just as he was dozing off, Boda felt his arm being gently shaken, and a voice as gentle as possible whispered in his ear. Boda didn't even open his eyes, casually responded a couple of times, and then went back to sleep. Before leaving, Bai Qianshan even leaned down and kissed Boda on the forehead. However, at this moment, Boda just wanted to sleep. Not opening his eyes, he continued to mumble a couple of sounds, and then there was no further response. In the end, Bai Qianshan reluctantly left. Boda continued to sleep. I don't know how long it has been, but the sun has risen in the east, and the sky outside is already bright. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. At that moment, a hurried ringtone from a mobile phone abruptly woke Boda from his sweet dream. Damn! Which bastard is calling so early in the morning? Boda suddenly opened his eyes, and with a thought, he summoned the superphone from within his body. Caller ID, second sister-in-law Liu. Upon seeing this caller ID, Boda forcibly suppressed his anger. Whoosh! He climbed out of bed, leaned against the headboard, lit a cigarette to calm his morning irritation, and then answered the call from Liu. Hello? Boda had barely said a word when he heard a series of sobs on the other end. Woo-woo. Boda, I was hit by that bastard Zhou Renjie. He also stole my phone and deleted all the videos. Now I have no evidence of his infidelity during marriage. Hearing this, Boda was momentarily stunned, then he showed a helpless expression. The second brother had the demon card's buff, which would only amplify his inner evil over time. Now, he had become increasingly unrecognizable, and it seemed he was not far from completely losing his sanity. But this had severely harmed his second sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law, what do you plan to do now? Boda, will you help me? Of course. You are my second sister-in-law, I will definitely help you. Alright, then come to my house right now, and we will go to the company together to settle accounts with Zhou Renjie. Second sister-in-law, what exactly do you want to do? First, help me beat him up. Give him a good beating. I can't hold this anger in, it's suffocating. 8 a.m. Boda rushed to Zhou Renjie's house in a hurry. The villa's front door was slightly ajar, and with a gentle push, the door opened with a creak. Hiss! The scene in the living room came into view, and Boda couldn't help but gasp. It was a mess. The room was in disarray, as if a battle had just taken place. The television was smashed, the coffee table was overturned, and there were shards of vases everywhere. Even the wedding photos had been torn into a pile of scraps. The floor was littered with scattered items, indicating how intense the fight had been. Woo-woo! Suddenly, a faint sobbing sound came from the northeast corner of the living room. Boda followed the sound and saw a woman in a spaghetti-strap nightgown, barefoot, squatting on the ground, hugging her knees, her shoulders shaking as she quietly cried. Second sister-in-law, are you alright? Ji Boda quickly walked over and squatted beside Li Yu. Unexpectedly, Li Yu suddenly turned around and hugged Ji Boda, bursting into tears. Woo woo, that bastard Zhou Renjie, for a mistress, he actually hit me. I can't live like this anymore. Woo woo, I want a divorce. Li Yu was very emotional, seemingly truly heartbroken by Zhou Renjie this time, crying so sorrowfully, it was heart-wrenching and pitiful. Ji Boda could only keep patting her back, softly comforting her for most of the day until her emotions gradually calmed down. However, when Ji Boda finally let go of Li Yu, he noticed that her left cheek was already swollen, with a bright red handprint on it. Besides that, there were many fresh red whip marks on her arms, calves, back, and even below her neck. It seemed she had been severely whipped by Zhou Renjie with a belt. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Ji Boda couldn't help but gasp, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Without any hesitation, Ji Boda picked up Li Yu and anxiously said, "Second sister-in-law, I'll take you to the hospital." Suddenly being lifted by Ji Boda, Li Yu lost her balance and instinctively reached out her hands to hook around Ji Boda's neck. By the time she realized what was happening, she was already in Ji Boda's arms, her pretty face immediately flushing with a layer of red. However, just as Ji Boda was about to carry Li Yu out, she hurriedly spoke up to stop him. "Ji Boda, I don't want to go to the hospital." "Ha!" Ji Boda was instantly stunned. The eldest sister-in-law was like this, and he didn't expect the second sister-in-law to be the same. Why was everyone refusing to go to the hospital? Was there a tiger in the hospital that would eat people? "I just have a little skin injury, no need to go to the hospital. Besides, with me looking like this going to the hospital, I can't afford to lose face. We have ointment at home, just help me into the house, and I'll apply some ointment myself." Li Yu's tone was urgent, as if she was very unwilling to let others see her in such a sorry state. There was no other way. Ji Boda could only carry Li Yu into the bedroom and then hurriedly went to find the ointment. A few minutes later, Ji Boda, who had found the ointment, returned to the bedroom, handed the ointment to Li Yu, and was about to leave the room. Unexpectedly, Li Yu grabbed Ji Boda. She bit her lip and said, her face flushed, "Ji Boda, I can't reach the injury on my back, how about you help me apply the medicine?" Ji Boda looked deeply at Li Yu. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Alright, then turn around, and I'll apply the medicine on your back first." Li Yu softly responded, then turned around and took off her nightgown under Ji Boda's stunned gaze. Ji Boda? An hour later, Ji Boda sat quietly at the dining table. In front of him was a breakfast that Li Yu had personally made for him. The breakfast tasted quite good, very much to Ji Boda's liking, especially the heart-shaped fried egg, exquisite like a work of art, making Ji Boda feel a bit embarrassed to eat it. Tap tap tap. At that moment, the sound of high heels walking approached from afar. Ji Boda instinctively turned his head, his heart skipped a beat, and his eyes instantly lit up. At this moment, Li Yu had changed into a black fitted lace long dress, like a blooming black rose, graceful and enchanting. The dress's waist design perfectly outlined her hourglass figure, her curves on full display. Perhaps to cover the scars below her neck, Li Yu also wore a black silk scarf, adding a touch of seductive charm. She walked towards Ji Boda with a natural catwalk, exuding an air of elegance mixed with a hint of sensuality. That saying was indeed not wrong, young girls entice, while mature women captivate. Aiken, what's wrong? Do I look bad like this? Perhaps seeing Ji Boda staring at her intently, Li Yu's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly, and she felt a bit uneasy. Ever since marrying Zhou Renjie, Li Yu had been shuttling back and forth between the company and home, living a life of 2 points and one line, rarely taking the time to dress up. Usually at work, she wore work clothes. At home, she wore loungewear. Li Yu simply didn't have extra time to go shopping, to do beauty treatments, or to dress herself up. This time, perhaps determined to divorce Zhou Renjie, Li Yu had dressed up beautifully, wanting to be the proud goddess she once was, pursued by many. Second sister-in-law, you look too beautiful in this outfit. You're even more stunning, simply breathtaking, both beautiful and cool. Ji Boda stood up and looked Li Yu up and down, his eyes revealing unabashed admiration for her. Really? Li Yu's eyes brightened slightly, then she covered her mouth and chuckled. You really know how to flatter people. It's not as exaggerated as you say. I'm speaking the truth. Do you want me to lie against my conscience? Once Ji Boda said this, Li Yu couldn't help but tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, and the blush on her face seemed to deepen. You little rascal, you're so good at sweet talk, you must have deceived quite a few girls, right? Second sister-in-law, you're wronging me. I've never deceived a girl. Is that so? I'm a very responsible man. I always exchange sincerity for sincerity. There's no such thing as deception. I believe you, not. You're quite the rascal. Although Li Yu gave Ji Boda a big eye roll, the corner of her mouth curled into a beautiful arc, and her gaze towards Jibota grew increasingly gentle. What woman doesn't care about her appearance? What woman doesn't like to be complimented? Perhaps, she really should spend more time dressing up seriously in the future. Who is she dressing up for? Definitely not for that bastard Joe Renjie. What qualifications does that cheating, abusive man have to make her dress up for him? Or, should she dress up for Jibota? Oh dear. What am I thinking? Jibota is my little brother-in-law. Liu couldn't help but scold herself in her heart, and the blush on her face became even more pronounced, feeling utterly ashamed. But, the more she tried to control her thoughts, the more she couldn't help but think about it. Moreover, this thought grew stronger. It made Liu's face flush, her heart race, and her breathing quicken. One could only say, Jibota is quite the troublemaker. A beautiful disaster. 9:30 a.m. Zhou Group. Liu stormed into Zhou Renjie's office with Jibota. However, they found it empty. Zhou Renjie was not in the office, and even his female secretary was nowhere to be found. After asking a colleague in the company, Liu learned that Zhou Renjie had left the company half an hour ago with his female secretary, saying he was going to attend a large auction held by the Qin auction house. So, without saying a word, Liu immediately took Jibota and left the company, heading straight for the Qin auction house. That's right. This Qin auction house is a subsidiary of the Qin Group, and its owner is Jibota's precious girlfriend, Qin Xiaoyu. About 20 minutes later, Liu and Jibota arrived at the entrance of the Qin auction house. However, the auction had not officially started yet, and Liu did not rush to enter the venue. Instead, she took the initiative to link her arm with Jibota's and began to stroll around the outer hall. The summer auction held by the Qin auction house this time had reportedly been in preparation for over half a year, and many rare treasures would be showcased, attracting the attention of many prominent figures. At this moment, although the auction had not started, many invited guests had already arrived. These guests, regardless of gender, were all dressed in splendid attire, exuding the luxury of high society. Many socialites and wealthy women, adorned in jewels, gathered in small groups to chat, creating a scene of blooming beauty. Zhou Renjie. At that moment, Liu spotted a man and a woman in the crowd. The man was dressed in a tailored suit, paired with a floral shirt, and sported a slicked-back hairstyle, exuding the air of a wealthy playboy. The woman in his arms wore a strapless mermaid dress, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, especially her fiery red lips, which radiated the aura of a mistress. That's right. The man and woman were none other than Zhou Renjie and his female secretary, Yao Mi. Thud thud thud. As soon as Liu saw Zhou Renjie, her anger surged. She grabbed Jibota's arm, wearing a pair of high heels, and marched straight towards the couple. Liu? What are you doing here? The moment Zhou Renjie saw Liu, he instinctively released Yao Mi from his embrace, a fleeting look of guilt crossing his face. However, in just an instant, he regained his composure. He immediately showed a look of disgust towards Liu, while pulling Yao Mi back into his arms. Zhou Renjie, you don't take me seriously at all, do you? You dare to flirt with this vixen right in front of me? Liu blared at Zhou Renjie, her eyes sparking with fury, almost ready to explode. Liu, I advise you not to make a scene here. Get back home right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face. Since marrying Liu, Zhou Renjie had been tightly controlled by her. Now that he had finally turned the tables, how could he be intimidated by a few words from her? Moreover, he had already torn their relationship apart. That morning, Zhou Renjie had even beaten Liu severely. He never expected Liu would dare to confront him here. Did she want to be beaten again? However, before Zhou Renjie could lose his temper, Liu had already exploded. Swish! Liu tugged at Jibota's arm and pointed at Zhou Renjie's nose, shouting, Jibota, beat him. Beat him hard. If you kill or maim him, it's on me. Okay, second sister-in-law. Jibota rubbed his hands excitedly and strode towards Zhou Renjie. Seeing this, Zhou Renjie's eyelids twitched violently, and he instinctively shrank his neck, hurriedly stepping back a few paces. He looked at Jibota in terror and said, Third, what are you doing? I'm your second brother. Slap. Before Zhou Renjie could finish his sentence, Jibota's hand had already swung over, landing squarely on his left cheek. This slap is for second sister-in-law. After marrying you, second sister-in-law not only devoted herself to managing the Zhou family's company but also took great care of you. Not only do you not appreciate second sister-in-law's kindness, but you even cheat on her with your secretary. As soon as Jibota said this, the crowd watching gasped in shock. However, before Zhou Renjie could retort, Jibota's second slap came down. Slap! Another crisp sound echoed, and the force of Jibota's slap made Zhou Renjie's right cheek swell immediately. This slap is also for second sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law treats you so well, she has done nothing wrong to you, yet you dare to lay a hand on her? Second, has your conscience been eaten by dogs? As soon as Ji-Bota said this, the crowd gasped again. It seemed no one expected that the Zhou family's second son not only cheated with his secretary but even laid hands on his original wife. He was simply worse than a pig or a dog. Clap clap clap. Ji-Bota grabbed Zhou Renjie's collar, and his slaps fell like rain on his face. I call you a cheater. I call you a domestic abuser. You worthless scum, since your father didn't educate you well, let me teach you a lesson today. Damn it! Kneel down and apologize to second sister-in-law. Thud. Ji-Bota tightened his grip on Zhou Renjie's neck, throwing him in front of Liu, then forcibly pressed his head down, making him kneel on the ground. At that moment, Zhou Renjie felt both humiliated and furious. The elites of Shilan City were all watching, and here he was, the distinguished second young master of the Zhou family, being forced to kneel by a bastard, even having to apologize to Liu. This was more painful than death. Wow! Who is this person? How dare he beat up the second young master of the Zhou family and even force him to kneel? Didn't you just hear Zhou Renjie call him third brother? He must be the third young master of the Zhou family who was recently found. No way! He's Zhou Liazizi's illegitimate son? Ji-Bota? An illegitimate son daring to beat up the legitimate young master of the Zhou family? Is he trying to turn the world upside down? I think Ji-Bota is doing the right thing. The second young master of the Zhou family not only cheated but also physically assaulted his original wife. A man like him, worse than a pig or a dog, deserves to be taught a harsh lesson. That's right. Cheating men and domestic abusers should be taken out and shot. Zhou Renjie, this beast, doesn't deserve to live in this world. Ji-Bota was no fool. While he was beating Zhou Renjie, he immediately made Zhou Renjie's crimes public. 1. To have a justified reason. 2. To gain the support of the people. From the reactions of the onlookers, all the women present supported Ji-Bota. After all, every woman hates cheating men and domestic abusers. Besides, most of the men on site also stood by Ji-Bota, as he had a justified reason and stood on the moral high ground. Only a small number of people thought Ji-Bota was turning the world upside down or that he was too violent and shouldn't be hitting someone in public. However, Ji-Bota had already gained the support of most people present and didn't care about this small group of dissenters. Even if the whole world opposed him, Ji-Bota would still beat Zhou Renjie. Damn it! Remember, the day Ji-Bota was brought back to the Zhou family, he encountered a terrible car accident on the way, and the mastermind behind that accident was Zhou Renjie. So, today, having finally caught an opportunity, how could Ji-Bota easily let Zhou Renjie go? No more talking. First, beat Zhou Renjie up hard. Stop. Ji-Bota was violently beating Zhou Renjie and forcing him to kneel, which quickly attracted the attention of the auction house's security. A large group of security guards surrounded them, and one of them, wearing a captain's armband, shouted loudly, "Today is our Qin auction house's summer auction day, who dares to cause trouble here?" However, Ji-Bota didn't even glance at the group of security guards, pressing Zhou Renjie's head down and smashing it hard onto the floor. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zhou Renjie, who was already kneeling in front of Liu, was forced to knock his head heavily on the ground. Silence! The entire venue fell silent. Zhou Renjie was dumbfounded. The female secretary, Yao Mi, was dumbfounded. All the onlookers were dumbfounded. Even Liu was a bit dazed. But after a brief moment of shock, a wave of extreme comfort suddenly surged through Liu from head to toe. So satisfying. It felt so damn good. That bastard Zhou Renjie not only knelt before her in public but also knocked his head down hard. What could be more satisfying than this? At that moment, the way Liu looked at Ji-Bota was filled with excitement and thrill, along with 3 parts tenderness, 3 parts passion, 3 parts admiration, and 91 parts madness. Liu's favorability plus 10, Liu's favorability accumulated to 90 points. Looking at the line of text that floated into his view, Ji-Bota's lips curled slightly, and a strange flame flickered in his eyes. Whoosh! Ji-Bota turned around and coldly said to the group of security guards, "This is a family matter of the Zhou family. It's not for you outsiders to meddle." As soon as Ji-Bota said this, he immediately gained the support of a large number of female onlookers. After all, Ji-Bota was so handsome, representing the side of justice, and he was speaking up for women, punishing Zhou Renjie, the cheating domestic abuser. At this moment, if they didn't strongly support Ji-Bota, they would be betraying their identity as women. The third young master of the Zhou family is right. This is the Zhou family's private matter, and others have no right to interfere. Exactly. This is their family matter, and it's not up to you outsiders to meddle. As the saying goes, a country has its laws, and a family has its rules. They are executing their family law, so what are you all doing here making a fuss? Hurry back to your posts. we don't need you causing trouble here. Let me be clear today, if you dare to touch the third young master, I will make sure you won't have a good outcome. Third young master, ignore these foolish security guards and continue. Bota listened to the various supportive voices around him, all from the young wives, sisters-in-law, and aunts defending him. This feeling was exhilarating. So, Bota grabbed Zhou Renjie by the hair and, amidst the latter's terrified screams, slammed his head hard against the floor again. Bang! After a muffled sound, Zhou Renjie once again knocked his head hard against Liu, and this time he even broke his forehead, blood gushing out. Good. That's how you should punish a cheating, abusive man. That was just 2 knocks. That's nothing. I think even 100 wouldn't be too much. Old Wang, did you see that? If you dare to cheat and abuse like him in the future, this will be your fate. Oldly, if one day you dare to do something to hurt me, I will make you kneel here and knock your head in public just like him. There's not a single good man. Bah! The onlooking young wives, sisters-in-law, and aunts seemed to resonate with Liu's experience, their emotions exceptionally heightened, each one eager to rush up and tear Zhou Renjie apart. Zhou Renjie wiped the blood from his forehead, looking both furious and enraged at Bota and Liu. His eyes were bloodshot, his face flushed, and the veins on his neck were bulging. You! Bang! Before Zhou Renjie could finish his words, Bota pressed his head down again, slamming it into the floor for the 3rd time. You must knock your head at least 3 times. If you don't even understand this basic rule, how can you be worthy of being the 2nd young master of the Zhou family? As soon as Bota said this, Zhou Renjie's face turned a deep shade of purple. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhou Renjie began to scream at the top of his lungs, his limbs thrashing wildly as if he wanted to struggle to get up. However, Bota gave him no chance. Be honest. Bota stepped on Zhou Renjie's back, pinning him to the floor like stepping on a crab. Zhou Renjie screamed wildly, flailing his limbs, looking just like a big crab. Bota, if you have the guts, kill me. You humiliate me like this today, and one day, I will make you pay back 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. And you, Liu, you filthy whore. Trash. You actually brought an outsider to humiliate your husband? I want a divorce. Right now. Faced with Zhou Renjie's impotent rage, Liu angrily walked over and slapped him twice. Smack! Smack! After the 2 crisp sounds, Zhou Renjie was once again stunned, staring at Liu with bloodshot eyes, his face filled with shock. Divorce? You think I'm afraid to divorce? Do you think I would care for a useless man like you who only knows how to eat, drink, gamble, cheat, and abuse? I've wanted to divorce you for a long time. Without you, I will live even more freely than now. Liu vented all the words she had bottled up inside her. After cursing, she felt a wave of refreshment wash over her thoughts clear, as if she could ascend to immortality at any moment. In a word, a little cow accidentally wandered into a herd of elephants, feeling ecstatic. Good. Liu, if you have the guts, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and divorce me right now. Divorce? Fine, who wouldn't? Whoever doesn't is a grandson. Bota, let go of me. Bota, you let him go first. After I finish the divorce, you can help me beat him up. Liu, you wicked old witch, you still want to hit me? Zhou Renjie, I am your mother. The situation seemed to deviate a bit from Bota's imagination. After such a commotion, Zhou Renjie and Liu actually rushed to the Civil Affairs Bureau and quickly completed the divorce procedures. However, there is a 1-month cooling-off period for divorce. Zhou Renjie and Liu only processed the divorce paperwork and did not receive the divorce certificate on the spot. Moreover, they did not reach an agreement on the division of property, and further negotiations or hiring a lawyer for the divorce case would be necessary. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Zhou Renjie seemed afraid of being beaten up by Bota again, and immediately dragged his female secretary away. Liu, on the other hand, no longer cared about anything. The pent-up frustration in her heart had been completely released, and in her good mood, she was too lazy to find trouble with Zhou Renjie. Bota, let's go. Liu snapped her fingers and immediately linked arms with Bota. Second sister-in-law, where are we going now? Home. Why are we going home? Moving. 11 a.m. Liu brought Bota back home and quickly packed her belongings. At the same time, she called a group of movers to split everything in the villa in half. It was truly split in half. The TV was sawed in half, the refrigerator was sawed in half, the air conditioner was sawed in half, and all the furniture was sawed in half. Then, Liu took one half and left the other half. So carefree. Snap. Once Liu sat in the passenger seat of Bota's car and fastened her seatbelt, she waved her hand and shouted, "Let's go." Bota couldn't help but break into a cold sweat at the corner of his forehead. He rolled his eyes and asked, "Second sister-in-law, where are we moving to now?" "To your house." Li Yu's answer almost made Ji-Bota spit out a mouthful of blood. His sister-in-law was coming to live at his house? What was going on? Although this young master was usually shameless, he couldn't just throw away the last shred of decency, could he? Boom! Ji-Bota stepped on the gas, taking Li Yu away like a whirlwind, while also activating his super phone to quickly send a WeChat message to Su Yao. Half an hour later, a blue Bugatti Chiron drove into Xingcheng No. 1 mansion, stopping in front of a residential building. As Ji-Bota and Li Yu got out of the car, a stunningly beautiful woman in office attire with a hot figure walked up to them. "Young master, here are the keys to your house." Luli smiled as she approached Ji-Bota, extending a set of keys towards him. As Ji-Bota took the keys, Luli casually scratched his palm with her finger. "Little Splash, what are you doing here? Honey, I missed you." "Missed me where?" Everywhere. Hee, once I'm done with this busy period, I'll teach you a good lesson." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Watching Ji-Bota and Luli embrace each other without restraint, whispering sweet nothings, Li Yu's eyes nearly popped out. "You too." Li Yu was about to spill the vinegar, but then thought to herself, she was just Ji-Bota's sister-in-law, what right did she have to be jealous? "Li Zi, come. Let me introduce you. This is my second sister-in-law, Li Yu. Second sister-in-law, this is my little follower, Luli." Ji-Bota pulled Luli in front of Li Yu and made an introduction for both sides. When the term little follower was mentioned, Li Yu revealed an "I understand" expression and then shot a fierce glare at Ji-Bota. Next, Ji-Bota directly sent Luli away and told Li Yu to choose any apartment in the building as her new home. After all, the entire building belonged to Ji-Bota, she could live in whichever unit she wanted. Even if he gifted Li Yu an apartment, Ji-Bota wouldn't feel a bit of regret. Li Yu was not polite at all and directly chose a unit on the top floor. The moving company was very efficient and quickly brought all of Li Yu's belongings upstairs. Swish, swish, swish. Once the movers left, Li Yu immediately began to organize her things, while Ji-Bota sat on the living room sofa playing on his phone. "Ji-Bota, can you help me move the 2 suitcases in the living room to the bedroom?" At that moment, Li Yu's voice called out from the bedroom. Ji-Bota had no choice but to turn off his phone and reluctantly drag the 2 suitcases, slowly walking into the bedroom. As soon as he entered, he saw Li Yu squatting in front of the wardrobe, with an open suitcase behind her filled with her clothes. At that moment, Li Yu was hanging the clothes from the suitcase, one by one, into the wardrobe. Swish! Ji-Bota pushed the 2 suitcases behind Li Yu and plopped down on the bed, watching her organize her belongings alone. There was no helping it. Ji-Bota was a lazy person. If he could lie down, he wouldn't sit. If he could sit, he wouldn't stand. He certainly wouldn't help Li Yu organize the wardrobe. Of course, after Li Yu asked Ji-Bota to bring in the suitcases, she didn't ask him to help with organizing or give him any other tasks. Swish! Li Yu hung all the clothes from the first suitcase into the wardrobe, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and immediately opened the second suitcase. However, at that moment, Ji-Bota's eyes suddenly widened, because the second suitcase of Li Yu was actually filled with all sorts of colorful clothes. The tank tops and short skirts were fine, but the others were a bit shocking. Ji-Bota saw a black lace set that Li Yu pulled out from the suitcase and hung in the wardrobe. Then there was a bright red set, followed by a dark green one, and a set that her sister said was very charming, along with various types of stockings. Li Yu had a calm expression, showing no signs of embarrassment as she pulled out these clothes one by one in front of Ji-Bota and hung them in the wardrobe. Swish! Once all the clothes were organized, Li Yu's expression suddenly changed slightly, and she hurriedly walked into the bathroom. 2 minutes later, the sound of the toilet flushing came from the bathroom, followed by the sound of the faucet being turned on at the sink, and then the sound of Li Yu washing her hands. Finally, the sound of high heels echoed. Ji-Bota looked up and happened to meet Li Yu's gaze. "Ji-Bota, why are you sitting here?" Li Yu was slightly taken aback, seemingly surprised that Ji-Bota was in the bedroom. "Sister-in-law, didn't you ask me to bring the suitcases in? I brought them in and just sat on the bed. You were sitting behind me the whole time?" "Yeah, didn't you notice? I thought you brought the suitcases in and then went back to the living room to play on your phone." Li Yu seemed to realize something, and her pretty face suddenly flushed. Just a moment ago, she thought Ji-Bota had left, so she took out that entire suitcase of clothes and hung them one by one in the wardrobe. That wasn't even the main point. The main point was that she hadn't closed the door when she went to the bathroom, and Ji-Bota's position at that moment seemed to be directly facing the bathroom door. This was a bit awkward. Are you hungry? I'll go make you lunch." Li Yu quickly tried to change the subject, seemingly wanting to brush past the awkward situation. "Second sister-in-law, there's no rice or vegetables at home. What are you going to cook?" Ji Bota rolled his eyes, looking at Liu with a half-smile, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Then, shall we go out to eat? Liu's pretty face turned slightly red, her gaze darting around as if she had done something shameful, making her a bit flustered. Ji Bota shook his head with a smile and said, no need, I already ordered takeout while you were in the bathroom. Liu. Noon. Ji Bota ordered takeout and they ate together at home. After lunch, the two sat on the sofa in the living room, chatting casually. Swish. While chatting with Liu, Ji Bota used his mind to activate the super phone inside his body and checked online. He found out that the Qin auction house's summer auction was divided into a morning session and an afternoon session. Although Ji Bota missed the morning session, he could still join the afternoon session for some fun. After all, he had a black card, auction funds, with 10 billion in it, not using it would be a waste. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Liu's phone suddenly rang. Ji Bota caught a glimpse of the caller ID and saw it was Zhou Renjie. Hello? Liu seemed to be in a good mood, leaning back on the sofa, crossing her legs casually as she answered the call. Soon, Zhou Renjie's angry voice came through the phone. It seemed he was accusing Liu of cutting everything in the house in half and continuously calling her a shrew. How could Liu tolerate that? Zhou Renjie. You said it yourself, the property is to be divided in half after the divorce. I've already divided everything in our house in half as you said, I took one half, and the other half is naturally yours. Don't worry, I absolutely won't take advantage of you. Zhou Renjie. Try cursing again, and I'll have Ji Bota come and beat you up. I'm a shrew? I'm vicious? I'm not gentle at all? Wasn't that all forced by you? Where I am is none of your business. Anyway, we've already signed the divorce agreement, and we'll get the divorce certificate in a month. You can find whoever you want. It's none of my business. Smack. Liu cursed into the phone and angrily hung up. Who knew? 3 seconds later, Zhou Renjie called again. Ding ding ding. Smack. This time, Liu didn't answer Zhou Renjie's call and simply hung up, muttering a few curses under her breath. However, 3 seconds later, Zhou Renjie called again, and she hung up again. Just like that, Zhou Renjie called several times in a row, all of which were hung up by Liu. Seeing Zhou Renjie persistently calling again, Liu was so annoyed that she simply blocked his number. Who knew? Zhou Renjie, still not giving up, sent Liu a video voice chat on WeChat. This time, Liu didn't know what got into her and angrily answered the video call. Swish. On the phone screen, Zhou Renjie's swollen face popped up instantly. From the background, it seemed he was in his messy home. Liu, you filthy whore. How dare you block me? Zhou Renjie opened his mouth with a mouthful of curses, sitting on a sofa that had been cut in half, his face full of anger, still gasping for breath. Zhou Renjie, try cursing again. Liu was just about to explode when she noticed the camera on Zhou Renjie's side shake slightly, revealing a woman's head. In that moment, Liu froze, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes wide open, a flash of astonishment passing through her gaze. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, Liu clearly saw that the little vixen, Yami, was squatting in front of Zhou Renjie sharpening a pencil. Beside Yami was a sketch of a man's head, which looked very much like Zhou Renjie. Yami was drawing a portrait of Zhou Renjie. Zhou Renjie, you bastard. Are you trying to disgust me on purpose? We just signed the divorce agreement, and you can't wait to bring Yami home, doing such disgusting things in the living room. You really are a perfect match, a whore and a dog, for eternity. After cursing at the phone, Liu was about to hang up the video call when Zhou Renjie's side erupted in laughter. Liu, what right do you have to accuse me of cheating? When I sleep with you, you always lie there in the same position, knowing nothing at all. Look at Yami, how obedient, how gentle, how considerate. To be honest, you don't even compare to 1/10,000th of Yami. Zhou Renjie was severely influenced by the demon card, and at that moment, he seemed to be on the verge of madness. After finishing this long tirade, he suddenly adjusted the camera, pointing it directly at Yami. Liu was instantly dumbfounded. She never expected Zhou Renjie to be so shameless. Liu, as a woman, you have no trace of the gentleness and virtue a woman should have. As a wife, you don't know how to please your husband. Tell me, what use do I have for a woman like you? To worship as an ancestor, offering incense every day? Look at Yami, what part of her is not better than you? A woman like you, who knows nothing, will be abandoned no matter who she marries. Because no man can stand a dull and cold woman like you. Zhou Renjie crazily criticized Liu. During this, he even zoomed in the camera, capturing Yami's flattery and the tenderness in her eyes. Bastard! You dare say I'm not as good as a mistress? Zhou Renjie, you wait for me. Today, I'm going all out. You better open your eyes wide and see if I understand anything or not. Stimulated by Zhou Renjie, Liu instantly became furious, seemingly losing her rationality on the spot. Whoosh! She placed her phone on the coffee table, quickly adjusted the angle, and aimed the front camera at the sofa. Then, Liu pulled Ji Boda over, making him sit right in front of the camera. Ji Boda was startled and quickly looked at Liu's phone screen. Fortunately, although Ji Boda appeared on the screen, his face was not visible, only his neck down was captured. However, before Ji Boda could breathe a sigh of relief, Liu moved a drawing board in front of him and quickly picked up a pencil to sharpen it. Zhou Renjie, do you think only Yaomi can draw? I've been secretly learning art all these years. In terms of drawing skills, I don't know how many times better I am than that little mistress. Today, you better open your eyes wide and see if I can draw. Do I understand anything or not? As soon as Liu said this, Ji Boda was stunned. On the other end of the call, Yaomi was drawing for Zhou Renjie live. Unexpectedly, Liu was competing with her, insisting on drawing for Ji Boda live on the phone. This was too exciting. Liu, you filthy whore. You dare to draw for someone else? Zhou Renjie, I'm already divorced from you. We no longer have any relationship at all. Now, I can paint for whoever I want, and you have no say in it. What the hell? Who is this man? Is he the third one? What does it matter to you? Zhou Renjie was going crazy, and Ji Boda could still understand. After all, Ji Boda had used a demon card on him, and the effect seemed quite impressive. But Ji Boda never expected that Liu had also gone crazy. It was probably because Zhou Renjie had angered her, and in a fit of rage, she completely lost her rationality, right? Liu, shut the hell up. Try painting one more time. Zhou Renjie, are you very angry right now? Because I have never painted for you. It's not that I can't, but you simply don't deserve it. Damn it. You filthy whore. UXX. Zhou Renjie, with your current impotent rage, you really look like a clown. In the living room, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Liu ran to the bathroom to brush her teeth, and when she returned, she sat on the sofa with a flushed face, not saying a word. Ji Boda didn't know what to say either, so he lit a cigarette for himself and leisurely started to smoke. Time passed second by second. After finishing a cigarette, Ji Boda suddenly looked at his watch and said, "Sister-in-law, do you have anything to do this afternoon?" Oh, no. Nothing. Liu seemed a bit distracted. Spring had clearly passed, and it was already the hot summer. Why was she still daydreaming? I plan to go to the Qin auction house this afternoon to participate in their summer auction. Do you want to come along and have some fun? Facing Ji Boda's invitation, Liu was about to nod in agreement, but suddenly thought of something, and an expression of apology immediately appeared on her face. Ji Boda, I'm sorry, I just remembered. I have an appointment with a lawyer this afternoon to discuss how to handle this divorce case. Ji Boda was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then smiled and replied, "It's okay, you go ahead with your business. It's getting late, I should head to the Qin auction house. Let me see you off." "No need. Be careful driving on the way." Although Ji Boda insisted that Liu didn't need to see him off, she stubbornly accompanied him to the door. Before Ji Boda left, Liu even thoughtfully helped him tidy up his clothes and repeatedly reminded him to drive safely. This look, this demeanor, this action, was just like a newlywed wife reluctantly sending off her husband who was about to leave. Half an hour later, Ji Boda drove his flashy Bugatti Chiron and arrived at the Qin auction house again. As soon as he got out of the car, he ran into two acquaintances. "Yo, isn't this the second one? Look at your face, it's all swollen like this. Aren't you going to see a doctor? You still come to this auction. Are you planning to give up on this face?" Ji Boda's gaze quickly swept over Zhou Renjie and then landed on his female secretary, Yaomi. Name, Yaomi. Age, 22. Appearance, 90. Figure, 94. Favorite fruit, melon. Driver's license, 24. Favorability, 30. Put. Ji Boda almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He thought Zhou Renjie had found some kind of exceptional woman, but in the end, just this? Yaomi's looks and figure were not as good as Liu's. She was just a few years younger, but she had 24 drivers. Wasn't that just a proper bus? But then again, everyone has their own preferences. Maybe Zhou Renjie didn't like private cars and preferred to squeeze on the bus with others. It's livelier with more people. Swish! Ji Boda activated his voyeuristic eye on Yaomi, and the next second, 2 lines of text information appeared before his eyes. Personal privacy. During my university years, my private life was very chaotic, and I have had a total of 8 abortions, and now I can no longer conceive. Current intention, to firmly cling to Zhou Renjie's thigh, strive to push out the original partner, and successfully rise to become the second young mistress of the Zhou family. Upon reading this, a strange expression involuntarily appeared on Ji Boda's face. Zhou Renjie appointed Yaomi as his secretary and then developed her into a lover. Didn't he investigate her background at all? With a perfectly good private car at home, Why would he insist on squeezing into a scrapped bus? Moreover, did he even want this scrapped bus to help him get pregnant and give birth, in order to fight for more inheritance rights from the Joe group? Joe Renjie's intelligence was simply beyond words. Third, don't get too proud. I've already told the old man everything that happened today. The old man is very angry right now and said he wants to take back all the shares of the group in your hands. Just wait to become a pauper and then be kicked out of the Zhou family. Ha ha ha. Looking at Joe Renjie's arrogant and foolish expression, Ji Boda couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him. Did I do something wrong? How could I use the demon card on a simpleton? It's simply a waste of my cards. Second, sigh. Forget it. Talking to you is simply a waste of my time and saliva. You, take care. Ji Boda reached out and patted Joe Renjie's shoulder, sighing heavily, with a deep sympathy flashing in his eyes. Third, what do you mean? Joe Renjie frowned, swatting Ji Boda's hand away, looking at him with a face full of vigilance. I think the old man treats you quite well. Ji Boda looked at Joe Renjie expressionlessly and said in a very calm voice, he specifically left you with 30% of the group's shares, enough for you to squander for the rest of your life. Third, what do you mean? Are you sure I can't get 60% of the shares? Are you sure I can't compete with the eldest? Joe Renjie's frown deepened, but when he thought of Zhou Shihai being naturally infertile, his brow instantly relaxed, and a confident expression appeared on his face. What do you think? Ji Boda didn't answer Joe Renjie but instead asked him back. Third, I'm laying it out here today, once I get 60% of the group's shares and become the new chairman, I will definitely make you die a miserable death. Joe Renjie said this through gritted teeth, his eyes blazing with fury as he stared at Ji Boda, looking as if he wished he could tear Ji Boda into pieces. Although there was no evidence, Joe Renjie was very certain that the man Liu had drawn earlier was definitely Ji Boda. As the saying goes, the grudge of taking away a wife is one that cannot be shared. With such a big hat placed on his head, if Joe Renjie didn't take revenge, wouldn't he become a ninja turtle? Second, I'm looking forward to your performance. I hope you won't disappoint me. Ji Boda seemed to think of something amusing, and a mischievous smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Joe Renjie's face darkened, and his gaze towards Ji Boda became obscure. In the end, the two parted unhappily. Joe Renjie pulled Yaomi close and confidently walked into the venue of the Qin auction house. Ji Boda also wanted to follow him into the venue. However, he was stopped at the entrance by two security guards. Sorry, sir, please show us your invitation. Upon hearing this, Ji Boda was instantly stunned. Because at ordinary auctions, it was only necessary to verify funds upon entry to gain access. He never expected that the rules of the Qin auction house required an invitation to qualify for entry. Swish! Ji Boda hesitated for a moment, then took out his new phone, preparing to call Qin Xiaoyu. However, at that moment, a crisp female voice suddenly floated over. Brother Jibwa, what are you doing here? Are you here for the auction too? Swish! Jibwa turned around abruptly, and his gaze immediately fell upon two stunning beauties. The girl on the left was youthful and vibrant, exuding a hint of sensuality amidst her purity, truly the pinnacle of innocence. The woman on the right was cold and proud, her clear, icy eyes lit up with a hint of joy the moment she saw Jibwa. What the hell? Qin Si and Lu Ruyan? How did they end up together? Brother Jibwa, let me introduce you. This beautiful lady is my new friend, Lu Ruyan. Sister Ruyan, this handsome guy is my neighbor and also my lifesaver, Jibwa. Qin Si seemed unaware of the relationship between Jibwa and Lu Ruyan, and even took the initiative to introduce them. Jibwa wanted to directly tell Qin Si that Lu Ruyan was actually his ex-girlfriend. But unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan stepped in first, extending a hand towards Jibwa and saying, Hello, young Master Jiang. It's a pleasure to meet you. Jibwa was momentarily taken aback, instinctively looking up at Lu Ruyan. Today, Lu Ruyan was wearing a purple deep V-slit bodycon dress, perfectly showcasing her S-shaped body curve. A faint smile graced her exquisite features, striking the right balance, neither overly enthusiastic nor cold. Ha! Is she trying to change her approach? Planning to get to know me again and start over? Dream on! Jibwa couldn't help but roll his eyes, responding with an extremely perfunctory nod. Hello, Miss Lu. Seeing that Jibwa was not interested in shaking her hand, Lu Ruyan was not at all angry. She simply smiled politely and withdrew her hand. This scene further confirmed Jibwa's suspicions. This woman had ulterior motives. Brother Jibwa, are you here for the auction too? Qin Si suddenly came to Jibwa's side, wrapping her arm around his, her beautiful big eyes fixed on him, filled with the image of her brother Jibwa. I was planning to attend this auction, but I don't have an invitation, and the security won't let me in. Jibwa shrugged, looking helplessly at Qin Si. Today, Qin Si was wearing a pure white lace long dress, looking like a little fairy. She had also styled her long hair up, adding a touch of mature charm. Plus, her dress was a halter neck with cutouts, perfectly outlining her curvy figure, exuding a sexy aura. So, at this moment, Qin was simply both pure and alluring, very captivating to men's eyes. Brother Jibwa, I can take you in. Really? This auction house is now under my name. I can bring whoever I want inside. You just started college, and you're already taking over the Qin family's business? Impressive, truly a young talent. No choice, those who can do more must work harder. Hey, compliment you a bit, and you think you're on top of the world? Jibwa and Qin were joking and playing around, while Lu Ruyan quietly stood aside, neither noisy nor disruptive, her gaze locked on Jibwa, her eyes filled with tenderness. Jibwa felt that Lu Ruyan seemed to have changed her personality today. The previous arrogance was gone, replaced by a sense of tranquility and intellect. Damn! A man's sixth sense told Jibwa. This version of Lu Ruyan seemed to have become even more difficult to deal with. Brother Jibwa, time is running out, we should hurry in. Okay. If you see something you like, I'll bid on it and give it to you. No way. I'm a big man, how can I spend the money of a little girl like you? Just bring me a bidding paddle. With Miss Qin leading the way, Jibwa had a smooth journey, not only arriving at the auction venue without any obstacles but also sitting in the front row of the VIP section. Of course, the arrival of Jibwa, Qin and Lu Ruyan sparked quite a bit of discussion among the attendees. Everyone was speculating about Jibwa's identity and his relationship with Qin, wondering why the young lady from the Qin family was so enthusiastic towards him. Many guests recognized Jibwa. After all, he had publicly beaten Zhou Renjie, the second young master of the Zhou family, at the entrance of the Qin auction house that morning in front of a crowd. At that time, many people learned that Jibwa was the third young master recently reclaimed by the Zhou family. However, seeing Jibwa and Qin so close together surprised many. At exactly 2 p.m., the auction officially began. The lights dimmed, and the spotlight instantly focused on the stage. Then, two elegantly dressed beauties walked onto the stage hand in hand. Jibwa seemed to have a slight impression of the two hosts. The one on the left, wearing a blue gown, was the leading actress of Shilon TV, while the one on the right, in a red gown, was a top-tier domestic star. Their presence on stage showed just how much the organizers valued this auction. Swish! To Jibwa's astonishment, a documentary began playing on the large screen on stage. The footage depicted left-behind children in impoverished mountainous areas and lonely elderly people, looking somewhat oppressive. It was only at this moment that Jibwa learned from Qin that the Qin auction house would donate half of the proceeds from this auction to these children and elderly people in the mountains. In other words, this was a charity auction. As the saying goes, when poor, one should cultivate oneself, when rich, one should help the world. First, we thank Mr. Qin, the young master of the Qin group, and Miss Qin for organizing this charity auction to provide assistance to the impoverished mountainous areas. Then, we thank all the guests for actively participating in this charitable cause and making outstanding contributions to social development. After the host finished a lengthy speech, thunderous applause erupted in the hall. The spotlight suddenly shone on the VIP seat number 1, and Qin politely stood up, slightly bowing to all the guests. TSK TSK. Jibwa couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Qin, this little girl, truly lived up to her status as a young lady from a wealthy family, naturally exuding a powerful aura. Although she was young, she could command the room. She didn't embarrass Qin Xiaoyu at all. However, as soon as Qin sat down, she immediately leaned towards Jibwa's ear and whispered, "Brother Jibwa, how was my performance just now?" "Ah, very impressive." Jibwa nodded with a wry smile. Qin was still that playful little girl, and her earlier composure was all an act. "Oh my! I was so scared just now, I was really nervous, it was my first time shining in front of so many people." Jibwa. On stage, the two hosts began to introduce the rules of the auction in a back-and-forth manner. After a lengthy formal introduction, the two beautiful hosts retreated to the back of the stage, and a professional auctioneer stepped forward. He was an elderly man with gray hair, a stern face, and dressed in a tang suit, and he would be hosting the auction. "Now, let's welcome the first auction item of this afternoon." The old man announced loudly that the auction had officially begun, and the large screen on stage immediately displayed the first auction item. Meanwhile, at the back of the stage, a young lady in a qipao held a tray with a scroll painting and walked directly to the center of the stage. This painting was created by the Tang Dynasty landscape painter, Mr. Li Zhixuan, and is titled The Rivers and Mountains of 1,000 Miles. After multiple authoritative certifications, this painting is indeed an authentic piece. I announce that the starting bid for this painting is 5 million, and each bid must not be lower than 500,000. Qin's auction house. Inside the venue. As the auctioneer loudly announced the start of the bidding, someone immediately raised their bidding paddle. I bid 5 million. I bid 6 million. I bid 8 million. Many wealthy patrons who loved antique calligraphy and paintings raised their paddles to bid. Before long, the price of the rivers and mountains of 1,000 miles had been driven up to over 10 million. Boda did not rush to place a bid. Instead, he began to think. His black card had 10 billion in funds, and if he bid normally, he didn't know when he would finish spending that money. It seemed he had to splurge. Coincidentally, this auction was organized by Qin, and it was a charity auction, with half of the proceeds going to children and the elderly in impoverished mountainous areas. Since it was for a good cause, there was no need to worry about gains and losses. Just then, the price of the rivers and mountains of 1,000 miles reached 18 million, and the venue fell into a state of stagnation, as if no one was willing to bid higher. Whoosh! Boda decisively raised his bidding paddle, his voice not loud but firm as he said, I bid 100 million. Silence. The entire venue fell silent. But after a brief moment of quiet, a huge uproar erupted. Almost all the guests present turned to look at Boda, each face filled with shock. What the hell? Who is this person? Has he gone mad? This painting the rivers and mountains of 1,000 miles is only worth at most 18 million, and he directly bids 100 million? The third young master of the Zhou family, is he really that rich? Even if he has money, it shouldn't be spent like this. It's simply wasteful. Spending 100 million to buy a painting worth 18 million, has the third young master of the Zhou family lost his mind? The venue was filled with chatter and discussions. Qin and Lu Ruyan also looked at Boda in surprise, seemingly not expecting him to call out such a sky-high price right away. Brother Boda, did you just call the wrong price? This painting is not worth 100 million at all. Qin hurriedly grabbed Boda's arm, as if trying to wake him up from his confusion. However, Boda replied calmly, "Cc, this is your auction, and as your brother, I must support you vigorously. Moreover, since you are doing charity, I must support you even more. To be honest, I think 100 million is still too little. Since it's a donation for children and the elderly in impoverished mountainous areas, it should be at least 1 billion, right?" As soon as Boda said this, Qin's eyes lit up. This was the first large-scale auction Qin had organized since taking over Qin's auction house. To build her reputation and prestige, Qin decided to donate half of all the proceeds from the auction to children and the elderly in impoverished mountainous areas. Although this would result in a significant financial loss, Qin Xiaoyu did not care about such a small amount of money. She mainly wanted to pave the way for Qin to take over the Qin group in the future. Qin also did not expect Boda to support her so much. The more funds raised from this auction, the greater the prestige it would bring to Qin, and the more it would prove her outstanding abilities. So, how could Qin not be happy? Boda's support for her was the greatest affirmation of her. 100 million once. 100 million twice. 100 million 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer's gavel struck, directly announcing that Boda had successfully acquired the first item up for bid. However, at that moment, an unpleasant voice suddenly drifted into Boda's ears. "Third brother, are you out of your mind? You actually spent 100 million Dragon Country coins on such a worthless painting? I think you've lost your marbles. And you're just a bastard of the Zhou family. Where did you get 100 million in cash to buy this painting? Third brother, are you deliberately causing chaos in the auction?" As Zhou Renjie shouted these words, the originally quiet venue instantly became lively again. Boda had not yet reacted, but the little girl Qin seemed unable to sit still, wanting to stand up and retort Zhou Renjie. However, Boda quickly grabbed her and gave her a look that said to stay calm. Then, Boda slowly stood up and faced Zhou Renjie, saying loudly, "What does it matter to you whether I have the money to buy this painting or not? The organizers haven't said anything, yet you're barking here. Isn't this called, 'The Emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is'?" As soon as Boda said this, the noisy venue fell silent again. But after a brief silence, it was immediately followed by uproarious laughter from the crowd. "Ha ha ha, the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is? Is the third young master of the Zhou family indirectly calling the second young master a eunuch? The third young master of the Zhou family is really amusing. I heard the old man of the Zhou family is getting weaker, and there are now 3 young masters in the Zhou family. Who do you think will become the future head of the Zhou family? I don't know, but I don't think it will be the second young master. Why? Because the second young master of the Zhou family looks a bit foolish. Ha ha ha." Listening to the various discussions and laughter around him, Zhou Renjie's face instantly turned a deep shade of purple, as ugly as it could get. Just when he couldn't hold back his anger any longer, the young lady in the cheapo who had been on stage was now holding the painting and had come to Boda's side. At the same time, 2 staff members from the auction house followed behind her. One was holding a POS machine, while the other was carrying a password-protected safe. Seeing this scene, Joe Renjie immediately suppressed his anger. The rule of this auction was that transactions were to be made on the spot, in cash, with no credit accepted. If someone casually called out a price and deliberately disrupted the order of the auction, not only would they be held accountable by the Chin auction house, but they would also be permanently blacklisted by the Chin group. Damn it! Just let you be smug for a while. I want to see if you can take out 100 million in cash right here to buy this worthless painting. Joe Renjie held back, but his eyes were fixed on every move Ji Boda made. Not only had Zhou Zhengfeng investigated Ji Boda, but Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie had also sent people to look into him. According to the investigation, Ji Boda was just an orphan, and he earned his college tuition by working. How could he possibly come up with 100 million in cash? Even if Ji Boda relied on his good looks to be a kept man for a rich woman, he couldn't possibly have earned that much money. To take it a step further, even if Ji Boda got lucky and won the lottery, it wouldn't be possible to win 100 million Dragon Country coins all at once. Besides, although Ji Boda had obtained 10% of the shares in the Zhou Group, he hadn't sold those shares to anyone and still held them himself. In other words, Ji Boda hadn't liquidated those shares. Zhou Renjie thought, and he simply couldn't come up with a reason for Ji Boda to have money, which is why he was so certain that he couldn't afford to buy the painting. However, reality gave Zhou Renjie a hard slap. Ji Boda pulled out a black card and casually handed it to the auction house staff. The staff member swiped Ji Boda's black card, and the POS machine emitted a light beep, not only indicating a successful transaction but also announcing it aloud. Payment successful, 100 million Longwa coins. At that moment, Zhou Renjie's eyes widened, his mouth agape, his face filled with shock and confusion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ji Boda was just a bastard. Where did he get so much money? This was 100 million in cash. He didn't even blink and directly used this money to buy a worthless painting? I can't even come up with that much cash. How could a bastard be richer than me? An illusion. It must be an illusion. In any case, I don't believe Ji Boda is this wealthy. Everything happening before my eyes is just an illusion. Chin Auction House. Inside the venue, the second item for auction had already begun to be displayed. A young lady in a chipao walked onto the stage holding a tray, on which lay a sparkling necklace. Meanwhile, the large screen projected the necklace, along with various details about it. This necklace was called the Heart of the Ocean, with a starting bid of 10 million Longwa coins. The necklace was made up of 108 natural diamonds, with the largest blue diamond in the center, bigger than a pigeon's egg, instantly captivating all the ladies present. However, before the auctioneer could even speak, Ji Boda raised his paddle and shouted, 1 billion. Damn! What the hell? You're doing this again? The auctioneer hadn't even announced the bidding price, and you just jumped in with a bid of 1 billion. This isn't attending an auction, it's clearly showing off your wealth. In an instant, the entire room was filled with discontent, and many people cast disdainful glances at Ji Boda. Ji Boda didn't care. He was in a hurry. He needed to spend 10 billion to get a 20 billion rebate. I bid 1 billion. At that moment, a gritted teeth voice suddenly rang out in the venue. Zhou Renjie. Ji Boda didn't expect Zhou Renjie to dare to compete with him. Glancing lightly at Yao Mi, who was sitting next to Zhou Renjie, Ji Boda seemed to understand the second's intentions. To chase girls. Zhou Renjie must want to buy this necklace and then give it to Yao Mi, that bus. Second, this necklace, you're not worthy. I bid 5 billion. As soon as Ji Boda said this, the previously noisy venue fell silent instantly. Not a sound. You could hear a pin drop. Almost everyone widened their eyes, mouths agape, staring at Ji Boda in shock. Especially Zhou Renjie, whose jaw nearly dropped to the ground, his eyes almost popping out. He never expected Ji Boda to jump in with a bid of 5 billion. Who plays like that? Are you just throwing money at the auction house? This is 5 billion. In cash. How much money does this bastard Ji Boda have? Mr. Jiang bids 5 billion, is there anyone else who wants to bid? After the auctioneer regained his composure, he immediately shouted excitedly, his voice cracking with excitement. However, the venue remained silent, not a sound to be heard, and no one was willing to continue bidding. Spending 5 billion on a diamond necklace? They couldn't bring themselves to make such a purely wasteful decision. 5 billion once. 5 billion twice. 5 billion 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer's hammer fell, and he immediately shouted excitedly, "Congratulations, Mr. Jiang, for successfully bidding on this Heart of the Ocean diamond necklace." Clap, clap, clap. In the next second, almost everyone's gaze turned to the young lady in the chipao, watching her as she held the Heart of the Ocean and led 2 staff members to Ji Boda's side. Whoosh! G. Boda repeated his earlier actions, pulling out a black card and casually handing it to the staff member. Beep. Payment successful, 5 billion Longwa coins. As the voice announcement from the POS machine echoed, the entire venue erupted in chaos. What the hell? They really gave 500 million? Spending 500 million on a necklace worth a few tens of millions? Is G. Boda crazy? What do you know? Didn't Mr. Jiang just make it very clear? He's doing charity, supporting Miss Qin's career. Who exactly is this G. Boda? Isn't he just a bastard son of the Zhou family? How can he be so extravagant? This kid is definitely not simple. He can't just be a bastard son. I suspect he might be a big shot hiding his true power. Hey, now that you mention it, I remember something. Isn't this G. Boda the one who went viral online a couple of days ago? The little prince of Middle Eastern oil. The new generation's national husband, young Master Jiang. Damn, it really is him. So the legendary oil prince is actually the third young master of the Zhou family, G. Boda. Listening to the various discussions around him, Zhou Renjie suddenly realized that he seemed to have made a huge mistake. This G. Boda was definitely not simple. He had rashly made an enemy of G. Boda without investigating his identity and background, which was a grave military taboo. Swish! Without any hesitation, Zhou Renjie immediately took out his phone and quickly dialed a number. Zhou Renjie was scared. A sense of ominous premonition had already surfaced in his heart. This feeling was very strong. If he didn't clarify G. Boda's true identity and background, he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully tonight. On the other side, after G. Boda swiped his card, he didn't let the staff lock the necklace in a safe but instead picked it up on the spot and casually handed it to Qin Si. CC, I think this necklace suits you very well, so I'm giving it to you. G. Boda had no particular thoughts about Qin Si. He just felt a bit guilty since he had slept with Qin Si's mother and accidentally became Qin Si's father. This necklace was just a meeting gift for the child, right? Brother G. Boda, thank you for your gift, I really like it. Qin Si was momentarily taken aback, but then her beautiful big eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled. However, Qin Si didn't reach out to take the necklace. Instead, she hugged G. Boda's arm and gently shook it, then coquettishly said, Brother G. Boda, can you put this necklace on me, okay? G. Boda looked at Qin Si with a father's gaze and smiled kindly. Alright, turn around, and I'll put it on for you. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of everyone, G. Boda personally put the Heart of the Ocean necklace on Qin Si, and a hint of blush appeared on her pretty face. This scene made all the guests present unable to help but speculate. What was the relationship between G. Boda and Qin Si? The way Qin Si looked at G. Boda was almost melting. Could they be a couple? No way. Would the Black Widow, Qin Xiaoyu, agree to her daughter dating a bastard son? No. G. Boda's identity and background were very mysterious. He definitely couldn't just be a simple bastard. Could it be that the Black Widow, Qin Xiaoyu, knew G. Boda's true background, which is why she agreed to her daughter being with him? Damn! Just how significant is G. Boda's background? Does it have to be this terrifying? The third auction item is a Qianlong period cloisonné vase with double ears, starting price 8 million, with each bid increasing by no less than 500,000. The auction continued. The cheapop-clad lady brought an antique vase to the stage, and the auctioneer immediately began to introduce the item. 100 million. Before the auctioneer could finish speaking, G. Boda raised his bidding paddle again, calling out a price everyone was familiar with. 100 million. A small target. Damn it, how long is this going to go on? If you keep this up, how will others play along? At this moment, all the wealthy individuals present had dark expressions, and their gazes towards G. Boda were tinged with a hint of anger. Meanwhile, many affluent big shots were secretly making phone calls, hastily sending people to investigate G. Boda's identity and background. How could such a domineering figure suddenly emerge in Shilan City without raising everyone's vigilance and curiosity? However, as these wealthy individuals made their calls, G. Boda's extravagant spending at the auction quickly spread throughout the upper echelons of Shilan City. G. Boda was suddenly on fire. Is this idiot out of his mind? Is he just here to show off because he has too much money to spend? He's just here to cause trouble on purpose, right? Damn it! Let him keep bidding. I don't believe it. Does he think his money just fell from the sky? Yeah. If he wants to show off, we'll just quietly watch his performance. The auction hall was filled with noise, and most guests were whispering and discussing among themselves. G. Boda's malicious inflation of prices and his display of wealth were met with the hatred of nearly everyone present. It was suggested that they see how long G. Boda could hold out. Thus, the noisy auction hall gradually quieted down, and everyone turned their attention to G. Boda, with almost every face showing an expression of watching a show. However, The subsequent developments exceeded everyone's expectations. The fourth item, the fifth item, the sixth item. A total of 10 items were brought to the stage, and each time, before the auctioneer could finish introducing the item, Jibota would quickly raise his paddle to bid. Moreover, every starting price Jibota shouted was 100 million Longwa coins. Zhou Renjie was dumbfounded. Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded. All the guests were dumbfounded. What shocked everyone even more was that whenever someone dared to raise the price, Jibota would directly shout out a sky-high price of 500 million. That's right. To Jibota, 500 million seemed like just 5 yuan in his pocket. His casual attitude towards spending money was as if he didn't regard money as money at all. How rich must one be to be so extravagantly unfeeling? Time passed second by second. As item after item was successfully acquired by Jibota, everyone roughly calculated and suddenly realized that Jibota had already spent 8 billion Longwa coins. At this point, almost everyone could no longer remain calm. The initial excitement of watching a show gradually transformed into shock, petrification, disbelief, and a dazed state, even creating an impulse to kneel before Jibota and worship him. This was 8 billion Longwa coins. In cash. What does that even mean? To give a simple example, even a billionaire with hundreds of billions of assets couldn't possibly produce 8 billion in cash. Anyone who could take out so much cash must have a net worth of at least 100 billion. Is Jibota a super rich man worth 100 billion? When did such a terrifying powerhouse emerge in Shilan City? No, wait. Why had no one ever heard of Jibota's name before? Could it be that he is a wealthy heir from the imperial capital or the magic city? But that doesn't make sense. The old aristocratic family of Shilan City, the Zhou family, had clearly leaked that Jibota was the illegitimate son of the family head, Zhou Zhengfeng, who had fallen outside. Moreover, tonight, the Zhou family was even hosting a large recognition banquet for Jibota. So how could Jibota possibly be an heir from the imperial capital or the magic city? Who is he? Who exactly is this person? What kind of extraordinary background does he have? At this moment, nearly all the guests in the hall were filled with a series of question marks in their minds. Everyone was deeply shocked by Jibota's extravagant and unfeeling display. On the other side, Jibota was enjoying the pleasure of having the venue to himself. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a message alert sounded from the superphone inside him, as someone sent him several WeChat messages in a row. Swish! Jibota calmly crossed his legs and then used his mind to activate the superphone inside his body. He was shocked when he looked. Qin Xiaoyu, Jibota, are you at the auction site of the Qin auction house? Qin Xiaoyu, are you spending lavishly at the auction, calling out a starting price of 100 million for everything you fancy? Qin Xiaoyu, hurry and stop. Qin Xiaoyu, Jibota, I'm begging you, please stop. Don't bid anymore. Otherwise, you will ruin me. After reading these messages, Jibota was indeed taken aback. Although Qin Xiaoyu only sent a few short texts, Jibota could clearly see her urgency and panic between the lines. What's going on? This young master was just being a bit extravagant at the auction. Why is Qin Xiaoyu so flustered? Isn't the Qin auction house a property of the Qin family? Isn't the person in charge of this auction that little girl Qin Si? This young master is giving money to your Qin family, helping Qin Si raise funds for charity. Is that wrong? Jibota, Aunt Xiao, can you please clarify? Why can't I bid? Why do I have to stop? Qin Xiaoyu, there's no time to explain. Quickly tell me, how much have you spent so far? Jibota, not much, just 8 billion. Qin Xiaoyu, what? 8 billion? Are you sure you've already spent 8 billion at this auction? Jibota, sure. Qin Xiaoyu, it's over. I never expected that Qin Xiaoyu, would end up in such a mess. Is this my fate? Jibota was a bit panicked. Ever since he got the system, he had never been this anxious. However, at this moment, a sense of ominous premonition suddenly arose in Jibota's heart. This feeling was very strong. It was as if something unprecedented was about to happen, a sense of impending doom. Besides that, Jibota had a lot of questions. He had just spent a little more money at the auction and bought a bunch of things. Why was Qin Xiaoyu's reaction so intense? Damn! Aunt Xiao, can you please clarify? You're making me anxious with your panic. Do you want to scare me to death and then steal the 6 golden flowers I have hidden at home? Jibota, Aunt Xiao, what's wrong with you? Can you explain things clearly and not scare me? Qin Xiaoyu, from now on, you can't call me aunt anymore. Jibota, why can't I call you aunt? Should I call you baby? Dear? Wife? Qin Xiaoyu, you have to call me mom. Jibota, huh? Qin Xiaoyu, I really want to grab you right now and give you a good beating, to make your butt sore. Enough, I'm already full of anger because of you. After sending the last message, no matter how Boda asked her or messaged her, she didn't reply a single word. Boda was a bit angry too. He was inexplicably scolded by Qin Xiaoyu, and he didn't even know the reason. Anyone would feel uncomfortable in this situation. However, when Boda inadvertently glanced up, he found that Qin Si, sitting next to him, seemed to be stifling a laugh. The little girl's beautiful big eyes had turned into crescent moons since Boda bid on the first item, and they hadn't returned to normal yet. Besides that, her pretty face was flushed, tinged with an alluring rosy hue, looking as if it was caused by excitement and agitation. But Boda felt that amidst Qin Si's excitement and agitation, there were also traces of a little woman's shyness. Especially every time Qin Si stole a glance at him, that little look in her eyes was almost electrifying. In her beautiful eyes, ripples of water danced. There's a ghost. This little girl definitely has something hidden in her heart. Swish! Without any hesitation, Boda immediately activated his Eye of Investigation and Eye of Insight towards Qin Si. However, in the next second, Boda's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, his face filled with astonishment, and in his heart, 1,000 grass mud horses galloped by joyfully. How could this be? This is just too outrageous. How could that foolish woman, Qin Xiaoyu, do something so absurd? My worldview is completely shattered. Happy times always pass quickly, and before we know it, this auction is coming to an end. Next, let us welcome the final highlight item of this auction. It is the 100% ownership of Dingsheng Real Estate Company, Ltd. As the auctioneer loudly announced this, the large screen on stage displayed detailed information about the real estate company. Dingsheng Real Estate was originally a large company valued at nearly 1 billion. The former owner had gambled all the funds and borrowed a large sum from the bank to buy a piece of land. However, this piece of land turned out to have some issues and held no development value. This action directly led to the company's financial chain breaking, resulting in insolvency and ultimately bankruptcy liquidation. In simple terms, the company itself had no problems. It was just a wrong decision by the leadership that led to its bankruptcy. If funds could be injected into this company, it could be revived immediately. I announced that the starting price for this item is 100 million, and each bid must not be less than 10 million. As the auctioneer announced the starting price, the venue fell silent. All the guests present seemed to be numb, with not a single person participating in the bidding, all staring eagerly at Boda. As expected, Boda calmly raised his bidding paddle and then quoted a price that made everyone in the room gasp. I bid 2 billion. Wow! The once quiet auction hall erupted in chaos. Prodigal. Who? A complete prodigal. 2 billion? My goodness. I've never seen 2 billion in cash. What does it even look like? If I had that money, I could at least open 3 real estate companies that rival Dingsheng. The title of the Little Prince of Middle Eastern Oil is indeed well deserved. Young Master John's move is so extravagant, I've gained some insight today. In the end, there was no suspense at all. Dingsheng Real Estate Company, Ltd. was successfully auctioned off to Boda for the astronomical price of 2 billion. Successful payment, 2 billion Manhwa currency. In front of all the guests, Boda took out that black card and swiped away 2 billion Manhwa currency in one go. Thus, Boda spent a total of 10 billion Manhwa currency at this auction. He did it, because when he bid for the first item, he had told Qin Si that since it was a donation for children in mountainous areas and lonely elderly people, he should donate at least 10 billion, right? Initially, everyone thought this was just a joke from Boda, and no one took it seriously or paid it any mind. However, when Boda truly accomplished this, the guests present suddenly realized. Boda was not joking, he was serious. He really spent 10 billion. He is a man of his word, trustworthy, and a true man of integrity. At this moment, Boda's image soared in everyone's hearts, radiating golden light, blessed by the Buddha, sacred and inviolable. The national husband, indeed, lives up to his name. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully consuming 10 billion auction funds and receiving a cash rebate of 20 billion. Suddenly, a pleasant system notification sound rang in Boda's ears. Immediately, the superphone inside Boda's body received a transfer message sent by the bank. Longwei, your account ending in 8888 completed a transfer transaction of Longwei currency 20 billion. 00 on June 15 at 1638, with a balance of 2075-296-7804. 48. The 20 billion cash rebate was instantly credited. No more words. Give Brother Tonzi a 5-star review and crazy likes. After the auction ended, Zhou Renjie angrily returned home. Looking at the mess in the room, with all the furniture and appliances sawed in half, Zhou Renjie couldn't help but explode on the spot. Bang bang bang. Everything that came into Zhou Renjie's sight was smashed to pieces. Standing beside him, Yami didn't dare to make a sound, fearing she would provoke Joe Renjia's anger at that moment. Damn it! Jibota is just a wild child born to a nanny. Why does he have so much money? Where did he get all this money? Since he is so rich, why is he still working for the Zhou family? Why is he competing with me for the Zhou family's assets? Just as Joe Renjia was in a fit of rage, a man in a suit suddenly rushed into the villa, holding a stack of documents. Second young master, I've found it. The information you wanted about Jibota, I've brought it to you. Hearing the suit man shout, Joe Renjie, who was furious just a second ago, suddenly brightened his eyes. He immediately said to the suit man, quick, tell me, what background does this wild child Jibota have? Ahem. The suit man quickly cleared his throat, flipped through the documents in his hand, and began to read seriously. Jibota, male, 25 years old, height 183 centimeters, weight 75 kilograms, local of Shilan City. According to the investigation, Jibota grew up in an orphanage, later got admitted to Shilan University, and completed his studies through hard work. After graduation, Jibota has been delivering takeout. He had a girlfriend for 3 years, but she broke up with him because she found him poor. Later, the old master of the Zhou family sent someone to find Jibota, and it turned out that Jibota is the illegitimate son of the old master of the Zhou family. Upon hearing this, Joe Renjia couldn't help but frown, his entire face darkening. Wait a minute. Joe Renjia suddenly waved his hand to interrupt the suit man, then with a murderous glare, he stared at the other party and asked, is this the information you found? Second young master, this. The suit man felt Joe Renjia's killing intent and trembled in fear, stuttering as he spoke. Damn it! I asked you to investigate Jibota's information, and you give me this? From today on, you're fired. Get out. Hurry up and pack your things and get lost. Crash. Joe Renjia threw the documents hard at the suit man's face, nearly choking with anger, breathing heavily. The suit man looked ashamed but didn't dare to retort, ultimately leaving the villa in disgrace. Second young master, don't be angry. Maybe the problem isn't with Jibota, but with the young lady of the Qin family. At that moment, Yami swayed her waist and walked up to Joe Renjia, sweetly saying this. Swish! Joe Renjia suddenly turned around, his eyes like lightning as he looked at Yami and said, what do you mean? Speak clearly. Yami bit her lip and then spoke, second young master, Jibota and the eldest daughter of the Qin family are so close, and they seem so intimate. Anyone with eyes can see that they must be a couple. Perhaps Jibota's money comes from the eldest daughter of the Qin family. After all, this auction is a charity event hosted by the Qin family. Who knows if they are just putting on a show to earn a good reputation for themselves. As soon as Yami said this, Joe Renjia's eyes lit up. Smack! Joe Renjia slapped Yami hard on the backside, his face showing a look of sudden realization. Damn! This is the most reasonable explanation. You little vixen, why didn't you tell me sooner? I've been worrying about this for half a day. That bastard Jibota actually dares to act pretentious in front of me? Good. Very good. Since he wants to court death, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Night fell. At the Royal International Hotel, luxury cars drove in from all directions, and almost everyone of note in Shilan City gathered at this 5-star hotel tonight. Because the Zhou family, an old aristocratic family in Shilan City, was hosting a large family recognition banquet here, and the head of the family, Zhou Zhengfeng, was going to publicly announce Jibota's identity. Logically speaking, Jibota was just an illegitimate child. For a wealthy family, an illegitimate child is insignificant, and many wealthy families even regard illegitimate children as a disgrace. If that's the case, why would Zhou Zhengfeng go to such lengths to hold this recognition banquet? Something unusual must be afoot. Flattery without cause is either treachery or theft. Boom boom boom. At that moment, a very flashy Lamborghini drove in from a distance, then suddenly braked and came to a steady stop at the hotel entrance. Click. As the driver's door opened, Joe Renjia, dressed in a blue suit paired with a plaid shirt, climbed out of the car. Immediately after, the passenger door opened as well. Yami, in a bright red haute couture gown, stepped down while lifting her skirt and then took Joe Renjia's arm. Look! It's the second young master of the Zhou family, Joe Renjia. Ha! The lady next to Joe Renjia doesn't seem to be the second young mistress of the Zhou family. She is Joe Renjia's female secretary. Rumor has it that Joe Renjia and his wife Liu are not getting along and are in the process of divorce. I wonder if this news is true. Let's hurry over and interview them. Young Zhou, can we take a few minutes of your time? A large group of reporters, who had been waiting near the hotel, immediately surrounded them. Various flashes were going off, and all the reporters with cameras were snapping pictures of Joe Renjia and Yami. Boom boom boom. At that moment, another luxury car drove over from a distance. It was a black Maybach, and as soon as it stopped at the hotel entrance, several suited bodyguards approached. As one bodyguard opened the car door, Zhou Shihao, dressed in a dark gray suit, with a cigar in his mouth and slicked back hair, climbed out of the car. At the same time, another bodyguard opened the other car door. Suya, dressed in a blue haute couture gown, elegantly appeared in front of everyone. Look! It's the eldest young master and young mistress of the Zhou family. Rumor has it that the old master Zhou has always regarded Zhou Shihao as the heir, but the Willy setup did not directly hand over the Zhou group to Zhou Shihao. What inside story are we unaware of? Let's hurry over and interview him. Big Zhou, can we take a few minutes of your time? The reporters who had originally surrounded Zhou Renjie and Yaomi suddenly rushed over to Zhou Shihao and Suya when they saw Zhou Shihao make a grand entrance. This made Zhou Renjie furious. He muttered a few curses under his breath, shot a fierce glare at Zhou Shihao and Suya, and then strode into the hotel, pulling Yaomi along. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a very flashy Bugatti Chiron sped in from a distance. Screech! A sudden, sharp sound of brakes echoed as the Bugatti Chiron came to a steady stop at the hotel entrance. Immediately, the car door slowly opened. G. Boda, dressed in a black custom suit, emerged directly from the car. Swish! G. Boda didn't even glance at the group of reporters, casually tossed the car keys to the hotel doorman, and then walked briskly towards the hotel. It's G. Boda, the third young master of the Zhou family, G. Boda. Rumor has it that this third young master of the Zhou family has an extraordinary background. He first splurged at the Guajin Center Mall, emptying out 13 luxury stores in one go. And then at the Qin Auction House's summer auction, he spent a staggering 10 billion Longwa coins. The legendary little prince of Middle Eastern oil, the new generation's national husband, who would have thought he would be the third young master of the Zhou family. Young Master Jiang, please wait. Can we take 2 minutes of your time? We just want to do a simple interview. The reporters who had originally surrounded Zhou Shihao and Suya immediately rushed to G. Boda's side upon seeing his appearance. Zhou Shihao felt so awkward. He had prepared a speech, wanting to boast about his contributions to the Zhou group in front of the media. He also intended to use the media to boost his image. Unexpectedly, all the attention was stolen by G. Boda. Humph! Zhou Shihao snorted coldly, glared fiercely at G. Boda, and then strode into the hotel. As for Suya, the moment she saw G. Boda get out of the car, her eyes couldn't help but light up slightly, a ripple of excitement appearing in her beautiful eyes. She recalled how last night, G. Boda had leaned close to her ear with a mischievous smile and said, "Sister-in-law, don't turn around, I'm your brother." Suya couldn't help but blush, her heart racing, and even instinctively tightened her legs, her breathing becoming a bit hurried. Swish! Suya touched her slightly sore waist, glanced at G. Boda with a complex expression, secretly cursing "little rascal" in her heart, and then quickened her pace to follow Zhou Shihao. However, once inside the hotel, Suya seemed to think of something happy, and a beautiful smile quickly curved her lips. On the other side, G. Boda refused all the reporters' interviews, leaving them with only a cold back as he walked into the hotel. However, G. Boda did not head directly to the banquet hall but was led by a hotel waitress to a lounge next to the banquet hall. Swish! G. Boda sat down on the sofa, pulled out a cigarette, and placed it between his lips, then quickly sent a text message using his super smartphone. About 2 minutes later, the sound of high heels echoed outside the lounge door. Knock, knock. Then, the door to the lounge was knocked on. G. Boda casually extinguished the cigarette, sat up straight, and said, "As for what happened the night before last, Chairman, please don't misunderstand, I have no ulterior motives towards you. I just happened to run into you at the bar and then followed you to the hotel. That. I was willing, you don't need to take any responsibility." The moment Xiao Wanqing mentioned this, G. Boda felt even more awkward. That's right. The Xiao Wanqing in front of him was the woman in the black dress who had taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with him at the bar that night. G. Boda hadn't expected that he would casually bring a woman to the hotel, and that this woman would turn out to be his subordinate. No wonder he found Xiao Wanqing's voice somewhat familiar at the time. What the hell? This world is too small. Even rabbits don't eat the grass by their burrows. What the hell have I done? Headache. Name, Xiao Wanqing. Age, 29. Appearance, 95. Figure, 97. Favorite fruit, Hami melon. Driver, 1. Favorability, 82. G. Boda's eyelids twitched slightly, seemingly surprised that Xiao Wanqing had only one driver so far. No way. The Xiao Wanqing that night was quite proactive. How could it be her first time? Swish! G. Boda raised his eyes to look at Xiao Wanqing, seriously assessing her from head to toe. This mature and beautiful woman seemed to really like black. Today, she wore a black haute couture evening gown, and it was a deep V-slit style, emphasizing her sexiness. With a bob haircut, she looked very capable and stylish, wearing a sparkling diamond necklace around her neck and a pair of diamond earrings in her ears. Oval face, phoenix eyes, swan neck, butterfly back, ant waist, peach-shaped but long legs. There were almost no flaws to pick out. A standard goddess. Swish! Ji Boda blinked at Xiao Wanqing, and immediately 2 lines of text information jumped out in his vision. Personal privacy. As a child, I witnessed my mother being beaten to death by my drunken father, which left a huge psychological shadow, filling me with fear of love and marriage, making me a staunch anti-marriage advocate. Current intention, Chairman, considering our fleeting romance, you wouldn't dismiss me from the position of general manager, would you? Put. Upon reading this, Ji Boda almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Wanqing said she didn't need responsibility, but her thoughts were quite the opposite. At the very least, she wasn't just playing poker with Ji Boda. She had some small ulterior motives and was calculating something, which was why she spent a romantic night with him. Ahem. Ji Boda cleared his throat twice, then said expressionlessly, Manager Xiao, as long as you don't make any principled mistakes, you can hold the position of general manager of the Dynasty Group for a long time. As soon as Ji Boda said this, Xiao Wanqing's eyes lit up immediately. Thank you for your appreciation, Chairman. I will do my utmost to manage the Dynasty Group for you. Xiao Wanqing expressed her gratitude, but Ji Boda could clearly see that her heart held another thought. Current intention, hee. Feeling guilty, huh? My beauty trap really worked. The position of general manager is secure. It's just a pity that I lost my 29 years of purity so easily to him. But, he's so handsome and has an 8-pack, so I don't feel like I've lost out. Put. Ji Boda almost spat out another mouthful of blood. He rubbed his temples in exasperation and quickly closed his spying eye. Although the spying eye was very useful, Ji Boda didn't want to use the superpower too frequently. If there were no secrets in this world before him, would he still be interested in it? Just thinking about it felt dull and boring. Chairman, I've taken care of the matter you instructed earlier. I've summoned all the bodyguards from the Royal Security Company. With just a word from you, they can take control of the entire hotel at any time. When Xiao Wanqing spoke about serious matters, her expression immediately turned serious, and her demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Cold and composed, she exuded a strong, decisive aura. Well done. Ji Boda nodded in satisfaction, seemingly recalling something, and quickly added, if the young lady of the Qin family suddenly barges in during the banquet, you don't need to stop her, just let her in. Understood, Chairman. Xiao Wanqing glanced at Ji Boda with a strange expression, her lips quivering slightly as if she wanted to say something. However, the words were swallowed back down. Alright, you can go now, I should head to this recognition banquet. Ji Boda raised his wrist to check the time and then prepared to stand up and head to the banquet hall. Xiao Wanqing nodded, not saying a word. Once Ji Boda left the lounge, Xiao Wanqing took out her phone and quickly conveyed several new orders to the person on the other end of the line. Royal International Hotel. Banquet Hall No. 1. At this moment, almost all the upper-class elites of Shilin City had gathered here. Ji Boda did not expect that Zhou Zhengfeng would choose this hotel to host a large recognition banquet for him. It should be noted that the Royal International Hotel was Ji Boda's territory. If Ji Boda were to cause trouble here, who could stop him? Tap tap tap. At that moment, Zhou Zhengfeng, dressed in a tang suit, walked onto the stage with Chen Yun's support. Zhou Jingfeng's face was somewhat pale, and he looked unwell, as if he were on the verge of collapse. In contrast, Chen Yun, standing beside him, was radiant, her complexion rosy, with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, as if she had encountered something joyful. Today, Chen Yun wore a dark red cheongsam dress adorned with a layer of black lace. The halter neck and fitted design showcased her mature and voluptuous figure perfectly. Her long hair was styled up with a strand of bangs falling over her forehead, and her face was adorned with exquisite makeup, complemented by a set of ruby jewelry. She resembled a noblewoman from the Republic of China era. She exuded a strong charm of a mature woman. Ahem! Chen Yun handed a microphone to Zhou Zhengfeng, who took it, coughed lightly, and immediately got to the point. First, I would like to thank all the industry professionals for attending the recognition banquet hosted by the Zhou family. I believe everyone here knows that I have a son who has been lost for many years, and I only recently found him and brought him back to the Zhou family. Now, I would like to introduce him to everyone. He is my youngest son, Ji Boda. After Zhou Zhengfeng finished speaking, he immediately looked at Ji Boda, who was standing among the crowd. At the same time, the guests standing beside Ji Boda automatically parted to make way, and everyone's gaze fell upon Ji Boda. Tap tap tap. Ji Boda adjusted his attire slightly and then walked up to the stage with a firm and powerful stride. Wow! The third young master of the Zhou family is so handsome. I saw his videos online before. I didn't expect him to be even more handsome in person. The new generation's national husband truly lives up to the name. I heard the third young master of the Zhou family is still single. Ladies, what do you think? If I could become the third young mistress of the Zhou family, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. The third young master of the Zhou family is indeed a remarkable talent. Listening to the various discussions coming from the banquet hall, Jibota had no reaction. After all, he was already used to such scenes. However, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie's expressions turned ugly at the same time. The reason was simple. Neither Zhou Shihao nor Zhou Renjie had anything to do with the word handsome. Wasn't this just a roundabout way of proving that Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie's biological mother was far less beautiful than Jibota's biological mother? Clap. Jibota stood on the stage, just about to reach for the microphone. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zhangfeng stepped forward and took the microphone, saying, "Today is not only the recognition banquet I'm holding for my youngest son Jibota, but also his engagement banquet. My poor youngest son has been wandering outside for 25 years, not knowing how much hardship he has endured. As his father, I truly feel heartbroken. To make it up to Jibota, I just brought him back home and immediately arranged a marriage for him." Creak! The side door of the banquet hall suddenly opened slowly. A woman in a purple haute couture evening gown, somewhat plump, with a waxy complexion, looking at least in her 40s, walked in with small steps. At that moment, everyone in the room, including Jibota, focused their attention on this woman. That's right. She is the eldest daughter of the Yang family, Yang Meixia. Today will also be a great day for the Zhou family and the Yang family to unite in marriage. As Zhou Zhengfeng shouted this, the entire banquet hall fell into a brief silence, followed by a wave of uproar. Wow! The eldest daughter of the Yang family, Yang Meixia? No way! Is old Master Zhou really planning to have Jibota engage with Yang Meixia? Although the Zhou and Yang families have been family friends for generations and their relationship has always been good, but Yang is already 40 this year, and she has had 3 husbands die. This is not making it up to Jibota at all. Old Master Zhou is clearly pushing Jibota into a fire pit. I said, how could old Master Zhou hold a large recognition banquet for a bastard? Bastards are indeed not valued. Listening to the various discussions in the banquet hall, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie were stifling their laughter, their gazes towards Jibota filled with sympathy. Old Zhou Zhengfeng, that old beast, wore a slight smile on his face, seemingly proud of the arrangement he had made. On the contrary, Chen Yun, Suya, and Li Yu all showed anxious expressions, constantly signaling Jibota with their eyes. Looking at Jibota, he appeared calm and composed, as if he were not anxious at all, even taking the time to activate his investigative eye on Yang Meixia. Name, Yang Meixia. Age, 40. Appearance, 70. Figure, 70. Favorite fruit, dragon fruit driver, 48. Favorability, 60. Jibota was also taken aback, wanting to check Yang Meixia's information. As a result, he almost vomited. This damn 48 drivers, even more impressive than the second's female secretary. Indeed, the rumors about Yang Meixia's promiscuity in the world were not unfounded. Tap tap tap. Yang Meixia took small steps, walking up to the stage step by step. Throughout, her eyes were fixed on Jibota, with an expression as if she were about to drool. It was probably the first time in her life she had seen such a handsome man as Jibota. Husband, in Jibota's astonished gaze, Yang Meixia actually called him husband, then pretended to throw herself into his arms to act cute. Damn! Jibota was startled and immediately lifted a foot, kicking Yang Meixia hard in the stomach. Ouch! Yang Meixia screamed, her whole body flying backward, ultimately landing awkwardly at the bottom of the stage. Silence. The entire banquet hall fell silent. All the guests at the scene seemed completely unprepared for Jibota to kick Yang Meixia out. Was this reaction too intense? Jibota, what are you doing? Suddenly, Zhou Jingfeng's furious roar echoed throughout the banquet hall. He slammed his dragon-headed cane hard against the floor and glared at Jibota with a look that suggested he wanted to swallow him alive. Old man, what right do you have to arrange my marriage? As soon as Jibota said this, the guests couldn't help but gasp in shock. You ungrateful son! I am your father, how dare you speak to me like that? Someone, take this ungrateful son away. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, he won't stop this marriage. With a wave of Zhou Jingfeng's hand, a large group of bodyguards suddenly rushed out from around the banquet hall, each carrying electric batons, and a few even aimed tranquilizer guns at Jibota. Seeing this scene, Jibota not only didn't feel nervous but instead showed a hint of a mocking smile. A few electric batons and tranquilizer guns, and they think they can deal with me? Zhou Zhengfeng, you are too naive. However, before Jibota could explode, the door of the banquet hall was suddenly pushed open with force. Immediately, a crisp female voice spread throughout the hall. Everyone, stop. I want to see who dares to touch Jibota. In the astonished eyes of everyone, Shin-si, dressed in a white haute couture evening gown, stormed into the banquet hall. At the same time, a large group of Chin family's bodyguards followed her in. As soon as these bodyguards entered, they quickly spread out and surrounded Zhou family's bodyguards. Silence. The entire banquet hall fell silent. Tap tap tap. Shin-si quickly walked up to the stage, grabbed Jibota's arm, and said, "Brother Jibota, don't be afraid, I will protect you." "CC, why are you here?" Jibota's face showed a helpless expression. After all, he was a man. Did he really need this little girl to protect him? "If I hadn't come, you would have been bullied to death by them." After saying this, Shin-si immediately turned her head, glaring angrily at Zhou Zhengfeng with a fierce expression. "Chin family's little girl? What do you mean by suddenly barging in here with people?" Zhou Zhengfeng squinted his eyes, looking at Shin-si with an unfriendly expression. However, what Shin-si said next made everyone present widen their eyes and drop their jaws in shock. "Brother Jibota is my boyfriend. How dare you let him get engaged to another woman? Your Zhou family completely disregards my Chin family." Shin-si's words were like pouring a ladle of water into a hot pot, instantly causing the entire banquet hall to erupt. "Ha, did I hear that right? The young lady of the Chin family actually said Jibota is her boyfriend? When did they get together? I didn't receive any news at all. It seems the rumors are true. Jibota is dating the young lady of the Chin family, and many people have seen it with their own eyes. Tisk tsk. The young lady of the Chin family comes to snatch a marriage. This news will definitely be the headline tomorrow. The young lady of the Chin family is impressive." Listening to the various discussions in the banquet hall, Zhou Jingfeng's face instantly turned ugly. He never expected that this illegitimate son, Jibota, would have connections with the Chin family. Even the young lady of the Chin family came to snatch him away. So, Jibota's backing is the Chin family? No wonder this kid is so arrogant. It turns out the Chin family is supporting him from behind. But, so what? Although the Chin family is a super wealthy family in Shilan City, the Zhou family is not weak either. Moreover, the Zhou family has the Yang family as an ally. With the two powerful families joining forces, could they really be afraid of just one Chin family? "Yang Meixia, someone is trying to steal your fiancé. Are you just going to stand by and watch?" Zhou Zhengfeng suddenly turned his head to look at Yang Meixia, who was adjusting her dress at the edge of the stage. "Humph." Yang Meixia suddenly snorted coldly, then cast a resentful glance at Jibota standing on the stage, before shifting her gaze to Shin-si. "Shin-si, you little brat. Why learn anything good when you choose to imitate those shameless women trying to steal my man? Do you really think our Yang family is easy to bully?" Yang Meixia first pointed at Shin-si and scolded her, then took out her phone and made a call. Before long, the door of the banquet hall was pushed open with force, and a large group of Yang family's bodyguards rushed in. "Don't move. Let's see who dares to bully our young lady of the Yang family." The situation on the scene changed immediately. The bodyguards of the Zhou and Yang families united, surrounding the Chin family's bodyguards. Seeing this, Jibota was not nervous at all. Instead, a glimmer of excitement and thrill flashed in his eyes. "Damn! Is this a competition of numbers? Perfect. I love group fights. Since you all have jumped in, then tonight, just lie down and leave. Ha ha." In the banquet hall, the atmosphere became tense. The bodyguards of the Zhou and Yang families had an absolute numerical advantage, quickly surrounding the people Shin-si had brought. "Come here. Take the young lady of the Chin family to the side. Let her sit quietly and watch me finish this engagement ceremony with Jibota." Yang Meixia, thinking she had the whole situation under control, arrogantly walked onto the stage, crossing her arms and looking down at Shin-si with pride. Shin-si suddenly felt a bit flustered. After all, she was just an 18-year-old girl, having grown up safely under her mother's protection, and had never experienced any major storms. At this moment, seeing her bodyguards at a numerical disadvantage, Shin-si instantly lost her confidence. "Yang Meixia, I warn you, if you dare to touch me, our Chin family will never let you go." Although Shin-si was flustered, she was still the daughter of Qin Xiaoyu, inheriting her mother's fierce spirit. Even in the face of danger, she did not weaken her aura. He. Yang Meixia suddenly sneered and said, "If your mother, Qin Xiaoyu, were here, I might give her some face. But you are just a little girl who hasn't even grown up yet, and you dare to talk big in front of me? Since your mother didn't teach you well, I'll take it upon myself to give you a good lesson." After saying this, Yang Meixia immediately made a gesture, and in the next second, 2 bodyguards from the Yang family rushed onto the stage. "What are you doing?" Shin-si was startled, but she did not retreat or dodge. Instead, she pulled Jibota behind her, fearing that they would snatch him away. "Miss Qin, I'm sorry." The 2 Yang family bodyguards first apologized to Shin-si, then simultaneously reached for her shoulders. Stop! Young lady, be careful. Let's see who dares to touch our young lady. Damn! Whoever dares to touch our young lady, I swear I'll chop off your hand. Protect the young lady, fight them. As soon as Chinsi's safety was threatened, the Chin family's bodyguards exploded like ignited dynamite, each one instantly bursting into action. Below the stage, a chaotic battle began. Although the Chin family's bodyguards were at a numerical disadvantage, they all erupted with powerful combat strength. Even so, they adopted a strategy of hurting 1,000 enemies while inflicting 800 on themselves, recklessly charging at the bodyguards of the Zhou and Yang families. On the stage, 2 bodyguards from the Yang family had quickly approached Chinsi's side. However, in the next second, with 2 muffled thuds, the 2 Yang family bodyguards were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground below the stage. Jibota had made his move. In a flash, he kicked the 2 Yang family bodyguards away and pulled Chinsi behind him. Someone come! Close the door, beat the dog. Without my orders, not even a fly can be let out tonight. Bang! 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 As Jibota shouted these words, the doors of the banquet hall were suddenly slammed shut, followed by the closing of several windows around. In the next moment, a flurry of footsteps echoed, and the entire banquet hall felt the building tremble. At the same time, dozens of ropes suddenly descended from the ceiling. In the astonished eyes of everyone, a group of fully armed bodyguards, wearing dynasty security armbands, slid down the ropes one after another. But that wasn't all. The second floor of the banquet hall, which had a circular corridor, suddenly saw a group of bodyguards in camouflage uniforms emerge. Each of them held tranquilizer guns, all aimed at the first floor of the banquet hall. Meanwhile, the first floor was surrounded by a sudden influx of bodyguards from all directions. In short, at this moment, the banquet hall, whether on the first or second floor, was packed with people from the Dynasty Security Company. The scene was like an army suddenly descending, taking control of the entire banquet hall. At this moment, Zhou Zhangfeng was dumbfounded. Yang Meixia was also dumbfounded. Qin Si was a bit dazed. Almost all the guests present were stunned by the scene before them. What does this mean? We, the Zhou and Yang families, haven't offended your dynasty group, have we? Moreover, I even paid to book the banquet hall of the Dynasty Hotel tonight. Doesn't that make me your esteemed guest? Is this how you treat guests? As the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Zhangfeng had naturally experienced many storms. Faced with everything happening before him, he remained unafraid, firmly planting his dragon-headed cane on the ground, exuding an aura of authority. Swish! At that moment, the ranks of dynasty bodyguards suddenly parted to the sides. Following that, a woman in a black haute couture dress stepped forward, walking naturally like a cat, under the gaze of the crowd. Who is this woman? No way! You don't even know General Manager Xiao? She is the new General Manager of Dynasty Group, Xiao Wanqing, General Manager Xiao. What does General Manager Xiao want? Why has she brought all the Dynasty security personnel here? Could it be that General Manager Xiao has some grudge against the Zhou or Yang families? In the banquet hall, the bodyguards of the Qin, Zhou, and Yang families had stopped their chaotic fighting. Everyone turned to look at Xiao Wanqing. At the same time, many were whispering, unsure of why Xiao Wanqing had created such a scene. However, in the next second, everyone would know the answer. Tap tap tap. Xiao Wanqing, in her high-heeled shoes, quickly walked to the bottom of the stage and respectfully said to Jibota, "Report, Chairman, all bodyguards of Dynasty Security have assembled, with 300 expected and 300 present. Please give your instructions." Silence. The entire banquet hall fell silent. Not a sound could be heard. The drop of a pin could be heard. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief, all staring at Jibota standing on the stage. I didn't hear wrong, did I? Just now, General Manager Xiao was calling Jibota chairman? Isn't Jibota the chairman who acquired 100% of the shares of the Dynasty Group, the one who was elusive like a dragon? Damn, is this for real? It feels like I'm watching a movie. Oh my god. If Jibota is really the chairman of the Dynasty Group, then the Zhou and Yang families have just brought a huge trouble upon themselves for no reason. Incredible. So incredible. Why do I suddenly feel so pumped up? I just want to shout out loud. Listening to the various discussions around him, and seeing Xiao Wanqing's respectful demeanor towards Jibota, while Jibota remained calm and composed throughout, at that moment, Zhou Jingfeng's expression turned ugly. Yang Meixia was also stunned into silence by the scene before her. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie, the two brothers, were so shocked that their mouths were agape, enough to fit 2 large apples. Chen Yun, Suya, and Li Yu also looked at Jibota with faces full of shock, but in their beautiful eyes, there was only rippling water and dazzling brilliance. Qin Si was also taken aback by Jibota's identity. The little girl covered her mouth, looking at Ji-Boda with disbelief, her shock quickly replaced by a fervent admiration. So Ji-Boda's brother is the chairman of the dynasty group? This is his true identity? Woo, how can he be so handsome? I really like him. I want to marry him right now and be his little wife for life. Ji-Boda's brother is mine, no one can take him away. Humph. Everyone, listen up. Ji-Boda suddenly said loudly under the gaze of everyone present, take down everyone from the Zhou and Yang families. If anyone dares to resist, break their legs. Silence. The entire banquet hall fell silent. But after a brief moment of quiet, screams, cries, roars, and shouts erupted. The security company of the dynasty group employs retired soldiers. A team of 300 retired soldiers taking down the Zhou and Yang families was a piece of cake. Unfilial son. You dare? Zhou Zhengfeng finally snapped out of his shock, but in the blink of an eye, the bodyguards of the Zhou family had already been taken down by Ji-Boda's men. Old man, you're about to kick the bucket, soon to be lying on the board. Why do you still have so many issues before you die? Ji-Boda glared at Zhou Zhengfeng, and his words nearly made the old man die on the spot from anger. You, unfilial son. How could I have given birth to such an unfilial son? Zhou Zhengfeng clutched his chest in pain, and just as he finished speaking, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately after, Zhou Zhengfeng felt darkness closing in, and his body began to sway. Swish! Just as he was about to fall to the ground, Zhou Zhengfeng instinctively reached out a hand towards Chen Yun, seemingly wanting her to help him. However, Chen Yun's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. Whoosh! Chen Yun quickly stepped back, avoiding Zhou Zhengfeng's outstretched hand, her face showing a look of disdain. You! Zhou Zhengfeng was taken aback, his face showing a hint of astonishment, and the next second, he fell heavily to the ground. Dad! Seeing this scene, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie rushed onto the stage almost simultaneously, the two brothers quickly squatting beside Zhou Zhengfeng, anxiously checking on his condition. Chen Yun! What the hell are you doing? Are you blind? Why didn't you help my dad just now? If anything happens to my dad, I will make you pay. Seeing Zhou Zhengfeng fall hard, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie immediately started scolding Chen Yun without hesitation. However, Chen Yun let out a cold laugh and walked directly to Ji-Boda's side. Then she turned her head and, with a frosty gaze, stared at the three members of the Zhou family, saying, you two dutiful sons can put on a show in front of others, but there's no need for that in front of me, right? Upon hearing this, Zhou Shihao stood up in anger and shouted, Chen Yun, what do you mean? What do I mean? Chen Yun scoffed disdainfully and said, you two heartless wretches, haven't you been wishing for this old man to die sooner? When the old man wanted to bring Ji-Boda home, hoping to use Ji-Boda's liver to save himself, weren't you two trying your best to stop him? What? Now you're putting on a show of deep father-son affection? Who are you performing for? As soon as Chen Yun said this, the entire room gasped. She had completely torn the mask off the Zhou family and mercilessly stripped Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie of their pretense. No more acting, the cards were on the table. You! Zhou Shihao was so furious he couldn't find his words. Zhou Renjie also wore a gloomy expression. The ugly faces of the two brothers were exposed on the spot, which made them both feel extremely angry and humiliated. Yet, Chen Yun now had Ji-Boda backing her up, and Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie had no way to deal with her. Zhou Zhengfeng, I think you might as well hand over all the Zhou family's assets to Ji-Boda. If you leave the assets to these two heartless wretches, be careful that after you die, you won't even have a grave to be buried in. After all, your two good sons are just waiting for you to die sooner. To be honest, Chen Yun really had a talent for being a wicked stepmother. As soon as she said this, not only did it infuriate Zhou Zhengfeng, but it also drove Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie nearly mad with rage. However, before Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie could speak, several security personnel from the Dynasty Security Company rushed in and directly restrained the three members of the Zhou family. At the same time, the young lady of the Yang family, Yang Meixia, was also escorted onto the stage by two bodyguards. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie turned around sharply and realized that all the bodyguards from the Zhou family and the Yang family had been knocked to the ground. In the large banquet hall, only the security personnel from the Dynasty Security Company remained, while the guests attending the banquet were also driven to one side. Ji-Boda, what do you want? Zhou Shihao roared, his forehead veins bulging, looking like a furious lion. There was no way. Ji-Boda had used an anger card on Zhou Shihao, which was why his temper had become so volatile and uncontrollable. Clap, clap. Ji-Boda clapped his hands, and the next second, the side door of the banquet hall was pushed open. Immediately, a hotel staff member walked in, holding a portrait, escorted by several bodyguards. At that moment, everyone present turned to look at the portrait. Almost every face showed a look of confusion. However, one person's expression suddenly changed drastically. That person was Zhou Zhengfeng. Upon seeing the portrait, Zhou Zhengfeng's eyes widened, his mouth agape, his face filled with shock and anger. Ha! Qinxi stared at the portrait for a while and suddenly noticed that the woman in the photo bore a striking resemblance to Ji Boda. Unable to help herself, she tugged at Ji Boda's arm and quietly asked, "Brother Ji Boda, who is the woman in this photo? Why does she look so much like you?" Ha! Ji Boda suddenly took a deep breath, then turned to Qinxi with a serious expression and said, "Cici, the woman in this photo is my biological mother, Zhang Xiaoxia." Ah! Qinxi was suddenly frozen in place. Not only Qinxi, but also Chen Yun, Suya, Liu, Zhou Shihao, Zhou Renjie, and others were all stunned in place upon hearing Ji Bodai's words. At that moment, Ji Bodai's voice floated into everyone's ears again. "Zhou Zhengfeng, back then you forcibly detained my mother and subjected her to all kinds of humiliation. Then you watched as your original wife forced her to jump off a building to commit suicide. Over the years, have you never had a nightmare? Doesn't your conscience hurt?" As Ji Bodai loudly recounted what had happened back then, the entire banquet hall was filled with gasps of shock. However, before Zhou Zhengfeng could retort, Ji Bodai charged forward, grabbing him by the neck and dragging him in front of his mother's portrait. "Kneel down. Bow your head. Admit your mistakes." Ji Bodai kicked Zhou Zhengfeng behind the knee, forcing him to kneel before his mother's portrait, then pressed his head down and slammed it hard against the floor. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zhou Zhengfeng's forehead instantly split open, blood gushing out. But Ji Bodai did not stop. He continued to grab Zhou Zhengfeng's hair, slamming his head against the floor 8 more times. Zhou Zhengfeng's body was already in bad shape, and after being forced to bow 9 times, he was left gasping for breath, completely out of air. However, Ji Bodai suddenly leaned in close to his ear, speaking in a dark tone, "Old man, I've already called for an ambulance in advance. I won't let you die so easily. He. Look over there. Do you see your 2 good sons? Even though you only have 3 months left to live, I still want you to experience what it's like to watch your 2 sons die. Old man, you better hold on, don't die from anger. If you kick the bucket now, you won't get to see the exciting show that follows." He. At the Imperial International Hotel. Banquet Hall No. 1. Zhou Zhengfeng fainted from anger and was then taken away by an ambulance. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie were first beaten up severely and then thrown out of the hotel by Ji Bodai's men. Yang Meixiao was also taught a lesson by Ji Bodai and then left in disgrace with her people. In short, Ji Bodai created such a big scene but ended up not killing anyone. He just taught the Zhou and Yang families a lesson and generously let them go, appearing quite merciful. There was no choice. This is a society governed by law. Ji Bodai is not some lawless criminal. He wouldn't dare openly break the law, nor does he think he can go against the entire Dragon Kingdom's authorities. The best is yet to come. Don't rush. At 10 p.m. The changes that occurred at this banquet spread like wings, instantly flying throughout the upper-class circles of Shilin City. Ji Bodai's name once again echoed throughout the entire Shilin City. The mysterious chairman of the Imperial Group, the wealthy and ruthless Jiang Shao, the little prince of Middle Eastern oil, the new generation's national husband, the fiancé of the Qin family's eldest daughter, the vengeful third young master of the Zhou family. All sorts of titles converged on Ji Bodai alone. If this were in the entertainment industry, he would have already become a sensation. However, due to Ji Bodai's identity as the chairman of the Imperial Group, major news media dared not report on his deeds casually. Therefore, Ji Bodai's name was only well known in the upper-class circles, while the ordinary public remained completely unaware of him. Creak! A flashy Bugatti Chiron drove into Phoenix Mountain Villa and stopped at the entrance of Villa No. 2. As soon as the car came to a halt, Qinxi's voice floated over from the passenger seat. "Brother Ji Bodai, would you like to come to my house for a visit? My mom just called me and said she wanted to talk to you about something important." Ji Bodai turned to glance at Qinxi, then pulled out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, speaking slowly and unhurriedly, "I'm busy tonight, maybe next time." Ha! Qinxi was slightly taken aback, a strange expression flashing across her face, then she cautiously asked, "Brother Ji Bodai, are you angry?" "Yes, I'm angry. Just tell your mom that." Ji Bodai lit the cigarette in his mouth, shot a glare at Qinxi, and said, "Hurry up and get out of the car, don't waste my time." Oh, Qinxi seemed a bit wronged, pouting her lips as if she was about to cry. But Ji Bodai wouldn't indulge her. After Qinxi got out of the car, Ji Bodai immediately stepped on the gas and sped away from Phoenix Villa. "Stinky brother Ji Bodai. Dead brother Ji Bodai. Why are you being so fierce? I like you so much, yet you want to be my dad? What exactly is wrong with me compared to my mom? Being angry won't help. Anyway, my mom has already lost you to me, you can't escape from my grasp." Humph. Sheen C gave the tail lights of the Bugatti Chiron a middle finger. As if recalling something happy, the girl who had just been sulking immediately brightened up. On the other side, G. Boda drove at high speed and finally arrived near Joe Sherhao's house half an hour later. He parked the car in a hidden corner, then put on a silver mask and walked to the entrance of Joe Sherhao's house. As usual, G. Boda didn't ring the doorbell but sent Joe Sherhao a text message. Click. Not long after, the villa's door opened. Joe Sherhao, also wearing a mask, instantly came into G. Boda's view. Why are you 10 minutes late tonight? Joe Sherhao's voice was a bit hoarse. Despite his good attempt to hide it, G. Boda still sensed a hint of suppressed anger in his tone. Sorry, I ran into traffic on the way. G. Boda explained meekly, trying to lower his gaze and avoid looking into Joe Sherhao's eyes to prevent revealing his identity. Come in. Joe Sherhao didn't notice anything amiss, waved at G. Boda, and stepped aside. The next part was the same as last night. Joe Sherhao led the way, and G. Boda silently followed behind. Until they reached the door of the master bedroom on the second floor, Joe Sherhao reminded him again, remember, you must leave this room before 5 a.m. tomorrow. Okay, boss. G. Boda nodded, then was pushed into the bedroom by Joe Sherhao. The layout of the bedroom was still the same as last night, with pink curtains, pink sheets, pink ambient lights, and a layer of red rose petals on the floor. Suya, dressed in a black lace nightgown, still had her hands tied behind her back, wearing a large eye mask, and her mouth was sealed with tape, lying quietly on the bed. With her mature and voluptuous figure, a waist that could be grasped with one hand, an S-shaped back, and rounded legs wrapped in black stockings. Under the glow of the ambient lights, Suya exuded a unique charm of a mature woman. Woo-woo. Perhaps sensing someone approaching her, Suya immediately let out a whimper and struggled desperately. Swish! G. Boda didn't untie the ropes binding Suya or remove her eye mask. Instead, he tore off the tape sealing her mouth. Ha! Ha! Suya took a couple of deep breaths, then asked anxiously in a trembling voice, Jung. G. Boda, is that you? Shoo! G. Boda suddenly leaned in, whispering into Suya's ear, Sister-in-law, don't make a sound, I'm your elder brother. Ah! Suya was momentarily taken aback, and then her pretty face flushed all the way to her neck. G. Boda, you. Wait a moment. What's wrong? Listen to me, Joe Sherhao plans to poison the wine and trick you into drinking it. Oh, got it. So how do you plan to deal with it? I'll help you detox first, as for the other matters, we'll talk about them later. Suya's favorability +1, Suya's favorability +1, Suya's favorability +1. Looking at the sudden stream of text reminders that floated into view, G. Boda couldn't help but wink at Suya and directly activated his eye of insight. Name, Suya. Age, 28. Appearance, 92. Figure, 96. Favorite fruit, pomelo. Driver's license, 2. Favorability, 95. G. Boda was not surprised to see that Suya had gained a driver's license. Instead, her high favorability of 95 points made G. Boda marvel inwardly. So this is the fastest shortcut to a woman's heart. Swish! Driven by curiosity, G. Boda couldn't help but activate his eye of peeping on Suya. Personal privacy, desires to be a mother, has always wanted to have a child. Current intent, G. Boda is so handsome, so excellent, so perfect, our child will definitely inherit all his virtues. G. Boda. The next morning, 4:59 a.m., G. Boda pushed open the bedroom door and stepped out. As soon as he arrived in the living room on the first floor, he saw Joe Sherhao, wearing a mask, sitting silently on the sofa like a ghost. On the coffee table in front of the sofa, there was a bottle of red wine and 2 tall glasses. Swish! Joe Sherhao suddenly waved at G. Boda, his voice slightly hoarse, come here, have a drink with me. G. Boda's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile crept onto his lips. Suya had already informed G. Boda. Joe Sherhao planned to poison the wine with a slow-acting poison that wouldn't cause immediate death but would lead to gradual organ failure over the next month. G. Boda understood why Joe Sherhao would do this. After all, which man in the world could tolerate his wife sharing a bed with another man and then getting pregnant with someone else's child? Leave a son to carry on the family name. That was Joe Sherhao's plan. Whoosh! G. Boda walked over silently and sat down next to Joe Sherhao without hesitation. Joe Sherhao glanced at G. Boda in surprise, then picked up the wine bottle and poured a full glass of red wine into each of the 2 tall glasses. Next, Joe Sherhao took both glasses of red wine and handed one to G. Boda. Boss, you're generous, this is the first time I've had such expensive wine. G. Boda deliberately feigned surprise and quickly accepted the poisoned wine with both hands. Brother, you've worked hard, it's only right to treat you to a drink. Joe Sherhao suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and patted G. Boda's shoulder very friendly, then lightly clinked glasses with him. G. Boda almost couldn't hold back a laugh. Worked hard? This young master has toiled for you all night, it really has been tough. Oh, Sorry, boss. Jibota suddenly put down the glass, looking apologetic. I forgot I drove here. No drinking and driving, and no driving after drinking. If the traffic police catch me drinking and driving, I'm done for. Under Joe Sherhow's astonished gaze, Jibota placed the glass back on the coffee table. Then, Jibota stood up and said to Joe Sherhow, Boss, it's getting late. I should be going now. Silence. The living room fell silent. Joe Sherhow's eyelids twitched violently, seemingly caught off guard that the carefully prepared cup of poison was so easily dodged by the other party. However, Joe Sherhow did not try to persuade Jibota to drink again. Instead, he steadied his emotions, trying to appear very natural, and said, Since you drove, for safety's sake, it's better not to drink. Thank you for your understanding, boss. Can I leave now? Jibota glanced at Joe Sherhow with a half-smile, thinking to himself, even if I have a body that can resist poison, I wouldn't be foolish enough to drink your poison. I just want you to stare blankly. I want you to be unhappy. What can you do to me? Ha ha ha. Go ahead. Joe Sherhow waved his hand casually, looking somewhat disinterested. Jibota said nothing, just revealed a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, then lowered his head and quickly left the villa. Clang! After Jibota left, Joe Sherhow suddenly reached for the cup of poison and smashed it hard on the ground. Damn it! You're lucky to be alive. But, it doesn't matter. This time I couldn't succeed. Tonight I'll prepare another cup of poison for you. If you still refuse to drink, then don't blame me for force-feeding you. An hour later, Jibota arrived at the Royal International Hotel. As soon as he entered the presidential suite, he lay down on the bed and opened his super phone. Damn it! Joe Rengier is about to go mad. And Joe Sherhow's anger must be close to its peak, right? In that case, let me add some fuel to the fire. A mischievous smile appeared at the corner of Jibota's mouth as he immediately edited an email and sent it directly to Joe Sherhow's inbox. Yawn. After doing all this, Jibota suddenly let out a big yawn and couldn't help but mutter softly, Damn. I didn't expect the seemingly delicate Suya to be so tough. Forget it, I'll take a nap first. As for Joe Sherhow and Joe Rengia, let them fight it out. Even if the sky falls, it has nothing to do with me. Jibota slept soundly in the hotel. Little did he know, the email he sent to Joe Sherhow sent the young master of the Zhou family into a furious rage, causing him to lose his composure on the spot. Joe Sherhow had already arrived at the company and was preparing to hold a high-level meeting. However, as soon as he walked into the office and opened his computer, he immediately saw an anonymous email. Out of curiosity, Joe Sherhow clicked on the email. But the content of the email made his expression instantly drop. The email contained a 2-hour-long video, and as soon as Joe Sherhow clicked on it, the video began to play automatically. In the video, a pink big bed, pink curtains, pink ambient lights, and the floor covered with red rose petals. A mature and voluptuous beauty lay on the bed. She was wearing only a wine-red lace nightgown, her hands were tied behind her back, a large eye mask covered her face, and even her mouth was sealed with tape. This familiar room, the familiar scene, and that very familiar woman immediately made Joe Sherhow's eyes widen, his mouth drop open, and a look of shock appeared on his face. This isn't my bedroom, is it? The woman lying on the bed is Suya, isn't it? Who filmed this video? Why would someone send this video to me? What is their purpose? Joe Sherhow was still in a state of shock and anger, but the video continued to play. Swish! A man wearing a silver mask slowly approached the bed and began to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks on the woman without any hesitation. These details were not the main focus. The key point is that during the man's violent assault on the woman, his mask accidentally fell off, revealing a face that Joe Sherhow was all too familiar with. What the hell? Lao Air? How could it be him? What on earth is going on? Joe Sherhow was suddenly shocked, quickly focusing on the man in the video, watching it over and over again, scrutinizing every detail. Silence. The office was completely quiet. But after a moment of silence, Joe Sherhow's roar immediately broke the stillness. What the hell, you bastard? Lao Air. You son of a bitch. Who gave you the guts? You dare to impersonate my stand-in? You dare to pull this stunt right under my nose? Good. Very good. Excellent. Since you don't want to live, I'll help you. Joe Group. Vice President's Office. Joe Sherhow was so furious that he smashed his computer on the spot. Just thinking about the video from earlier, Joe Sherhow's expression turned exceptionally ferocious. His eyes were bloodshot, the veins on his forehead bulging, his entire face twisted to the extreme, and he let out a series of low growls, looking like he was about to go mad. Swish! Moments later, with a dark expression, Joe Sherhow quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. After hanging up, Joe Sherhow sat quietly in the office, waiting for the other party's response. About 2 hours later, his phone buzzed with a series of message notifications. Whoosh! He quickly grabbed his phone and opened the messages. However, the next second, Zhou Shihao's expression turned ugly again, his whole body going green from head to toe. Lao Air, it really is you. You dare to pull off such a trick right under my nose? I was still considering our brotherly bond and didn't plan to do anything to you, but now, you forced my hand. Noon. Huangqiao International Hotel. When Jibota woke up from bed, the sun was already shining brightly outside. He stretched lazily, then rolled out of bed, draping a hotel robe over himself as he made his way to the living room. Swish! He plopped down on the sofa and lit a cigarette for himself. As the smoke curled up, Jibota focused his mind to open the system's main page. A new day had arrived, and with it, new chances for 3 draws, making Jibota feel quite pleased. Before the draw, let's sing a song? What knife, what knife, what knife is that? A knife, a pig-killing knife. Little mom's cheongsam is high-slit, big sister's stockings are of good quality, second sister-in-law's painting skills are remarkable, time is a pig-killing knife. Swish! While singing, Jibota clicked the draw button with his mind. The next second, the pointer on the wheel began to spin. After about 3 seconds, the pointer made a light click sound and steadily stopped in the card area. Swish! At that moment, a card suddenly popped up on the lucky wheel. Jibota took a quick glance and saw that the card depicted 2 cartoon figures, and these 2 figures were bound together by a chain. However, before Jibota could take a closer look, the card was automatically stored in the system's item inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a fate card. The system's prompt sounded in his ears, and Jibota was slightly taken aback, quickly using his mind to open the system's item inventory. Soon, he saw this mysterious card in the second slot of his backpack. Fate card. After using this card, you can designate 2 different target individuals, binding their fates together tightly. 1 prospers, all prosper, 1 perishes, all perish, live and die together. Duration, 1 month. What the hell? Such a magical card? 1 prospers, all prosper, 1 perishes, all perish? Double kill? Why do I feel like this card was specially made for the boss and the second in command? Never mind, let's give it a try first. Brother Tonzi, I want to use this card. Without any hesitation, Jibota decided to use this life-sharing card on the spot. Ding! Please specify 2 different target individuals. Hearing the system prompt in his ear, Jibota smirked and replied, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Rinji. Swish! The life-sharing card immediately transformed into a stream of light and vanished from Jibota's sight, followed by another system prompt. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully used a life-sharing card. Ding! Target individuals Zhou Shihao and Zhou Rinji, their fates are now firmly bound together. Ding! The card's duration is 1 month. Once the time is up, the binding relationship will be automatically. A mischievous smile crept onto Jibota's lips. Although the duration of the life-sharing card was only 1 month, Jibota was very confident that it wouldn't even take a month. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Rinji would definitely fight to the death. Don't forget, before this, Jibota had given each of them a demon card and an anger card. At this moment, the effects of the 2 cards had accumulated to their peak, and the volcano was about to erupt. A case of onychomycosis, 1 infection spreads to 2. Using the life-sharing card, if they die, they both die. How beautiful. Ha! Jibota, with a cigar in his mouth, excitedly rubbed his hands together and then initiated the second lottery of the day. Swish! As Jibota clicked the lottery button with his mind, the pointer on the wheel spun rapidly, finally stopping in the key gold area. Damn! How is it gold again? I don't need money now, I'm not interested in money. What I want to say is, what is this? Before Jibota could finish his sentence, a shiny object suddenly popped up on the lucky wheel. It looked a bit like a puzzle piece, with a hexagram pattern drawn on it, and he had no idea what it represented. Swish! Just as Jibota was puzzled, the piece was automatically collected into the system's item inventory. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained item fragment X1. The system prompt sounded in his ear, and Jibota was slightly taken aback, quickly using his mind to open the system inventory. Soon, he saw the mysterious fragment in the second slot of his backpack. Item fragment, high-level material. Collect 100 item fragments to randomly exchange for a permanent item. Note, every item produced by the system will not be weaker than a divine artifact. What the hell? It can be played like this? Collecting a full 100 fragments to exchange for an item? If it weren't for the note on the fragment stating that every item would not be weaker than a divine artifact, Jibota would have almost thought this was a scam. Jibota let out a long breath, closed the system inventory, and returned to the lucky draw page. There was only one last chance to draw today, so just to be safe, let's chat a spell first. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, if little mom doesn't work, big sister works, if big sister doesn't work, second sister works. If none of you work, when dad comes back, I'll definitely teach you all a lesson. Swish! G-Bota forcefully clicked the lottery button with his mind, and the pointer spun rapidly again. This time, under G-Bota's eager gaze, the pointer slowly passed over the areas of gold, cards, and bottles, finally stopping in the area of books. Damn! It really happened! G-Bota couldn't help but shout excitedly, clenching his fists and waving them vigorously in the air. However, the next second, the item that popped out from the wheel left G-Bota dumbfounded. Swish! A pile of shiny fragments jumped out from the wheel, and upon a rough count, there were actually 4 pieces. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained item fragment X4. The system's prompt sounded in his ear, and G-Bota was momentarily taken aback, quickly using his mind to open the system's item inventory. Soon, he saw a stack of sparkling item fragments in the first slot of his backpack. Item fragment X5, G-Bota. System brother, can you explain to me why I drew a skill book but received item fragments instead? Ding! From today onwards, the host has a 50% chance of obtaining various fragments with each lottery draw. Then why didn't you tell me in advance? Ding! The final interpretation rights of the lucky draw belonged to this system. G-Bota was speechless. He could face 1,000 accusations with a cold stare, argue with anyone he wanted, and turn against anyone he wished. But he dared not fall out with System Brother. If he angered System Brother, and the latter just walked away, G-Bota would be at a huge loss. Forget it. Since System Brother wants to change the game rules, he might as well go along with it. After all, G-Bota wouldn't ultimately suffer. Moreover, G-Bota had already reached the peak of his life with System Brother's help. What else could he possibly want? Contentment brings happiness, no greed, no complaints, and life is naturally sweet. System Brother, can I accumulate my daily refreshed lottery chances? Ding! Yes. That's great. I'm planning to accumulate 100 lottery chances and then do 100 consecutive draws. What do you think? Ding! As you wish. Noon. G-Bota enjoyed a sumptuous lunch at the hotel. In the afternoon, just as he was about to play a mobile game, he suddenly received a call from Qin Xiaoyu. You little brat, you haven't contacted me since last night. Are you really angry? On the other end of the line, Qin Xiaoyu seemed a bit nervous, her voice trembling slightly, but her tone carried a hint of helplessness. President Qin, don't you plan to explain what happened yesterday? G-Bota's tone was very calm, as if he were speaking to an ordinary friend, even addressing Qin Xiaoyu as President Qin. What did you just call me? President Qin? On the other end, Qin Xiaoyu gasped, her voice trembling even more. If I don't call you President Qin, should I call you mother-in-law? Or just call you mom? G-Bota, this matter can't be explained over the phone. Where are you now? I want to meet you. At the Royal International Hotel, Presidential Suite 1. Okay, wait for me a moment, I'll be right there. After hanging up, G-Bota lay on the sofa in the living room, playing a mobile game for a while. About 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. G-Bota walked over to open the door, and in an instant, a mature and charming woman came into view. Today, Qin Xiaoyu was wearing a white sleeveless chiffon top. Although the top was loose, her powerful figure still made it look stunning. She wore a light blue satin mermaid skirt that not only accentuated her exaggerated hip curves but also highlighted part of her voluptuous leg lines. With a face of exquisite beauty, cold yet with a hint of gentleness, gentle yet with a touch of intellect, her mature and plump figure was definitely the pinnacle of the slightly chubby category. Even when she stood there quietly, exuding an overwhelming femininity, she was simply a walking hormone, a natural seductress, a beauty that could bring disaster to a nation. The culprit behind all flag-raising ceremonies in the world. However, this super invincible beauty, upon seeing G-Bota open the door, suddenly had red eyes and then threw herself at him, hugging G-Bota tightly. Silence, no words. Qin Xiaoyu held G-Bota tightly, as if afraid he would fly away. Snap! G-Bota could only hook his foot to close the door. Then, he cupped Qin Xiaoyu's face and kissed her fiercely on her red lips. An hour later, G-Bota leaned against the headboard and lit a cigarette for himself. Qin Xiaoyu lay quietly beside him, her pretty face still flushed, and her beautiful eyes rippling with a hint of water. Aunt Xiao, can you give me an explanation now? G-Bota took a puff of his cigarette, slowly exhaling a smoke ring, then fixed his gaze on Qin Xiaoyu's face. G-Bota, this matter is quite coincidental. Qin Xiaoyu brushed her hair by her cheek, then sighed helplessly and said, not long ago, Cece was kidnapped, right? You just happened to pass by that day and saved her life. Since then, this girl has secretly fallen for you and insists on marrying no one but you. Later, when she found out that my online dating partner was you, she immediately opposed it and refused to agree to our relationship. I thought she was just embarrassed and unwilling to acknowledge you as her stepfather. After all, you are only 7 years older than her. Who knew this girl actually wanted to compete with me for a man? Put. Upon hearing this, Ji Boda almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Just look at what Qin Xiaoyu said at the end, and then look at her demeanor, actions, expressions, and tone. Where was the appearance of a mother? She was clearly a woman wronged by another woman stealing her man. And then? Ji Boda's curiosity was piqued, and he felt an impulse to hear the rest of the story. Humph. Qin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at Ji Boda. Although her face showed no expression, her tone was quite resentful as she said, Cici directly confronted me. She wants to be your girlfriend, and of course, I disagreed. So, we made a bet. I made her responsible for the summer auction at the Qin auction house and set her an impossible goal of raising at least 1 billion in charity funds. You should know that the total value of the auction items I arranged wouldn't even exceed 500 million. Even if Cici invited all the wealthy people in the city to the auction, it would be impossible to raise 1 billion. Upon hearing this, Ji Boda suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. It was only at this moment that he realized, he seemed to have made a huge mistake. Sure enough, what Qin Xiaoyu said next left Ji Boda speechless, not even knowing what to say. Ji Boda, do you have too much money to spend? Every item brought up, you start with a bid of 100 million, and if anyone competes with you, you immediately raise the price to 500 million. I just want to ask, is your brain filled with water? Is there anyone in the entire dragon country as wasteful as you? If I hadn't sent someone to keep an eye on Cici at all times, I would have suspected that you two had colluded in advance or that you were already together behind my back. Upon hearing this, Ji Boda immediately cried out in injustice. How could he have known that Qin Xiaoyu and Qin Si had made such a bizarre bet? How could he have known that Qin Si was so bold as to compete with her mother for a man? He never expected that just by attending an auction, Qin Xiaoyu would have lost him to Qin Si. This was too absurd. Aunt Xiao, why didn't you call to stop me at that time? I was busy with other matters and didn't have my phone with me. By the time I got the news, you had already spent 8 billion at the auction. Just thinking about this makes me furious. Both hurt. Zhou Group. Zhou Renjie's office. Today, Yami is wearing a super short bodycon skirt, paired with a pair of Balenciaga black stockings, swaying as she walks. She enters Zhou Renjie's office quickly, holding a stack of documents, and locks the door behind her. Renjie, I've found what you wanted. A hint of excitement is on Yami's face as she walks straight to Zhou Renjie and hands over the materials. Swish! Zhou Renjie's eyes light up, quickly taking the documents and flipping through them. Renjie, while our people were investigating Zhou Shihai, they unexpectedly discovered a secret of his. Yami moves behind Zhou Renjie, placing her hands on his shoulders and giving him a thoughtful massage. Secret? What secret? Zhou Renjie pauses slightly at her words, speeding up his reading of the documents. You'll know once you finish this document. Yami deliberately teases him, her face showing a mysterious expression. Ha! Zhou Renjie takes a deep breath, refocusing on the materials in his hands, his face revealing an expression of anticipation. The first page of the document is a health check report from Huakan Hospital. It clearly states that Zhou Shihai underwent a detailed full-body examination at Huakan Hospital and was diagnosed with azoospermia, meaning he will never be able to have children. The second page is a forged health report. The third page contains evidence of Butler Zhang bribing a doctor. The fourth page shows evidence of Zhou Shihai colluding with Butler Zhang. The more Zhou Renjie reads, the more excited and agitated he becomes. Great! Yami, you did a fantastic job this time. As long as we have this evidence, Zhou Shihai will never have a chance to turn things around. Zhou Renjie says, grabbing Yami's hand and pulling her from behind to the front. Renjie. Upon meeting Zhou Renjie's fiery gaze, Yami instantly understands his thoughts. Such a happy occasion, we must celebrate. Quick, draw me a picture. Zhou Renjie throws the documents onto the desk and eagerly places his hands on Yami's shoulders. Renjie, wait a moment, finish reading this document first, there's an even bigger surprise ahead. A hint of disdain flashes in Yami's eyes, but she hides it well, not letting Zhou Renjie notice her discomfort. After all, Yami is an ambitious person, she yearns to soar like an eagle, so how could she truly fall for a little sparrow? What she loves is Zhou Renjie's money, the identity of the second young mistress of the Zhou family, and she even wants to become the future matriarch of the Zhou family. As for Zhou Renjie, he lacks looks, physique, and ability. If he didn't have the identity of the second young master of the Zhou family, Yami wouldn't even want to look at him. I can't wait any longer, you draw for me while I read the documents, it won't delay either. Under Zhou Renjie's strong command, Yami can only put on a flattering face and take out the drawing board. Ha! Zhou Renjie exhales deeply, his brows slightly relaxing, then picks up the documents from the desk and continues to read. However, not knowing is one thing, but seeing is shocking. Just as Zhou Renjie flips to the 6th page, he can't help but widen his eyes, mouth agape, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Damn! The boss actually found a pretty boy outside, trying to secretly get the big sister-in-law pregnant? So ruthless. Really damn ruthless. Boss, you actually did such a ridiculous thing to fight for the family fortune? People are reluctant to part with their children, but you can't catch the wolf. You're reluctant to part with your wife but can't seize the family fortune? However, speaking of which, that sister-in-law's face, that figure, and that unique mature charm, tsk. Suddenly, a wicked thought emerged in Zhou Renjie's mind. As soon as this thought appeared, it was like a seed sprouting, quickly growing into a towering tree. How outrageous! Why should that pretty boy enjoy such pleasures? Why should the boss seek help from an outsider instead of his own brother? As the saying goes, good water should not flow to outsiders. Why should the boss give such a good opportunity to an outsider instead of thinking of his own brother? The descendants of the Zhou family should only have the blood of the Zhou family flowing through them. We absolutely cannot let the blood of outsiders tarnish our legacy. Thinking of this, a bold idea sprang up in Zhou Renjie's heart. That's right, a switcheroo, or rather, a grand deception. Since that pretty boy wears a mask every night, and the boss doesn't know what he looks like, then whoever wears that mask can boldly enter the boss's home. So, this matter can definitely be manipulated behind the scenes, creating a perfect imitation to replace that pretty boy and complete his tasks. Hiss! Just thinking about it is thrilling. I really am a genius. Whoosh! Zhou Renjie immediately took out his phone, quickly dialed a number, and seriously detailed his plan. On the other side, Ji Bota's superphone was constantly monitoring Zhou Shihai and Zhou Renjie. As soon as Zhou Renjie made a move, Ji Bota was aware of his plan. At the same time, he was also fully aware of every action Zhou Shihai took. Watching things unfold in the direction he anticipated, a wicked smile appeared on Ji Bota's face. Perhaps tonight, the Zhou family would meet their end. Ha ha ha. 9:50 p.m. Zhou Renjie first sent someone to kidnap the pretty boy from the Golden Duck Club, then disguised himself, donned a silver mask, and directly arrived at Zhou Shihai's doorstep. Although a bit nervous, the thought of the mature and voluptuous Suya made Zhou Renjie dizzy with excitement. Following the information provided by the pretty boy, Zhou Renjie did not knock but sent a WeChat message to Zhou Shihai using the pretty boy's phone. Sure enough, not long after, Zhou Shihai, also wearing a mask, opened the villa's door. Come in, Zhou Shihai casually glanced at Zhou Renjie and led him into the villa. However, this time, Zhou Shihai did not take the pretty boy straight to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Instead, he brought him to the living room and invited him to sit on the sofa. Zhou Renjie immediately became tense, instinctively touching the mask on his face, fearing that Zhou Shihai would notice something amiss. Ding! Zhou Shihai picked up a bottle of red wine that had long been prepared, then opened the cork in front of Zhou Renjie, pouring a glass for himself and Zhou Renjie at a leisurely pace. Brother, you've worked hard. I toast you with this glass. Zhou Shihai handed one glass of red wine to Zhou Renjie, his tone calm but tinged with a sense of helplessness. Zhou Renjie was momentarily taken aback, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed the boss hadn't noticed anything. This trick really works. As long as he wore this mask, he could pull off a grand deception right under the boss's nose. One word, exhilarating. Whoosh! Zhou Renjie didn't think much of it, reaching out to take the wine glass Zhou Shihai offered, even lightly clinking glasses with him. Gulp! 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 Then, the two brothers, each with ulterior motives, stared at each other and slowly drank the red wine in their glasses. Good wine! Zhou Renjie put down the empty wine glass in his hand and, with an eager look in his eyes, turned to Zhou Shihai and said, Boss, it's getting late, I should go take care of business. What do you think? Take care of your damn business next door. To Zhou Renjie's surprise, Zhou Shihai suddenly took off the mask on his face and looked at him with a gaze full of hatred. Boss, what are you? Zhou Renjie was startled, and an ominous premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Second brother, are you still pretending? Do you really think I don't know anything? Zhou Shihai's sudden outburst frightened Zhou Renjie so much that his body trembled, nearly causing him to wet himself. You. Zhou Renjie stood up with a face full of terror, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. It felt like a knife was twisting inside him, causing Zhou Renjie to fall back onto the sofa. At that moment, Zhou Renjie's expression changed drastically. In shock and anger, he suddenly raised his head and asked Zhou Shihai, Did you poison the wine? That's right. I poisoned it. Zhou Shihao suddenly walked over, ripped the mask off Zhou Renjia's face, and smashed it hard onto the ground. Second brother, it really was you. No, it wasn't. Big brother, let me explain. Second brother, at this point, what is there to explain? Big brother, don't call me big brother. Zhou Shihao suddenly shouted angrily, pointing at Zhou Renjia's nose and cursing, you bastard. Beast. Son of a bitch. I treated you like a real brother, and you actually used such despicable means to deceive me. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I'm easy to fool? Do you think I'm a waste? Upon hearing this, Zhou Renjie felt increasingly panicked. Coupled with the intense pain in his abdomen, he suddenly realized that if this continued, he might lose his life tonight. Thud. Without any hesitation, Zhou Renjie suddenly knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Zhou Shihao and admitting his mistake. Big brother, I was wrong. Please, hurry and give me the antidote. He. A crazed expression appeared on Zhou Shihao's face as he glared at Zhou Renjie with bloodshot eyes and said, when you were sleeping with my wife, why didn't you realize you were wrong? When you were fighting me for the family fortune, why didn't you realize you were wrong? When you were secretly investigating me, trying to get my medical report, didn't you realize you were wrong? Let me tell you, it's all too late. Go die. At that moment, Zhou Shihao had completely lost his mind. He poured another glass of poison wine, then squatted in front of Zhou Renjie, forcibly gripping his chin, trying to pour the poison into his mouth. Unexpectedly, an accident occurred. Bang! Zhou Renjie somehow found an ashtray and smashed it hard against Zhou Shihao's head. Ah! Zhou Shihao screamed, blood gushing from his head as he staggered backward. Damn it! Zhou Shihao, hurry, and give me the antidote. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Zhou Renjie felt a surge of strength from somewhere, suddenly lunging at Zhou Shihao, sitting on him and tightly gripping his neck. Bastard! You dare hit me? I'll kill you! Although Zhou Shihao was momentarily incapacitated by the blow, once he recovered, he immediately launched a fierce counterattack against Zhou Renjie. Bang! In shock and anger, Zhou Renjie grabbed the ashtray again and smashed it down on Zhou Shihao's head once more. With a dull thud, Zhou Shihao's head split open again, and more blood flowed out. Mad! Since you refuse to give me the antidote, I want you to taste the poison too. Let me drink. Although Zhou Renjie had already lost his mind, at this critical moment of life and death, he still sought a way to save himself. That was, to make Zhou Shihao drink the poisoned wine as well. As long as Zhou Shihao was also poisoned, he would definitely go looking for the antidote. At that time, if he could just snatch the antidote, wouldn't the poison in him be cured? Gulp! 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 Zhou Renjie gritted his teeth against the intense pain in his abdomen and poured an entire cup of poisoned wine into Zhou Shihao's mouth. After doing all this, Zhou Renjie immediately let go of Zhou Shihao and shouted loudly, Boss, you're poisoned now too, hurry and find the antidote. Otherwise, you'll die from the poison here. Silence. The living room was completely quiet. No one saw that a chain of fate had tightly bound Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie together. This was the effect of the shared fate card. One rises, all rise, one falls, all fall. Not asking to be born on the same day, but hoping to die on the same day. How you die, I will die the same way. Good brothers must die together. Hey! What the hell are you dazed about? To Zhou Renjie's surprise, after Zhou Shihao was force-fed that cup of poison wine, he stood there dumbfounded, not reacting for a long time. I told you to hurry and find the antidote, are you deaf? Anxious and angry, Zhou Renjie immediately grabbed Zhou Shihao by the neck and shook him violently. It was only at this moment that Zhou Shihao finally reacted. Second, are you sent by heaven to punish me? Zhou Shihao looked at Zhou Renjie with a face full of despair and said, I don't know what sins I committed in my last life. In this life, I ended up reincarnated into the Zhou family, and became brothers with a fool like you. Boss, what? What do you mean? Zhou Renjie was slightly startled by his words, and the ominous premonition in his heart suddenly grew stronger. Do you know what poison I put in the wine? Zhou Shihao wiped the blood from his face, then cracked a miserable smile. What? What poison? Paraquat. A whole bottle of paraquat. Ah, ha ha ha. There is no antidote for paraquat. Tonight, not only will you die here, but I will die here too. Zhou Shihao had gone mad. He had truly lost his mind. When he received the email from G Boda and saw that video, Zhou Shihao's anger had already reached its peak, completely losing his rationality. Tonight, he had intended to poison Zhou Renjie to vent his anger. He never expected to capsize in the gutter. Is this fate? Was it destined that he would have no connection to the Zhou family's wealth, and could never become the head of the Zhou family? Unwilling. He was really unwilling. It was all Zhou Renjie's fault. If he hadn't done such a despicable thing, how could he have been so angry as to lose his mind? But, It was too late to say anything now. The toxicity of paraquat cannot be resolved by anyone. On the other side, Zhou Renjie sat foolishly on the ground, the waves of intense pain in his abdomen making his face grow paler. How could this happen? Paraquat? Why is it paraquat? Zhou Shihao, you heartless beast, I am your own brother. How could you use paraquat to poison me? Damn it! I won't let you go even as a ghost. Midnight. Huangqiao International Hotel. Under Ji Boda's relentless persuasion, Qin Xiaoyu had no choice but to agree to stay at the hotel tonight. As a result, Qin Xiaoyu quickly realized that she had boarded Ji Boda's pirate ship. Before midnight struck, she was beaten to tears by Ji Boda. Fortunately, Ji Boda was very good at coaxing women, and in his sweet words and gentle tones, Qin Xiaoyu completely lost herself. Even with tears streaming down her face, she had to finish singing this love song. An hour later, Ji Boda was preparing to go out to the balcony for a smoke when he unexpectedly received phone calls from Suya, Li Yu, and Chen Yun one after another. Shocking news! Zhou Shihao is dead, and Zhou Renjie is also dead. The two brothers died after drinking poison containing paraquat, and before they could be sent to the hospital, they both perished in the ambulance. But that's not all. After seeing the bodies of his two sons, Zhou Zhangfeng was so enraged that he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood on the spot, and then he died. That's right. Zhou Zhangfeng was literally scared to death. Hearing this exhilarating news, Ji Boda's face did not show any signs of happiness. Swish! He pulled out his phone, opened the album, and found a photo of his mother from her lifetime. Then, with trembling fingers, Ji Boda gently stroked the screen, his gaze complex as he stared at the woman in the photo. Mom, I avenged you. You can rest in peace now. Ji Boda was not a sentimental person. He felt sad for a moment alone, then left the hotel and hurried to the hospital. Overnight, the events that transpired in the Zhou family spread like wildfire throughout the upper-class circles of Xilan City. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie both died from poisoning, and soon after, the ailing Zhou Zhangfeng also passed away from excessive grief. The entire Zhou family was now left with only Ji Boda as the sole male heir. This inevitably raised suspicions. Fortunately, the police acted quickly, investigating the matter that very night and issuing a notice. The truth astonished everyone. Because the old master Zhou was nearing death, the brothers Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie had been secretly fighting over the family inheritance. The cause of the conflict was that Zhou Renjie discovered evidence of Zhou Shihao's infertility, and Zhou Shihao, in a fit of madness, attempted to poison Zhou Renjie. As a result, poisoned Zhou Renjie retaliated angrily, forcefully making Zhou Shihao drink the poison as well, leading to both brothers' deaths. As for Zhou Zhangfeng, he was already suffering from a severe liver tumor, with only 3 months left to live, and his health was extremely weak. After witnessing the bodies of his two sons, Zhou Zhangfeng could not bear the blow and died on the spot from blood loss. After learning the truth, the upper-class circles of Xilan City were almost all lamenting Ji Boda's incredible luck. Ji Boda was merely Zhou Jingfeng's illegitimate son, and logically, he should not have been able to inherit the Zhou family fortune. However, with the eldest and second sons of the Zhou family dead, and the head of the family Zhou Zhangfeng also deceased, only Ji Boda, the illegitimate son, remained alive. Naturally, he became the first heir of the Zhou family. The next day, in the southern suburbs of Xilan City, Taoyuan Mountain. The environment here was beautiful, with birds singing and flowers fragrant, but it had been turned into a cemetery. At this moment, Ji Boda, dressed in a black suit with a black ribbon tied around his arm, stood quietly in front of 3 brand new tombstones. In front of each tombstone were 3 burning incense candles, surrounded by various offerings for the deceased. The black and white photo on the middle tombstone was of Zhou Zhangfeng. The left tombstone bore the photo of Zhou Shihao, and the right tombstone had the photo of Zhou Renjie. The 3 Zhou family members lay here together, which was truly poignant. 1 old beast, 2 young beasts, you can rest in peace. As for the stepmother, elder sister-in-law, and second sister-in-law, don't worry, I will take good care of them. Ji Boda's face showed extreme sadness. Since many guests had come to attend the funeral today, and even quite a few media reporters had arrived at the scene, Ji Boda had to put on an act to avoid being gossiped about behind his back. Woo-woo, at that moment, a sobbing sound suddenly floated into Ji Boda's ears. Swish! Ji Boda turned his head and immediately saw Chen Yun, Suya, and Li Yu standing behind him. They had all changed into black sheer long dresses today, and each of them had red eyes, wearing an utterly heartbroken expression. However, at the moment Ji Boda turned to look at them, Chen Yun awkwardly smiled at him, then immediately started to woo-woo cry again. Suya blinked at Ji Boda, a quick blush flashing across her pretty face, and then she joined Chen Yun in woo-woo crying. Li Yu was the boldest. While woo-woo crying, she threw a flirtatious glance at Ji Boda. Alright, everyone is pretending. When will this funeral end? It's really exhausting. Xiao Chen, are you alright? Perhaps seeing Ji Bota's restless and irritated expression, Chen Yun suddenly walked to his side and gently patted his shoulder. Aunt June, I'm fine. Ji Bota immediately shook his head, his face showing a look of deep sorrow, as if he were immersed in the pain of his father and brother's deaths. However, Chen Yun suddenly hugged Ji Bota tightly. While crying, she softly comforted him. Xiao Chen, don't be too sad. Although your father and 2 brothers have passed away, you still have me as your little stepmother. From now on, the 2 of us will rely on each other. I will definitely take good care of your father and your 2 brothers, and I will never let you suffer even the slightest grievance. Put. Ji Bota almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This is my line. Aunt Yun, you stole my line. What am I supposed to say next? Xiao Chen, there's also me. I've decided not to remarry for the rest of my life. I will stay in the Zhou family forever. As the saying goes, a sister-in-law is like a mother. As your elder sister-in-law, I will definitely take good care of you and will never let you suffer even a bit. Just as Ji Bota was slightly dazed, Suya also walked over and publicly declared such grand words. Immediately, in Ji Bota's astonished gaze, Suya suddenly opened her arms and hugged both him and Chen Yun. From now on, the 3 of us will rely on each other. Whoa, pfft. Ji Bota almost spat out another mouthful of blood. It was one thing for Chen Yun to cause trouble, but he didn't expect the gentle and virtuous Suya to come out and cause trouble at this time. Can you all be a bit more sincere? Don't act so exaggeratedly. If this continues, it's going to be exposed. Xiao Chen, there's also me. To Ji Bota's horror, Li Yu also came over crying at that moment. I've also decided not to remarry for the rest of my life. As your second sister-in-law, I will take care of you like little mom and elder sister-in-law, holding you in my hands and not letting you suffer even the slightest grievance. From now on, our family of 4 will rely on each other. Put. Ji Bota really wanted to spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood on the spot. Too exaggerated. Too fake. I'm getting goosebumps all over. And, don't you all know how old you are? Can you be a bit more mindful of the impact? You're hugging so tightly that I can barely breathe. Night. Imperial Dynasty KTV Music Venue. Supreme VIP Box 8888. Sitting on the sofa, Ji Bota held a glass of wine in his hand, a mischievous smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps feeling a bit hot, Ji Bota casually unbuttoned 3 buttons on his shirt, faintly revealing his chest muscles. Under the dim light, he exuded a charming aura that was quite captivating. I once loved a man like that, who said I was the most beautiful woman in the world. I kept that innocence for him, closing the door to loving others. Tonight, Li Yu wore a purple backless bodycon dress that perfectly outlined her figure with its halter neck, cinched waist, and tight design. Her long hair was styled up, with 2 strands falling near her cheeks, and her face was adorned with exquisite makeup. The most striking feature was her fiery red lips, exuding a strong allure at all times. My demands are not high, just treat me as you did before, but one day you said the same thing and embraced someone else. Li Yu held a golden microphone with both hands, her voice deep yet clear and melodious, slowly singing a song called Perfume is Poison. Her nightingale-like voice seemed to carry a hint of resentment and sadness, evoking endless fantasies in listeners, who were willing to linger and drown in her song. Pia. As the song ended, applause erupted in the private room. Li Yu shyly set down the microphone, turned to the crowd with a slight smile, and quietly sat back on the sofa. Swish! At that moment, a beam of colored light shone down from above, quickly sweeping across Li Yu's face. Although it was fleeting, everyone clearly saw the glimmer of tears in her eyes. Swish! The big screen quickly switched to the next song, and Suya, sitting next to Li Yu, reached for the microphone. Who directed this play, in this lonely role, where the dialogue is always self-talk, and the opponents are just memories, with no clear ending in sight? Tonight, Suya wore a rose-red French-style spaghetti strap mermaid dress. The dress also had a cinched waist, perfectly showcasing her slender waist and voluptuous curves. Her long hair was similarly styled up, and her face was also adorned with exquisite makeup. Although her lips were not as exaggeratedly fiery red as Li Yu's, Suya wore a layer of sexy lip gloss that shimmered enticingly under the lights. On a night without stars, I leave the past to you. If everything is just a play, then you should watch it well. The heartbreak is just mine. Suya tightly gripped the microphone, her voice soft yet slightly seductive, slowly singing a song called Monodrama. Her singing was like a kingfisher diving into water, like a nightingale singing, directly piercing the hearts of every listener present, deeply moving everyone. Pia. As the song ended, applause once again filled the private room. After putting down the microphone, Suya shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and secretly glanced at Ji Bota. Just then, Ji Bota also looked up at Suya. Sister-in-law, I toast you a drink. Jibota suddenly raised his glass, walked over, and sat beside Suya. Oh, okay. Suya awkwardly lifted her glass, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Xiao Chen, why are you only toasting sister-in-law? Aren't you going to drink with me, your second sister-in-law? At that moment, Liu leaned over, deliberately feigning anger. Then I'll toast both sister-in-law and second sister-in-law at the same time, wishing you both happiness every day and everything goes well. Jibota cheerfully raised his glass, clinking it with both Suya and Liu. Who would have thought? Suya and Liu exchanged glances and simultaneously said, no, you have to drink 2 glasses. What? A wheel battle? Are you trying to get me drunk? You're a man. Are you afraid of us 2 weak women? Bring it on, who's afraid of who? Deep feelings, down in one go, no letting the glass sit idle. Jibota, Suya, and Liu gathered together, toasting and laughing, their cups clinking in a lively exchange. Swish! At that moment, Chen Yun, sitting nearby, reached for the microphone. You said it was heartless, wrote it even more heartlessly. Why write a letter when we are all heartless? Since there is no heart, why bother to use it? A letter easily turns the past into a phantom. Tonight, Chen Yun was not wearing her favorite qipao but had changed into a European-style, form-fitting dress that exuded the elegance of a wealthy woman. The dress had a deep V neckline, a cinched waist, and a side-slit design that hugged her figure tightly. It was unclear if they had planned this in advance, but Chen Yun had also styled her long hair into an elegant updo, instantly radiating the charm of a mature beauty. Her delicate oval face and fair, smooth skin shimmered under the lights, constantly reflecting a captivating glow. Her lightly arched brows seemed meticulously drawn, beneath which were a pair of enchanting yet cool Danfeng eyes, glimmering with a hint of seductive allure. Her rose-like lips parted, and she sang a melody that sounded like heavenly music. I stand on the rooftop, tears and neon blur my eyes, oaths deceive and hurt the believer, who can hear my broken heart. Chen Yun's unique mature voice, tinged with a hint of sultriness, created an indescribable beauty. My beloved, dear, lovely, cherished, forever without regret. The unloved, wronged, once loved, hurt, forever heartless. I wasted a lifetime for you, and you gave me just a few carefree words. As this heartless love letter reached its climax, Chen Yun sang with a heart-wrenching, soul-piercing intensity, as if she were on the verge of breaking, wanting to become a demon. Jibota felt as if his insides had been pressed flat by an iron, every part of him perfectly aligned. Every pore in his body felt as if he had consumed ginseng fruit, every pore was invigorated. At that moment, Chen Yun suddenly hit a high note, like a steel wire thrown into the sky. Jibota couldn't help but be amazed, nearly crushing the wine glass in his hand. Pia. When Chen Yun finished her song, Jibota, Suya, and Liu generously gave her the warmest applause. Swish! At that moment, Chen Yun was like a proud peacock, putting down the microphone, then picking up a glass of wine and walking straight to Jibota. Xiao Chen, you're just drinking with Suya and Liu. Aren't you going to have a drink with your little stepmother? Looking into Chen Yun's eyes, which flashed with a hint of mischief, Jibota suddenly realized. Damn it! They must have planned this in advance. Tonight, they were going to get him drunk. Come on! Who's afraid? The word fear has never appeared in his dictionary. Even if it's 1 against 3, he could easily take them down. Aunt Yun, I toast you a glass. 1 glass isn't enough, good things come in pairs, at least 2 glasses, right? Alright, you call the shots. Cheers! Tonight, we suffering souls won't go home until we're drunk. The next morning, Huangqiao International Hotel, Presidential Suite. A ray of sunlight streamed in through the window, casting light on the luxurious bed. Jibota, still in a dream, suddenly frowned and slowly opened his eyes. After a moment, he struggled to get out of bed. He rolled off the bed, threw on a hotel bathrobe, and groggily walked into the bathroom. Brushing his teeth, washing his face, combing his hair. After finishing all this, Jibota yawned and made his way to the living room, then collapsed onto the sofa, directly opening the system's main page with his mind. Lucky draw big wheel, draw chances. 6, item inventory, black card, reward money, prop fragments x5, artifact, eye of the mind, 2 stars, should I try a draw for fun? No! I must resist the temptation. At least I need to save up 10 chances for the lottery, then I can do a 10 consecutive draws. Since I don't plan to draw for now, what else can I play? Oh right! The black card, reward money. Jibota initially recharged 100 million Longwa coins on the Duya platform, only giving you Lily over 10 million, leaving a balance of over 80 million. If this money isn't spent, the system won't double the rebate, and this black card, reward money, will continue to occupy space in the system's item bar. Coincidentally, Jibota has a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. No more talking. Spend the money. Swish. Bota closed the system's main page, then with a thought, directly opened the superphone inside his body and quickly logged into the Douya live streaming platform. On the surface, it seemed like Bota was lying on the sofa in a daze. In reality, he was watching a girl dance on the Douya live streaming platform. This one won't do, too small. This figure is nice, but unfortunately not that good looking. What the heck? Such a beautiful girl, but her looks only score 60? What kind of filter and beauty enhancement is this? Damn. 1. 8 meters long legs? This long leg effect is too terrifying. A girl practicing yoga? I like this one. Time passed second by second. Just as Bota was engrossed in watching, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. Following that, Chenyun, Suya, and Liu, all dressed up, walked out one after another. However, each of their expressions was a bit awkward, and their gazes were somewhat evasive. There's no helping it. Last night, they three got Bota drunk, and he even managed to turn the tables on them. How could they not feel embarrassed? Swish! Bota looked up, and immediately a line of information jumped into his view. Chenyun favorability, 98, Suya favorability, 98, Liu favorability, 98. Seeing that Chenyun, Suya, and Liu's favorability all rose to 98 points, a song involuntarily surfaced in Bota's mind. Open your heart, peel away the shyness of spring. Dance steps whirl, breaking the silence of winter. Come on, let's meet at 98. Meeting under the silver moonlight, meeting in warm affection. Before Bota could finish humming the song, Chenyun quickly walked over. She plopped down right next to Bota, casually crossed one leg, and then calmly said, Xiaochun, hurry up and change your clothes, you still have to attend the board meeting of the Joe group later, don't be late. Oh, okay. Bota nodded with a grin and got up to head towards the bedroom. However, just before entering the bedroom, Bota, with a mischievous smile, started singing a song. You got me drunk, I make you cry, you bore all the sins, I laugh without a care. Silence. The living room fell silent. Bota, what kind of nonsense are you singing? Are you still showing off? We were just worried about you, that's why we let you win. If you have the guts, drink again tonight. Just because the tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think we're sick cats? Amidst a chorus of shy and angry scoldings, Bota decisively slipped into the bedroom and then bang shut the door, leaving behind the blushing Chenyun, Suya, and Liu, who exchanged glances in the living room, wide-eyed, staring at each other, longing, hoping for success. Morning. Joe Group Headquarters Building. Executive Meeting Room. Dressed in a formal suit and looking very handsome, Bota sat upright in the chairman's seat, giving off an imposing presence without needing to be angry. At this moment, the meeting room was filled with senior management personnel of the Joe Group, but Bota did not speak, and the entire meeting room was silent. No one dared to make a sound at this time. Swish! At that moment, Chenyun suddenly stood up and said to everyone, let us give the warmest applause to welcome General Manager Jiang as the chairman of the Joe Group, to lead the group. Clap clap clap. After Chenyun finished speaking, she was the first to start clapping. Immediately, the entire conference hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Swish! A moment later, Bota raised his arm and made a downward gesture. In the next second, the applause in the conference hall immediately stopped, and everyone looked towards Bota, who was seated in the chairman's position. Ahem! Bota cleared his throat twice and then said loudly, I now announce several important resolutions. First, the Joe Group will be renamed Jiang Group starting today. I believe everyone has no objections to this, right? Silence. The conference room fell silent. Everyone, including Chenyun, Suya, and Liu, had no objections. After all, Bota was just changing the name of the group. It did not harm the group's interests, and since Bota held 100% of the group's shares, wasn't it his decision alone? Alright, since no one has any objections, I announce that the Joe Group is officially renamed Jiang Group from now on. Clap clap clap. The conference hall erupted in enthusiastic applause again. Bota raised his hand, waiting for everyone to quiet down, then continued, Second, I will promote the former Vice General Manager Chenyun to the position of General Manager of Jiang Group, responsible for overseeing all the group's work. In addition, Chenyun's annual salary will be raised to 15 million. At the same time, I will transfer 15% of the group's shares to Chenyun, who will hold the shares and enjoy the right to dividends. As soon as Bota said this, Chenyun's eyes widened, her mouth agape, and she stood up excitedly, her face filled with ecstatic expression. Thank you, Chairman. I will definitely not disappoint your expectations. Clap clap clap. The conference room erupted in enthusiastic applause again, and all the senior executives of the group looked at Chenyun with envious eyes. Meanwhile, a line of text appeared in Bota's view as a reminder. Chenyun's favorability +1, Chenyun's favorability accumulated to 99 points. Jiang Group. Senior Executive Conference Hall. Once Chen-yun sat down, Ji-Boda immediately announced the third resolution. Third, I will promote the former financial director Suya to the position of Vice General Manager of Jiang Group, responsible for assisting General Manager Chen-yun in managing the group. Additionally, Suya's annual salary will be raised to 10 million. I will also transfer 15% of the group's shares to Suya, who will hold the shares and enjoy the right to dividends. As soon as Ji-Boda said this, Suya, like Chen-yun, immediately showed an excited and thrilled expression. Thank you, Chairman. Clap clap clap. The conference hall erupted in another round of enthusiastic applause. This time, Suya also became the object of everyone's envy. Meanwhile, another line of text appeared in Ji-Boda's view as a reminder. Suya's favorability +1, Suya's favorability accumulated to 99 points. After the conference hall quieted down, Ji-Boda announced the fourth resolution. Fourth, I will promote the former Human Resources Director Liu to the position of Vice General Manager of Jiang Group, also responsible for assisting General Manager Chen-yun in managing the group. Additionally, Liu's annual salary will also be raised to 10 million. I will also transfer 15% of the group's shares to Liu, who will hold the shares and enjoy the right to dividends. Upon hearing this, Liu, who had been anxious, finally relaxed. She smiled slightly, then stood up and subtly gave Ji-Boda a flirtatious glance. Thank you, Chairman. Pia. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted in the conference hall, and Liu became the object of everyone's envy. At the same time, a line of text floated into Ji-Boda's view as a reminder. Liu's favorability +1, Liu's favorability accumulated to 99 points. With this, the equity distribution of the Jiang Group was officially completed. Ji-Boda held 55% of the group's shares, still firmly seated in the position of chairman. Chen-yun, Suya, and Liu each held 15% of the group's shares, jointly becoming the second largest shareholders of the group. However, Chen-yun was promoted to general manager by Ji-Boda, giving her slightly more power than Suya and Liu. On this point, both Suya and Liu had no objections. They were more concerned about the group's shares. After all, holding shares in the Jiang Group was like possessing a gold mine, continuously providing them with wealth. Initially, Ji-Boda had only promised Chen-yun, Suya, and Liu 10% of the group's shares. Unexpectedly, Ji-Boda now generously granted each of them 15% of the group's shares. Don't underestimate this extra 5% share. The Jiang Group is a giant corporation valued at hundreds of billions, and 5% of the shares is equivalent to 5 billion Longwa currency. Money. Who doesn't like it? Ji-Boda's generosity. Who wouldn't love it? Compared to the stingy and selfish Zhou Zhengfeng, Zhou Shihao, and Zhou Renjie, Ji-Boda was simply a god in the eyes of Chen-yun, Suya, and Liu. After the meeting, Chen-yun, Suya, and Liu were all busy handling the work of the Jiang Group. The detestable capitalist Ji-Boda strolled into the chairman's office, closed the door, and took out his phone to scroll through short videos. Retirement on the spot, enjoying life, living off food and waiting to die, the good days of completely lying flat could finally continue. One word, refreshing. Where's that yoga girl I saw this morning? Damn, I forgot to follow her. What about my browsing history? What the heck? How did it get cleared? My yoga girl, are we just not meant to be? Did I miss her like this? In life, there will always be regrets. A life without regrets is not a complete life. Ji-Boda was not a sentimental person. Since he missed that yoga girl, then so be it. Swipe. Ji-Boda quickly typed yoga girl into the search bar and decisively clicked search. The next second, the Douya live streaming platform recommended a bunch of female streamers who practiced yoga to Ji-Boda. Wow! This figure is nice, but unfortunately, she doesn't look that great. This one looks decent, but she's a bit short. What the heck? Black leopard print super short yoga pants? Wearing them so sexy, can this even pass the review? What a back killer. Here, I suggest the female streamer turn around, try not to show her face. Just like that, Ji-Boda browsed through about 10 live streaming rooms in one go, but he still hadn't encountered a beauty whose looks and figure exceeded 90 points. A bit disappointing. Why not just go back to Villa No. 1 at Phoenix Mountain Villa and discuss the true meaning of life with the 6 flower girls? As Ji-Boda thought this, he swiped his finger across the phone screen. Unexpectedly, such a casual swipe made Ji-Boda's eyes suddenly light up. Damn! Twin sisters? Ji-Boda didn't expect that in the live streaming room he just entered, there would actually be 2 identical stunning beauties. Swipe! Without any hesitation, Ji-Boda immediately activated his investigative eye, locking his gaze on the pair of twin sisters. Name, Lu Qianqian. Age, 22. Appearance, 94. Figure, 94. Favorite fruit, cantaloupe. Driver, 0. Affection level, 0. Name, Luingying. Age, 22. Appearance, 94. Figure, 94. Favorite fruit, cantaloupe. Driver, 0. Affection level, 0. Looking at the identical data in front of him, with the targets being two women, Jibota couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Damn it! No wonder they are twin sisters. Their looks are identical, their figures are identical, and when the lights go out at night, you can't tell who is who at all. Oh no! Even with the lights on, you still can't tell who is who. At this moment, the twin sisters Lu Chanxian and Lu Yingying are sitting on two different yoga mats. On the left, Lu Chanxian is wearing a light pink sports tank top and matching yoga pants. On the right, Lu Yingying is wearing a light purple sports tank top and matching yoga pants. One pink and one purple, like two beautiful snakes, shining together. Welcome everyone to our live stream. I am the older sister Chanxian, and this is my younger sister Yingying. Is there a big brother who can support us and help us out? We don't want to lose. Lu Chanxian's voice suddenly came from the live stream. It was only at this moment that Jibota realized the twin sisters were competing against another female streamer. What surprised Jibota was that there were only a little over 50 viewers in the sisters' live stream, and most of them were just casual fans. The sisters had pulled in just over $30 in gifts after a long time. Looking at the female streamer opposite them, gifts were flying everywhere, and her health bar was rising rapidly. In just the blink of an eye, the twin sisters' health bar was almost depleted. At this moment, the defeated Lu Chanxian and Lu Yingying seemed to have lost all hope. However, in the next second, a series of carnival effects suddenly floated up in the live stream. Starry Sky sent out Carnival X10. Starry Sky sent out Carnival X10. Starry Sky sent out Carnival X10. In an instant, the twin sisters' health bar surged up significantly. Not only did it suppress the opponent's health bar, but it also nearly depleted the opponent's health bar. Silence. The live stream instantly fell silent. Lu Chanxian and Lu Yingying were momentarily stunned, their mouths involuntarily forming an O shape, and their hearts raced. After a brief pause of a few seconds, the sisters' screams erupted in the live stream. It's a carnival. A full 30 carnivals. Thank you, Starry Sky Big Brother, for the carnival. Love you. Mwah. Thank you, Brother Starry Sky, for your support. Heart. Brother Starry Sky, mwah.